Ladies, what a splendid day it is. Would you care to join me for dinner? Lin Chen beamed with a warm smile. Under the astonished gazes of the young women, he struck what he believed to be a suave pose, accompanied by a confident grin. Just moments ago, these fashionably attired girls were waiting at the traffic light. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen approached them. Where did this oddball come from? Unbelievable. A lecherous man wandering about in broad daylight. Perhaps he should take a good look at himself. As anticipated, they launched a barrage of scornful remarks. For Lin Chen, such encounters were commonplace, had grown accustomed to it. After their words, they crossed the street, leaving Lin Chen with a dismissive view of their backs. Watching them depart, Lin Chen sighed heavily. This marked his 63rd attempt at flirting that week. Without exception, each attempt had met with rejection, and not just any rejection. These were harsh, unyielding refusals. Not even a glance in his direction. What puzzled Lin Chen was the fact that, despite his distinctly unique attributes, why did these women remain unmoved? As he pondered, a semi-transparent information card materialized before him, boldly displaying the words Apocalypse Enchantment System. The attractiveness value listed had reached its zenith at 100,000 points, unable to rise further. In truth, Lin Chen was a transmigrant. A year ago, while engrossed in gaming at home, a fervent exclamation of apprentice caused his computer to crash. Frustrated, he struck the CPU with a slap. With a thunderous boom, he unexpectedly found himself transported to a planet similar, yet grander than Blue Star. This realm had suffered from a catastrophic chemical fuel leak, resulting in the emergence of aberrations among the populace, commonly referred to as zombies. By the time Lin Chen arrived, the land was rife with the undead, and the mutated beings had commandeered vast territories, forcing the remaining humans to huddle together for warmth within technologically shielded cities. To date, the struggle between humanity and the zombies had persisted for a century. Currently, Lin Chen resided in a place known as Fireline District 6, a small satellite city hundreds of kilometers from the central Fireline city. Upon initially arriving in this unfamiliar territory, Lin Chen was overwhelmed and contemplated colliding with a wall to escape his predicament. He thought that such an act might swiftly return him to his previous life. However, unexpectedly, upon crashing into the wall, he awakened the Apocalypse Enchantment System. This was indeed a twist of fate. Though the system's name sounded rather frivolous, Lin Chen was filled with anticipation, believing he could leverage it to ascend to the pinnacle of life and win over a wealthy and beautiful partner. Yet, the operation of the system left him utterly perplexed. He could not actively control it, and could only enhance his charm score through daily sign-ins. Despite the continual increase in his allure, Lin Chen found no tangible benefits in his everyday interactions. Had society's standards of beauty shifted, or had they entirely lost interest in such matters? It shouldn't be so. After all, the once shy citizens of the great Xia kingdom had quietly produced one. For billion descendants, the people in this world appeared extroverted. How could they lack interest? Yet, reality remained unforgiving. No matter how he attempted to attract attention, it altering his appearance, acquiring new skills, or trying various methods, she could not captivate others. This so-called enchantment system seemed merely a jest, providing him with no substantial advantages. Lin Chen felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Despite having traversed time and space and possessing a system, the outcome was disappointingly bleak. Even if it could benefit a vegetable vendor, the system should demonstrate its value, shouldn't it? Lin Chen wasn't genuinely hungry. Could it be that my approach is flawed? If women don't work, perhaps I should. Lin Chen contemplated silently. Yet, just as this notion crossed his mind, he shook his head and discarded the terrifying thought. He had no interest in men. No, surely I possess some purpose. This system cannot merely exist for show. My method of engagement must be at fault. Perhaps I need to adopt a different approach to flirting. As Lin Chen pondered whether he should adopt a more audacious demeanor, a sudden phone call jolted him back to reality. Lin Chen, have you been harassing women on the street again? Are you unaware of your own appearance? It was the voice of Section Chief Su Lin. Upon hearing her stern reprimand, Lin Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Lin. Before he could elaborate, Su Lin forcefully interrupted him. Stop the excuses. Have you forgotten about tomorrow's mission? Get back here immediately, within 5 minutes, or you'll face my wrath. With that, she hung up the phone. Mission? Lin Chen paused, then recalled the tasks scheduled for tomorrow. As a member of the Fireline District 6 Operations Department, he was set to venture outside the city for the first time, to confront the zombies. Since his transmigration and subsequent enlistment as a rookie in the Operations Department, he had trained for a year. Typically, the training period for new recruits lasted at least a year and a half. But due to a sudden loss of contact from a lookout station outside Fireline District 6, the Human Alliance had dispatched their team for investigation. There was no choice. Soldiers were duty-bound to obey orders. The matter of his enchantment system could wait for another time. Lin Chen hurried back to the Operations Department, where his teammates were preparing for the next day. Upon his return, someone teased, "The Lecher has returned. Did you have any luck today?" Lin Chen's expression darkened, yet he was accustomed to such jests. After all, in his attempts to test the allure system, he frequently approached women on the street, which had become a public joke. However, despite his decent appearance, perhaps even handsome, his infamous reputation as a lecher deterred nearby girls from approaching him. "Ha ha ha, just look at how downcast you are. It's clear you failed." "Lin Chen, we're not trying to be harsh, but couldn't you lower your standard a bit? There are plenty of beautiful women out there. Surely you can find someone, even if they're not perfect." Indeed, there's a saying, if you can't get the beautiful, settle for the ugly. As their words washed over him, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. "Why all the commotion? Aren't you satisfied with your own training? Do you need me to step in?" Su Lin's thunderous voice instantly silenced the room. The team members paled, intimidated by her fierce reputation, particularly her strictness towards her subordinates. Who would dare provoke her? One by one, the team members resumed their tasks, wary of drawing her attention. Lin Chen, too, found himself wishing to slip away upon seeing her. Yet Su Lin's eagle-like gaze was fixed upon him, commanding, "Lin Chen, come to my office." Chapter 2. Captain, with her hair elegantly styled, occupied the office. Su Lin reclined languidly in a plush office chair, her figure exquisitely accentuated by the form-fitting leather attire, rendering Lin Chen momentarily spellbound. Although Su Lin had once participated in real combat and was a formidable figure on the battlefield, fiercely battling zombies, in Lin Chen's eyes, she remained, above all, a woman. The allure of the charm system proved futile, and Lin Chen lamented the missed opportunities to engage with Su Lin. Fortunately, Lin Chen was a bit of a loser. Despite the ineffectiveness of the system, his imagination remained unrestrained. Su Lin scrutinized Lin Chen with a somewhat stern gaze, and with a gentle puff, her unruly bangs parted gracefully. "Lin Chen, I have a question for you. How long have you been with our operations department?" Lin Chen pondered, stroking his chin. "About a year? And during this year, aside from your incessant flirtations with women, what else have you done?" Su Lin probed further. Lin Chen fell silent. It appeared that apart from his attempts to validate his charm system through charming interactions, he had accomplished little else. With the system in tow, he scarcely considered training. In fact, during training, his mind often wandered, and he would occasionally find himself uttering cheeky remarks to Su Lin. Naturally, such encounters ended poorly. After one particularly grueling session where Su Lin had him run 20 laps around the training ground, Lin Chen had ceased to entertain such thoughts altogether, though he had not entirely abandoned the idea. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Lin Chen's mind. Was his previous failure in flirting due to Su Lin and Appo's elevated standards? Now that his charm level was maxed out, could he still fail? "Su Ke, don't you think I seem a bit different today?" Lin Chen widened his eyes, repeatedly blinking at Su Lin. In truth, he wished to compliment her hairstyle, but felt it might be too forward to express. Su Lin narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of disdain flickering at the corners, yet Lin Chen remained oblivious. "Indeed, there is something slightly different," she conceded. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy and prepared to confess. However, Su Lin's subsequent words tightened his chest. "You've become more brazen, and you wish to flirt with me again. What did I say last time? If you make another lewd advance, I'll shoot you dead." With that, Su Lin casually retrieved a handgun from her drawer, slamming it onto the table. Witnessing this, Lin Chen's legs weakened, and he struggled to articulate a response. Hadn't he yet had the chance to serve his country on the battlefield? To be taken down so abruptly? This was unacceptable. He had yet to utilize his system. How could he meet such an end? "Su Ke, you've misunderstood my intentions. What I meant was..." Lin Chen hurriedly attempted to clarify, only for Su Lin to push the handgun across the table towards him. Stunned, Lin Chen looked on as a dreadful realization dawned upon him, his eyes brimming with tears as he pleaded, "Su Ke, I know I often vex you, but you can't leave me to my own devices. I can't bear it. My hands are trembling. Silence. This is for you. Su Lin retorted impatiently. Lin Chen was taken aback. For me? But Su Ku, aren't we in the ninth department, which doesn't fall under the standard combat sequence? According to regulations, only after a year and a half of training can we be issued firearms? At his inquiry, Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Well, I didn't expect you to be so well-versed in the rules. Embarrassed, Lin Chen scratched his head. Su Ku. It's just that I'm eager to complete my training and serve the country. He wasn't particularly adept at memorizing regulations. He simply recalled this one. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, firearms were a scarce resource, heavily depleted in the fight against zombies. The ninth department, which Lin Chen belonged to, was part of the ordinary combat sequence, and military regulations stipulated that only after a year and a half of training could they be equipped with basic firearms. As Lin Chen prepared to elaborate on his commitment, Su Lin raised her right hand. Stop. There is no need. No one is worth your sacrifice, not even me. This gun is not for you to use against enemies. By the end of her statement, Su Lin's expression had grown complex, as if she were holding back unspoken thoughts. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. If it's not for killing enemies, then what purpose does this gun serve? Su Lin pondered for a moment before her expression turned resolute, locking her gaze onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what do you believe is the most critical quality of a soldier? Certainly, it is faith. Lin Chen replied without hesitation. And what is your faith? To protect the weak, Lin Chen exclaimed. It was no surprise that everyone harbored dreams of heroism. Good. There are many ways to protect the weak. That reassures me, Su Lin sighed in relief. Continuing, this gun is meant for you to end your own life if you're infected by a zombie. I would rather not see you become a grotesque abomination. Nor would I want to be forced to end your life myself. Lin Chen was taken aback by her words. The gun was intended for him. As he stood in shock, Su Lin pressed on. Your lack of training this past year poses a threat to us on the battlefield. But rest assured, even if you falter in your resolve, I will act on your behalf. At that moment, Lin Chen's heart sank, and he could not help but ask, Su Ku, is tomorrow's mission very dangerous? Su Lin remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. The intelligence we received indicates that at one outpost, there is a configuration identical to our ninth department. One section chief, one deputy chief, and all 15 personnel have lost contact. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Chen and Appo's eyes widened in alarm as he murmured, annihilation. Ordinary zombies certainly could not dismantle such a force. There was only one possibility, a special infected entity. Such entities could only be combated by the superhuman army of the Human Alliance. The so-called superhuman army consisted of individuals with psychic powers exceeding 100. To awaken their abilities, one must possess psychic strength above 100. For instance, Su Lin, despite being the strongest in their ninth department, had only a psychic strength of 43, while Deputy Chief Yang Lai possessed 32. Lin Chen, with only 15, was marginally stronger than the average person. If the mission site involved a genuine special variant, it could spell doom for the entire department. The situation has been laid bare before you, and the operation has been set. There is no possibility of retreating at the last moment. Su Lin seemed accustomed to such missions. Of course, should you attempt to flee, I will shoot you without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine and hastily assured, Su Ku, you needn't worry. I promise to fight until the end. After all, upon joining the operations department, all combat sequence members had signed an agreement. Those who fled in battle faced severe penalties, execution without mercy. Seeing Lin Chen and Appo's earnest promise, Su Lin and Appo's gaze softened slightly. If there is nothing else, prepare yourself. Tomorrow's operation may not be as perilous as you imagine. Remember this. I hope more than anyone else that you all return alive. Chapter 3, Zombies Targeting the Weak. After exiting the office, Lin Chen made his way to the training ground designated for the lower ranks. This training facility, being the least prestigious, was filled with a variety of undead adversaries. The rationale behind the hierarchical arrangement of training grounds was straightforward. Each arena housed genuine opponents for combat practice. For these combatants, the only viable foes were the mindless zombies, captured by the superhumans of the Human Alliance and secured within the grounds by specially designed chains. These were utilized by the members of the combat regiment for marksmanship training. As the level of the training ground increased, so too did the caliber of the infected beings imprisoned within. Consequently, due to the heightened difficulty in capturing higher-tier special infected, access to these superior training grounds was restricted to individuals of corresponding rank, predominantly superhumans affiliated with the Human Alliance. Meanwhile, within the training facility, Lin Chen's teammates were playfully taunting a few ordinary zombies, bound tightly by robust chains. These creatures, grotesque and relentless, exerted all their strength in a futile attempt to break free from their restraints. Unfortunately for them, the chains were specially crafted, rendering them incapable of escape given their physical limitations. The shooting positions in the training ground were merely 20 meters away from the restrained zombies, whose limbs and necks were ensnared by shackles, providing multiple layers of security to prevent any untoward incidents during practice. Among the members of the 9th Division, Lin Chen was still relatively new. Despite having a year of practice under his belt, almost all of his colleagues had more experience than he did, although none had yet faced the brutal reality of combat against the merciless undead. Nevertheless, they had all surpassed the period in which they were forbidden from using live ammunition. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of 3 gunshots, the zombies in the distance were struck in the abdomen and legs. The creature and Apos' throat emitted a ghastly wail, filled with a desperate rage, as if it yearned to lunge forward and rend the humans before it to shreds. Heh. These zombies can only be killed by a shot to the brain. For our shooting practice, we can aim for various parts of their bodies. After all, they are precious training resources. If we kill them, we would have to trouble someone else to catch more, one of Lin Chen's teammates suggested. What a splendid idea. It allows us to practice our shooting while making the most of these zombies. They all laughed in agreement. However, Lin Chen chose not to engage in the practice with his teammates. Instead, he sat aside, examining the revolver that Su Lin had recently given him. The firearm appeared brand new, suggesting it was of high quality. Isn't this the personal sidearm of the section chief? Lin Chen, where did you acquire this gun? Please tell me you didn't steal it. I heard that the section chief treasures this weapon above all else. If it's stolen, you would do well to return it quickly. You wouldn't want to incur her wrath. The surrounding comrades, noticing Lin Chen and Apos' new gun, gathered around him. Humph, Lin Chen, you have quite the audacity to steal the section chief's weapon. A young man, not particularly tall but sporting a buzz cut, approached Lin Chen with indignation. Do you understand the significance of this gun to the section chief? Hand it over to me. I will return it to her. Unfazed, Lin Chen calmly loaded the revolver, then pretended to aim thoughtfully at the distant zombies. Chen Chang, this gun was given to me by Su Ku, since it was bestowed upon me. Why should I return it? Lin Chen had no qualms with the others, but Chen Chang was his rival. Their animosity stemmed from an incident when Chen Chang attempted to confess his feelings to Su Lin, only to be preempted by Lin Chen, who was testing his apocalyptic charm system at the time. Ever since, Chen Chang had harbored resentment towards Lin Chen, and the latter often faced subtle retaliation during training, which explained his lack of enthusiasm for rigorous practice. What? Suka gave this to you? How shameless. Lin Chen, you think you deserve it? Chen Chang scoffed, pointing towards the training ground and Apos' exit. Don't even think about it. Even if it was indeed given to you, do you really think you can wield it effectively? Zombies are nothing like stationary targets. Look over there. Those are zombies. Do you dare confront them directly? And why not? Lin Chen countered defiantly. It's just shooting at zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, he chambered around and aimed at the distant zombie. Despite the distance of around 20 meters, he was confident that with proper aim, he would not miss. He aimed for the creature's head, but the shot struck its hand instead, resulting in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. Lin Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had aimed for the head, but hit the hand instead. See, hitting limbs is no great feat. The real skill lies in striking hard-to-hit targets. He quickly reassured himself. His teammates, however, looked on in astonishment, with Chen Chang visibly irked. Was this a slap in his own face? Humph, it's just precision shooting. We all can do that. There is nothing to be proud of, Chen Chang retorted. In a real battlefield, zombies want to just stand there waiting for you to shoot. Who said I'm afraid? Lin Chen shot back, incensed. A man must not be labeled as cowardly. Come on then, open the chains binding those zombies. Let us see who gets scared first, Lin Chen declared through gritted teeth. Fine, Chen Chang responded without hesitation. The other teammates, relishing the spectacle, made way for the two. Li Wei, go unlock the chains. I want to see who is braver between you and our cowardly Lin Chen. A fellow named Li Wei promptly approached and operated the mechanism to release the chains. With a loud clank, the restraints fell away, and the zombies seemed to go berserk. Some, nursing gunshot wounds to their legs, crawled and rolled on the ground. Others lunged forward with surprising speed. To Lin Chen's alarm, despite both he and Chen Chang standing at the shooting positions, the zombies seemed to zero in on him, rushing towards him with maddening fervor. Lin Chen felt his legs weaken, his grip on the gun began to sweat, and his expression turned bizarre. Do these zombies sense my vulnerability? Why do they seem to be targeting me specifically? Chapter 4. The Antidote Serum. Has she fallen for me? Roar. The unshackled zombies, claws bared, surged forth with an astonishing velocity. Although he stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Chang, they charged directly towards him. Goodness! As the zombies approached within a mere 10 meters, Lin Chen's expression faltered in sheer panic. He had never anticipated that when faced with such advancing monstrosities, his legs would tremble with fear. In his previous life, he had often shrieked in terror while watching zombie-themed films. Yet, survival instinct compelled him to raise the gun in his hand. Bang! 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 A flurry of gunfire erupted, the bullets slicing through the air. But all that followed was a series of metallic clangs as the rounds left mere dents upon the metallic ground. Not a single shot hit its mark. At that moment, Lin Chen's heart brimmed with resentment towards the so-called charm demon system. Had it not been for this accursed system, he would have immersed himself fully in training, rather than become a hapless fool incapable of hitting a target. The zombies were swift, and several lunged at him, knocking Lin Chen to the ground. Get away. Stay back. Employing the simplest of tactics, he resorted to punches and kicks, attempting to fend them off, but alas, his strategy was far too naive. Just then, the sounds of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 as the zombies that had tackled Lin Chen were swiftly dispatched, their heads exploding. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen kicked the remaining zombies away, scrambling backward across the ground. Turning to look, he saw that it was Su Lin who had fired the shots. Lin Chen has been bitten by a zombie. Shoot him. Eliminate Lin Chen. Chen Chang suddenly shouted, raising his gun and aiming it at Lin Chen. In the nick of time, Su Lin lunged forward, snatching the gun from Chen Chang's grasp, while delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Ugh! Chen Chang clutched his stomach, writhing on the ground, while Su Lin paid him no heed, striding directly towards Lin Chen. Chief. At that moment, Yang Lai, the assistant chief who had been sitting nearby, could no longer remain silent. Lin Chen had already been bitten by a zombie. If left unattended, he would transform into one within 5 minutes. If you cannot bear to take action, I will. Shut up. Su Lin retorted without sparing him a glance. When she reached Lin Chen's side, he wore an expression of sheer terror, for Su Lin had previously told him that if he were bitten by a zombie, she would personally see him off. Perhaps due to the overwhelming fear, Lin Chen felt no physical pain, as if the zombies had merely tackled him without inflicting bites. Chief, Lin Chen began. But Su Lin acted swiftly, holstering her gun and drawing forth a syringe filled with a blue serum. With decisive force, she pressed Lin Chen's head down and plunged the syringe into the back of his neck. As the medicine coursed through his body, Lin Chen felt a refreshing coolness, devoid of any discomfort. Chief, Yang Lai exclaimed, astonished. That's the antidote serum. Only members of the action department at the division level and above are equipped with it. Our 9th division has only one, and you dare to use it on this waste? Lin Chen was immediately taken aback. So it was the antidote serum. In this apocalyptic world, one of the rarest commodities was not firearms, but rather the antidote capable of purging the zombie virus from one's body. If one were to be infected yet still retain their sanity, the antidote could cleanse the virus before complete transformation into a zombie. The entire 9th Division possessed but a single vial of the serum, now in Chief Su Lin's possession. Lin Chen had not expected that Su Lin would administer the serum before confirming whether he had indeed contracted the virus. Isn't the antidote serum meant for members of our 9th Division? Su Lin countered, casting a glance back. Yang Lai was momentarily speechless. Yet upon observing Lin Chen seated on the ground, he stubbornly insisted, but such a precious antidote should be reserved for those qualified within the department. No matter how you arrange it, it shouldn't fall to Lin Chen. Su Lin's ire began to rise, her gaze piercing into Yang Lai as she scolded. And what about you? Who is the deputy chief of our 9th Division? You were present the entire time. Why did you not intervene? Do you have any idea what dangers releasing zombies from their chains entails? Yang Lai found himself at a loss for words, redirecting his anger towards Chen Chang. If it weren't for his bet with Lin Chen, none of this would have transpired. Lin, this was all an accident. It's all Lin Chen's fault for betting with me and causing the zombies to be unshackled. It's entirely his doing, Chen Chang exclaimed, attempting to shift blame. His agitated demeanor resembled that of a victim. Nonsense, Su Lin rebuked, pointing towards the surveillance cameras in the corner of the training ground. I saw everything clearly on the monitors. Do you wish to continue your farce? Also, have I not warned you about the proper titles within the department? Su Lin's voice rose in intensity. Chen Chang gritted his teeth in fury, casting a resentful glare at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with a hint of jealousy. Yes, Chief. Su Lin surveyed the room, noting that no one dared to meet her gaze. Tomorrow we face battle. Yet today, such a calamity has unfolded. You have all thoroughly disappointed me. Do you not relish the thought of battling zombies? Very well. Tomorrow I shall observe who among you quakes at the sight of those zombies. Anyone who dares to retreat will be the first to pay with their life. After delivering her ultimatum, Su Lin turned her attention to Lin Chen. You too. Hurry and clean yourself up. The blood of those zombies may also expose you to the virus. This antidote serum is the only one we possess in the 9th Division. Understood. Lin Chen replied, scrambling to his feet. With the envious gazes of his fellow division members upon him, he hastily exited the training ground. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Chen promptly shed his clothes and took a shower. While bathing, he was astonished to discover that the zombies that had tackled him had inflicted no harm whatsoever. How could this be? Lin Chen had witnessed the prior promotional videos, where a single zombie would charge into a crowd, and people would scatter like sheep, utterly defenseless. Even a few fleeting seconds would suffice for them to spread the virus. Yet, having been overwhelmed by numerous zombies, Lin Chen found not a single scratch upon his body? Could it be that those attacking zombies were herbivores? Lin Chen felt a wave of relief at his narrow escape from death. What could you do to me besides drenching me in saliva? Nevertheless, it was a pity about the antidote serum. The 9th Division had only this one. And those in the Alliance were indeed quite stingy. As he bathed, Lin Chen reflected on the events that had transpired, particularly Su Lin, who had selflessly saved him at a critical moment, risking the sole antidote serum for his sake. Su Lin's stature and Lin Chen's eyes soared dramatically, leading him to ponder, could it be that my charm has indeed affected the chief? Has she fallen for me? Chapter 5, the 4th Safe Zone. The following morning at 8 o'clock sharp, the members of the 9th Division gathered at the training ground, ready to embark on an exploration mission. The mission briefing had been shared with you in advance, and I trust you are adequately prepared. Now, let us equip ourselves. Su Lin's expression was grave, her gaze complex as she scrutinized the group of agents before her. The day's operation promised to be fraught with peril, and it was uncertain how many would return alive. Indeed, the agents entered the armory reserved for the division, but alas, due to the 9th Division status, they could only access the basic armory. Within, they found merely the most rudimentary weapons, rifles, fragmentation grenades, and even hefty machetes. Adhering to their usual training regimen, they armed themselves before boarding the specially designed armored vehicle, ready to venture beyond the city limits to fulfill their mission. Usually, we only see these weapons in training manuals. Who would have thought we could actually handle them? One agent exclaimed. With these firearms, what have we to fear from zombies? I guarantee, one shot will take down a horde. Amidst this bravado, Su Lin selected her gear, and upon hearing the agent's fervent declarations, she could not suppress a disdainful chuckle, reflecting inwardly that these discarded items were merely remnants deemed unworthy by other divisions. Alas, if only they had access to more advanced weaponry. Dealing with zombies would be far simpler. Lin Chen, wandering through the basic armory, noted the variety of weapons, but found them somewhat intimidating, as he had yet to master their proper use. What if he mishandled one and caused an explosion? After much deliberation, his eyes fell upon a rusted, antiquated suit of armor. The dark, heavy armor bore faint traces of dried blood, remnants from humanity's initial resistance against the zombies. Wearing this armor would shield him from the viral contagion of the undead, though its weight was a significant drawback. This is quite a fascinating piece. Lin Chen grinned. No matter what weapons one possesses, when faced with an overwhelming tide of corpses, they often prove ineffective. But this armor is different. Even if a zombie were to tackle me, what could they do? Could they possibly gnaw through the armor? Thus, an absurd scene unfolded. While the others were laden with firearms and ammunition, Lin Chen stood alone, clad in the cumbersome armor. As he approached, Su Lin regarded him with a peculiar expression, but merely let out a soft huff without further comment. Lin Chen, just how afraid of death are you? Doesn't wearing that heavy armor make you hot? One agent teased. After all, considering you nearly turned into a zombie yesterday, surely you don't need to go to such lengths today? Humph. Chen Chang sneered. If you're that scared, why not just request to withdraw from the mission altogether? You're embarrassing the 9th Division. Behind the visor of his armor, Lin Chen curled his lips in disdain, confident that when they truly encountered the zombies, they would understand the wisdom of his choice. Silence. Su Lin's voice rang out sharply. The agents immediately ceased their chatter, averting their gazes and refraining from meeting her eyes. I will tell you this. Today's mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Everyone, stay focused. Get in the vehicle. At Su Lin's command, the agents of the 9th Division climbed aboard the armored vehicle. The vehicle, equipped with specialized glass, allowed them to observe the outside world from the rear compartment. Chen Chang, skilled at driving, took the wheel, while Su Lin and Yang Lai settled into the back seat to discuss mission logistics. Our destination is the 4th safe zone, Su Lin indicated on the flattened map. Alas, is even the 4th safe zone no longer safe? An agent lamented. I recall there being 6 layers of safe zones established. Now the 4th is showing signs of collapse. The expressions of the agents turned grim. Lin Chen too bore a serious demeanor, though concealed behind his armor. The survivor city of E had been established by the Human Alliance, which dispatched advanced teams to create 6 safe zones beyond its borders. Layer upon layer, these zones interwove, each guarded by teams from the Action Division. Yet, after years of rampant zombie incursions, the 6th safe zone had fallen, the 5th was in a state of recovery. And now the 4th was threatened. Do not lose hope. We still have the central ability tower. Su Lin encouraged her comrades. If the 4th safe zone faces a crisis, the individuals within the ability tower will surely not sit idly by. Upon mention of the ability tower, the agent's eyes glimmered with renewed hope. Though few in number, the ability users possessed formidable strength, often surpassing the collective might of the entire 9th Division. If they intervened, the external threats could likely be subdued with ease. Yet, amidst the optimism, Yang Lai wore a scornful smirk, deriding Su Lin's words. If those ability users were as formidable as claimed, there would be no need for ordinary agents to venture forth in exploration. Soon, the armored vehicle exited the confines of Survivor City E, and a palpable tension enveloped the group. As they departed the plasma defense shield, the agents peered outside. We're really out. I've never been outside before. So this is what it looks like. One exclaimed, marveling at the sight of expansive forests, reminiscent of illustrations in books. Such verdant landscapes were a stark contrast to the solitary saplings that adorned the streets of East City. Su Lin, finding their exuberance distracting, focused intently on the vehicle's position on her screen. She turned to Chen Chong, instructing, slow down, activate the armored noise reduction. We must not attract any nearby zombies. Our objective is merely to ascertain the situation at the 4th safe zone exploration post. Understood. Chen Chong replied as the vehicle traversed the desolate road. The occasional sight of wandering zombies capturing their attention. The zombies, intrigued by the armored vehicle, began to pursue it. However, even at a reduced speed, the vehicle and Oppo's pace was far beyond their reach. Upon entering the 4th safe zone, more zombies appeared sporadically, confirming the impending invasion of the undead. This is infuriating. One day, I shall eradicate these filthy creatures, Su Lin declared, her gaze fixed on the map. All right, once we crest that hill, we shall reach the outpost of the 4th safe zone exploration team. Let us investigate what has transpired there. With that, Chen Chong pressed the accelerator, the engine rumbling deeply as they ascended the small slope. Once the armored vehicle came to a halt, the agents had yet to comprehend the unfolding situation when Chen Chong suddenly gasped. What is this? Yang Lai sprang up, peering through the thick, slightly opaque glass of the armored vehicle, and the scene before them unfolded like a nightmare. His pupils constricted, as though a tempest had surged across a once tranquil lake. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, silently soaking his collar. Although he had been on the battlefield before, the scene before him rendered his knees weak. Had he been standing closer, he would have likely collapsed to the ground. What is happening here? Quickly, retreat. Chapter 6, Betrayal Zombies. Oh heavens! The mountains are teeming with them. A staff member pressed against the glass window in sheer terror, his heart racing as the horrifying scene before him rendered his blood icy. His legs felt as though sapped of strength by an unseen force, leaving him weak and pale as paper, devoid of any color. He stared in disbelief at the mountain outside, where zombies gathered like a relentless tide, packed so tightly that not a sliver of space could be found. Their expressions were vacant, their eyes hollow, as if they were puppets controlled by some mysterious force, standing in unnerving unison to create a chilling tableau. Should they make even the slightest sound, there would be no doubt that they would become the targets of this horde. Even Su Lin, a veteran of the battlefield, gasped in horror at the sight. No wonder her colleagues at the exploration post had not responded. There were easily thousands of zombies lingering around this outpost. Those colleagues had likely become part of the horde. What is that? One person pointed ahead, drawing the gaze of the group. At the center of the thousands of zombies, there appeared to be a distinct infected entity. She possessed a lithe, youthful figure, completely exposed to the elements. Her body adorned with greenish scales from her chest downwards, and a serpent-like tail trailing behind her. Though she bore a human-like form, her visage exuded an alluring malevolence, with icy eyes that belonged to a cold-blooded creature. Meeting her gaze alone sent shivers down one's spine. An F-class special infected entity, the serpent woman, Su Lin muttered, her expression frozen in shock. A device resembling glasses rested over her right eye, capable of scanning and identifying infected entities within 100 meters. After years of combat against zombies, humanity, and Oppo's database had accumulated extensive information on various infected entities. Furthermore, these reconnaissance glasses were specially crafted by the ability tower, able to detect the levels of infected entities, though their low grade limited them to identifying only up to E-class threats. A special infected entity. It truly is a special infected entity. No wonder the exploration post and Oppo's team was completely wiped out. They were attacked by an F-class special infected entity. We stand no chance against her. We must flee. Panic spread among her teammates as they feared drawing the attention of the distant serpent woman. How could a special infected entity infiltrate the fourth safety zone? This is a grave matter. We must report this to the Alliance immediately. Su Lin decisively declared that they must return to Survivor City E at once, for the events unfolding here exceeded their capacity to handle. Only the powers of the ability tower could quell the chaos in this place. What of the F-class serpent woman? Before a fellow F-class ability user, she would find herself facing inevitable demise. Shin Chang, in charge of driving, swiftly maneuvered the armored vehicle to turn back, but as he started the engine, it remained unresponsive. Did you not hear the order to retreat? What are you stalling for? Yang Lai exclaimed in urgency as the vehicle failed to start. With the horde of zombies looming, even the armored vehicle's protection would be of no use. If each attack from the zombies counted as one, the vehicle could withstand only 1,000 assaults. The number of zombies before them far exceeded that limit. Not to mention, there was the F-class serpent woman. Her attacking power was dozens of times greater than that of ordinary zombies. The vehicle seems to be malfunctioning. Shin Chang's expression turned frantic as he fiddled with the dashboard. But all they heard was a low, buzzing sound from the armored vehicle, with no sign of movement. It's too heavy. Though the vehicle was filled with fuel upon arrival, they had consumed some along the way. To activate the engine silently and leave undetected, they needed to reduce their load. Shin Chang said anxiously. With the overwhelming number of zombies, departing quietly was essential. However, insufficient fuel would prevent the armored vehicle from starting silently and posed a risk of being discovered. Reduce the load. Throw out anything unnecessary. Su Lin reacted quickly, formulating a solution. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Lin Chen. When it came to weight, Lin Chen's heavy armor alone must weigh at least a couple hundred pounds. It's all your fault. Why did you insist on wearing that armor? The fuel has depleted so quickly because of you. Yang Lai shouted in frustration. Enough. Su Lin frowned, then turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you must discard your armor. But remember, do it quietly. Do not alert those zombies. At this point, Lin Chen had no choice but to comply. Inside the armored vehicle, he removed his armor. And then Shin Chang operated the vehicle to open a portal. Remember, take it slow. Do not let those zombies hear us. Su Lin continued to remind him. Lin Chen nodded and cautiously exited the vehicle, cradling the scattered pieces of armor. He managed to toss the armor into the nearby bushes quietly, ensuring no sound was made. Done. Come back. Su Lin sighed in relief. Not yet. Shin Chang suddenly interjected, pointing at the dashboard. Captain, our current load is just right. If Lin Chen gets back on, we still want and amp. Oppo's to be able to start. Su Lin and amp. Oppo's pupils narrowed, and she resolutely declared, no, we must reduce other loads. Let Lin Chen back in. Captain, we only have our weapons left. Yang Lai urged anxiously. If we discard our weapons and encounter a horde of zombies on our way, we will still be in peril. Why don't we let Lin Chen walk back and give him a map? Though the suggestion was made, everyone knew that walking back to the fourth safety zone was a death sentence, with zombies lurking along the way. No. Su Lin firmly rejected. She began to survey the interior of the armored vehicle, searching for anything else that could be discarded. At that moment, Yang Lai and amp. Oppo's expression darkened, and in a swift motion, he struck Su Lin at the base of her neck. She let out a muffled gasp and collapsed unconscious. He grasped her body tightly while glaring at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, here is a map. You will walk back. You are not allowed to get back on the vehicle. Our fuel shortage is all you're doing. You must take responsibility. Lin Chen glared back at Yang Lai, his anger boiling over. Nonsense. You think tossing aside a few weapons will solve this? You want me to get out? Yang Lai, you are just seeking personal revenge. Yang Lai sneered, casting a glance at the others beside him, and asked, do you think Lin Chen should make us discard our weapons, or should we let him walk back? The others exchanged glances, none daring to meet Lin Chen and Oppo's gaze. The implication clear. See? The minority must yield to the majority. Just obediently walk back. Yang Lai chuckled coldly, then turned back. Chen Chang, Prepare to drive off. Though Chun Chong hesitated, the thought of Lin Chen being the one left behind eased his guilt somewhat. At that moment, Lin Chen and Appos' fury ignited, and he dashed back to the bushes, retrieving the heavy helmet. Young Lai, to hell with you. Do you want me dead? Not a single one of you will escape. With that, Lin Chen raised the helmet high and smashed it against the surface of the armored vehicle with a resounding thud. A sudden, deafening noise instantaneously attracted the horde of zombies in the distance. Yang Lai's pupils constricted, cold sweat streaming down his face, as the gaze of the serpent woman also swiftly turned towards this direction. Damn it, you lunatic, you madman. Yang Lai stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Chen's abdomen, then turned around and shouted, "Hurry, drive. What are you waiting for? If we don't flee soon, we shall perish here." Chapter 7. The serpent woman still possesses an undeniable charm. The roar of the engine pierced the tranquil atmosphere, but at this moment, the priority was to escape, rendering the engine's silence feature irrelevant. Lin Chen's body fell heavily onto the unforgiving ground, producing a dull thud. He glared at Yang Lai with eyes that seemed to blaze with fury, cursing, "Yang Lai, you scoundrel, even if I become a zombie, I will not spare you." No sooner had his words left his mouth than several zombies approached Lin Chen, only to be swiftly knocked aside by an armored vehicle, which then turned to make its escape. Yet, the encroaching horde of zombies had already surrounded Lin Chen completely. The serpent woman stood out among the throng, advancing toward him with remarkable speed. Her eyes sparkled with a fervent madness, causing Lin Chen's heart to sink. With the sheer number of ordinary zombies closing in, being targeted by this serpent woman alone spelled certain doom. As she drew nearer, Lin Chen could discern her alluring features with clarity. For reasons unknown, a flurry of chaotic thoughts invaded his mind. This serpent woman does exude a certain allure. If she were to end my life, perhaps I wouldn't suffer too great a loss. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the tide of zombies overwhelmed him, and the serpent woman, moving even faster, pressed her cold, scaled body against him. Yang Lai's laughter erupted from within the armored vehicle, echoing around them. "Lin Chen, do you truly believe you can bring us harm? How utterly foolish." His voice dripped with sarcasm and mockery. Lin Chen struggled desperately amidst the zombies, hearing Yang Lai and his companions' derisive laughter. Yet he felt powerless against their jeers. The relentless throng of zombies heightened his fear, as he felt an oppressive weight upon him, his heart racing like a drum. In that moment, Lin Chen and Appos' mind buzzed. A distinctly feminine mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness. "Ding! Congratulations, host, the Apocalypse Siren system has been fully activated." Before Lin Chen's eyes, a data card filled with futuristic technology appeared. "Host, Lin Chen. Charm level, 100,000, maximum, strength, 15 agility, 17 stamina, 12 mental power, 15 ordinary infected followers, 2374. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. Ordinary infected followers? Goodness. So, my system is tailored to that horde of zombie infected? No wonder it's called the Apocalypse Siren system. This is unequivocally a miraculous tool for the apocalypse. System, why didn't you inform me sooner? Do you have any idea how I've endured this past year?" At that moment, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming urge to cry out to the heavens in frustration. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully tamed the F-level special infected serpent woman. Reward, mental power 50. He soon realized that his mental power had surged from 15 to 65. With this enhancement, an inexplicable strength surged from the depths of his soul, washing away his fear and fatigue like a gentle spring breeze. He opened his eyes, and everything around him appeared significantly brighter. The oppressive gloom that had weighed on his heart seemed to be split apart by a beam of golden light, revealing a long-lost clarity. The F-level special infected serpent woman, who had just lunged at him, now lay quietly upon his chest. Her eyes, once filled with madness and bloodlust, now shimmered with a glimmer of reverence. Remarkably, a faint glow seemed to dance upon her delicate skin, setting her apart from the ordinary zombies. The zombies surrounding him appeared to maintain a respectful distance, seemingly intimidated by the serpent woman's presence. Yet, they did not retreat. Instead, they gazed at him with admiration, akin to the way he had once revered leading stars in films. Adoration, longing. They bore no intention of harm. Instead, they seemed to shield him, displaying an unprecedented friendliness that defied human fears. Lin Chen touched his face, a smile spreading across his features. "It must be my face that captivates them." Although the zombies around him were not a sight to behold, The only exception was the serpent woman. Could you possibly get off me? Lin Chen glanced awkwardly at the serpent woman, who had nearly coiled herself around him with her tail when he awakened the system. Now, as she slightly lifted herself, Lin Chen felt her weight pressing down. The serpent woman, once fierce, now gazed at him with a hint of shyness in her cold, serpentine eyes. She lowered her eyelids slightly, her cheeks flushing with a delicate pink, reminiscent of dawn's first light on fresh snow, both wild and beautiful. The corners of her mouth curled into a subtle, enchanting smile, as if revealing her unique allure to Lin Chen, caught in a moment of dazed silence. Lin Chen felt a nervous gulp rise in his throat. Observing her closely, he noted that aside from certain serpentine features, she possessed the undeniable grace of a star. Her cascading hair, a deep shade of emerald green, shimmered with a lustrous sheen. Her eyes, vibrant and deep, mirrored a pair of emerald serpent pupils. Her skin displayed an exquisite pale hue, smooth and delicate. Tall and well-proportioned, her figure embodied both femininity and the agile strength of a serpent. However, she seemed unable to comprehend Lin Chen's words, her bright eyes tilting in confusion as she regarded him. With no other option, Lin Chen took matters into his own hands. He reached out and gently pried the serpent woman and Apos' tail from around him, sighing in relief as he stood up. Standing opposite each other, Lin Chen and the serpent woman were nearly of equal height. In the presence of other zombies, she resembled a queen. Yet now she exhibited the bashfulness of a young girl. Lin Chen scratched his head, breaking the awkward silence. Can you understand me? As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. The serpent woman initially displayed a puzzled expression, but upon observing his movements, she hesitantly nodded. It appeared she could comprehend his words, though not quite grasp their meaning yet. Moreover, she could not speak. Gathering his courage, Lin Chen gazed intently at the serpent woman and asked, "So do you like me?" Upon hearing this, the serpent woman immediately nodded, without a hint of hesitation. Her emerald serpent pupils sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Gazing at Lin Chen as if filled with an indescribable adoration, radiating endless respect for him. Lin Chen and Apos' smile broadened, his joy intensifying. With a charm level of 100,000, he mused that no one in the realm of zombies could possibly resist his allure. In that moment, Lin Chen was a deity in the eyes of these zombies. Glancing at the time, Lin Chen and Apos' gaze quickly shifted towards the direction from which the armored vehicle had fled. With limited fuel, they won't escape for long. Serpent woman, follow me. It is time to settle the score. Chapter 8. The transaction. The howling winds swept through the desolate landscape, dust swirling in the air. Chen Chong struggled to maneuver the heavy armored vehicle, carrying his comrades as they traversed the treacherous fourth safe zone. Due to the excessive fuel depletion earlier, they had to reduce their speed to ensure a safe return to City E. Fortunately, they were nearing the vicinity of the third safe zone. Outside the window lay an endless expanse of ruins and dilapidated buildings, with the occasional sighting of wandering zombies, all of which they had left far behind. Haha. We are finally safe, exclaimed a burly teammate, gazing excitedly at Yang Lai. Thanks to the wise decision of our deputy section chief, we abandoned that burden and managed to escape here. Indeed, that Lin Chen was nothing but a deadweight, another lanky teammate chimed in. A hint of disdain etched on his face. He couldn't contribute anything. He only dragged us down. Shin Chong, seated in the driver's seat, remained detached from their banner. Although a smile of relief crossed his face, a heaviness weighed on his heart. Just moments ago, after Lin Chen had discarded his armor, even if he had reboarded the vehicle, the remaining fuel would have sufficed for their safe return. His actions had merely been out of spite. Enough of him. Yang Lai interrupted the chatter, jesting. He stayed behind for our safe retreat. Now that he is gone, there is no need to dwell on him. A mere ordinary staff member of the operations division, even if he perished out there, the human alliance would hardly pursue it. Such occurrences were far too common. All right. Lin Chen sacrificed himself for our safety. How could we speak ill of him? A teammate suddenly grasped the sentiment, smiling brightly. Haha. Exactly. Another teammate joined in, chuckling. Now that we are safe, let us not waste any more energy on that fellow. He has gone, after all. At that moment, Chen Chong turned around, his expression hesitant. Deputy Section Chief, it seems the vehicle's fuel tank struck a tree trunk during our hasty escape. We lost a significant amount. What? Yang Lai's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him incredulously. Are you joking? With a bitter smile, Chen Chong gestured towards the dashboard, where the fuel gauge indicated a steady decline. Deputy Section Chief, look, we were in such a rush leaving the outpost that we hit a tree trunk. Out of all places, it had to be the fuel tank. Yang Lai furrowed his brow, then picked up the map to examine it. They were still quite a distance from City E, and walking back posed the danger of encountering wandering zombies. Fortunately, he spotted a nearby outpost. To here. The 3-11 outpost is only 3 kilometers away. Yang Lai pointed at the map. We can repair the armored vehicle there before returning to City E to report. This was indeed the most suitable solution. After all, each outpost was equipped with a plasma shield capable of withstanding some zombie assaults. The fallen outpost had merely succumbed to an attack from a Class F special infected. The location of the outpost was not far. Within mere minutes, they arrived. The guards patrolling inside the shield were taken aback by the sight of the approaching armored vehicle and promptly reported to the outpost commander. The 3-11 outpost personnel were all former staff members of the operations division, equipped similarly to the 9th section. Upon receiving the news, both the commander and the deputy commander emerged from the building. As the group disembarked in front of the shield, Yang Lai carried Su Lin on his shoulder, flanked by the rest of the team as they negotiated with the two inside. After a brief overview of the mission, the deputy commander was taken aback, realizing that there were traces of Class F special infected in the 4th safe zone. This is serious. I'll report this to headquarters immediately. The deputy commander turned to head back for the communication equipment, but was halted by the commander beside him. This commander, clad in loose attire with a notably bald head, appeared rather greedy as he eyed Su Lin. Hey, wait a moment. It's been a long time since I've seen a woman. Since one has conveniently come to us, why not enjoy the moment? At this remark, Yang Lai and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted dramatically. Su Lin was their section chief. What the hell do you mean? Chen Chang couldn't contain himself, for Su Lin was his idol. Had it not been for the protective shield, he might have charged in to deliver a slap. What do I mean? The literal meaning. The commander grinned. You lot didn't bring any devices to communicate with City E, did you? Which means, if zombies were to attack now and the armored vehicle runs out of fuel, you will all perish out there. As he spoke, the commander casually pulled out a radar-like device from his pocket. Yang Lai's expression grew increasingly grim, his face pale as he gritted his teeth. You dare? As an exploratory outpost, they had a long-standing duty to clear zombies in the vicinity. It was impractical to send personnel out each time, which posed great risks. Thus, the Human Alliance had invented an audio radar that emitted frequencies only perceptible to zombies, with a range of 5 kilometers. If activated, zombies within that radius would be drawn towards them. It had been exactly a month since the last clearing at the 3-11 outpost. The number of wandering zombies within a 5-kilometer radius would undoubtedly be considerable. Now the initiative is in my hands. Do you think I wouldn't dare? The bald commander laughed shamelessly, his lust ignited by Su Lin's enchanting figure. Deputy Section Chief, we should leave. We can go to another outpost. The remaining fuel is still sufficient. Chen Chang insisted vehemently. Yet, Yang Lai and Oppo's gaze remained fixated on the radar in the commander and Oppo's hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Lai nodded heavily, addressing the bald commander. Fine. But upon completion, you must ensure the area is cleared. After the commander had his fill, Su Lin's life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Otherwise, she could report this incident to the Human Alliance. Though Yang Lai could turn against Lin Chen, he did not wish to take Su Lin's life. Agreed. The bald commander replied with a beaming smile. This cannot be. Chen Chang exclaimed in shock. She is our section chief. How can we hand her over like this? Silence. Yang Lai interrupted, his voice firm. What is more important, survival or the section chief? Once she is gone, I will be the new chief of the 9th section. Yang Lai and Amp, Oppo's voice rose in anger. Today's events are not to be spoken of. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. The bald commander wore a smug grin, his gaze landing on Chen Chang. Kid, I see you have an interest in that woman too. How about after I'm done? You get your turn? How dare you speak such nonsense? Chen Chang yelled in fury, his feelings for Su Lin were sincere. In a sudden burst of anger, he drew his gun and fired at the bald commander. Zing. With the plasma shield in place, ordinary bullets could not penetrate. Damn. Do you want to die? The commander bellowed. Then I'll grant you your wish. Fearing the situation would escalate, Yang Lai drew his handgun without hesitation, quickly pulling the trigger. Bang. A deafening gunshot reverberated through the air, with the bullet expertly piercing the atmosphere, aimed squarely at Chen Chang and Amp, Oppo's forehead. Without a single cry escaping his lips, Chen Chang and Amp, Oppo's body became as rigid as a sculpted figure, abruptly frozen in place. A gaping, horrifying wound began to widen at his brow, blood trickling down his face, staining it crimson. Only Chen Chang's lifeless form and a pool of blood remained on the ground. Now that no one stands in our way, let us lower the protective barrier and proceed, Yang Lai declared in a grave tone. The bald station chief, taken aback by his audacity, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. I do admire your spirit. Quickly, allow them entry. Yet, before his words could fully dissipate, a piercing, chilling laughter echoed from afar, akin to a cold wind sweeping through a silent valley, sending shivers down one's spine. Humph. So this is your true character. The voice dripped with scorn and disdain, as if it could see directly into one's soul. If you were to become the section chief, the members of the 9th section would surely meet a tragic end. Chapter 9. Annihilation. At the distant edge of the ruins, a figure suddenly emerged. Following the sound, it was none other than Lin Chen. Behind him trailed a dense horde of zombies, shuffling forward with heavy steps, their guttural growls echoing beneath the scorching sun. What was even more chilling was the presence of a captivating F-class special infected snake woman who accompanied Lin Chen. Her arrival sent waves of terror through the already panicked crowd. Lin Chen, you're still alive, Yang Lai exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Lin Chen being overwhelmed by zombies. He should have been assimilated by them. How could he possibly stand unharmed amidst the undead? Even his garments were intact. The bald station chief and Amp, Appo's pupils contracted as he quickly turned to command the deputy chief. Hurry, open the plasma barrier and let them in. Faced with such a formidable number of zombies, their only course of action was to hold their ground at the watchtower. Every individual's strength was crucial. Unless the human alliance dispatched a supernatural being, that singular F-class snake woman was beyond their capacity to handle. In fact, even their plasma shield might not deter her. Huh? Are you disappointed to see me alive? Lin Chen sneered, his expression darkening. Upon seeing Yang Lai, he felt an overwhelming urge to flay him alive. Had it not been for his alluring demon system, he might have become one of those zombies. Under the deputy chief and Amp, Appo's direction, a portal in the plasma barrier was opened, and Yang Lai and the others, armed and equipped, hurriedly rushed inside. As the last person entered, the plasma barrier sealed tightly behind them. Lin Chen, you must have been infected and turned into a zombie by now. Isn't it all just your obsession? Yang Lai retorted, emboldened by his temporary shelter. Humph. If you're not afraid of death, come over. I'll gladly end your pitiful life with a single shot. However, Lin Chen merely chuckled derisively, grinning as he replied. I fear death. Why would I go over there? His words left Yang Lai and his companions momentarily stunned, their faces displaying a mix of confusion and disbelief. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chen struck the head of a nearby zombie. Though I may fear death, they do not. Charge. Instantly, he commanded the zombies around him, their emotions igniting with fervor as if it were a great honor to devote themselves to Lin Chen. Suddenly, from all directions surrounding the 3-11 watchtower, thousands of zombies surged forth like a relentless tide. Within moments, they filled the surrounding area, their scarlet eyes and grotesque visages encircling the entire outpost. It all transpired in the blink of an eye. The zombies emitted low, piercing roars, their voices reverberating in all directions as they clawed at the plasma barrier. Each impact resonated with the harsh sound of metal grinding against metal. Inside the watchtower, the heartbeats of the team members synchronized with the zombies' growls, their faces painted with fear and despair. Yang Lai gripped his weapon tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He peered through the gaps in the plasma barrier at the impenetrable horde outside, a chilling sensation rising within him. Damn it! If that plasma barrier shatters, you all better fight to the death, the bald station chief bellowed. Simultaneously, the members of the 3-11 watchtower began executing their emergency plans, hastily erecting defensive structures. Though constructed in haste, these defenses were evidently insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the zombie horde. A sharp crack resounded as the plasma barrier shattered like glass, revealing the surging tide of zombies beyond. The undead roared, baring their claws and fangs, their eyes gleaming with insatiable hunger and madness, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. What? The bald station chief gasped, astonished that the plasma barrier had been breached so swiftly. Keep fighting. He raised his machine gun, aiming at the swarm of zombies. Although the firepower was fierce, it was as if a single drop in the ocean, quickly engulfed by the overwhelming mass of the undead. Perhaps a few zombies fell to the fire, but in the grand scheme of the horde, it was negligible. Despite their fear, The 3 to 11 Watchtower team members understood there was no retreat. They must engage in a desperate battle against the zombies. Yang Lai tightened his grip on his rifle, each pull of the trigger claiming a zombie's life. Yet his ammunition dwindled rapidly, while the zombies seemed endless. "Oh, you beasts. Die!" he roared, even contemplating using his rifle to end Lin Chen's life. But between him and Lin Chen stood countless zombies as shields. The battlefield transformed into a gruesome tableau of blood and fear. The roars of zombies, the screams of the team members, and the gunfire intertwined, as if to rend the very fabric of reality. However, before the overwhelming numbers of zombies, humanity's resistance appeared feeble and futile. Finally, under the relentless assault of the zombie horde, the defenses of the 3 to 11 Watchtower were utterly obliterated, and team members fell one by one, their lives extinguished beneath the claws and fangs of the undead. Yang Lai expended his last ounce of strength to fell a nearby zombie, but he too succumbed to grievous wounds, blood staining his attire. At that moment, a lithe figure emerged onto the battlefield, Snake Woman. She surveyed the bloody scene, her gaze locking onto Su Lin. Swiftly, she scooped up the fallen Su Lin and returned to Lin Chen's side. "Protect her," Lin Chen instructed. His eyes filled with complexity as he looked at Su Lin. Among them, he wished for her survival, for she had stood up for him after Yang Lai's treachery, even providing him with the only antidote he possessed. Lin Chen harbored a unique sentiment for Su Lin, though Snake Woman did not comprehend. She nonetheless shielded Su Lin behind her. Lin Chen then traversed through the horde of zombies, which parted instinctively to clear a path for him. All other team members had perished, their remains devoured by the ravenous undead, leaving no chance of them becoming zombies themselves. At last, Lin Chen arrived before Yang Lai. "Lin Chen, please, spare me. I promise not to speak of today's events. I've already dealt with Chen Chang for you, and the section chief. She belongs to you. No one will contest you for her." Yang Lai pleaded, collapsing to his knees before Lin Chen. He was bewildered as to why these zombies obeyed Lin Chen's commands, but he understood one thing: if Lin Chen nodded, he would survive. In response, Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at him and coldly replied, "When you refused to let me on the vehicle earlier, did you ever consider this moment? It's too late." As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Lai's gaze hardened. In a swift motion, he drew the pistol from his thigh, aiming it at Lin Chen. "Damn it. Then let us die together." Yet, at that instant, the zombies beside him lunged forward, using their bodies to shield the gun and Oppo's muzzle. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck the zombie, merely causing a spray of blood mist, failing to harm Lin Chen behind. At this moment, Yang Lai was utterly consumed by despair. This is impossible. How can you command the undead? The events unfolding before him shattered Yang Lai and Oppo's worldview. How could a living person like Lin Chen possess the ability to command zombies? However, Lin Chen did not afford him the luxury of further contemplation. Drawing the handgun that Su Lin had previously given him, he aimed it at Yang Lai and Oppo's head. Bang. Chapter 10. A call for help from the abilities users. The gun in Lin Chen and Oppo's hand still emitted faint wisps of blue smoke, its muzzle directed towards the lifeless form of Yang Lai, who lay quietly on the ground. A bullet had pierced his skull, and a gruesome mix of blood and brain matter oozed out, staining the earth crimson. The surrounding zombies began to converge, encircling Yang Lai's body. These mindless creatures seemed to possess an instinctual craving for death and bloodshed. Their eyes gleamed with a gluttonous hunger. Fixated on the spreading pool of blood, drool grotesquely pooling at the corners of their mouths. Lin Chen frowned. The air thick with the pungent scent of blood and the distinctive stench of decay emanating from the zombies, the two odors intertwining in a nauseating symphony. He turned to the nearest zombie and commanded, "Clean this up." The zombies immediately lunged forward to dispose of the aftermath. Afterward, Lin Chen entered the room of Outpost 3 to 11, which housed a communication device linked to the Human Alliance. Upon seeing the intricate maze of wires, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Phew, thankfully. They had and Oppo's transmitted any messages back. Otherwise, I would be left without a home. Although Lin Chen had garnered fervent adoration from the zombies, he was still a living human and needed to return to the human settlement. Venturing into the perilous zones inhabited by zombies posed risks beyond mere survival. Prolonged exposure could very well affect his own state of being. On the table, Lin Chen spotted a familiar blue syringe, still sealed, an antidote serum. The configuration at Outpost 3 to 11 was similar to that of their operational department, Division 9, thus a spare antidote was also present. Elated, he stowed it away, intending to give it to Su Lin as a token of gratitude for her previous care. Within the room, aside from the antidote, there was nothing else of use. Lin Chen stepped outside and instructed the zombies to obliterate the area. After all, the assault here was shrouded in mystery. And the human alliance was not devoid of powerful individuals. Should they uncover any remnants at the outpost, it might pose a threat to Lin Chen. He possessed the unique ability to control zombies, and if the human alliance discovered this, they might very well capture him for research. Lin Chen was determined to keep his special ability a secret. After addressing the aftermath at Outpost 3-11, he proceeded to check on Su Lin's condition. Discovering that she had merely fainted and was otherwise unharmed, this brought him a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Su Lin would have been subjected to the whims of those creatures. In such circumstances, the bald station chief was nothing more than a beast driven by base instincts. His demise was of no consequence. Lin Chen felt no guilt towards them. Carrying Su Lin, Lin Chen made his way to a refreshing stream, carefully laying her down on the ground while instructing the other zombies to maintain their distance. A shaft of dappled sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a warm glow upon the damp earth. The air was infused with the invigorating scent of soil and greenery, punctuated by the occasional chirp of birds, lending a touch of vitality to this post-apocalyptic world. After a while, Su Lin slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was still somewhat blurred, as if veiled by a thin mist. She felt lightheaded, her body languid, akin to awakening from a protracted slumber. As she adjusted to the soft light, a familiar figure came into focus. It was Lin Chen, quietly seated against a sturdy tree, his eyes gently closed. Lin Chen. Upon seeing him, a wave of shock surged through Su Lin. How could he be here? Wasn't he left behind in the armored vehicle, instructed to walk back to Yi City? How had he managed to survive the onslaught of zombies? In Su Lin's mind, Lin Chen's solitary return to Yi City was a path to certain doom. You're awake, Lin Chen said, opening his eyes and grinning at her. What is going on? Where are we? You're still alive. Su Lin's questions tumbled out in rapid succession. Having anticipated her inquiries, Lin Chen composed himself and replied earnestly, Su Ku. While exploring the outpost, Yang Lai kicked me down the slope. Fortunately, it wasn't an outpost, a steep drop, and I regained consciousness shortly after. I went in search of you and discovered that Deputy Section Chief Yang Lai and the others were under attack by zombies. In a critical moment, Deputy Section Chief Yang decided to hold the rear, allowing me to escape with you. Su Lin was taken aback by Lin Chen and Appo's account. Yang Lai. He willingly chose to sacrifice himself just so Lin Chen could flee? This was unimaginable. Even if Lin Chen was unfamiliar with Yang Lai, she, as the section chief, knew him well enough. He was not the type to selflessly lay down his life. Yet, if everything Lin Chen said was true, there seemed to be no other explanation. Slowly rising to her feet, her legs still shaky, she asked, where are the others? What is our current location? Lin Chen's eyes darted around before he responded. Deputy Section Chief Yang Lai instructed us to split up. They led the zombies to Outpost 3-11. We are in the third safe zone. Hearing this, Su Lin sighed in relief. Phew, with the outpost support, they should be able to escape danger, she murmured. Then, she regarded Lin Chen with a peculiar expression and remarked, I truly didn't expect you to be so fortunate. There were thousands of zombies at that outpost. You were merely kicked down a small slope and miraculously survived. It's simply unbelievable. Lin Chen scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Hiki. Su Ku. I also find it quite astonishing that I'm still alive. At this, Su Lin's expression shifted. She became serious, fixing her gaze on Lin Chen. Rest assured, I will advocate for you regarding this matter. In Division 9, we never abandon a comrade on the battlefield. Yang Lai, as Deputy Section Chief, shouldn't he have sacrificed a comrade? When we return, I will report this to the higher-ups and have him stripped of his position. The mention of Yang Lai ignited Su Lin's ire. Had it not been for him, Lin Chen would not have faced death. Let us set that aside for now. We should find our way back, Lin Chen suggested awkwardly. He wondered how Su Lin would react if she knew that he had ordered the zombies to eliminate Yang Lai without a trace. Yes, let us head back, Su Lin said, her demeanor serious, as she cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Just then, a black wristwatch on Su Lin's arm emitted a series of beeping sounds, its surface flashing red. Upon noticing this, Su Lin's pupils constricted, and she spoke in a grave tone. We may not be able to return just yet. There's a call for help from abilities users. Chapter 11. The Awakening of Abilities. A request for help from a superhuman? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. In this post-apocalyptic world, if one were to speak of strength, it could only be attributed to the superhumans. Consequently, superhumans are exceedingly rare among ordinary humans. Lin Chen had never encountered one. He had only heard tales of these individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Did such powerful beings truly require assistance? This device is a personal terminal issued by the Human Alliance, which only officials of a certain rank and above are allowed to possess. Su Lin gestured with her arm. The terminal has numerous functions, one of which is to request assistance. Just moments ago, I intended to apply for support from the Human Alliance after we evacuated the exploration outpost. But I didn't expect such an incident to occur. Now the terminal indicates a red alert, signaling that someone nearby is in need of help. Furthermore, it is a request sent by a superhuman. Only the distress signals from superhumans appear in red. Those from ordinary combatants are merely blue. Su Lin explained, her expression somber, fearing that Lin Chen might not grasp the gravity of the situation. Understanding dawned on Lin Chen, and he nodded in realization. However, he soon furrowed his brow and asked, "Are we truly going? Just the two of us?" Although he was unaware of the peril faced by the superhuman, it was evident that if even a superhuman could not handle the danger, how could they hope to succeed? Without any intelligence and lacking knowledge of the nature of the threat, how could they recklessly proceed to offer assistance? There was a real possibility that their attempt to assist could endanger their own lives. This is unavoidable. Su Lin sighed, shaking her head. According to the rules of the Human Alliance, if a superhuman issues a distress call, all nearby individuals must respond and assist. The terminal automatically logs the request for help. And if the Human Alliance discovers that someone has failed to comply, they will be executed on the spot. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never heard of such a ludicrous rule before. How could such a ridiculous regulation exist? Is the existence of superhumans truly that vital in the eyes of the Human Alliance? Lin Chen felt an inexplicable anger rise within him. While it was true that superhumans played a crucial role in combating the undead, it did not imply that ordinary individuals should risk their lives to save them whenever they face danger. Such a rule is grotesque. Lin Chen, perhaps you should return for now. I will go alone. The terminal is only with me. Once the situation there is resolved, I will come back for you. Su Lin suggested, thinking Lin Chen was afraid. How could that be? I cannot allow you to venture forth alone. Lin Chen frowned. Taking a deep breath, he slowly declared, I will accompany you. Regardless of the danger, I will not abandon you. Given how Su Lin had previously gone to great lengths to protect him, Lin Chen was resolute in his decision not to forsake her. At the very least, he must ensure Su Lin's safe return to City E. Lin Chen silently calculated in his mind. Firstly, the danger faced by the superhuman must originate from the undead. The fact that they sought help indicated that the superhuman had been pushed to the brink and had no choice but to utilize the terminal for assistance. If circumstances shifted, Lin Chen believed he could survive the onslaught of the undead using his own wit. Others might not be so fortunate. If possible, Lin Chen wished to keep his secret from Su Lin. Faced with Lin Chen's newfound sense of responsibility, Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze softening as she replied, Very well, let us go together. The terminal provided real-time updates on the rescue location, revealing that the superhuman's distress signal originated from the 4th safe zone, less than 10 kilometers from their current position. Lin Chen and Su Lin advanced side by side towards the 4th safe zone, their footsteps heavy upon the thick dust, accompanied by the crunch of shattered gravel beneath them. Before long, they were captivated by a peculiar sight ahead. Piles of undead corpses lay scattered, dismembered limbs and severed arms creating a gruesome tableau. Most of these corpses were incomplete, as if torn apart by some immense force or scorched by flames. Their blackened skin emitted faint wisps of smoke, filling the air with the stench of charred flesh. Surrounding them were the remnants of battle, towering trees felled in half, revealing their pale wooden interiors. Lin Chen and Su Lin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and vigilance. Is this the aftermath of a battle involving a superhuman? Eventually, after traversing some distance, the duo arrived at the edge of ruins enveloped in a thick purple mist. They exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement, cautiously advancing. They were suddenly startled by a low, rumbling roar that shattered the silence, causing their eardrums to ache. Through the sound, Lin Chen pinpointed the location of the battle. Over there. They swiftly made their way to the scene of the conflict. A man stood atop a nearby hill, his hands waving fervently as fireballs erupted from his palms in rapid succession. Before him stood a nimble, purple beast. Upon scanning, Su Lin identified the creature as an infected entity. It is an F-class special infected, the poisonous leopard. Quickly, cover your mouth and nose to avoid inhaling the toxic mist, Su Lin urged. After scanning the infected entity's information, the terminal provided strategies for dealing with it. The purple figure came to a halt, a leopard entirely cloaked in deep purple. Its skin appeared shrouded in a thick purple mist, both mysterious and terrifying. The violet fur glittered eerily in the sunlight, each strand seemingly laced with lethal toxins. As Lin Chen gazed at the poisonous leopard, it instantly noticed him. Its previously bloodthirsty eyes narrowed in disbelief, as if witnessing something unfathomable. Then, disregarding the injured superhuman, the poisonous leopard charged towards Lin Chen, its tail whipping behind it. Resembling more of a playful pet than a fierce beast. At that moment, the injured superhuman's eyes lit up, and he coldly declared, "A prime opportunity." With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed a barrage of orange fireballs, each one striking the vulnerable spots of the poisonous leopard with pinpoint accuracy. The beast let out a mournful wail, collapsing to the ground, its entire body engulfed in flames. This is the power of a superhuman. Lin Chen was left in awe, realizing that this was the true might of a superhuman. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have successfully subdued the F-class special infected, the poisonous leopard. Reward, mental strength 50, host and Oppos. S mental strength has reached 100. You may choose to awaken your abilities. Will you awaken? The system and Oppos' voice echoed in his ears. And Lin Chen was instantly filled with excitement. He opened his status card. Host, Lin Chen. Charisma, 100,000, maximum, strength, 15 agility, 17 stamina, 12 mental strength, 115 ordinary infected followers, 2,374. Yes. I will awaken. Chapter 12. You seek death. The situation took Lin Chen by surprise. He never anticipated that merely locking eyes with the venomous leopard would lead to its successful subjugation, simultaneously augmenting his mental strength by 50 points. His mental prowess had finally surpassed 100, granting him the opportunity to awaken his extraordinary abilities. To his astonishment, the system could assist him in this awakening process. For an ordinary individual, awakening their abilities necessitated reaching a certain level of mental strength and undergoing a professional assessment at the ability tower. Regrettably, his actions had resulted in the death of the venomous leopard. To have driven an ability user to such extremes indicated the leopard and Oppos' formidable power. Such a potent follower was precisely what Lin Chen needed at this moment. That beast truly proved to be a challenging adversary. In the distance, a battered man collapsed onto the ground, cursing furiously. The man was tall and muscular, with sun-kissed skin exuding a healthy glow. However, his current state was far from optimistic. The wounds marring his body were the marks left by the venomous leopard's assault. These injuries were ghastly and terrifying, even harboring toxins. A shocking gash marred his back. A souvenir from the leopard and Oppos' claws. This wound ran deep, exposing bone and surrounding skin tinged with an unhealthy dark purple, resembling soil ravaged by venom. Purple liquid oozed from the wound, releasing a foul odor. This was the toxin eroding his flesh. You too, come here. The man's gaze fell upon Lin Chen and his companion. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was engaged in the awakening of his powers. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your ability awakening is complete. You have acquired F-rank ability, Magnetic Field. Magnetic Field description. The host can manipulate the magnetic field within a designated radius according to the strength of their ability. Upon enhancement, the range will increase. F-rank magnetic field range, 10 meters. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's profile card underwent slight modifications, revealing a new section. Host, Lin Chen. Charisma, 100,000, maximum, strength, 15 agility, 17 stamina, 12 mental strength, 15 ordinary infected followers, 2374. Ability, F-rank magnetic field special followers, F-rank special infected, Snake Woman. F-rank special infected, Venomous Leopard. Follower status, Snake Woman, happy, Venomous Leopard, endangered. The second profile card documented Lin Chen's abilities along with the special infected creatures that followed him. Even the statuses of these special infected entities were noted. The Venomous Leopard status was marked as endangered, indicating that it would not be long before it would succumb to its fate. Damn it, are you deaf? A piercing voice abruptly yanked Lin Chen back to reality. He turned to see the ability user who had just spoken. Realizing the situation, Su Lin grew flustered and quickly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. My apologies, esteemed ability user. We were frightened by this special infected creature and dared not approach. As she spoke, Su Lin pulled Lin Chen forward. Humph. You two cowards are scared of this leopard? The ability user scoffed. Hurry. This beast isn't dead yet. Use your weapons and finish it. The toxins from the leopard had already infiltrated his body, and should he attempt to use his abilities, he would be powerless to suppress the poison. If that were not the case, why would he pass up the opportunity to personally slay the venomous leopard? Yes, understood. Esteemed ability user. Without hesitation, Su Lin drew her handgun, aiming directly at the leopard's head. With a swift motion, the sharp report of the gun echoed through the still air. The leopard's once excited eyes froze at the sound, its body trembling violently. The bullet sliced through the air with a deadly whistle, striking the leopard's head. A mist of blood erupted from the wound, splattering everywhere as its massive form shook a few times before coming to a halt. The head of the leopard was reduced to a gruesome mess, blood and brain matter oozing from the injury, staining the ground crimson. Su Lin exhaled in relief, quickly stowing her weapon. Just then, the section of Lin Chen and Apos' profile card pertaining to the leopard vanished. Ability: F-rank magnetic field special followers. F-rank special infected, Snake Woman. Follower status: Snake Woman, happy. This indicated that the venomous leopard had indeed perished. For reasons unknown, Lin Chen felt an unsettling sensation, as if his presence had been the cause of its demise. You, go skin it. Bring me the corpse, commanded the ability user, fixing his gaze on Su Lin. She dared not defy him and drew a dagger, slowly advancing toward the leopard. However, as she approached, Su Lin furrowed her brow, displaying visible hesitation as she glanced at the ability user. Esteemed ability user, but the records indicate that the leopard's flesh is toxic. If I touch it directly, I fear. What are you afraid of? Isn't that what the antidote serum on your leg is for? The ability user retorted impatiently. Quickly retrieve the corpse for me, and then use the antidote to neutralize the poison. If we wait for other ability users to arrive, this corpse will slip from my grasp. Should others seize it, I assure you, your end will be most unpleasant. At this point, Lin Chen could no longer contain himself. What nonsense! He shouted, pointing at Su Lin as he berated. Are your physiques the same? Do you truly believe she can endure until help arrives? Fool. With a resolute determination, Lin Chen thrust the antidote serum into Su Lin and Apos' neck. Meanwhile, the expression of the distant ability user darkened instantaneously. Useless fool. You seek your own demise. Chapter 13. I shall not kill you, but you may choose to end your own life. As the antidote serum coursed through Su Lin's veins, a faint flush returned to her pallid complexion. However, Lin Chen and Apos' actions incited the ire of the already agitated ability user. Two lowly beings. How dare you defy me? Humph. I shall end your lives this very moment. Even if the human alliance learns of this, they will not pursue the matter. The enraged ability user bellowed, raising his right hand with fervor. A searing, orange-red fireball hurtled towards Lin Chen like a meteor. The scorching flames surged forward like a tempest, and as the fireball approached, time seemed to freeze. The air around it warped and distorted under the oppressive heat, as though reality itself was being torn apart by this terrifying temperature. Lin Chen stood resolute, devoid of fear. His gaze fixated on the fireball as he pondered how to dissipate it using his magnetic field. Yet, just as he prepared to react, a petite figure lunged towards him. Lin Chen, be careful. The voice was Su Lin and Apos'. Though weakened, her tone was imbued with an unwavering determination that resonated deeply, drawing upon every ounce of her strength. She pushed Lin Chen aside, her movements clumsy yet resolute. The fireball struck Su Lin with a violent force, engulfing her instantly in a tempest of flames. She tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, the acrid scent of charred fabric permeating the air. Su Lin. Lin Chen gasped, fury and anguish igniting within him. He was not powerless to defend himself, yet she had selflessly shielded him. Foolishness. Not even a zombie could withstand my fireball ability, let alone you, a mere lowly being. The ability user and Apos' mockery rang out, only for him to suddenly cough up a spatter of purplish-red blood, indicating that the toxin had invaded his lungs. To eliminate you two lowly creatures, I risk infection myself. However, you have provoked my wrath, and your fate is sealed, death. With that, the ability user unleashed another attack, flames erupting from his hand. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Chen's demeanor had shifted. Rage blazed within Lin Chen's heart. He raised his head sharply, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as if he were ready to consume his adversary whole. You shall die. His voice was low and frigid, each word forced through clenched teeth. His fists tightened, veins bulging, as if he were channeling all his strength into this singular moment. For reasons unknown, the ability user felt a creeping dread at Lin Chen and Apos' gaze, but he quickly steadied himself, sneering. Humph. Do you believe you can defeat me? I am an ability user, a mere lowly being like you can either submit or perish before me. Before his words had fully faded, a larger fireball coalesced in his hand, imbued with cataclysmic power, and hurtled towards Lin Chen. He did not evade. Instead, He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. A peculiar force began to surge within his mind, one he had never encountered before, potent and enigmatic. As the fireball neared its target, a brilliant radiance erupted from Lin Chen and Apos' form, blindingly bright and illuminating everything around him. Upon contact, the fireball was consumed, vanishing without a trace. The ability user stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. He could not fathom how a lowly being could so effortlessly nullify his assault. Yet, his astonishment was only beginning. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a strange light shimmering within them. He extended his right hand. A wave of intangible force cascading towards the ability user. It was the power of the magnetic field. Lin Chen could sense the fluctuations in the surrounding magnetic field, bending it to his will. In essence, his ability allowed him to conjure magnetic fields from thin air. He could manipulate these fields to ensnare the ability user and compress them until he was crushed to death. As he reached out to attack the ability user, Lin Chen also directed his magnetic force towards Su Lin, swiftly extinguishing the flames that clung to her. However, her skin bore the scars of burns, blood, and flesh exposed. Fortunately, the advanced medical technology in E-City could save her as long as she still drew breath. Meanwhile, the distant ability user found his body stiffening under the magnetic field and Apos' control. He felt as though an invisible force suppressed his powers, rendering him unable to wield his abilities as before. What is happening? He thought, perplexed. Lin Chen advanced steadily towards him. Are you wondering why you can no longer utilize your powers? He had discerned the ability user's thoughts. At that moment, the ability user finally grasped the gravity of his situation, terror etched across his face, his voice trembling. Why you? You also possess abilities. Indeed. What of it? Lin Chen replied disdainfully, casting a glance at him. While harnessing his own powers, Lin Chen had stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. While using abilities, a unique human magnetic field emerged around him. His earlier attempts to wield his powers had been predicated on this very magnetic field. Observing the ability user, Lin Chen noted that when he unleashed his fireball, the magnetic field around him also shifted. Lin Chen had merely identified the patterns of these magnetic changes and subsequently suppressed them with an external magnetic force. Thus, rendered powerless, the ability user writhed in fear, futilely attempting to break free from his restraints. Lin Chen approached him, his gaze icy. You are mistaken. Drawing nearer, he coldly declared, in this world, no one is inherently inferior. Every individual possesses their own value and dignity. And you, as a fellow human, have chosen to wield your power to oppress others. You are the true lowly one. With that, Lin Chen once more waved his right hand. A surge of magnetic force erupted, binding the ability user firmly in place. The power surged forth silently. Thud. The ability user fell to his knees before Lin Chen, his legs compelled by the magnetic pressure. Despite his struggles and roars of defiance, they proved fruitless. We are all ability users, the hope of humanity. You cannot kill me. The ability user's pleas for mercy echoed in the air. Lin Chen merely chuckled coldly, then nodded. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. Upon hearing this, the ability user's countenance shifted from shock to uncontrollable elation. Thank you. I was wrong. Upon my return, I will surely report to the Human Alliance, ensuring that woman receives the best treatment. Moreover, the corpse of this venomous leopard belongs to you. I no longer desire it. Although he uttered such words, his heart harbored a different intention. He had already devised a plan. Upon returning to City E, he would report this matter to the Ability Tower. Hold on, do not be so hasty. Lin Chen smiled faintly, yet his smile concealed a chilling undertone. I did not say I would kill you, but you could very well take your own life. Observing the firearm bound to your leg, it seems to be a parting gift from the Human Alliance, intended for your self-dissolution, is it not? Lin Chen's smile appeared exceptionally sinister, and his words sliced through the air like a sharp blade, piercing the heart of the ability user. The ability user turned pale, his eyes brimming with fear and despair. Lin Chen initiated his manipulation of the magnetic field with a gentle wave of his hand. The ability user felt his body slip out of his control. Remarkably, he found himself drawing the gun bound to his leg. He was powerless to prevent the unfolding of these events. Ultimately, the barrel was aimed at his own forehead. Bang. Chapter 14. Intimacy. The firearms carried by the ability users are of the utmost caliber. Unlike the conventional weaponry associated with ordinary combat sequences, their firearms possess the capability to effortlessly eliminate other ability users. Upon the awakening of their powers, humans experience an enhancement of their own strength. In cases where abilities correlate with physical prowess, some may even disregard standard firearms altogether. Consequently, the Human Alliance has developed specialized firearms designed for the self-termination of ability users. A formidable ability user, if infected and transformed into a contagion, could pose a greater challenge than a typical infected entity. The ability user Lin Chen had just slain, Zhang Yan, had a silver pendant hanging from his chest containing detailed information about him, an F-grade ability user. The criteria for assessing special infected entities align with those for ability users. The ability tower categorizes both according to their power levels. Ordinarily, an F-grade ability user would surpass a disoriented F-grade special infected entity in strength. However, this is merely the general case. In instances where abilities counteract one another, an ability user may find themselves overmatched by a special infected entity of the same grade. Such was the case with the F-grade special infected entity, Poison Leopard, which managed to corner Zhang Yan to the point of seeking assistance, indicating that Poison Leopard's combat prowess significantly exceeded that of Zhang Yan. Its speed, coupled with the perilous toxic mist it emitted, constituted a threat that Zhang Yan could not afford to overlook. Upon confirming Zhang Yan's demise, Lin Chen hurried to Su Lin's side. He knelt down, his heart heavy with concern as he beheld the injuries she had sustained from Zhang Yan's flames. Her skin nearly scorched. What could be done? Although Lin Chen possessed the ability to command zombies, he lacked the skill to heal. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Instinctively, he turned to assess the situation and was met with the sight of a beguiling figure, the snake woman, slowly making her way toward him. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "What brings you here? This place will soon be swarming with Human Alliance reinforcements, making it perilous for you." The plea of an ability user could attract not only ordinary individuals but also ability users dispatched by the Human Alliance. Each ability user is considered a rare asset to the Alliance, thus they would never be abandoned. The snake woman opened her mouth, hissing incomprehensibly. Lin Chen, perplexed, was unsure of her intent. He then observed as she crawled closer, gesturing at the scales adorning her body before pointing at Su Lin on the ground. Lin Chen pondered her actions for a moment, and suddenly felt a wave of excitement as a thought struck him. "Are you suggesting that you can help her heal her burns?" The snake woman nodded vigorously. Lin Chen and Apos' eyes sparkled with hope as he quickly stepped aside to grant her passage. "Is that truly the case? Then do hurry. But don't push yourself," he cautioned. The snake woman approached Su Lin, extending her hands. Her delicate skin astonishingly smooth and her fingers long and supple, as if meticulously sculpted. As her fingers made contact with Su Lin's burnt skin, a peculiar green energy began to spread across Su Lin and Apos' body, enveloping her wounds. In a remarkable display, the damaged skin visibly began to scab and shed, revealing unblemished flesh beneath. The transformation was striking, leaving her skin akin to that of the snake woman, smooth and flawless. Lin Chen watched in awe, astonished that the snake woman possessed such abilities. Minutes later, Su Lin's burns were completely restored. However, as he gazed at her remaining tattered clothing, Lin Chen swallowed hard. Typically clad in a form-fitting training suit that accentuated her physique, Su Lin's figure was now undeniably striking. He removed his outer layer and draped it over her, then turned to the snake woman. She appeared somewhat pale, having exhausted her energy, yet her expression brightened at Lin Chen's happiness. "You've worked hard, thank you." Lin Chen exhaled in relief, smiling warmly. The snake woman's usually frosty demeanor softened, revealing a hint of shyness, which Lin Chen found endearing as he reached out to ruffle her hair. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Through the affectionate gesture, intimacy with the snake woman increased by 2, current intimacy, 52-100, a profile card appeared above the snake woman's head. Visible only to Lin Chen, loyal fan, F-grade infected entity, snake woman. Intimacy, 52-100 current status, proud. Next intimacy unlocks ability, evolution, Lin Chen. Intrigued by the increase in intimacy from merely a gentle touch, continued to caress her head. Intimacy 2. Intimacy 2. Intimacy 2. Eventually, their intimacy peaked at 66 points before ceasing to rise. Despite Lin Chen's persistent affection, even causing her hair to become disheveled, the intimacy stagnated. The snake woman, clearly puzzled by his actions, seemed to wonder if Lin Chen had a fondness for her in this manner. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen noticed her perplexed expression and chuckled awkwardly, attempting to tidy her hair, though his efforts were clumsy at best. Once their intimacy reached 100, a new ability would unlock, evolution. Lin Chen eagerly anticipated this new power, speculating that evolution might enable the snake woman to ascend from F grade to E grade. The disparity in strength between each level among special infected entities is vast. An E-grade infected can easily contend with multiple F-grade ability users. Conversely, the secret Lin Chen harbored weighed heavily on his mind. He was uncertain how long he could conceal it. The day would inevitably come when it would be exposed, placing him in jeopardy as humanity might desperately seek to harness his ability to control zombies. Thus, amidst this apocalyptic world, enhancing his own strength and that of those around him was paramount. The snake woman was the first infected entity he had subdued, evoking a sense of special attachment within him. If he could aid her evolution, he would do so with all his might. Suddenly, a series of rapid gunshots echoed from a distance, mingled with the haunting sounds of zombies in distress. The reinforcements from the human alliance had arrived. They were engaging in a skirmish with the zombies lurking near Lin Chen. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he turned to the snake woman. "Listen to me. Take your companions and flee. I will check on you when it and Appo's safe." The snake woman comprehended his words but exhibited reluctance. Nonetheless, under Lin Chen and Appo's insistence, she acquiesced, casting lingering glances back at him as she retreated, her eyes filled with reluctance. Meanwhile, Lin Chen swiftly discarded his surplus clothing to assist Su Lin. Despite the slightly awkward nature of the gesture, the urgency of the situation overshadowed such concerns. Once these tasks were completed, the distant gunfire abruptly ceased, likely indicating that the serpent woman and her minions had retreated. Simultaneously, Lin Chen discerned the sound of vehicles approaching from the depths of the forest. Alas, there was no time to dispose of the bodies. It mattered not, for I too am a victim. With a resolute determination, Lin Chen clenched his teeth and raised his right hand, summoning a field of kinetic energy. He forcefully struck it against his forehead. The sudden impact rendered Lin Chen unconscious. Just before succumbing to darkness, he seemed to hear the voices of others. "Found them. Over here. There are still people." Chapter 15. The Trial of the Ability Tower. Thud. Thud. The heavy, resonant sound echoed beside Lin Chen's ears, the rhythmic cadence of his own heartbeat, though he lay in a state of unconsciousness. His mind remained remarkably lucid, as if his consciousness were ensconced within his body. Upon introspection, Lin Chen discerned a peculiar phenomenon, a gentle golden radiance emanating from the back of his head. As the light diffused, it exhibited a harmonious pattern, akin to a properly functioning magnetic field. Recalling how he had previously suppressed Zhang Yan's abilities using his own magnetic field, an enlightening revelation struck Lin Chen. So that was it. The awakening of an individual's abilities radiates a personal magnetic field, with the source of these powers residing in the back of the head. When confronting Zhang Yan, Lin Chen had utilized this magnetic field to stifle the latter and Appo's abilities. Thus, at equal levels, he should be capable of suppressing anyone and Appo's powers. Indeed, Lin Chen and Appo's approach was markedly distinct from others, as it involved an invisible and intangible magnetic field. Unless faced with someone of superior ability, his magnetic field could dominate any adversary and Appo's powers. This secret was likely known to only a select few within the human alliance. His range of influence extended to 10 meters, which meant that within this domain, he was invincible against peers of equal standing. No one could best him within that distance. Filled with exhilaration, Lin Chen recognized that the system had indeed bestowed upon him a formidable ability. Presently, the only limitation he faced was the operational range of his magnetic field. While he pondered these thoughts, a refreshing sensation surged into his heart, akin to a sudden splash of cool water, leaving him feeling entirely invigorated. His awareness gradually sharpened, and he began to perceive the voices of others around him. Vital signs are stable. Hormones have been administered. He should regain consciousness shortly. How peculiar it was that amidst such a fierce battle, he had merely sustained a bump to his head, resembling the aftermath of a collision with a tree. This was indeed his first encounter with such an unusual injury. Lin Chen felt a slight ache in his head and, in a daze, eventually awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself reclining on a hospital bed, with several doctors clad in white coats standing nearby. "You're awake," one of the elder doctors remarked, his expression devoid of shock, merely observing him with calm eyes. In that moment, Lin Chen internally deliberated on how to present himself without revealing any vulnerabilities. "Where am I?" He feigned confusion, gazing at the doctors. "You are in the hospital of the operations department," replied a middle-aged doctor, who appeared slightly perplexed. "Do you remember what transpired before?" Lin Chen and Appo's eyes darted around, and he shook his head. "I do not recall. I only remember that our section chief received a distress signal from an ability user, and I accompanied her to provide assistance. However, Upon our arrival, we became embroiled in the battle of the ability user, and something struck me, causing me to lose consciousness. Upon hearing Lin Chen and Appo's words, the doctor squinted slightly, as if contemplating something. Lin Chen straightened his posture and inquired with concern, "What about our section chief? How is she? Is she safe?" Before his unconsciousness, Su Lin and Appo's injuries had indeed been treated with the assistance of the snake woman, but the possibility of lingering effects remained. Rest assured, we have conducted thorough examinations of her condition, and she is not in any serious danger, the doctor continued. However, his tone shifted. We discovered residual toxins from the poison leopard on her, as well as traces of the ability user and Appo's powers. Do you have any idea why that might be? At this, Lin Chen felt a surge of anxiety. The reason was simple. Su Lin had previously absorbed Zhang Yan's fiery abilities, which would undoubtedly leave traces within her body. Furthermore, she had been poisoned by the poison leopard. Although there was an antidote, some evidence of the toxin would remain. Lin Chen's mind raced, and an explanation suddenly illuminated his thoughts. That is because our section chief assisted the ability user in defeating the poison leopard. When we arrived, the ability user and the poison leopard had already inflicted significant damage upon each other. It was our section chief who risked her life to subdue the poison leopard, enabling the ability user to secure victory. Afterward, I administered the antidote to her, but the poison leopard, not yet fully vanquished, sent me flying. Though this explanation might seem tenuous, its credibility was high. Ultimately, only he and Su Lin were privy to the events that unfolded. Their narrative would prevail. Regardless of how outlandish their claims might appear, others would have no choice but to believe them. "Oh, I see," the doctor remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Chen before nodding. "Prepare yourself. The death of the ability user is no trivial matter. Since you witnessed the event firsthand, you will receive a notification from the ability tower. At that time, you must relay everything you know to the high-ranking officials of the ability tower. Should you lie, you will be executed on the spot." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart sank. Yet, he feigned indifference, smiling as he inquired, "Is lying such a serious offense? But how will the higher-ups of the ability tower ascertain whether we are telling the truth? Only the two of us were present. No one else was aware of what transpired. Therefore, the truth rests solely on our accounts, does it not?" The doctor let out a derisive snort, seemingly mocking Lin Chen's naivety. If it were that simple, the ability tower would not have executed so many individuals. It is said that within the ability tower, there exists a rare ability user capable of sensing human thoughts. In their presence, they can discern whether you are lying with but a glance. Do you still believe that someone can deceive the ability tower? As the doctor's words echoed in his mind, Lin Chen felt as though a nail had been driven into his heart. An ability user capable of reading minds? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. It was far more effective than a lie detector. Fortunately, he maintained a facade of calmness, appearing utterly unperturbed. "Very well, you should rest for now. The notification from the ability tower should arrive shortly. Your section chief will join you here soon, and you will go together." With that, the doctor and his aides exited the ward. Moments later, a reassembled Su Lin entered the room. However, compared to her usual demeanor, she now appeared deeply troubled. The two exchanged silent glances until Su Lin stepped forward and could no longer contain herself. "Lin Chen, may I ask you a question? How exactly did that ability user die?" Chapter 16. The Heart of Perception, did he? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that Su Lin and Appo's first inquiry upon waking was about that extraordinary being. In stark contrast to Lin Chen's composed demeanor, Su Lin appeared somewhat flustered, her hands fidgeting as she spoke. "If that powerful being's demise is indeed connected to us, we are doomed. According to the laws of the human alliance, both of us would face execution." Lin Chen's eyes darted as he reflected on the events that had transpired. Suddenly, he recalled that Su Lin had lost consciousness immediately after being struck by that extraordinary being. Therefore, she was entirely unaware of the occurrences that followed, including her own latent powers. "Rest assured, this matter does not concern us," Lin Chen said earnestly, his calm expression providing a modicum of reassurance to Su Lin. Is that truly the case?" Su Lin asked tentatively. "Of course it is." Lin Chen began to weave a tale with a straight face. "When we arrived, that extraordinary being was clearly engaged in a fierce battle with the toxic leopard. It was you who initiated the confrontation, allowing the extraordinary being a moment of opportunity. Although the toxic leopard was ultimately slain, the extraordinary being succumbed to the backlash of the virus within, choosing to end his own life. Thus, His death bears no relation to us whatsoever. Su Lin stared at Lin Chen, wide-eyed. ISN and Oppos. See that just a fabrication? Even if that extraordinary being did perish due to the virus, it was because he attacked us first. After I shielded Lin Chen from an assault, I lost consciousness. And now that I have awakened, I find no injuries upon my body. In fact, I feel an unprecedented surge of strength. What transpired after my fainting spell is likely known only to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, we, Su Lin, and Amp, Oppos' voice wavered with concern. If Lin Chen's narrative were to be believed, they might be exposed by the Tower of Extraordinary Beings, because none of it was truthful. However, before she could elaborate further, Lin Chen interrupted. Wait, Chief, I have a question for you. Lin Chen's expression turned serious. If we were to disclose the true circumstances, would our fates improve? Wouldn't it still lead to our demise? Su Lin froze, contemplating his words. Indeed, that makes sense. If we divulge the entire story to the Tower of Extraordinary Beings, we would certainly be condemned to death. Yet, if we follow Lin Chen's account, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. But Su Lin's brow furrowed with worry as she gazed at Lin Chen. The tower has specialized extraordinary beings capable of detecting lies. Can we truly pass their scrutiny? Have no fear. We can. Lin Chen smiled gently, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Trust me, we shall be fine. For reasons unknown, Lin Chen's words calmed Su Lin's earlier anxiety. At the same time, she was taken aback by the transformation she perceived in him. It was as if he had become an entirely different person after this mission. Moreover, the aura he exuded had shifted dramatically. Gone was the previous awkwardness, replaced by an unmistakable confidence. Soon, after undergoing a series of health examinations, both individuals met the required standards, and the Tower of Extraordinary Beings issued an order for them to proceed forthwith. The escorting agent was an F-class extraordinary being named Chao Fei, whose imposing physique and muscular build indicated his prowess and strength-based abilities. He remained silent throughout the journey, though it was evident that he regarded the task of escorting two ordinary individuals with considerable disdain. Eventually, they arrived at the Tower of Extraordinary Beings. Before them loomed a towering structure at the heart of City E, seemingly the lifeblood of the entire metropolis. Constructed from a unique alloy, its surface gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, the streamlined design radiating modern technological sophistication under the sunlight. Guided by Chao Fei, they entered the tower, where massive LCD screens adorned the walls, displaying intricate data and information about the tower and Amp, Oppos' various statuses and parameters. Su Lin was rendered speechless by the spectacle before her. Despite her position as the head of the 9th Division, she had never set foot inside the tower, a realm reserved exclusively for extraordinary beings. After navigating a lengthy, narrow corridor, their surroundings opened up to reveal a hall resembling an auditorium. At the far end, a series of ascending steps led to two seats occupied by two women. The one on the left, with an expression as cold as frost, gazed steadily ahead. Upon the arrival of Chao Fei and the two others, her piercing gaze turned toward them. Chao Fei promptly bowed, addressing her, Lady Lu, the individuals have been brought. He then turned slightly to introduce the two. This is the supreme leader of the Tower of Extraordinary Beings in City E, Lu Muyu. You should bow. At his prompting, they belatedly knelt in reverence, exclaiming in unison, Lady Lu. Lu Muyu's gaze fell upon Lin Chen and Su Lin, yet she spoke little. Her attention shifting to the side. Liang Bei, here. A voice called from the shadows beside the steps, and a figure swiftly approached Lin Chen and Su Lin. Lin Chen stole a glance at his badge, F-class extraordinary being, Liang Bei. He sighed with relief. The situation remained manageable. Let us commence, Lu Muyu stated, her expression unreadable. Understood. Liang Bei bowed deeply in response, then directed his gaze toward Lin Chen. No matter what Lady Lu inquires, you must respond truthfully. Should you deceive her, the outcome will be dire. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Fei lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. The air cracked with the force of his strike. An overwhelming display of raw power that was almost unfathomable. Faced with such a display, Su Lin felt a surge of anxiety, her expression frozen as uncertainty gripped her. Chief, it will be fine. Just speak the truth when asked. I believe these extraordinary beings will not mistreat us, Lin Chen reassured her, sensing her trepidation. Meanwhile, Liang Bei began to demonstrate his abilities. He raised his right hand, seriousness etched on his face, as a transparent, colorless orb of light coalesced in his palm. Nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Do you see this? This is my ability, the heart of perception. Liang Bei introduced with pride. You will each place your hands upon it. If you lie, the orb will turn red. If you speak the truth, it will remain unchanged. One at a time. You go first. Liang Bei directed his focus towards Su Lin. With no alternatives left, Su Lin stepped forward to face the interrogation. As her hands rested upon the heart of perception, Lin Wuyu's voice resonated from above. Was Zhang Yin's death connected to you? A single phrase struck like a dagger to Su Lin and Appo's very core, causing her pupils to constrict as she found herself at a loss for words. It was Lin Chen who, with a subtle glance, prompted her to respond. Gritting her teeth, Su Lin shook her head defiantly, declaring, "The death of the esteemed ability user has nothing to do with us." Buzz. As her words resonated, ripples surged across the surface of the heart of perception. After several seconds, however, the hue of the heart remained unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. Su Lin discreetly turned her face, casting a look of sheer astonishment at Lin Chen. As if silently inquiring, "What is happening?" Chapter 17. You take action to send the snake woman on her way. Oh. As Liang Bei and Appo's transparent orb showed no signs of change, Lu Muyu furrowed her brows slightly. She then fixed a gaze upon Su Lin, as if she could see through her fade and discern the truth within. Hiki. At that moment, the woman seated beside her chuckled before stating, "It is your subordinates with abilities that are too weak, resulting in their demise at the hands of this equivalent special infected entity. You have reviewed the autopsy reports, have you not? The toxic leopard perished from conventional firearms, a single shot to the head, indicating that Zhang Yin was only able to slay it with the assistance of the two. Zhang Yin and Appo's death bears no relation to them." Upon hearing this, Lu Muyu bit her silver teeth, unwilling to accept reality, and turned back to Su Lin, demanding, "Then tell me, what exactly transpired at that moment?" Su Lin and Appo's heart sank. The question seemed even more sensitive. As she posed that query, she sensed a flaw in her response. Although Zhang Yin fell victim to his peculiar firearm, Su Lin did not believe that he was the one who pulled the trigger. In truth, Zhang Yin and Appo's death had nothing to do with her. Even if he had and Appo's succumbed to a bullet, he would have perished from the viral outbreak. Therefore, strictly speaking, Su Lin and Appo's earlier answer was not a lie. However, the subsequent inquiry delved into more delicate territory. At that time, Lin Chen and I received a distress signal. By the time we arrived, the esteemed ability user had already engaged in a fierce battle with that beast, leaving both sides severely wounded. While assisting the esteemed ability user, we were inadvertently knocked unconscious by the residual shockwaves of their clash. They later informed us that the esteemed ability user, having been poisoned too deeply, ended his own life with a handgun, Su Lin recounted nervously. This narrative was utterly divorced from reality, devoid of any authenticity. She could only wonder how the heart of perception would respond. As the surface of the heart of perception rippled, its color remained unchanged. At this moment, Su Lin was completely taken aback, but fortunately, her quick reflexes prevented anyone from perceiving the shock in her eyes. What remained unseen was Lin Chen, whose gaze was entirely fixated on the heart of perception. In his view, the palm-sized orb contained Liang Bei's human magnetic field. Wasn't that a coincidence? Lin Chen and Appo's ability allowed him to manipulate magnetic fields. Even the human magnetic field was no exception. As Su Lin spoke, Lin Chen noticed that the magnetic field within the heart of perception exhibited certain alterations. He understood that Su Lin was lying. Thus, the changes in the human magnetic field were the reason the heart of perception would turn red. Lin Chen merely suppressed that magnetic field, maintaining its original state. Unnoticed, even by Liang Bei. "My Lord Lu, she is not lying. My heart of perception has detected no anomalies," Liang Bei declared loudly, casting his gaze toward Lu Muyu standing at a distance on the steps. At that moment, Lu Muyu and Appo's expression grew increasingly grim. "Ask another." The questioning swiftly shifted from Su Lin to Lin Chen, who appeared to be psychologically unprepared. With both hands resting on the heart of perception, Lin Chen leaned closer, making the manipulation of the magnetic field easier. "Tell me, does Zhang Yin and Appo's death have any relation to you?" As Lu Muyu posed her question, one hand gripped the armrest of her chair, exerting slight pressure that resulted in fine cracks appearing on its surface. "My Lord Lu, I am timid and have not spoken a word to that esteemed ability user." Lin Chen feigned an innocent demeanor. However, Su Lin wore a peculiar expression. Realizing that if he hadn't spoken to the esteemed ability user, then who had chastised him so fervently? The surface of the heart of perception rippled again. With its color still unchanged, Lin Chen was telling the truth. Were it not for Lu Muyu and the others present, Su Lin might have been unable to conceal her emotions. She was eager to inquire of Lin Chen what was truly happening. Could it be that this ability user, who could discern lies, was connected to Lin Chen? Who exactly was he, possessing such formidable connections? The divide between the world of ability users and ordinary people was immense. How could there be any relation? Then tell me, did you witness him take his own life? Lumiyu asked, her teeth gritted. Lin Chen also feigned innocence. Shaking his head, no, I was knocked out by the toxic leopard and amp, Appos, S-tail. I have no knowledge of what transpired afterward. He sighed dramatically. Alas, that esteemed ability user was quite noble, not abandoning us to flee alone. From Lin Chen's demeanor, it appeared he still felt some reluctance over Zhang Yan's fate. Lumiyu felt her body go limp. If both were speaking the truth, it indicated that her subordinate had indeed lacked the strength, resulting in his demise. It was a disgrace that had nothing to do with others. After a moment's contemplation, Lumiyu sighed deeply, saying, Alas. It seems this matter truly has no relation to you. The reason I summoned you today was not only regarding Zhang Yan but also to inform you of another matter. With that, Lumiyu's tone returned to normal, coldly stating, the other 13 members of your department's 9th Division have lost all contact. In the course of returning from the 4th Security Zone, we could not locate their remains. Only a few similar corpses were found at the 3 to 11 exploration post. But they were incomplete. Upon hearing this, Su Lin and Appos' pupils constricted, her expression one of disbelief. What? There are only the 2 of us left in the 9th Division? Initially believing the remaining members had successfully escaped, Su Lin had intended to summarize their experiences, but now, she realized that everyone else had perished. The entire 9th Division was left with just the 2 of them. Su Lin and Appos' mood plummeted. Lin Chen regarded her with indifference. She had no idea of the caliber of those within the 9th Division. Had she known, she likely would not have felt sorrow over their deaths. You need not be too disheartened. We are preparing to deploy a team of ability users to search for the Snake Woman within the 4th Security Zone. She has continuously dismantled 2 of our exploration outposts in East City. If we do not take action, we would be remiss. That mere Snake Woman is of no consequence. Lumiyu declared imperiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, who had previously been entirely at ease, felt a surge of anxiety. They were actually going to retaliate against the Snake Woman. If they faced the ability user squad from the ability tower, given the Snake Woman's F-class strength, she would likely meet a grim fate. May I ask, my Lord Liu, when will the ability user squad launch their operation? Lin Chen inquired, bowing respectfully. Before Lumiyu could respond, the woman seated beside her spoke first. What? You seem rather concerned about the Snake Woman. At this remark, Lin Chen felt as though his mind had malfunctioned. Despite his conservative demeanor, how could he have been so easily discerned? Fortunately, Lin Chen firmly refused to admit it. Concerned? Of course. She is the one who killed the members of my 9th Division. I cannot allow her to escape unscathed. I long to avenge them. Lin Chen feigned a righteous air, speaking through gritted teeth. Very well. Another individual leaned slightly forward, their visage emerging from the dark shadows. If Lumiyu exuded an aura of eternal coldness akin to an ancient iceberg, then this woman, adorned with ruby-red lips and exquisite makeup, radiated an intensely fiery spirit. Since you harbor such animosity towards the Serpent Woman, let the 2 of you join the ranks. Once the team of extraordinary individuals captures the Serpent Woman, you shall personally take action to send her on her way. Chapter 18. The Serpent Woman is severely injured. A flicker of hesitation graced Lin Chen and Appos' countenance as he subtly shifted his gaze, seemingly in search of the most appropriate words. Finally, with a tone laden with difficulty, he said, My lady, I witnessed the Serpent Woman struggling to stand. How could we possibly slay her? Might we reconsider this matter? Surely, other adept individuals could easily vanquish her. No. The woman who had spoken earlier remained unmoved, her voice rigid and imbued with an unassailable conviction. Even if you're frightened, it matters not. We shall ensure your safety. I refuse to believe that once the Serpent Woman is reduced to a state of desperation, you will still tremble. Her voice resonated with an undeniable authority, leaving Lin Chen bereft of further excuses. Both of you are to join this small squad and venture forth to eliminate the Serpent Woman. Given the gravity of her words, any continued reluctance from Lin Chen would surely arouse suspicion among the others. With a resigned sigh, Lin Chen understood that he had no avenue for retreat. He bowed deeply, stating, I shall obey your command. The corners of the woman's mouth lifted slightly as she straightened her posture, her figure accentuating a perfect silhouette, and she smiled, rest assured. This squad has already dispatched several vanguards to ascertain the Serpent Woman's precise location. Once we receive their report, It shall be your time to embark. Now, go and prepare. Understood. Under the watchful eyes of their guardians, Lin Chen and Su Lin were not permitted to leave the ability tower but were allowed to equip themselves in the armory. As the observers stationed at the armory and Oppo's entrance stood guard, Su Lin discreetly spoke to Lin Chen. What transpired just now? How did that adept and Oppo's methods prove ineffective? Su Lin and Oppo's mind was clouded with questions. Despite their lies, why had they not been uncovered? Was it possible that his abilities had faltered? Absolutely not. Lin Chen, exuding a sense of resignation, shot her a glance. Could you refrain from addressing them as and Oppo's, my lady and Oppo's? We are not in their presence. Just put on a fade. Su Lin's expression faltered momentarily, then she sheepishly scratched her head. It's merely a habit. Lin Chen offered a faint smile, casually remarking, Chief, just remember this. What has transpired is in the past and has no bearing on us. We shall join the others in the pursuit of the serpent woman. Let us not dwell on it. Su Lin hesitated, her heart still troubled. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Chen's nonchalant demeanor, she inhaled deeply, convincing herself that perhaps this matter had indeed passed. Though they were in the armory, they were still unqualified to access higher-grade firearms, being limited to the departmental arsenal. Lin Chen adeptly located a set of iron armor, which was heavier than the previous ensemble he had worn. However, thanks to his ability to manipulate a magnetic force field, while the armor appeared to envelop him, an unseen barrier separated it from his body. Su Lin, having secured her weaponry, prepared to exact vengeance for her colleagues in the 9th Division. Are you ready? Orders from above have come through. We can prepare to depart, called out the adept assigned to monitor them at the door, prompting both to hastily make their way outside. Upon arriving at the assembly point, the configuration for this operation was impressively formidable, comprising 4 F-grade adepts alongside 10 ordinary combat personnel, aside from Lin Chen and Su Lin. The remainder were carefully selected high-caliber members from various divisions, prepared to set forth. Leading the charge was none other than Qiao Fei, whom they had encountered previously. His abilities were not difficult to surmise, they likely pertained to physical enhancement. Once aboard the vehicle, Qiao Fei's expression turned grave as he began introductions. This is Lu Ping, an Earth-type adept capable of manipulating the soil around him, primarily for defense. In the event of unforeseen danger, you ordinary folks can take refuge with him. This blonde fellow is Xia Jiming. His ability pertains to hearing, allowing him to detect the presence of infected entities within a 3-kilometer radius. Our tracking relies on him. Lastly, we have Tian Jiang, who wields wind abilities, specializing in range support. He will remain at the rear to assist us all. And I am Qiao Fei. My abilities are straightforward. I possess exceptional strength and resilience. Should we encounter infected entities, I will lead the charge. Is everyone clear? Lin Chen scrutinized the other 3, all F-grade adepts, and felt assured that they would be easily managed. Understood. The others responded in unison, with Qiao Fei's gaze landing on Lin Chen's cumbersome armor, eliciting a derisive snicker. Humph. Oh, and one more thing. The 2 teammates dispatched to track the serpent woman have relayed information. They encountered her and, although they managed to inflict significant damage, they were caught off guard and she escaped. Otherwise, we might not have needed to set out after all. As the words left his lips, Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of disbelief. The serpent woman was injured? He quickly accessed his data card for more details. Devoted fan. F-grade infected entity, serpent woman. Affinity, 52-100 current status, severely injured. Next affinity unlocks ability, evolution. Lin Chen's pupils dilated in shock. The serpent woman was indeed in a state of severe injury. When the poison leopard was gravely wounded, it succumbed shortly thereafter. How long could the serpent woman endure? The 2 Vanguard members were also injured, having been infected by the serpent woman's toxins, necessitating their return for treatment. According to their report, the serpent woman had fled to the 5th safe zone, severely wounded. She could not have escaped far. We shall proceed to the 5th safe zone and put an end to her. Lin Chen's expression darkened, and thankfully, his armor concealed his turmoil from prying eyes. Brother, which division are you from? Even clad in armor, how terrified must you be? A man seated beside Lin Chen smirked mockingly. Indeed, with an adept leading this operation, the likelihood of danger is minimal, right? That armor must be a relic from humanity's initial defenses against zombies. Times have changed. Such armor is utterly obsolete. Lady, what could you possibly see in such a coward? Another chimed in. In the event of a zombie encounter, he would likely abandon you. The surrounding men cast envious glances at Lin Chen, their jealousy primarily stemming from Su Lin, who was resting her eyes against him. In this gathering of men, Su Lin's allure was unparalleled. Each one of them was elite within their division, and most surpassed Su Lin in physical prowess, thus looking down upon Lin Chen. Yet, Su Lin merely cast a cold glance in their direction before returning to her repose, stating quietly, "You need not concern yourselves. I have faith in my subordinate. If it came to a choice, I would prefer to entrust my back to him." Upon hearing her words, the others continued to wear expressions of disdain. Based on him? A worthless individual with nearly zero combat capability? Su Lin merely offered a frigid smile and retorted, "He is willing to fight for me. What about you?" Chapter 19. Creating Chaos. Is this the best they could muster? A burly man with a muscular physique scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. When faced with zombies, it would be remarkable if he could merely don this armor and escape. However, if I am not mistaken, this armor is reinforced, weighing at least 150 pounds. Wearing such cumbersome armor, he would be a perfect shield when encountering zombies. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Lin opened her eyes wide, her cold demeanor intensifying. Ready to unleash her wrath, but Lin Chen restrained her hand. Through the gaps in the armor, she caught a glimpse of Lin Chen and Appo's subtly amused eyes. "Silence. If anyone speaks again, I shall throw them overboard," barked Xia Jiming, his orange hair bristling. As they journeyed toward the 5th safe zone, he needed to use his abilities to discern the conditions within a few kilometers radius. The clamor of others would undoubtedly hinder him. Though Xia Jiming and Appo's abilities were unrelated to combat, his fighting prowess akin to that of an ordinary person, his status as an ability user instilled a sense of fear in the surrounding civilians, who promptly fell silent. At that moment, Chao Fei pointed to the screen behind the driver and Appo's seat and spoke. "The two Vanguard ability users have acquired some of the Snake Woman and Appo's blood. The sample data is stored here. With our Heavenly Eye tracking system, we can pinpoint her location within 5 kilometers. We must now head to the 5th safe zone and conduct a thorough search around it. You all better remain quiet. If we delay the rescue, the consequences will be yours to bear." The atmosphere in the vehicle grew somber. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, hidden within the armor, had drifted into a deep slumber. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the wristbands of Chao Fei and the others emitted simultaneous warning signals, accompanied by flashing blue lights. Lin Chen stirred awake, and upon discerning the situation, he understood. According to Su Lin and Appo's earlier explanation, a blue alert merely indicated a distress signal from ordinary citizens. Whether these so-called elite ability users would come to their aid remained uncertain. Xia Jiming exchanged glances with Chao Fei, both silently agreeing to disregard the distress call. However, Lu Ping suddenly interjected, "Wait. This is a distress signal from the 5-2 exploration outpost. We must go." A closer examination of the wristband and Appo's screen revealed specific details regarding the exploration outpost and Appo's location. Chao Fei frowned, murmuring, "So it's the 5-2 outpost. We indeed need to pay a visit." Lin Chen, taken aback, turned his armored head towards Su Lin, who leaned in to whisper an explanation. "Currently, the 5th safe zone has only 2 outposts left, 5-1 and 5-2. If all exploration outposts fall, it means the 5th safe zone has utterly succumbed. The ability tower would never allow such a calamity to unfold." Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, realization dawning upon him. Tianjiang, who had remained silent, slightly raised his head and spoke up. "The 5-2 exploration outpost is directly ahead. After resolving their troubles, we can use the outpost as a starting point to survey the entire 5th safe zone. Each safe zone encircles Survivor City in concentric rings, with the outer zones progressively narrowing. The width of the 5th safe zone is no more than 5 kilometers, making it feasible to utilize the Heavenly Eye tracking system. A single circuit around the 5th safe zone will suffice for the search." "Indeed, an excellent suggestion." Chao Fei nodded before addressing the driver. "To the 5-2 outpost." "Understood." With several ability users present, the driver felt reassured and sped ahead, undeterred by the potential attention of zombies or infected individuals. Should they draw near, that would only spell their doom. Within 20 minutes, the armored vehicle traversed a narrow mountain path and arrived at the location of the 5-2 outpost. "Disembark. Prepare for battle," Chao Fei commanded, as the armored vehicle's doors swung open and everyone armed themselves before stepping out, even Lin Chen taking his time to descend. Although supported by a force field, he wished to project an air of effort. However, upon arriving at the 5-2 outpost, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Where was the danger? The outpost's plasma barrier remained intact. The interior facilities showed no signs of damage, appearing utterly normal. The only oddity was that all doors and windows were tightly shut, and not a single soul could be seen outside, not even a guard. "Is anyone there?" Chao Fei called impatiently, his voice echoing in the silence. No response came. Just then, Xia Jiming approached him and remarked, "I used my abilities to listen in. It seems there are about 15 people inside, though I cannot discern what they are doing." Upon hearing this, Chao Fei's anger flared. He bellowed towards the outpost, "Damn it. Reporting false distress signals? If you delay my mission, I will storm in and eliminate you all." Initially, they could have simply ignored the distress signal from an ordinary citizen. However, out of respect for the 5-2 outpost, they had chosen to make a detour. To their surprise, it turned out to be a false alarm. Just as Chao Fei's were fated, the outpost's main door swung open, and a gaunt man clad in tactical attire hurried towards them. Yet, he promptly closed the door behind him. My apologies, esteemed ability users, for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive my transgressions." The man recognized their insignia immediately through the plasma barrier, indicating their status as ability users. "Enough of the pleasantries. Why report a false distress signal?" Chao Fei said, suppressing his ire, his voice low. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed ones. Our signal here at the outpost has encountered issues, inadvertently disrupting the distress system. We are currently in the process of repairing it. I deeply apologize for the disturbance to your mission." Hearing this, Chao Fei's anger subsided somewhat. And upon seeing the undamaged state of the 5-2 outpost, he felt relieved. However, Lin Chen's gaze was fixated on the man who had emerged from the outpost. Ever since awakening his abilities, Lin Chen could observe the human magnetic fields of individuals, which correlated closely with their mental strength. The more advanced the ability user, the more vibrant their magnetic field. Yet, the man before him exhibited a peculiar magnetic field, as if disrupted by some external force, the source of which lay along his spine. However, that area was concealed by his clothing, preventing Lin Chen from discerning more. As Lin Chen scrutinized him, his attention was suddenly drawn to the radar compass at the man's waist. Its familiar shape sparked a memory. He had seen it before at the 3-11 outpost. According to the bald station master, this device, when activated, would emit special sound waves, attracting nearby zombies from a 5-kilometer radius. It was a tool used for clearing out nearby zombies. Beneath the armor, Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. This was indeed a valuable item. If it could emit sound waves to gather the zombies surrounding the 5th safe zone, chaos would surely ensue. Though there are 4 F-grade psychics present, let us not forget that we are on the brink of total collapse in the 5th security zone. The 4th security zone has already been infiltrated by E-grade special infected entities. Is it conceivable that the 5th security zone could escape such a fate? One could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to flee and seek out the serpent woman, urging her to lead to a place of safety. After all, being her first ardent admirer, Lin Chen harbors great expectations for her, certainly not merely due to her striking beauty. With this thought, Lin Chen slightly raised his armor and discreetly twisted his right hand. Behind the plasma barrier, the man's sonic radar at his waist seemed to quiver ever so slightly. "Given the urgency of our mission, I shall not stoop to your level. Quickly repair the equipment, should you dare to send out false distress signals again. Be wary of being dispatched to the reclamation team." Upon hearing the term reclamation team, the other ordinary individuals trembled in fear, clearly intimidated by the very notion. This reclamation team is tasked with the perilous endeavor of expanding the security zones, where the members face death at every turn. Hardly a single member returns unscathed from their expeditions. Yes, I shall remember." The man and Apos' apology was genuine, and Chao Fei could not be bothered to engage further. Turning to shout, "Let us go." However, standing beside Chao Fei, the blonde-haired Xia Jiming suddenly turned pale. "Wait," he exclaimed, abruptly raising his right hand as if sensing something. Yet he could hardly believe it. In the next moment, he dropped to the ground, pressing his ear against the surface. Xia Jiming and Apos' expression turned particularly grim as he furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, declaring, "There's no way to escape. The zombies near Outpost 5-2 are all converging here. Moreover, there are several F-grade special infected entities." Chapter 20. Hold the Outpost. What? The words of Xia Jiming struck like a bolt from the blue, causing Chao Fei and Apos' expression to shift instantly. "Could you repeat that? What is happening?" Xia Jiming rose. His face contorted with displeasure, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Centered around Outpost 5-2, the nearby zombies are converging on this location. Furthermore, judging by their auras, there should be 3 F-class special infected as well." The revelation sent a chill through the ordinary combat members surrounding them. 3 F-class special infected. Although they were elite members of their respective action teams, none had reached a mental strength of 100, and thus no one could awaken their abilities. Even combined, they would likely stand no chance against a single F-class special infected. And now, 3 were approaching simultaneously, along with an unknown number of zombies. How could they possibly fight this? We and Appos were in deep trouble with 3 of those beasts, Chao Fei said solemnly. He then turned his face away and ordered, "Send word to the ability tower, report the situation here in detail. Inform them that we require reinforcements." Understood. A combat member carrying communication equipment immediately complied. Meanwhile, Chao Fei scanned the area, searching for any potential escape routes. However, the 5-2 outpost was built against the mountains, aside from the path they had arrived on. There was only the sheer cliff behind the outpost, at least 30 to 40 meters high. A regular person falling from there would undoubtedly perish. These ability users possessed physical resilience beyond that of ordinary humans, and with their unique powers, they might escape from this place. However, the remaining ordinary people would likely perish here. Therefore, unless it was the very last moment, they had to hold their ground. Yet, if there was truly no chance of victory, these ability users would undoubtedly abandon the ordinary people and flee. You, open the plasma barrier and let us in. Establish a defensive line around the outpost and hold as long as possible, Chao Fei shouted at the commander of Outpost 5-2. Although caught off guard, the commander complied and called out towards the outpost, "Open the plasma barrier. Allow our esteemed ability users to enter." Soon, the plasma barrier was opened, and several individuals, along with an armored vehicle, entered. The other team members, though somewhat shaken by the presence of the infected, were seasoned veterans and did not succumb entirely to fear. They swiftly erected black barriers, placing them against the plasma shield. These barriers, crafted from a special alloy, could neutralize the plasma barrier's strength, allowing them to create a trench that could be attacked from all directions. The outpost faced away from the cliff, so that direction would not be threatened by zombies, significantly alleviating their defensive pressure. They established 5 firing points, solely for weapon fire, along with 2 special entry and exit points for the ability users. Chao Fei's ability was naturally suited for close combat with the infected, but if the situation turned dire, he could quickly retreat back behind the plasma barrier. The other team members paired up, with Su Lin and Lin Chen covering the far right firing point. Though their arsenal was limited, the pressure on that side was manageable. Moreover, with Tian Jiang, a wind attribute ability user, present within the inner line, he would surely assist if any firing point came under significant pressure. Chao Fei, the member responsible for contacting the ability tower, suddenly stood up. The ability tower has sent back a message instructing us to hold our ground here. They are preparing to dispatch ability users for reinforcement. We cannot afford to lose Outpost 5-2. If we truly cannot hold on, we must prioritize the lives of the ability users. At this juncture, the member's expression turned solemn. The hearts of the others quaked at the thought. Before the ability users, the ordinary people felt like mere pawns, disposable at will, even if they truly could not hold on. The likelihood of the ability users escaping was far greater than their own. Did everyone hear that? We hold this ground. To falter is to perish, Chao Fei declared with a grave expression. Faced with such overwhelming numbers of enemies, their best option was to stand firm. Should they act separately? Even the ability users would have little confidence in breaking out of this situation. Yes, the team members, invigorated, hastened their preparations for the firing points. The commander and Appos' expression wavered. Observing the busy actions of the others, he finally stammered, I will go prepare." With that, he dashed into the outpost and secured the door. Before long, the 5 firing points were fully set up, with everyone stationed at their respective positions, bracing for the impending threat. They and Appos were coming. Xia Jiming's pupils constricted as he sensed an approaching danger. Within mere breaths, the others were astonished to see countless twisted, eerie figures emerging along the path they had taken. An innumerable horde of zombies, akin to souls risen from the depths of hell, appeared before them, tattered clothes, rotting skin, hollow eyes exuding a nauseating stench. The horde numbered at least in the thousands. Their movements were stiff yet alarmingly swift, surging forth like a tidal wave. Some zombies emitted low growls, while others extended their withered arms, their fingertips sharp as claws, glinting in the sunlight. The team members at the firing points were gripped by terror at this sight. Their faces drained of color, their eyes filled with despair and dread. Even seasoned veterans had never witnessed such a scene. The air was thick with the overwhelming scent of blood and decay, suffocating them. The sound of their heartbeats was strikingly clear, as if they might leap from their chests at any moment. "Open fire. Eliminate these beasts," Chao Fei bellowed in fury. The combat members at the firing points finally jolted into action, desperately lifted their machine guns, some even pulling the pins from 4 or 5 grenades simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the advancing horde. The initial wave of assault erupted, Yet the swarm of zombies remained largely unaffected. The front line merely served as a meat shield. As they realized their attacks were akin to throwing stones into the ocean, despair washed over the others and Appo's faces. Useless fools. What are you afraid of? Xiao Fei, noticing the fear etched on their faces, felt his anger boil. Watch me. With that, he planted his feet firmly and launched himself like a cannonball. And when the others caught sight of Xiao Fei again, he had already dashed through one of the entry points, standing merely 10 meters from the horde. Such speed. Ordinary onlookers were left in awe. In their eyes, it was as if he had teleported. Within seconds, Xiao Fei stood before the mass of zombies, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The force of his blow sent dozens of zombies flying. They scattered like weak dandelions blown by a gust of wind. Impressive. Truly, the power of an ability user. To face such a horde single-handedly, without any weapon, was this the might of an ability user? Brothers, as we fight alongside our esteemed ability user, we shall surely hold until reinforcements arrive. Open fire. Eliminate these beasts. The display of Xiao Fei's strength ignited the fervor of the others. Witnessing the prowess of the ability user, their spirits soared. If the frequency of battles increases, through the tempering of real combat, their mental fortitude will gradually enhance. One day in the future, they may even have the opportunity to become extraordinary beings. Instantly, the spirits of the crowd soared, and the zombies seemed insignificant in their eyes. At that moment, however, Xiao Fei, feeling triumphant about his ability to manipulate emotions, was suddenly met with a whistling fist. Bang! The fist seemed to strike the air beside Xiao Fei, never making contact with his body. In the distance, Tianjiang raised his hands, utilizing a distant wind blade to block the attack aimed at Xiao Fei. Old Tian, you and Appos, V saved the day. With his extensive combat experience, Xiao Fei swiftly recovered from the initial shock of the ambush and began to confront the imposing figure before him. It was an F-grade special infected entity. The Chainsaw Butcher. Su Lin, through her reconnaissance glasses, identified the entity that had ambushed Xiao Fei. The creature stood an imposing 3 to 4 meters tall, with arms as thick as stone pillars. Its right hand was devoid of a palm, replaced instead by a blood-red chainsaw seemingly fused with its flesh. This was the reason for its moniker, the Chainsaw Butcher. Humph. The Chainsaw Butcher, is it? How intriguing. Xiao Fei snorted coldly, stepping back a few paces. His gaze fixated on the creature. Leave this one to me. You all maintain your positions. If the zombies breach your defenses, I shall twist your heads off. Chapter 21. The golden-spotted spider. As Xiao Fei and the Chainsaw Butcher engaged in combat, ammunition was unleashed from various gunfire points, bullets cascading like raindrops, effectively slowing the advance of the horde of zombies. Should the zombies press forward too swiftly, Tianjiang would intervene, alleviating the pressure on each fire point. Nevertheless, he needed to conserve his strength, for 2 F-class special infected had yet to reveal themselves. Old Xia, aren't there still 2 F-class ones? Where are they hiding? Lu Ping inquired suddenly. Xia Jiming closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sounds surrounding them. After a moment, he replied, those 2 F-class infected are lurking approximately 200 to 300 meters from the outpost. They likely intend to let the Chainsaw Butcher carve a path before striking. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping frowned. These beasts even possess tactics. Tianjiang's gaze grew more serious as he replied, Old Lu, do not forget, infected beings, after undergoing special mutations, can possess a degree of intelligence. F-class special infected are slightly more astute than ordinary zombies, akin to a 4 or 5-year-old child. Do not underestimate them. Lu Ping gritted his teeth and sighed. It seems we must hold our ground for a while longer. Once those 2 F-class infected lose their patience, they will likely make their move. Meanwhile, the distance between the zombie horde and the outpost diminished, placing immense pressure on all fire points, except for the one where Lin Chen was stationed. The defenders at the fire points worked in pairs, while one shot, the other reloaded. In contrast, at Lin Chen's position, Su Lin completed a burst of ammunition and anxiously said, You hold the line. I'll reload. To her surprise, Lin Chen merely lazily acknowledged her, leaning against the metal plate of the fire point, holding a small pistol aimed outward. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, it seems to be jammed. Lin Chen noticed the trigger was unresponsive and straightened up to inspect the handgun. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Su Lin's heart raced. The zombies could breach the fire point at any moment, yet Lin Chen was merely checking if his gun had jammed. This was a battlefield, not a shooting range. Through the helmet's crevice, Su Lin caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's somewhat innocent expression. No, Suku, it seems we need not be so anxious. Just look. Lin Chen extended a hand outward, and just as Su Lin completed her reloading, She was stunned by the sight before her. The zombies, surging like a tide, diverted their course about 10 meters from their fire point, rushing towards other positions instead. Occasionally, a stray zombie would slip through, but it posed no significant threat. What is happening? Su Lin was utterly bewildered. Their fire point occupied the far right, with a small firing window, so the others were entirely unaware of this anomaly. Some even complained, why is it still so difficult to deal with these zombies at 5 fire points? I don't know. Perhaps. I have body odor. And these zombies are afraid of the smell. Lin Chen shrugged behind his armor, appearing helpless, wishing he had some seeds to munch on. Unbeknownst to Su Lin, 10 meters outside their fire point, an invisible force field wall obstructed the advance of the zombies. However, to prevent anyone from noticing the oddity, Lin Chen exercised additional control, allowing a few stray zombies to breach, which Su Lin would handle. How is this even possible? Su Lin's expression was one of shock in her lifetime. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Squad leader, fire quickly. Those zombies are about to break through. Su Lin, amidst her astonishment, was reminded by Lin Chen. Finally, she snapped back to reality, realizing a few zombies were indeed charging towards them, and hurriedly focused, pulling the trigger. Lin Chen cast a slightly pitiful glance at the others, silently saying, apologies, but since you are so capable, perhaps you could share the burden. Simultaneously, Lin Chen was calculating how he might extricate himself to search for the snake woman. His best chance lay in the outpost S defenses faltering, the ability users being overwhelmed, and then making a break for it to seek her out. But afterward, as an ordinary person clad in armor weighing over 100 pounds, could he truly escape amidst such a horde? Even if he succeeded in rescuing the snake woman, how would he return to City E? Lin Chen felt a headache coming on, uncertain of what to do. Just then, the outpost door swung open abruptly, and the station leader, fully armed, charged out. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Ugh. If these outpost people join the defense, this place could likely hold out for a considerable time. They should be able to withstand until reinforcements arrive from the ability tower. As Lin Chen pondered, the station leader suddenly raised his rifle and opened fire on the 2 individuals at the central fire point. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted, and the 2, caught completely off guard, were turned into Swiss cheese. The remaining ability users were stunned, with Tian Jiang leaping up from the ground, swiftly distancing himself from the station leader, demanding angrily, "You fool! What are you doing?" At that moment, the station leader's expression morphed into something grotesque, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. With a few drops of viscous dark red liquid trailing down his forehead, Lin Chen and Appo's pupils constricted as his gaze fixed on the station leader. A 20-centimeter dark yellow spider was gnawing at the back of his head with its sharp fangs, blood gushing profusely. It appeared the station leader had been controlled by that spider. Lin Chen recalled his first encounter with him, noticing something that seemed to influence his bodily magnetic field. He had not given it much thought then, but observing the station leader now, along with a series of bizarre reactions, everything began to make sense. He had been under the control of a mutant all along. Damn it! Lu Ping reacted swiftly, bringing his hands together as the earth beside the station leader surged like liquid, rapidly forming 2 earthen walls that crushed inward, without any resistance. The station leader emitted not a single cry as he was ground to a pulp by the walls. Splatter! The stench of blood sprayed from the crevice. And with a keen eye, Lu Ping immediately recognized the creature controlling the station leader. This must be the juvenile form of the golden-spotted spider, Lu Ping said gravely. Be careful. If there are juveniles, there must surely be a mother. No sooner had he spoken than several black tendrils shot out from the partially concealed outpost door. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these black tendrils were segmented, each segment about 10 centimeters long, resembling iron whips, and they lunged toward the remaining fire points. Clearly, the mother inside the outpost knew who to target. The combat personnel at the other fire points were unprepared, each being pierced through the chest by the hardened tendrils. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted quickly. As one tendril approached Su Lin, he swiftly raised his right hand, conjuring a magnetic force field in front of her to block the attack. However, the black tendril, upon being deflected, rapidly twisted and coiled around Su Lin's body. No. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, taken aback by the unexpected attack of the tentacles. Ah! Su Lin let out a scream as she was pulled towards the interior of the outpost by the tentacles. In a split second, Lin Chen leapt forward, launching himself to embrace Su Lin tightly. However, this action provided the attacking tentacles an opportunity to strike. They recoiled and ensnared Lin Chen's body, dragging him towards the depths of the outpost. Yet, there was no terror etched upon Lin Chen's face, Rather, it bore a hint of exhilaration. This creature, is it called the golden pattern spider? What a remarkably formidable and extraordinary infectious entity. Chapter 22. No one needs to die. The formidable nature of the special infection entity was unveiled before Lin Chen for the first time. Although he had encountered the snake woman previously, she had not exhibited significant offensive power upon their first meeting. In stark contrast, the golden pattern spider before him radiated undeniable strength. Despite Lin Chen's efforts to resist with his unique magnetic field abilities, he was still ensnared and ultimately dragged into the depths of the outpost. Inside the outpost, darkness enveloped the space, punctuated only by the faint glow of bioluminescence flickering in the corners. An indescribable stench of decay mingled with the metallic scent of damp earth pervaded the air, assaulting the senses. Even clad in armor, Lin Chen could not shield himself from the noxious odor. In the innermost recess of the outpost, a massive spider, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, lay in wait. Its body was encased in a golden shell, while 8 robust appendages waved menacingly in the air, each covered in sharp barbs that glinted ominously. The spider's head was disproportionately large, its compound eyes glowing a fiery red, resembling 2 blazing flames that stood out in the darkness. Soon, Lin Chen's gaze was drawn to several enormous spider cocoons adjacent to the golden pattern spider. These cocoons dripped with viscous green fluid, shimmering with an eerie luminescence. The outlines of human figures were discernible within, though their heads had been gnawed to mere bones by the spider's offspring. Despite their diminutive size, these younglings possessed mandibles sharp enough to cleave human skulls. They voraciously devoured their prey, producing a chilling sound of crunching. An aura of death permeated the outpost, as if the very air had solidified. Crack! Lin Chen tightened his grip, and the magnetic field around him surged, relentlessly battering the spider's body. Finally, it yielded, bending enough for him to draw closer to Su Lin. This creature is classified as F. Su Lin exclaimed, despair evident in her voice as she discerned the spider's level through her reconnaissance goggles. It's on the verge of evolving. A successful evolution would elevate it to an E-level special infection entity. The goggles identified the potent virus within the golden pattern spider, confirming its F classification. In other words, this spider was even stronger than the other ability users outside. While infection entities could evolve, such transformations were vastly more challenging than the enhancement of human abilities. Over the years, infection entities had consistently outpaced humanity primarily due to their sheer numbers. Those capable of evolution remained a rarity, but exceptions existed. Su Lin found herself ensnared by the spider's tendrils, her clothing caught on the barbed hooks. The more she struggled, the tighter the grip became. Lin Chen, what about the gun I gave you back then? Remember, if you become infected, you must act. If possible, please liberate me. Su Lin urged, her teeth clenched. Haunted by the grotesque visage of the previous outpost leader, she certainly did not wish to meet a similar fate, yearning instead for a dignified end. What are you thinking, Chief? In stark contrast to Su Lin's turmoil, Lin Chen appeared remarkably composed. Fear not, none of us need to die. Upon hearing his words, which resonated like a beacon of hope, Su Lin felt an extraordinary force propelling her body upward. In the next instant, crack! The tendril that bound her was severed by an unseen, mysterious power. Green blood gushed forth, and Su Lin felt as if she were caught in a black hole. An invisible vortex tugging at her being. Ah! She screamed as she was hurled far from the outpost. Simultaneously, Lin Chen cast a glance behind him, and the outpost's entrance slammed shut with a resounding clang, controlled by the force field. With a slight flick of his finger, Lin Chen's helmet visor fell away, revealing his handsome visage. The dim candlelight accentuated his features, rendering him even more striking. At that moment, a dramatic shift unfolded. The golden pattern spider's compound eyes, which had previously glimmered with malice, suddenly contracted as if it had witnessed something extraordinary. In the next instant, its gaze filled with yearning. Utterly captivated by Lin Chen's striking appearance, ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully tamed the special infection entity, golden pattern spider. Reward, 75 mental strength. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Lin Chen's data card revealed additional information. Loyal fan. F-level infection entity, snake woman. Affinity, 52-100. Current status, severely injured. Next affinity unlock ability, evolution. F infection entity, golden pattern spider. Affinity, 5100. Current status, infatuated. Next affinity unlock ability, evolution. As anticipated, Lin Chen smiled gently, a flicker of relief illuminating his eyes. He casually raised a hand and gestured toward the tendrils at his waist. The golden pattern spider immediately understood, loosening its grip on his armor, revealing the countless puncture marks left by its barbs. Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief had he not worn armor. Mere contact with its appendages would have resulted in severe injury. At that moment, the spider's tendrils, previously poised for attack, slowly extended toward Lin Chen, delicately brushing against his form as if expressing goodwill and respect. However, the spider seemed unfamiliar with human anatomy. Upon grazing a certain protrusion, Lin Chen's expression shifted, and he quickly raised his hand. "Stop. I'm not that ravenous." The golden patterned spider promptly halted, its intelligence allowing it to comprehend Lin Chen's command. Surveying the corners of the outpost, Lin Chen's eyes brightened at the sight of the numerous spiderlings. "These are your offspring? Surely you can command them?" Lin Chen implored, his gaze intense. Perhaps feeling the weight of his scrutiny, the golden patterned spider squirmed, appearing somewhat bashful. After a moment, it began to nod slowly. "Excellent." Lin Chen's lips curled upward as he continued, "Have them assist me in locating a special infection entity known as the Snake Woman." As Lin Chen finished speaking, a hint of confusion flickered in the spider's eyes. Lin Chen gestured emphatically. "Snake Woman. Do you know her?" "She is an F-level special infection at this point." Lin Chen's words faltered. He realized that the classifications and names of these infection entities were based on human standards, which they likely could not comprehend. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen straightened, placing his hands together and raising them above his head. He then began to twist his body, mimicking the movements of the Snake Woman. "Do you know of an infection entity that moves like this?" At last, the golden patterned spider recognized the gesture, nodding eagerly in understanding. "Wonderful. Scatter your offspring and find her. She should still be recuperating, and we must ensure her safety." Chapter 23. Will you not go to rescue him? "I will. Soon." Under the command of the golden patterned spider, countless spiderlings emerged through the shattered windows and doors of the watchtower, scattering in all directions, thousands of them. These younglings obeyed the directives of the golden patterned spider, promising to return promptly upon discovering the trail of the Snake Woman. Next, Lin Chen pondered how he might extricate himself from this predicament. He could not linger at the watchtower any longer, having survived for such an extended period. The outside world would inevitably become suspicious of his existence. However, those outside currently had little regard for Lin Chen's fate. The plasma barrier would not hold for much longer. What should be done? Lu Ping, while keeping a wary eye on the watchtower behind him, gazed anxiously at the waning plasma shield. After the chaos erupted within the barrier, Chao Fei hastily retreated inside, determined to safeguard the combat in Xia Jiming. To his shock, nearly all the ordinary team members were decimated, with only Su Lin, who had been cast out from the watchtower, surviving by sheer luck. The others had perished without exception. Powerful beings. Lin Chen is still inside. I implore you to intervene and save him. Su Lin, propelled by an unusual force and thrown aside, knelt before Lu Ping. Desperation etched on her face. "What? You want us to rescue him?" Chao Fei's voice turned hostile, his anger palpable. "At such a time, our lives take precedence. He was captured by the golden patterned spider. He may very well be dead." At this, despair flickered across Su Lin's features, yet she mustered her resolve, insisting, "No, it's not certain. Lin Chen is remarkably resilient. I believe he is still alive. There is still time to save him." At this juncture, only the nearby powerful beings could offer assistance. As for her, in the face of an special infected entity, she was destined to be mere prey. Impossible. Xia Jiming's expression darkened, observing the movements of the nearby zombies. There are 3 F-level special infected outside, and the one within has even reached F. If the 4 of us combine our strength, we might barely contend with it. Why should we risk our lives for a mere lowly individual? The term lowly individual resonated painfully in Su Lin's mind, leaving her stunned. Had it been an ability user dragged in, they might have considered a rescue. But for an ordinary person, abandonment was the only fate. Such was the law of this apocalyptic world. The notion of equality among people? A mere jest. All that remained was the stark divide of strength. Only the powerful deserved a voice. Frustration marred Su Lin's visage, her teeth nearly biting through her lip. Her body trembled with rage. Just then, a sharp crack echoed in their ears, causing Xia Jiming to pale as he turned to the plasma shield. It had not withstood for long. Under the onslaught of the horde, the plasma barrier crumbled as if it were mere straw. In an instant, a staggering number of zombies surged through the breach, their eyes glinting with greed and cruelty, their jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth, as if they sought to devour everything in their path. "They and Amp, Oppos, re-coming in," Xia Jiming shouted, his defensive capabilities the weakest among them. "Now," Lu Ping bellowed, slamming his hands onto the ground. In the next moment, the earth beneath them seemed to flow, rising to form a circular platform approximately 5 meters in diameter. He aimed to create a height differential to potentially hinder the zombies' advance. However, the strain on Lu Ping was immense, as the platform ascended to 6 or 7 meters. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The zombies, hampered in their mobility, could only glare at the elevated platform, their claws scraping the surface of the earth. Unable to coordinate their limbs to climb, these creatures had lost their intellect. They were but mindless husks, exhaling in relief as the platform temporarily staved off the zombies. Lu Ping and Amp's respite was short-lived. A thunderous crash reverberated from the direction of the watchtower. The walls of the structure disintegrated, and countless golden-patterned spiderlings flooded forth, a grotesque sight. At the center of the watchtower, a colossal golden-patterned spider brandished its appendages, one of which ensnared Lin Chen. Oi! What the hell? Lin Chen and Amp's voice echoed, feigning panic as he shouted, "If you want to eat me, just do it. You dare toy with me? I swear, if you drop me, I'll blast you with a machine gun." Upon hearing Lin Chen and Amp's voice, Su Lin, who had been kneeling, looked up, hope igniting in her eyes. She turned to see Lin Chen. He was alive. This fellow was surprisingly tenacious. Captured by the golden-patterned spider, he had not been consumed but instead was caught in a game. Xiao Fei gaped at the scene, astonished. Yet, being grasped by the spider and Amp's appendage, Lin Chen seemed to have only one path ahead, death. Who among them possessed the ability to save him? Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a performance orchestrated by Lin Chen in collaboration with the golden-patterned spider. Evidently, they harbored no suspicion. With a sudden flick of its appendage, the golden-patterned spider flung Lin Chen over the precipice. "Why are you throwing me? Keep playing." Lin Chen and Amp's last words faded as his voice diminished. Su Lin gazed blankly at the cliff and Amp's edge, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Tian Jiang approached her. Speaking in a calm tone, that cliff is about 30 to 40 meters high, although it is a slope. Being thrown down like that would likely leave him crippled if not dead. In this environment, being crippled is akin to being dead. As he spoke, Tian Jiang's gaze turned upon Su Lin, clearly drawn to her alluring figure. I'm unlike the other ability users. I hold a certain respect for you ordinary folks. After all, every ordinary person has the potential to become an ability user. If you agree to be my servant, I could protect you. Tian Jiang was confident in his proposal, believing that in this dire situation, he had the greatest chance of escape by going solo. His unique wind-based abilities, if properly utilized, could even allow someone to fly. Su Lin, however, would not accept such a proposition. She cast Tian Jiang a lifeless glance, her eyes devoid of the previous respect, now filled with disdain. You? Not worthy. Before Tian Jiang could react, Su Lin pushed herself up and leapt down. Yet, she was not seeking death as she jumped. She gripped the climbing rope at her waist, landing on a nearby tree. Swiftly, she secured the rope around the trunk and leapt forward again, aiming for the 30 to 40 meter cliff. You scoundrels. Self-important scoundrels. If you will not go to rescue him, then I shall. Chapter 24. A Morbid World with a Hiss. The climbing rope emitted a sound as fine as a whisper, rubbing against the rugged cliff face. Su Lin slowed her pace. Yet she seemed to have overestimated the strength of the rope. Suddenly, gravity took hold, and as Su Lin began to plummet, the angle of the rope shifted perilously against the sharp edges of the cliff. It seemed the rope could not withstand much more. A soft sigh echoed in Su Lin and Amp's ears. Her body, which was freely descending, appeared to be lifted by an unseen force, leaving her suspended in midair. Below her, the emptiness felt both vast and solid. To her astonishment, it seemed as though there was a flowing motion within the void beneath her. She was standing in midair. Suku, I truly wish to keep this secret from you. Yet, you leapt after me, and I could not leave you to your fate. Lin Chen spoke in a tone of resignation. Su Lin turned around, shocked to discover Lin Chen was similarly standing in the void, casually gazing at her. What was happening? How could both of them stand suspended in the air? Apart from a few exceptional abilities, most supernatural beings could not fly without assistance. Fortunately, Lin Chen was one of those exceptions. His version of flight involved generating a magnetic force field beneath his feet, allowing him to elevate his body. The advantage of this method was that it also enabled others to stand aloft. Su Lin was clearly astonished by the scene before her. Staring at the ground several meters below, then abruptly looking up, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Lin Chen. We can't speak here. It's not safe. We must not let those above discover us, Lin Chen muttered, glancing upwards. As he spoke, he reversed his hands, and the magnetic force field beneath them shifted, gently lowering them like an elevator to the ground. Lin Chen grasped the still-dazed Su Lin and led her into the nearby forest, attempting to shield themselves from the gaze of those with supernatural powers. He recalled the abilities of Xia Jiming, whose keen hearing was no trifling matter. With a flick of his hand, Lin Chen enveloped them both within a magnetic field, neutralizing the sound vibrations generated during their conversation to prevent Xia Jiming from eavesdropping. In this situation, Xia Jiming would likely be too preoccupied to overhear anything, let alone utilize his powers. Once they were thoroughly concealed, Lin Chen exhaled, ready to speak. When Su Lin interjected, "Lin Chen, what is happening? How could I stand in the air just now? Is it because of you? Are you a supernatural being?" Her gaze was vacant, disbelief etched across her features. One of the operatives within the 9th Division. And yet she was in the presence of a being of such esteemed power? Su Lin had long harbored aspirations of becoming a supernatural being herself, pushing herself into combat for many years. Yet, despite countless life and death battles, her mental fortitude had not advanced significantly. The ability to awaken one's powers, it seemed, depended largely on innate talent. Sometimes, sheer effort paled in comparison to natural gifts. Lin Chen, who often missed training sessions and had little impact on the battlefield against zombies, turned out to be a supernatural being. How could this not leave Su Lin in shock? Lin Chen, his expression awkward, scratched his face and then smiled sheepishly. Ahem. Chief, please forgive me for concealing this from you for so long. I truly did not wish for others to find out. It was simply. Before he could finish, Su Lin bowed her head, her voice heavy. I apologize, esteemed supernatural being. It was my folly to presume I could rush down here without regard for your capabilities. The abrupt shift in her demeanor was instantaneous. The smile that had graced Lin Chen's face vanished. He was perplexed as to why Su Lin had suddenly transformed before him. Chief, what are you doing? Lin Chen stared at her in disbelief. Yet Su Lin continued to avert her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. What is the matter? So what if I am a supernatural being? Why must you act this way? Lin Chen's tone grew increasingly agitated as he pressed her. Chief, have you forgotten how you treated me before? That was just fine. I had no objections to your reprimands. Surprisingly, Su Lin's face paled at his words, fear creeping into her expression. With a sudden thud, she knelt before Lin Chen. Esteemed supernatural being, I was wrong. I had no idea you possessed such abilities, and I pressed you to train. That was my mistake. I beg for your forgiveness. At that moment, Lin Chen felt as though something had struck him, leaving him in a state of turmoil. His earlier shock transformed into a somber calm, which soon turned dark. Rise. Lin Chen commanded, his tone firm. Yet, Su Lin trembled slightly, seemingly daunted by the authority of a supernatural being, remaining on the ground. I command you to stand. Lin Chen's fingers curled, and the magnetic force field enveloped Su Lin's form, compelling her to rise. Now, Lin Chen could see the tears welling in her eyes. And as they locked gazes, he found himself momentarily stunned. For Su Lin was on the verge of tears. Lin Chen and Appos, as heart softened once more, and he patiently asked, Chief, speak your mind. It is true that I am a supernatural being, but I am not some so-called superior. You are not inferior either. We are equals. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Lin's heart trembled. Equals? Was there truly such a thing as equality? In this apocalyptic world, supernatural beings were akin to gods among the dwindling remnants of humanity. They wielded power, and thus they were everything. From a young age, Su Lin had been indoctrinated with the notion that reality dictated a hierarchy among people. The highest tier consisted of supernatural beings, while those like her, ordinary civilians with no extraordinary traits, were relegated to the lowest ranks. In the next moment, with tears brimming in her eyes, Su Lin lunged forward, embracing Lin Chen. Brother. At the sound of that title, Lin Chen froze. Su Lin's brother? He recalled that the former head of the 9th Division was not Su Lin, but her brother. It was said that during the awakening of his powers, a mishap had led to his untimely demise. Following this tragedy, Su Lin had joined the 9th Division, driven by an almost obsessive fervor, earning her military accolades and ultimately becoming the head of the 9th Division. Because of her brother, Su Lin was nearly fanatical about awakening her own powers. Sighing softly, Lin Chen gently stroked Su Lin and Appos' back, preparing to offer words of comfort when he heard a rustling sound around them. The numerous golden-patterned spiderlings that had scurried away moments ago began to converge from all directions. The leading few appeared quite agitated, brandishing their limbs at Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen and Appos' eyes lit up with excitement. Did we find them? Chapter 25. Wait for my return. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He held Su Lin in his arms, yet his thoughts were consumed by the perilous fate of the snake woman. It was a difficult dilemma. Just moments ago, Su Lin, immersed in sorrow, suddenly switched to combat mode upon noticing the gathering golden patterned spiderlings around them. She swiftly drew her gun from her waist. "Beware, ability user," she exclaimed, intending to fire at the spiderlings. Lin Chen, quick to react, grasped Su Lin and Appo's wrist. "Captain, you mustn't and Appo's shoot. They are my little brothers." Fortunately, he managed to prevent her from pulling the trigger, as a magnetic field he had previously established surrounded them, rendering the bullets ineffective. "Little brothers?" Su Lin stared at Lin Chen, bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. Witnessing her shocked expression, Lin Chen struggled to explain. Instead, he opened a breach in the magnetic field and summoned one of the golden patterned spiderlings into his palm. Although the creature's appearance was somewhat terrifying, when placed in Lin Chen's hand, it behaved almost like a tamed puppy, nuzzling against his palm. This. Su Lin's expression turned utterly unsettled. The fierce golden patterned spider, nestled in Lin Chen and Appo's hand, was surprisingly docile, resembling a trained dog. "Why was this so? Captain, I wish to keep this a secret. It is part of my ability. All zombies in the world cannot harbor hostility towards me. In fact, they even admire me, as you can see." As he spoke, Lin Chen intended to stroke the spiderling, but its grotesque appearance caused him to withdraw his hand. Su Lin felt as though her worldview had been shattered. Could there truly be a human capable of such feats in this apocalyptic world? The reality was that zombies still dominated the Earth, with infected beings occupying over 90% of the Blue Star and Appo's territory. The remnants of humanity struggled to survive in the scant remaining area. Yet here was one individual endowed with the power to tame zombies? It felt like a dream. Su Lin pinched her arm to assure herself this was not a mere illusion. Yet, the clearer her mind became, the less she could believe the scene before her. Was this truly happening? Lin Chen could tame zombies? The ramifications of such knowledge, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite a monumental uproar. He was nothing short of humanity's savior. "Lin Chen, you." Su Lin attempted to articulate her thoughts, but as she glanced at the surrounding spiderlings, she found herself at a loss for words. Such beings felt divine to her. "Shoo." Lin Chen gestured for silence, then spoke softly. "This is a secret between us. It must not reach others, understand? Among all the survivors in City E, I trust you alone." Lin Chen's unique ability to tame zombies must remain concealed from the ability tower. On the surface, the human alliance governed humanity, yet behind it lay the true power of the ability tower. It was a facade of civilization, crafted by those with ulterior motives, akin to a feudal dynasty. "Understood." Su Lin nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the profound impact this ability could have on humanity. Moreover, regardless of others' presence, "You should address me as you always have." Recalling this matter, Lin Chen placed his hands on his hips and said with mild irritation. However, Su Lin and Appo's expression revealed hesitation. Lin Chen, unwilling to elaborate further, asserted, "Ordinary people must heed the commands of ability users, correct? Therefore, I command you to treat me as before, without any special sentiments due to my status as an ability user." Su Lin appeared dazed, and after a long pause, she timidly nodded. "Yes." Although this felt somewhat coercive, with time, Su Lin would inevitably question the notion of ability user supremacy. Lin Chen had achieved his objective. With that resolved, Lin Chen prepared to seek out the Snake Woman, as her status on the data card indicated she was gravely injured. He glanced at Su Lin. "Captain, I must attend to some matters. Will you accompany me, or remain here? Regardless of your choice, I can assure your safety." Su Lin fell into silence. Though she yearned to know Lin Chen's intentions, the prevailing circumstances made her realize they belonged to entirely different worlds. All she could do was avoid being a burden to him. "I will wait for you," she murmured. However, she soon mustered the courage to ask, "If I wait for you, what about those ability users above? If they perish, the ability tower will surely retaliate." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Do not worry. I have experience. I just commanded the golden patterned spiders to direct the zombies, to merely disperse the encirclement without inflicting severe harm. The ability tower is a formidable entity. We cannot provoke it just yet. Although those ability users are not virtuous, their backing from the ability tower is indeed formidable. For now, I wish to avoid enmity with them." With that, Lin Chen instructed the nearby golden patterned spiderlings to protect Su Lin, before swiftly departing in the direction indicated by one that had come to relay the message. The Snake Woman's chosen hiding place was in the opposite direction of the 5-2 outpost, alleviating Lin Chen's concerns about encountering reinforcements from the ability tower. After a brisk walk of about 10 minutes, the lively golden-patterned spiderlings led Lin Chen to the entrance of a cave. Standing at the threshold, he could faintly see green lights flickering deep within the cavern. Lin Chen wasted no time and hurried inside. As he quickened his pace, he caught a familiar fragrance mingled with the scent of blood. Upon rounding a corner, he finally beheld the injured snake woman. Her body writhed in agony. Her once smooth and supple scales appeared dull and lifeless, with patches already peeling away, exposing the raw, crimson flesh beneath. Her form was no longer fluid but swollen in multiple areas, as if struck by a heavy blow. Even more distressing were the myriad wounds adorning her body, some inflicted by sharp instruments, their jagged edges rendering them grotesque. Her eyes fluttered between half-open and closed. Her breath shallow and rapid, each inhalation accompanied by a slight tremor of her body. Lin Chen and Amp, Appos, S gaze lingered on the snake woman and Amp, Appos, S chest, where a gaping wound the size of a fist was clearly visible. This injury was more severe than a fatal blow. It seemed as though she could perish at any moment. The only thing sustaining her was the belief instilled by Lin Chen when he departed. Wait for my return. Chapter 26. Say that again. How dare you injure my serpent woman to such an extent? Lin Chen gritted his teeth and hurried closer. Initially, upon hearing footsteps approaching the cave, the serpent woman, teetering on the brink of death, exhibited a fierce killing intent. However, as she struggled to twist her body and caught sight of Lin Chen, she froze in place. Instantly, an indescribable emotion surged within her, transforming her once ferocious visage into one of softness and then exhilaration. Cough, cough. Overwhelmed by her emotions, the injuries within the serpent woman were not yet stabilized, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark green blood. Lin Chen, witnessing this, was taken aback and quickly bent down, his gaze filled with concern for her injuries. The fallen serpent woman clung tightly to one of Lin Chen's arms, managing a faint smile with her pale face, as if to convey, I have honored our pact. I am still alive. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed that after the serpent woman sustained her grievous wounds, her status card had also undergone a change. Devoted fan. F-class infected serpent woman affection level. 52-100 current status, severely injured. Required treatment. 1 F-class infected corpse. Next affection level unlock ability, evolution. Upon his interaction with the serpent woman, the system automatically updated the method to heal her. The content on Lin Chen's status card also received an update. We can save her. This is splendid. Lin Chen's expression was one of exhilaration as he gazed intently at the serpent woman. I will take you with me. You must hold on. Although the serpent woman did not comprehend Lin Chen and Amp, Appos, S intentions, she would unconditionally obey his words. As long as her consciousness permitted, she would not allow herself to succumb to unconsciousness, solely due to Lin Chen's previous command. Such is the power of an idol. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand, and an invisible magnetic force enveloped the serpent woman's body. With heightened concentration, he carefully lifted her. The serpent woman felt a sense of astonishment at her state, as if she were floating in midair, and gazed at Lin Chen with admiration. Exiting the cave, Lin Chen pressed on relentlessly, heading in the direction from whence he came. All the while contemplating. The last time the poison leopard was slain, the ability user had Suku retrieve something. It must have been the corpse type. Who would have thought the corpse type could also heal the serpent woman's injuries? Meanwhile, on another front, the 4 ability users were struggling against the assault of 4 F-class special infected. The platform created by Lu Ping did not withstand the onslaught of the zombies for long. Several F-class special infected seemed to have united, collectively dismantling the base of the platform. Reluctantly, the ability users were forced to fight individually. Among them, Xia Jiming teamed up with Lu Ping, and through their combined abilities, they managed to hold off the zombie onslaught, albeit barely. Chao Fei, who had previously been able to contend evenly with the chainsaw butcher, was now battered and bruised, overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. Of the 4, the one faring the best was certainly Tian Jiang. His abilities were rather unique, allowing him to control the winds and soar through the air. Though he could not maintain flight for long, he managed to escape. The golden-striped spider, obeying Lin Chen's command, dispatched an F-class special infected to pursue, thus avoiding being surrounded by numerous zombies. Humph. After distancing himself from the 5-2 outpost, Tian Jiang snorted coldly. Glancing back, he saw a decaying zombie, reeking of foul odor, still in pursuit. None of the other creatures had followed. How dare you chase me? As Tian Jiang descended and landed on the ground, he exhaled in relief. Maintaining flight for an extended period had drained his stamina significantly. Thus, he could only control his flight for a few kilometers. Any further would surely exhaust him. F-class special infected, toxic corpse. Through Tianzhang's keen perception, he gleaned the information regarding the peculiar infected creature before him. It appeared like an ordinary zombie. Yet its flesh was decayed, emanating a repugnant stench, with every movement seemingly releasing toxins. When engaging in combat, take care not to be harmed by the corrosive venom within it. Upon reading the caution regarding the toxic corpse, Tianjiang smirked lightly. A trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Is it merely a matter of guarding against the venom? It seems to be of low quality, easily dispatched. Your corpse type shall be mine. With a cold chuckle, Tianjiang swiftly gathered 2 gusts of wind in his hands and hurled them forward. Divine Wind Slash. The 2 invisible gales, imbued with tremendous impact, surged forward at astonishing speed. Before the toxic corpse could react, its chest was struck by the 2 gales, sending its body flying backward. Pff. Behind the toxic corpse lay a broken tree branch, which, upon encountering the gales, offered no resistance and was forcibly impaled upon it. But that was not the end. Tianjiang casually picked up several twigs from the ground. As he gripped the twigs, a silvery vortex began to envelop their surfaces, as if a current swirled around them. Go. One by one, Tianjiang hurled the twigs. They shot forth like steel needles, accompanied by a whistling sound, accurately piercing the toxic corpse's limbs and pinning it firmly to the tree. Having completed this, Tianjiang surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. Those earlier creatures posed little challenge. Aside from the golden-striped spider, the rest were merely trash. Regrettably, the venom from this waste is somewhat troublesome. Otherwise, I would have skinned you alive to extract the corpse type directly. Tianjiang lamented slightly. Before he could finish, a voice emerged from the nearby thicket. I must say, I never expected wind abilities to be employed in such a manner. The voice was somewhat familiar. Tianjiang turned in confusion to see Lin Chen emerging effortlessly from the thicket. You? After falling from such a height, you're still alive? Tianjiang raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Lin Chen's appearance. Lin Chen shrugged, responding nonchalantly, that height was hardly sufficient to kill me. Tianjiang and Appo's eyes narrowed, fixating on Lin Chen. Then licking his lips, he asked with a grin, what brings you here? What about that woman you went to rescue? Where is she? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze gradually dulled, tinged with a hint of coldness. She is unharmed, in a safe place. Tianjiang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, grinning widely. Haha. That's good. Take me to her. Dare to defy my wishes? This stubborn woman is quite to my liking. Oh? A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Lin Chen's eyes. Say that again? Chapter 27. Suppression of Abilities. Upon meeting Lin Chen's menacing gaze, Tianjiang felt a surge of displeasure within. Do you even know who you're speaking to? You, a mere lowly being, must obey my commands. Do you understand? Lin Chen remained unfazed, merely casting a sidelong glance at the snake woman, who lay feebly among the bushes. With a subtle flick of his finger, a magnetic force enveloped her, providing her with protection. I am somewhat perplexed. Might you elucidate this for me, esteemed ability wielder? Ensuring the snake woman and Appo's safety. Lin Chen turned to confront Tianjiang, his voice cold and unwavering. You seek death. Tianjiang's brow furrowed deeply. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen, a lowly individual, would dare defy his orders. This is unforgivable. Do you believe I could end your life right now? You fell from the mountainside. Others must assume you have perished. In other words, even if you're not dead, should I choose to kill you, none would dare whisper a word. His words dripped with blatant menace. Yet, Lin Chen's demeanor remained relaxed, his composure unshaken by Tianjiang's threats. Such empty threats, he remarked disdainfully. Surely not all of you from the ability tower share this disgraceful disposition. Your incessant references to lowly beings suggest it is you who deserves to perish. Lin Chen's cryptic words struck Tianjiang with clarity. Recently, only one ability wielder had met their demise in battle, and that was Zhang Yin. It was you. Tianjiang exclaimed in disbelief. You are the one who killed Zhang Yin and fabricated the illusion of his suicide. Lin Chen smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. A mere lowly individual dares to take advantage of others to slay an ability wielder? Tianjiang's fury reached its zenith, his voice trembling with rage. You shall die. With that, Tianjiang thrust his right hand forward, summoning winds from all directions that swirled around him. He then unleashed a powerful gust aimed directly at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen did not flinch in the face of the oncoming attack. Instead, he advanced steadily. As the gust approached within mere meters, it seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, dissipating instantaneously. Lin Chen's stride remained unbroken. Tianjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his technique fail? Surely, Lin Chen had performed some unseen maneuver, but he had not observed Lin Chen making any move. Could it be that he too possessed abilities? A dreadful thought crossed his mind. If Lin Chen were merely an ordinary person, even a severely injured Zhang Yin would have been capable of killing him. Unless Lin Chen also wielded abilities. Refusing to accept this, Tianjiang conjured several more gusts, targeting Lin Chen and Apos' head, and unleashed his assault. Yet those gusts, before reaching Lin Chen, were inexplicably neutralized. It was as if an unseen force were shielding him. How is this possible? Tianjiang gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Lin Chen was not merely an ability wielder. He was a far more formidable one. Even more terrifying was the fact that Tianjiang had yet to discern the nature of Lin Chen and Apos' abilities. Save your breath, Lin Chen remarked, closing the distance between them. It was then that Tianjiang truly understood fear. His wind-based abilities were rendered trivial before Lin Chen, akin to a child's play, completely devoid of threat. You. As Lin Chen approached, Tianjiang's heart filled with dread, his expression morphing into one of terror as he turned to flee. Faced with Lin Chen's unknown powers, his only option was to escape. If he could relay the situation to the ability tower, Lin Chen would meet his demise. The ability tower strictly forbade infighting among ability wielders, especially the murder of one another, which was a grave sin. Yet as Tianjiang summoned the winds beneath his feet, preparing to take flight, he felt an inexplicable force press down upon him, halting his ascent barely half a meter off the ground. Thud. Tianjiang crashed heavily to the earth, limbs akimbo, his expression one of terror as he peered around, unable to discern any clues. It was as though an invisible hand had pinned him to the ground. What is happening? What is your ability? Tianjiang bellowed in desperation. Before Lin Chen, he felt utterly defenseless. Lin Chen and Apos' power seemed godlike. Why should I tell you? Do you truly believe you could best me? Lin Chen strolled over to Tianjiang and Apos' side. His tone casual. But fear not. I am a civilized person. I do not kill, but rather assist in self-termination. With that, Lin Chen gestured towards the distance. Whoosh. With a swift motion, several branches embedded in the poison corpse were extracted, and the corpse was dragged down from the tree. Severely wounded, it bore a gaping wound in its chest, likely doomed to perish soon. Its limbs rendered useless, the poisoned body scraped along the ground, not towards Tianjiang, but towards Lin Chen. Its eyes sparkled with desperate hope, staring intently at Lin Chen. Your vengeance is avenged. Whether this fellow lives or dies is in your hands. Lin Chen addressed the poisoned corpse. At his words, the corpse paused momentarily before its expression hardened, and it awkwardly moved its crippled body towards Tianjiang and Apos' neck, sinking its teeth in. Tianjiang screamed in agony, feeling the corrosive virus seep into his bloodstream. Though the poisoned corpse was near its end, the virus within remained lethal. Well, you are now infected with the virus. According to the unwritten rules of the ability tower, you ought to end your own life. Lin Chen declared with an innocent tone, his gaze prompting Tianjiang to obediently draw his weapon from his waist. No, please. I still have a chance. I can be saved. Tianjiang's body moved against his will, his face paling in terror and despair. He finally comprehended why Zhang Yin and Apos' cause of death had been labeled as suicide. It was all due to Lin Chen and Apos' bizarre abilities. You still have a chance? No. The moment you harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Su Ke, your days were numbered. Lin Chen shook his head. He had been eavesdropping near the cliff when Su Lin had bravely stepped forward, attempting to rally several ability wielders to rescue him. At that moment, he had feared they might agree, for if they did, he would have to feign injury beneath the cliff. How else could he find the snake woman? Fortunately, reality unfolded as Lin Chen had anticipated. Those ability wielders cared little for his fate. Their own safety was paramount. Other than that, Tianjiang had audaciously attempted to coerce Su Lin into submission through threats and temptations. Since that moment, Lin Chen had marked him for death. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed as a silver bullet pierced through Tianjiang's skull, leaving his head a bloody mess, extinguishing the last of his life. In the meantime, Lin Chen glanced at the poisoned corpse, now barely clinging to life, and the snake woman, who lay weakly in the distance, scratching his head. Well, this is rather embarrassing. Chapter 28. Erasing evidence. The condition of the poisoned corpse was rapidly deteriorating. With its limbs damaged and a gaping wound in its chest, it was in a state even more dire than that of the snake woman. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new faithful fan, F-Class Special Infected Entity. Reward, 50 mental strength. The system and Apos' voice echoed in his ears. At the same time, Lin Chen noticed the corpse and Apos' state. Upon catching sight of Lin Chen, the bloodied corpse seemed to experience a moment of intense agitation. However, This surge of emotion only exacerbated the severity of the wound in its chest. Blood gushed forth. And within seconds, the poisoned corpse had succumbed. Seeing this, Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. Was it too excited upon seeing me, leading to its demise? Without even checking the corpse's data card, it had already breathed its last. Sigh, fortunately you were already a corpse, otherwise I might have felt a tinge of guilt. Lin Chen murmured, raising his right hand to conjure a magnetic force field that penetrated the heart of the poisoned corpse. From his understanding of infected entities, the core of all such corpses was located near the heart. He had previously dissected a poisoned leopard right before his eyes. After enduring the foul stench of toxins, Lin Chen finally located the core of the poisoned corpse. It was a spherical entity resembling an eyeball. Its surface marred with streaks of blackened blood, suspended in the air by the force field. To his astonishment, he discovered that within this core, there existed a magnetic field of its own. It was as if a colossal force field had been compressed into this tiny sphere. If unleashed, its power would rival that of any conventional grenade. This was likely the core that animated the infected entity. He pondered how it had come to be. It was said that the apocalypse had been triggered by a viral leak from a group of scientists, resulting in the emergence of infected entities. Years had passed. Yet the scale of the infected continued to expand, even infiltrating the entire biological realm. It was hard to imagine how, over such a prolonged period, infected entities had developed such a core-like entity. Research was not Lin Chen and Appo's forte, and having acquired the core, he needed to tend to the Snake Woman and Appo's injuries. System. I have the core now. How do I heal the Snake Woman? Lin Chen queried internally. No sooner had he spoken than a series of blue threads appeared seemingly from thin air, converging from all directions to coalesce at the Snake Woman and Appo's chest. In front of her body, there existed a blue black hole visible only to Lin Chen. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen realized that by placing the core within it, he could aid the Snake Woman in her recovery. Without hesitation, he deftly maneuvered the force field to insert the core he had just extracted into the blue black hole. Whoosh! As the core neared the surface, it was drawn in by an immense internal force, breaking free from the magnetic field and Appo's grasp. Simultaneously, it appeared to disintegrate, transforming into a glowing purple energy that melded with the surface of the Snake Woman and Appo's body. A miraculous scene unfolded. The Snake Woman and Appo's scarred scales began to visibly repair upon contact with the purple energy. Even the festering flesh astonishingly healed as if it had never been injured. The massive wound on her chest was also rapidly mending. One F-class special infected entity core was sufficient for the Snake Woman to return to her peak condition. However, the process seemed quite uncomfortable. The Snake Woman gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her cries. Yet, perhaps due to the pain of the chest and Appo's restoration, she could not help but display a pained expression. Lin Chen's expression momentarily froze. He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling caught in a dilemma. Fortunately, the Snake Woman's healing progressed swiftly, and in less than 3 minutes, all her injuries had completely mended. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen gazed at the fully restored Snake Woman. Phew! Realizing that Lin Chen had saved her, the Snake Woman, upon regaining her clarity, excitedly leapt into his embrace. For reasons unknown, Lin Chen detected a peculiar milky fragrance emanating from her. Do cold-blooded creatures possess such a scent? While contemplating this, the system and Appo's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Beep. Detected that the host has healed the Snake Woman. Snake Woman and Appo's intimacy 50, evolution function unlocked. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Evolution? This was indeed a fortuitous development. The Snake Woman's current strength, by human standards, was only F-class. Moreover, being a relatively unimpressive type among infected entities, she would likely falter against human ability users in a one-on-one encounter. Lin Chen could not be at her side at all times. Thus, it was imperative for her to grow stronger, to possess the power to protect herself. With this thought, Lin Chen decisively opened the Snake Woman and Appo's data card to explore how to facilitate her evolution. Faithful Fan, F-class infected entity, Snake Woman. Current intimacy, 102-200. Current state, joyful. Materials required for E-class evolution, 5 F-class cores. Next intimacy unlock, telepathy. Upon reading this, a twitch of discomfort crossed Lin Chen and Appo's face. His lips quivered. 5 F-class cores? Are you kidding me? He had to exert considerable effort just to acquire 1 F-class core, and now the Snake Woman and Appo's evolution required 5. This was hardly feasible. Wait? Steal. Suddenly, a vision struck him. He recalled how Zhang Yin had threatened Su Lin to procure cores for him. Moreover, He had been fearful of the cores falling into the hands of other ability users. This indicated that cores were indeed rare commodities among ability users. The ability tower in City E must have a substantial stock. If he could pilfer some cores from the ability tower, the Snake Woman and Appos, S evolution would be a cinch. It seemed that upon his return, he needed to devise a plan regarding the ability tower. They surely harbored numerous cores. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Just then, the distant jungle echoed with the sound of gunfire, gradually drawing nearer. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the source and furrowed his brow. So soon? Has the reinforcements from the ability tower arrived? It appeared he could not linger here any longer. However, as he voiced this thought, the Snake Woman unexpectedly clung tightly to his arm, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Though the Snake Woman could not speak, Lin Chen understood her intent through her eyes. Sigh. I am, after all, human. I must return to the human camp, Lin Chen said helplessly. He reached out to gently stroke the Snake Woman's forehead. Be good. I will return to see you when the opportunity arises. In the meantime, you must stay hidden. The ability tower is aware of your survival. They will surely send someone to investigate. If you find yourself in danger, just run. Understand? The Snake Woman nodded earnestly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, appearing exceedingly obedient. Lin Chen smiled knowingly, then shifted his gaze to the other side where Tianjiang lay, extending his right hand to gradually condense a magnetic force field around its corpse. The individuals from the ability tower possess numerous tactics. Perhaps they might uncover some clues from your remains. It would be more convenient to obliterate them instead. TSK. This is indeed the first time I have engaged in such a grim task of erasing evidence. Chapter 29. Will you escape? Cursed. Just a moment ago. Weren't they all fierce? How have they now turned into frightened dogs? Come and fight me. As he glared at the fleeing zombies, Qiao Fei shouted in anger. His condition was far from optimistic. His body bore wounds left by the zombies. Fortunately, Qiao Fei was robust, and the virus needed time to invade. With the support from the ability tower, they had also brought many detoxifying serums. Several imposing ability users led the charge, followed by a well-equipped team. As they fought their way into the horde of zombies, their objective was to rescue people, so they did not pursue the fleeing zombies to their end. However, this scene left them puzzled. It appeared as if the zombies had received a unified command, attacking on cue and retreating when ordered. Although it seemed chaotic, there was a peculiar synergy among them. How could these mindless zombies exhibit such coordination? Old Chow, stop chasing. Your body can't take it. Come here, let me detoxify you. A burly ability user called out, holding several blue detoxifying serums. Reluctantly, Qiao Fei ceased his pursuit. If he continued, his life would be at risk. He scanned his surroundings, seemingly assessing who might come to their aid, and his gaze finally landed on a somewhat frail figure. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Despite his age, he emanated a unique aura that was chilling to behold. Sun Yuan? Why is he here? Qiao Fei exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the man. The person beside him was injecting the serum as he replied, why wouldn't he come? After all, he is part of our ability tower. Old Qiao, you must understand that the conflicts above are separate from us down here. Given the past few years, our ability levels are unlikely to rise to E level. Therefore, we should focus on our own responsibilities and serve the ability tower diligently. Getting involved in the power struggles above only threatens us. Qiao Fei nodded thoughtfully. The two current giants of the ability tower in East City were Lu Muyu and the woman known as the Blood Red Rose, Qin Wanner, who had been present during Lin Chen's interrogation. It was said that her title originated from a certain expansion battle in East City, where she single-handedly took down 4 E-level infected. By the end of the fight, she was drenched in the blood of those infected. Since then, she had become a formidable contender for leadership within the ability tower. Both she and Lu Muyu were D-level ability users. The rivalry for power between them had inevitably affected those beneath them, particularly the number of individuals choosing to align with either faction. Just earlier, Qiao Fei had mentioned Sun Yuan, who served under Qin Wanner. Typically, when tasks requiring ability users arose, neither of them nor their subordinates had ever collaborated. Though the ability tower seemed imposing, internally, it had already split into 2 factions. Most of the zombies here have been cleared, but unfortunately, a few F-level infected have escaped. One individual lamented as he approached Qiao Fei. He then surveyed the area and asked, is everyone else dead? Why are only the 3 of you left? Where's Old Tian? Old Tian referred to Tianjiang. Reflecting on recent events, Qiao Fei pointed toward the cliffside behind the outpost. There. I remember Old Tian using his abilities to flee in that direction. He even managed to distract an F-level infected, the toxic corpse. The person who had spoken appeared to ponder this and nodded. The reconnaissance database has detailed information about the toxic corpse, with old Tion's abilities. Dealing with it shouldn't be a problem. Just then, an idea struck Xiao Fei, and with a disdainful smile, he added, by the way, 2 ordinary people fell down from here. Although the cliff has a bit of a curve, falling from such a height would likely leave them crippled, if not dead. If you're interested, you might as well retrieve them. Upon hearing this, the individual hesitated but recalled Lu Muyu's prior order to ensure the safe return of any survivors. Reluctantly, he dispatched a team to search. You, and you. Go down and find them. Alive or dead, bring back anyone you can find. The selected members of the elite team acknowledged the command, secured themselves with climbing ropes, and began their descent. Meanwhile, at the base of the cliff, Su Lin paced anxiously, awaiting Lin Chen's return. The young golden-patterned spiderlings surrounded her, moving swiftly with her every step, producing a soft rustling sound on the ground. The gunfire that had just echoed from above indicated that support from the ability tower had arrived. If the 2 had not been discovered, it would mean they had perished at the hands of the zombies. In a world dominated by zombies, how could one possibly survive? Fortunately, rustling sounds emerged from the distant thicket, and Lin Chen emerged. Su Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Chen, you're finally back. However, Lin Chen quickly approached Su Lin and gestured for silence. I just saw someone coming down from above. They must be looking for us. Looking for us? That's good news. Su Lin sighed in relief. Well, it's good news, but we can't go back like this, Lin Chen said earnestly. Taken aback by his serious expression, Su Lin momentarily struggled to comprehend. What does that mean? It's quite simple. Lin Chen feigned a mysterious demeanor and leaned closer to Su Lin, whispering, Su Ku, can you escape? Escape? Su Lin's expression was one of confusion until she glanced at the myriad of golden-patterned spiderlings surrounding her, beginning to grasp the situation. In the next instant, Lin Chen decisively grasped Su Lin's hand and dashed in a specific direction. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had spotted the path where several individuals were descending from the cliff. Help! Someone save us! You monsters, stop chasing me! Despite the heavy armor he wore, Lin Chen moved with remarkable agility, pulling Su Lin along as they sprinted ahead. Behind them, the swarm of golden-patterned spiderlings followed closely, their eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. At that moment, a voice called out from the distant cliff. I hear someone calling for help. Over here. Is that the golden-patterned spiderlings? There are so many of them. So they were entangled with these creatures? Don't be afraid. Come this way. Su Lin suddenly realized, her mind racing back to the last time she had fainted and returned to Yi City. Indeed. Lin Chen had done the same thing then. Chapter 30. Are we about to be exposed? You 2 are indeed fortunate to have survived such a fall from that steep slope. A soldier, who had come to assist, chuckled as he spoke to Lin Chen aboard the armored vehicle returning to City E. Sigh. It's all thanks to this armor that I'm still in one piece. Rolling down from such a height left me feeling a bit dizzy. Lin Chen replied with a smile. However, Su Lin, seated beside him, appeared anxious, for she was already aware of Lin Chen and Appo's secret. Alas, it's a pity that despite our immediate response, we could not save the 5-2 exploration outpost. Now, only one exploration outpost remains in the 5th safe zone. And it won't be long before the Human Alliance reclaims it, a team member expressed, a hint of despondency in his tone. This also meant that the operational territory for the survivors in City E had once again shrunk, coupled with the previous attack on the 4th safe zone. The number of safe zones they could rely on had dwindled to just 3. The disadvantages faced by humanity were becoming increasingly pronounced. If it weren't for those suddenly appearing zombies, I would have long found the snake woman and torn her apart. Xiao Fei, wrapped in bandages, waved his arms in frustration. It's strange. How could there have been a zombie attack out of nowhere? I recall that the location of the 5-2 exploration outpost was also a place the infected rarely approached. How could such a large-scale attack occur suddenly? Lu Ping questioned, perplexed. Lin Chen suppressed a smile that threatened to break free. The ability to summon infected beings in such a short time is rare among zombies. The few F-level special infected we encountered did not possess such a capability, indicating that the gathering of those zombies had another cause. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Jiming spoke slowly. Could it be that the 5-2 outpost was using a radar to attract zombies? As soon as Lin Chen voiced this thought, all eyes turned towards him, their expressions contemplative. Since the outpost commander had already been controlled by the golden web spider, it signified that his actions were no longer under his own volition. He must have secretly activated the ultrasonic radar to attract zombies when no one was paying attention. Suddenly, Realization dawned upon Qiao Fei and the others. Indeed, how did I not consider that there was a specialized ultrasonic radar in the exploration outpost to attract zombies? It must be so. There is no other explanation. If that device was activated, nearby zombies would gather, originally intended to set a trap for the zombies. But it unexpectedly became our trap. It dawned on them that had there been no disturbances within the outpost, they could have potentially held out longer with the plasma barrier. But due to the sudden emergence of the golden web spider, the situation had turned dire, resulting in the deaths of most ordinary members in their team at the hands of the spider's tentacles, leaving only Lin Chen and Su Lin as the fortunate survivors. Surviving such a scenario was indeed a stroke of luck for them. With no further dangers along the way, the group successfully returned to the survivor enclave of City E. Following the usual protocol, ordinary individuals could disband and return to their respective operational units after tasks alongside the ability users. However, the vehicle did not halt. Instead, it transported the two to the ability tower. Upon arrival, Lin Chen furrowed his brow at the sight of the ability tower before him. What does this mean? Suddenly, the armored vehicle and Oppo's door swung open, revealing an F-level ability user adorned with a badge, who appeared to have been waiting for them. Following the failure of this mission, my sister wishes to summon you, particularly these two ordinary individuals from the 9th Department. Follow me, he stated. Seeing the name on the badge, Lin Chen pondered, Lucilu? Could he be Lu Muyu and Oppo's brother? As he contemplated this, the two were urged to disembark and, with no other choice, followed Lu Silu and Oppo's lead towards the conference hall of the ability tower. Arriving at the familiar location, at the top of the stairs sat Lu Muyu, seemingly in a meditative state. On the opposite side, Qinwan and Oppo's sat, observing the newcomers with keen interest. When her gaze fell upon Lin Chen, an inexplicable fervor flickered in her eyes, but it vanished in an instant, unnoticed by others. Sister, I have brought them, Lucilla called from the base of the stairs. Lu Muyu nodded silently, then turned her attention to Qiao Fei and the others. Do you know that Tian Jiang is dead? What? The moment Lu Muyu's words left her lips, disbelief washed over Qiao Fei, Lu Ping, and Xia Jiming. Tian Jiang had been among the first to escape the encirclement. How could he possibly be dead? The only ones pursuing Tian Jiang were a single F-level special infected toxic corpse, a type that was relatively numerous. It posed no significant threat to Tian Jiang. Why would he die? Lu Muyu took a deep breath and replied slowly. We tracked his last known location through the wristbands. However, a team that returned with you did not find Tian Jiang at the specified location. They only discovered the toxic corpse that had taken his body. And Tian Jiang's remains were nowhere to be found. As she spoke, Lu Muyu and Oppo's voice grew agitated, carrying an oppressive weight that chilled the hearts of her listeners, including Lin Chen, who stole a cautious glance at her, sensing the gravity of her power. It became evident that this highest authority of the ability tower far surpassed him in ability. She was likely a D-level ability user. This is impossible. How could Tian Jiang die at the hands of a toxic corpse? Qiao Fei exclaimed in shock. Could it have been those treacherous rebels? Lu Ping suggested, furrowing his brow. Lu Muyu remained composed, replying, that possibility cannot be dismissed. However, our establishment of exploration posts was also a precaution against those pests wandering in the infected zones. At the very least, we have not detected their presence. With that, her gaze shifted to Lin Chen and Su Lin, as if contemplating something else. She continued. Rest assured, an investigation into Tian Jiang's death will be conducted. The reason for summoning you two ordinary individuals is to inform you of something. Zhang Yan's auxiliary wristband, under the meticulous repair by our ability tower personnel, has perfectly preserved the data. We now have some insight into the events that transpired before his death. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lin instinctively glanced at Lin Chen, but fearing exposure, she merely averted her face slightly, casting him a knowing look. At that moment, Lin Chen was taken aback, his hair standing on end. Is this true? The auxiliary wristband carried by ability users has a recording function? Could it be that I am about to be exposed? Chapter 31. Come with me. Standing still, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, although his body remained motionless. He was keenly observing his surroundings, searching for the most opportune escape route. Surrounding him were fellow ability users, however. Qiao Fei and the others had recently endured a fierce battle and were not in optimal condition. Moreover, they were merely F-level ability users. In the face of Lin Chen's powers, even if all three were to confront him simultaneously, they would stand no chance. There existed a disparity even among F-level users. Nevertheless, Lin Chen harbored a single concern: the two individuals on the steps. Undoubtedly, as the highest-ranking survivors from East City's ability tower, their powers were at least D-level or above. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Lin Chen had no confidence in either fighting or fleeing. If conflict erupted and he chose to retreat, capture would be his inevitable fate. However, if he could seize control of the three individuals surrounding him and use them as leverage to negotiate his escape. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he silently focused on Lu Silin in the distance. He was Lu Muyu's younger brother, and if he could capture him swiftly, it would provide an opportunity to negotiate with Lu Muyu. Lin Chen straightened his posture, ready to act at any moment. Just then, Lu Muyu continued. I have arranged for Zhang Yan's assistant ring to be delivered. No sooner had she spoken than the door to the hall creaked open, and Liang Bei entered, cradling a disc that bore Zhang Yan's assistant ring. Lin Chen gazed intently at the assistant ring for an extended period, clenching his teeth in silence. In future encounters with the ability tower personnel, he must ensure to leave no traces. Even this assistant ring must be destroyed. Otherwise, he would face a repeat of today's situation. Liang Bei approached the steps, about to ascend, when Qin Wan Er, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Stop. As she said this, Qin Wan Er raised her hand and reached toward Liang Bei. Despite the subtlety of her motion, in the next moment, the assistant ring on the tray inexplicably appeared in Qin Wan Er and Apos' grasp from a distance of at least 10 meters. Such astonishing speed left the onlookers bewildered. Lin Chen squinted, silently musing, what incredible speed. Not even a shadow remains. Could it be a spatial ability? The varieties of abilities were vast and unpredictable, and Lin Chen was mentally prepared for any eventuality. As Qin Wan Er held the assistant ring, Lin Chen was already poised to act, ensuring that he could subdue Lu Silin at the first sign of discovery. He watched as Qin Wan Er lightly tapped the assistant ring, then pressed her finger against her reconnaissance glasses. Shortly thereafter, the harrowing scene of Zhang Yan's demise unfolded before her eyes, visible only to her. Qin Wan Er's expression flickered with surprise before quickly returning to normal. After watching the footage for several seconds, Lin Chen's anxiety peaked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. She must have seen everything I did. What should I do? Should I act now? After a tumultuous internal struggle, Qin Wan Er suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so this is the ability user you brought along, yet you still require the assistance of two ordinary people to deal with a venomous leopard? Would you like to witness how Zhang Yan was tormented by that creature? With that, Qin Wan Er willingly passed the assistant ring to Lu Muyu, whose complexion turned a shade of fury upon hearing her words. Lu Muyu stared at the assistant ring, her mind in turmoil. Seemingly a quest to uncover the cause of her subordinate's demise, it was, in truth, Lu Muyu seeking an excuse for Zhang Yan's death. If these two ordinary individuals bore any fault, she could easily shift the blame onto them. Ultimately, she merely sought a plausible explanation for Zhang Yan and Apos' passing, to demonstrate that her ability users were not entirely inept. A silence enveloped the air for a brief moment before Lu Muyu inhaled deeply, preparing to take the ring. Yet, in an abrupt motion, Qin Wan Er clenched her right fist, and with a crack, the assistant ring shattered, coinciding with Lu Muyu's hand coming down. Qin Wan Er, what have you done? Lu Muyu was incensed, her body trembling with rage. Regardless of how disgraceful the contents within, she ought to have reviewed them personally instead of destroying them outright. Feigning innocence, Qin Wan Er remarked, I did this for your sake. You were clearly distressed about witnessing Zhang Yan's tragic end, so I took it upon myself to decide for you. We shall not view it. I saved you face, and you ought to express your gratitude. As Qin Wan Er laughed heartily, Lin Chen stood below, utterly bewildered. What is happening? The assistant ring should have recorded my manipulation of Zhang Yan's suicide, enough to incriminate me. Yet, Qin Wan Er destroyed it right in front of Lu Muyu. What is going on? A schism between them? Having been ready to act at any moment, Lin Chen now relaxed, silently exhaling. With the assistant ring and Apos' destruction, its contents became irrelevant, for no one could restore them. You. Lu Muyu trembled with fury, her teeth clenched. However, with the assistant ring now in ruins, any protest would be futile. Her furious gaze fell upon Lin Chen and the others, and she bellowed, Get out. All of you. Leave. Her uncharacteristic outburst left Chao Fei and the others astonished, exchanging glances before reluctantly departing. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen took Su Lin by the hand, exiting the hall. Once outside, Su Lin looked at Lin Chen with a mix of concern and surprise, noticing he had regained his composed demeanor. Lin Chen, do you think? Does she know the truth? Su Lin inquired softly. If she truly saw the truth, why would she conceal it from us? Killing ability users is not something one can easily brush aside. Lin Chen shrugged, an air of resignation in his expression. Whether she has seen the truth is no longer of consequence. The assistant ring has been destroyed, and the only one who might know what I did is her. If she harbors ulterior motives toward me. At this point, Lin Chen and Appo's tone grew serious. Then I can only leave it to fate. After all, I am still alive today, am I not? In this apocalyptic world, as Lin Chen put it, every additional day lived was a victory, gradually easing her worries. Su Lin nodded. Well, it seems we have no choice. As they spoke, the pair strolled leisurely, nearing the exit of the ability tower. However, at the entrance, a figure awaited them. Just as Lin Chen and Su Lin approached the door, the figure stepped forward, blocking their path. Lin Chen, my superior is Lord Chen. She wishes to see you. Come with me. Chapter 32. This is what you said. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Su Lin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. The individual before them appeared somewhat familiar. He seemed to be among the reinforcements dispatched by the ability tower to the 5-2 exploration outpost. A glance at the name tag displayed on his chest revealed, E-level ability user, Sun Yuan. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly, his expression adopting a more serious demeanor. For there was no doubt that this individual possessed greater strength than himself. It seemed imperative that he accompanied him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen agreed, foregoing any inquiry into the reason. Observing this, Su Lin looked at him with a hint of concern, suggesting, how about I accompany you? However, before Lin Chen could respond, Sun Yuan interjected, no. Lord Chen wishes to see only him. Su Lin and Appo's brow furrowed in worry. Yet Lin Chen reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder, smiling as he said, you should head back first. I'll be safe here. But Su Lin hesitated, her concern evident as she was reluctant to let him face Chen Wan and Appo's, who alone. Rest assured, Lord Chen harbors no ill intentions towards him. Sun Yuan spoke calmly. Summoning him is merely for a transaction that Lord Chen wishes to establish, nothing more. Although Su Lin felt a slight relief, her gaze remained watchful over Lin Chen. Perhaps she merely wishes to enhance our rapport. Given my striking looks, Lin Chen jested, waving her off. Yet, the moment the words left his mouth, he noticed a shift in Sun Yuan's demeanor, his gaze now bore an unmistakable malice. It dawned on Lin Chen that he may have misspoken. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin sighed. Despite her position as a section chief, she knew she lacked the standing to meet someone of Chen Wan and Appo's caliber. Just be cautious, she advised. Soon, Sun Yuan strode purposefully towards another direction of the ability tower, casting a glance back at Lin Chen, who quickened his pace to catch up. I'll be fine. Don't worry. He reassured her until they rounded a corner and disappeared from her sight, leaving Su Lin reluctantly departing the ability tower. On the other side, under Sun Yuan and Appo's guidance, Lin Chen arrived before a door marked with a silver-white sign that read, Combat Chamber. Halting before the entrance, Sun Yuan knocked cautiously. After a brief wait, a voice from within called, Enter. Following the command, Sun Yuan opened the door and gestured for Lin Chen to proceed. Though wary of the character of those within, Lin Chen felt as though he were a grasshopper on a hot pan, forced to yield to the unfolding circumstances. Nevertheless, he surmised that Chen Wanner had summoned him regarding the matter of the assistant ring. Among those present at the time, she was the only one to witness the imagery contained within the ring, and she alone knew that Zhang Yin had met his demise at his hands. With heavy steps, Lin Chen entered the room, while Sun Yuan remained stationed outside, closing the door with a resounding clang after Lin Chen's entry. The combat chamber was spacious, spanning nearly 200 square meters, with the floor and surrounding walls composed of a silver-hued metal, reminiscent of the training grounds of their 9th section. The chamber was brightly lit and devoid of furnishings, save for two figures standing at its center. One was Chen Wanner, who had summoned Lin Chen, and the other was a stern-looking man in his 20s or 30s, his name tag confirming his rank and power, F-level ability user, Fong Lin. You've arrived, Chen Wanner remarked, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Lin Chen, her gaze revealing an inexplicable allure towards him. Lin Chen, rather than hastening to respond, ambled forward while observing Fong Lin. Among the two, he felt confident in handling only Fong Lin. The unique abilities exhibited by Chen Wanner, a D-level ability user, suggested he was no match for her. Thus, if the situation spiraled beyond his control, he would have to resort to coercive measures to extricate himself. Greetings, Lord Chen, Lin Chen stated reverently, bowing slightly as he approached. Chen Wanner regarded him with keen interest, a smile gracing her lips. No need for such formalities. I am not like that Lu fellow. I care not for such trivialities. She waved her hand dismissively. The reason I called you here is quite simple. I wish to inquire about your ability. Precisely what is it? Lin Chen and Amp. Appos. S heart sank, and his expression grew grave upon realizing that Qin Wan and Amp. Appos. Had broached this sensitive topic without preamble. He glanced between her and Fong Lin. His eyes filled with complexity. Understanding his hesitation, Qin Wan and Appos. Smiled reassuringly, you need not worry. Fong has been under my command since entering the ability tower. If you divulge your ability to me, he will not betray your trust. Lin Chen, taken aback, thought to himself, is my concern for Fong? No. It is for both of them. The need for ability users to conceal their powers loomed large in his mind. Given the uncertainty of their intentions, he could not simply reveal his capabilities. Observing Lin Chen's silence, a subtle smile played on Qin Wan's lips, as if she found amusement in his pretense of ignorance. Ah. So you wish to feign ignorance? Her tone was laced with playful intrigue as she glanced at Fong Lin. Then let me see for myself. With that, her tone turned icy. Attack, kill him. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, a wave of peril washing over him. Although Qin Wan had merely issued the command, Fong Lin appeared ready for action. Targeting Lin Chen, his right hand surged forward like a claw, moving with alarming speed. Whoosh! Lin Chen harnessed his kinetic field control, propelling himself backward with remarkable agility, swiftly retreating 7 or 8 meters, narrowly evading Fong Lin's strike. Qin Wan, observing the exchange, expressed mild surprise. Her voice tinged with amusement. Interesting. You're quite swift. Is this truly necessary, Lord Qin? Lin Chen inquired, his eyes darting to the exit of the combat chamber. Why would it not be? I am exceedingly curious about your abilities. Qin Wan and Appos, replied with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly aware of Lin Chen and Appos' intentions. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Guards are stationed at the entrance. Should you attempt to flee, he will be the first to subdue you. If any commotion arises, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. You face 2 options. Either you kill him, or you are slain by him. Lin Chen clenched his jaw in anger upon hearing her words. This was nothing short of a threat, though the motives behind Qin Wan's actions remained unclear. He had always despised the sensation of being coerced. Very well. This is your decree. Lin Chen and Appos' gaze hardened, his tone icy as he turned to face Fong Lin, who had already lunged forward with incredible speed. Lin Chen could observe the transformation of Fong Lin and Appos' hands into a metallic sheen, as if they had become composed of metal. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed through the chamber as Fong Lin's body seemingly collided with an invisible wall, the force of the impact nearly rendering him unconscious. Simultaneously, Fong Lin was gripped by terror as he discovered he could not move a single limb. This sensation feels akin to being ensnared within a concrete-formed steel column. My body, why can I not move? Fong Lin's expression shifted rapidly, filled with terror. Meanwhile, Qin Wan, who had been observing the scene, also let her smile fade away. Oh. Chapter 33. Please maintain your dignity. With a sharp crack, as Lin Chen tightened his grip with his right hand, Fong Lin and Appos' arm was abruptly contorted by the compressive force of the surrounding air. Despite having been reinforced to a metallic state, it was still bent unnaturally. Throughout the encounter, Qin Wan and Appos' could not discern how Lin Chen executed his maneuver. Fong Lin let out a wretched scream as the metallic arm reverted to its original form. Although it appeared unscathed externally, the internal structure had suffered fractures. Enough. Stop. Qin Wan and Appos' commanded loudly. Yet, Lin Chen merely smiled coldly, his gaze shifting towards Fong Lin's other arm. You initiated the attack. To halt now would diminish my standing, wouldn't it? Just as Lin Chen prepared to twist Fong Lin's remaining arm using his magnetic force field, Fong Lin, caught within the pressure of the force field, suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, it was beside Qin Wan. Lin Chen observed her in surprise. This was Qin Wan's mysterious spatial transferability. Remarkably, she could even transport living beings. However, she appeared somewhat fatigued, as though she had expended considerable energy. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wan looked back at Lin Chen, her expression now marked with gravity. Had she not intervened just in time, Fong Lin's other arm would likely have met the same fate. What exactly was Lin Chen's ability? She found it utterly inscrutable. You should go get treatment. Inform Sun Yuan not to let anyone in, Qin Wan instructed Fong Lin, who was still reeling from the shock, his face a mask of terror as he hurriedly fled towards the exit. Soon, only the 2 of them remained in the martial arts training room. Fong's ability allows him to metallize his skin. We have tested it, and ordinary firearms cannot breach his defenses. What exactly did you do? Qin Wan questioned, fixing her gaze on Lin Chen. With only the 2 of them present, Lin Chen felt a flicker of anxiety. his mind racing to strategize how to prevail against Qin Wan'er. No, victory was a far-fetched thought. The primary concern should be how to escape. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, Qin Wan'er smiled faintly and began to walk toward him. Lin Chen was taken aback. She was approaching without any guard. As she closed in within 10 meters, Lin Chen's tension escalated. Should he strike? If he did, was there a chance for a decisive blow? If he truly killed her, how could he escape from this place filled with formidable abilities? Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen steeled himself, his mental state finely tuned. Despite the rising tension, his reflexes were sharp. Should Qin Wan'er make a move, he would be ready to act. Yet, she merely walked toward him, her demeanor unperturbed. When she stood directly in front of him, their distance reduced to less than a meter, Lin Chen mustered the courage to meet her gaze, allowing him to observe her features closely. It must be said, her beauty was indeed of a captivating caliber, her figure exquisite, radiating an alluring aura that ignited a fire within him. Particularly in her striking red gown today, she exuded an irresistible charm. Lin Chen felt a dryness in his throat, unable to resist swallowing hard. Noticing his reaction, Qin Wan'er let out a playful laugh. To his astonishment, she leaned closer. As she slightly bent forward, Lin Chen caught sight of a tantalizing cleavage, a truly breathtaking spectacle. She whispered in a voice that sent shivers down his spine. What's the matter? Do I frighten you so? Are you afraid I might kill you, or perhaps consume you? The seductive quality of her voice sent a chill through Lin Chen, and he stammered, both, I suppose. Qin Wan'er smiled sweetly and unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him. Lin Chen distinctly felt something pressing against his chest, likely an indication of her physical allure. Simultaneously, Lin Chen subtly manipulated the magnetic force field, ensuring he appeared less conspicuous. Once he accomplished this, he exhaled in relief. Dear Miss Qin, please maintain your dignity, Lin Chen said with a tone laced with reluctance, attempting to push her away. Yet she feigned innocence, tightening her embrace instead. Hee. Seeing how obedient you are, I shall spare you this time. Realizing Lin Chen's discomfort, Qin Wan'er finally released him, though a hint of lingering desire was evident in her eyes. All right, I'll cease this playful banter, she said, adopting a more serious expression as she regarded Lin Chen. I am not overly concerned about your abilities at the moment, but I need you to promise me one thing. Join the Ability Tower and become a registered member. Lin Chen, who had just begun to relax, felt his heart race again upon hearing her words. You want me to join the Ability Tower? He frowned, contemplating the difficulty of such a request. Who would believe that he possessed abilities? Furthermore, the overseer of the tower was Lady Lu. Would she not be informed of his admission? A trivial matter. Qin Wan'er smiled lightly, her demeanor relaxed. Isn't it merely that Lucerne? I will take care of any complications that arise. Your identity is not a concern. Lin Chen's expression turned conflicted. He had no desire for his abilities to become public knowledge. Yet now, if you refuse, I shall disclose the footage from the assistant ring to Lady Lu. Although we are not on good terms, she would undoubtedly believe my words. Care to test that? Seeing Lin Chen hesitate, Qin Wan'er added fuel to the fire. You. Lin Chen was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he glared at her. What's the matter? If not for me, you would likely have met your demise at the hands of that Lu person, she replied triumphantly. Lin Chen stood frozen in place, seething with anger. However, Qin Wan'er's assertion held weight. If he did not acquiesce, he would find himself cornered. Fine, I agree. He spat through clenched teeth. Qin Wan'er showed no surprise at his response, nodding with satisfaction. Ha. Splendid. I have no further demands of you. In return for your agreement, I shall resolve your previous troubles. Do not worry about what transpired before. Should you wish to confront anyone from the Ability Tower in the future, feel free to inform me. Perhaps I can assist you. Lin Chen was taken aback. Could she truly help him against those from the Ability Tower? What was her true allegiance? Who exactly was she? These questions lingered in Lin Chen's mind. But Qin Wan'er and Appos waved her hand dismissively. All right, I apologize for taking up your time. You may leave now. As she called out to the door, Sun Yuan promptly entered, escorting Lin Chen out. Throughout his departure, Lin Chen's thoughts echoed with Qin Wan'er's final remarks. She could help him confront the Ability Tower. And as he exited, Qin Wan'er stood alone in the martial arts training room. With a deep exhale, Qin Wan'er released a heavy breath, her body wavering slightly. Yet her legs summoned the strength to prevent her from collapsing to the ground. A delicate black line crept upwards along her neck, slowly spreading. In the next moment, Qin Wan'er clenched her teeth, seemingly suppressing something within her, as the black line gradually faded. However, her condition appeared far from optimistic. She seemed to be on the verge of exhaustion. The excessive exertion of her extraordinary abilities inevitably bore consequences. Yet, It was worth it. Through my interaction with him, I have validated my initial beliefs. The closer I draw to him, the harder it becomes to maintain control. What other secrets does this enigmatic individual conceal? Chapter 34. The Deputy Section Chief? Does he deserve it? After leaving the Ability Tower, Lin Chen first returned to the Operations Department to inform Su Lin of his safety before heading back to his residence. However, just as he was about to leave, Su Lin handed him a key. A recent order had come down stating that due to his remarkable contributions while collaborating with the ability users, he was to be promoted to Deputy Section Chief. The key she presented was for Villa Number 5 in Area C, which would be his new abode. Surprised by the unexpected news, Lin Chen pondered its validity. After all, in the current Operations Department and AMP, Oppos, S9th Division, apart from Su Lin, the Section Chief, he was the only remaining member. The formal announcement would be made at 9:00 and Oppos clock the following morning, and she suggested it would be best for him to come by then. Given Lin Chen and AMP, Oppos' true identity as an ability user, it seemed somewhat beneath him to take on the role of a mere Deputy Section Chief. To alleviate any undue pressure on Su Lin, he refrained from disclosing his enrollment in the Ability Tower. "All right, I will come by tomorrow morning," Lin Chen replied readily. Shortly thereafter, consulting the city's map, he located Villa Number 5 in Area C. Within the survivor city of E, ordinary citizens resided in areas D, E, and F, where the living conditions were only moderately acceptable, confined to several stories of apartment buildings. Conversely, areas A, B, and C were reserved for select individuals of special status. With the higher one's rank, the more luxurious the accommodation. Lin Chen had been assigned a 2-story villa, a rare privilege in this post-apocalyptic era. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the persistent hierarchy within each city. The disparity in living quarters underscored this inequality. Although it appeared that each city consisted of 6 zones from A to F, the area occupied by the latter 3 zones was significantly smaller than that of Area C. The space available for ordinary citizens had been drastically reduced. Only by showcasing one's abilities could one secure a place in each city. Upon entering the villa, Lin Chen opened the door and stepped inside. A peculiar sensation coursed through him, prompting an instinctive glance back at the doorknob he had just touched. It felt as though it emitted some unique electromagnetic waves. "Interesting," Lin Chen murmured, reaching for the doorknob again. While electromagnetic waves were omnipresent, he could discern their varying intensities. The waves emanating from the doorknob were particularly potent. With a swift motion, Lin Chen manipulated the magnetic field, twisting the doorknob, which revealed a thumb-sized black box within, pulsating with red lights, reminiscent of a surveillance device. Leaning in for a closer inspection, a smirk crept across his face. Whether this was a standard feature in every villa or a personalized edition, he could not tell. However, it would soon be rendered obsolete in his presence. With a flick of his fingers, he directed the surrounding magnetic field to crush the device, not merely damaging its exterior but obliterating its core. Satisfied, he replaced the doorknob as if nothing had occurred and proceeded to the villa's central area. Within the scope of his abilities, Lin Chen could envelop the entire villa. Indeed, as he actively sensed his surroundings, he discovered that there were multiple surveillance devices concealed throughout the villa, hidden in nearly every room. It was unclear whether this was a precaution from the Ability Tower or a standard measure for all residents. Nonetheless, Lin Chen preferred to keep his life private. With a decisive clap of his hands, he altered the villa and AMP, Oppos' magnetic field, simultaneously dismantling all the devices that emitted peculiar electromagnetic waves. Such extraordinary feats were likely achievable only by him. "Huh? You thought you could surveil me with such devices? You underestimate my capabilities," Lin Chen scoffed. Having ensured the space was entirely secure, Lin Chen took a refreshing shower and retired to his bedroom, intending to enjoy a restful sleep. Yet, as he lay in bed, he found himself pondering the current situation of the Snake Woman. He wondered if she was safe after his departure. Closing his eyes, he accessed the status of his loyal follower. Devoted fan, F-Class Infected, Snake Woman. Current affinity, 102-200. Current status, Confused. Materials required for E-Class evolution, 5 F-Class corpses. Next affinity unlock, Telepathy, realizing the Snake Woman and Oppos' current state, Lin Chen and Oppos' expression turned somewhat resigned. Although his charm demon system granted him considerable allure, the infected beings tended to feel disheartened when apart from him. Fortunately, after his recent reminder, the Snake Woman would likely seek a safe haven and wait patiently for his return. What concerned Lin Chen most was the Snake Woman and AMP, Oppos' evolution, which required a substantial quantity of corpses. The Ability Tower was likely the only place with a sufficient stockpile. It was already confirmed that there were 2 D-class ability users within the tower, and the number of E-class and F-class users would only increase. If he were to fall out with the ability tower, he lacked the confidence to confront them directly, unless he could escape to the infected zone, where he might harness the power of the vast horde of zombies. He could potentially stand a chance against the ability tower. The root of the issue lay in Lin Chen's infrequent missions, resulting in minimal encounters with zombies. No, I must act decisively. Lin Chen's gaze hardened. With Chen Wanner's aid, he had effectively joined the ability tower. This would increase his opportunities for field missions. Moreover, given his unique status as an ability user, he might even qualify for independent operations. Just like Zhang Yin, who had once ventured alone, he could see similar chances. The more missions he undertook, the more infected followers he could recruit. The more followers he accumulated, the stronger he would become, allowing him to further cultivate these infected beings. It was a win-win situation. As he silently calculated his plans, he recognized that all these ambitions required time, so Lin Chen felt no urgency. As weariness washed over him, he succumbed to sleep long before nightfall. Upon awakening naturally the next morning, it was already 8:50 a.m. in the outdoor training grounds of the 9th Division. A vibrant group of youthful individuals had gathered. They were the latest recruits, selected due to the casualties of the Division's veteran members. Although they had yet to complete a year of training, their overall quality was still commendable. Curious glances flitted around the group, but most were particularly intrigued by their section chief, Su Lin. Wow, I never expected we would be assigned such an impressive section chief. Just look at her figure. Ahem, my friend, I suggest you tone it down. Anyone who has survived in the operations department this long must possess extraordinary skills. Skills? Pfft. She is just a woman. A good beating will put her in her place. What is so impressive about that? I've heard of Section Chief Su's reputation. She has faced death on the battlefield, so I advise you not to underestimate her. However, the deputy section chief seems to be a rookie who hasn't even completed a year of training. At this remark, the attention of those nearby abruptly shifted. What? He hasn't completed a year of training? Isn't that the same as us? Same? He probably only got the position because other members died. He might just be a worthless recruit. That makes sense. I heard this deputy section chief has killed many zombies on the battlefield. He merely fled to save his own skin. What? This kind of useless individual is worthy of being a deputy section chief? Chapter 35. Who cares about this useless deputy section chief? Xiao Su, what is going on? Is Lin Chen supposed to be appointed today? Why am I left waiting for him? Outside the training ground, a middle-aged man in a suit, his demeanor impatient, cast a disdainful glance at Su Lin. However, as his gaze lingered on Su Lin and Imp, Appos, alluring figure, his irritation dissipated, replaced by a knowing smile. Director Liu, please wait a moment. I informed him yesterday, Su Lin replied, her face a mask of apology. Though she felt a deep aversion to this oily middle-aged man, she concealed her feelings well. This man was none other than Liu Yu, the deputy chief of the operations department. Humph. Dawn and Appos, do you think that just because you and Appos become a deputy section chief, you can act with impunity? Your position as deputy was merely a consequence of the previous section heads being eliminated. Liu scoffed. I've heard that Lin Chen has even completed a year of training. Su Lin regarded him with a peculiar expression. If this deputy chief were to uncover Lin Chen's true identity as an ability user, what would he think? However, Lin Chen had no intention of revealing himself, and Su Lin would naturally protect his secret. Director Liu, although Lin Chen has not completed the standard training, his performance on the battlefield has been commendable. Su Lin stated slowly. Whether his performance is commendable is solely for you to judge, Liu replied, his gaze scrutinizing Su Lin, turning lecherous. Xiao Su, I believe you've been in your position for 6 months now? Su Lin nodded. Liu continued, in these 6 months, your section has performed quite well, actively cooperating with the missions assigned by the Human Alliance. Although you nearly faced total annihilation in the last operation, you did uncover crucial information about the outer sentry stations, which is no small feat given your experience. You should easily be able to lead a deputy team. Why do you wish to remain in your current role? Within the operations department, there were 4 major teams, each responsible for 3 action sections. The regular duties mostly entailed issuing orders, with little in the way of perilous tasks. I'm still lacking in qualifications, Su Lin humbly replied, her voice barely above a whisper. How can I dare to aspire for more? Why not? Liu retorted, taking a step closer and affectionately patting Su Lin on the shoulder. In our department, qualifications do not define everything. Your capabilities are already sufficient in my eyes. If you were a bit more astute, becoming a deputy team leader would be a cinch. Sitting in the operations department issuing commands is far better than risking your life out there. Lu Yu and Apos' brazen gaze roamed over Su Lin. And despite his position as deputy chief, his abilities paled in comparison to the newly minted young recruits of Section 9. Yet, he wielded his authority, buoyed by the fact that his brother was an ability user. This familial connection allowed Lu Yu to bask in power, and few dared to oppose him. After all, within each city, with a population nearing 200,000, there were only a handful of ability users, merely over 30. Even the chief of the operations department had to tread lightly in Lu Yu and Apos' presence. What Su Lin truly feared was Lu Yu and Apos' brother and Apos' identity as an ability user. Thank you for your kindness, Director Lu. I will strive to eliminate our enemies in the future, Su Lin replied, retreating a step as if to evade his advances. Observing her rejection, Liu did not falter. Instead, his interest in Su Lin intensified. Heh, what does it matter if you eliminate enemies? The hierarchy within the operations department is dictated by my word. Liu raised an eyebrow, jokingly, his eyes now glinting with greed. Xiao Su, advancement is an art. Why not come to my villa tonight? I can teach you the ropes. Su Lin's expression darkened. She had heard rumors of several female officers in the operations department who had fallen prey to Lu Yu's advances. They had subsequently left out of concern for their reputations. If she were to acquiesce, how could she remain here without shame? Yet, if she confronted Lu Yu, her position as section chief would likely be at stake. Just as Su Lin clenched her teeth, preparing to refuse him firmly, a voice interrupted from behind. Oh, promotion? Is there such a good fortune? Why Donna and Apos, do you teach me too? Hearing the familiar voice, Su Lin and Apos' eyes widened in excitement, and she turned to see Lin Chen. Liu frowned slightly, turning to Lin Chen with a scowl. Who are you? Dare to meddle in my affairs? Don't ask for trouble. Lin Chen leaned casually against a nearby horizontal bar, seemingly unfazed by Lu Yu, and turned his attention to Su Lin. Section Chief, who is this fatso? Is he looking for trouble? Should I toss him out? Lin Chen's voice rang through the training ground, silencing the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes converged on Lin Chen. And a common question echoed in their minds. Who is this person? How dare he speak so boldly? That is the deputy chief of the operations department. And he is being referred to as Fatso. Su Lin's expression grew strained. While she understood Lin Chen possessed abilities, she could not allow that truth to surface. If he spoke as an ability user, Liu would have no choice but to listen. But as a mere deputy section chief, you insolent fool! Who do you think you are to address me so? Do you know who I am? Liu seethed, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixated on Lin Chen. What you are is irrelevant to me, Lin Chen replied, raising an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his gaze. I only know we're both merely two shoulders supporting a single head. How are you any more exalted than I? Lu Yu was utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that anyone within the operations department would dare speak to him in such a manner. You lowly wretch! Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Liu spat, his voice laced with venom. My brother is an ability user from the ability tower. If you provoke me, your fate is sealed. Initially, Lin Chen had been in high spirits, but upon hearing the term lowly wretch, his expression turned icy. Heh. Calling someone a lowly wretch certainly gives you a sense of superiority, Lin Chen sneered. Liu stepped closer, unperturbed, and reached out as if to slap Lin Chen's face. Superiority? I possess it. Do you lowly wretch, have any objections? Before he could finish, Lin Chen reacted with blinding speed, striking Lu Yu's face. Slap. Lu Yu did not have time to process what was happening before he found himself sent sprawling 3 meters away by Lin Chen's blow. Aided by a touch of magnetic force, Lu Yu landed hard on the ground, his eyes locked on Lin Chen, brimming with rage as he ground his teeth. You seek death. Tell me who you are. I am Lin Chen stated impassively. Upon hearing this name, Lu Yu froze. Recalling the purpose of his visit that day, he erupted in anger. You fool. Are you blind? I came here to promote you to deputy section chief. How dare you strike me? At that moment, the surrounding new recruits exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with shock. This is Lin Chen? Isn't he supposed to be a battlefield coward? How did he manage to knock down the deputy chief with a single slap? Lin Chen let out a cold snicker, his eyes filled with disdain. Deputy section chief? Who the hell cares about such a worthless deputy section chief? Chapter 36. Do not block my path. The vast outdoor training ground was enveloped in an eerie silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, expressions frozen in astonishment, rendered speechless. Particularly, the new recruits from the 9th Division exchanged bewildered glances, aghast at Lin Chen's blatant disrespect towards Lu Yu. This man, is he not excessively arrogant? How dare he scoff at the position of Deputy Section Chief? A role for which countless individuals have toiled for years, some even perishing in the line of duty? Lin Chen's ascension to the Deputy Section Chief title through mere survival is already remarkable. To speak to Liu Yu in such a manner is sheer folly. Are you Lin Chen? The so-called waste who became Deputy Section Chief only by escaping the battlefield? One courageous recruit stepped forward, eager to curry favor with Liu Yu. After all, this was the Deputy Section Chief, and who knows? A few kind words today could lead to a meteoric rise in their future status. I see you're blind to the circumstances. You dare to challenge him? You must not wish to remain in the action department. Another chimed in. With a Deputy Section Chief like you, how are we to accomplish our missions? Apologize to the Deputy Section Chief at once, or I shall hold you accountable. Several others rallied, echoing the sentiment. Oh, Lin Chen exclaimed, his surprise palpable as he casually glanced at the newcomers. Turning to Su Lin, he inquired, who are these individuals? They are all new recruits from the 9th Division, Su Lin replied through gritted teeth, caught in an awkward position, though Lin Chen was mercifully lenient towards her. So they are newcomers, he mused. What of it? They are far superior to a coward like you. Indeed. By what merit do you hold the title of Deputy Section Chief? This position is not meant for cowards. You are unworthy. Your presence as Deputy Section Chief brings shame upon our 9th Division. The newcomers vociferously shouted their insults, clearly defending Liu Yu. Seeing the recruits rallying behind him, Liu Yu rose from the ground, brushing off his clothes, a smug expression plastered across his face. Lin, if you dare to strike me today, you can bid farewell to your role as Deputy Section Chief. The position will be filled from among these recruits. Lin Chen merely chuckled. As if I would covet such a position. Liu Yu was momentarily speechless, as Su Lin sensed Lin Chen and Appo's impending dismissal from his role. She feared for him, and was about to speak up. But Lin Chen continued, moreover, these newcomers are all incapable. Are you truly willing to entrust the role of Deputy Section Chief to them? If missions arise, they will surely fall one by one. Do you understand the principle of the gourd baby saving grandpa? Lin Chen's words infuriated the recruits. Young and impetuous, how could they withstand such provocation? Who are you calling a waste? You, with no qualifications to speak. One shouted, charging forward with a powerful punch aimed at Lin Chen's face. Yet, Lin Chen merely raised a hand to block. With a crack, the recruit's fist collided with Lin Chen's hand, breaking fingers as if striking a wall. The assailant doubled over in agony, clutching his injured hand. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at him before delivering a swift kick. Utilizing the power of his magnetic field, he could easily deflect most attacks, believing that ordinary firearms could not penetrate his defenses. Seeing their comrade incapacitated, the remaining recruits gritted their teeth and exchanged determined glances. Let us go. Together. We will bring him down. He may have a bit more combat experience, but he is still a waste. Do not fear. As they charged, Lin Chen moved with purpose. He stepped forward, hands slicing through the air. With each recruit he encountered, he delivered a swift slap. No matter their attempts to defend or evade, they found it nearly impossible to escape his grasp. With each slap, the recruits were left reeling, some spitting blood and teeth, while others were sent flying. Eventually, he stood before Liu Yu. Liu Yu, witnessing Lin Chen's formidable prowess, crumbled, collapsing to the ground. You cannot touch me. My brother is affiliated with the Ability Tower. He has powerful connections there. You are courting trouble. Even at this moment, Liu Yu clung to the hope of his brother's influence, forcing the words out. Lin Chen merely offered a cold smile, his hand poised to deliver another blow, when suddenly, his attention was drawn to the side. He sensed someone intruding into his magnetic field, a powerful presence. Looking up, he saw a familiar figure descending from afar, seemingly vaulting into the training ground. It was Sun Yuan, the one who had escorted him to meet Qin one of the previous day. Spotting Sun Yuan clad in the distinctive attire of the Ability Tower, Liu Yu seized the opportunity, scrambling over in desperation. Sir, I report, Lin Chen, as Deputy Section Chief, has attacked his own subordinate and assaulted me. Please, expert, intervene and subdue this rogue. Lin Chen regarded him with a calm gaze, saying nothing. Sun Yuan furrowed his brow, casting a frosty glance at Liu Yu before coldly uttering, Get lost, do not obstruct my path. Taken aback, Liu Yu was about to assert his identity when Sun Yuan, growing impatient, advanced forward and, with a swift kick, sent Liu Yu flying several meters away. He then approached Lin Chen, extending his hand to present a few items. Upon glancing down, Lin Chen noticed a badge indicating his level of ability, accompanied by an auxiliary wristband. F-Class Esper, Lin Chen. Lord Qin has already facilitated the necessary processes for you. I have come to deliver these items. Congratulations. From this day forth, you are officially a member of the Esper Tower. Chapter 37. Spare me. Ah, how could this be possible? As soon as Sun Yuan's voice faded, Lu Yu, who had been crumpled on the ground, suddenly widened his eyes, as if something had lodged in his throat. Struggling to utter those few words, the expression on his face had long since solidified into one of astonishment. The nameplate shimmered under the sunlight. The emblem of the ability tower clearly engraved upon it, symbolizing supreme glory and power. As he recalled his earlier arrogance towards Lin Chen, cold sweat trickled down Lu Yu's forehead, as if an invisible hand was tightening around his throat, leaving him breathless. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Just moments ago, he had targeted Lin Chen so vehemently, yet now, he had transformed into a member of the ability tower? Could it be that Lin Chen was an ability user from the very beginning? The thought sent tumultuous waves crashing through Lu Yu's mind. No wonder. Despite the multitude that had besieged him, none could withstand a single exchange against Lin Chen. That astonishing speed and strength were undoubtedly beyond the capability of an ordinary person. In this moment, Liu finally comprehended the folly of his previous actions. He had assumed that sheer numbers could subdue Lin Chen, only to realize that Lin Chen was an entity far beyond their reach. With this realization, regret and despair filled Lu Yu and Appo's heart. He understood that he had irrevocably offended Lin Chen, and as a member of the ability tower, it would be effortlessly simple for Lin Chen to retaliate against him. At that moment, Lu Yu was engulfed in fear and helplessness, akin to prey ensnared by a hunter, awaiting the judgment of fate. So soon? Lin Chen gazed at him in surprise, having thought that even with Qin Wanner as assistance, the procedures would be arduous, yet the promise made yesterday was fulfilled today. This was indeed beyond Lin Chen's expectations. Su Lin stood beside them, her demeanor fraught with anxiety, feeling utterly at a loss. Memories of her departure from the ability tower the previous day flooded her mind. Only now did she come to the realization that Qin Wanner had orchestrated this. Lin Chen's identity as an ability user had not remained concealed. Lord Qin wielded considerable influence within the ability tower, making such matters effortlessly achievable. Sun Yuan spoke casually. Lin Chen received the nameplate and auxiliary wristband. His expression as tranquil as still water, he replied lightly, "Yes, it's troublesome." However, at the very moment Lin Chen took the auxiliary wristband, his gaze sharpened slightly. He sensed a familiar fluctuation, reminiscent of the peculiar electromagnetic waves he had felt in his villa the previous night. This sensation stirred something within Lin Chen. It was no mere coincidence. The auxiliary wristband contained surveillance equipment. Reflecting on the recordings captured by the auxiliary wristband before Zhang Yan's demise, Lin Chen flicked his fingers, making it appear to outsiders as though nothing was amiss, while internally, the surveillance device had already been dismantled by his force field. "I shall leave this in your care. My task is complete. Should the ability tower assign any missions, relevant personnel will notify you." With that, Sun Yuan turned to depart, as if reluctant to linger any longer. Passing by Lu Yu, the latter hurriedly bowed his head in fear, anxious that Sun Yuan might vent his frustration on him due to Lin Chen and Appo's matter. Little did he know, Sun Yuan held no interest in him whatsoever, not even casting a glance his way as he walked away. Lu Yu, prostrate on the ground, trembled incessantly from fear. "Lin Chen, why did you join the ability tower?" After Sun Yuan and Appo's departure, Su Lin could no longer contain her curiosity. Wasn't he supposed to keep his identity hidden? Now that he has joined the ability tower, the opportunities for missions have increased. And with his unique relation to the zombies, wouldn't it be easier to expose him? If the people from the ability tower discover this, what difference does it make even if Lin Chen is one of them? There was no choice. I was threatened, Lin Chen shrugged, his expression one of resignation. If possible, Lin Chen would not wish to join the ability tower. Yet, upon reflection, joining the ability tower also opened up more opportunities for him. Once he had the chance to undertake missions alone, the infection zones would become Lin Chen's personal dominion. All infected beings would heed his command. A capability that could only be described as terrifying. Sigh. Su Lin sighed wistfully, gazing at Lin Chen with reluctance. Now that he had become a member of the ability tower, the distance between them only seemed to grow. "Cheer up, Suko. Though I have joined the ability tower, I am still a member of the 9th Division. They mentioned promoting me to Vice Division Leader, and I quite like that villa," Lin Chen replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes gleamed with mischief as he cast a glance at Lu Yu. "However, it seems someone doesn't want me to move in." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu jolted upright, quickly rising, though his legs remained on the ground. He scraped his knees along the floor, inching his way to Lin Chen. "Lord Ability User. It was all a misunderstanding. I was blind to your greatness. And that is why I offended you. Your position is irreplaceable. If you desire, I can even give you my villa in Zone B. Lin Chen scoffed. Ha. That won't be necessary. I prefer my current residence. The newcomers who had just been knocked down by Lin Chen now stared wide-eyed, astonished that the vice director of the action department would demean himself so before an ability user. What they failed to realize was that even if Lin Chen demanded Lu Yu's position, he could easily obtain it. What did the title of vice director mean when compared to one's life? If even the vice director was so subservient, what would become of them, the newcomers? As this thought crossed their minds, their faces turned pale, and they seemed to grasp the gravity of their impending situation. It was unclear who made the first move. But one by one, they began to emulate Lu Yu, scraping their knees along the ground, inching closer. Lord Ability User, you are magnanimous. Please let me off the hook. Yes, my lord, I was blinded by foolishness and failed to recognize your true power. I implore you to spare me. I promise to fight valiantly in the future. I'll gladly sacrifice my wretched life on the battlefield. They cried and pleaded for mercy, which only served to irk Lin Chen. Enough. All of you, get lost. Lin Chen said impatiently. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed their faces, and they scrambled to escape. However, Lin Chen's gaze turned steely as it landed on Lu Yu. You stay. Buzz. Lu Yu's mind was engulfed by a torrent of fear, his body instantly chilled. With a forced smile, despite his bruised face, he looked at Lin Chen with obsequiousness. Lord Ability User, do you have further instructions? Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward decisively. Boom. A kick landed heavily in Lu Yu's abdomen, sending his body flying. A mouthful of blood was spat forth. Lin Chen had utilized nearly half of his strength. The restraint was intentional. He didn't, and Appos, T wished to kill him outright. This is for your lust towards Suku and Appos, S form. Should I discover this again? It will cost you your life. Lin Chen spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping over the retreating figures of the newcomers. The newcomers felt as though ice coursed through their veins. Paralyzed in place, unsure of how to react, Su Lin watched Lin Chen with a touch of gratitude. She had not anticipated that despite joining the ability tower, he would still look out for her. Lin Chen and Appos, S words served as a warning, a clear message. Behind Su Lin stood him. Chapter 38. Level 5 task. Liu felt as though something was lodged in his throat, and he struggled to cough up a mouthful of congealed blood. His complexion was ashen, his eyes brimming with humiliation and resentment. Yet, in this moment, he lacked even the slightest courage to resist. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, as though observing an inconsequential ant. Lin Chen, I remember. This pain was sufficient. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, shooing Lu Yu away like one would a bothersome fly. Lu Yu dared not linger even a moment longer. Scrambling away from the scene in panic, Su Lin stood by, utterly dumbfounded, her thoughts caught at the tip of her tongue, struggling to articulate what she felt. The once unreliable staff member she had known had now transformed into a supernatural being, capable of making the deputy director of the action department crawl out of the 9th division like a dog. Such a scenario was beyond her comprehension, leaving her bereft of the courage to ponder it further. The stark contrast of reality rendered her momentarily incapable of acceptance. She was at a loss as to how to confront Lin Chen. Su Section Chief, Lin Chen remarked, seemingly perceiving her daze. There should be no one to trouble you anymore. If anyone dares to cross the line, simply mention my name. He smiled faintly, gesturing to the nameplate on his chest. Though I am not particularly fond of this title, it should serve as your strongest backing in a city. Despite her reluctance to admit it, Su Lin could sense the sincerity in Lin Chen and Appos' words. After a prolonged silence, Lin Chen did not pursue the conversation, but instead inquired, Lin Chen, will you no longer be coming to the 9th division? With his identity as a member of the ability tower, Lin Chen and Appos' forthcoming tasks would be of a completely different caliber. Although a city was not vast, their statuses were worlds apart. And who could say when they might meet again? Lin Chen fell silent, shaking his head. Not necessarily. You took such good care of me before. How could I disregard you now? Su Lin hesitated, as if she wished to speak, but found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Sensing her turmoil, Lin Chen encouraged her. Su Section Chief, please feel free to express what's on your mind. Opportunities for such conversations will be rare moving forward. Gathering her courage, Su Lin clenched her teeth and said, Lin Chen, you truly need not be so kind to me. I will never divulge your secret. In her eyes, Lin Chen and Appos' kindness stemmed from her knowledge of his secret. Should that secret be exposed, his predicament would be perilous. Yet, Su Lin was unwilling to leverage this secret against him, especially since he had once saved her life. Haha, I thought it was something significant. It turns out to be this. Lin Chen shot her an exasperated glance before adding, Su Section Chief, do I appear to be that petty? It is only right that I reciprocate your kindness. After all, you have looked after me so well. His words struck a chord within Su Lin, the fiery woman revealing an unexpectedly gentle demeanor. She gradually approached Lin Chen, wrapping her arms around his neck and on her tiptoes. She planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Thank you. Her cheeks flushed. This bashful display was something he had never witnessed before. There is no need for thanks. Lin Chen replied, feeling a bit bashful himself as his heart raced. Now, you should return to rest. I still need to teach the newcomers the rules. Su Lin blinked her bright eyes, exuding confidence, yet Lin Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated something more profound to transpire. Oh, then I shall take my leave, he said, turning to depart. Just then, Su Lin called out to him once more. By the way, Lin Chen, she gazed at him with utmost tenderness, her voice softening. Since the moment you joined the 9th Division, I have regarded you as a younger brother. This sentiment remains unchanged, although my abilities are limited. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. Her words resonated within him, eliciting a strange mix of joy and regret. Soon, Lin Chen navigated his way out of the outdoor training grounds. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered a familiar face. You finally emerged. Sun Yuan had been waiting there for who knows how long, his gaze steady as he regarded Lin Chen. Lin Chen, taken aback, responded. Didn't you just say there was nothing to worry about? As he handed Lin Chen a walkie-talkie, Sun Yuan replied, Unexpected developments. Lord Qin has issued orders. Upon receiving the device, Lin Chen heard Qin 1 and Amp, Appo's, Urs voice. Lin Chen, although you have only just joined the ability tower and are still a novice, I cannot gauge the depths of your abilities, yet I acknowledge your strength. There is a level 5 task that requires your attention. A level 5 task? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression growing serious. The task levels within the Human Alliance, aside from the seldom seen Hell and Nightmare levels, range from 1 to 6. Only missions involving special infectious entities were designated with difficulty levels. In the 9th Division, they had not even qualified for such tasks. A level 5 task indicated that E-grade infectious entities would pose a threat during its execution. Lord Qin. To assign such a nearly impossible task to someone who has just joined the ability tower seems rather excessive. Lin Chen bit his lip, questioning her decision. Though he calculated his own capabilities, he harbored no fear of an E-grade infectious entity. Yet, how would he explain his ability to complete the task? Haha, do not misunderstand. I am not sending you to your demise. Qin Wan discerned his thoughts and smiled lightly. This mission is a joint operation. The ability tower will dispatch 2 E-grade ability users alongside 6 F-grade ability users. To avoid any conflicts of interest, both I and that Lu fellow will send our subordinates to oversee the transportation of the corpses. If you choose not to participate, I will not press you. What? Transportation of corpses? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was precisely the opportunity he had been seeking. Just yesterday, he had been contemplating how to inquire about the storage of corpses within the ability tower, and now he stumbled upon such a task. Fortune indeed favored the diligent. Ahem. That aside, how could I forsake a task simply due to its difficulty? That is not my style. I will go. Lin Chen resolutely accepted. Not only to fulfill the task, but to uncover the details concerning the corpses within the ability tower. Qin Wan was taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden shift in attitude. She had only posed a question, not expecting him to genuinely agree. Without dwelling on it, she left him with a significant remark. Very well, consider the task yours. However, before we depart, remember this phrase, act according to circumstances. Chapter 39, The Hidden Army. Upon receiving orders, Lin Chen directly accompanied Sun Yuan to the ability tower. As preparations for the mission were underway, the ability users were permitted to enter the armory to select their equipment. Lin Chen finally arrived at the higher-level primary armory, where the weapons and gear far surpassed those found in the previous departmental armory, as if they were worlds apart. High-tech weaponry, such as plasma laser guns and laser knives, dominated the collection, representing the pinnacle of the current Human Alliance and Appo's technology. Although not the absolute cutting edge, such weapons still posed a considerable threat even to special infected entities. However, apart from those ability users who were not adept in combat, others would not choose firearms. After browsing through the armory, Lin Chen ultimately selected a bronze mask. This was no ordinary bronze mask. It was infused with advanced technology, including reconnaissance goggles capable of scanning infected entities, analyzing their weaknesses, night vision capabilities, and even temperature detection, all seamlessly integrated. A layer of specially forged bronze metal encased it, reputed to provide substantial protection. Common firearms would struggle to breach its defenses. Lin Chen was drawn to the mask not for its advanced features, but simply because it could conceal his face. Should he encounter a zombie-infected entity, it would prevent them from acting like crazed fans. Once prepared, the group gathered. Among the members tasked with escorting the corpses, Lin Chen recognized a few. Firstly, there were 3 F-level ability users under Lu Muyu, Chao Fei, Lu Ping, and Xia Jiming. It appeared these 3 held considerable standing in her ranks, as they were entrusted with significant tasks. The E-level ability user, whom Lin Chen did not recognize, was identified by his name tag as Qi Yuanzhang, a serious-looking middle-aged man. Among Qin Wan and Appos, or S4 subordinates, the E-level ability user was Sun Yuan, while the other 3 F-level ability users were unfamiliar to Lin Chen, except for Fong Lin. To Lin Chen and Appos, as surprise, Fong Lin, whose arm he had broken just the day prior, appeared completely unscathed today. He had evidently made a remarkable recovery, showcasing the exceptional medical technology within the ability tower. The higher-ups had received intelligence indicating that the rebel army would set an ambush along their route. Thus, the mission level was elevated, and their objective was to ensure that the rebels would not return unscathed. Qi Yuanzhong, acting as the temporary team leader, commanded with confidence. However, after issuing his orders, he cast a subtle glance towards Sun Yuan. The rebel army? Lin Chen queried, momentarily taken aback. The rebel army, an independent organization from the Human Alliance, resided in the infection zones, wandering stealthily. They referred to themselves as the Hidden Army, as Fong Lin kindly elucidated. Despite Lin Chen having broken Fong Lin and Appos' arm under Qin Wan and Appos' command, the two were now under her authority, and Fong Lin bore no ill will. The existence of the Hidden Army was indeed surprising to Lin Chen. Establishing a safe zone within the infection area, aside from the well-maintained Order of the Human Alliance, was an immensely daunting task. That they managed to survive in such an environment was truly remarkable. Humph. The Hidden Army is merely a pack of rats hiding in the sewers, occasionally attacking our ability towers teams. Why? Because they lack resources. Chao Fei scoffed dismissively. He held little regard for these pitiful creatures lurking in the infection zones. Many within the Hidden Army are individuals who have committed grave mistakes and were expelled by the Human Alliance, Lu Ping remarked slowly. Thus, a portion of them are former members of the Human Alliance, known as the Rebels. The Hidden Army is not worth worrying about. What piques my interest is you, kid. In just a few days, you and Appos V transformed into an ability user? Chao Fei shifted his focus to Lin Chen. I'm curious, what is your ability? The abilities humans can awaken typically fall into 2 categories, attack and support. For instance, Xia Jiming in the team is a quintessential support type. Generally, support-type ability users receive greater recognition, as their contributions can surpass even the most advanced instruments. In many respects, support-type ability users hold a higher status within the ability tower. My ability? Lin Chen, hidden behind the mask, smiled lightly and replied, My ability is to kill. Anyone who poses a threat to me shall meet their end. Lin Chen and Appos' blunt declaration startled Chao Fei momentarily, but he quickly scoffed, grinning, Kid, you've got quite the bravado. Don't think just because you've become an ability user, you can act with impunity. Beware of falling into a trap. Lin Chen responded with a calm smile. Thank you for the warning. At that moment, from the other side of the assembly area, 7 or 8 ordinary staff members from the operations department approached, shouldering a black coffin. The rear door of an armored vehicle swung open, seemingly designated for storage. Oh? Lin Chen expressed surprise. In addition to transporting corpses, are they also carrying bodies? That is Zhang Yan's corpse. According to the regulations of the ability tower, all fallen ability users must be sent to the headquarters for burial, Fong Lin explained. Headquarters? Does that mean our escort route is quite lengthy? No. The headquarters will dispatch personnel here. We merely need to advance to the 6th security zone, and the headquarters convoy will come to escort us, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. This implied that the remaining 2 armored vehicles likely contained the corpses of the ability tower. Lin Chen pondered that should they encounter an ambush on the way, he could take advantage of the chaos to stealthily acquire a few corpses. The evolution of the Snake Lady required 5 F-level corpses. Every single one he could obtain would be invaluable. The armored vehicles had been modified, with platforms installed on either side for standing, allowing the escort personnel to remain vigilant. Once everything was in order, the convoy discreetly departed from East City via a narrow road. Lin Chen stood on the platform of the last armored vehicle, grateful for his mask. Were he to face the infection zone with his true face, the zombies would likely swarm after him like crazed fans. The first 4 security zones lay completely under the surveillance of the East City exploration outposts, where only a handful of wandering zombies were encountered, easily dispatched with firearms. Upon reaching the 5th security zone, the group began to exercise caution, as this area had been entirely overrun, and the presence of F-level infected entities was not unusual. They also needed to remain wary of potential ambushes from the hidden army. As the convoy passed a hill several dozen meters high, a graceful figure awoke slowly within a cave on the opposite slope. The serpentine tail adorned with vibrant green scales quivered with excitement. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her alluring form darting out of the cave, pursuing the convoy with the agility of a jungle leopard. In her wake, countless zombies followed relentlessly. Chapter 40. E-Class Infectious Entity. Crimson Venom Scorpion. Attention, everyone. We are merely 20 kilometers away from the rendezvous point with headquarters. Remain vigilant. Do not let those vile creatures find an opportunity to strike. Qi Yuanzhong shouted from the front passenger seat of the first armored vehicle, while the others trudged under the blazing sun, their spirits somewhat dampened. Aha, Lord Qi. Fret not. After such a long journey, the hidden army wouldn't dare to make a move. We are just 20 kilometers from the headquarters convoy if any mishap occurs. They can come to our aid at any moment. They lack the audacity to launch a surprise attack. Chao Fei laughed heartily. Better safe than sorry. Qi Yuanzhong admonished sternly. Little did he know, as his words fell, Xia Jiming, stationed in the second vehicle, furrowed his brow and gravely said, Wait. Lord Qi, we have a situation. At this proclamation, the previously lethargic group instantly snapped to attention. Lin Chen, who was on the verge of dozing off, also felt the shift. Unlike the others, Lin Chen levitated himself using a force field, appearing to stand, yet relishing the comfort. However, the merciless sun proved to be a challenge. What is it? Qi Yuanzhong inquired. There is a swarm of infectious entities trailing our convoy. Over 1,000 ordinary zombies, along with an F-class infectious entity. Xia Jiming reported, his expression tense. Is there any sign of external influence? Qi Yuanzhong asked, frowning. The hidden army, in terms of overall combat strength and weaponry, was vastly inferior to the human alliance. Thus, their tactics primarily involved diverting threatening zombie hordes towards human territories. Uncertain, I have found no evidence, Xia Jiming replied, meticulously surveying the surroundings. Qi Yuanzhong fell into contemplation. And after a moment, he issued a command. Stop. Prepare for battle. We must eliminate every last one of those zombies. If they manage to encounter the headquarters convoy, we will be deemed incompetent. The convoy halted immediately, and Chao Fei was the first to leap out, striding towards the rear of the convoy while stretching his weary limbs. Damn it, after standing for so long, my bones are aching. ISN and Oppos, is there an F-class infectious entity? Let me take care of it. Xia Jiming frowned in concern and cautioned. Old Chao, be careful. That F-class entity is no pushover. Humph. Worry not. Chao Fei chuckled, rolling up his sleeves. Whatever it is, I and Oppos, LL crush its bones. Soon. Rustling noises and a cacophony of footsteps emerged from the jungle. Lin Chen, sensing an ominous presence, turned to see a familiar aura approaching from the rear of the convoy. Suddenly, a figure darted from the thicket, graceful and stunning. However, upon recognizing the entity, Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? When did it catch up to us? The sudden appearance of the infectious entity and the horde of zombies revealed the Serpent Woman and her minions. What is this? The Serpent Woman? Chao Fei's eyebrows raised, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. I was wondering what it was, so it's this creature. Our target from the last mission, she escaped by sheer luck. I can't believe she is foolish enough to come to us today. Chao Fei's eyes gleamed with malice as he launched himself like a cannonball toward the Serpent Woman. Initially, the Serpent Woman's target was Lin Chen, who stood on the last armored vehicle, but sensing imminent danger, she swiftly coiled her tail around herself, utilizing her hardened scales for protection. Bang! Chao Fei's fist struck her scales, causing her to emit a pained groan as she was sent reeling backward. The scales at the point of impact were visibly damaged. Damn it, daring to strike me. Wait, it's a snake. Lin Chen gripped the iron railing beside him, nearly bending it in his fury. Had it not been for Qi Yuanzhong maintaining control over the situation, he might have acted impulsively. As Chao Fei engaged the Serpent Woman, the other zombies were held back by Lu Ping and another ability user, while 2 F-class and 2 E-class ability users stood by, with Xia Jiming's presence almost negligible. To conserve their strength, they had only allocated 3 F-class ability users to deal with the zombies. Though few in number, they were sufficient for the task. Just as Lin Chen pondered how to assist the Serpent Woman, a series of gunshots rang out. Simultaneously, Qi Yuanzhong extended his hand outside the armored vehicle. As an inexplicable chill coalesced, forming an ice wall at a visible pace, enveloping the entire vehicle. Bullets ricocheted off, merely causing shards of ice to scatter. The subsequent vehicles remained unscathed, indicating that the ambush was aimed solely at Qi Yuanzhong. Haha, to attempt to assassinate me with such lowly firearms? The audacity of you hidden army members is truly laughable, Qi Yuanzhong scoffed, a chilling smile on his lips. With a swift motion, he shattered the ice wall and stepped out of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings. His gaze settled on the direction from which the gunfire had emanated. Humph. As expected of an E-class ability user, your perception is indeed remarkable. I knew this wouldn't harm you. Not far off, on a small hill about 50 meters away, two cloaked figures gradually stood up, one of them wielding a rifle. Upon recognizing their faces, Qi Yuanzhong sneered. Ah, so it's you two traitors. I see the hidden army is in dire straits, relying on just two F-class ability users to attempt to seize the specimens I am transporting? Truly seeking your own demise. As he spoke, Qi Yuanzhong clenched his hand, summoning frost energy that coalesced into an ice spear. The cold aura radiated outward, producing sharp ice spikes that swiftly targeted the two figures in the distance. Yet, one of them appeared unfazed by Qi Yuanzhong's threat, laughing. Ha ha ha. Lord Qi, do you still not understand me? I never engage in endeavors without assurance. And, who said we are merely two? Before he finished speaking, a ghostly purple figure swiftly approached, stopping behind the speaker and exhaling, phew. Just about right. Qi Yuanzhong chuckled, ha ha ha. Is that not a mere afterimage? Back when the ability tower was at its lowest, no matter how fast your speed, can you evade my freeze? Unexpectedly, the man dubbed as the afterimage flashed a devilish grin, extending his thumb backward. Lord Qi, while I cannot outrun your freeze due to ability suppression, this can. Before he could finish, the ground trembled violently beneath them, akin to an earthquake. Crack. The sound of shattering trees echoed from the woods behind the three hidden army members, as an enormous crimson figure swiftly approached from the distance. Even the dense forest could not obstruct its advance. The thick trunks appeared as mere toothpicks in its presence. Upon perceiving that colossal entity, Qi Yuanzhong, who had recently been brimming with confidence, could no longer contain the expression on his face, his countenance filled with profound horror. He uttered each word with deliberate gravity, an E-class special infected organism. The Crimson Venom Scorpion. Chapter 41. Shall we slay them all? Lord Qi, you just remarked that my speed was of little consequence. What do you think now? The figure known as Residual Shadow spoke with pride, extending a hand towards his two companions. In an instant, the two vanished from sight, as if they had teleported, reappearing on the opposite side of the convoy. However, Qi Yuanzhong and Appo's expression grew increasingly grim, for the Crimson Venom Scorpion was drawing ever closer. Initially, he intended to deal with Residual Shadow and his companions first, but their swiftness thwarted his efforts to capture them in a short span of time. Thus, Qi Yuanzhong redirected his focus towards the approaching scorpion. Curse it! Once I have dealt with this beast, I shall slay the three of you traitors. Qi Yuanzhong roared, unleashing the ice spikes he had just conjured towards the distant Crimson Venom Scorpion. The creature, massive in size, measuring 7 to 8 meters long, resembled a moving mountain. Its carapace seemingly forged through countless trials, radiating a crimson glow. Most fearsome of all was its elongated stinger. The stinger, sharp and lethal, gleamed with a deadly sheen, covered in fine scales that appeared ordinary yet harbored potent venom. Crack, crack. The sharp ice spikes shattered upon striking the scorpion's resilient shell, leaving only faint marks behind. Qi Yuanzhong's pupils constricted, his face growing darker. The Crimson Venom Scorpion was a particularly formidable type among infected entities. Its defenses were so robust that even equally ranked ability users seldom succeeded in breaching them. To defeat it, he would need to join forces with Sun Yuan. However, that would leave the convoy unguarded. Meanwhile, Lin Chen observed the unfolding situation. Are those three members of the hidden army? One seems to possess speed-related abilities, while the other two remain inscrutable. If they create chaos, I might have the opportunity to steal some corpse seats. Lin Chen silently calculated, only to hear Qi Yuanzhong's commanding voice the very next moment. You too. Guard the convoy. Do not allow those three to succeed. Despite their classification as F-level ability users, they were among the weakest in the ability tower. Should the convoy sustain any damage, you both shall bear the consequences. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself. Besides him, Fong Lin also received the same command. Damn. I was hoping to see some corpse seeds amidst the chaos. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, a novel thought crossed his mind as he cast a furtive glance at the Crimson Venom Scorpion. This creature must be quite a handful, indeed. If it can contend with two E-level ability users, then with my assistance and that of the snake woman, could we not eliminate everyone present? Yet, Lin Chen quickly shook his head, setting aside the likelihood of such an outcome. Even if he could annihilate everyone, it would merely yield corpse seats, forfeiting any chance of returning to City E. Should he truly wipe them out, it would be evident to all that he had a hand in it. It would be wiser to adapt to the circumstances as they unfold. Chao Fei, the snake woman is not as formidable as she appears. Eliminate her and come to assist, Shi Yuanzhong called out. Given Chao Fei's prowess, dispatching the snake woman should be well within his capabilities. However, unbeknownst to them, the snake woman had utilized an F-level corpse seed to heal her injuries, absorbing a portion of its power. Consequently, her strength had significantly increased. The sheer unpredictability of her venom had already caused Chao Fei considerable distress. Understood. Chao Fei bellowed, his gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing crimson venom scorpion, veins bulging on his forehead. At that moment, a stream of venom surged towards him, though he reacted swiftly to retreat. He inadvertently allowed the venom to seep into his eyes. Ah! Chao Fei cried out in agony, clutching his eyes, his body momentarily losing balance. Seizing the opportunity, the snake woman struck with her tail. Unprotected, Chao Fei was knocked over, propelled backward. Observing this, Lin Chen deftly manipulated the force field, redirecting Chao Fei's trajectory towards the crimson venom scorpion. Thud! The stinger of the scorpion pierced through Chao Fei's chest like a blade. His once formidable physique crumpled as if made of paper, failing even to emit a cry before meeting his demise. Damn it! Shi Yuanzhong roared, his gaze fixated on the distant snake woman. Yet, he lacked the energy to deal with her. He was intent on joining forces with Sun Yuan to impede the crimson venom scorpion's advance. Hold on a little longer. The headquarters convoy is en route, Xia Jiming shouted. As an auxiliary ability user, he naturally carried communication equipment. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression hardened. Should the headquarters convoy arrive, the chaos would swiftly subside, leaving him unable to steal any corpse seats. Fortunately, Lin Chen was not the only one feeling anxious. The three members of the hidden army were equally concerned. Whoosh! Residual Shadow darted forward like a specter, targeting Fong Lin, who immediately activated his abilities, turning his body to metal. Residual Shadow, armed with a dagger, unleashed a flurry of swift attacks upon Fong Lin. Yet, the sound of clashing echoed, and Fong Lin remained unharmed. Compared to Lin Chen's magnetic field, Residual Shadow and Amp, Oppo's power was utterly insufficient. Meanwhile, the other two ability users approached Lin Chen, aiming to eliminate him, believing that once he was dealt with, Xia Jiming would pose no threat. One disheveled middle-aged man launched the first assault, a faint golden glow enveloping him, enhancing his speed in an instant, his abilities seemingly tied to physical enhancement. The other inhaled deeply, spikes akin to those of a porcupine sprouting from his hands. Realizing this, Lin Chen understood why Shi Yuanzhong had deemed them non-threatening. Their abilities belonged to the realm of physical enhancement, even inferior to Chao Fei and Oppo's. The two attacked simultaneously, intent on swiftly dispatching Lin Chen. However, as they neared within 10 meters of him, Lin Chen sighed helplessly, reaching out as though grasping at thin air. Whoosh! The two heard a sudden rush of air, their bodies feeling as though they were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering them immobile. Sighing, Lin Chen shook his head, feeling an inexplicable disappointment. These members of the hidden army are rather lackluster. Initially, he had anticipated they would sow discord, but as it stood, they would struggle even against Fong Lin. Such meager combat prowess dared to attempt to rob the Human Alliance's convoy? Surely. Their greatest support was the crimson venom scorpion drawn to the commotion. Lin Chen once again fell into contemplation. These two were utterly inept, incapable of creating chaos. Perhaps it would be prudent to revert to his earlier notion and eliminate them all before the headquarters and Oppo's convoy arrived. Chapter 42. A calculated move. Just as Lin Chen pondered this, a piercing scream shattered the air, capturing his attention. He beheld Shi Yuanzhong clutching his severed right arm. His expression twisted in agony as he fixed a malevolent glare upon the crimson venom scorpion. Embedded in the center of the creature's carapace was a massive ice shard, approximately half a meter in diameter. On the other side, Sun Yuan was in a similarly dire predicament. His clothing was tattered, his complexion ashen, and he appeared severely drained. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The crimson venom scorpion single-handedly battled two E-rank ability users, inflicting such grievous injuries upon them despite its own significant wounds. Lying quietly on the ground beside Shi Yuanzhong was a blackish-purple right arm, already on the verge of decay. If possible, Lin Chen yearned to subdue this formidable creature rather than witness its brutal demise. With a swift motion, the scorpion lashed its spiked tail, violently dislodging the ice shard from its body. Blood gushed forth, and the massive creature trembled slightly, clearly realizing the precariousness of its situation. With a sudden surge of power, the scorpion propelled itself away in the opposite direction, heading towards the rear of the convoy. Perhaps it hoped to leverage the horde of zombies at the back to buy itself some time to escape. Despite its grievous injuries, the scorpion's speed remained astonishingly swift. Qi Yuanzhong and Sun Yuan made no effort to impede its flight, recognizing that continuing the fight would only lead to their own exhaustion. Lin Chen, mesmerized by the scorpion's imposing form, was deep in thought. At that moment, a furious shout rang out nearby. "Get back!" Lin Chen's instincts flared. He sensed someone intruding into his magnetic field. His current range extended 10 meters, allowing him to detect movements within that radius. The intruder moved with lightning speed. Undoubtedly a residual shadow from the previous skirmish with Fong Lin. Analyzing the fluctuations in his magnetic field, Lin Chen discerned the trajectory of the shadow's attack. And with a sudden motion, he raised his arm, enveloped in a force field. The shadow's dagger lunged towards Lin Chen, yet it struck an invisible barrier. Unable to penetrate even a fraction of an inch, Lin Chen cast a glance at the distant crimson venom scorpion, then at the looming shadow. A slight smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, he harnessed the force field to propel himself backward, feigning clumsiness as he flailed his arms in the air. "How dare you ambush me? You must be seeking death," he exclaimed, pretending to be enraged. However, the direction of his retreat was deftly controlled, bringing him ever closer to the scorpion. The creature might hesitate before the combined might of Qi Yuanzhong and Sun Yuan, but it surely had no fear of Lin Chen, a mere F-rank ability user. With a swift motion, the scorpion aimed its sharp tail at Lin Chen, who, mid-air, conjured a magnetic field beneath him and executed a graceful somersault, seizing the tail spike in a firm grip. Startled by this unexpected maneuver, the scorpion quickly regained its composure and disregarded Lin Chen, continuing its frantic flight towards the rear of the convoy. Yet Lin Chen clung tightly to the tail spike, refusing to let go despite being violently tossed about. Observing this, the serpent woman and Apos' fury ignited, her expression turning cold as she pursued with relentless determination. "Lord Qi, help me. Someone, save me." Lin Chen and Apos' cries echoed, growing nearer, yet none dared intervene to halt the crimson venom scorpion. With no recourse in sight, not even Qi Yuanzhong and Sun Yuan, who had suffered greatly at the creature's hands, would venture to act. Thus, the onlookers could only watch helplessly as Lin Chen was whisked away. "Lord Qi." In the distance, Fong Lin appeared increasingly anxious. "Lin Chen has been captured by that beast. We must rescue him." "Rescue? How?" Qi Yuanzhong replied darkly. "Though that creature is wounded, if it fights to the death, I too may perish at its hands. First, we must deal with these 3 pests from the hidden army." The pests he referred to were the 3 ability users from the hidden army. Just as Lin Chen was flung away, they wasted no time in using brute force to breach the door of the 3rd armored vehicle. The shadow emerged, clutching an orange-red box, swiftly escaping with its companions. The shadow moved with such speed that nearly no one present could match it. In a state of panic, Sun Yuan turned to Qi Yuanzhong, his voice trembling. "Brother Qi, they and Apos' stolen the item. We must contact the ability tower to report our losses." Hearing this, Qi Yuanzhong chuckled grimly, his expression devoid of worry. Instead, he cast a cold gaze at Sun Yuan. "What is there to fear? To prevent these pests from launching a surprise attack, I ensured that those items were transferred to the 1st armored vehicle, where I personally guarded them. What they have taken is merely a corpse specimen. The important items are far too vital for me to handle carelessly." Sun Yuan paused, then quickly realized his reaction was somewhat misplaced, allowing himself to relax. "Phew, that and Apos' relief." The zombies at the rear of the convoy, having followed the serpent woman, began to regroup, preparing to rendezvous with the main convoy approaching from that direction. Once the items were delivered to the headquarters, the subsequent matters would no longer concern them. "What about Lin Chen?" Sun Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow. "Let us see how his luck fares. Are we not going to rescue him? Are you?" An air of silence enveloped the scene, and Sun Yuan gritted his teeth, finally speaking. "First, let us secure the transport." Meanwhile, on the other side, the severely wounded crimson venom scorpion could not outrun the unscathed serpent woman. Fearless, she charged forward, positioning herself directly in front of the scorpion, her gaze fierce. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Lin Chen decisively removed his bronze mask, revealing his strikingly beautiful visage. Without surprise, the E-rank crimson venom scorpion could not withstand Lin Chen and Apos' allure. It promptly bowed in submission before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully subdued E-rank infected entity Crimson Venom Scorpion. Reward. Mental Power 100, a refreshing sensation surge within Lin Chen, enhancing his mastery over the force field. He opened his personal profile. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100,000, maximum, strength, 15 agility, 17 stamina, 12 mental power, 265 ordinary infected followers, 1740. Ability, F-rank ability, magnetic field. Compared to before, Lin Chen and Appo's ordinary zombie followers had diminished considerably, likely due to the recent battle. Just as he reveled in his mental power boost, his gaze suddenly darted behind him. It seemed someone was approaching. The personnel from the ability tower were quite cunning. Failing to acquire the corpse essence, they had settled for merely a few corpse specimens. He should have anticipated this, ensuring that all items from the 3 vehicles were taken. Take them all? Surely you jest. What could possibly be taken from that which Qi Yuanzhong guards? Alas, if only Lord Sun would intervene, this time, the rewards would undoubtedly be plentiful. But let not your thoughts wander too far. Has Lord Sun concealed himself until now merely to expose his identity over a trivial matter of corpse essence? Chapter 43. If you turn into an eyesore, I shall discard you. The voice was somewhat familiar. It seemed to belong to the 3 enigmatic ability users from the hidden army. Lin Chen cast a glance at the snake woman, instructing, have them hide. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, the 3 individuals were crouched behind a large tree, scrutinizing their recent acquisitions. Within the box snatched by the shadow, lay 10 corpse types of various hues, emitting a foul odor upon being opened. Sigh. If only we had managed to acquire an E-grade corpse type. Our efforts would have been worthwhile. Unfortunately, we are left with nothing but a heap of F-grade refuse, grumbled the disheveled middle-aged man. The shadow sighed, silently closing the box. Well, at the very least, we sustained no losses and collected 10 corpse types. That constitutes a reward. A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, the previously silent individual spoke up. By the way, do you recall the young man responsible for guarding the 3rd armored vehicle? Old Liu and I approached him, only to find ourselves inexplicably immobilized. Upon hearing this, the disheveled middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, and he replied solemnly. That sensation felt as though every inch of my body was under tremendous pressure. His ability eludes my comprehension. There are still far too many who revere the ability tower, discovering all manner of peculiar abilities. The shadow, however, smiled wryly. Is it that young man? His methods may be somewhat strange, yet he does not appear overly formidable. I merely send him flying with a single strike. He is likely dead at the hands of the scarlet toxic scorpion by now. As soon as those words left his lips, a voice interjected from the side. Oh? You think you possess some skill just because I grant you a modicum of respect? Lin Chen emerged slowly from behind a nearby tree, startling the 3. You. It's you? You're not dead. The shadow exclaimed in astonishment. My life is tenacious. I cannot be easily extinguished, Lin Chen replied casually, extending his hand toward the wooden box on the ground, summoning it towards him with a force that left the others dumbfounded. You seem to have secured the corpse types. Yet you appear unsatisfied. Speak. What is your true objective, and who among the ability tower is in league with you? Having listened for a while, Lin Chen had sensed something amiss. How could the hidden army obtain intelligence regarding the ability tower as transport of corpse types? There must be an insider. Humph. Even if you kill us, you shall never learn. The shadow retorted defiantly, gritting his teeth. Is that so? Lin Chen countered, then delivered a sharp slap through the air. Slap. The sound resonated clearly. Had he not tempered his strength, the shadow's neck would have surely snapped. Spitting blood, the shadow glared fiercely, clearly unwilling to concede. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. You may inform me, for I am allied with Qin Weiner. The moment those words were uttered, the expressions of the 3 shifted simultaneously, a revelation that Lin Chen keenly observed. Understanding dawned upon him. So that is the case. It appears my suspicions were correct. A smirk crept across Lin Chen's lips as he recalled Qin Weiner's instructions during the mission briefing to act prudently. It turned out she was a member of the hidden army, and her words were a caution against his excessive force. His conclusion was bolstered by the trio's earlier conversation, which inadvertently revealed that Sun Yuan was indeed their insider. Since Sun Yuan was also under Qin Weiner's command, Lin Chen found it difficult not to connect the dots. Without needing their confirmation, Lin Chen had pieced the situation together. Henceforth, Qin Weiner could no longer threaten him, for he had seized upon her vulnerability. Humph, grunted the disheveled middle-aged man, known as Old Liu. Since you are already aware, why do you inquire further? Am I not permitted to confirm? Lin Chen replied, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he regarded the three. He then expressed his astonishment. What a surprise. The second in command of the ability tower, whose power rivals even that of the illustrious Liu, is indeed a member of the hidden army. You truly possess remarkable capabilities. The trio remained silent, their expressions unreadable, staring daggers at Lin Chen. Enough of that glare. I harbor no animosity toward your hidden army. Do not mistake me for an agent of the ability tower. These corpse types serve my purpose, even if borrowed, in the eyes of Qi Yuan and his ilk. It is the hidden army's ability users who have taken them away, and I bear no connection. Feeling the weight lift from their bodies, the three exchanged astonished glances. Were they truly being allowed to leave? What was this man's true stance? As for your genuine intentions, I find myself rather indifferent. If you wish to divulge, do so. If not, be on your way, Lin Chen declared, gesturing with his chin. The three remained silent, until old Liu finally spoke. We aim to seize the corpse essence being transported this time. Corpse essence? Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. It is a type of energy unique to every survivor city, which must be submitted periodically to the Human Alliance headquarters. The specifics elude us, but it possesses extraordinary energy, and our people require it for research. Lin Chen contemplated this information, responding with an "Oh. Well, you have been quite forthright. You may leave." With that, he cradled the box and proceeded toward the direction where the snake woman awaited, leaving his back exposed to them. This confidence stemmed from his prowess. The three exchanged glances until Lin Chen's figure vanished completely before they dared to depart. However, they would soon report on Lin Chen's circumstances. Returning to the snake woman's side, Lin Chen glanced at the scarlet toxic scorpion, which lay nearby. Devoted fan, E-grade infectious entity, scarlet toxic scorpion. Current affinity, 4200. Current status, moderately injured. Can self-heal or be instantly healed with 3 F-grade corpse types. Materials needed for D-grade evolution, 5 E-grade corpse types or 25 F-grade corpse types. Next affinity unlock, telepathy, as expected of an E-grade infectious entity, healing from injury necessitated 3 F-grade corpse types. If we consider the currency issued by the Human Alliance, each F-grade corpse type is worth 500,000. Therefore, 3 would amount to 1,500,000. It could self-heal. Why then resort to F-grade corpse types for recovery? Lin Chen's reluctance stemmed not from a lack of resources, but from a desire to ensure the scarlet toxic scorpion developed a more resilient physique. Nonetheless, the 10 F-grade corpse types in his possession must still be utilized. Thus, the time had come to assist the snake woman in her evolution. He manipulated the force field to extract 5 F-grade corpse types, feeling the surging magnetic waves within. A pang of pain accompanying the act. Snake woman, these are worth 250,000. You must not disappoint. If, after evolving, you turn into an eyesore, I shall discard you. Chapter 44, Evolution Success. Gazing at Lin Chen, the serpent woman nodded with a semblance of understanding. In her perception, there existed no discernible definition of human beauty or ugliness. Upon reaching the stage of evolution, one would evolve in the most powerful manner possible. This was the so-called natural law, survival of the fittest. Even within the worldview of the infected, this principle held true. Seeing the serpent woman's innocent expression, Lin Chen let out a helpless sigh and gently caressed her forehead. Oh, never mind. If you truly evolve into a hideous creature, I won't abandon you. I might just choose to ignore you instead. With that, Lin Chen communicated with the system in his mind. Commence evolution. In a swift moment, blue energy lines appeared before the serpent woman, twisting and spiraling as they formed a singular entity. Of course, only Lin Chen could perceive this phenomenon. He then manipulated the magnetic field with great care, lifting 5 corpse seeds and sending them into the black hole created by the swirling blue lines. These 5 corpse seeds are a bit large, bear with me, Lin Chen reassured. The serpent woman remained in a state of bewilderment, unaware of Lin Chen's intentions. As the corpse seeds were absorbed by the black hole, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed, and the seeds disintegrated, unleashing a torrent of potent energy that surged through the serpent woman's body. Ah, she gasped, curling up on the ground as the overwhelming energy threatened to burst her form. For the infected, evolution was a rare opportunity. Most would stagnate at a certain level after being infected by the virus, with only a select few managing to break through under fortunate circumstances. Many would enter the breakthrough process only to succumb to the immense force, failing in their evolution. The fate of those who failed was invariably death. The serpent woman sensed this truth as well. If she could not withstand this energy, she would surely perish. In her foggy consciousness, her gaze fixated on Lin Chen's slightly worried countenance. Perhaps the brilliance of her idol illuminated her mind, as her awareness gradually sharpened. and her body began to accept the flood of power within her. Simultaneously, the agony of evolution threatened to overwhelm her. It felt as if her body were being torn asunder. Lin Chen, observing with concern, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief at the serpent woman's struggle. The evolution process persisted for quite some time, and when the serpent woman finally emerged from her torment, her expression transformed into one of relief. As she attempted to rise, she realized, to her astonishment, that her tail had vanished. In its place were two long, snow-white legs, reminiscent of Lin Chen's lower half, though traces of greenish-blue scales remained on the sides of her legs. Lin Chen, standing nearby, was already flushed, clearing his throat awkwardly. He removed his jacket to cover her legs. However, after her evolution, the scales on the serpent woman's body were scant, leaving her enchanting figure exposed before Lin Chen. Confused by Lin Chen's incessant nosebleed, the serpent woman suggested, "Shall I gather some leaves to cover myself?" It felt somewhat improper. Glimpsing the situation, she raised her delicate hand, and in an instant, greenish-blue scales sprouted across her form. These scales fused together, concealing her more sensitive areas, resembling a greenish shell rather than traditional scales. Lin Chen scratched his face, chuckling. "Well, that works." Seeing him smile, the serpent woman returned the gesture with a grin. At that moment, the system chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have achieved the milestone of first evolving an E-class infected entity. Earning the reward, upgrade your ability or randomly draw from the ability reward pool. The serpent woman's evolution is complete. Intimacy 100, unlocking telepathy. Telepathy, the host possesses the ability to communicate mentally with the tamed entity within a range of 200 meters. Upon witnessing the system's consecutive rewards, Lin Chen could hardly contain his delight. Turning his gaze to the serpent woman, he saw that her information card had indeed transformed. Loyal fan, E-class infected entity, serpent woman. Current intimacy, 202-500. Current status, excited. Materials required for D-class evolution, 5 E-class corpse seeds or 25 F-class corpse seeds. Next intimacy unlock, location tracking. After examining the serpent woman's information card, Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp. 5 E-class corpse seeds? Or 25 F-class corpse seeds? Was this some sort of absurdity? During his many excursions into the infected zones, he had encountered only one E-class infected entity. Where could he possibly find that many E-class infected beings? Even F-class infected entities were exceedingly rare. If he sought to locate them, he would have to venture far beyond. As the number of infected entities increased the further one traveled from City E. However, Lin Chen had limited opportunities for such missions. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it for now, instead contemplating the system and Oppo's rewards, upgrading abilities, or drawing randomly from the ability pool. While Lin Chen yearned for a variety of powerful abilities, given his current circumstances, it was more prudent to enhance the strength of his existing powers. Thus, he decisively chose to upgrade his ability. The host has chosen to upgrade abilities. The F-class ability magnetic field can be upgraded to E-class. The upgrade process will require 24 hours and may commence at any time. Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. Could it truly be upgraded directly? One must understand that transitioning from an F-class to an E-class ability required 500 points of mental energy. Thus, crossing the threshold to become an ability user did not guarantee a smooth journey thereafter. It appeared he needed to find a tranquil locale to conduct the ability upgrade. With this thought, Lin Chen turned to face the crimson venomous scorpion, meeting its earnest gaze. "I must take my leave. Should anything arise next time, I will seek you out. Until then, I entrust the serpent woman and Oppo's protection to you." The crimson venomous scorpion possessed a fair degree of intelligence and understood Lin Chen and Oppo's words. However, it looked at him with a pitiful expression, pointing with its tail at its own shattered carapace. It was still severely injured. How could it be expected to protect the serpent woman? Lin Chen's lips twitched in a nervous smile. Judging by current combat capabilities, the serpent woman would undoubtedly surpass the crimson venomous scorpion, making it somewhat unreasonable to ask for its protection. Ahem. Then you two should take care of each other. Just avoid being discovered by humans. Lin Chen altered his tone. As long as the serpent woman and the crimson venomous scorpion acted together, unless a D-class ability user from the ability tower intervened, their safety would be hard to threaten. In all of City E, only Lu Muyu and Qin Wan and Oppo's possess D-class strength. They would not personally intervene due to the serpent woman. Meanwhile, on another side, Qi Yu and Zhong, responsible for escorting the corpse spirits, had successfully handed over to the headquarters and Oppo's convoy. The group returned to their original position. As they passed the previous battle area, Xia Jimin suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide. Something in Oppo's SMS At this declaration, the already tense group became alert, their faces reflecting anxiety. Should there be another attack akin to the recent one, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Everyone, remain vigilant. Qi Yuanzhong and Amp, Appo's right arm was already bandaged, while his left hand still exuded a faint chill. Just then, with a soft rustle, a head suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket, adorned with a few stray blades of grass. It was none other than Lin Chen. "Oh dear, Lord Qi, you have returned. I finally managed to find you." Chapter 45, The Advancement of Abilities. "Lin Chen, you are still alive?" Sun Yuan exclaimed, his voice a blend of surprise and joy. Lin Chen hurried over to him, bearing an expression of someone who has narrowly escaped death. "That beast was wounded by Lord Qi, and I managed to flee as well. However, none of you knew where I had gone, so I had no choice but to wait here for your return." Unexpectedly, Lin Chen had survived the clutches of the crimson venom scorpion. Yet, upon recalling the severely injured state of the creature, it was not entirely surprising that he had managed to escape. "Humph," Qi Yuanzhong snorted, seemingly recalling the fate of Chao Fei, who had fallen victim to the scorpion. "It appears you were fortunate. Rejoin the team." "Yes." The journey ahead posed no threats. The group successfully traversed several layers of secure zones, returning to City E. The specifics of the mission settlement would be handled by the leading Qi Yuanzhong, with subsequent allowances directly credited to their respective alliance accounts. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Chen intended to return to the villa to further evolve his abilities. Before departing, he made a visit to the operations center, only to be informed that Su Lin was out on a mission and would likely not return until the following day. Reluctantly, Lin Chen proceeded back to the villa. As per protocol, Lin Chen first scanned all hidden corners of the house for magnetic fields, ensuring that no one had placed any listening devices during his absence. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing amiss. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the ability tower had not detected him. He then hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the front door and enveloped the entire house in a magnetic force field. It was prudent to be cautious, as one could never predict what might occur during the process of ability advancement. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Chen closed his eyes, and a personal data card materialized before him. With a resolute tone, he commanded, "System, commence ability advancement." Ding. The host begins ability advancement, initiating process. 3, 2, 1. Upon the countdown's conclusion, Lin Chen was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming fatigue, as though his vitality had been siphoned away. He succumbed to a deep slumber. Strange streams of blue light floated around his body, swirling above him before merging into his form. If anyone were to witness this astonishing scene, they would surely be left in awe. Although Lin Chen was unconscious, his limbs appeared to be maneuvered by an unseen force, maintaining a meditative posture. This entire process persisted for a full 24 hours. When Lin Chen's consciousness finally returned, he gradually opened his eyes. The data card's records had undergone a transformation. Host, Lin Chen. Charm level, 100,000, maximum, strength, 25 agility, 27 stamina, 22 mental power, 175 ordinary infected fans, 1860 ability, E-class magnetic force field. E-class magnetic force field. Range expanded to 20 meters. Upon seeing the description, Lin Chen and Appo's eyes sparkled with joy. After advancing to E-class, his ability range had indeed doubled. Moreover, his various attributes had improved alongside his ability evolution. With the E-class magnetic force field, he would likely be invincible against E-class ability users. Of course, this was only within a 20-meter radius. In fact, even if he were to face off against someone like Lu Muyu, a D-class ability user, he would still have a chance to escape, even if he did not prevail. Indeed, the advancement of abilities was the right choice. If he could elevate his powers to D-class, he would be confident in confronting the entire assembly of ability users in City E. Lin Chen clenched his fists. His immediate priority was to capture more special fans to enhance his mental power. According to the records of the ability tower, only upon reaching a mental power of 1,000 points could he hope to break through to D-class. His recent stroke of luck in advancing was primarily due to the system and Appo's assistance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen and Appo's gaze instinctively drifted outside the villa. His vision seemed to penetrate the walls, perceiving something amiss in the surroundings. At the entrance, something appeared to be affixed, disrupting the nearby magnetic field. Lin Chen swiftly rose and hurried outside. Upon opening the door, he discovered a recording device had been attached to the entrance. He pressed the play button, and Sun Yuan and Appo's voice emerged. "Come to the Operations Center Hospital, room 302. He must have seen the Do Not Disturb sign, leaving only this message. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Chen as he promptly made his way there. The operations center hospital was not far, and within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Chen arrived. Turning a corner onto the third floor, he found Sun Yuan seated there. You and Appos, VE arrived. Sun Yuan remarked upon sensing Lin Chen and Appos' approach. What happened? Lin Chen inquired, his expression fraught with confusion, not pausing for pleasantries. His gaze instinctively flickered towards room 302, where, through several layers of thick specialized glass, he sensed a familiar magnetic field emanating from a figure inside. It felt somewhat akin to Su Lin. However, the signal was muddled, leaving Lin Chen uncertain. Sun Yuan did not respond but instead pointed towards the hospital room. Lin Chen immediately stepped forward. Through the thick glass, he beheld the interior, and his pupils constricted in shock. Su Lin lay on the bed, clad in isolation attire, curled up in pain, her body marred by darkened veins visible beneath the surface. What is happening? Lin Chen and Appos' body trembled slightly, his tone insistent. During our escort mission, Lord Liu assigned her a task without consideration. An unforeseen incident occurred, and the antidote serum was not administered in time, leading to this state. Lin Chen quickly connected the dots. This was clearly Lu Muyu's doing. If she had any motive, it was merely to salvage her pitiful pride. Lord Qin will arrive shortly. Her condition is salvageable. However, she has some matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing that Su Lin was still savable, Lin Chen felt a flicker of hope and nodded. All right. I will wait for her. Before long, Qinwan and Appos rushed to the operations center hospital upon learning of Lin Chen and Appos' presence. Meanwhile, Sun Yuan astutely dispersed the surrounding crowd, leaving the corridor empty save for the two of them. You are already aware of my identity, Qinwan stated directly, without pretense. Ah, the news travels fast. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Then we are even. Now that both held each other's vulnerabilities, tearing apart their facade was not a wise course of action. You know I care deeply about Su Ku, which is why I had Sun Yuan inform me. Speak. What is it that you desire? Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Qinwan and Appos, scrutinizing her. With a sly smile, Qinwan and Appos leaned gracefully against the wall, accentuating her figure, and softly stated, I wish to make a trade with you. You will venture to the ability tower and procure a few purple source crystals for me. In return, I can assist in her recovery. However, I must forewarn you, these purple source crystals are personally guarded by Lu Muyu. Chapter 46, Class C Infectious Entity. What does this mean? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and inquired. What is a purple source crystal? Qinwan smiled faintly, her delicate hand flipping over to reveal 5 outstretched fingers. In the palm of her hand lay an irregularly shaped purple stone, emanating a faint magnetic field that caught Lin Chen's attention. This is a unique stone of the ability tower, serving as its energy source for normal operation. All I need you to do is stealthily procure 3 of these for me. Naturally, if you can acquire more, that would be even better. Lin Chen frowned, gritting his teeth as he replied, You want me to steal this? The entire energy of the ability tower is derived from it. The guards must be formidable. How could I possibly manage? Before Lin Chen could finish, Qinwan interrupted. Hold on, don't be so quick to refuse. The purple source crystals are hidden deep within the ability tower. I am unsure of their exact location, but they must be on the upper levels. To access them, we require a dual command from myself, and that's surname Liu. However, with my abilities, I can easily escort you up there. Lin Chen recalled the moment when Qinwan had used her unique spatial abilities to rescue Feng Lin from her grasp. If she utilized the same method, she could indeed transport him silently to the higher levels. But how will I escape after stealing them? Lin Chen hesitated. To his surprise, Qinwan shrugged, a smile gracing her lips. That would no longer concern me. How you manage to escape from the ability tower thereafter depends on your own skills. With that, Qinwan approached the bedside, her gaze sweeping over Su Lin. Her condition was dire. As an ordinary person, her resistance to the infectious virus relied solely on her willpower. Within a couple of days, she would likely succumb to the infection, and when that happened, Qinwan's words trailed off. And Lin Chen knew all too well what fate awaited Su Lin. Even though she had once been a member of the Action Division, the moment she was infected, she would become an infectious entity. There would be no way out. Fine. I agree to your terms. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's gaze grew resolute. But you must agree to one thing. Speak. Regardless of whether I succeed or fail, you must help her detoxify. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might say. Noticing the sharpness in Lin Chen and Appos' eyes, Qinwan and Appos paused, her expression subtly shifting. Are you threatening me? The two were at an impasse, each holding the potential to bring the other to ruin. Lin Chen showed no fear. Perhaps. The atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily as Qin Wanner's eyes narrowed, silently scrutinizing Lin Chen. Their gazes locked, neither willing to yield. Humph. Qin Wan and Appos suddenly chuckled, a smile breaking through her stern demeanor. All right. Since you are risking your life, I can agree to your request. Success was paramount for Lin Chen. Failure could cost him his life. It was only right to acquiesce to his demand. Lin Chen cast a glance at the purple source crystal, mentally noting the unique magnetic field it emitted, allowing him to detect any similar fluctuations in the future. When do we make our move? Lin Chen inquired further. Tonight, thanks to Qin Wanner's connections. Su Lin was transferred to a higher-level hospital within the Ability Tower, where she would receive the best treatment. In return, Lin Chen arrived early at the Ability Tower, waiting in a room prepared by Qin Wan and Appos. This room was closest to the uppermost levels, and with her abilities, she could easily transport Lin Chen up. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, the entire Ability Tower entered a state of heightened alert. Lin Chen's operation was about to commence. I will assist you in ascending as high as possible. As for how far you can go, that remains uncertain. You have seen the purple source crystal. If it is located within a room, there will be guards outside, likely Class F ability users. Given your skills, I believe it should not be difficult for you to eliminate them quietly, Qin Wanner instructed. Lin Chen took a deep breath and asked, is killing permitted? If this leads to the deaths of several ability users, the Ability Tower may not take it lightly. That's for you to decide, Qin Wanner replied, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. The upper levels lack surveillance for security reasons, and only Lu Muyu and a few subordinates know the layout. If you can ensure your escape without being detected, whether you kill or incapacitate, it is entirely up to you. Lin Chen nodded, indicating his understanding that if he could evade detection and escape unscathed, then even a few deaths would be acceptable. Understood. Let us begin. Lin Chen closed his eyes, focusing on the tranquility around him, enhancing his perception of the surrounding magnetic field fluctuations. Entering the upper levels would require attuning himself to the unique magnetic signature of the purple source crystal, allowing him to swiftly determine his direction. Calm your mind and do not resist my power. Otherwise, it will be quite laborious for me, Qin Wan and Appos cautioned. Then, her right hand rested on Lin Chen and Appos' shoulder. The moment their bodies made contact, Qin Wanner's magnetic field suddenly amplified in Lin Chen's perception. Although his eyes were closed, her presence felt more three-dimensional beside him, creating a surprisingly wondrous sensation. Before long, Lin Chen felt as though a force field enveloped him, yet he was not in control of it. In an instant, the magnetic field around him twisted, as if severing all sensory connections. This disorienting feeling lasted but a moment for Lin Chen before it abruptly returned to normal. He opened his eyes wide, finding himself in an entirely new, darkened chamber. Before he could marvel at his surroundings, he sensed an overwhelming electromagnetic wave emanating from behind. Was it an ambush? Lin Chen swiftly rolled over and turned, his pupils contracting sharply. What he perceived was not an attack from another, but rather the presence of an infectious entity. In the dimly lit center of the room, a frail and tattered infectious entity was bound to an electric chair by layers of specially designed laser ropes, with numerous tubes protruding from its body. Several of these tubes extended into its spine, injecting a strange purple liquid, while another tube fed into its head, delivering a thick, blood-red substance into a nearby transparent container. Lin Chen swiftly donned the bronze mask, preparing to scan the information of the infectious entity before him. Class C infectious entity, bone-eroding blood corpse. Upon realizing the origins of this entity, Lin Chen was left utterly astounded. C. Class C? Chapter 47, Alarm. No wonder. Lin Chen could feel the suffocating terror of the electromagnetic wave simply by standing before it. It turned out to be a Class C infected entity. This indicated that this Class C entity alone could bring the entire Survivor City E to its knees. Lin Chen was plunged into profound shock. Such a formidable entity was actually trapped here by them? Fortunately, this bone-corroding blood corpse had succumbed to slumber, likely due to the means of the Ability Tower. Coupled with the tightly sealed facilities surrounding it, there were no immediate signs of the entity awakening. Lin Chen then glanced towards another container. The bronze mask swiftly scanned the liquid's composition. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and leaned in closer. Was this the corpse essence? The true cargo during the last transport must have been this substance. Although separated by the container, Lin Chen could sense the tumultuous electromagnetic field within. This sensation was even more astounding than that exhibited by the corpse species. While he was unaware of the essence's specific function, The fact that the ability tower risked danger to extract it from the bone-corroding blood corpse underscored its value, surpassing even that of the corpse species. Regrettably, if Lin Chen and Apos' objective this time was the purple source crystal, he would have to take the container away for thorough examination. Next, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon several tubes embedded in the marrow of the bone-corroding blood corpse. The purple liquid flowing through them bore some resemblance to the purple source crystal in terms of its magnetic field. Following the tubes, Lin Chen arrived at the wall. Gently closing his eyes, his consciousness extended, allowing him to sense everything within a 20-meter radius. Upon detecting the familiar magnetic field, Lin Chen opened his eyes. A smile of triumph gracing his features. He had found it. Indeed, the tube was channeling the very power of the purple source crystal, and its unique magnetic field was just on the other side of the wall, namely, in the adjacent room. Simultaneously, through the electromagnetic field probe, Lin Chen discovered that there were only 2 guards in the corridor, based on the strength of their human magnetic fields. They were both Class F ability users, easy to deal with. However, he had to ensure that they did not make a sound while subduing them, otherwise it would attract Lu Muyu's attention, rendering Lin Chen's efforts futile. Soon, an ingenious idea struck Lin Chen. He treaded lightly to the door and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Though the sound was soft, it resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. The guards on duty nearby immediately turned their attention toward the sound. What was that? It seems someone is knocking. Don't be foolish. Aside from us 2 upstairs, there's only Lord Lu. Who else would knock? Isn't there still an infected entity locked in that room? Both men fell silent. One of them, gathering his courage, cautiously approached the nearby room. Should we inform Lord Lu? The other asked, his expression grave. Let us not alarm Lord Lu just yet. It might just be our imaginations. If we upset her, we might get scolded. The first man reached the door, retrieving his personal ID card, preparing to investigate. Be careful, that creature inside is. Don't worry, I know. If it goes berserk, not even Lord Lu might be able to help us. Click as the ID successfully activated. The heavy iron door opened slightly. Just then, as the man was about to push the door open, his outstretched hand froze mid-air, as if caught in an invisible grip, unable to move a muscle. What is happening? Where are you going to? The other was about to turn and inquire, but his words were abruptly cut off. It was as if some force had seized his throat, rendering his body rigid. Even their own abilities could not be summoned. Both men were engulfed in deep shock, their expressions one of horror. Their muscles taut as they struggled against the sudden force. Alas, their strength was utterly insufficient to resist it. Creaked the iron door before them slowly swung open, and Lin Chen stepped out before the incredulous guards. He glanced at the first man, then at the distant guard, letting out a resigned sigh. Sigh. I am not a cruel or bloodthirsty person. You 2 should just take a little nap. As soon as the words left his mouth, bang. Both guards suffered inexplicable blows to their heads, despite seeing nothing and Lin Chen remaining still. They simply collapsed into unconsciousness. Lin Chen cast a glance at one of the guards, raised his hand, and the guard's ID flew up, landing in Lin Chen's grasp. Calmly, he moved towards the adjacent room. Ding. Scanning the ID card, Lin Chen successfully unlocked the room containing the purple source crystals. He casually tossed the ID aside and stepped inside. Though the room lacked illumination, in the center lay an array of purple crystals scattered across the floor. They radiated dazzling violet light, illuminating the entire space with an ethereal, dreamlike aura. Judging by the magnetic field, these must be the purple source crystals. Their diamond-like exterior was more vibrant and larger than the fragments Qin and Apos had previously shown Lin Chen. Compared to these, the ones in Qin and Apos and Apos' possession could only be considered shards. They were stored in transparent glass containers that required keys to open. The ID card he had just used was clearly insufficient. TSK. Lu's vigilance is quite impressive. This requires a key to access. Lin Chen smirked. Since he could not unlock it, Lin Chen devised a better plan, to take the containers directly. With Lin Chen's magnetic field, he could effortlessly carry as many items as he desired. Without hesitation, Lin Chen extended his right hand, swiftly enveloping 3 containers within his force field. Then, with a sudden exertion of strength, crack, the containers were forcibly detached from the metallic floor. Alarms blared immediately. Beep, beep, beep. Almost simultaneously, Lu Muyu, resting on a higher floor, abruptly opened her eyes. Oh no. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, realizing he had not anticipated that the containers would also have security mechanisms. Now that the device was triggered, the alarm could be heard throughout the entire ability tower. Given Lu Muyu and Apos' capabilities, she could likely arrive here in an instant. Damn it. No time to waste, Lin Chen resolved, continuing his actions. Crack. Crack. The other two containers were forcibly extracted by Lin Chen. He swiftly exited the room, not searching for an exit, but instead heading towards the room containing the bone-corroding blood corpse. His gaze fixated on the shackles binding the entity. Humph. Compared to me, you must hold greater significance to the ability tower. Chapter 48. My Lord Liu, I shall take my leave first. With a determined effort, Lin Chen activated his force field, striking against the ionic chains binding the bone-corroded blood corpse. However, to his astonishment, his E-rank magnetic field was unable to sever those restraints after several attempts. It seemed that the C-rank infected bone-corroded blood corpse was imprisoned here for a reason. Guarded only by 2 F-rank abilities, it was unexpectedly resilient. If I cannot break them all at once, shall I attempt to dismantle them one by one? Lin Chen's mind raced as he quickly devised a strategy. He began to concentrate his force field, preparing to shatter the chains one at a time. Lin Chen? You wretch! How dare it be you? Just as Lin Chen was poised to continue his attempts, an enraged voice echoed from the end of the corridor, Lu Muyu. At her words, Lin Chen instinctively glanced over. An invisible gust surged towards him with astonishing speed. Its formless nature caught Lin Chen off guard. He sensed a disruption in the magnetic field around him. Bang! A force struck against Lin Chen and Apos' chest. Had he not summoned his force field to prop himself up just in time, he would have been sent flying. Nevertheless, he still coughed up blood. Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as his expression grew serious. A D-rank ability user, just 1 rank difference, yet the disparity in power is so immense. What is her ability? Invisible. Could it be wind? Lin Chen recalled the slain Tian Jiang, whose power was also that of wind. I knew you were pretending before me. If it weren't for that wretched Qin Wanner deliberately opposing me, do you think you would have made it this far? From the shadows, a chilling figure emerged, none other than Lu Muyu, the highest commander of the ability tower. Lin Chen and Apos' pupils constricted momentarily before he retaliated with a swift strike. The distance between them was less than 20 meters, allowing Lin Chen to unleash his abilities to their fullest extent. He could not allow himself to be struck without reason. He was not one to swallow his pride. Yet, as Lin Chen and Apos' magnetic field surged forth, Lu Muyu seemed to sense something. She calmly raised her right hand. Bang! The clash resonated like 2 walls of air colliding, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the ability tower. The guards stationed at the base heard the commotion above. What is happening? Has there been an intrusion? Lu Muyu is stationed there. Who would dare invade the upper levels? Humph. Let us hasten to assist. With Lu Muyu present, that intruder shall never return. Both ability users and ordinary citizens rushed towards the commotion. Meanwhile, Qin Wan and Apos' and Sun Yuan discreetly slipped out of the ability tower, avoiding the attention of the crowd. Things are escalating above, Qin Wan and Apos' remarked, her gaze fixed as if she could see through the walls at the confrontation between Lin Chen and Lu Muyu. Sun Yuan, astonished, exclaimed, Qin, I recall. Lin Chen is merely an F-rank ability user, right? If Lu Muyu attacks, he would have nowhere to flee. Unfazed, Qin Wan replied, an F-rank ability user? Do you truly believe that a clash between F-rank abilities could generate such formidable energy? Sun Yuan paused, taken aback by her words. After a brief moment, Qin Wan turned her gaze away, instructing, split up, and, if possible, provide support. Understood. The battle atop the ability tower continued. However, due to the disparity in ability ranks, Lin Chen remained at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless collisions of air caused damage to the surrounding walls, and Lin Chen's body bore numerous wounds, blood dripping continuously. Damn it, what kind of power does this madwoman possess? I cannot defend against her at all. Lin Chen felt blood welling in his mouth, his condition deteriorating. Yet he fought to maintain his composure. Your abilities should be more than just F-rank, Lu Muyu approached, her gaze fixed on the battered Lin Chen. If you were truly an F-rank ability user, you wouldn't last 3 exchanges against me. Are you, perhaps an insider from the hidden army? Willing to remain in a mere outpost? Struggling to stand tall, Lin Chen shot back. The hidden army? They are not necessarily the good guys. With that, he cast a fierce glance at the bone-corroded blood corpse in the room. Determined, Lin Chen charged forward. Lu Muyu, unperturbed, scoffed and dashed after him. In his current state, Lin Chen lacked the strength to free the corpse from its chains. Once captured, Lu Muyu could interrogate him about who else in the ability tower was part of the hidden army. However, as Lu Muyu entered the room, her expression shifted dramatically. Lin Chen concentrated his power, channeling the blood seeping from his wounds into a single line, feeding it into the mouth of the bone-corroded blood corpse. He suddenly recalled the only evaluation of the bronze mask concerning the bone-corroded blood corpse, bloodthirsty. If that were the case, Lin Chen would awaken it with his own blood. You seek death. Lu Muyu disregarded all caution. Should the bone-corroded blood corpse awaken from its drug-induced slumber, it would take considerable effort to subdue it again. With a swift motion of her right hand, waves of air vibrated through the space. Yet, Lin Chen did not erect a force field to resist. Instead, he maneuvered the force field, rotating the bone-corroded blood corpse into position, allowing the air wave to strike one of the ionic chains directly. Simultaneously, Lin Chen unleashed his right hand, reinforcing the magnetic field. Crack! The sound of the ionic chain shattering echoed through the silent room, deafening in its intensity. Lu Muyu and Apos, as heart raced. The bone-corroded blood corpse seated in the electric chair had awakened, its eyes snapping open. Roar! The suddenly revived bone-corroded blood corpse let out an ancient, terrifying roar that would surely cause a normal person to tremble in fright. Its blood-red eyes began to search for a target within the room. Fortunately, Lin Chen concealed himself behind the corpse, so its gaze fell solely upon Lu Muyu. Crack, crack. Upon seeing Lu Muyu, the bone-corroded blood corpse began to exert its strength, the chains binding it groaning in protest. Alas, the bone-corroded blood corpse, having been drained of its essence and deprived of blood for years, lacked the strength of its prime. Otherwise, breaking free from these trivial chains would be effortless. Having completed this, Lin Chen smirked, a grim smile spreading across his face. Hiki, my Lord Lu, do you appreciate the gift I have bestowed upon you? With that, Lin Chen glanced behind him and, gathering all his strength, unleashed a forceful blow against the wall. Boom. Though the metal was forged from super-hard alloys, it was still an ordinary material and could not withstand Lin Chen's full-force assault. The night wind rushed in through the breach, revealing the nightscape of City E. Without a moment and Apos, as hesitation, Lin Chen leapt, carrying 3 containers filled with purple source crystals, plunging down before the ashen-faced Lu Muyu. Lord Lu, I shall take my leave first. Chapter 49. Exhaustion of mental strength. The night breeze surged like a tide, brushing past Lin Chen and Apos' ears as his body plummeted rapidly through the sky. He struggled to maintain his mental focus. The recent attack that shattered the wall had drained him considerably. Even for a supernatural being, the use of their powers is not without limits. It is contingent upon the strength of the individual's mental fortitude. The stronger the mind, the longer one can wield their abilities. Lin Chen sensed that he could not sustain this for much longer. Taking a deep breath, he extended both hands, attempting to conjure a gravitational field beneath him to slow his descent. As for Lu Muyu, he felt no concern. The awakened bone-eating blood corpse would certainly preoccupy her. Naturally, she had no time to pursue him. Meanwhile, in the upper levels of the ability tower, the frenzied bone-eating blood corpse was ensnared by swirling currents of energy, effectively immobilizing it in the electric chair. Lu Muyu glanced towards the switch for the electric chair at the entrance of the room. Lord Lu, we have arrived. Who dares to intrude upon the ability tower? We shall assist you in dealing with him. With our presence, we guarantee that he shall not escape. Voices of several supernatural beings echoed from the corridor. However, upon reaching the doorway and witnessing the rampaging bone-eating blood corpse, their expressions shifted to shock. Crack! The reconnaissance goggles of one individual shattered instantly upon detecting the level of the blood corpse. It exceeds the detection range. This infected entity is at least a Class C. One exclaimed. At this revelation, panic spread among the others. Even in its weakened state, a Class C infected entity would pose a trivial challenge to their group. Though Lu Muyu stood guard, she was but one person. Moreover, her power level was only Class D. Leave one person to assist me. The rest hurry to pursue. Lu Muyu commanded, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Yes, a misfortunate Class E supernatural being was chosen to stay behind and assist. Those capable of flight dashed through the breach in the wall, while those unable to fly obediently descended the stairs to engage in ground pursuit. Most of Lin Chen's energy was devoted to controlling his descent, yet he still landed heavily on the ground. Looking up, he realized he had fallen at least 100 to 200 meters. Without supernatural aid, even the robust physique of a Class E being would be rendered either dead or crippled from such a fall. As he hit the ground, Lin Chen felt a slight twist in his body. He could only limp forward, his energy nearly depleted. He could not hasten his pace and frequently glanced back, wary of being followed. I see them. There. Humph. That fellow is injured by Lord Lu. He cannot have escaped far. If we can capture him alive, Lord Lu will surely reward us. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted behind him. A group of over 10 individuals, both supernatural beings and ordinary combatants, surged out of the ability tower. Upon spotting Lin Chen, they were akin to hunters spotting their prey, eager to seize him on the spot. The ordinary combatants could not keep pace with the supernatural beings. Thus, the first to reach Lin Chen were the latter. Among them were 6 Class F supernatural beings stationed in the ability tower that night. Some recognized Lin Chen's identity. Lin Chen? It's this guy. He joined the ability tower only a few days ago and is already a traitor. He must be a spy for the hidden army. Infiltrating City E to steal purple source crystals. Be cautious. Killing him is permissible, but do not waste those precious crystals. The 6 individuals unleashed their abilities simultaneously. Converging upon Lin Chen, a palpable sense of threat enveloped him, igniting a fiery rage within his eyes. In that fleeting moment, gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well. You leave me no choice." Stepping forward to confront the 6 Class F supernatural beings, Lin Chen's gaze hardened. Instantly, within a 20-meter radius around him, layers of magnetic fields coalesced, freezing everything and everyone within that expanse in place. The 6 supernatural beings before him, along with the ordinary combatants in the distance, were all ensnared by Lin Chen's power. Even at the brink of exhaustion, he still summoned the strength for one final counterattack. Die! Lin Chen bellowed, his consciousness wavering as he directed the magnetic field to strike at the napes of their necks. This area is the most vulnerable on the human body. Even for supernatural beings, the core of their bodily magnetic field resides at the back of the head. Lin Chen had once subdued Zhang Yin by targeting this very area. Though a single blow might not extinguish their lives, an assault on their central magnetic field would render them powerless for an extended period. Regrettably, such precise strikes had drained the last vestiges of Lin Chen's energy. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of heavy impacts reverberated as those struck, be they supernatural or ordinary, cried out in shock. They could scarcely comprehend how Lin Chen had managed to immobilize them. Yet, one fact was undeniable. His abilities were extraordinary. Having narrowly escaped Lu Muyu and Appo's clutches while his powers were suppressed, it was evident that Lin Chen possessed considerable strength. Thud. Thud. One by one, the figures before him collapsed into unconsciousness. Lin Chen, too, teetered on the edge of oblivion. He lacked the strength to flee any longer, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the containers holding the purple source crystals, now bereft of the magnetic field, were on the brink of crashing to the ground. Yet, the anticipated sound of shattering did not occur. A figure emerged behind Lin Chen, effortlessly catching 3 containers in a gentle motion. Using every ounce of strength, Lin Chen turned to see it was Sun Yuan. "I can't believe you truly escaped from that madwoman." Sun Yuan observed Lin Chen with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. That was Lu Muyu. In terms of sheer power, she was the foremost figure in the survivor community of City E. The fact that Lin Chen had not only evaded her but also emerged with the purple source crystals was utterly astounding. Lin Chen, too fatigued to respond, merely fixed his weary gaze upon Sun Yuan. Their objective had been achieved. The purple source crystals were now in Sun Yuan and Appo's possession. He could leave at any moment. And if he wished, he could silence Lin Chen permanently. After all, no one would witness the act. The atmosphere grew tense, and Lin Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was acutely aware of his precarious predicament. However, Sun Yuan remained silent for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. "Brother Lin, I must admit I underestimated you. My sincerest apologies. You have rendered a tremendous service to our hidden army, and this kindness shall never be forgotten. This is not a place for conversation. Let us seek Lord Chen. He will personally escort you out of City E." Chapter 50. Joining the Hidden Army? In the vastness of the night, the vicinity of the ability tower in City E buzzed with activity. News of the attack on the tower spread like wildfire among all the patrolling members in the area. Although they were mere ordinary combatants, intelligence indicated that the assassin was at the end of his rope, easily subdued by a single bullet. Thus, these unpowered individuals armed themselves with formidable firearms, eager to encircle and capture Lin Chen. Everyone aspired to seize him first, for the potential rewards from the ability tower could herald a bright future. "Lord Sun, the area is sealed off for a search. Where do you intend to go?" ISNT the suspect still at large? At the end of a spacious alley, Sun Yuan was confronted by members blocking his path. "Oh?" With a gaze fixed on the barricaded road, Sun Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Am I required to report my whereabouts to you?" "And no, we wouldn't dare." The man who had just hindered Sun Yuan was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. "If you wish to leave, no one can stop you. Please." A few of his subordinates, displaying some awareness, hurriedly cleared a path down the center of the blockade. Who would dare provoke an enraged ability user? That would be courting death. However, Sun Yuan did not depart. Instead, He scrutinized them with a penetrating gaze. The others averted their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. Do I need your permission to leave this place? Do you believe my strength insufficient to thwart any attackers from the ability tower, allowing them to escape my grasp? The atmosphere became tense, confusion rippling through the crowd as they pondered Sun Yuan's words. Sun Yuan continued, "With me here, no one shall escape from this route. You must assist elsewhere. Should that individual slip away, I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the rest experienced a moment of clarity. Sun Yuan intended to guard this passage. In that case, all is well. Lord Sun, we shall assist others immediately. Let us go. Under the guidance of one. The remaining ordinary combatants followed suit, leaving the alley deserted. Only then did Sun Yuan shift his attention to a shadowy corner behind him, where Lin Chen was hiding. Panting heavily, nearby lay a container filled with purple source crystals. Proceed straight from here to the outskirts of City E, where you can rendezvous with Lord Chen. Sun Yuan explained. At this moment, Lin Chen had regained some strength, though standing and walking remained a challenge. Consequently, Sun Yuan hoisted Lin Chen onto his back, dragging the container with him as they traversed the deserted alley. After an indeterminate time, the vast plasma barrier loomed closer, and they arrived in an open courtyard. Qinwan and Appos, who awaited their return. Lord Qin, we are back. Qinwan and Appos returned, her gaze lighting up upon seeing Sun Yuan carrying Lin Chen and the 3 containers in his grasp. The faint glow emitted by the purple source crystals dazzled her eyes. Lin Chen truly accomplished it. Cough cough as Sun Yuan set Lin Chen down, he cleared his throat, directing his gaze toward Qinwan and Appos. I have fulfilled my promise. What of yours? Su Lin has been delivered to the finest treatment facility in City E. Within 2 days, the virus within her will be eradicated, Qinwan replied slowly. Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. I never expected you to truly succeed. Furthermore, the quantity of purple source crystals is quite substantial. Qinwan and Appos could not help but express her admiration. It was extraordinary for Lin Chen to achieve such results given his abilities. Lin Chen let out a wry smile, weakly gesturing to his injuries. It was a struggle. And what do you intend to do next? Qinwan inquired, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen's battered form. This place is no longer suitable for me. I must depart, Lin Chen replied softly. Qinwan and Appos exchanged a glance with Sun Yuan, both wearing faint smiles. Leave? Indeed. For you, at least within City E. There is no refuge. Perhaps I can recommend a destination? Lin Chen shot her a sidelong glance, muttering, the hidden army? Precisely, Qinwan and Appos, who affirmed with a nod. Though the hidden army operates within the infected zones, our greatest constraint is merely resources. Beyond that, we possess technology. In earlier years, numerous researchers from the Human Alliance devoted themselves to the hidden army, aiding our advancement. Lin Chen hesitated before responding, I may consider it. Once I recover, I shall make my plans. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Qinwan's lips curled upward slightly. To her, this was akin to an agreement. After all, within the infected zones, apart from the hidden army, Lin Chen would find little security. Yet unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen was actually safest among the infected. Let Sun Yuan accompany you. They will ensure your smooth integration, Qinwan suggested, glancing at the side. But Sun Yuan frowned. However, Lord Qin, sending 2 individuals simultaneously may jeopardize your well-being. Before he could finish, Qinwan interrupted with a raised hand. It's of no concern. The prolonged suppression has enhanced my control over my abilities. You need not worry about me. However, I cannot guarantee that both of you will arrive at the same location, as my control over that aspect is still lacking. In other words, departing City E through Qinwan's abilities would leave their positions uncertain. This Sun Yuan's expression wavered. Fear not, Qinwan assured, waving her hand. She then produced a compass and placed it in Lin Chen's hands. This compass will allow for mutual positioning. You take one, and our people will locate you first. By using my abilities to leave, you will not alert anyone. Although the landing distance may differ by up to 10 kilometers. Sun Yuan nodded in silence, while Lin Chen grasped the positioning compass, realizing he merely needed to find Sun Yuan's location upon arrival. Rising to her feet, Qinwan inhaled deeply, her expression turning grave. With a delicate lift of her hand, an ethereal blue energy emerged, swirling within her palm. Gradually, this blue energy began to converge around Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen found himself enveloped within it, a sensation akin to being trapped in a bubble, remarkably peculiar. Subsequently, Qinwan employed the same method to shroud Sun Yuan in the blue energy. With a mental command, they vanished from sight, the strange blue energy carrying them away. Simultaneously, Qin Wan heard Lin Chen's final instruction before their departure. I entrust her to you. Chapter 51. The Serpent Woman, eliminate them. The sensation of spatial compression lulled Lin Chen into a brief slumber. The 3 purple source crystals were also transported, accompanying Sun Yuan. In his drowsy state, Lin Chen felt as though his body was being lifted and then set down again. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water splashed across his face, causing his heart to tighten as he opened his eyes. Surrounding him were lush trees, a sea of green. He was still within the forest of the infection zone. However, it was only upon awakening that Lin Chen realized he was bound to a tree, thick ropes constricting around him, rendering him utterly immobile. 4 figures stood before him, 3 of whom bore familiar faces, the very same abilities users who had ambushed the escort team. Alongside them was a younger individual, appearing to be just in his 20s, positioned at the rear of the group. Humph. Finally awake, said the remnant shadow, his gaze fixated on Lin Chen, a chilling smile gracing his lips. To one side, Old Lu held the radar previously placed in Lin Chen and Apos, as possession by Qin Wan and Apos, an amused expression on his face. Lord Qin instructed us to come for assistance, but the only one to be assisted is the one carrying the purple source crystals. So what's this about? Why does he possess the radar meant for communication among our own? The gaunt middle-aged man pondered for a moment, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps this is a gift from Lord Qin. This kid possesses remarkable abilities. The 3 of us combined could not match him. Maybe Lord Qin subdued him and conveniently sent him our way for us to extract his power. Upon hearing the trio and Apos' conversation, the younger man furrowed his brow and could not help but interject. Uncle Lu, if this is someone sent by Lord Qin, shouldn't we take him back for treatment? What if he is one of Lord Qin and Apos' internal members? But before he could finish, Old Lu shot him a frosty glare. Silence. Internal member? Then why did he attack us last time? Clearly, Lord Qin has taken a liking to his abilities and wants him transferred to us. Xiaoli, your mental strength is insufficient to awaken abilities, but if we can transplant this fellow and Apos' power conduit, even if your mental strength does not meet the standards, you could still wield abilities. As Old Lu spoke, his excitement grew, his words spilling forth. Do you know what his abilities are? Even the 3 of us together could not fathom them. Such a power conduit is invaluable. Old Lu and Apos' gaze towards Lin Chen brimmed with insatiable greed. The gaunt middle-aged man, with a malevolent expression, locked his eyes on Lin Chen and then chuckled. Rest assured, kid, we will only extract your power conduit and leave your life intact. Our hidden army and Apos' research on power conduits surpasses even that of the Human Alliance. We can ensure your safety while we extract it. Lin Chen regarded the individuals before him with an increasingly frigid demeanor. The so-called power conduit is a network that undergoes mutation at the back of the head when an ability's user awakens their powers. This conduit, intrinsic to the user, provides an unending source of strength. As long as their mental energy does not deplete, they can continuously employ their abilities. However, if the power conduit is severed, the user becomes utterly powerless. Conversely, the power conduit can be transferred to another individual, requiring specific techniques. The young man referred to as Xiaoli hesitated, his expression conflicted. I still feel this is rather cruel. We cannot be certain he is one of us. If we act rashly. He wished to persuade further, but was silenced by a scolding from the gaunt middle-aged man. Who has time for such nonsense? We may not be sure if he is one of us, but so what? If we make a mistake, we can always apologize later. I doubt he would be angry. Xiaoli attempted to voice his concerns once more, but was deterred by a mere glance from Old Lu. Subsequently, Old Lu drew a dagger from his waist and slowly approached Lin Chen. What are you planning? The remnant shadow frowned. We lack the expertise from above. It and Apos' uncertain if we can extract his power conduit intact. Old Lu smiled lightly, raising his dagger. Do not worry, I am not that foolish. This could and Apos' abilities are astonishing. We will first disable his tendons and then take him back for further examination. Although Lin Chen's current condition was dire, the shadow of their last encounter lingered vividly in Old Lu and Apos' mind. Only this way could he feel at ease. At this moment, Lin Chen gathered all his remaining strength but found it impossible to activate his abilities. The previous exertion had taken a severe toll, and in this desolate, silent forest, it was unlikely anyone would pass by. He was powerless to resist. Heh, kid, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You simply have had poor luck. Once I transplant your power conduit, your abilities will surely flourish. Old Lu's gaze grew increasingly avaricious, just as his dagger approached Lin Chen. A flash of insight suddenly illuminated Lin Chen's mind. Simultaneously, distant footsteps could be heard. drawing nearer in a chaotic rhythm. Old Lu's movements faltered, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty as he scanned the surroundings. What is happening? Could someone be coming? The young man, Shaoli, who had just been sent away, rushed back in a panic, his eyes wide with horror. This is bad. There are infected entities approaching, and it seems they are surrounding us. What? The remnant Shadow and Amp, Appos, S pupils constricted in shock. This is the second safe zone of City E. How could there be a large number of infected entities? Are you mistaken? To avoid detection by the inhabitants of City E, they had deliberately brought Lin Chen to the second safe zone after capturing him. During the night, without the patrols of the combat sequence members, the zombies typically refrained from movement due to obstructed visibility. How could there be a zombie assault? Bound tightly against the tree. Lin Chen, however, revealed a peculiar smile. Heh, so that is how it is. After awakening my telepathic ability, I can sense the circumstances of both sides, even beyond the limited range. In the depths of my consciousness, I can even perceive their positions. It seems my effort in nurturing you has not been in vain. Serpent Woman. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had sensed an urgent call within his consciousness. It was indeed the Serpent Woman. She was rushing toward Lin Chen with a throng of zombie minions, accompanied by the Crimson Venom Scorpion, swiftly making their way in his direction. Their formidable presence had already stirred the nearby exploration outposts. However, as night fell and visibility waned, those outposts opted for defensive plasma barriers and did not take the initiative to attack. Consequently, the Serpent Woman and her entourage faced little obstruction and would soon arrive nearby. What are you whispering about, kid? Old Lu, hearing the distant roars of zombies, wore a perplexed expression and barked angrily. Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, his smile grew ever more sinister. Serpent Woman, eliminate them. Chapter 52, Embracing Magnanimity. Whoosh. The speed of the residual shadow was astonishingly swift. Upon sensing something amiss, its figure flickered rapidly, attempting to escape the scene. However, bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as the residual shadow and Amp, Appos, S body, having surged forth, was forcefully repelled by a greenish-blue figure. Stumbling backward for several meters, the residual shadow finally steadied itself. Upon closer inspection, it beheld an elegant, statuesque woman with long legs and delicate, fair skin. Yet unlike any ordinary person, her body was covered in a layer of greenish-blue scales. Undoubtedly, she was an infected entity. But what kind was she? The Hidden Army had encountered infected entities countless times, as their stronghold lay just beyond the wilderness, within the infected zone. Engaging with these entities was unavoidable. Yet the one before it, both in appearance and the unique aura of intimidation she exuded, sent chills down the residual shadow's spine. Could it be that mere speed allowed her to rival, or even surpass, its own? This infected entity's level was likely above F. Meanwhile, the Serpent Woman, possessing speed that far exceeded that of the Crimson Poison Scorpion, was the first to arrive at the scene and immediately spotted Lin Chen bound to a tree. In an instant, a surge of unnameable fury engulfed the Serpent Woman's mind. Her originally greenish-blue pupils turned a vivid crimson, filled with lethal intent, fixating upon the few individuals before her. The residual shadow felt a shiver at the Serpent Woman's gaze, cold sweat trickling down its back. It could not fathom why such a formidable infected entity existed within the second safe zone. Even more perplexing was the realization that these infected entities seemed to be targeting them from the very beginning. Surrounded by a horde of relentless zombies, retreat was no longer an option. To survive, they had to break through the encirclement. Let us attack together. We must break out of here. Forget about that kid. The residual shadow shouted in anger. At this critical juncture, Lin Chen's fate had become inconsequential. In truth, even his ability was of little importance. What mattered was their own lives. They could not perish here. Understood. Old Lu nodded gravely, and a dim glow began to emanate from his body. Body enhancement. Although it was a standard enhancement ability, it was highly effective against ordinary zombies. The sharp claws of these zombies could not breach his defenses. Old Lu planned to seize the opportunity while the unknown infected entity entangled the residual shadow to break through from another direction. Once he escaped the encirclement, his speed would ensure that ordinary zombies could not catch up. However, just as Old Lu was contemplating this, crack, trees splintered in succession, and a colossal figure loomed in the distance, relentlessly approaching through the darkness. The path the figure carved through the forest was akin to a celestial swordsman descending, leaving a deep gash upon the ground. Even decades-old sturdy trees could not impede its advance. As it drew near, Old Lu's pupils contracted with fear as he exclaimed, How? How is this possible? How can it be this beast? The gigantic figure that had suddenly emerged from the jungle, wreaking havoc, was none other than the Crimson Poison Scorpion, the E-level infected entity that had severely injured Qi Yuanzhong during the escort mission. Had it not been gravely wounded and fled? How could it possibly be here? Yet old Lu had no time to react. Swoosh! A lethal claw pierced through old Lu and Appo's chest, and he lowered his gaze in disbelief. Witnessing his own crimson heart, still beating, being extracted, the assailant was the Serpent Woman. Before an E-level infected entity, F-level ability users stood virtually no chance of retaliation, especially after witnessing Lin Chen and Appo's dire state. The Serpent Woman descended into utter madness. It could be said that anyone she perceived as a threat to Lin Chen would not be spared. Moreover, Lin Chen had just issued a command to eliminate them. At that moment, Lin Chen cast a glance toward the nearby young man, while the other three had attempted to sever their own ability veins. This young man had refrained from joining their ranks and even sought to persuade them otherwise. For this act of kindness, Lin Chen decided to spare him. It was a gesture toward the hidden army. Serpent Woman, spare that young man. The others, leave none alive. Lin Chen conveyed through mental communication. And upon receiving the command, the Serpent Woman immediately set her sights on the swiftly fleeing Residual Shadow. Though the Residual Shadow was a speed-type ability user, the Serpent Woman excelled in two attributes, agility and toxicity. In terms of speed, she far surpassed him. The moment the Residual Shadow burst forth, the Serpent Woman transformed into a streak of green lightning, appearing before him in an instant. Enraged, he brandished a dagger, aiming for her chest, but to the Serpent Woman, his movements appeared excruciatingly slow. With a mere sidestep, she evaded his strike. Then, swish! The Serpent Woman's hand sliced through the Residual Shadow and Appo's neck, and blood gushed forth like a torrential waterfall. The Residual Shadow and Appo's head was sent flying, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, leaving only a headless corpse. Witnessing the grim fate of his companion, the gaunt middle-aged man immediately altered his escape route. As he fled, he glanced back to gauge the Serpent Woman's approach, relieved to find she was not pursuing him. But in the next moment, thud! A venomous stinger, as large as a bowl, pierced through his abdomen. The gaunt middle-aged man could hardly believe his eyes as he turned to the side, only to see the Crimson Poison Scorpion a mere 10 meters away, its tail poised to strike with deadly precision. Severely injured, the icy venom coursed through his veins, and he felt his consciousness fading, ultimately succumbing to darkness. The three F-level ability users were dispatched with the ease of chopping vegetables. In the end, Lin Chen exchanged a glance with the Serpent Woman, who then turned to the clamoring horde of zombies, hissing as if issuing commands. In the next moment, the young man found himself surrounded by zombies. Yet he was not attacked. Instead, several zombies restrained him, working in unison to guide him out of the encirclement. As he moved further away, the Serpent Woman flickered and arrived before Lin Chen. With a swift motion, she effortlessly severed the coarse rope binding him, and Lin Chen's body, deprived of support, fell forward. The Serpent Woman rushed to his side. Perhaps due to Lin Chen's weakened legs, he toppled against her chest, colliding with two soft cushions. At that moment, Lin Chen comprehended the essence of magnanimity. Gasping for breath, he turned his head slightly and inhaled deeply. The unique fragrance emanating from the Serpent Woman, beyond mere perfume, was intoxicating. In contrast, the Serpent Woman gazed at Lin Chen with concern, her distress palpable upon seeing his numerous injuries. Just as she intended to steady his body, Lin Chen and Appo's voice resonated in her mind. Dawn and Appo's, move, let me rest for a moment. This feeling is rather pleasant. Chapter 53. The 7-Day Execution. Survivor E-City. In a certain hospital ward, Su Lin lay on the bed recovering after surgery, her consciousness gradually returning. As she opened her eyes, the surroundings appeared somewhat unfamiliar, yet a familiar face stood beside her bed. You're awake, Qin Wan and Appo's, remarked with an expressionless demeanor, her eyes scanning Su Lin to confirm her complete recovery before she let out a sigh of relief. Lord Qin? A jolt of shock coursed through Su Lin as she abruptly sat upright in bed, her face reflecting astonishment. She then examined her own body, recalling the visible manifestation of the virus that had spread within her, evidenced by black lines appearing all over her skin. Yet at that moment, her body appeared entirely normal, without a trace of abnormality. What is happening? You're fine. I must take my leave now, Qin Wan and Appo's, stated, turning to depart. Su Lin, still in disbelief at her seemingly normal state, suddenly raised her head and inquired, Lord Qin, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't I infected by the virus? How am I still alive? It was only natural for Su Lin to pose such questions. In the ordinary combat sequence, once a member was infected by the zombie virus, survival was nearly impossible unless they received an antidote injection on the spot. The optimal time for administering the antidote was within 30 minutes. After that, the virus would have disseminated throughout the body, and while there were methods for treatment, they were exceedingly cumbersome. Regular members of the combat sequence did not possess such privileges. She vividly remembered the excruciating pain she had endured when infected by the zombie virus. Yet now, everything had taken a turn for the better. Why was that? Gazing at Qin Wan'er, Su Lin felt an unshakable suspicion. Could it possibly be related to Lin Chen? I can only tell you this. Lin Chen saved your life, Qin Wan'er said slowly, coming back to her senses. Lin Chen. Su Lin clenched the hem of her garment, her hands fidgeting as curiosity about the events unfolded within her mind. Qin Wan and Oppos, was no benevolent figure. It was implausible to think she would assist so readily. Lord Qin, where is Lin Chen now? Can I see him? Su Lin asked, bracing herself for the response. The disparity in their current standings rendered a meeting a distant hope, yet Su Lin yearned to encounter Lin Chen to clarify the circumstances. She no longer wished to owe him anything. You cannot see him, Qin Wan'er stated bluntly. Lin Chen has stolen the purple source crystal from the ability tower, and he has now been identified as an insider of the hidden army by the tower. Last night, Lin Chen escaped from E-City, and it is unlikely you will see him again. Qin Wan and Oppos, directness effectively shattered any lingering hopes Su Lin harbored. She and Lin Chen were now inhabitants of entirely different worlds. What? Lin Chen is part of the hidden army, and he stole from the ability tower? This cannot be true, Su Lin exclaimed. Based on her understanding of Lin Chen, it was unfathomable that he would commit such an impulsive act. Not to mention, if he truly were an insider of the hidden army, how could she have been oblivious to it all these years? Moreover, given Lin Chen's nature, he would never take such risks. This is the reality, but indeed, Lin Chen is the one who saved you. I advise you to withdraw from the action department. This place is far from safe, Qin Wan'er said earnestly. Lin Chen could assist Su Lin once or twice, but could he continue to do so indefinitely? If Lu Muyu was resolute in targeting Su Lin, then eliminating an ordinary combat sequence section chief would be a trivial matter. Even if there were grievances, no one would pursue the matter. Yes, Lin Chen saved me. Could it be that all of Lin Chen's actions were for my sake? Su Lin fell into a deep silence, sitting on the hospital bed, lost in thought. Observing her demeanor, Qin Wan'er had no intention of lingering and turned to leave. Just then, the ward door swung open hastily as Fong Lin entered briskly. Lord Qin, Lu Muyu has brought people here. Oh. Qin Wan'er's expression shifted to one of seriousness. What does she want? Before she could finish her sentence, the corridor outside the ward echoed with a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Surround this place. Not a single fly is to escape, Lu Muyu commanded furiously, her ire palpable even through the walls. Soon, she entered the ward accompanied by several ability users. Lu Muyu seemed to have known of Qin Wan'er's presence in advance, and she immediately confronted her. What are you doing here? Where were you last night when the ability tower was attacked by Lin Chen? Faced with Lu Muyu's interrogation, most would have faltered, yet Qin Wan'er remained unfazed. I was sleeping, what of it? Humph. Lu Muyu scoffed. How convenient that the ability tower was attacked, and you were asleep. Do you even care about the ability tower? The two had long been at odds. It was not only Qin Wan'er who sought to find fault with Lu Muyu. Now, having finally seized a point of contention, Lu Muyu was relentless. However, Qin Wan'er remained unperturbed, returning the sneer. I am well aware of last night's events. Despite having personnel stationed at the ability tower, the purple source crystal was still stolen. Who, then, is neglecting the security of the ability tower? At her words, Lu Muyu's expression darkened as she locked eyes with Qin Wan'er, both women refusing to yield. After a pause, Lu Muyu broke the silence, her lips curling into a disdainful smile. Everyone shares responsibility in this matter. There is no need for debate. I am here for her. This has nothing to do with you. As she spoke, Lu Muyu's gaze fell upon Su Lin as she continued. Lin Chen is an insider of the hidden army, and he has been protecting this woman, even working under her in the 9th section of the action department. It is likely that this woman is also an insider of the hidden army. Qin Wan'er furrowed her brow and asked, what do you intend to do? Quite simple. Lu Muyu replied coldly, having already devised her strategy. Lin Chen has escaped from E-City, presumably rescued by the hidden army. Last night, Reports from several outposts in the second safe zone indicated that a large number of infected individuals had gathered, surrounding several ability users. The fact that a few managed to escape suggests that Lin Chen is not dead, but has returned to the base of the hidden army, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing this news, Su Lin felt a sense of relief. She understood Lin Chen's abilities. In the infected zone, the threat posed by ability users far surpassed that of the infected. The gathering of infected individuals indicated that Lin Chen had indeed been rescued, but not by ability users, rather, by the infected. Spread the word. 7 days from now, we will execute her at the northern city gate of E-City, under the pretense of her being an insider of the hidden army. If Lin Chen wishes for her to live, he must exchange his life for hers. Chapter 54. E-Class Infectious Entity, Rabbit Girl. Meanwhile, in the 6th safe zone. This place, once a refuge in E-City, has long been overrun by infectious entities. Although these beings possess limited intelligence, they exhibit a primal territorial awareness. Nearly every unique infectious entity claims its own domain. The Snake Girl is no exception. Their roles seem to have reversed, as she carried Lin Chen in a princess hold to her territory, a simple cave. Outside, the Crimson Poison Scorpion and other infectious entities waited silently. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chen surveyed his wounds, finding solace in the safety of their surroundings. Though pain still lingered, he felt reassured that, with his mental strength recuperating, physical healing would soon follow. The Snake Girl carefully helped him sit beside a large stone. Her gaze now devoid of the earlier ferocity, replaced by genuine concern, a curious expression to find on the face of an infectious entity. Their bond had deepened to the point of mental synchronization, allowing Lin Chen to perceive the Snake Girl's thoughts, which revolved around her care for him. Unlike the survivor E-City, this place lacked medical facilities. Here, healing relied solely on self-regeneration. Fortunately, as long as his mental faculties regained their vigor, Lin Chen's abilities would function normally, unaffected by his physical injuries. With fervent eyes, the Snake Girl regarded Lin Chen, her forked tongue flicking eagerly. Deep within, Lin Chen received her silent message. Do not worry. I am resilient and will not perish. Just allow me a moment to rest. He affectionately stroked her forehead, reveling in the long-lost sensation of being cared for. But suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the cave. A cacophony of zombie growls mingled with the sound of shattering rocks, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Could it be the individuals from the ability tower on a mission? Yet, the Snake Girl remained unfazed, rising silently and flicking her tongue toward Lin Chen, as if to say, "Please wait. I shall return shortly." She then conveyed to Lin Chen that this territory was originally not hers. She had displaced its previous inhabitants, and now they had come to reclaim it. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing the implications. This cave, though unrefined by human hands, was indeed habitable, not only for humans but for infectious entities as well. He pondered how the Snake Girl had found such a haven, only to discover it was seized from others. Nodding resolutely, the Snake Girl exited the cave. Despite the Crimson Poison Scorpion standing guard outside, her injuries still hindered her, making her less formidable against equally matched infectious entities. As for the ordinary ones, they posed an even greater threat. A mere F-class infectious entity could easily overpower hundreds of the standard kind. Inside the cave, Lin Chen listened intently to the swift sounds of battle outside, trees splintering, branches snapping. He found himself deep in thought, realizing that infectious entities also fought for territory, mirroring human nature. Even after being mutated by the virus, they retained aspects of humanity's disposition. For land, humans would not only brawl, but could even spark wars. Fortunately, the conflict between the Snake Girl and the unknown infectious entity raged at the cave's entrance, allowing Lin Chen to communicate through their mental connection. Although he could not witness the skirmish, he could discern the Snake Girl's emotional state through his observations. From the outset, her mindset shifted through excitement, seriousness, and focus, indicating she faced a worthy opponent. Despite the tension, her demeanor lacked despair, suggesting she was not afraid. However, the battle outside showed no signs of conclusion. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen braced himself against the wall and struggled to rise. After some time resting, though still seriously injured, he managed to regain his ability to walk, inching toward the cave entrance. Upon arrival, he beheld the fierce clash before him. Engaged with the Snake Girl was a humanoid figure cloaked in white, exhibiting astonishing speed. Were it not for Lin Chen's formidable mental acuity, he would scarcely have perceived the entity's movements. Upon closer inspection, the figure was covered in soft, white fur, resembling a human yet adorned with rabbit-like ears atop its head. Without hesitation, Lin Chen donned a bronze mask, activating its scanning feature. A mechanical voice resonated in his ear. E-class infectious entity, rabbit girl. His eyes gleamed with realization. Removing the mask, he observed the rabbit girl closely. Compared to the snake girl, the rabbit girl appeared more delicate, as if meticulously crafted, her every curve exuding exquisite beauty. Though petite, her proportions were remarkably balanced, akin to a finely made porcelain doll. Lin Chen wiped his mouth, his gaze toward the rabbit girl growing increasingly intense. Oh dear, why fight? We are all family here, he thought, decisively sending a mental message to the snake girl to cease hostilities. Though surprised, she respected his wishes. Retreating swiftly to his side, the rabbit girl, intent on pursuing the retreating snake girl, now fixed her gaze upon Lin Chen, momentarily halting in disbelief. Her eyes widening as if witnessing an extraordinary sight. Just moments ago, the rabbit girl had fought fiercely to reclaim her territory, but now, upon seeing Lin Chen, all thoughts of conquest vanished. The realization that such a being resided in her cave filled her with honor rather than rage. How could she think of reclaiming her domain from him? Such an idea was utterly disrespectful. Flustered and overwhelmed, the rabbit girl stood less than 10 meters away, her hands fidgeting, torn between wanting to approach and the shyness that held her back. Come closer, Lin Chen beckoned gently, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded eagerly. Taking tentative steps toward him. Ding. Host successfully tames E-class infectious entity, rabbit girl. Reward, mental power 100, milestone for taming E-class infectious entities reached, 3-3. Reward, 1 grand lottery draw. Next milestone, 310. The mechanical voice echoed in his ears as a smile graced Lin Chen's lips. He placed a hand gently atop the rabbit girl's head, caressing her with kindness. Unbeknownst to her, the serpent woman standing beside Lin Chen was casting a murderous glare at the rabbit girl, who was affectionately nestled under Lin Chen's hand. A wave of jealousy stealthily spread through the air. Chapter 55, Passive Abilities, Source of Life. Affinity 5, Affinity 5, Affinity 5. Petting affinity has reached the limit. Loyal fan, E-class infected rabbit girl. Current affinity, 8100 current state, excited. Materials required for D-class evolution, 5 E-class corpses or 25 F-class corpses. Next affinity unlock, telepathy. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Chen first stroked the rabbit girl, raising their affinity to its maximum. The remaining growth in their bond would depend on their interactions. Leaning against a rock, Lin Chen observed the rabbit girl, who sat obediently beside him, hugging her knees and gazing at him with bright, adoring eyes. However, the mood of the snake girl was far less cheerful. Lin Chen glanced over and noted, loyal fan, E-class infected snake girl. Current affinity, 202, 500 current state, disheartened. Materials required for D-class evolution, 5 E-class corpses or 25 F-class corpses. Next affinity unlock, spatial positioning. It appeared that his kindness towards the rabbit girl had incited jealousy in her. Lin Chen never anticipated that his actions would lead to rivalry between the two infected beings. Nevertheless, despite both being infected, their evolutionary paths were converging towards humanity. Perhaps a genetic inclination deemed the human form the most suitable for combat. As Lin Chen prepared to withdraw his hand, having exhausted the petting to increase affinity, the snake girl unexpectedly approached him. She lay enticingly on the ground, her head leaning towards Lin Chen and Appos' left hand, clearly yearning for his touch as well. Unwilling to witness the rabbit girl being lavished with affection alone, she sought the same attention. Reluctantly, in the spirit of fairness, Lin Chen gently stroked the snake girl and Appos' head. Noting the stark difference in their textures, the snake girl's human-like evolution was evidently more pronounced, were it not for her scant attire. One might mistake her for an ordinary human woman. In contrast, the rabbit girl bore delicate, soft fur that felt pleasantly comforting to the touch, reminiscent of a well-behaved little rabbit. All right, you two, cease your bickering. We are all family, Lin Chen remarked, feeling fatigued, and withdrew his hand. The snake girl and rabbit girl exchanged glances, their eyes clashing with a hint of rivalry. Yet, under Lin Chen's directive, they would likely refrain from further discord. Setting aside their matters, Lin Chen began to explore other aspects. Earlier, while subduing the rabbit girl, the system had granted him a chance for a significant lottery draw. Lin Chen was eager to discover what treasures his system might yield. System commenced the lottery. In an instant, a colossal spinning wheel materialized before Lin Chen, adorned with a slender pointer and hundreds of potential rewards. As he scrutinized the prizes, Lin Chen was left astounded. Among the offerings were not only various powers, but also special firearms, plasma weapons capable of injuring unique infected entities, neutron weapons, and even nuclear armaments designed for widespread destruction. The system was indeed extravagant. Ding. System notification. Only one item remains on the wheel. Upon selection, it will be immediately acquired and will not reappear in this round of lottery. Inquiring if the host wishes to proceed with the lottery. Yes. The rules of the system lottery were remarkably user-friendly. Anything drawn would vanish from the wheel, preventing redundant items in future draws. Had he been in the previous world, the company named Tung Sun would have likely failed to provide him with such opportunities. With Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, as command, the wheel began to spin. The pointer whirled at a speed so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. Lin Chen's expression turned resigned. This was evidently a pure test of luck. As the pointer gradually slowed, it came to rest on a segment. Whoosh! The corresponding prize transformed into a radiant stream of light, and all information vanished from the wheel, merging seamlessly into Lin Chen's mind. Passive ability, F-class source of life. F-class source of life. Recovery ability initially enhanced. Mental recovery rate doubled. Upon reading the system's description, Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, SI sparkled with excitement. A passive ability equates to a permanent enhancement, a trait that exists independently of his control. This category of abilities is exceptionally rare among all endowed beings. Although it was only E-class, the recovery capability was not as formidable as he had hoped. Yet it provided a constant enhancement. Lin Chen was, of course, elated. As a green light flowed into Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos' body, an overwhelming sense of comfort surged through him. His previously weakened body now brimmed with vitality. Clenching his fists, Lin Chen was astonished to see some of his wounds visibly healing at an incredible speed. Minor abrasions, which typically would take an ordinary infected individual a day to mend, were now restored in mere moments, leaving no trace of imperfection. Simultaneously, Lin Chen and Oppos' status card underwent a transformation. Closing his eyes, he took stock. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100,000, maximum. Strength, 35 agility, 32 stamina, 30 mental power, 280 ordinary infected fans, 1920 abilities. E-class ability magnetic force field. F-class passive ability source of life, possessing two abilities simultaneously was not unheard of in the ability tower. Those with extraordinary talent could awaken dual abilities. However, Lin Chen's capacity for abilities extended far beyond just two. In future lottery draws, he could acquire even more powers. His emotions surged with exhilaration as he struggled to contain his rising smile. In a matter of days, he had already gained two abilities, an impressive combination of offense and defense. If he were to encounter Lu Muyu again, even if he could not defeat her, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament during his escape. Just wait. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his expression growing fervent. Lu Muyu, the injuries you inflicted upon me will be repaid in full. Before he could finish his thought, a faint tremor emanated from the bronze mask hanging at his waist. Upon inspection, he noticed a device resembling a communication microphone on the side, indicating someone was attempting to reach out. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and pressed a nearby button. As a crackling sound filled the air, Qinwan and Amp, Oppos, her voice resonated from within the mask. Lin Chen, can you hear me? I'm so sorry. I failed to protect her. Chapter 56. Fury. The voice on the other end, perhaps due to poor signal, sounded somewhat choppy. Nevertheless, Lin Chen could still discern that it was Qin Wanner's voice. Grasping the bronze mask tightly, an ominous premonition surged within him. What has happened? She committed suicide in prison. Even for someone as resolute as Qin Wanner. Her voice trembled slightly as she uttered those words. Ultimately, she had failed to fulfill her promise to Lin Chen. What? Lin Chen and Oppos' expression momentarily froze. An uncontainable rage surged in his chest, igniting a furious blaze within him. On the other end, Qin Wan and Oppos recounted the events in detail. It turned out that when Su Lin was taken away by Lu Muyu, she stealthily swiped a scalpel from the hospital room. The management of the ability tower had been lax regarding Su Lin's confinement, and last night, Su Lin severed her wrist with the scalpel, succumbing to excessive blood loss. By the time she was discovered, Only Su Lin's cold corpse remained in the prison. Lu Muyu believed her plans had been thwarted and, in a fit of rage, ordered the injection of the zombie virus into Su Lin and Appo's body. At this moment, Su Lin had already become an infected entity. As Qinwan and Appo's described the sequence of events, it felt as though everything was unfolding right before Lin Chen and Appo's eyes. With a fierce glare and gritted teeth, he spat out each word with venom. Lu Muyu, I shall kill you. You will not die a peaceful death. Feeling helpless, she turned her wrath towards the defenseless Su Lin. One was the highest leader of the ability tower, while the other was merely a department head within the ordinary combat sequence. The disparity in their status was tremendous. Even if Lu Muyu were to kill Su Lin in the streets, it was unlikely anyone would utter a word of protest. That woman said she would execute Su Lin at noon on the 7th day. What will you do? Qinwan and Appo's suddenly inquired. She was uncertain whether to disclose this information to Lin Chen. If he learned of it and acted impulsively, he might find himself in grave peril. Yet, if she withheld the truth, how could she face Lin Chen in the future? I will rescue her, Lin Chen declared without a moment, and Appo's hesitation, his resolve unwavering. She had already died once due to the machinations against her. Lin Chen could not allow her to perish a second time. He was determined to take Su Lin away from that hellish place. As a human, she had been wrongfully killed, and now her body was being injected with the zombie virus, destined to be executed as an infected entity. The grim fate she faced was entirely due to him. The call's audio wavered slightly, and Qinwan's voice became intermittent. The channel within your mask may be detected by the ability tower. Therefore, I can only contact you this once. If you truly intend to come, I can assist you. With a crackle of static, their conversation was abruptly severed. Qinwan had taken a significant risk to reach Lin Chen, for if the Human Alliance's monitoring department took notice, her identity would be compromised. Thus, when she decided to use this channel to contact Lin Chen, she was always prepared to sever the connection. In this way, even if the Human Alliance had intentions, they would find no evidence against her. Without regard for his still recovering body, Lin Chen sprang to his feet, his expression resolute. The snake woman, puzzled, rose as well, projecting her confusion through their mental link. There is no time. How many infected entities like you are nearby? Take me to them, Lin Chen commanded. At present, Lin Chen could only enhance his spiritual power by locating and subduing infected entities. If Lin Chen could elevate his ability level to D grade, Lu Muyu would undoubtedly be no match for him at the same level. Even with closed eyes, he could utilize his abilities to overpower her. To seek out infected entities, the best approach was to enlist the aid of the snake woman and her companions. Fortunately, the rabbit woman was more familiar with the situation in the 6th safe zone. The rabbit woman perked up her ears, her claws poised, as if she were trying to communicate something. Unfortunately, neither Lin Chen nor the rabbit woman had awakened their mental link, rendering them unable to comprehend her words. You mean, you want to go with me? Lin Chen tentatively inquired. The rabbit woman nodded vigorously, and Lin Chen finally understood her gestures, signaling to the snake woman. All right, let us depart at once. Exiting the cave, the rabbit woman led the two of them in a straightforward direction. The crimson venom scorpion had not yet fully healed, so Lin Chen instructed it to remain outside the cave to recuperate. There would be opportunities to utilize its abilities. Lin Chen had made up his mind. Within the span of 7 days, he would gather as many infected entities as possible. Even if luck was not on his side and he did not encounter any D-grade infected entities, there remained a possibility for him to break through to D-grade. Moreover, in the face of insufficient strength, numbers could prevail. Should Lin Chen be provoked, he would summon every zombie he could find, creating a veritable siege upon himself. He could not believe that amidst the crisis of his city's downfall, Lu Muyu would dare to refuse his demands. As they advanced, the rabbit woman gestured animatedly. Speaking of something unknown, Lin Chen turned his gaze to the snake woman, who reluctantly provided an explanation. Through their mental link, she clarified the rabbit woman's words. It appeared that there were many infected entities nearby that had once competed with the rabbit woman for territory. They were now the very adversaries they sought to find. However, she believed that with Lin Chen and Appo's charisma, he could easily command their allegiance. Lin Chen and Appo's serious demeanor softened slightly, and he pinched his own cheek. That is only natural. It is merely that the people of East City cannot perceive my charm. You all possess discerning eyes. Before long, the group arrived at a muddy swamp. Gazing at the foul, stinking mire before him, Lin Chen wrinkled his brow and pointed at the swamp. Dear? Before he could finish speaking, there was a sudden stir beneath the mud. Swish, swish. Two sharp spikes of sludge shot toward Lin Chen's direction. But the snake woman reacted swiftly, darting forward. Her right hand was instantly covered in greenish scales. Bang, bang. The two spikes were effortlessly deflected by the snake woman, who then cast a disdainful glance at the rabbit woman with a smug expression. Witnessing this scene, the rabbit woman rolled her eyes in response. The petty rivalry between the two elicited a bemused smile from Lin Chen. Bloop, bloop. Bubbles began to surface within the swamp, and soon a head resembling that of a crocodile emerged from the muck, its wary gaze scrutinizing Lin Chen and the others. Yet, upon locking eyes with Lin Chen, its originally fierce crimson eyes suddenly transformed into pools of purity. With a splash, its massive body surged forth with excitement, resembling a whale breaching the surface, claws outstretched, ready to charge at Lin Chen. Ding. Host successfully tamed. E-grade infected entity, razor-toothed poison crocodile. Reward, spiritual power 100. Chapter 57. The purged infected entity with a sudden motion of his hand. Lin Chen conjured an invisible force field that ensnared the serrated venomous crocodile midair. Its length approached 4 meters, and if it were to be brought down to the ground, several bones would surely snap. Although Lin Chen had awakened the passive ability of the life source, his body was not built to withstand such brutality. What captured Lin Chen's attention was the crocodile's massive physique and its sharp, black-purple venomous claws. This creature possessed a tough hide and a robust constitution. Through the electromagnetic field emitted by living organisms, it became evident that the serrated venomous crocodile and Apo's electromagnetic signature was on par with that of the crimson venom giant scorpion. It is worth noting that when the scorpion faced 2 E-grade abilities, it ultimately suffered severe injuries but managed to sever the arm of Qi Yuanzhong. Its combat prowess was beyond question. If confronted by an E-grade ability user alone, the likelihood of its victory would surpass that of its demise. Among E-grade infected entities, the crimson venom giant scorpion ranked at the forefront, and the serrated venomous crocodile was scarcely inferior. Let us proceed. We must continue the search. In a brief span of time, Lin Chen and Apo's mental fortitude surged once more. At this rate, he would only need to elevate his mental power to 1000 to enhance the magnetic force field to D-grade level. Within the 6th safe zone, there were numerous unique infected entities known to the rabbit girl. After subduing the serrated venomous crocodile, under her guidance, they immediately set off in search of other entities. Along their path, they encountered many ordinary infected entities. Most were wandering aimlessly. Upon encountering fellow infected beings, they did not initiate attacks. In fact, when they saw Lin Chen and the snake girl beside him, they approached with curiosity, not merely due to Lin Chen and Apo's striking appearance. While mingling with these infected entities, Lin Chen made an intriguing observation. Despite their intelligence being entirely obliterated by the virus, both mutated animals and humans retained certain human-like traits. Furthermore, as the infected entities and Apo's levels increased, their intelligence gradually refined. It appeared that the virus and Apo's influence waned as their infection levels rose. This recollection prompted Lin Chen to reflect on the viral rumors he had heard upon his arrival in this world. The apocalyptic scenario facing humanity was said to stem from a research experiment conducted globally. The experiment's failure led to a virus that spread uncontrollably, ultimately resulting in the current apocalypse. However, this narrative was categorically denied by the Human Alliance, which claimed that a chemical leak had given rise to the infection virus. Now, witnessing the partially anthropomorphic characteristics of the infected entities, Lin Chen could not help but recall the rumors he had once heard. Could it be that this infection virus, which ravaged the globe, was previously linked to the Human Alliance? Nevertheless, Lin Chen dismissed this line of thought. He was far more concerned with rescuing Su Lin from City E than delving into the origins of the virus. Suddenly, the rabbit girl, who had been leading the way, came to an abrupt halt, her gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Lin Chen mirrored her actions, yet nothing seemed amiss. After elevating his magnetic force field to E-grade, his perception range extended to 20 meters. Within this perimeter, any slight disturbance could not evade his awareness. The rabbit girl wore a perplexed expression, standing still and staring blankly around her. She then began to sniff the air, as if trying to discern something by scent. A foul odor of decaying protein wafted through the air, starkly contrasting with the scent of their earlier path. From the smell, Lin Chen could ascertain the presence of infected entities. However, at such close proximity, could the latter evade his magnetic perception? Lin Chen found it hard to believe. The rabbit girl advanced a few meters, following a peculiar scent, her gaze fixed on a specific direction. Yet, upon spotting something, her eyes widened in alarm. and she hurriedly ran towards it. Observing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and gestured for the snake girl and others to follow closely. As they approached, Lin Chen beheld a corpse. It was a humanoid infected entity, its skin grotesquely rotting away, exposing stark white bones, with not a single piece of intact skin remaining. Nearby, there were markings reminiscent of lightning strikes. It was evident that this infected entity had been deceased for some time, and moreover, it had perished at the hands of an ability user. Through the bronze mask, Lin Chen could no longer discern the level of this infected entity. However, since it was the rabbit girl who had led him here, it must have been at least E-grade. Only an ability user of E-grade or higher could have slain such an entity. Were there ability users within the ability tower who employed such measures? Lin Chen murmured to himself. During his encounters with Qin Wanner, he had not emerged empty-handed. She had mentioned several exceptionally powerful ability users within the ability tower. None possessed lightning attributes. Furthermore, the only individual in the entire ability tower of City E worth guarding against was Lu Muyu. Her ability, known as wave vibration, allowed her to manipulate spatial vibrations within a certain range of her body. The bizarre tactic she had employed against Lin Chen was a manifestation of this ability. If it was not an ability user from the tower, could it be the hidden army? Lin Chen pondered for a moment but could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the chest of this infected entity had been cut open, indicating that the ability user had sought its corpse for experimentation. Witnessing the death of this infected entity, the rabbit girl displayed a fleeting moment of sorrow, a brief flash of despondency that Lin Chen perceived clearly. Her emotional state was visible in the status bar above her head, transitioning from confusion to loss. It seemed that even among infected entities, there existed a sense of kinship and empathy. Standing upright, the rabbit girl pointed toward another direction. The snake girl immediately conveyed her thoughts through mental communication, indicating that they should continue onward in that manner. The infected entities known to the rabbit girl all ranked above F grade, making them invaluable to Lin Chen's quest for power. However, as they followed the rabbit girl, each nest they visited revealed only infected entities stripped of their corpses. It appeared that the higher-grade infected entities within the 6th safe zone had been thoroughly purged. Perhaps the serrated venomous crocodile had evaded such fate due to the uniqueness of its lair. How could it be that so many E-grade infected entities had been slaughtered? Upon reaching the final lair, Lin Chen found himself mired in contemplation, gazing at yet another infected entity bereft of its corpse. Who could be responsible for such an extensive cleansing? Who possessed the strength to execute such a feat? Even within the ability tower of City E, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone other than Lu Muyu to accomplish this without her direct involvement. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, the rabbit girl, utilizing her keen sense of smell, suddenly directed her gaze to a nearby area, as if perceiving through the thicket. Simultaneously, she murmured something under her breath, prompting the snake girl to relay the information to Lin Chen through mental communication. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing the snake girl's explanation. Following the rabbit girl's line of sight, are you suggesting that there are many dangerous humans over there? Chapter 58. Must you insist that I accept? 6 E-level corpses and 17 F-level corpses. Our haul this time is still far from sufficient. Amidst the underbrush, several individuals clad in supple armor were taking a respite. A red-haired man meticulously counted the corpses laid out before him, noting their diverse forms. Yet, regardless of how he tallied them, the total remained unchanged. The number of infected entities at the periphery of the infection zone was sparse and elusive. To accomplish their mission, they would need to delve deeper into the infected territory. A short-haired woman on the other side spoke up, suggesting a deeper foray into the infection zone. Let us not, the red-haired man quickly interjected, waving his hands with a smile. We can eliminate anyone we encounter at the outskirts, but once we venture deeper, we risk confronting D-level infected entities. While a single D-level corpse could sustain us for a month without action, even combined, our group would be no match for a D-level infected entity. There were 5 of them in total, all E-level abilities users. Their appearances varied yet clad in identical gray armor that snugly adhered to their skin, revealing only their hands, feet, and heads. The remaining parts of their bodies were shielded by the armor. One individual, however, stood apart, a tall, handsome figure perched at the edge of the group. The most vulnerable position in case of an ambush. His armor gleamed in blue, indicative of a higher rank than the others. The 5th safety zone of City E is on the brink of collapse, which likely harbors numerous lingering infected entities. Once we have thoroughly cleared the 6th safety zone, we can investigate the 5th, the blue-armored man spoke slowly. The others nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. At that moment, a sharp-eyed man within the team abruptly rose. his gaze fixated on a specific direction, a faint blue light flickering in his eyes. His sudden reaction startled the others, but they quickly prepared for combat. What is happening? Is there a situation? The red-haired man questioned, his vigilance scanning the surroundings, alert to any disturbance. Yes, someone is approaching us, the sharp-eyed man confirmed with a nod. Is it a person? Not an infected entity? The short-haired woman inquired, her eyes filled with suspicion. After all, this was the 6th safety zone of City E, which had already fallen. Even if the E-City ability tower had sent someone, it would be improbable for them to venture alone into such peril. It is a person. But they are wearing a mask, so I cannot discern their features, the sharp-eyed man replied slowly. His ability allowed him to see through obstacles. Yet the appearance of objects beyond the barriers appeared slightly different from normal vision. Thus, even with a mask, he could not clearly identify the newcomer's face. Humph. The blue-armored man rose, a cold smile gracing his lips. They are marching directly toward us, evidently for our sake. If they are not a member of the E-City ability tower, then they must belong to the hidden army. As soon as the words left his lips, a crack echoed from the nearby thicket as if struck by a mysterious force. Trees splintered, branches scattered, and a cloud of dust rose. The 5-member team immediately retreated, their formation impeccably organized, indicative of specialized training. Once the dust settled, a figure emerged from the haze, advancing leisurely. Why so tense? I am not an infected entity. Lin Chen's carefree voice rang out as he strolled forward, his gaze immediately locking onto the mountain of corpses beside the 5 individuals. Oh, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. No wonder the rabbit girl could only find corpses of infected entities. It turned out they had all perished at the hands of these people. Simultaneously, Lin Chen surveyed the 5 before him, astonished to discover they were all E-level ability users. In a collaborative effort, they could indeed overcome and collect such a multitude of corpses. Are you from the ability tower or the hidden army? Lin Chen inquired. His attention fixated on the armor they wore, which he had never seen before in the E-City ability tower. It appeared to be specially crafted armor for abilities users. My friend, before inquiring about us, shouldn't you first disclose your own identity? Who are you? The leader of the group, clad in blue armor, challenged. Fool. Lin Chen scoffed. If I wish for you to know my identity, why would I wear a mask? However, I can assure you, I am neither a member of the ability tower nor part of the hidden army. I merely came to see who had the strength to cleanse this area of infected entities. Upon hearing this, the 5-person team exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lin Chen and Appo's allegiance. Boss, the detector indicates this fellow has only E-level strength. Should we take him down and reach a conclusion? The sharp-eyed man suggested. The blue-armored man's gaze sharpened. Shaking his head, uncertain of whether he is friend or foe, we should not act recklessly. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. A hint of disappointment in his demeanor. It's fine. I merely came to take a look. Do as you wish. With that, Lin Chen turned, taking a single step that placed him 10 meters away. Watching Lin Chen and Appo's retreating figure, the blue-armored man pondered for a moment before a realization struck him. Wait. Do you recall a particular type of special infected entity? They are most similar in size and intellect to humans, even if they are only E-level. They can communicate just like normal humans. At this revelation, all eyes turned to him. Boss, are you suggesting that the guy we just saw is not a human, but an infected entity? The red-haired man exclaimed in astonishment. The leader nodded. Exactly. The greatest ability of this type of infected entity is disguise. Sometimes they can even masquerade as humans. The only trait that is difficult to conceal is the infection symptoms on their face. That guy was wearing a mask to cover the symptoms on his face. Upon hearing this, the realization dawned upon the group. So that individual was actually an infected entity. They had been deceived. How cunning. Boss, what should we do now? The sharp-eyed man cautiously inquired. Follow him. Eliminate him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Chen sighed deeply after departing. Sigh. I still cannot indiscriminately slay the innocent, can I? My moral compass is still too high. If it were anyone else encountering that scene, wouldn't they have slaughtered everyone and taken all the corpses? TSK. It seems that having high moral standards is not necessarily an advantage. After all, having traversed to this world, Lin Chen had only undergone a year of training and had yet to experience the brutalities of the apocalypse. He still held fast to the moral principles from his previous life. However, after leaving, Lin Chen began to feel a twinge of regret. Was it not a waste to let so many corpses go to them? If he had claimed them for himself, he could have aided the snake woman in evolving. Breaking through to D-level. Lost in thought, he heard rustling in the nearby thicket, and the snake woman and rabbit girl appeared before him. Snap! A sturdy tree branch cracked, and the serrated venomous crocodile lounged atop it, exuding an air of languor. Lin Chen was about to give orders to search elsewhere for opportunities when his expression suddenly froze as he turned to look behind him. Upon sensing an intrusion into his magnetic field, Lin Chen wore an expression that was a curious blend of amusement and perplexity. Must you insist on my acceptance before you relent? Chapter 59. Are you still negotiating with me? Boss. Your conjecture was correct. That fellow just now was indeed an infected entity. Moreover, there are 3 E-level infected entities nearby. We've encountered a big catch. The eagle-eyed man exclaimed with excitement. In his line of sight, Lin Chen and the snake woman were completely exposed, with nowhere to hide. For E-level infected entities? Haha. The blue-armored man revealed a triumphant grin, saying, together, we have collected 10 E-level corpses. Enough to report back. However, his expression swiftly turned grim as he issued an order. Move. Surround them. Not a single one must escape. Understood. One could see a man at the end of the team take a step back, his hands spreading wide as if he had thrown something. The next moment, hissing sounds erupted as plasma light screens shot up from his position, rapidly spreading forward. Oh. Lin Chen looked up and saw that the light screens moved with incredible speed, enveloping them in an instant. The snake woman reacted first, stepping forward to shield Lin Chen, her expression growing increasingly fierce, vowing to protect him at all costs. The previously languid serrated toxic crocodile, realizing the surrounding changes, also approached Lin Chen, baring its fangs menacingly. Humph. If I hadn't been on alert, you would have tricked us. In this place, aside from the ability tower and the hidden army, there are only infected entities. The voice of the blue-armored man grew nearer as several figures flickered, 5 individuals descending from the canopy and landing right before Lin Chen. TSK. Lin Chen scrutinized the 5 of them, letting out a deep sigh. There was no other choice. Had you escaped earlier, it would have been a win-win situation. But now that you've discovered us, you leave me no choice but to eliminate you. Humph. Just a mere infected entity, yet you speak so boldly. The red-haired man scoffed, his right hand clenching tightly. With a whoosh, purple-red flames ignited in his palm, emanating a formidable aura. Boss, leave the masked one to me. I will personally extract his corpse. The red-haired man vowed earnestly. However, upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled. Heh. Go ahead, if you can manage it. As soon as his words fell, Lin Chen raised his hand slightly and snapped his fingers. The red-haired man, poised to charge, suddenly realized that his body felt as if it had been frozen, unable to move an inch. Even the purple flames burning in his right hand began to extinguish under some mysterious force. Lin Chen was employing a magnetic force field to continuously interfere with the red-haired man's ability pulse, as long as he could disrupt it. The latter would be unable to unleash his powers. Simultaneously, Lin Chen seized control of the 5 individuals with his magnetic force field. The blue-armored man had also intended to move but was horrified to find his body seemingly trapped in a quagmire, utterly immobile. This sensation was akin to being crushed by the surrounding space, rendering any movement impossible. Just moments ago, he had boasted about resolving them. Yet now he was entirely at the mercy of an unknown power. What kind of force is this? They could hardly fathom it. At that moment, Lin Chen also removed his bronze mask, revealing his handsome visage. You. The blue-armored man's astonishment deepened as he recognized Lin Chen's face. This visage was unmistakably human. But how could a human stand and scathe beside 3 infected entities? Those 3 did not attack him. Instead, they protected him. How could this be possible? Are you surprised to see that I am human? Lin Chen touched his face, then cast a slightly regretful glance ahead. Unfortunately, now that you have seen my face, you must die. It has nothing to do with any grievances between us. As he spoke, Lin Chen raised his right hand, preparing to strike personally, intending to annihilate the few before him with his magnetic force field. However, halfway through his motion, Lin Chen suddenly turned to the side, his lips curving upward. He had another splendid idea. Snake woman. Lin Chen began slowly. I entrust you with a task. At all costs, eliminate him. As he spoke, Lin Chen's gaze swept over to the red-haired man in the distance, who suddenly felt the bindings on his body dissipate. He could move normally again. Without a moment's hesitation, the red-haired man turned on his heel and fled. He was no match for Lin Chen. If he didn't T-run now, when would he? However, just as he bolted 3 or 4 meters, bang! It was as if he had crashed into an invisible wall, his body instantly hurled backward and crashing to the ground. Did I let you escape? Lin Chen remarked impatiently from afar. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you can defeat my snake woman, I will let you go. Instructing the snake woman to battle the red-haired man was T-born from any peculiar malice on Lin Chen's part. but rather a desire to hone the Snake Woman-esque combat abilities. Typically, at equivalent levels, the strength of an ability user surpasses that of an infected entity. This is because humans undergo rigorous training before becoming ability users, and their combat experience is certainly superior to that of these simple-minded infected entities. Should Lin Chen not be present, the safety of the Snake Woman and her companions could not be guaranteed. Therefore, Lin Chen sought to enhance their combat experience. Are you certain? The red-haired man's eyes lit up. Although he was no match for Lin Chen, a mere Snake Woman, even having evolved to E level. What could she do? He was well aware of the Snake Woman's weaknesses from the information in their database. Certain, and without a doubt, Lin Chen nodded. He then turned and gently stroked the Snake Woman's forehead. Rest assured, just do your best, strive to achieve whatever you can. Initially filled with worry, the Snake Woman nodded emphatically upon seeing Lin Chen's confident gaze. Whoosh! The Snake Woman moved like a streak of azure light, dashing forward. The red-haired man, meanwhile, let out a sharp cry, enveloping himself in a layer of purple-red flames. Knowing the Snake Woman's weaknesses, he was confident he could defeat her in one move. With this thought, the red-haired man charged forward, and as the distance closed, the Snake Woman opened her mouth wide and suddenly expelled a cloud of green toxic mist. Simultaneously, her claws lunged forward. The Snake Woman intended to use the toxic mist to obscure her opponent's vision, thereby concealing her attack. Lin Chen nodded. Acknowledging that the Snake Woman possessed a degree of battle intelligence, though she lacked practical experience. Humph! The red-haired man sneered derisively, a mere trick. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a wave of flames, which instantly melted the toxic mist upon contact. Simultaneously, the Snake Woman's outstretched claws were met with intense heat. Ah! The Snake Woman screamed, instinctively retracting her arm, but the red-haired man's attack had already closed in. Got you. Should he succeed with this strike, he could incapacitate one of the Snake Woman's arms. However, at that moment, the body of the Serpent Woman was unexpectedly yanked away by a sudden force, which effectively allowed her to evade the blow. Without a second thought, it was evident that Lin Chen had intervened. You! The crimson-haired man glared furiously at Lin Chen, unable to fathom why he would interfere. Lin Chen, wearing an innocent expression, grinned and remarked, I merely stated that you could leave if you want. But I never claimed I couldn't intervene. Given your predicament, how dare you set conditions with me? Chapter 60. It wants to fight too. How shameless. The short-haired woman exclaimed furiously. If you interfere, how can we possibly win? You never intended to let us go. Not only her, but the others also glared at Lin Chen, their bodies frozen, yet their eyes conveyed their condemnation. Ah, you are absolutely right, Lin Chen replied with a grin. Pointing at the short-haired woman and responding playfully, you walked into this yourself. How can you blame me for not letting you go? For a moment, silence enveloped them, and the word shameless echoed in each person's mind. Lin Chen's actions were merely to use them as a whetstone against these infected beings. Did he ever regard them as human? Humph! The man in blue armor snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with fury. You dare to challenge me to a one-on-one fight? If I win, you must let us leave. The expressions of the others were filled with defiance. Each of them had emerged from the heaps of corpses, seasoned by battles. Were they really afraid of these infected beings before them? Ah, not really. Lin Chen pondered for a brief moment before responding earnestly. Instantly, the expressions of those present turned to stone. Could it be any more unreasonable? Lin Chen wore a look of bewilderment and slowly explained, You are already in my grasp. And yet you dare to negotiate terms with me? As a whetstone, you must embrace your role. An inexplicable sense of humiliation crept into their hearts. Regardless of their status as powerful ability users in their survivor city, who would dare speak to them in such a manner? Who would dare to reduce them to mere tools for sharpening weapons? Yet before Lin Chen, these formidable ability users were merely instruments for the infected to hone their combat skills. Let us proceed. Lin Chen casually waved his hand, dissipating the force field surrounding the Serpent Woman. This time, the Serpent Woman steeled herself, determined to prove her worth to Lin Chen. She could sense his expectations for her growth, thus, she could not let him down. The red-haired man clenched his fists, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If he could land a fatal blow on the Serpent Woman while Lin Chen was unprepared, he would ensure that Lin Chen knew they were not to be trifled with. Whoosh! The Serpent Woman darted forward like a flash of green lightning, simultaneously enveloping her body in emerald scales to counter the flames from the red-haired man. Humph! The red-haired man scoffed, a sneer on his lips. You think those scales can withstand my flames? Fool! With that, he spread his arms wide, and purplish-red flames erupted, concentrating powerfully in his hands. By compressing the flames, he sacrificed defense in other areas, significantly augmenting his offensive capability. Observing this, the blue-armored man narrowed his eyes, deducing the red-haired man's intentions, a smirk forming on his lips, just like that. Kill her. From a distance, Lin Chen observed the magnetic field around the red-haired man's hands intensifying, indicating a shift towards aggression. Unlike previous changes, this was a clear signal of his intent to attack. Meanwhile, the serpent woman did not feign with toxic mist this time. She lunged directly at the red-haired man. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his index finger curling as a force field began to encircle the red-haired man. Should the battle take an unexpected turn, he would intervene immediately. Internally, he sighed, realizing that cultivating the serpent woman and her companion's combat abilities would not be a simple endeavor. Just as Lin Chen contemplated this, a resounding clash echoed. The serpent woman's emerald-scaled hands met the red-haired man's in a forceful collision. As expected, the emerald scales could not withstand the latter's flames. Crack, crack, crack. The scales shattered under the tremendous force. However, the serpent woman did not succumb. Instead, she leveraged the impact to propel herself upward. Her body arced over the red-haired man's head and, in an instant, she found herself behind him. Due to inertia, the red-haired man struggled to turn around. Meanwhile, the bare skin of the serpent woman's arms sprouted emerald scales anew. With a swift motion, she drove her claws into the red-haired man's back, piercing his chest and seizing his blood-soaked heart, its faint pulsations visible in her grip. The red-haired man gasped. His eyes wide in disbelief as he looked down to see the gaping wound in his chest and the heart that was slowing its beat. In just one exchange, it seemed the serpent woman had discerned his battle style. Though his offensive power was formidable, his sole weakness lay in his speed. The serpent woman had exploited this flaw, delivering a lethal blow. Even his gray, form-fitting armor could not withstand her razor-sharp claws. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration for the serpent woman. Excellent. Initially, she used her scales not to clash head-on, but to mitigate the extreme heat upon contact. Then, with skillful timing, she struck precisely at his weakness for a decisive victory. A genius. Truly a genius. Lin Chen was astonished, struggling to close his mouth. It was hard to fathom that the serpent woman had only engaged in one exchange yet had gauged so much about her opponent. Speed was evidently her advantage, and she had adeptly used it to counter the red-haired man's shortcoming. Lin Chen was not merely impressed by her victory, but was astounded by her ability to perceive so much in such a brief encounter. He mused that even he would struggle to achieve such insight in a short span. As the red-haired man and Appo's body crumpled to the ground, the others in his team revealed expressions of fury and despair. Damn it. Let us go. I want to kill that beast. You coward. Do you dare to fight us without your powers in a real battle? Useless. Without your abilities, you are nothing. Release us. The group yelled in impotent rage, and Lin Chen found their clamoring unbearable. With a mere thought, an invisible force field emerged, constricting their throats. In an instant, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, he heard the rustling sound of footsteps behind him. Turning, Lin Chen saw the jawed poison crocodile standing behind him, its eyes gleaming, signaling to the others, and then looking at Lin Chen. You mean, you also wish to join the fray? Lin Chen scratched his head, trying to comprehend its intent. The serpent woman approached and shook her head at him, then conveyed the jawed poison crocodile and Appo's thoughts through telepathy. It stated, it wants to fight too. Chapter 61. Do you believe I learned this just now? Upon hearing those words, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He initially thought that the serrated toxic crocodile was merely trying to showcase its prowess in front of him, inspired by the snake woman-esque display. However, to his astonishment, it opened its mouth with the intention of attacking two targets simultaneously. What a brazen creature! Scratching his head in slight embarrassment, Lin Chen glanced at the few individuals in the distance and began to explain, I apologize. It seems it wants to target both of you at once, which may not yield a fair fight. With that, Lin Chen flicked his fingers, instantly releasing the bindings on the blue-armored man and the long-haired youth beside him. As the pressure on their bodies dissipated, the two exchanged a glance, a fierce determination flickering in their eyes. They were intent on avenging their fallen comrade. The audacity of a single serrated toxic crocodile attempting to take on two E-rank ability users was nothing short of ludicrous. Cover me. The blue-armored man charged forward, driven by a fierce desire to eradicate all infected beings in his path. Meanwhile, the long-haired youth raised his hands, extending his index and middle fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He waved his fingers, unleashing gusts of wind that sliced through the air like transparent blades, targeting the serrated toxic crocodile. His ability bore similarities to wind manipulation but was distinctly more formidable. Lin Chen found himself more intrigued by the blue-armored man's powers. As the leader of this group, His abilities were likely the most potent. Just then, as the blue-armored man surged toward the crocodile, his feet suddenly shifted direction, charging straight at Lin Chen. Oh? Lin Chen was taken aback, then smirked coldly. Was the assault merely a ruse? Was his true objective to eliminate me? With a mere 5 meters between them, the blue-armored man abruptly opened his mouth wide. Lin Chen, uncertain of his intentions, observed keenly and suddenly noticed a series of ripple-like magnetic fields forming around the man's mouth. It resembled sound waves. Quickly, Lin Chen raised his hand, mirroring the ripple pattern to create a counter-magnetic field, positioning it before the blue-armored man. The two magnetic fields clashed, effectively nullifying each other as effects. As Lin Chen and the nearby infected beings remained unscathed, the blue-armored man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. How is this possible? My ability should allow me to eliminate you silently with infrasound. Why did it have no effect? Recalling the consistent magnetic ripples he had just observed, Lin Chen realized that they were indeed infrasound waves. Infrasound can induce resonance within human organs, quietly leading to one's demise. Even infected beings are susceptible to its influence, meaning his attack was designed to dismantle from within. Any formidable defense against him was nearly futile. Could any barrier withstand the power of sound waves? TSK. Lin Chen did not respond but clicked his tongue in realization. Had I not remained vigilant, you might have succeeded. Yet your infrasound is quite impressive, though it relies on a predictable magnetic field. With that thought, Lin Chen concentrated and created a magnetic field that resonated at the same frequency as the infrasound previously generated by his opponent. In a sense, this was also a form of infrasound, merely disguised by magnetic forces. With a sweeping glance, Lin Chen enveloped the blue-armored man in the newly formed resonant magnetic field. Thump, thump. In an instant, the latter felt his heartbeat grow erratic. The rate and force of his heartbeat escalated, as if influenced by an unseen power. Lin Chen meticulously adjusted the frequency of the magnetic field, and the man's heart rate mirrored the changes. With a final surge, the blue-armored man could no longer bear the strain of his accelerated heartbeat and violently spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. His eyes now filled with palpable fear as they met Lin Chen and Appo's gaze. How can you also manipulate infrasound? He realized the method through which Lin Chen was tormenting him was strikingly similar to his own infrasound technique. I learned it just now. Do you believe me? Lin Chen shrugged, responding earnestly. Impossible. The blue-armored man's fury escalated, his vision darkening until he could utter no more, slipping into unconsciousness. The infrasound had shattered his internal organs, and even if Lin Chen refrained from further action, he was doomed. Curse you. The long-haired youth, witnessing this, was consumed by rage, directing his fury at Lin Chen as he frantically unleashed wind blades. Yet, Lin Chen conjured a magnetic force field before him, rendering the wind blades ineffective against the invisible barrier. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed the serrated toxic crocodile gazing at him with a pitiful expression, seemingly disheartened. Perhaps it was because he had stolen its prey. Lin Chen offered a sheepish smile, stepping closer to gently pat the crocodile's sturdy forehead twice. I apologize for taking your catch. However, that previous individual was truly beyond your capabilities. Here, allow me to return the favor. With that, Lin Chen gestured toward the distance, summoning the eagle-eyed man responsible for reconnaissance, who was swiftly pulled toward the serrated toxic crocodile, providing it with another target. At last, the crocodile faced 2 individuals before it. Affinity with serrated toxic crocodile 10. Affinity with serrated toxic crocodile 10. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen discovered that merely providing prey for the serrated toxic crocodile dramatically increased their affinity. It seemed that the manner of elevating affinity varied among different infected beings. Only through actions that delighted these creatures would the affinity rise more rapidly. The serrated toxic crocodile exhibited no fear in the face of the remaining 2 ability users, even appearing eager for action. Lin Chen instinctively cleared a space for them while isolating them within the force field. With a thunderous roar that echoed like an ancient beast from primordial times, the serrated toxic crocodile unleashed a chilling cry that instilled terror. Despite its massive size, it moved with astonishing speed, propelling itself off the ground like a missile. Swoosh! The long-haired youth attempted to counter with wind blades, yet his full-force attack failed to mar the crocodile's resilient skin, leaving no trace whatsoever. What? The long-haired youth gasped in horror, realizing that his mightiest blow had not breached the serrated toxic crocodile's defenses. So impenetrable, with the area sealed by the force field, the long-haired youth found himself with no escape as the crocodile lunged forward with its gaping maw, engulfing him whole, crisp and vibrant. This wild appearance is in stark contrast to the demeanor it exhibited just moments ago before Lin Chen. Lin Chen scratched his face, hinting at an emerging realization. Could it be that it is hungry? Chapter 62. A closer connection after the demise of the Wind Attribute ability user. The battlefield was left with only the eagle-eyed man. Undoubtedly, he was merely a support-type ability user, and his offensive means were solely reliant on the specialized weapons provided by the ability tower. In such proximity, he was no match for the serrated toxic crocodile. Crack! He didn't even last a single round before being swallowed whole by the beast. The speed at which the battle concluded surprised Lin Chen. However, amidst his astonishment, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, preventing the Soundwave ability user from unleashing his full power. Otherwise, aside from his own ability to resist through magnetic fields, neither the snake woman nor the crocodile would have been able to withstand the subsonic assault. They might have even perished beneath its waves. Lin Chen's gaze slowly shifted to the only remaining individual, the short-haired woman. However, upon seeing her, Lin Chen was taken aback. The short-haired woman stood there quietly, emotionless, despite witnessing her comrades perish before her eyes. She resembled a lifeless doll. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen noticed that her pupils had bizarrely turned red, emitting a faint crimson glow. The light spread outwards, transforming her eyes into a vivid scarlet. This strange phenomenon was only noticeable to Lin Chen through his magnetic field abilities. Extending outward from her pupils were two distinctive magnetic fields, which seemed to be disrupting the neural pathways in her brain. Following the direction of the magnetic field, Lin Chen's eyes widened in realization. The source on the other end was actually the rabbit woman. At that moment, Lin Chen understood that the reason the short-haired woman and Appo's nerves were being compromised was due to her gaze locked onto the rabbit woman and Appo's eyes. This method was somewhat akin to Lin Chen and Appo's own manipulation of magnetic fields. However, he had never contemplated using magnetic fields to disrupt neural functions. After all, with his current E-level magnetic field abilities, his control was still unrefined. He could create subsonic waves through magnetic ripples, but he lacked the capacity to generate magnetic fields that could disturb the human brain. It seemed that only after the evolution of his magnetic field abilities would his control become more adept. Noticing Lin Chen and Appo's gaze, the rabbit woman shyly smiled and closed her eyes. As she retracted her abilities, the short-haired woman appeared to lose her spirit, collapsing weakly to the ground. This long-range method of lethal gaze was indeed a unique application of magnetic fields. Subsequently, the rabbit woman bounced over to Lin Chen, exuding the exuberance of a lively girl. Quite impressive. I underestimated you. Lin Chen praised as he affectionately stroked the rabbit woman and Appo's fluffy forehead. She beamed with delight. And Lin Chen noticed a series of system prompts appearing above her head. Affinity 10, Affinity 10, Affinity 10. Ding. Affinity with the rabbit woman increased. Reward obtained. Telepathy. Loyal fan. E-level infected entity. Rabbit woman. Current affinity. 260-500. Current status. Excited. Materials required for D-level evolution. 5 E-level corpses or 25 F-level corpses. Next affinity unlock. Location sharing. Lin Chen stared at the rabbit woman, astonished. He had merely offered a few compliments, yet their affinity had skyrocketed. Moreover, he and the rabbit woman had acquired the ability of telepathy. The rate of affinity growth through special interactions varied among different infected entities. Compared to the rabbit woman, the snake woman was distinctly more aloof, resulting in a slower increase in their affinity. Observing the rabbit woman basking in Lin Chen and Appo's affection, the snake woman bit her lip. Her heart aflame, she approached gracefully, her elongated form leaning against Lin Chen and Appo's shoulder. Noticing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of spontaneity and embraced the snake woman instead of merely stroking her. Upon feeling his embrace, the snake woman shuddered slightly, evidently startled by the intimacy of the gesture. Perhaps the closeness stirred something within her, for their affinity began to rise as well. Affinity 10, Affinity 10, Affinity 10. Loyal fan. E-level infected entity. Snake woman. Current affinity. 420-500. Current status. Excited. Materials required for D-level evolution. 5 E-level corpses or 25 F-level corpses. Next affinity unlock. Location sharing. Lin Chen and Appo's affinity with the snake woman was on the verge of reaching a new height. The so-called location sharing would undoubtedly prove beneficial. However, the increase in affinity through the embrace came to a halt. Lin Chen regarded the snake woman thoughtfully. Previously, they had increased their affinity through gentle touches, and now, through this embrace, they had also made progress. What if they were to grow even closer? Just as this thought crossed Lin Chen's mind, the snake woman gazed at him tenderly, their eyes locking in a charged moment, causing her body to soften in response. Gulp. Lin Chen nervously swallowed, instinctively loosening his hold on the snake woman. Cough, cough. Perhaps another time, another time. Although the snake woman now possessed a human form, many of her traits still resembled those of an infected entity. Lin Chen managed to restrain himself. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the ground beside them. Glancing down, Lin Chen saw the serrated toxic crocodile approaching with a pitiful expression, seemingly yearning for Lin Chen's affection. Sighing in exasperation, Lin Chen stepped forward. Get away. He delivered a swift kick to the crocodile's mouth, its muddy skin making Lin Chen reluctant to dirty his hands. Turning back, Lin Chen's attention fell upon the pile of corpses in the distance, exuding a formidable magnetic field. The quantity of corpses in their possession was substantial, under unfortunate circumstances. It would take Lin Chen a week to amass such a collection. With a flick of his right hand, he summoned a heap of corpses using his magnetic field. TSK. Assessing the number of corpses, Lin Chen clicked his tongue. They were just shy of what was needed. If he could gather 10 E-level corpses, he could enable both the rabbit woman and the snake woman to evolve simultaneously. Currently, the corpses in his possession could only assist in the evolution of his infected allies. With resources limited, Lin Chen faced a choice. Undoubtedly, he chose to prioritize the evolution of the snake woman. The primary reason was her companionship over the years and her previous act of saving his life. Out of both sentiment and logic, it was only fitting that the snake woman evolved first. Moreover, Lin Chen was curious. Having undergone the evolution from F-level to E-level, the snake woman and Apos' characteristics as an infected entity had been significantly diminished. What transformations awaited her upon evolving to D-level? Lin Chen was filled with anticipation. Chapter 63, Evolution Successful. D-Rank. Having acquired sufficient corpses, Lin Chen first took out 5 E-rank corpses and set the rest aside. Turning around, he approached the serpent woman, observing this familiar scene. The serpent woman exhibited a sense of excitement rather than the confusion she had shown previously. She recalled that the last time Lin Chen had gifted her 5 F-rank corpses, she had broken free from her constraints and evolved to E-rank. Now, with the utilization of 5 E-rank corpses, she should be able to ascend even further. Serpent woman. The energy from these E-rank corpses is much stronger. The process ahead may be quite painful. Please endure, Lin Chen consoled her, drawing from their prior experience. The serpent woman nodded, her resolve intensifying. The rabbit woman, however, appeared puzzled, unaware of Lin Chen and Apos' intentions, standing obediently to the side with her bright, sparkling eyes. System. Initiate evolution. As Lin Chen and Apos' words fell, blue threads of light appeared around the serpent woman's body, visible only to him. These threads coiled and condensed around her form, ultimately converging into a structure resembling a black hole at her chest. As before, Lin Chen cautiously placed the 5 E-rank corpses into the black hole. He understood the general process. The system would disintegrate the power of the 5 E-rank infected corpses and subsequently infuse it into the serpent woman and Apos' body. This stage was the most arduous, for as she absorbed the power, she had to remain vigilant against being consumed by it. Should she falter, the absorption of the corpses would be in vain, and her very safety could be jeopardized. Crack. The E-rank corpses sent into the black hole shattered with a resonant sound. When the shattering echoed 5 times, all the corpses had been destroyed, their power manifesting as a blue luminescence enveloping the serpent woman and Apos' form. The next phase was the absorption of this power. Suddenly, as the energy surged into her, the serpent woman and Apos' body convulsed as though struck by lightning. The terrifying force was overwhelming her, and she seemed to be engulfed in excruciating agony, collapsing to the ground and curling up. Perhaps the pain was far greater than the last time. Her body was completely at its limit. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably, and anguished cries escaped her lips. Witnessing this, Lin Chen swallowed nervously and hurriedly crouched beside her. Serpent woman, how are you? Are you all right? Lin Chen inquired anxiously. Seeing her suffer such inhuman pain during evolution made him feel as if he were sharing in her agony, perhaps due to the aura of admiration surrounding him. Even in the face of overwhelming pain, she struggled to maintain her composure, attempting to offer Lin Chen a radiant smile. Unfortunately, despite her tremendous effort, she ultimately failed, for the torment had taken complete control of her senses. Suddenly, the serpent woman lowered her head sharply and screamed. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed that the scarce bluish-green scales on her body began to shed one by one. Crack, crack. Her skin gradually transformed into a flawless sheen, resembling that of human flesh. The serpent woman, once marked by the characteristics of an infected being, her scales and the serpentine tongue that had yet to fully evolve now, amid her cries of anguish. Lin Chen distinctly observed that her tongue had become indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. Her smooth skin was exposed to the air. Lin Chen, who had been leaning over her just moments ago, abruptly stood upright. He touched his nose, barely managing to suppress a nosebleed. For some reason, an impulse to smile crept upon Lin Chen, yet he firmly suppressed it. The serpent woman was enduring the pain of evolution. What was he thinking? Even if she evolved into a human form, what could he possibly do? Could he? Perhaps. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen began to gather fallen leaves nearby. He could not allow the serpent woman to be left bare once her evolution was complete. Until he returned to a proper human survivor settlement, he would have no access to suitable clothing. Reluctantly, he resolved to have her endure a little discomfort for now. As Lin Chen busied himself weaving leaves, the serpent woman's evolution quietly reached its conclusion. The agonizing sensations that had plagued her abruptly ceased, and her body relaxed entirely. She slowly sat up, her eyes filled with bewilderment, glancing at the rabbit woman and the sawtooth crocodile beside her. She noticed a hint of fear reflected in their gazes, an acknowledgement of her elevation to a higher tier of infected being, not only among humans. But there also existed a hierarchy among infected beings. However, for infected beings, this hierarchy primarily manifested as an enhancement of their bloodline after evolution. The classification of their strength was merely a construct of the ability tower, and they were not privy to the concept of ranks. As her gaze wandered, the serpent woman finally spotted Lin Chen, who was diligently arranging the leaves. A newfound admiration flickered in her eyes. With graceful steps, she approached Lin Chen. Engrossed in his task, he remained oblivious to her presence until he felt two soft forms pressing against him. Turning around, he was met with the serpent woman's gentle gaze. Well, the serpent woman's enchanting figure was laid bare before Lin Chen's eyes. Instinctively, he shut his eyes and hastily grabbed the leaf skirt he had woven to cover her. If moments ago the serpent woman had exuded pure temptation, now she radiated a wild beauty. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Chen felt a sense of gratitude for having encountered the serpent woman. This appreciation was not merely for her evolved appearance, but for her undeniable strength. Her mere presence, standing still, could profoundly impact those around her. Lin Chen adjusted his pants, striving to alleviate his own discomfort. This influence, of course, was limited to men with normal sexual orientations. The serpent woman, observing the leaves on her body, was puzzled by Lin Chen's choice to adorn her with them, yet she believed his actions must be justified. She reached out to brush away the leaves, revealing her unique form, and Lin Chen and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. This serpent woman was quite adept at captivating attention. Master, why do you keep staring at me? Just as Lin Chen was grappling with his embarrassment, the serpent woman spoke. His astonishment deepened, and he gazed at her in disbelief, finally exclaiming, "Serpent woman, you can speak now." Having evolved to D rank, her intelligence had reached a level comparable to that of a typical human adolescent. Her linguistic abilities were gradually taking shape. The serpent woman nodded, making an effort to articulate her words. "Master, do you gaze at me like this because you like my body?" Chapter 64. Naming. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Who taught her to say such things? This is slander. She is defaming me. Although she uttered this in words, Lin Chen and Appo's gaze involuntarily darted towards the serpent woman. The essence of a man. No wonder. This, strictly speaking, does not equate to affection. Lin Chen resumed a serious expression. This is called admiration. Yes, admiration. The serpent woman, however, wore a face full of confusion. Lin Chen helplessly shrugged. With her current intellect, she could not grasp the meaning behind her words. Observing her perfectly human-like appearance, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she gently proposed, "How about I give you a name? Constantly referring to you as serpent woman seems rather inappropriate." From an exterior standpoint, the serpent woman bore no resemblance to an infected entity. The serpent woman nodded innocently, her large, watery eyes fixed on Lin Chen, brimming with joy. In her previous life, she recalled a name belonging to a serpent demon. Perhaps it was Xiaoqing. Yes, that is it. Lin Chen smiled brightly at the serpent woman and gestured with her hands, exclaiming, "Great. You shall be named Xiaoqing." Upon hearing this name, the serpent woman appeared even more elated, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as she gazed at Lin Chen. Simultaneously, she softly murmured, "Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing. I have a name now. I have a name." The serpent woman's reaction was one of overwhelming excitement, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, intimacy 20, intimacy 20, intimacy 20. The intimacy between the two swiftly surpassed levels. Ding. Intimacy with the serpent woman unlocks the round location feature. Round location, After a contract is signed, both parties can always know each other's location. If the distance is less than 10 kilometers, precise positioning will be obtained. This ability is quite straightforward. The Serpent Woman and Lin Chen activated the round location feature. And now, their distance was less than 10 kilometers. In Lin Chen's eyes, a positioning coordinate appeared above the Serpent Woman's head, allowing her to see it even if something obstructed her view. However, should their distance exceed 10 kilometers, the coordinate would vanish, leaving only the general direction of each other's locations. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected that merely giving the Serpent Woman a name would cause their intimacy to soar. Looking at the Serpent Woman and Appos, S status panel, loyal fan, D-level infected entity. Serpent Woman. Current intimacy, 580-1000. Current status, happy. Materials needed for C-level evolution, 10 D-level corpse species 1 secondary hemolytic crystal. Next intimacy unlock, cooperative combat. After the Serpent Woman breaks through to D-level, evolving to C-level would pose a greater challenge. Staring at the requirement of 10 D-level corpse species in the unfamiliar secondary hemolytic crystal, Lin Chen and Appos, S eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. 10 D-level corpse species? Is this intentionally making things difficult for me? And what is this hemolytic crystal? I and Appos, V never heard of it. Lin Chen cast a slightly apologetic glance at the Serpent Woman and slowly remarked, Xiaoqing, it seems that for now, you will only be able to maintain your D-level strength. Evolving to C-level appears to be quite challenging. Xiaoqing looked at Lin Chen obediently, as a mutated entity. She did not comprehend the human-imposed levels. She simply gazed at Lin Chen with gentle compliance, showing no signs of discontent, even if rapid evolution was unattainable. The reason was simple. Lin Chen's aura was overwhelmingly charismatic. It seems that it is not such a big deal. Xiaoqing showed no reaction. And Lin Chen was not surprised. Just as she exhaled in relief, the rabbit woman slowly shuffled closer with a pitiful demeanor. Her petite, delicate figure combined with her sorrowful gaze melted Lin Chen's heart. Through telepathy, Lin Chen understood the rabbit woman's desire. So, you wish to evolve as well? Lin Chen suddenly realized. It was the rabbit woman who envied the Serpent Woman after witnessing her evolution. Alas, unfortunately, I do not possess that many E-level corpse species. Lin Chen shook her head, her expression one of resignation. Shifting her gaze, it inadvertently landed on the sawtooth poison crocodile. Noticing Lin Chen and Appos' attention, the sawtooth poison crocodile suddenly felt a shiver run down its spine. Although Lin Chen and Appos' charm was inescapable, upon meeting her gaze, the sawtooth poison crocodile could not help but retreat 2 steps in fear. Seeing this, Lin Chen burst into laughter and playfully reassured, Don't worry, I am not so heartless. Though you have only been my subordinate for a short while, I won and Appos' discard you unceremoniously. Turning back, Lin Chen met the rabbit woman and Appos' fervent gaze. Reaching out to gently stroke her forehead, providing comfort, rest assured, I will help you evolve. I will hold affection for you, but not for other infected entities. Your ability to evolve swiftly depends on luck. Ultimately, Lin Chen resolved to begin hunting infected entities. By subduing them, she could enhance her mental power while acquiring corpse species. Though this action may be somewhat unscrupulous, Lin Chen did not consider herself a paragon of virtue. Morality is simply a flaw to be overlooked. Days later, crack. A greenish-blue flash sliced through the air, snapping a branch in its wake. An F-level infected entity succumbed to the attack, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Immediately after, Lin Chen descended from above, landing before the infected entity. Upon her appearance, the entity and Appos' emotions surged, excitement radiating as it clawed its way towards Lin Chen. Still determined to advance despite its incapacitated legs. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully subdued the F-level infected entity, Soul Corpse. Mental power 50. A mechanical voice resonated in Lin Chen's ears. At that moment, another agile figure descended from the sky. It was Xiaoqing. She wielded a dagger fashioned from greenish scales in her right hand, aiming it at the Soul Corpse's neck before plunging it downwards. Thud. The Soul Corpse let out a whimper, succumbing to Xiaoqing's strike. Swiftly, Xiaoqing skillfully used the dagger to slice open the Soul Corpse's body, extracting the corpse species from its chest. The blood-soaked corpse species still radiated warmth. After several days of hunting, Lin Chen and Xiaoqing's coordination had become remarkably seamless. With Xiaoqing initiating feigned attacks, Lin Chen would step in to subdue the entity once it lost mobility. Following this, the Serpent Woman would swiftly eliminate the infected entity, extracting the corpse species. After several days of effort, although encountering few E-level infected entities, F-level infected entities were plentiful. The accumulation of F-level corpse species had reached a sufficient quantity, 25 pieces. This would facilitate the rabbit woman's evolution. Simultaneously, Lin Chen noted her system panel. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100, 000, maximum, strength, 55 agility, 60 endurance, 58 mental power, 530 ordinary infected entity fans, 2, 758 abilities, E-level ability, magnetic force field, F-level ability, life source. Detected that the host's mental power has reached the standard, ability evolution can be initiated. Ability available for evolution, F-level passive ability, life source. Chapter 65, The Evolution of the Rabbit Girl. D-Class. Enough. Lin Chen's mental strength has exceeded 500 points, reaching the realm of a typical E-Class supernatural being. In simpler terms, his current mental power is sufficient to support his E-Class abilities. Previously, with the help of the system, he managed to evolve his magnetic force field into E-Class, despite his insufficient mental strength. Now that his mental power has met the standard, there is also the potential for further evolution of the F-Class passive ability, life source. System, how long will the evolution take? Lin Chen inquired inwardly. The last time he evolved the magnetic force field, it took a full 24 hours. This time, although life source is merely a passive ability, it is indeed formidable. And the evolution period is certainly not brief. Unlike the evolution of infected beings, the evolution process for supernatural beings is much longer. The host may choose to evolve the F-Class passive ability, life source. Evolution time, 20 hours. As expected, just as Lin Chen anticipated. The system determines the evolution time based on the strength of the ability. Life source is slightly weaker than the magnetic force field. Hence, the evolution time is shorter. 20 hours. Lin Chen glanced up at the sky. It was currently morning, and at precisely noon, Lumiyu would announce the execution of Su Lin. Clearly, he had no time to evolve his abilities. Rustle. A nimble white figure leapt from the nearby thicket and approached Lin Chen. It was the rabbit girl. Have the infected beings been organized? Lin Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Over the past few days, he had not solely focused on hunting infected beings. He also needed to sift through them to identify the more potent individuals, such as the serrated toxin crocodiles. Otherwise, weak infected beings would prove ineffective. Lin Chen aimed to select stronger, special infected beings to forge an army of infected creatures. To deal with Lumiyu, although he didn't require an overwhelming force. The snake woman could engage Lumiyu, who was also D-Class, allowing Lin Chen to flank from the sidelines. Together, they should have no trouble confronting Lumiyu. As for the others, Qin Wan Air, being part of the hidden army, might not support Lin Chen if it meant disregarding the lives of ordinary people due to his conflict with the ability tower. However, should he truly take action, Qin Wan Air would certainly not oppose him. Otherwise, her secret as a member of the hidden army would be enough to bring her downfall. Lin Chen's relationship with the East City Ability Tower had completely deteriorated, and no matter what he did, he could not salvage it. With no worries behind him, Qin Wan Air would undoubtedly fear that Lin Chen might recklessly expose her identity. Ultimately, the only person worth his attention within the East City Ability Tower was Lumiyu. Once her threat was neutralized, no one in East City could pose a challenge to him. Moreover, at the pinnacle of the East City Ability Tower, there remained a C-Class infected being. If Lin Chen were provoked, he could simply send the Snake Woman to engage Lumiyu while he himself went to liberate the C-Class infected being. Releasing that creature alone, with its immense destructive power, could potentially reduce East City to rubble. With several hours remaining until Lumiyu's scheduled time, Lin Chen called out, "Rabbit Girl." The rabbit girl approached him with delicate steps. "We have sufficient resources to assist with your evolution, although E-Class infected beings are scarce. After eliminating the recent Soul Eater, there are precisely 25 F-Class infected beings." The rabbit girl did not fully comprehend his words, but the notion of evolution seemed ingrained in her memory. With hands tightly clasped, her furry ears nuzzled against Lin Chen's chest, inducing a ticklish sensation. "Haha. All right. I see you're quite happy." Lin Chen affectionately petted the rabbit girl and Appo's ears, a sensitive spot for her. Had any other human attempted to touch them, she would pursue them to the ends of the earth. However, Lin Chen's gentle caress elicited pure enjoyment from her, such as the aura of an idol. System, initiate evolution. Lin Chen summoned the system in his mind, and soon a familiar evolution framework appeared beside the rabbit girl, reminiscent of the one seen with Xiao Qing. The evolution of infected beings is similar. By depositing the infected corpses into the framework's black hole, their powers could be thoroughly dismantled and assimilated into the rabbit girl's being. "There are quite a few. You must endure," Lin Chen reassured her. Having previously witnessed Xiao Qing's evolution from E-class to D-class, he was not overly concerned. Yet, he wondered if the rabbit girl's petite form could withstand the force of 25 F-class infected corpses. Time was of the essence, and Lin Chen had to commence promptly. He carefully placed the corpses into the black hole of the framework, and with a series of cracking sounds, the corpses shattered. The dense power transformed into a stream of blue luminescence, enveloping the surface of the rabbit girl's body. Observing this scene, Lin Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. For the most agonizing phase was upon them. Though the rabbit girl had prepared herself, the influx of power proved overwhelming. The strength of these corpses surged within her like icy flames, wreaking havoc throughout her body, every inch of her skin and nerve enduring indescribable agony. The rabbit girl's form trembled as if being torn apart by countless claws, each breath accompanied by pain moans. Witnessing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, silently cheering her on. The process was arduous, and the rabbit girl's willpower was paramount. Despite the relentless assault of pain on her nerves, she did not relent. She gritted her teeth, enduring this unbearable suffering. Within her body, a miraculous transformation was unfolding. Her bones began to harden and lighten, and her muscle definition grew more fluid and powerful. The rabbit girl's skin gradually shed its original fuzziness, becoming smooth and delicate, as if shrouded in a faint silver glow. Not only that, but her ears were also changing. They began to shrink, drawing closer to her head, no longer standing out awkwardly atop it. In a daze, Lin Chen beheld the rabbit girl's determined gaze. Her eyes had become deeper and more radiant, as if capable of discerning hearts. Her mouth grew smaller and more refined, revealing pearly white teeth. As time passed, the rabbit girl's transformation became increasingly pronounced. She began to shed her rabbit-like traits, evolving to resemble a human female more closely. As the blue luminescence enveloping her body diminished, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the rabbit girl's evolution had succeeded. Thus, he would now command 2 D-class infected beings. Such combat power was more than sufficient. With several hours remaining until the execution, Lin Chen could no longer contain his excitement. The accumulation of these past days was ready to be unleashed. He would command his prepared army of infected beings and march towards East City. It was time for a siege of the undead. Chapter 66, Release Them. In Survivor City E, at the Ability Tower, a panicked F-grade ability user rushed into the Grand Hall, visibly distressed. My Lord Lu, the 5-to-1 outpost has just gone dark. What? Lu Muyu, who had been sitting in a high chair with her eyes closed, immediately opened them upon hearing this news. The loss of the 5-to-1 outpost meant that only 4 safe zones remained for Survivor City E. The 5th safe zone had completely fallen. Fury surged within her as her gaze locked onto Qin Wanner, who seemed to revel in the misfortune. As the leader of Survivor City E, the responsibility for losing a safe zone would inevitably fall upon Lu Muyu. The only one poised to take her place would be the latter. Naturally, Qin Wanner would take pleasure in this calamity. Humph. Lu Muyu scoffed, her expression returning to its usual cold demeanor. She contemplated how to report this incident to higher authorities. Due to the remoteness of Survivor City E, the Human Alliance's satellite radar did not cover this area. Consequently, communication was limited to bi-monthly submissions of corpses, which were relayed to the intelligence hub. However, today's pressing concern was not solely the fall of the 5th safe zone, but Lin Chen. Just days prior, the Ability Tower had received alarming information that the 2nd safe zone had been attacked by infected entities on the very night Lin Chen escaped. The scale of the attack had been so immense that the combat members stationed at the exploration outposts dared not venture outside, opting instead to activate their plasma shields and remain within. The following morning, several exploration outposts received orders from the Ability Tower to conduct reconnaissance. They ultimately discovered several corpses of ability users, which, upon comparison with the records held by the Ability Tower, confirmed their identities as those who had fled from the tower. Regrettably, Lin Chen's body was not among them. He had been gravely injured by Lu Muyu. Logically, he should not have survived the horde of zombies. Yet, Lu Muyu harbored a nagging feeling Lin Chen was still alive. Furthermore, today was the day Su Lin was to be executed. Should Lin Chen fail to appear, Lu Muyu would have to vent her frustrations on Su Lin's lifeless form. She hoped for Lin Chen's emergence. Lin Chen, if you choose to cower now, I will not let you escape. Lu Muyu's expression darkened as she murmured. I have gathered all your information. During the next corpse transport, I will upload your details to headquarters. From that moment, you will be placed on the Human Alliance's wanted list. There will be no refuge for you anywhere in the world. This was Lu Muyu and Appo's final trump card. Once Lin Chen and Appo's information reached the Human Alliance and a warrant was issued, there would be no sanctuary for him anywhere on the globe. His only refuge would be within the infected zones, among the vile entities. Without backup resources, even with his abilities, Lin Chen could not survive in this realm. Yet, as Lumiyu reveled in her revenge plot, a familiar figure rushed in, Liang Bei. The one who had previously used abilities to conduct a lie detector test on Lin Chen and Su Lin. His expression was a tumult of emotions, clearly having received some grave news. Upon entering, he bowed deeply to the elevated Lumiyu. My Lord Lu, just now. The exploration outpost from the 4th safe zone sent out a distress signal. Lumiyu furrowed her brow, impatience evident in her voice. A distress signal? Which outpost? The 4th safe zone had remained relatively stable. Although it had previously experienced breaches, it still had numerous outposts. Losing a couple in the short term was not a significant issue. It's all the outposts. Liang Bei and Appo's voice trembled. Every exploration outpost in the 4th safe zone has been attacked by infected entities. Moreover, judging by the scale of the assault, it seems the 4th safe zone has completely fallen. At these words, Lumiyu and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. All exploration outposts in the 4th safe zone had been attacked? How could this be possible? Setting aside the number of infected entities roaming the area, they regularly employed radar devices to clear nearby threats. How could they encounter such a multitude? Unless someone was covertly directing them. Lin Chen. The name immediately sprang to Lumiyu's mind. After all, the hidden army had always operated discreetly within the infected zones, never openly challenging the ability tower. Lin Chen, however, was different. If he had the audacity to brazenly steal from the ability tower, he would also dare to covertly guide the infected entities to assault the outposts. But how could he coordinate simultaneous attacks on all outposts within the closed loop of the 4th safe zone? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Liang Bei's wristband flickered, seemingly conveying more information. Leaning closer, Lumiyu noted Liang Bei's complexion grow even paler. What? The 3rd safe zone has also been attacked. Not only was the situation dire, but the speed of the infected entities' assaults was also alarming. In mere minutes, all exploration outposts in the 4th safe zone had been annihilated. It seemed that the hordes of infected entities were converging upon the heart of City E. The news of the outpost's downfall did not cease. The 3rd safe zone, the 2nd safe zone, the 1st safe zone. The updates came in relentless succession, akin to a bulldozer and Appo's advance. By the time the final message arrived, Lumiyu was already on her feet in shock. My Lord Lu, Lin Chen. Lin Chen is just outside the city. He has surrounded the city with a vast number of infected entities. Lin Chen? Leading the infected? Lumiyu was not the only one taken aback. Qinwan too underwent a whirlwind of emotions, confusion, and realization flickering across her face. Lumiyu, fuming with rage, glanced down at a gray-green stone hanging from her neck. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Lin Chen, you are ruthless. I will personally confront you. Meanwhile, outside Survivor City E, infected entities swarmed from all directions. Ordinary zombies comprised the vast majority. Lin Chen, commanding the throng of ordinary zombies he had already subdued, advanced toward City E. Every zombie encountered along the way joined the ever-growing horde. Simultaneously, the ordinary combat members from the destroyed outposts had also succumbed to the virus, transforming into zombies. This assembly would only continue to swell. Standing atop the head of the Crimson Poison Scorpion, Lin Chen gazed steadily at City E. Lumiyu, come out. Release them. Chapter 67. I fulfill you. City of Carnage. In this moment, outside the sanctuary of Survivor City E, tranquility was an elusive dream. From every direction, the relentless tide of the undead surged forth. With at least one F-level special infected commanding each sector, escape from any avenue was utterly impossible. Lin Chen's design was to encircle the entire City E. No fly would escape. At this juncture, City E had activated its highest level of protective shield, firmly controlled by the defenders. The ordinary exploration outposts could withstand only the common zombies, rendered powerless against special infected. This was why the exploration outposts of several safety zones fell so easily to Lin Chen. However, the protective shield of the main city of E was of an entirely different caliber. It drew its strength from the purple source crystals atop the ability tower, far surpassing the resilience of ordinary shields. Even D-level infected could be temporarily repelled. This was the greatest assurance since the city's inception. Upon receiving the news, Lumiyu swiftly gathered all the ability users from the ability tower and descended to the city's ramparts. Upon witnessing the surging army of infected outside City E, even the typically composed Lumiyu felt a pallor creep upon her countenance. How could this be possible? How could Lin Chen command such a multitude of infected? What power did he possess? Lumiyu, you have finally arrived. though the distance was great. Lin Chen's keen eye spotted the figure that had previously inflicted severe wounds upon him, the memories of pain vividly resurfacing. You must never have imagined that I would still be alive. Be swift, hand over Su Lin, and I may grant you a merciful end, Lin Chen proclaimed loudly. Under normal circumstances, who would dare speak to Lu Muyu in such a manner? Each word from Lin Chen danced perilously within Lu Muyu and Appo's realm of patience. Hand her over? Ha! You must be dreaming. Lu Muyu retorted through gritted teeth, clearly under immense pressure. Though I do not know how you managed to command so many infected, do you truly believe that their mere presence will compel my submission? Let me tell you, no one has yet been born who can make Lu Muyu yield. Her voice was cold and devoid of mercy. She had clawed her way to the leadership of the Ability Tower in City E through relentless training and an icy demeanor that instilled both respect and fear. If Lin Chen thought that such a threat would bring her to her knees, he was sorely mistaken. As Lu Muyu spoke, Lin Chen and Appo's expression grew increasingly frigid. It appeared that reasoning was futile. Lu Muyu was not easily subdued. Simultaneously, in the face of this dire siege by the undead, Lu Muyu's heart harbored a flicker of hope. The survivor population in City E exceeded 50,000. The weight of so many lives compelled even her to tread carefully. Lin Chen? He cannot bear such a burden. Lin Chen's countenance darkened as he pondered for a moment before proposing, let us strike a deal. Exchange the lives of everyone in City E for Su Lin. Otherwise, the undead shall breach the city, and blood will flow like rivers. His words sent shockwaves through the ability users by Lu Muyu's side. What? The undead will breach the city? Has he lost his mind? Is he unaware of the number of civilians within? If these infected swarm, even all the ability users from the tower cannot hold them back. Do not heed Lin Chen's words. Commanding the undead to besiege the city? Does he possess such audacity? This is a matter of tens of thousands of lives. As Lu Muyu listened to the murmurs around her, she found herself ensnared in a tempest of thoughts. In truth, Su Lin held no intrinsic value for her. She had retained her simply to protect her fragile pride. Should she bow to Lin Chen today, her authority within the Ability Tower would surely diminish. Perhaps, one day, she would be surpassed by Qin One Heir and lose her position as leader of City E. Perhaps as they speculated, Lin Chen was merely attempting to intimidate them. Lacking the courage to command such a siege, the lives of tens of thousands were at stake. Did Lin Chen possess such resolve? Lu Muyu was convinced he did not. Gritting her teeth, she declared, impossible. Lin Chen, abandon this delusion. I shall never release her. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen, for it was now a test of endurance between the two. Lin Chen's smile was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You have spoken your piece. Do not regret it. With that, he waved his right hand forward, his tone light yet ominous. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Let the city fall. As Lin Chen and Appo's command echoed, the previously dormant zombies erupted into a cacophony of roars, as though awakened machines unleashed upon the world. The sound shattered the heavens, converging from all directions, akin to the wrath of a primeval beast, instilling terror in the hearts of all. Even the battle-hardened ability users had never witnessed such a scene, and anxiety gripped them. What? Has he truly gone mad? He has ordered the city to be razed. A lunatic. He must be a lunatic. What are we to do? We cannot withstand this multitude of infected. The ability users around Lu Muyu were thrown into disarray. Each of them possessed formidable powers, yet against such numbers, they were merely lambs to the slaughter. Lu Muyu's expression darkened considerably, without hesitation. She ripped the gray-green necklace from her neck, gripping the stone pendant tightly. With a sharp crack, the stone shattered, unleashing a brilliant green light that surged forth at an astonishing speed, too swift for any to react. From a distance, Lin Chen noted this occurrence, not through sight, but by sensing the disruption in the surrounding magnetic fields. Just moments ago, something had swiftly traversed the area, disturbing the magnetic equilibrium, though it vanished in an instant. The sensation of this magnetic turmoil was etched deeply in Lin Chen's mind. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the nature of what he had just witnessed. Time was of the essence. Glancing aside, he decisively commanded, Shao Qing, instruct the capable infected to take action and shatter this protective barrier. Lu Muyu's endurance thus far stemmed from this extensive protective shield enveloping City E. Its scale and strength were the results of advanced technological research. Yes. Master Shao Qing bowed respectfully, accepting the command. Meanwhile, among the throng of infected encircling City E, several emaciated figures had stealthily infiltrated the ranks. They are at odds with one another. Nidakuin, it seems we have a chance. Chapter 68, The Powerful Shield Roar. 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 A horde of zombies surged forth like raindrops, relentlessly crashing against the plasma shield. The electric current surged and emitted a series of buzzing sounds. Upon colliding with the shield, The ordinary zombies were almost instantly contaminated by the plasma currents on the surface, with some of the weaker ones being incinerated into ash. A shield capable of protecting an entire city is undoubtedly formidable. Particularly since the attackers are merely ordinary zombies, their only advantage lies in their sheer numbers. However, the quantity of their assault cannot compensate for the disparity in quality. Despite the zombies recklessly throwing themselves against the shield, the plasma barrier remained utterly unscathed. It resembled droplets falling onto a tranquil lake, merely creating ripples on the surface. Such a deterrent was evidently insufficient to threaten those within. In fact, this futile assault by the Horde would only lead to their own depletion. Regardless, the plasma shield was impervious to their attempts to breach it. At that moment, it appeared the zombies sensed something and began to part, clearing a path. A swift azure figure darted through, causing the ordinary zombies to retreat even further, followed closely by a multitude of distinct figures. Leading the charge was none other than Xiaoqing. She had just swiftly maneuvered through the infected horde to summon these special infected beings. Most of them were at the F-grade level. Although their numbers paled in comparison to the ordinary zombies, their combined strength was not to be underestimated. They were significantly more powerful than the common zombies. This had been Lin Chen's directive. The primary objective now was to breach the shield as quickly as possible. Only by instilling a sense of imminent danger in the ability users would they comply with her demands. Should they refuse, then regrettably, the order to decimate the city had already been given, and it would not be rescinded for a group of obstinate individuals. Bang, bang, bang. Under Xiaoqing's leadership, the special infected launched their assault on the plasma shield, producing a chorus of buzzing sounds. These special infected showcased their unique abilities. Some employed long-range attacks while others, possessing formidable physical strength, resorted to the most primitive method of attempting to break through the shield with sheer force. To Lin Chen's surprise, even with Xiaoqing leading a significant portion of the special infected in their coordinated attack, the effect was minimal. The shield showed no signs of damage. However, one could still discern the gap in capabilities between the ordinary zombies and the special infected. The surface of the plasma shield exhibited slight vibrations, a clear indication of Xiaoqing's group's assault. It was unexpected that the shield was quite so resilient. Lin Chen furrowed her brows and murmured. Within the various outposts of the safe zone, there were also plasma shields in place, yet those appeared to be a diminished version of the one protecting the city. They could withstand some ordinary zombies, but were utterly ineffective against F-grade special infected. As long as the infected strength surpassed that of the ordinary zombies, the existence of that shield became inconsequential. Otherwise, how could Lin Chen have traversed so freely? Nevertheless, by observing the attacks from Xiaoqing and the other special infected, Lin Chen's gaze fixated on the areas of the plasma shield that had been subjected to their relentless onslaught. The rain-like attacks merely stirred larger ripples on the shield's surface, displaying no substantial effect whatsoever. Heh. On the city walls, seeing the shield remain unyielding against their efforts, Lumu Yukuden and Amp, Oppos, helped but sneer. Just a bunch of worthless creatures, daring to dream of breaching the defenses of City E? The shield in place was crafted from the pinnacle of human technology. As she thought this, Lumuyu's eyes gleamed with sharpness. She murmured to herself, just hold on a little longer. My master will arrive to provide support. Let us see who will have the last laugh. However, just as Lumuyu pondered this, a crisp cracking sound pierced through the cacophony of the infected's roars, sounding distinctly unique. It seemed to be the sound of the shield fracturing. Lumuyu's expression faltered, her gaze snapping to the source. Could it be that they truly breached the shield? There stood Xiaoqing, brandishing a greenish longsword, which, though termed a sword, was actually crafted from assembled scales, possessing tremendous penetrating power. The earlier cracking sound had emanated from Xiaoqing piercing the shield with her weapon. Yet, as Xiaoqing's strike punctured the shield, it almost instantly began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace. The breach did not last for long. Witnessing this, Lumuyu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she had worried unnecessarily. Although the enemy possessed D-grade infected, it did not imply that this type of infected could dismantle their defenses. The shield of City E could endure for a considerable time, sufficient to delay until reinforcements arrived. The one who would ultimately have the last laugh would be none other than Lumuyu. What? It has a self-repair function? Lin Chen, observing the enduring shield, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The capacity to sustain such a massive shield and enable its recovery indicated that the purple source crystal was indeed a rare and valuable resource. No wonder Lumuyu had been infuriated upon its theft. At this juncture, it seemed she had underestimated its worth. Perhaps she should have utilized those 3 purple source crystals to negotiate further with the hidden army. However, Now is not the time to contemplate the extraordinary nature of the purple source crystals. The greater their energy, the more significant the threat they pose to Lin Chen at present. The shield remained unbroken, and if this continued, delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Xiaoqing, Lin Chen suddenly called out. Attack the same spot. I will join you. With no other options left, Lin Chen resolved to take matters into her own hands. The magnetic force field she controlled could compress the force field continuously. While this would reduce the attack range, it would significantly enhance its strength. Lin Chen intended to combine her power with theirs to strike at a single point and shatter the shield. As Lin Chen prepared to intervene, Lu Muyu's expression darkened. If the infected attacked independently, their efforts would be dispersed and pose no threat to the shield. But if Lin Chen were to join the fray, the others might be oblivious to the operational rules of the shield, but Lu Muyu was acutely aware. The shield, during its maintenance, was continuously depleting the energy of the purple source crystals. Once the energy within the purple source crystals was exhausted, the shield would collapse. Lu Muyu was banking on the reserves of the purple source crystals within the ability tower to last long enough for reinforcements to arrive. But if Lin Chen also joined the assault, the situation would be precarious. Just as this thought crossed her mind, swoosh, a visible red light shot in from the distance at breakneck speed. Upon entering Lin Chen's magnetic field, she instinctively dodged. Simultaneously, Lin Chen realized that the sudden red light was not aimed at her, but rather at the plasma shield not far away. Bang! The flash of red collided with the shield, producing a deafening grinding sound. Simultaneously, visible cracks began to appear on the surface of the plasma shield. What? Witnessing this scene, Lu Muyu was immediately taken aback. Who could it be? Chapter 69. Your opponent is not me. Observing the plasma shield marred by cracks, Lin Chen felt no joy. Instead, his gaze drifted towards the source of the recent crimson light. It appeared that the assailant was concealed within his army of infected beings. Unbeknownst to him, who could it be? The recent attack was not a manifestation of supernatural ability, but rather an enigmatic weapon beyond Lin Chen's comprehension. The response of the magnetic field suggested that the red beam had disrupted the energy flow within the plasma shield, leading to its destruction. Ordinary weaponry could not achieve such a feat. Lin Chen could even suspect that this weapon was specifically designed to counter the plasma shield. In other words, there existed other humans amidst the distant infected army. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing on the horizon as he called out, "Rabbit Maiden." In an instant, a swift white figure darted from the ranks of the infected beings. Indeed, it was the Rabbit Maiden, who had evolved to D-level strength. Unlike Xiaoqing, the Rabbit Maiden, while resembling a human, still exhibited certain traits of infection in some parts of her body. Therefore, Lin Chen had yet to bestow upon her a name. He estimated that only after evolving to C-level would she possess a physique akin to that of a human, much like Xiaoqing now, undeterred by her current state. The Rabbit Maiden recognized that prior to her encounter with Lin Chen, her initial mutation and evolution had not absorbed sufficient energy. Thus, even though she had successfully evolved to E-level, it did not signify complete evolution. Go. Find the one who just attacked and bring them back, Lin Chen commanded resolutely. The members of the ability tower within City E posed a threat, and those who had just struck were equally privy to his secrets. They were a danger. The Rabbit Maiden acknowledged Lin Chen's command with a determined expression, then leaped into action, soaring above the army of infected beings, racing towards the direction Lin Chen had indicated. Meanwhile, deep within the ranks of the infected, those who had concealed their presence and attacked were clad in black stealth attire, their faces obscured by veils, revealing only their serpent-like eyes. Upon noticing the Rabbit Maiden charging towards them, a lean man among them sneered coldly. Shanshang Jun. It seems this Huaxia ability user does not appreciate your kindness and wishes to expose you. The masked figure known as Shanshang Jun bore a peculiar cannon on his shoulder, which, to the untrained eye, might resemble a trumpet. The recent red beam had emanated from this weapon. Humph. Shanshang Jun chuckled derisively, then remarked, I merely intervened because I found the Huaxia ability user too passive. Since he does not appreciate it, we need not be courteous. Oh? A shapely female figure among them expressed surprise, her peach blossom eyes curving into a smile. Does that mean you are interested in the abilities of this Huaxia ability user? Naturally, Shanshang Jun's gaze turned fervent as he regarded Lin Chen from afar. Aside from our ancestor, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of controlling these beasts. This lad may not possess a high ability level, yet he shares a similar power with our ancestor. Are you not intrigued? Upon hearing this, the others in black attire also revealed eager expressions. If they could capture Lin Chen, perhaps their prolonged covert mission could reach an early conclusion. Hiki. In that case, let us shift our target. We shall take this lad alive. Remember, he must be captured unharmed. Before that, let these Huaxia ability users fight amongst themselves. Otherwise, those pesky flies will only hinder us. A splendid idea. As the rabbit maiden was dispatched to locate the hidden assailants, Lin Chen turned his focus elsewhere. His gaze shifted towards the fortress of City E. With a sudden leap, he seemingly traversed through the air, stepping upon an invisible force. Crack! The shattered plasma shield could not impede Lin Chen's advance. A mere gentle push from his force field obliterated it completely. The final layer of defense protecting City E crumbled effortlessly. Lin Chen raised his right hand. Up. In an instant. The army of infected beings erupted into a cacophony of roars. The momentum surged as they advanced from all directions, placing the entire situation in City E on the brink of catastrophe. Bang, bang, bang. The ordinary combatants who had gathered atop the fortress received orders to open fire on the approaching zombies. At this moment, they no longer hesitated to expend precious ammunition, lamenting only that they could not fire fast enough. After unleashing a barrage of gunfire, the front line of zombies was riddled with bullets, some even reduced to unrecognizable fragments. These ordinary combatants fought with reckless abandon. Unfortunately, the next wave Lin Chen sent forth consisted of the F-level special infected beings that had just attacked the plasma shield. Not to mention the few E-level infected beings mingling among them. The F-level infected alone were impervious to conventional weaponry, and their numbers were overwhelming. In fact, they surpassed the abilities of the remaining members of the ability tower, as the remaining ability users mobilized to defend the city. Lin Chen and Appo's army of infected beings was simply too vast. Even with their intervention, the situation remained unchanged. Witnessing the eruption of conflict, Lu Muyu and Appo's expression darkened, her icy visage becoming increasingly grim. She had not anticipated that Lin Chen would dare to slaughter the city, to capture the ringleader first. If we wish to sound the horn of counterattack, Lin Chen must be dealt with first. Buzz. The space beside Lu Muyu vibrated instantaneously as she harnessed the force of the shockwave to propel herself towards Lin Chen. The disparity in their abilities was monumental. Even at his peak, Lin Chen could not contend with Lu Muyu. As she targeted him, a cold smirk appeared on Lin Chen and Appo's face. Unfortunately, your opponent is not me. Barely had the words left his lips when a green figure surged forth, charging directly at Lu Muyu. It was Xiaoqing. As Xiaoqing propelled herself forward, her body became enveloped in a layer of greenish scales, providing her with complete protection. After evolving to D-level, Xiaoqing's physique was nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, and she could now autonomously control the growth of her scales, even crafting various items from them. The long spear she had previously fashioned to pierce the plasma shield had been created from these scales. Upon reaching D-level, what Xiaoqing manipulated could hardly be called scales anymore. They resembled formidable armor. Uncertain whether Xiaoqing's strength could delay Lu Muyu, Lin Chen did not dally. Setting his sights directly on Qin Wanner, Lu Muyu, entangled with Xiaoqing, suddenly cried out, "That scoundrel is coming for you. I hope you can kill him. If you truly succeed, I shall relinquish the position of commander of the ability tower in City ETU." Chapter 70. The abilities of Qin Wan and Appo's in the distance. Qin Wan stood atop the city wall, her expression grave. Her gaze was fixed upon the approaching Lin Chen, while she disregarded the words spoken by Lu Muyu. Dealing with Lin Chen? What a jest! Lin Chen held her secrets. If her association with the hidden army were to be revealed, Lu Muyu would certainly turn against her on the spot. If that were to happen, all her years of concealment would be in vain. How Qin Wan and Appo's would choose was naturally under Lin Chen and Appo's consideration. Thus, despite her being a D-level ability user, Lin Chen boldly advanced toward her. The distance between them diminished, and it was clear Lin Chen was almost upon her. Qin Wan took a deep breath, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes as she raised her hand slightly. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a peculiar change in the magnetic field surrounding him, a sensation that was eerily familiar, reminiscent of when Qin Wan and Appo's had previously employed her spatial abilities. Soon, Lin Chen found himself enveloped by that special force, as if the surrounding space had cocooned him. To Lin Chen and Appo's perception, the fluctuations in the magnetic field grew increasingly intricate, resembling a meticulous manipulation of magnetic forces. However, it was the interplay of these magnetic fields that exemplified Qin Wanner's extraordinary abilities. Lin Chen attempted to emulate the surrounding magnetic field variations to achieve similar spatial movement as Qin Wan and Appo's. Regrettably, no matter how he tried, he could not influence the space as she did. Disheartened, Lin Chen realized that attempting to mimic Qin Wan and Oppos, Oppos' spatial abilities through magnetic control was a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, as Lin Chen's ability level increased, his command over the magnetic field became more adept. He believed that in the near future, should his magnetic force continue to rise, mastering spatial manipulation through magnetic fields would not be an impossibility. With a sudden whoosh, Lin Chen's body vanished as if it had evaporated into thin air. Along with Qin Wan'er. Observing this scene from a distance, Lumiyu let out a cold smile, her expression slightly easing. Now this is more like it. That Lin Chen is merely an E-level ability user. Once I deal with him, these infected creatures will be easy to handle. In Shaoqing and Oppos' perception, Lin Chen and Oppos' presence abruptly disappeared, causing her to gasp in shock as she turned toward the direction of his disappearance, ready to rush forward. However, with a loud bang, Shaoqing collided with an invisible wave of force, her body thrown back several meters. Fortunately, she managed to cover herself with scales just in time to avoid injury. Humph. Just a beast thinking to rescue someone? That brat is doomed if I catch him. Lu Muyu and Oppos' emotions grew frantic. Although she and Qin Wan'er were at odds, in this situation, Qin Wan'er was evidently a reliable ally. Lumiyu had personally experienced Qin Wan'er's prowess before. Despite her vast experience, she still felt a twinge of fear when faced with Qin Wan'er's enigmatic abilities. Deep down, she acknowledged that in a one-on-one confrontation, she would not stand a chance against Qin Wan and Oppos'. In fact, among all the D-level ability users she knew, none could rival Qin Wan and Oppos'. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, whisked away by Qin Wan and Oppos' spatial manipulation, found himself in an ethereal, expansive void. The space above and below him appeared fragmented, yet walkable. This realm was utterly distinct from the one Lin Chen had just occupied, an entirely separate dimension. Not far ahead stood Qin Wan and Oppos'. Compared to before, her condition seemed less than ideal. Her complexion was pale, drenched in sweat, and she appeared utterly drained. Your abilities are quite remarkable, Lin Chen remarked without reservation, observing the flow of the surrounding magnetic fields while discerning which areas were safe. Through his observations, he noted that this space exhibited minimal magnetic fluctuations, as if every corner was uniform, thus devoid of any danger. Qin Wan and Oppos' rubbed her throbbing head and exhaled deeply. This is the self-contained space of my abilities. While it appears boundless, my mental strength can only maintain a radius of about 100 meters. 100 meters. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. However, he quickly fell into contemplation, slowly speaking. 100 meters? Your spatial abilities should encompass more than just this, right? After all, Lin Chen had observed that after using her powers, Qin Wan and Oppos' suffered significant mental depletion. If her energy was severely drained, how could she contend with her adversaries within this isolated domain? Qin Wan and Oppos' managed a weak smile, nodding in affirmation. You are quite observant. Indeed, my abilities extend beyond this, but if I fully unleash them within this space, I would be unable to withstand the aftermath. However, if you're interested, I could provide you with a glimpse. With that, Qin Wan'er furrowed her brow. From behind Lin Chen, a spike formed from the warped space materialized out of thin air. Swish. Though the speed was not swift, the power capable of distorting space could easily rend Lin Chen asunder. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding boom echoed from behind Lin Chen, the sound of colliding space resonating. Qin Wan and Oppos', previously fatigued eyes widened in disbelief. She murmured, how is this possible? The distorted space she had controlled was suddenly thwarted by an unseen force. Lin Chen, however, smirked slightly, murmuring to himself, I see. From a certain perspective, this spatial distortion is merely an extreme form of magnetic distortion. With my current abilities, I cannot manipulate the magnetic field to that extent, but I can effortlessly counteract such distorted magnetic fields. Then, Lin Chen took a few slow steps forward, his expression laced with curiosity. The abilities you just demonstrated could effectively handle over 90% of ability users. However, what do you mean by saying you cannot bear the consequences of such a display? In truth, Lin Chen had long been intrigued by this aspect. Why did Qin Wan and Oppos' always appear utterly exhausted after employing her powers? While abilities undoubtedly consumed mental energy, they were typically in harmony with the user and Oppos' physical attributes. Even with some mental drain, it shouldn't leave one as depleted as Qin Wan'er appeared. At his words, Qin Wanner fell silent, then revealed a bitter smile. Do you genuinely wish to know? Lin Chen nodded. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wanner seemed to come to a resolution before nodding again. Well, even if I don and oppose, tell you, you might learn the reason from elsewhere. It would be better if I disclose it directly. As she spoke, Qin Wan and oppose, gradually placed her hands on her crimson dress and oppose's shoulders and gently pulled it down. Instantly, her flawless, snow-white skin was exposed to the air. Chapter 71. Infected abilities. Suddenly confronted with the sight of that pristine, alluring skin, Lin Chen felt a rush of blood to his face. Well, it's not like we need to get undressed just to explain, he said, rubbing his nose. Despite his words, his gaze continued to sweep over Qin Wanner's figure. Clad in a fitted undergarment that concealed only the most vital areas, the tantalizing allure of the partially revealed form was irresistible. Moreover, Qin Wan and Oppo's physique was nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling that of Shaoqing. In contrast to Shaoqing, however, Qin Wan and Oppo's exuded a more seductive aura. Is it my fault? Who told you to look elsewhere? Qin Wan and Oppo's remarked, her cheeks flushed and biting her lip. Hey. Lin Chen awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to justify himself. It's not my fault. Though I am a gentleman, there's a saying that goes, a fool does not seize an opportunity when it presents itself. Besides, what were you hoping I'd see? His words were abruptly cut off, and he froze in place. At that moment, Qin Wanner had turned around. Lin Chen and Oppo's eyes were fixated on her back, where beneath her jade-like skin, he could faintly discern dark purple veins, resembling serpentine shadows in the night, coiling and twisting. These veins were no longer the healthy blue-green hue, but had morphed into an ominous black-purple, as if tainted by some viral infection. With each breath Qin Wanner took, the dark veins seemed to writhe as if they possessed a life of their own. Lin Chen was utterly mesmerized by this sight. This was a sign of infection and mutation. Having spent several days in the infected zone, Lin Chen had become intimately familiar with the state of infected entities. And Qin Wanner's current appearance was a clear indication of infection. What is happening? Why are you infected? Lin Chen asked, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Qin Wan and Oppo's did not respond immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath, silently regulating her energy. The next moment, Lin Chen was astonished to see the black-purple blood behind her begin to revert to normal at a visibly rapid pace. This extraordinary phenomenon was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Finally, once the signs of infection had completely vanished from Qin Wan and Oppo's body, she exhaled deeply, though her forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Clearly, suppressing the virus within had drained much of her energy. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wan and Oppo's finally gathered the strength to explain to Lin Chen, adjusting her dress as she spoke. You may not comprehend, but this is a means by which our hidden army acquires strength. At the mention of the hidden army, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. The hidden army had been driven to the desolate infected zones by the human alliance, with hardly any living creatures left, let alone a shred of survival resources. Our plight is grim, Qin Wanner said, gritting her teeth. So how do you awaken your abilities? Lin Chen pressed on. For ordinary members of the human alliance, awakening their abilities required merely training at the ability tower, without concern for safety. The hidden army, however, was different. They lacked sufficient resources and stable training facilities. Thus, every ability user was precious to the hidden army. Aside from those naturally gifted, who could awaken their abilities through sheer talent, others either came from the human alliance or extracted the abilities from infected entities. What? Lin Chen and Oppo's spirit lifted, his eyes widening. He had heard of these ability veins from the 3 members of the hidden army before. Infected entities possessed ability veins too. Though our technological prowess is not high, we possess unique expertise in certain areas. Qin Wanner continued. This is because many in our research institutions harbor discontent towards the human alliance and have thus separated from them. Though Qin Wanner did not explicitly state it, Lin Chen understood she was referring to the technology of ability veins. The 3 ability users from the hidden army had boasted about extracting their ability veins for transplantation. It turned out that their research had reached such a level. Our expertise lies in the study of ability veins, Qin Wanner declared. Through our research, we discovered that some infected entities also possess the ability veins that manifest in awakened humans. These ability veins, once infected by the virus, can still be utilized, but the user becomes infected in the process. Lin Chen remained rapt, attentively absorbing Qin Wanner's explanation. Fortunately, these viral ability veins could be controlled to suppress the virus within. Thus, while there was a chance to acquire formidable abilities, they could not be fully unleashed. Otherwise, there would be a risk of uncontrollable mutation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Qin Wan and Apos' use of abilities never seemed entirely unfettered. As a D-class ability user, her performance paled in comparison to Lu Muyu's. So that was the reason. And so, what is your true purpose in secretly infiltrating the human alliance? Lin Chen inquired again. Qin Wanner might have explained other matters, but when it came to this, she simply shook her head. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. I can only tell you that what we, the Hidden Army, intend to do is for a better future. We aim to overthrow the human alliance. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Overthrow the human alliance? That's quite an ambitious claim, judging solely by scale. The human alliance and the Hidden Army were worlds apart. You might believe that the gap between us and the human alliance is vast. However, we will not relent. One day, we will completely dismantle the human alliance and alter the current state of the world, Qin Wanner declared resolutely. Lin Chen, however, did not take her words to heart. He smiled faintly and replied, Then I wish you success. Given the events that had transpired, he held no favorable impression of the Hidden Army. Observing his surroundings, Lin Chen slowly said, Can I be released now? Since your target is also the human alliance. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, we should stand on the same front. Tell me where Su Lin is, and I can leave at once. Hearing this, Qin Wan and Apos hesitated. If Lin Chen could survive after being drawn into this space, it might raise suspicions with Lu Muyu. Moreover, she currently lacked the ability to eliminate Lin Chen. As Qin Wanner wrestled with her thoughts, Lin Chen continued, I know you have your concerns. So let me offer you a solution. Lu Muyu is a hindrance. I can help you eliminate her. Chapter 72, Urgent Situation. Kill Lu Muyu? You? Qin Wanner remained silent for a long while before she spoke again, her eyes revealing an overwhelming incredulity. Clearly, she did not believe that Lin Chen possessed such formidable strength. What? You doubt me? Lin Chen discerned her thoughts and smiled broadly. You have no idea about Lu Muyu's true capabilities. The respect she showed me was solely because I brought her into this space. However, I merely revealed a fraction of my abilities, and she assumed my power was unfathomable. Although she harbors dissatisfaction towards me, she dares not express it openly. Qin Wanner spoke slowly. To put it simply, if it comes to a one-on-one confrontation, I am no match for her. This includes the infected being I just helped you fend off. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Apos' expression shifted dramatically. And Xiaoqing, though her combat experience had seen some rudimentary training against a seasoned opponent like Lu Muyu, it would likely take only a few exchanges before she found herself at a disadvantage. Being trapped in Qin Wanner's self-created space would undoubtedly consume precious time. Xiaoqing's situation could become perilous. What more is there to discuss? Release me at once. Lin Chen urged anxiously. Are you not going to save anyone? Qin Wanner inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. Initially, she had been the passive party in drawing Lin Chen into her space. Yet as time passed, Lin Chen's predicament became increasingly awkward. If he remained confined here, Xiaoqing's life would be in jeopardy, and he would be unable to assist Su Lin. Of course I want to save them, Lin Chen declared without hesitation, then paused for a moment to add, Xiaoqing must not come to harm either. How you proceed is beyond my control. Nor do I possess the strength to intervene, Qin Wanner replied, exasperated, spreading her hands. The time has not yet come. Su Lin is still imprisoned at the top of the ability tower, likely adjacent to Lu Muyu's office area. Once you escape, whether to rescue her or the infected being is entirely your decision. As she spoke, Qin Wan and Apos slightly raised her hand, just as she was about to unleash her powers. She hesitated for a moment. If Lu Muyu remained alive, and she allowed Lin Chen to escape, Lu Muyu would undoubtedly retaliate against her. Let us hope you can fulfill your promises. Qin Wanner's voice was tinged with gravity. With a sudden distortion of space, a sound echoed around them. The warped space seized Lin Chen's body, as if he were being pulled by an unseen force. The surroundings flashed before him like a rapidly advancing slideshow. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen found himself back where he had originally been drawn into the space. Glancing to the side, he saw Qin Wan and Apos collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted from overexerting her powers. Nearby, Sun Yuan, engaged in battle with the infected being, caught sight of this and rushed towards Qin Wan and Oppos, seething with rage. With Sun Yuan guarding Qin Wan and Amp, Oppos, Lin Chen paid him no further heed. His gaze quickly scanned the battlefield, searching for Xiao Qing and Lu Muyu. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Qing wielded her scaled dagger with fervor, deflecting attacks that came from all directions. The assaults were nearly transparent, unseen by the naked eye, making them almost impossible for her to perceive. Her body bore the marks of the shockwaves unleashed by Lu Muyu's assaults. While the scales provided some protection, Xiao Qing's combat experience paled in comparison to Lu Muyu's. Fortunately, after dozens of exchanges, Xiao Qing had learned to counter the invisible shockwaves. Yet, she remained on the defensive, largely because she was distracted, constantly searching for Lin Chen's location. It seemed that her previous combat experience had proven somewhat beneficial. Lin Chen, standing upon the city walls, observed the two combatants, nodding to himself in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, Xiao Qing seemed to sense something. She turned abruptly, peering into the distance. There stood Lin Chen atop the city tower. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. What? That guy is not dead. Lu Muyu gaped at Lin Chen, who had emerged unscathed from the mysterious space conjured by Qin Wan and Oppos. How was this possible? She had personally encountered Qin Wan and Oppos' enigmatic methods during their struggle for leadership. The abilities associated with space manipulation were indeed arcane. What was the truth? Lu Muyu, renowned for her extraordinary prowess among D-grade ability users, had been outwitted by Lin Chen? What exactly were Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos' abilities? Although she had experienced his powers firsthand that day, she had been unable to identify their nature, which seemed to be exceedingly rare among the ability users recorded within the tower. Could it be that Qin Wanner was not a match for Lin Chen? Witnessing Lin Chen's escape from Qin Wanner's self-created space, Lu Muyu's expression turned to one of intrigue. Damn it! A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Muyu. Lin Chen could not be allowed to survive. Otherwise, with such an opponent in the ability tower, the future would become fraught with complications. Lu Muyu resolved to act swiftly and eliminate Lin Chen. However, as she pivoted to attack him, a swift white figure suddenly charged in from the distance. Like a streak of white light, it collided forcefully with Lu Muyu. Fortunately, Lu Muyu managed to deploy her abilities just in time to block the impact. Bang! The shockwave from the collision reverberated, and as the white figure flipped away, Lu Muyu finally recognized her attacker, the rabbit girl. Just moments before, Lin Chen had returned to the battlefield and summoned the rabbit girl using his mental connection. In tandem, he learned vital information regarding those who had aided him in breaching E-City's plasma shield. Though the rabbit girl had tracked their movements, she had been unable to capture them, as they seemed to possess some special means of evasion. While this information was indeed significant, Lin Chen's primary concern remained Xiao Qing's safety. He had called back the rabbit girl to assist Xiao Qing, hoping that together they could confront Lu Muyu. Meanwhile, he dashed into E-City, intent on rescuing Su Lin from the ability tower. Behind him, although Xiao Qing and the rabbit girl had their differences, they were Lin Chen's assets, and despite their lack of cooperative experience, they would have to work together. Lin Chen ceased holding back and surged towards the ability tower. He was propelled involuntarily towards the apex of the distant tower. At this summit, besides Su Lin, a C-grade infected being was also imprisoned. Lu Muyu, are you truly formidable? What will you do if I unleash that infected being? Chapter 73. A fruitless endeavor. The clashes on the front lines raged fiercely. Lin Chen soared through the skies, while below, the civilians caught in the unfolding chaos gazed upward. Look, it's a superhuman from the Human Alliance. Incredible! They can fly unaided. This is akin to being a deity. With a superhuman from the ability tower here, we are surely safe. The murmurs of the ordinary citizens reached Lin Chen's ears, yet his composure remained unshaken. Do they regard me as a superhuman from the ability tower? Very well. If you perish later, let it be said that it was at the hands of those from the ability tower, Lin Chen muttered, casting a glance away. His speed was astonishing, and in no time, he approached the vicinity of the ability tower. Instead of entering through the main entrance, he ascended directly, intent on reaching the tower's apex. With a resounding crash, Lin Chen unleashed his power, demolishing a wall and bursting into the chamber beyond. By chance, he found himself in a room housing the precious purple source crystals. Although he had previously held interest in these crystals, the energy they contained had dwindled significantly after the consumption required by the earlier plasma shield. Even if he were to take them, their research value would be negligible. With a single glance, Lin Chen commanded the magnetic field around him, effortlessly crumpling the massive iron door like discarded paper. He then extended his field of perception, attuning himself to the energies surrounding him. Suddenly, he detected a familiar magnetic field emanating from the end of this level. He was well aware of the location where the sea-level infected entity was imprisoned, and the other familiar magnetic field unmistakably belonged to Su Lin. She was confined next to the sea-level infected entity. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen rushed toward her. He employed the same method to shatter the iron door securing her. At last, he beheld the face he recognized, yet it was marred by a grim reality. In the dimly lit chamber, Su Lin was mercilessly bound to a thick pillar. Her hands had been cruelly pierced through with iron spikes, blood dripping from her fingertips and staining the floor beneath. Furthermore, her body bore numerous scars, some deep enough to expose bone, others fresh with healing scabs. Her hair fell messily across her face, obscuring her once vibrant eyes, which now reflected despair and agony. Even in her diminished state as an infected entity, her exposed skin was as pale as parchment, and her clothing, torn to shreds from torture, barely concealed her frail form. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen stood frozen for a moment before slowly stepping into the room. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a noxious blend of blood and decay that made his head spin. Sensing his presence, Su Lin instinctively recoiled, fear etched across her features. The intelligence of the infected had been nearly obliterated by the virus. Such a reflex was clearly born from prolonged torment. Lin Chen clenched his fists, rage boiling within him. It was because of him that Su Lin had to endure such suffering. With a thought, he manipulated the magnetic field surrounding her. With a swift motion, he extracted the iron spikes binding her hands. Simultaneously, the chains that ensnared her shattered one by one. As her body collapsed, Lin Chen dashed forward to catch her. Feeling the warmth of Lin Chen's body, Su Lin trembled, her dazed gaze slowly shifting to him. In that instant, her pupils dilated, whether from his striking appearance or recognition. Her emotions surged with fervor. Lin Chen looked at her with aching tenderness, about to smooth the disheveled hair from her forehead, when his expression suddenly changed. Something within Su Lin and Appo's brain seemed to be causing a magnetic disturbance. It felt as if it were about to explode. Alarmed, Lin Chen reached for her head, his instincts kicking in to suppress the erratic magnetic field. Yet, it was too late. With a deafening bang, Su Lin's head burst apart like a watermelon, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The explosion was meticulously controlled, contained within Su Lin's body, neither too powerful nor too weak, designed to obliterate only her head. Lin Chen stood there, drenched in her blood, motionless, cradling her headless corpse in shock. She was gone. Just like that. It was because of Lu Muyu. The device in Su Lin's brain must have been programmed to detect her condition, triggering an explosion the moment she was rescued. This was Lu Muyu's final trump card. Even if Su Lin were killed, he would not allow Lin Chen to save her. Lu Muyu. The name escaped Lin Chen's lips like a venomous curse. Consumed by rage, fire ignited within him, his eyes bloodshot, breaths rapid, as if he might erupt in flames at any moment. He could not accept this reality. Su Lin was his dearest friend, the sole human who had shown him kindness in this world. She was the last vestige of softness in his heart. You have forced my hand. Lin Chen, now resembling a soulless husk, rose and charged outwards. Madness etched upon his face as he stormed into the chamber, holding the sea-level infected entity. With a powerful kick, he smashed through the door. The rotting corpse was still shackled there, its brain matter being extracted relentlessly. Without hesitation, Lin Chen advanced. Fueled by fury, every blow he delivered was with unrestrained power. The special chains binding the corpse snapped one by one under his might. The once dormant entity suddenly opened its eyes, glowing crimson, its muscles hardening like steel. Sensing its impending liberation, the creature let out a low, menacing growl, as if declaring that the time for vengeance had arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the sea-level infected entity, bone-eroding blood corpse. Special fan, bone-eroding blood corpse. Current intimacy, 150-200. Current state, weak, can be restored with corpses. Materials required for B-level evolution. 10 sea-level corpses doom bloodstone. Next intimacy unlock, telepathy. Due to prolonged exploitation, the bone-eroding blood corpse was in a weakened state. However, the system indicated that it could recover using other corpses. Lin Chen swiftly retrieved a coarse sack from his waist, containing the remnants of the corpses left after the rabbit woman's evolution. 3 E-level corpses lay quietly within. Take these, all 3 of them. Absorb their strength. Then, go kill that Lu Muyu. Chapter 74. She won't have a complete corpse, and neither do you. Bang. An invisible shockwave surged forth at lightning speed from behind Xiaoqing. Caught off guard, she could only brace herself by enveloping her body in scales. Thud. The blow landed heavily upon her, causing Xiaoqing to spit out a mouthful of blood. Prior to this, she had already endured multiple assaults from Lu Muyu, leaving her body marred with wounds. Even with the protective scales, it was a formidable challenge to fully dissipate the force of the attack. In another direction, Lu Muyu once again wielded the shockwave, advancing towards Xiaoqing, who had become too weak to resist. However, the next moment, Lu Muyu and Appo's brow furrowed slightly, and she instantly retracted her powers, performing a backward roll to evade the rabbit woman's attack. One of the rabbit woman's tactics involved directly assaulting the opponent's mind through eye contact. Yet, this required a prerequisite. The targets must not be excessively strong, otherwise, they could withstand her mental onslaught. Evidently, the mentally resilient Lu Muyu perfectly fit this criterion, forcing the rabbit woman to rely solely on speed and engage in close combat. Rolling. As she evaded, Lu Muyu struck out with her palm towards the white figure. The shockwave moved with great speed, and although the rabbit woman managed to dodge just in time, she still sustained minor injuries. The white figure lost its balance in midair and crashed heavily to the ground. Thud. The rabbit woman, using her legs to propel herself, flipped up, her right arm already drenched in blood. Xiaoqing adjusted her stance and approached the rabbit woman. The two D-level infected entities united. Yet they were still no match for Lu Muyu. How audacious of you to send these two useless beings to confront me. Once I eliminate you both, I shall deal with him. Lu Muyu scoffed, stepping closer with an air of confidence. Xiaoqing and the rabbit woman exchanged a glance. Although no words were spoken, their eyes were filled with resolute determination. They could not flee. This was the mission entrusted to them by Lin Chen. They must persevere. Xiaoqing took the initiative, extending her right hand as green scales materialized in her palm, growing rapidly to form a green-scaled dagger within 1 meter and Appo's reach. The dagger was laced with potent poison. Even Lu Muyu, as a D-level ability user, would suffer greatly if infected by the virus. Lu Muyu had been able to withstand the onslaught thus far solely due to her formidable abilities and unwavering willpower. Witnessing Xiaoqing's offensive move, Lu Muyu snorted disdainfully. Still not giving up? Very well, I shall indulge you. Lu Muyu raised her hand and unleashed an immense shockwave toward Xiaoqing. Simultaneously, her pride swelled within her. Since childhood, she had always been a standout among her peers, awakening her abilities after only a few wars. At a young age, she garnered the attention of the Ability Tower, receiving guidance from a powerful ability user. After years of rigorous training, she ultimately elevated her power to D-level. Now, her position as the leader of the East City Ability Tower was a testament to her relentless efforts. Her arrogance could not be easily crushed by these two D-level infected entities before her. Anticipating Lu Muyu and Appo's attack, Xiaoqing shifted her weight deftly, leaning her body to the left to evade the shockwave. At this moment, the distance between her and Lu Muyu was reduced to a mere 5 meters. If she could pierce Lu Muyu with the dagger laced with poison, she would have won. However, Lu Muyu's expression grew colder, unhurriedly conjuring more shockwaves. She murmured, my abilities evolved to D-level 3 years ago. In these 3 years, my most rigorous training has been in mental fortitude. Do you really think your speed can surpass my reaction time? As her words fell, Xiaoqing found herself encircled by shockwaves that had materialized around her. If several attacks struck simultaneously, Lu Muyu could induce a resonance within Xiaoqing's body, launching an internal assault that would shatter her organs. Die. Lu Muyu clenched her right hand, and shockwaves from all directions immediately converged upon Xiaoqing. Lu Muyu's face lit up with excitement, as if she could already envision Xiaoqing being pulverized into a gory mess. However, the next second, bang, bang, bang. The shockwaves Lu Muyu had conjured were shattered by a sudden emergence of a gray-red figure. In shock, Lu Muyu finally discerned the identity of the gray-red figure, the corrupted bone-poison corpse. What was happening? How did this beast escape? Lu Muyu and Appo's heart raced with panic, her emotions in turmoil as she fixed her incredulous gaze upon the corrupted bone-poison corpse. Not only had it escaped confinement, but its aura was even stronger than during its captivity. What on earth was happening? Before Lu Muyu could voice her thoughts further, another figure descended from the sky, landing beside Xiaoqing. It was Lin Chen. His expression was grim, his eyes filled with murderous intent as they locked onto Lu Muyu. You vile creature. I will not allow you to kill anyone else by my side, not even an infected entity. As he spoke, Lin Chen and Apos' gaze swept over Xiao Qing and Apos' injuries. To restrain Lu Muyu, Xiao Qing was battered and bruised, her body scattered with broken scales, dark red blood covering her entirely. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen and Apos' rage intensified. His eyes filled with a chilling emptiness. Xiao Gu, eliminate her. Roar. After liberating the corrupted bone-blood corpse, Lin Chen had not only allowed it to absorb 3 E-level corpse seeds, but had also infused the remaining corpse essence into its body. Its state was now fully restored. Though not at its absolute peak, it was sufficient to eliminate Lu Muyu. Simultaneously, Lin Chen had given the corrupted bone-blood corpse a name, Xiao Gu. Though Xiao Gu's physique was frail, it exuded immense power, propelling itself forward like a cannonball. Lu Muyu reacted swiftly, conjuring 3 shockwaves to shield herself. However, Xiao Gu, relying solely on instinct, saw through the ruse, and its expression turned increasingly cold as it charged forward without hesitation. Could the power of a D-level ability user possibly harm it? Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shockwaves were obliterated by Xiao Gu and Apos' body, shattering like fragile glass. The distance between Xiao Gu and Lu Muyu dwindled to merely 2 meters. As the shockwaves crumbled, Lu Muyu and Apos' expression shifted drastically. This is bad. Uffed. She barely had time to evade as the corrupted bone-poison corpse's claw pierced through her abdomen, blood spraying forth like a waterfall, revealing her still crimson innards. Lu Muyu and Apos' legs buckled, her face contorted in agony. The excruciating pain assaulted her nerves. Her legs weakened, causing her to collapse. Yet Xiao Gu did not retract its claws. Instead, it hoisted Lu Muyu before Lin Chen. Despite facing imminent death, Lu Muyu managed a twisted smile. She observed the blood on Lin Chen's body, suddenly grasping the situation. What does it matter if you kill me? That lowly peasant is still dead. ISN and Apos. Haraha. Lu Muyu and Apos' state spiraled into madness as she laughed maniacally. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, casting a steely gaze around him as the surrounding force field rapidly condensed, pressing down upon Lu Muyu's head. Bang! The laughter abruptly ceased. Lu Muyu and Apos' head was crushed by the magnetic force field, erupting in a mist of blood. She did not leave a complete corpse, and neither do you deserve to. Chapter 75. Those who offend our great China shall face retribution, regardless of distance. The assault on Yi City continues unabated, yet Lin Chen has withdrawn from the battlefield. He stands before a freshly dug grave beneath a section of the city wall, where Su Lin's lifeless body is laid to rest. Before the grave, a bonfire flickers, its flames dancing fiercely, revealing a headless corpse within. Her life shall serve as an offering. Lin Chen speaks softly, his words a solemn tribute. Behind him stands Xiao Gu, Xiao Qing, and 2 new. Even though the 3 of them refrained from joining the fray, the remaining forces of Yi City are utterly inadequate to withstand the onslaught of the massive horde of infected beings. Especially after the turmoil erupted in Yi City, it has even drawn the attention of zombies from afar. Lin Chen and Apos' inner fury remains unquenched. The life of Lu Muyu alone is insufficient. Among the surviving abilities in Yi City, aside from those who have been swayed by Qin Wan and Apos', there remain Lu Muyu and Apos' loyal subordinates. Their lives, too, shall not be spared by Lin Chen. Follow me. The rest of you, do not engage, Lin Chen commands, making his way toward the city wall. He seeks an outlet for his pent-up rage. Upon reaching the top of the wall, he observes the remaining ability users who are still resisting the infected. Their will to fight has vanished. With Lu Muyu dead, do they truly believe they can stand against Lin Chen? However, given their prior relationship, even if they were to surrender, it is doubtful Lin Chen would show them mercy. His cold gaze sweeps across the wall. Essentially, all the ability users that Qin Wan'er had turned have already joined her ranks. The remaining ones are merely Lu Muyu's minions. Thus, Lin Chen feels no hesitation and is free to unleash his wrath. Just as Lin Chen prepares to wreak havoc, something suddenly intrudes upon his magnetic field. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silvery cold lights shoot forth at remarkable speed, yet the targets are not Lin Chen, but the ability users who are still holding the line against the infected. What the hell is that? We and Apos, being ambushed. Aside from a few quick-reacting ability users, the others are caught off guard, struck by the silvery blades. The wounds bleed profusely, resembling gashes from iron shards. Lin Chen and Apos. S eyes narrow as he uses his magnetic field to lift a shard of metal, which hovers before him. Oh, Lin Chen and Apos. S brow furrows. This is a spiraled silver shard with sharp edges, designed for ease of carry. Recognizing the familiar shape, Lin Chen recalls a weapon from a film of his past life, the shuriken. While Lin Chen is lost in thought, dark figures suddenly leap onto the wall. These figures are garbed in black stealth attire, their movements swift. The leader bears 3 distinct white stripes on his left shoulder, while the others display varying numbers of stripes. All fewer than 3. These individuals are clad in attire that conceals their identities, revealing only their piercing eyes. Lin Chen gazes at them in astonishment, murmuring, "This outfit resembles that of the ninjas from my past life." In his previous existence, Lin Chen had seen numerous films from that country, all of the serious sort. This ensemble, with only the eyes visible, is predominantly worn by those from that nation who live comfortably. Furthermore, Lin Chen remembers the hierarchy of their ninjas: novice, lower, middle, upper, human, earth, sky, demon, and limitless ninja. The number of white stripes on the shoulder indicates their rank. The more stripes, the higher the rank. The leader among them is the only middle ninja present. Ninja from the east. When did they infiltrate? Liang Bei, responsible for supporting abilities, clutches his shoulder in shock. The bloodstains on his shoulder are from a wound inflicted by a shuriken, blood streaming freely. Haha, let these Chinese learn our might. A lower ninja with 2 stripes on his shoulder laughs heartily, then raises his short sword. Swish, swish, swish. As the lower ninja sheaths his sword, he dashes past an F-grade ability user, delivering multiple lethal strikes. The F-grade ability user screams in agony, his body riddled with cuts. Pain coursing through his nerves, even severing his ability meridian with a single sword strike. Yet, this is not the end. The lower ninja hurls a shuriken backward, its silver gleam striking true, piercing the back of the man's head. Thud. The F-grade ability user collapses, blood pooling around him, staining the ground. Charge. Eliminate these Chinese ability users. Swiftly resolve this. They are not but a bunch of worthless fools. The tide of battle is overwhelmingly one-sided. The remaining ability users of East City are at best E-grade, equivalent to the lower ninjas. The middle ninja from the east charges onto the wall, moving as if in a realm unchallenged, finding an E-grade ability user and swiftly ending his life with a single strike to the throat. The latter cannot muster even a semblance of resistance. In mere moments, the few remaining ability users on the wall are obliterated by the sudden appearance of the eastern ninjas. Yet none dare to approach Lin Chen. Lin Chen observes the massacre unfolding before him. Even as the middle ninja displays considerable prowess, Lin Chen remains unperturbed. For beside him, Xiaogu, if assessed by strength, should rival a top ninja. Even in a less than peak state, she is certainly beyond the reach of a mere middle ninja. Once the scene stabilizes, the ninjas quickly regroup, led by the middle ninja, and approach Lin Chen with measured steps. Seeing this, Lin Chen chuckles coldly and speaks. "You were the ones who assisted me in breaching the defenses of East City, were you not?" He recalls that during the breach of the city and Apos, as plasma shield, he had been at an impasse, only to have someone covertly assist him with a special weapon, allowing him to overcome the defenses. It appears now that it was indeed they. Haha. Precisely. The middle ninja replies in broken Chinese, a smirk gracing his lips. "Chinese, your abilities are unique, warranting our assistance. We resolved your troubles in exchange for a favor." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raises an eyebrow in surprise. A favor? What could we possibly trade? The middle ninja gestures toward the base of the wall, and Lin Chen follows his gaze. He points directly at East City. "You cease your actions, and we require the lives of these Chinese. We shall pretend we have never encountered you. Is that agreeable?" Though the middle ninja is shrouded, Lin Chen perceives the cold malice in his eyes. What use does he have for these ordinary people? There must be some ulterior motive. After all, from what he learned in his previous life, the character of those from that nation is hardly commendable. "Apologies, but I must decline." Lin Chen shakes his head, smiling as he rejects the proposition. "Did I ever request your assistance? Even if you were to stand idly by, I alone could handle them. Furthermore, as a member of China, how could I trade the lives of individuals I do not even know?" Upon hearing this, the coldness in the middle ninja and Apos' gaze intensifies. "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Lin Chen wore a tranquil smile. Though his face bore a grin, his eyes were suffused with a palpable murderous intent. The sentiment was clear. I may take their lives, but you shall not. Prior to my arrival here, a phrase had indelibly etched itself in my mind. Those who offend my China shall meet their demise, no matter how distant they may be. Chapter 76. Eliminate these wretches, kill the invaders. They are but a bunch of rabble, devoid of any moral standing, Lin Chen shouted, issuing a command to all the infected present. In an instant, the group of Japanese ninjas at the center of the city wall became the target of collective wrath. Had these individuals been stealthy operatives, Lin Chen might have harbored less animosity towards them due to his connection with Qin Wanner. However, they were merely individuals from Japan, living comfortably. In his past life, Lin Chen held but one attitude towards the island nation: strike them down at first sight. Roar, roar, roar. The surrounding infected erupted with furious roars, their howls echoing ominously, creating an atmosphere of terror. The ninjas found themselves encircled at the center. Humph, the leading Chnin scoffed, surveying his surroundings. Do you truly believe that you can hinder our Japanese ninja squad with these worthless creatures? I am Musashi Ming of the Musashi School. Accept your fate. He raised his short sword, pointing its blade directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen scratched his head, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he muttered to himself. What audacity does a mere Chnin possess to taunt me? Xiaogu, give him a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson. Though diminutive in stature, Xiaogu was the strongest in the field. His figure darted forward like a specter, moving with incredible speed as his claws lunged toward Musashi Ming, slicing through the air with chilling brilliance. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed as Musashi Ming parried Xiaogu's claws with his short sword. However, the disparity in strength was evident. The impact forced Musashi Ming to stumble back 3 or 4 meters before he could regain his footing. Musashi-kun. This mutated entity ranks as a C-class according to Huagua standards, comparable to our high-ranking ninjas. Exercise caution, a fellow ninja warned. Yet, instead of being disheartened by the setback, Musashi Ming let out a sinister chuckle. A high-ranking ninja? How could these Chinese infected ever be compared to me? Before we arrived, our ancestors equipped us with tools to deal with such entities. As he spoke, Musashi Ming reached behind him, retrieving a wooden box from a portable pouch. Upon opening it, a thumb-sized black-purple stone lay quietly within. What is that? The magnetic field. It's so chaotic. Lin Chen immediately noticed the stone and Appo's unsettling presence. As it appeared, the magnetic field around it became tumultuous, as if it were the epicenter of impending chaos. Lin Chen observed the black-purple stone warily, his expression darkening. He sensed an ominous premonition. Crack! Musashi Ming crushed the black-purple stone with force, and in that instant, the chaotic magnetic field erupted. Buzz! Lin Chen raised his hands defensively, acutely aware of the magnetic field and Appo's spread. To him, it appeared as though the surrounding magnetic forces had succumbed to the explosion of the stone. Enveloped in a shadow of black-purple hue, the area within 1,000 meters was shrouded by this ominous darkness. Lin Chen clenched his fists, not perceiving any immediate abnormalities. He looked up, and at the moment of the stone's explosion, a unique energy core-like magnetic field remained, continuously radiating the black-purple shadow outward. Fortunately, it seemed to be dissipating gradually. It likely would not last long. However, what adverse effects could this shadowy domain impose? As Lin Chen contemplated, clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated once more from a distance, suggesting that Xiaogu had engaged Musashi Ming again. This time, however, Musashi Ming swung his short sword, repelling Xiaogu with a single strike. Xiaogu staggered back a considerable distance, raising his hands to reveal deep gashes on his claws. How is this possible? A C-class infected's body should not be so easily damaged. Master, my strength seems to have diminished. Xiao Qing, standing beside Lin Chen, stared at her hands in disbelief, exclaiming, I feel the same. The rabbit girl, less adept in her speech compared to Xiao Qing, stammered. What? Lin Chen and Appo's heart sank with a troubling realization. Could the shadowy domain weaken the infected and Appo's powers? If not, how could Musashi Ming have repelled Xiaogu? Just as Lin Chen grappled with these bewildering circumstances, the ninjas began their assault on the surrounding infected. Among them, a novice ninja with a white stripe on his shoulder, equivalent to an F-class infected, managed to swiftly slay 2 F-class infected entities with a single stroke. Seeing this, Lin Chen and Appo's suspicions were confirmed. Within this shadowy domain, the strength of the infected was significantly suppressed. Xiao Gu and Appo's SC-class power had likely been reduced to a mere D-class level. Run. Get out of here, Lin Chen commanded decisively. The infected, whose abilities were severely constrained, stood no chance against the ninjas. Their presence only served to delay their demise. And that delay would not endure for long. I can't bear to watch Xiao Qing and the others perish before my eyes, he ordered. But master, these foes are formidable. Xiao Qing replied anxiously. Did you not hear my command? Flee. All of you. Leave now, Lin Chen shouted vehemently. With his extraordinary abilities, he still held a fighting chance against the ninjas, who relied on close-quarters combat. However, the infected, facing the seasoned Japanese ninjas, fell as easily as ripe fruit. I have a plan to escape. You all must go, Lin Chen asserted. Find a safe place, and I will come for you. With that, he manipulated the magnetic field, forcefully lifting Xiao Qing, the rabbit girl, and Xiao Gu, hurling them from the city wall. As for the other infected, whether they heeded Lin Chen's words was of little concern to him. Among so many unique allies, only these few had captured his attention. The rest could be considered expendable. As the remaining infected heard Lin Chen's command, they immediately readied themselves to fight to the death for the one they admired most. Could one not sacrifice themselves for their idol? Despite their powers being suppressed, the infected surged toward the ninjas en masse. However, their sheer numbers meant little against the experienced foes. Lin Chen tightened his fists, his gaze locked onto Musashi Ming. The methods of the Japanese ninjas differed greatly from those of ability users. Despite the power gap, Lin Chen's abilities might still grant him victory. At that moment, a pained scream pierced the air. A novice ninja from Japan cried out in agony, revealing that a dagger had pierced his chest. Behind him, a shadow gradually emerged. Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. The assailant was none other than Sun Yuan. With a successful strike, Sun Yuan's form seemed to turn transparent, blending into the environment. When he reappeared, he stood beside Lin Chen. Lord Qin has commanded that the ninja forces from the East Island infringe upon our glorious China. The hidden army, as a bastion of China's might, cannot remain idle. Let us vanquish this wretched horde. Chapter 77. Common foe in the face of these Eastern ninjas. A shared thought emerged among the people of Huaxia: annihilation. The subordinates of Qin Wan'er, though their relationship with her had been ambiguous until now, stood resolutely beside Lin Chen. United against a common enemy, the Eastern ninjas. Leave that nin to me, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. Lin Chen felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and turned to find Qin Wan and Appo's were standing behind him. Unlike before, she now appeared relaxed and composed. Earlier, she had shown signs of fatigue due to overexertion, yet now she seemed completely rejuvenated. Are you capable? Lin Chen inquired, astonished. Of course, Qin Wan affirmed, nodding. With a charming smile, she added, I forgot to mention that under normal circumstances, I cannot fully harness my abilities. However, we have developed a technique to utilize the power within the purple source crystal to suppress the virus infecting the ability channels. Although the remaining energy in the crystal is limited, it is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen realized that Qin Wan'er had disappeared earlier to absorb energy from the ability tower's purple source crystal. Now, she could fully manifest her powers. As a D-class ability user, she was on par with a nin, making her more than capable of dealing with Musashi Mei. Well then, Lin Chen said, feeling reassured. He turned away, declaring, let us eliminate these beasts. As his words fell, the ability users behind him sprang into action. Sun Yuan's ability was not invisibility, but rather the capacity to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, while it was still possible to perceive him with keen observation. In the chaos of battle, focusing on those nearly invisible shadows was an arduous task, although these lower ninjas were ranked against E-class ability users. Discerning their whereabouts by sound was not a skill they possessed. Clang, clang, clang. A lower ninja hurled several silver shurikens at Lin Chen. However, they merely ricocheted off an invisible barrier, as if striking a wall of air. The assailant was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Lin Chen's abilities. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen advanced. The lower ninja had unwittingly entered Lin Chen's effective range. Without hesitation, Lin Chen concentrated a force field around the ninja's neck. Crack! The powerful force field snapped the lower ninja and Appo's neck with ease. The surrounding observers barely grasped what had transpired. Baka! It and Appo's. That's that strange ability of his again. One of the lower ninjas exclaimed in frustration. For these ninjas, the ability users of Huaxia could be both manageable and formidable, given their diverse and unpredictable powers. Without prior intelligence, they could find themselves at a significant disadvantage. This group of ninjas had amassed considerable information regarding the ability tower in East City. However, Lin Chen remained an enigma to them. Even now, as they confronted him directly, they could not decipher the nature of his powers. Baka. These Huaxia ability users are too troublesome. We should retreat, one ninja suggested. Humph. We shall return another day, and with the assistance of higher-ranking ninjas, we will cleanse this city in blood. As the battle turned against them, the ninjas began to contemplate retreat. Meanwhile, on another front, Qin Wano engaged Musashi Mei in fierce combat. The Eastern Nin employed an array of techniques, swiftly launching shurikens and kunai with precision and speed, each strike capable of inflicting severe damage. Moreover, he uniquely augmented his projectiles with venom, ensuring that any successful hit would incapacitate his opponent within minutes. However, during his skirmish with Qin Wano, he had only attempted to use a projectile once before abandoning the notion of ambushing her. He had witnessed his shurikens veering away as they approached her, inexplicably vanishing before reappearing behind him. Qin Wano and Appos, her uncanny spatial abilities rendered her impervious to any projectile attack. Had Musashi Mei not been quick-witted, he might have found himself injured by his own weapons. It seems those lackeys of yours are attempting to flee, Qin Wano teased, flashing a smile at Musashi Mei. The exhilaration of fully unleashing her abilities was intoxicating. Her spatial powers allowed her to create two interconnected spaces within a certain radius. Previously, she had to be wary of the virus backlash, but now, bolstered by the energy of the purple source crystal, she could cast aside all concerns. Humph. Once I eliminate you, the others will fall like sheep. Musashi Mei, like a wraith, surged forward, closing the distance between them. Yet, each time he approached within 5 meters, Qin Wano and Appos, would deftly retreat to a farther space. Musashi Mei could only pursue, feeling as though he were merely walking a dog. After several exchanges, even the steadfast Musashi Mei, trained from a young age in patience, found himself exasperated. Baka. Filthy woman, stand still. I shall cleave you in two. He gripped his short sword, striving to accelerate his speed, but he remained perpetually outpaced by Qin Wano's spatial maneuvering. Perhaps tiring of the chase, she suddenly stood still, awaiting Musashi Mei and Appos' approach. Seeing this, Musashi Mei and Appos' eyes hardened. A prime opportunity. Secret technique. Blade draw. Bee sting. He bent low, guarding his scabbard with his left hand while gripping the hilt tightly with his right. He lunged forward, rapidly closing the distance between them until he was nearly within a meter. Thrust. The sharp blade pierced flesh, and he heard the sickening sound of tearing meat, a manic grin spreading across his face. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze in disbelief. He looked down in shock to find the blade protruding from his abdomen. Glancing ahead, he realized that his strike had not found its mark on Qin Wano but had instead pierced the space before her. The other end of that space lay behind him, and with little effort, this Eastern Nin had impaled himself. TSK. Observing this, Qin Wano clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. She still lacked precision in her spatial control. Had she been more adept, that strike might have found its way to his heart. Despite being gravely injured, Musashi Mei's expression was one of disbelief and fury. Baka. The ability users of Huaxia. Indeed, troublesome. Chapter 78. The Secret Technique of the Musashi School, the 5 Treasure Body. The strength of the Huaxia people surpasses your imagination, Qin Wano and Appos, stated coldly. As you invade the territory of Huaxia, you must be prepared for such thoughts. The Human Alliance has long allocated safety zones to various nations. Why then do you covet the land and resources of Huaxia? As her words fell, Musashi Ming's face turned pale, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. The allocation by the Human Alliance? After the establishment of the new safety zones, the conditions for allocation are based on the area of the original territory. Why should it be so? If we were to discuss overall strength, our East Japan surpasses Huaxia. Why should we only have that meager safety zone? Upon hearing this, Qin Wano chuckled, teasingly replying, so that is the case. There is no help for it. Your East Japan indeed has a lamentably small land area. If your ancestors had any capability, why did they not secure a vast territory for you? Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Musashi Ming. He abruptly withdrew his short sword, blood gushing from his back, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. However, it seemed not out of fear. At that moment, Lin Chen, not far away, after effortlessly dispatching a novice ninja, glanced over. He noticed the unusual state within Musashi Ming. Although Lin Chen did not possess X-ray vision, he could perceive some discrepancies through changes in the magnetic field. For instance, the chaotic magnetic field within that body. Though he was unaware of what Musashi Ming was doing, this magnetic field instilled a sense of crisis in him. Don't delay. Kill him quickly. This fellow seems to have a backup plan. Lin Chen shouted. The phrase root out the grass serves as a cautionary reminder regardless of the context. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Qin Wan'er did not hesitate. She immediately manipulated the surrounding space, beginning to apply pressure towards Musashi Ming's head, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. However, before the surrounding space could distort, Musashi Ming's body flickered like a ghost, suddenly retreating at an incredible speed, evading the distortion of Qin Wan'er's space. Such speed. Qin Wan'er was taken aback, incredulous that he could escape from her impending distortion of space simply through speed. It was utterly astounding. Just moments ago, had he not been wounded by her sword? How could he suddenly unleash such velocity? Moreover, if he possessed such speed, why did he not take the opportunity to attack her while she was unprepared? At this moment, Musashi Ming's body appeared to be suffused with a deep crimson hue. Blood seemingly saturating his veins, floating beneath his skin. Furthermore, his eyes were laced with a dense network of blood vessels. This bizarre scene instantly heightened Qin Wan'er's vigilance. The 5 treasure body. This is a secret technique that only a Chunin can employ. However, does using this technique not lead to one's demise? What if it leads to death? The 5 treasure body completely channels the power of the 5 organs, significantly enhancing bodily functions. Musashi Kuin's current strength is already infinitely close to that of a Jonin. Musashi Kuin is prepared to sacrifice himself to annihilate all of Huaxia. Infinitely close to Jonin? Lin Chen was suddenly alarmed. According to their words, the young combatant's secret technique could greatly enhance physical capabilities, but the side effect is death. Observing Musashi Ming's current condition, he seemed to be in a frenzy. This was likely his final burst of power. Infinitely close to Jonin implies that this fellow's strength is nearing that of a C-class superhuman. Qin Wan'er would be no match for him. Retreat. His secret technique cannot last much longer. Stalling will suffice. Lin Chen's mind raced, immediately calling out. Since the opponent had grown stronger, they could not confront him head-on. The foremost weakness of such a significant enhancement in physical capabilities is time. As long as they could delay, Musashi Ming would ultimately perish without excessive intervention. I am already doomed, but before I die, you shall report to the King of Hell. Musashi Ming's expression twisted in malice, his voice deliberate and measured. In the next moment, gripping his short sword, the handle creaked ominously under his tremendous strength. Qin Wan'er's expression was grave. In that earlier situation, she could have relaxed. But now, she had to remain focused. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Musashi Ming surged forward, his speed transcending all previous concepts. Qin Wan'er retreated, vanishing into the space, only to reappear in another direction. Yet, Musashi Ming's reflexes were remarkably swift. Boom. The ground beneath him shattered as Musashi Ming adjusted his trajectory, heading straight for Qin Wan'er's latest position. Seeing this, Qin Wan'er was alarmed. Has his reaction speed increased as well? In the earlier skirmish, she could evade him through such tactics. However, now, Musashi Ming's reactions and speed had dramatically escalated. She could no longer evade him. His speed had matched her spatial movement. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Wan'er slipped into space, manifesting in another direction. Yet, Musashi Ming seemed to anticipate her. The moment she vanished, he pivoted, charging forward as soon as she reappeared. Thus, the distance between them only grew smaller. Upon seeing Qin Wan'er's figure, Musashi Ming dashed forth. Qin Wan'er resolved to employ the same tactic again, but continuously fleeing was not a viable solution. When they were merely a few meters apart, Musashi Ming grinned broadly. Musashi School's profound mystery, Aido / the short sword / diagonally, and Qin Wan'er prepared to utilize space to redirect Musashi Ming's blade behind him. However, as she twisted the space to execute the redirection, a powerful force shattered the space she had constructed. To Lin Chen's eyes, Musashi Ming's strength disrupted the magnetic field, directly obliterating Qin Wan'er's spatial manipulation. One force can conquer myriad techniques. Such overwhelming power can dismantle the magnetic field and hinder Qin Wan'er's use of spatial abilities. Lin Chen stared in astonishment at this scene, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. If this is the case, then even his magnetic field would be rendered ineffective against such overwhelming strength. Power guides potential energy, destroying the magnetic field. However, to dismantle the magnetic field Lin Chen had constructed, one would need to possess strength that surpassed his own. Typical potential energy cannot tear apart Lin Chen's magnetic field. The ability to control the magnetic field is not invincible. Lin Chen clenched his fists. As for her, the distance was too great. and Lin Chen could no longer lend assistance. In other words, even if he were to intervene, could Musashi Ming not break through the magnetic field he had constructed? Time returned to the present. With Qin Wanner's spatial manipulation shattered, she could no longer prevent Musashi Ming's assault. She could only erect a passage behind her in preparation for retreat. Humph. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. Musashi Ming's face was painted with madness. As the short sword was about to pierce Qin Wanner's chest, a white light surged from the distance. The moment the hard blade of Musashi's short sword was struck, it shattered into fragments. Musashi's pupils contracted sharply, his words caught in his throat. Another beam of white ethereal light pierced through him from behind. At this moment, Lin Chen, as an observer, gazed in astonishment at the source of the white light approaching from 1,000 meters away. Chapter 79, The 5th Special Operations Team Cough. Musashi Ming was pierced by an inexplicable attack, his pupils wide as lanterns, filled with resentment and fury. In his final moments, he still failed to kill Qin Wanner. What a pity. Seizing this opportunity, to prevent Musashi Ming from making another move, Qin Wanner traversed space to escape. When her body reappeared, she was already several dozen meters away. Musashi Ming no longer had the strength to pursue her. He revealed a face full of unwillingness, his body ultimately succumbing, collapsing to the ground. As his vision gradually blurred, Musashi Ming completely lost consciousness. Thus, he perished. What? Musashi has actually died? Who? Who could it be? How could they ambush Musashi, who wielded the 5 treasures body? Who are they? With the only Nin present now dead, the remaining shinobi had lost their last chance. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on the distance. Something was approaching. The rumble grew louder. It was a helicopter speeding towards them. The side door of the helicopter was open, revealing a hand holding a sword. In the line of sight, the figure slowly retracted the sword, and the distance from Yi City was now less than 100 meters. Damn, that emblem. It's from the Huaxia Special Operations Team. One of the lower-ranked shinobi recognized the insignia on the helicopter, instantly displaying a look of terror. The Huaxia Special Operations Team? Run. Run. If we don't run now, it will be too late. The time has come for you to sacrifice yourselves for our ancestors. The shinobi were thrown into chaos, losing their last vestiges of fighting spirit as they sought to flee. However, Lin Chen merely chuckled coldly, stepping forward. Escape? Very well. Let us see who can actually get away. The city walls around them had already been imbued with Lin Chen's magnetic field. These shinobi, whose strongest abilities were limited to the lower ranks, could not break through his magnetic field. They were trapped within. Bang, bang, bang. Those lower-ranked shinobi, in a frantic attempt to escape, tried to jump from the battlements, but one after another, they collided with an invisible wall. It was the magnetic field constructed by Lin Chen. All the shinobi found themselves ensnared within it. What a clever tactic. One of the lower-ranked shinobi glared at Lin Chen with hatred. In the previous battle, this individual had single-handedly slain several of their comrades. Moreover, throughout the ordeal, no one had been able to approach Lin Chen. Such extraordinary methods instilled a deep sense of dread in them. If it was so now, what would it be like in the future? If Lin Chen continued to grow stronger, he might even pose a threat to the east. What of it? Go ahead and bite me. Lin Chen wore a smile, knowing that against opponents weaker than himself, they stood no chance in his magnetic field. Well done, young man. At that moment, a deep voice emanated from the helicopter in the distance. The helicopter moved swiftly, and in an instant, it had approached the city wall. A figure clad in white emerged from the side door, and as he neared the wall, he leaped into the air, descending gracefully onto the battlement. Your abilities are indeed unique. They are quite effective against these beasts. This was a robust middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, wielding a silver long sword. Merely standing there, he exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression. Lin Chen immediately deduced that this man's strength was certainly above D rank. Upon his first glance, Lin Chen made his assessment. At the same time, he willed the magnetic field around them to dissipate, not wishing to impede this individual. The man seemed to sense something. Letting out a chuckle. May I first indulge in slaying some of these beasts? Very well. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in white suddenly raised his sword. Swish. A beam of white sword light shot forth from the blade, manifesting as sword energy. Just moments ago, it was this very middle-aged man who had saved Qin Wanner from a kilometer away using the same technique. Lin Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. This sword energy seemed to have been unleashed with little effort. The middle-aged man had not even employed any supernatural abilities. The magnetic field around him showed no significant changes, as though he merely performed a casual sword swing. Yet the sword energy swept through the air. Crack. Ah. One of the lower-ranked shinobi let out a scream, as both his body and the short sword in his hand were cleaved in two by the sword energy. Such power was astonishing. Lin Chen stared in disbelief. Swords were typically weapons for close combat, but in this man's hands, they seemed even more effective than firearms. Lin Chen's gaze grew increasingly profound as he scrutinized the man. At the same time, he pondered. Ordinary supernatural beings, when employing their powers, could be detected through fluctuations in their magnetic fields, revealing disturbances at the points of energy release. This was due to the explosive force disrupting the magnetic field. Yet when this man made his move, his magnetic field remained unnaturally stable. Unless that sword energy was not even deemed an explosive attack by him, merely a casual swing of his sword. Thinking this, Lin Chen swallowed hard. In this apocalyptic world, did such strength truly exist? From what he had heard from the shinobi, this man apparently hailed from the Huaxia Special Operations Team. Killing them one by one would be rather troublesome. I should conserve my energy. The middle-aged man in white muttered, simultaneously swinging his sword. His figure moved like a white specter, weaving through the battlements. Such speed was even faster than Musashi Ming when he had activated the Five Treasures body. His strength was undeniably at least C rank, possibly even above C rank. To the onlookers, the white specter glided past the remaining shinobi, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The remaining shinobi stood before him, akin to mere chickens and dogs, awaiting their demise. In a matter of seconds, the shinobi were entirely exterminated. The white specter reappeared where it had vanished moments earlier. Not a single drop of blood stained his body or the sword he wielded. The battlements lay strewn with corpses, those of the shinobi, as well as members of the previously fallen supernatural tower and numerous ordinary combatants. The entire combat-ready force of East City had been wiped out, save for those who had rushed to assist Qin Wana earlier, under Lu Muyu's command. Once the middle-aged man in white sheathed his sword, he turned elegantly, a faint smile on his lips. To protect the city, you have all worked hard. My name is Lu Feng, representing the Huaxia 5th Special Operations Team. I thank you for your valiant sacrifice, which has saved the lives of this city and Appo's inhabitants. Upon hearing the name of the 5th Special Operations Team, Qin Wana's expression changed dramatically. Thankfully, I arrived in time to stabilize the situation. By the way, where's Lu Muyu? Lu Feng scanned the surroundings, inquiring. His ability to come to their aid was entirely reliant on Lu Muyu shattering the twin stone from 100 miles away, allowing him to receive the message. Lin Chen felt a weight in his heart. The Lu Feng before him seemed to share a connection with Lu Muyu that was far from ordinary. Lord Lu. Qin Wana mustered her courage, stepping forward with determination. I have bad news to share. Lu Muyu has fallen in battle. She died at the hands of that Ch Nin. Chapter 80. KD4 Serum what? She has died? Upon hearing the news, Lu Feng's expression changed dramatically in an instant. He turned around, surveying the ground strewn with the bodies of the ninjas. Did Lu Muyu fall victim to these brutes? Qin Wana, feeling a sense of anxiety, swallowed hard and spoke in a low voice. Before your arrival, Lu Muyu led the others to resist the ninjas' onslaught. I was unable to assist her, as I had to confront the invaders attacking the city. I never imagined that she would. As she reached the end of her statement, a hint of sorrow crept into Qin Wana's tone. Though it seemed feigned, a woman's innate talent for dramatics often evokes empathy. Lin Chen, standing beside her, quietly remarked. She plays her part quite convincingly. The tension he had felt moments ago dissipated upon witnessing Qin Wana's performance. He also realized that Lu Feng was unaware of the events that had transpired here. Those still alive on the city wall were all Qin Wana's people. Whatever had happened before, it was all within her narrative. Invaders attacking the city? Lu Feng frowned at this revelation. Qin Wana feigned a look of regret, sighed, and continued. It is indeed the handiwork of those Eastern ninjas. They somehow managed to gather the infected around City E. They commanded them to launch an assault on City E. Although I successfully repelled the horde of infected, I could not save Lu Muyu. Her tone grew solemn, her expression somber. The corpses of the infected on the city wall bore witness to the truth of her words. Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings, glanced at Qin Wana, and sighed deeply. Alas, perhaps this was her fate. I had hoped to observe Lu Muyu among my students. Her talent ranked among the top 5. I had originally intended for her to train with the special forces, but I never expected her to meet her end here. What a pity. Lin Chen felt a sense of relief that Lu Feng did not dwell excessively on Lu Muyu's death, as if the loss was a commonplace occurrence for them. Suddenly, Lu Feng's gaze shifted to Lin Chen, and he bestowed a benevolent smile upon him. Young man, your abilities. They must be related to the realm of space, correct? It is quite remarkable to encounter two extraordinary talents in such a remote area of the Eastern Domain. Were it not for the destruction of City E necessitating reconstruction, I would have liked to see you both participate in training in a secure environment. Lu Feng's tone carried a hint of wistfulness. The so-called secure environment likely referred to the depths of the Huaxia safe zone. Lord Lu, given the current attack on City E, the situation is dire. Our immediate priority must be post-disaster reconstruction, Qin Wan stated earnestly. Haha. Very well. Lu Feng seemed to be influenced by her seriousness, nodding with a smile. Currently, you possess the highest level of abilities in City E. So you shall manage the ability tower here. As for expanding the safe zone, you may temporarily set that aside. Furthermore, the monthly submission of corpses has been extended to 2 months. First, stabilize the main city, then gradually expand the safe zone. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform the headquarters. Lu Feng efficiently arranged the remaining matters. As a member of Huaxia and Appos Special Forces, orchestrating the configuration of an ability tower within a city was merely a matter of words. Yes, Qin Wan and Appos felt a surge of excitement, though she masked it well. Becoming the leader of the ability tower in City E meant that, despite its superficial allegiance to the Human Alliance, it had effectively become a stronghold for the Hidden Army. This marked a nearly revolutionary achievement within the ranks of the Hidden Army. You all have valiantly defended City E and deserve credit. I have come here in haste and do not carry valuable items, but there is a box of KD4 serum on the helicopter. I shall distribute 2 vials to each of you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Qin Wanner's eyes widened in disbelief. KD4 serum? How? How can we accept such a gift? Lin Chen had never heard of the KD4 serum, but upon witnessing Qin Wanner's astonished reaction, it must possess remarkable significance. Oh, it is merely a serum with basic properties, harmless to the body, nothing extraordinary, Lu Feng replied with a chuckle. City E is situated on the border of Huaxia and Appos Eastern Domain, resource scarce. Not only is the KD4 serum rare, but even basic firearms must be in short supply. Rest assured, consider this a contribution to the reconstruction of City E. Each individual may administer only 2 vials of the KD4 serum. Beyond that, the efficacy diminishes significantly. Thank you. Lord Lu, Qin Wan and Appos expressed her gratitude with excitement. Shortly after, the helicopter that had brought Lu Feng arrived above the city wall, and he instructed those aboard. Soon, a metal box encased in iron was pushed down from the helicopter. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the surrounding magnetic field contracted, gently securing the box as it descended. It was equipped with a unique genetic lock belonging to the Special Forces. Only its members could access it without destruction. However, damaging the box would ruin its contents. For some reason, when Lin Chen used the magnetic field to interact with the metal exterior, he did not sense any magnetic fluctuations within. Yet, when Lu Feng opened the box, a powerful magnetic disturbance erupted. Inside lay several rows of yellow serum contained in transparent vials. This must be the KD4 serum, Lu Feng mentioned. I will leave the remaining matters to you. After opening the box containing the KD4 serum, Lu Feng intended to depart. My duties within the Special Forces are equally demanding. I cannot afford to waste time here. However, before I leave, I can take a few rounds around the outskirts of City E. If I encounter any zombies attempting to assault the city, I will assist in eliminating them. Qin Wanner was about to express her gratitude, but her expression faltered, her gaze drifting toward Lin Chen. That would be ideal. Lin Chen interjected, his demeanor relaxed. The current state of City E cannot withstand a second assault by the infected. Lu Feng appraised Lin Chen with keen interest, then smiled. Haha, you are quite intriguing. I have a feeling we shall meet again. As he spoke, Lu Feng reached into his pocket, searching for something. After a moment, he produced a bronze medal, no larger than a thumb. Upon seeing the medal, Qin Wan and Appos eyes widened. This is. Lu Feng placed the medal in Lin Chen and Appos' hand, smiling as he said, I hope to see your presence in the Special Forces in the future. I have high hopes for you. Chapter 81. Ancient Martial Practitioners. After handing over the medal to Lin Chen, Lu Feng departed by helicopter. The 5th Special Forces team of Huaxia is often engaged in numerous unique missions. The strength of Lu Feng was truly formidable. After Lu Feng's departure, Lin Chen could not help but express his astonishment. Even now, he found it hard to believe that Lu Feng had effortlessly killed a lower-ranked ninja with merely a wave of his hand. Was this the vast disparity in their strengths? Indeed. Following Lu Feng's exit, Qin Wan'er regained her composure. From a positional standpoint, Lu Feng had just been her adversary. Huaxia has only 5 special forces teams responsible for managing various disturbances within the nation. The members of these teams are all at least of C-rank strength. Qin Wan'er explained slowly. At least C-rank? Lin Chen gasped in surprise. Does that mean you and I haven't even reached the threshold of the special forces? Then, Lin Chen glanced at the bronze medal in his hand and inquired, what is this? It appears, only the emblem on it is somewhat unique. The surface of the medal bore a carved image of crossed farming tools. This is an invitation to the Huaxia Special Forces. With this medal, you gain the qualification to participate in the selection process. Qin Wan'er patiently elaborated. Upon hearing that the medal could enable him to join the Special Forces, Lin Chen scrutinized it with curiosity. Is it truly that remarkable? However, what benefit would joining the Special Forces bring me? Why should I bother? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen dismissed the thought of visiting the Special Forces. He was aware of methods to enhance his own strength. As long as he wandered around the infected zones, his mental prowess would naturally increase, subsequently elevating his abilities. Moreover, with his current mental strength, he could elevate his F-rank passive ability, Life Source, to E-rank. Qin Wan'er regarded Lin Chen with a slightly peculiar expression before speaking softly. Let me put it this way. If it weren't for my identity, I would have considered joining the Special Forces myself. Being part of the Special Forces would grant access to some of Huaxia's authentic martial arts. I wouldn't have to rely on this infected ability pulse. There was a hint of self-mockery in her tone as she concluded. Authentic martial arts of Huaxia? What is that? Is it the technique used by that individual earlier? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, astonished. Qin Wan and Amp, Oppos, glanced at him and nodded. It seems you are not yet aware. Before the outbreak of the apocalyptic infection, every nation had its unique ancient martial practitioners, not just us in Huaxia. However, with the gradual advancement of technology, martial arts have declined, and some traditions have been lost. It is said that when the infection first erupted, it was the ancient martial practitioners from various countries who resisted the initial onslaught. Listening to these revelations, Lin Chen felt a parched throat. After swallowing hard, he regained his focus. So, in this apocalypse, there were not only abilities born of necessity, but also practitioners devoted to ancient martial arts. These ancient martial practitioners are referred to differently in various countries. In Huaxia, they are known as internal energy practitioners, while in the East, they are called ninjas or onmyoji, among others. As for ability users, they emerged only after the virus outbreak among ordinary people. Qin Wan and Amp, Oppos, are explained in detail. Are you implying that before the outbreak of the apocalyptic infection, there were no ability users in this world? Lin Chen was taken aback and asked. To my knowledge, yes. However, there were ancient martial practitioners with abilities similar to those of ability users, their characteristics not vastly different. But the group of ability users indeed began to rise only after the outbreak of the infection, and they are currently the largest cohort of empowered individuals. Qin Wan and Amp, Oppos, remarked. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, Lin Chen felt a weighty breath, overwhelmed by the information he had just received. He was both astonished and elated. Astonished that his control over the magnetic field was not invincible, and elated at the prospect of ancient martial arts. In his previous life, what man did not aspire to cultivate martial arts? It was nearly every man's dream. According to Huaxia, no, considering the global landscape, martial arts had fallen into decline, with most individuals gravitating towards becoming ability users, regardless of the ancient martial arts of various nations. They were all in a state of limited inheritance, in contrast to ability users, who could employ a myriad of abilities through sheer mental strength. Those who practiced ancient martial arts were left unheeded. Qin Wana lamented. But it appears that within the Huaxia Special Forces, ancient martial practitioners vastly outnumber ability users. Humph. Lin Chen snorted. Ability users rely solely on their ability pulse. Without it, they would revert to being ordinary individuals. Yet, ancient martial practitioners cultivate their own bodies. Their strength far surpasses that of the ability pulse. Only after hearing about the ancient martial arts did Lin Chen grasp the reality. To him, Lu Feng's attacks had not disrupted his magnetic field. It was as though the attacks were merely casual gestures for Lu Feng. Instead, Lu Feng's control over his body had reached an astonishing level of precision. Even Lin Chen, who could perceive the state of the human magnetic field, found no anomalies within Lu Feng and Oppos' magnetic field. This was the terrifying aspect of ancient martial arts. Indeed, that is the essence of it. Qin wanted oppose, or smiled faintly, her expression tinged with melancholy. If I could step into the realm of ancient martial arts, the ability pulse I had transplanted would be rendered entirely useless. I would no longer need to worry about the virus infection of the ability pulse. However, now that you have received an invitation from the Special Forces, once your abilities reach C rank, you can give it a try. Who knows? You might be fortunate enough to enter the Special Forces and gain access to such ancient martial arts. Qin Wanner teased. The Huaxia Special Forces. Lin Chen gazed at the bronze medal in his hand, clenching his fist tightly. Gaining access to ancient martial arts would indeed be a remarkable opportunity. However, before that, I must elevate my abilities to C rank. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanner glanced beyond the confines of E-City and softly spoke. You do not intend to remain in E-City, do you? Wherever you wish to go, feel free to do so. You need not worry. No one will divulge anything regarding you here in E-City. Lin Chen cast her a sidelong glance. Both held leverage over each other, allowing their concerns to diminish significantly. Yes, after spending a year here, the infected zones are more suitable for me, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Qin Wanner retrieved 2 vials of KD4 serum from a nearby gene vault and placed them in Lin Chen's palm. Simultaneously, she leaned in and embraced Lin Chen warmly. These vials can enhance your physical strength. Take them with you. And, if you have the time, remember to come back and visit me. As Qin Wan and Appos, tightened her embrace, her hands exerted gentle pressure, momentarily extinguishing the inexplicable heat within her heart. Each time she saw him, she felt an overwhelming warmth in her body and mind, seemingly due to the infected ability pulse. She began to realize why Lin Chen could command those infected entities. From this perspective, Lin Chen is indeed a charismatic man. Chapter 82. The Ineffectiveness of Beauty? Master, there seems to be something ahead. In the jungle of the infected zone. Xiaoqing pointed towards the thicket. As soon as she spoke, Xiaogu's body vanished in an instant, akin to a cheetah, leaving only a fleeting shadow as she swiftly arrived behind the thicket. With a swift motion of her slender arm, a gust of wind was conjured, effortlessly uprooting the foliage before them, revealing the lurking infected entity within. Lin Chen advanced cautiously. F-class infected entity, corrupt walker, merely an F-class. Through the bronze mask, Lin Chen gleaned the details of this infected entity, sighing as he removed the mask. The corrupt walker, previously engulfed in fear brought by Xiaogu, suddenly lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Chen, its eyes gleaming like a jubilant puppy. However, its long-decayed flesh seemed at odds with such a cheerful demeanor. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully subdued F-class infected entity, corrupt walker. Award, mental power 10. Lin Chen then exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaogu. Without hesitation, she extended her sharp claws towards the corrupt walker. With a swift thrust, the claws penetrated the decaying body, extracting the foul-smelling corpse seed. Immediately after, she opened her gaping maw and devoured the corpse seed. Among the infected entities, there exists not only a parasitic relationship, but also one of mutual consumption. By consuming the corpse seeds of other infected entities, they can absorb the internal infection viruses to enhance their own power. However, for Xiaogu, a C-class infected entity, the enhancement from an F-class corpse seed was minimal. Yet, as the saying goes, even the smallest fly is still meat, and Xiaogu would not be picky. Had the number of infected entities consumed during the siege been too great? Even after departing from the 7th safe zone, the quantity and quality of infected entities still showed no improvement. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Since that day, he had left City Yi, seeking out Xiaoqing and the others. Subsequently, under the protection of Xiaoqing and other infected entities, he found a serene place to evolve his powers. Now, Lin Chen's magnetic force field and passive ability, Life Source, had both evolved to E-class levels. One serves for offense, while the other aids in defense. With 2 powers at his disposal, Lin Chen undoubtedly stood as the foremost among E-class ability users. Yet, such strength was still far from sufficient. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes and accessed his personal profile. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100,000, maximum, strength, 45 agility, 42 stamina, 48 mental power, 1230 ordinary infected entity fans, 846 abilities, E-class magnetic force field, E-class passive ability Life Source. The enhancement of mental power had undoubtedly been the most significant improvement. However, the progression of the first 3 basic attributes had been rather sluggish. According to the records of the Ability Tower, a typical E-Class ability user should have an average of 50 in these attributes. Lin Chen was merely approaching this average. This was due to his earlier neglect of training. Although his powers had reached E-Class, his physical attributes had not been adequately developed. Fortunately, Lin Chen possessed the E-Class passive ability, Life Source. Thanks to its formidable recovery capabilities, he could compensate for the deficiencies in the first 3 attributes. However, his number of infected entity fans was dwindling. Around City E, the infected entities had nearly vanished. To seek out more, he would have to venture further afield. Lin Chen pondered. He then sat down and retrieved a map from his backpack. Upon leaving City E, aside from 2 vials of KD4 serum, Qin Wanner had prepared numerous items for Lin Chen. Among them was this invaluable map. This map documented the current safe zones of the human alliance across various nations. Essentially a cartographic representation of the world reshaped by the apocalypse. It appeared quite similar to the map of Blue Star from his previous life. Yet this version indicated a more abundant distribution of land resources, with vast infected zones serving as buffers between nations. The area where City E was located lay on the eastern border of Huaxia, adjacent to the sea, with the islands of the East Japan archipelago just across the waters. Thus, it was no surprise that one might encounter the presence of East Japan's ninjas. Infected entities were rampant across the globe, even within the oceans. Lin Chen mused as he examined the map, astonished. The entire world's oceans were marked as infected zones, implying that not only the land but also the depths of the seas harbored mutated entities. If one wished to seek out infected entities, they would need to venture eastward, beyond the confines of City E, and delve deeper into the infected zones. Lin Chen began to formulate his next steps. His primary objective was undoubtedly to capture more infected entities to enhance his mental power, thereby elevating his ability level. Naturally, the densest concentrations of infected entities resided deep within the infected zones. Venturing in any other direction would only lead him further into Huaxia, where, although there were yet to be designated infected zones between cities, the number of entities there was unlikely to be substantial. Land-based infected entities would be purged by the powers of various nations. Yet the infected entities of the ocean would likely remain unchallenged. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on the map as he spoke softly to himself. Given the current international landscape, nations were too preoccupied with retracting their infected zones to spare any resources for cleansing the oceans of infected entities. With the oceans comprising approximately 70% of the planet's surface, how many infected entities might be concealed within? Lin Chen shuddered at the thought. Moreover, it was highly probable that no nations would station personnel in oceanic territories. He could swiftly enhance his mental power without oversight. When he became the sovereign of oceanic infected entities, an SSS-class ability would likely be just the baseline. The more Lin Chen contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, unable to suppress a smile. Just then, Xiao Qing exclaimed, "Master, I see infected entities in that direction." She pointed decisively towards a specific area. Lin Chen had complete faith in Xiao Qing's scouting abilities. Although serpentine vision was poor, she could detect prey through infrared radiation, effectively observing fluctuations in the magnetic field. Lin Chen and Appo's magnetic field control extended only 20 meters around him, and his observational range did not exceed 50 meters. Xiao Qing, however, could perceive much farther, even over a kilometer. Excellent. Let us investigate. Lin Chen decisively folded the map. Guided by Xiao Qing, Xiao Gu charged ahead, while Lin Chen was securely flanked by Xiao Qing and the rabbit girl as they advanced confidently. Not far ahead, within the thicket, an infected entity was moving, seemingly approaching from the direction of City E, directly opposite Lin Chen and his companions. Detected C-Class infected entity, Withered Soul Corpse Demon C-Class? Upon learning the classification of the entity before him, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Capturing a C-Class infected entity would yield a mental power reward of 200. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen removed his mask and boldly approached the Withered Soul Corpse Demon. The two entities locked eyes. However, the anticipated system prompt did not sound. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the Withered Soul Corpse Demon suddenly opened its gaping maw and emitted a low, guttural roar, ignoring the infected entities surrounding Lin Chen. He charged directly at him. Astonishing. A murderous intent surged forth, causing Lin Chen and Appo's body to shudder violently, his pupils narrowing in response. What is happening? Is my face no longer effective? Chapter 83. The situation was dire. Lin Chen had never anticipated that he would reveal himself to the withered soul corpse demon. Why did it still launch an attack against him? Could it be blind? No, that could not be the case. The fervor with which it charged at him was hardly that of a blind creature. As the withered soul corpse demon approached, it suddenly exhaled a large cloud of black-green, poisonous mist. Lin Chen instinctively covered his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "What a potent breath!" Fortunately, as the toxic fog began to spread, Xiaoqing also opened her mouth, releasing a wave of greenish-blue mist. Although their mists were not of the same potency, it succeeded in slowing the spread. Simultaneously, Xiaogu positioned herself before Lin Chen. Crack! The sharp claws of the two infected beings clashed, producing a distinctive sound of bones colliding. Thankfully, after absorbing numerous corpse types over the past few days, Xiaogu had regained her strength, enabling her to withstand the assault. After a brief moment of daze, Lin Chen quickly regained his composure and acted decisively. The magnetic field around them contracted instantaneously, squeezing the withered soul corpse demon into the center. However, crack, crack, crack. The magnetic field manipulated by Lin Chen was forcefully shattered by the brute strength of the withered soul corpse demon. This outcome was within Lin Chen and Appo's expectations. Indeed, his eyes narrowed. It was evident that utilizing a more formidable power could indeed break through his magnetic field. To control a sea-level infected being like the withered soul corpse demon, even if his magnetic field were enhanced to D-level, it would still be a formidable challenge. Only when the levels of their abilities were equal could he maintain a firm grip. "Let us go all out. We must contain it," Lin Chen declared, furrowing his brow. Despite this being a sea-level corpse type, he was far more interested in the 200 mental power he would gain upon subduing it. With Xiao Gu as a sea-level infected entity, and with the aid of Xiaoqing and the rabbit girl, both D-levels, along with himself, an E-level ability user, defeating a withered soul corpse demon should be straightforward. Suddenly, as if sensing Lin Chen's intentions, the withered soul corpse demon broke free, its razor-sharp claws leaving marks on Xiaogu and Appo's body. In a one-on-one confrontation, their clash would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. However, with the assistance of Xiaoqing and the others, the outcome was far from certain. Roar. Infuriated by the injury, Xiaogu let out a furious roar, her eyes turning blood-red. At that moment, the hollow, soulless eyes of the withered soul corpse demon suddenly emitted a glimmering light, aimed directly at Xiaogu. Though it was merely a faint red glow, it exuded a peculiar aura. In an instant, Xiaogu and Appo's expression altered, revealing a hint of trepidation in her crimson eyes. Yet, just as the red glow was about to make contact with Xiaogu, a layer of white light membrane materialized around her body. The rabbit girl had placed a hand on Xiaogu and Appo's shoulder. Upon contact with the white membrane, the red glow rapidly dissipated, as if two forces of the same origin had met and nullified one another. Lin Chen and Appo's mouth parted in surprise. The withered soul corpse demon possessed the ability to disrupt the mind? It was known that the rabbit girl and Appo's attacks could damage the brain, and the force that cancelled out her attack was likely of similar potency. Unexpectedly, the withered soul corpse demon had such an ability. Realizing that its attack had been ineffective, the withered soul corpse demon visibly recoiled, creating distance between itself and the group. There are no records concerning the withered soul corpse demon here. Could it be that all the ability users who encounter this creature have perished? Lin Chen murmured to himself, donning the bronze mask once more. He had initially hoped to uncover some useful intelligence from this encounter, but it seemed to have been in vain. "Xiaogu, advance," Lin Chen commanded, stepping forward and signaling Xiaogu to join him. Despite his caution regarding the withered soul corpse demon's enigmatic light ability, he felt emboldened with the rabbit girl at his side. Lin Chen extended his hand forward, beginning to condense the magnetic field behind the withered soul corpse demon. If the magnetic field could not impede it, then perhaps sheer numbers could. At the very least, it would slow the demon's retreat. Indeed, after retreating several steps and breaking through multiple layers of the magnetic force field, the withered soul corpse demon's speed significantly diminished. Realizing escape was no longer an option, the withered soul corpse demon decisively turned to charge at Xiaogu. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, the demon moving erratically, at times staggering, and at others erupting with sudden speed, as if it were tireless. Besides its mind-disrupting abilities, it seemed to possess no other techniques. During its assault, it either tore with its claws or bit with its sharp teeth, which paled in comparison to Xiaogu and Appo's brute strength. With a ripping sound, Xiaogu's claws sliced through a piece of flesh from the withered soul corpse demon. The pale, decaying skin was torn apart, releasing a nauseating stench. Yet, The withered soul corpse demon appeared unfazed, continuing its bloody struggle against Xiaogu. Lin Chen, observing from the sidelines, quickly realized something was amiss. Despite the damage inflicted, the creature remained unaffected, resembling a puppet under manipulation. This withered soul corpse demon is unlike any infected being I have encountered before, Lin Chen pondered. It seemed devoid of the unique madness characteristic of infected entities. Its movements appeared solely reactive to external stimuli. With his focus sharpened, Lin Chen's gaze fixated on the withered soul corpse demon, seeking the source of this anomaly. Suddenly, he was drawn to the demon's head. A unique and powerful magnetic field emanated from the region of its brain, influencing the magnetic fields throughout its body, as if it were the orchestrator of its movements. That location might very well be the demon and Appo's weakness. Xiaogu, continue to engage it, Lin Chen instructed, casting a knowing glance at Xiaoqing. Through their mental connection, she instantly comprehended his intent. The serpent girl raised her right hand, greenish scales sprouting from her wrist. Under her command, these scales detached from her body like bullets, launching towards the withered soul corpse demon. While these attacks were not lethal, they would serve to delay its actions. Following suit, the rabbit girl also initiated her assault. A beam of white light shot forth, aimed at the withered soul corpse demon, which retaliated with a similar defense. However, the demon found itself in a dilemma, having to evade Xiaoqing's attack while simultaneously expending energy to resist the rabbit girl's mental onslaught. This disarray provided Xiaogu with an opportunity. With a sudden surge of strength, she seized one of the withered soul corpse demon and Appo's arms, her power erupting as she broke it in two. Subsequently, Xiaogu restrained the demon's other arm. This creature has tough skin, but I refuse to believe it is impenetrable, Lin Chen thought as he maneuvered to the side of the withered soul corpse demon. With a swift motion, two maximally compressed magnetic fields sliced through the demon and Appo's temple. The most vulnerable part of the human skull, the temple, was also the withered soul corpse demon's Achilles heel. Lin Chen expertly manipulated the magnetic field to widen the wound, preparing to extract the source of the peculiar magnetic field. However, as he extended the magnetic field inward through the incision, he discovered an eye. It was deeply embedded within the withered soul corpse demon's brain, and it was this eye that emitted the unique magnetic field. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen and Appo's gaze seemed to lock with that crimson eye. An inexplicable sense of dread surged forth. Chapter 84. I remember you with a sudden rush. Lin Chen instinctively retreated several meters, regaining his footing, yet nothing transpired. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he stood at the edge of an abyss, surrounded by emptiness, peering through the darkness into the eyes of a primordial beast. This terror was not merely a reflection of power, but rather an inherent dread embedded in his very genes. Lin Chen suddenly realized that the true danger did not emanate from the withered soul corpse demon before him, but rather from the eye that resided within his own mind. Leave. Do not concern yourself with it, Lin Chen commanded urgently. Xiaoqing and the rabbit girl had already distanced themselves from the corpse demon, leaving only Xiaogu in close proximity. Suddenly, the corpse demon twisted its neck in an eerie manner, as if it were a machine. The wound on Lin Chen's temple, previously opened, was now directed toward Xiaogu. Witnessing this, Lin Chen felt a sense of foreboding and shouted in alarm, "Run! Keep your distance!" If Lin Chen and Appo's suspicions were correct, that I was controlling the corpse demon, akin to the relationship between a parasite and its host. Yet, the power of that eye was such that it could directly seize control of the body upon parasitism. Given the corpse demon's battered form, it was clear that it had set its sights on Xiaogu, seeking a new host. Unfortunately, despite Lin Chen's timely warning, Xiaogu appeared oblivious to the impending threat. With a swift motion, the eye erupted from the wound, a streak of crimson light shooting toward Xiaogu. Reacting instinctively, Xiaogu raised a hand to defend himself. With a resounding impact, the eye adhered to Xiaogu and Appo's sturdy arm, and blood vessels rapidly spread across its surface, indicating a corrosive invasion. Recognizing the peril, Lin Chen dashed forward, understanding that this entity could manipulate the infected. It must possess some unique attribute. With his abilities, he could crush it without physical contact. However, Lin Chen was a moment too late. As he approached, Xiaogu and Appo's once impenetrable arm was suddenly torn apart as if it were decayed flesh. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the blood vessels had corroded the once strong body, allowing the eye to burrow inside. While the exterior appeared robust, the interior was vulnerable. As the eye penetrated Xiaogu and Appo's body, Lin Chen quickly focused on the wound, analyzing the surrounding magnetic field. Through the anomalies within the magnetic field, he discerned that the eye was moving within Xiaogu, gradually making its way toward the brain. This is bad, Lin Chen thought, taking decisive action. If the eye reached Xiao Gu's brain, it would likely succumb to control, just as the previous infected entity had. Lin Chen attempted to manipulate the magnetic field to constrict and sever Xiao Gu's arm. Yet, Xiao Gu's body suddenly trembled violently. The magnetic field Lin Chen had conjured was effortlessly shaken off, and within Lin Chen and Apos, S mind echoed Xiao Gu and Apos, S frantic voice. Master, run. I cannot control my body. Looking around, Lin Chen saw that the eye had successfully invaded Xiao Gu and Apos, S brain. Xiao Gu and Apos, S state underwent a drastic transformation. His body quaked as if two forces within were fiercely clashing. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, and a strange dark red pattern emerged on his neck. As if the eye's power was spreading beneath his skin. To Lin Chen's eyes, two magnetic fields collided within Xiao Gu's body. The stronger of the two was evidently the newly intruding eye. Faced with this scene, Lin Chen could only feel a sense of urgency. This level of conflict was beyond the assistance of his magnetic field. Suddenly, Xiao Gu appeared eerily calm, lifting his head abruptly. His gaze turned icy and sharp, emanating a murderous intent that was not characteristic of Xiao Gu, fixated directly on Lin Chen. Yet, amidst this hostility, there lingered a hint of struggle and hesitation. Xiao Gu's face twisted in agony, caught in a fierce battle between two disparate consciousnesses. Although the eye exerted formidable control, Xiao Gu's own will had not been entirely extinguished. Deep within, a remnant of admiration for Lin Chen persisted, causing a surge of resistance whenever the eye sought to attack him. Each time the eye attempted to fully dominate Xiao Gu and Apos, S body to assault Lin Chen, Xiao Gu and Apos, S consciousness would vehemently resist, striving to reclaim control. At times, a flicker of lethal intent would flash in his eyes, as if to eliminate Lin Chen, only to be swiftly replaced by profound pain and confusion. In this silent struggle, Xiao Gu and Apos, S movements became increasingly rigid and uncoordinated. Xiao Qing and the rabbit girl approached Lin Chen, their expressions filled with concern for Xiao Gu. Time became an indistinct blur. And at last, Xiao Gu's body settled, half kneeling, his head slightly raised, his eyes now brimming with confusion and helplessness. An ant, empowered by my faint strength, dares to resist me? Suddenly, a deep and commanding voice emanated from Xiao Gu and Apos' throat, reverberating through the air with an imperial authority that seemed to transcend time. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Qing and the rabbit girl were struck with terror, their expressions transforming into sheer fright. They exchanged glances, their bodies trembling. Lin Chen noticed their reaction, his expression darkening as he stepped protectively in front of them. At that moment, Xiao Gu's vacant gaze fell upon Lin Chen. The voice resonated once more, tinged with surprise. I did not expect the core of the Star Master, once lost, to have ended up here. Huh, a descendant of Huaxia? Ultimately, it is the fate of Huaxia that cannot be escaped. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his eyes sharpening as he demanded, Who are you? Why have you possessed my companion? Your companion? The deep voice retorted with a derisive laugh. All those infected under heaven are merely my subjects. How could they belong to you? I have merely harnessed the power of the core. One day, I shall reclaim it with my own hands. At this juncture, the voice suddenly expressed astonishment. Oh? Still attempting to wrest back control of the body? Though an ant, your courage is commendable. Then I shall send you on your way. No sooner had the words fallen than Xiao Gu's right hand abruptly raised, his razor-sharp claws aimed at his own neck. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he sought to intervene, yet was rendered powerless. With a swift slice, Xiao Gu and Apos' head was severed, soaring through the air like a basketball, his body collapsing in a lifeless heap. The severed head, with its hollow gaze, remained fixated on Lin Chen, leaving behind a final proclamation. And, I have remembered you. I shall soon come for you to reclaim what is mine. Chapter 85. Remember. As the voice faded into oblivion, all that remained of Xiao Gu was a profound silence. Lin Chen closed his eyes, realizing that within the category of loyal fans, Xiao Gu's profile was no longer present. The only remaining loyal fans were Xiao Qing and Rabbit Girl. The special infected entities he had previously tamed either perished during the siege or lacked sufficient prowess, leading Lin Chen to claim their remains. As consciousness returned, Lin Chen found himself still reeling from the shock that the voice had imparted. Who could that person be? With merely an eyeball, they could remotely control infected entities. And those entities could even resist his allure. It was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, the voice had mentioned something about a Star Master core. When had he ever encountered such a thing? Could it be referring to his system? The ability to effortlessly manipulate sea-level infected entities from a distance was an entirely different concept from his own charm. Lin Chen and Apos' expression grew serious. The power of this individual surpassed his expectations. He was suddenly engulfed by a sense of impending danger. He must become stronger, and swiftly. Master. Xiaoqing finally spoke, her realization dawning slowly. The voice had been terrifying. Just the sound alone carried an oppressive force that urged submission. If that being were to appear before the master, she hoped he would eliminate them without hesitation. They absolutely could not become the master's adversaries. Xiaoqing and Appo's tone became increasingly resolute, surprising even Lin Chen. Submission? He pondered her words. If his charm instigated a fervent pursuit from the infected entities, then the owner of that voice commanded their outright submission. Clearly, that individual was also an infected entity. The means by which they influenced others was through their bloodline. Alas, who would have thought such anomalies existed among the infected? Lin Chen shook his head, feeling the weight of pressure. He then turned to Xiaoqing, gently brushing her forehead with his hand, and smiled. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I bear to harm you? Rest assured, if that individual comes knocking, I will personally deal with them. Lin Chen was uncertain of the mysterious infected entity and Appo's level, but he was convinced that his charm would be ineffective against them. Therefore, it was imperative to enhance his strength before that unique infected entity sought him out. Rabbit Girl, watching Lin Chen caress Xiaoqing, was overcome with jealousy and approached them. Reluctantly, Lin Chen decided to distribute his affection equally. At that moment, Rabbit Girl conveyed her desires to Lin Chen through telepathy. He raised an eyebrow in surprise but smiled nonchalantly, as if he had anticipated this. You want a name too? That's fine. Since she is called Xiaoqing, you shall be Xiaobai. Hiki. If we were to rank by names, you would indeed be her elder sister. After dealing with Xiaogu's remains, Lin Chen led Xiaoqing and Xiaobai away from City E. He chose not to claim Xiaogu's remains but instead buried them in the ground. Xiaogu had avenged him, and Lin Chen wished to grant him a complete body. During their journey, Lin Chen took out a map to study. The distance from Survivor City E towards the eastern boundary of the ocean was approximately 100 miles in a straight line. At their current pace, it would take at least a week. However, once they reached the oceanic infected zone, the number of infected entities they would encounter would increase significantly. By then, Lin Chen's abilities would also ascend. Currently, the only concern weighing on Lin Chen's mind was his sustenance. The other three necessities were manageable, but food was a pressing issue. In the infected zone, aside from some wild fruits that had yet to be tainted by the virus, there was little else to eat. Furthermore, the river water posed a risk of contamination, making it unsuitable for direct consumption. He had to rely on the filter prepared for him by Qin Wanner. Lin Chen's large backpack contained various survival tools. He still had a dozen compressed biscuits left, sufficient for a few days. But the chances of finding food would dwindle further near the ocean. As Lin Chen pondered these matters, a commotion in the distant thicket suddenly captured his attention. He immediately activated his force field, suspending himself in midair. Gazing ahead, he noticed a struggle erupting about 100 meters away among the trees. Xiaoqing. See what is happening, he instructed, regaining his vigilance due to the earlier incident. In the infected zone, anything could occur. Through infrared radiation, Xiaoqing discerned the conflict 100 meters away. Master, it's not our kind. It's humans fighting. Her surprise was evident. Humans? Lin Chen felt a spark of interest. They had delved deep into the infected zone and yet encountered fellow humans? Let us go see. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, two factions were at a standoff. One side was clad in uniform attire, reminiscent of the ninjas Lin Chen had previously encountered, all donned in black stealth clothing. However, the white stripes on their shoulders, denoting rank, were limited to a single line at most. These 7 ninjas were no stronger than lower-level ninjas, collectively attempting to besiege for individuals from Huaxia. Xiaoshuang, we 3 will create an opportunity for you. Hurry and escape. Go to City E and find your sister. Yes. These damned little devils are utterly rampant. Seek support in City E and eliminate these beasts. The 4 Huaxia ability users comprised 3 men and 1 woman, with the lone girl shielded in the center. One of the men, clad in a tattered leather jacket, seemed to wield abilities related to a protective shield, projecting a layer of blue energy around the group to fend off the ninjas and Appo's hidden weapon attacks. While effective at deflecting attacks, a multitude of black veins could be seen creeping up the man's neck, a clear sign of his struggle against the infection. The other 2 men, one tall and one short, stood guard before the girl. Hiki, this Huaxia girl is quite fresh. Encountering someone like her in this place is truly rare. They must be part of Huaxia's covert forces, right? I've heard they are a group that forcibly acquires abilities through infected energy channels. Even if we do not intervene, they won't last long. Stay alert. If they become corpses, Dawn and Appo's harm my flower girl. While the 4 initial ninjas relentlessly assaulted the protective shield with hidden weapons, The remaining 3 lower-level ninjas stood by with malicious grins. Their gazes were greedily fixated on the girl being shielded, whose age appeared youthful and whose development seemed incomplete, igniting their primal desires. Yet, in the next moment, bang, bang, bang. The hidden weapons thrown by the 4 initial ninjas were unexpectedly repelled by an invisible wall before they could even make contact with the protective shield. Simultaneously, a voice echoed languidly. TSK, TSK. More little devils? You truly want to shed tears until you see the coffin. It's time for you to learn a lesson. Chapter 86. A mere minor foe dares to bargain with me. One of the lower-ranked ninjas instantly became alert and sprang to his feet. However, as he did so, it felt as if an invisible wall loomed above him. Bang! It was akin to colliding headfirst with a boulder, and the aforementioned ninja immediately clutched his bloodied forehead, screaming in agony. At that moment, the leather-clad man, who was valiantly sustaining a protective barrier, suddenly faltered. The searing sensation of the infectious virus abruptly dissipated. He sensed that his infected ability pulse was being suppressed by some mysterious force, and even the dark veins around his neck seemed to be fading in color. Simultaneously, the protective barrier he maintained shattered completely into nothingness. What transpired here? The leather-clad man and Appo's eyes were filled with astonishment as he incredulously gazed at his hands. Just moments ago, he was on the brink of succumbing to the virus's infection. Why, then, had he returned to his previous state? Where did the power that suppressed his infection come from? Rustle. Sounds suddenly emerged from the thicket behind them. Lin Chen, carrying a tactical backpack, emerged from within, one hand propped against a branch. None of the onlookers dared to act rashly. The surrounding magnetic field had rendered the ninjas immobile. What a lively scene, the hidden army, and the ninjas from the East Sea. Lin Chen observed the standoff with a smile. I initially thought they were ability users from the ability tower, but judging by the backlash from the ability pulse, they must be from the hidden army. The sudden control over the leather-clad man's ability pulse was indeed Lin Chen's doing. Achieved through magnetic suppression, Lin Chen could not only suppress the ability pulses of ordinary ability users but also those that had already been infected, thereby halting the virus and Appo's further invasion. Following this suppression, the hidden army's ability users could also exert their control. It could be said that Lin Chen's powers allowed the hidden army's ability users to unleash their full potential while preserving their lives. Bastard, who are you? Why can't I move? Was it you who threw the concealed weapon? One of the closest initial ninjas shouted in anger. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and cast a glance. With a pop, the surrounding magnetic field immediately constricted, compressing the ninja's body as if placed under a hydraulic press. He emitted a harrowing scream as his form was gruesomely obliterated before the eyes of the crowd, as the stench of blood wafted into their nostrils. The remaining East Sea ninjas finally awoke to the reality that this unexpected visitor was not someone they could contend with. Concealed weapons? I disdain such underhanded tactics. Lin Chen chuckled softly, then waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The magnetic field around the other 3 initial ninjas instantly contracted, causing their bodies to burst apart in a manner reminiscent of swatting pesky summer flies. Unlike them, several hidden army ability users were not affected by Lin Chen's magnetic suppression. Witnessing Lin Chen effortlessly eliminate these initial ninjas, the hidden army ability users displayed expressions of sheer shock. If it were Chinese ability users, these would be 4 F-rank ability users. Yet, they were dispatched so easily by Lin Chen. One person suddenly came to a realization and promptly retrieved a small notebook filled with recorded intelligence. He appeared to be searching for something. After killing 4 initial ninjas, Lin Chen maintained an expression devoid of any emotion and directly approached the 3 remaining lower-ranked ninjas. Though the 3 ninjas had encountered their fair share of perilous situations, they found themselves utterly powerless against Lin Chen's enigmatic abilities. Their eyes were filled with profound dread. Who are you? What do you want? One of the lower-ranked ninjas stammered in panic. He wished to flee, but the constricting magnetic field rendered him immobile. As for your question, I am a Chinese person. Does that not seem evident enough? Lin Chen's lips curled into a benevolent smile. However, to the 3 lower-ranked ninjas, he appeared more terrifying than the demons of East Sea Hell. Moreover, I previously mentioned that I intend to eliminate the minor foes. As Lin Chen continued to approach, the expressions of the 3 lower-ranked ninjas morphed into sheer terror, their hearts racing wildly. It felt as though the being advancing toward them was not a mere Chinese individual but rather the Grim Reaper from the depths of hell. Do not come any closer. In such dire circumstances, they could not even resort to self-harm. They were left to confront the fear that Lin Chen instilled within them. Lin Chen reached the front of one lower-ranked ninja, his demeanor kind as he inquired, May I ask you something? Are there any other minor foes in this vicinity? Though threatened, the lower-ranked ninja's resolve held firm. I will not divulge anything to you. Before he could finish, bang. Within the isolated magnetic field, the lower-ranked ninja's body was crushed, the blood mist completely contained within. Lin Chen then proceeded to the second lower-ranked ninja. And you? Will you speak? The second lower-ranked ninja hesitated, his eyes filled with uncertainty. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Lin Chen cast him a sidelong glance, wasting time. His right hand suddenly clenched. Bang. Next, Lin Chen approached the final lower-ranked ninja. This time, he remained silent, merely offering a glance. The latter and Appo's eyes reflected confusion and fear. Lin Chen sighed in resignation and raised his hand, preparing to tighten his grip. Yet, the lower-ranked ninja erupted into desperate pleas reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. No. Please. Do not. You should at least ask me something. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. Now, do you know if there are any other minor foes like you in the vicinity? Yes. Before Lin Chen could finish his inquiry, the lower-ranked ninja nodded vigorously. Although Musashi had perished days prior, within the encampment, there are 5 lower-ranked ninjas of comparable strength left. Oh no, there are only some initial ninjas remaining. His tone indicated a genuine fear of death. Is that so? Lin Chen and Appo's lips curled upward, realizing that the ninjas hidden around East City were nearing complete annihilation. Where are they located? Lin Chen continued to inquire. However, the lower-ranked ninja displayed a pained expression, glancing helplessly at his companion, who had been reduced to a blood mist. This infection zone is entirely forested. We typically rely on positioning radars for our comings and goings. However, the positioning radar was likely destroyed by you when you eliminated Mountain Lord. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, silently lamenting within. Had I known, I would not have killed so swiftly. Very well, that is all I needed to know. Lin Chen nodded in resignation. The lower-ranked ninja's eyes lit up as he asked hopefully, So, may I leave now? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Leave? Where do you think you can go? I merely asked you a few questions. I never said you could depart. A minor foe dares to bargain with me? Bang. Chapter 87. Striving to win over as Lin Chen's magnetic field dissipated completely, the surrounding blood mist quietly spread. He stood amidst the crimson haze, as though encased within an invisible barrier that shielded him from its encroachment. Clad in white, he remained as pure as freshly fallen snow. The leather-clad man observed Lin Chen's swift and decisive eradication of the rogue ninjas, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. What kind of technique was that? None present could articulate it. The girl, sheltered between the 3 men, curiously peeked at Lin Chen through the gaps of the leather-clad man's arms. You were Lin Chen? Suddenly, a tall esper beside her spoke, clutching a dossier in his hand, murmuring. This method of exerting power without direct contact resembles the latest records of East City's esper, Lin Chen. Moreover, according to reports from Lord Chen, Lin Chen has already departed from East City. Oh? Lin Chen replied, slightly surprised, a serene smile gracing his lips. I didn't end Appo's. Do you expect your covert army and Appo's intelligence network to be so efficient? I have only just left East City, yet you have already received news. It is quite reasonable. Considering Qin Wan and Appo's has taken charge of the Esper Tower in East City, effectively bringing the entire city under her control. Henceforth, whether it be the combat units of the Ordinary Operations Department or the Espers of the Esper Tower, they should all fall under the domain of the covert army. What Lu Feng was unaware of was that his seemingly simple decision had unwittingly surrendered the entire East City to the clandestine forces. Following the conflict in East City, Lord Qin had dispatched intelligence notifications to the covert army, and we have only just received it, the tall Esper slowly explained. Lord Qin also mentioned that if we encountered you, we should avoid conflict, as the covert army and you could be friends. His tone carried a hint of tension. After all, Lin Chen and Appo's ability to swiftly deal with those rogue ninjas suggested he could just as easily dispose of them. Indeed, that statement holds merit, Lin Chen acknowledged, lowering his gaze to the girl protected by the 3 men. Her face appeared somewhat familiar. Upon meeting Lin Chen and Appo's gaze, the girl took a step back, and her companions tensed visibly. If Lin Chen harbored malicious intent, then why did you encounter those rogue ninjas? Lin Chen inquired, having only cast a brief glance at the girl before retracting his gaze. In this apocalyptic world, the girl's beauty was indeed captivating, exuding a youthful innocence. However, compared to Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, she lacked a certain charm. The tall Esper hesitated for a moment before responding. We ventured out to collect corpses. Given the near extinction of infected entities near East City, we thus delved deeper in this direction. Unexpectedly, we triggered a mechanism here, alerting the nearby rogue ninjas. Collecting corpses? You. 4? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on the girl. She was merely an ordinary person. He sensed no extraordinary magnetic field emanating from her. The girl seemed to grasp Lin Chen's implication, stepping forward defiantly. Indeed. It is just us 4. Don't underestimate me, because I'm an ordinary person. My sister said that when I grow up, I can become an esper too. She shook her tiny fist, her expression resolute. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Teasing. All right, but you must be able to grow up first. Charging into an infected area under the protection of 3 espers, if you encounter more perilous infected entities, you would be the greatest liability. At his words, none of the 3 beside her offered a retort. In fact, deep down, they concurred with his assessment. Had it not been for this little ancestor, they would have likely disengaged from the rogue ninjas long ago. The girl's face flushed with indignation, and after a moment of contemplation, she stomped her foot in frustration before hiding behind the leather-clad man. Lin Chen smiled lightly, continuing, the sister she speaks of must be Qin Wanner. Upon hearing this, the 3 men exchanged surprised glances, and the tall esper nodded. How did you know? She resembles her, of course, Lin Chen shrugged. In truth, the resemblance he referred to was not merely physical, but rather the unique human magnetic fields. Each individual and Oppo's magnetic field is distinct, yet perhaps due to shared bloodlines. The girl's magnetic field bore a resemblance to Qin Wanner's. It was this connection, coupled with her mention of sister, that led Lin Chen to his conclusion. I am Qin Shuang. Do you know my sister? Qin Shuang peeked out again, resting her hands on the leather-clad man's arm, her large, sparkling eyes scanning Lin Chen with curiosity. One could say we are acquainted. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. By the way, Lin Chen suddenly recalled, shifting his gaze forward. How does your covert army sustain itself outside the infected areas? I left in a bit of a rush and have not secured any supplies. His compressed rations were dwindling, and if he did not find a way to replenish them, he risked starvation in the wilderness. The tall esper instantly understood Lin Chen's implication, laughing heartily. As for logistics? We in the covert army are quite adept at that. Since you left the city and are operating within the infected zones, you must be lacking in provisions. If you do not mind, we can provide you with some. At this, the shorter esper's expression shifted, and he discreetly tugged at the tall esper's sleeve. Are we really going to bring him to our subbase? Wouldn't that be a bit dangerous? They were still unaware of Lin Chen's true allegiance. Bringing him to the covert army's subbase might lead to complications. The tall esper remained silent, merely tilting the dossier to reveal a note from Qin Wanner beneath Lin Chen's intelligence file. If possible, strive to win him over. Only then did the shorter esper grasp the situation. That would be splendid, Lin Chen replied with a smile. While he had little interest in the covert army's subbase, he was profoundly intrigued by how they had managed to thrive in the infected zones without resources from the human alliance. If he too did not have to worry about future supplies, he could immerse himself in the infected zones, emerging only after elevating his abilities to SSS rank. In that case, who in the world could rival him? Moreover, Lin Chen possessed more than one ability. Should he elevate his passive ability, the source of life, to SSS rank, the strength of his body would be unimaginable. He might even become virtually indestructible. With both parties in agreement, the tall esper promptly indicated a direction, and they began their return journey together. With Lin Chen, a formidable esper, among them, they had little to fear from the threats posed by rogue ninjas or infected entities. As they set off, Lin Chen cast a glance toward the thicket behind him, where Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai were concealed. You two stay back and follow at a distance. Do not let yourselves be discovered. Should anything arise, I will inform you. Chapter 88, The Hidden Army's Subbase Brother Chen. If you travel east from this location and cross a vast ocean, you will reach the land of the rising sun. The vicinity of the oceanic infection zone is virtually uninhabited. What purpose do you have in venturing there? On his return to the Hidden Army's subbase, Qin Shuang learned of Lin Chen's plans. With ample provisions in tow, he intended to head eastward. This left Qin Shuang thoroughly perplexed. I have my own intentions, Lin Chen replied, feigning an air of mystery. Observing his demeanor, Qin Shuang pondered, recalling Lin Chen's recent encounter with the ninjas. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. Brother Chen, you aren't planning to confront the people of the East, are you? When you saved us earlier, you seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for them. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qin Shuang's train of thought, and smiled broadly. That's about right. If I happen upon those Easterners who have crossed the ocean, I wouldn't hesitate to ensure they drown in the sea. Really? Brother Chen, you are remarkably responsible. Qin Xuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I've heard from my sister that those Easterners come to our territory to capture people. They say it's for some kind of viral experimentation. With their limited population, they need to develop themselves, hence they target us. Her face was flushed with indignation. Though she lacked worldly knowledge, she understood the gravity of foreign aggression and the suffering it inflicted upon the innocent. Viral experimentation? The mere mention of this sent a jolt of pain through Lin Chen's heart. In his previous life, during a world-scale conflict, the East had conducted bacterial experiments in their skirmishes against China. To think that they had come here, still unable to reform their ways. Previously, on the walls of City E, Musashi had proposed a trade involving the lives of innocent civilians. So that was the truth. Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly, his tone calm, yet imbued with a lethal intent. What I just said was in jest, but if I truly encounter any Easterners, regardless of who they are, I will strike them down without hesitation. This serious and earnest state of Lin Chen stirred something within Qin Xuan. Her gaze transformed from curiosity to admiration. Brother Chen, she said softly, has anyone ever told you that your serious demeanor is rather handsome? It's been mentioned, though not by a human. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Qin Shuang and Lin Chen engaged in endless conversation as they journeyed on, with Qin Shuang being the more loquacious of the two. Compared to Qin Wanner, Qin Shuang's personality was far more approachable and endearing. Before long, under the guidance of a tall esper, they arrived at the hidden army's subbase. From a distance, Lin Chen spotted a fence encircling a vast area. He was momentarily taken aback. The hidden army subbase is not as fortified as I had envisioned. In fact, if the outermost fence were to be removed, it would resemble an isolated village. Is this truly the hidden army and AMP, Oppos, as subbase? It seems rather hasty. Sensing Lin Chen and AMP, Oppos, as thoughts, the tall esper smiled faintly. This is indeed our subbase. While it may appear unremarkable, it is exceptionally secure. We have coated the surrounding fence with a plant toxin that repels the infected. It poses no harm to humans. Yet its scent spreads through the air, deterring the infected from approaching. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen feigned sniffing the air but detected no unusual odors. Subsequently, he reached out to inquire through his mental connection with Xiaoqing. Are there any abnormalities near this area, Master? Aside from the rather unpleasant air. There are no other issues. Lin Chen was taken aback. Even you find this scent intolerable? No, Master, it merely causes my body to instinctively reject the odor. There are no adverse effects. Instantly, Lin Chen understood. While the scent effectively repelled the infected, it did not completely deter them. The infected would not actively approach the hidden army and Oppos, as subbase. Upon reflection, this was indeed an effective means of safeguarding against the infected. After all, the intelligence of the infected improved with their level. E and F-class infected beings had not developed much intellect and would naturally choose to avoid the area. The weaker, ordinary infected beings were even less likely to approach. As long as the hidden army did not provoke the infected into entering the area, they could create a safe haven within the infection zone using this simple strategy. Such a tactic was remarkably sophisticated. As they drew nearer, Lin Chen observed dozens of wooden houses, both large and small, nestled harmoniously among towering trees. Even from above, it was challenging to discern signs of human habitation without careful observation. Each wooden dwelling was entwined with vines and concealed by lush foliage, seemingly blending seamlessly into the natural environment. Additionally, in sunlit clearings, there were cultivated fields bearing fresh fruits and vegetables. Common village structures such as chicken coops and pig pens were also present. Remarkably, the hidden army had established a comfortable existence in the midst of the infection zone. Was this truly the apocalyptic world dominated by the infected? Such a paradise was unexpected. Lin Chen could not help but marvel at how the hidden army managed to survive in this manner within the infection zone. Although the area appeared underdeveloped, the villagers exuded an air of profound depth. Patrol soldiers donned simple armor and wielded firearms, patrolling the vicinity of the subbase. The juxtaposition of advanced technology and primitive living conditions left Lin Chen profoundly astonished. Hiki. The tall esper chuckled knowingly and explained. Our guiding principle has always been people-oriented. This is the way our ancestors lived, and we can certainly sustain ourselves through similar means. It's just that in the current safe zones of the human alliance, the basic living facilities are far more advanced. As Lin Chen pondered this, Qin Shuang suddenly grabbed his arm, urging him to follow her. Brother Chen, come on, I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. You must be starving and cold out here, right? Although our conditions are a bit humble, we have everything you could want. Lin Chen did not resist, allowing Qin Shuang to lead him into the subbase. Upon entering, they immediately spotted a young man busily preparing to slaughter a chicken, though he appeared somewhat distracted. Li Gu, are we slaughtering chickens today? Then I must indulge. Qin Shuang exclaimed cheerfully, pulling Lin Chen closer. Hearing her familiar voice, the young man and Appo's knife trembled, and he looked up in surprise. Xiao Shuang, you're back? That is wonderful. You know I have. Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon Lin Chen. Upon seeing Lin Chen's astonished yet playful smile, the knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as his expression turned to one of disbelief. It's you. Chapter 89. The Target, the Ninja Camp. Lin Chen gazed at him with a smile, while the latter and Appo's face was etched with fear. This young man, Lin Chen had some recollection of. After Qin Wanner had sent him out of City E, 3 hidden military abilities had sinister intentions towards him, coveting his unique powers. At that time, this young man had stood nearby. Had he not intervened, little Qing might have ended up killing him as well. Now, seeing Lin Chen again, his heart was naturally filled with trepidation. Qin Shuang glanced at Lin Chen and then at him, her expression one of surprise. Do you two know each other? Before the young man could speak, Lin Chen took the initiative to say, Yes, we have met once. Your sister sent me out from City E to hand over something called purple source crystals, and he came with 3 ability users. Unfortunately, we were later attacked by the infected and had to flee for our lives. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang seemed to recall something. So that and Appo's, that's how it is. I understand. Before the subbase, there were 3 uncles who unfortunately perished during a mission. So Brother Chen participated in that operation. As she spoke, her tone grew somber. The population at the subbase was already scarce, and being a compassionate girl, Qin Shuang naturally felt heartbroken over the loss of her companions. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked at the young man with surprise. He had not revealed the full circumstances, but had rather concealed the truth. The deaths of those 3 ability users were attributed to unfortunate accidents, which was unexpected for Lin Chen. Hello, I am Li Xiao. I apologize for not being able to bring you back safely last time. The young man gathered his courage and said apologetically, It and Appo's, that's all right. It is not easy for you to survive, so there is no need to worry about my safety, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Brotherly. You need not concern yourself with Brother Chen's safety. We survived thanks to Brother Chen's formidable prowess. You have no idea just how powerful he is. Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Did he not know how powerful Lin Chen was? That day, when the infected launched a sudden attack, their 3 hidden military ability users had perished on the spot, yet Lin Chen had emerged unscathed. How could he not comprehend the terrifying might of Lin Chen? It was worth noting that Lin Chen had been on the brink of death at that time. Let us not dwell on the past, in this apocalypse. Who can truly claim to be powerful? Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Seeing that Lin Chen bore no ill intentions, Li Xiao finally set his mind at ease. Indeed, let us not speak of the past. Now that you are here, you must try my cooking. Li Xiao bent down to pick up the kitchen knife from the ground, preparing to handle the large rooster in his hands. Brother Chen, Brother Li and Appo's culinary skills are exceptional. You will surely have your appetite whetted, Qin Shuang said excitedly. Just then, a familiar voice unexpectedly rang out. Brother Lin, your great kindness shall not go unthanked. Turning to the source of the voice, they saw it was Sun Yuan. Oh, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, now that Qin Wan and Appo's had taken control of City E. She had directly dispatched Sun Yuan. This was rather bold, wasn't it? I didn't expect you to arrive in time to rescue little Shuang and the others. I am truly grateful. Had anything happened to little Shuang, Lord Qin would not have spared me. Lin Chen chuckled. It and Appo's nothing, merely a casual effort. Then, with a hint of surprise, he inquired, But you, what about your earlier attempts to return to the hidden military subbase from City E? Shouldn't that have required considerable effort? Sun Yuan laughed heartily and explained slowly. This is all thanks to Brother Lin. The number of infected near City E has significantly decreased, so there is little threat in returning to the base. Moreover, with Lord Qin becoming the administrator of the ability tower in City E, finding a reason to leave the city is quite easy. The hidden military has benefited greatly from your assistance. In the past, while the hidden military had insiders within City E, returning to the base required a foolproof reason. Now that Qin Wanner had become the administrator of the ability tower, even if she established a zone in City E for the hidden military personnel, it was unlikely anyone would object. All of this was due to Lin Chen's influence. If one were to say Lin Chen was a benefactor to the entire hidden military, it would not be an exaggeration. Really? Brother Chen is so formidable. Seeing Sun Yuan express such gratitude, Qin Shuang and Amp, Oppos, S mouth formed in and Amp, Oppos, O and Amp, Oppos. Haha, Brother Lin and Amp, Oppos, S prowess is something even I cannot fathom. Sun Yuan exclaimed sincerely. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Brother Lin, I heard from the people you saved that you need food resources. I have arranged some for you, but what is it? Lin Chen tilted his head slightly. Our hidden military subbase primarily has fresh food. As you are traveling outside without refrigeration, these items will spoil within a few days, Sun Yuan said, revealing a troubled expression. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle wryly. How could he have overlooked this detail? The food prepared for him by the hidden military subbase would surely be fresh meat and vegetables. Setting aside how he would cook in the wilderness, just the shelf life during the scorching summer would not last long. Long-lasting food supplies were classified as strategic resources and could only be stored in City E, having just come out of there a few days ago. Would he need to return for resupply? Indeed, he had underestimated the complexity of surviving in an infected zone. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, seeing the right moment. Sun Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. However, if Brother Lin has any ideas, I might have a way. Lin Chen immediately focused his attention on him. Sun Yuan produced a coordinate radar from his pocket as he spoke. This was retrieved from the body of a middle-ranking ninja that attacked City E. It contains the coordinates of their camps. According to our intelligence over the past few days, there seemed to be only 7 lower-ranking ninjas left in that camp, with the number of initial ninjas unknown. Since Brother Lin has already slain 3 lower-ranking ninjas, the remaining forces should be manageable for our hidden military. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen began to grasp the situation. He smiled faintly and asked, "Are you suggesting that the ninja camp has the food resources I require?" Sun Yuan nodded affirmatively. These ninjas have traversed mountains and rivers to hide here, carrying food that can be stored for long periods. If Brother Lin is interested, our hidden military can certainly cooperate. Our objective is to eliminate them, and as for any surplus food, you may take as much as you desire. Lin Chen chuckled softly, somewhat astonished as he asked. With City E now undergoing such changes, I didn't expect Qin Wanner to still have the energy to send you to eliminate those ninjas. Truly unexpected. To his surprise. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuan's expression turned serious. Brother Lin, have you forgotten what you declared atop the city walls? Those who offend our Huaxia shall be punished, regardless of distance. Chapter 90, The Side Effects of Charisma Upon Learning the Precise Location of the Ninja Forces. Sun Yuan promptly summoned the remaining strength of the hidden army to commence a purge at the ninja camp. Lin Chen was astonished to discover that within this hidden army subbase, there were an unexpected 5E level ability users alongside Sun Yuan. Calculating the odds, even if he did not accompany them, the hidden army subbase had a real chance of swallowing the ninja camp whole. However, in Sun Yuan's strategy, having an ability user like Lin Chen would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success. Moreover, the ability users of the hidden army had to be wary of the potential backlash from the virus while utilizing their powers. As they departed the subbase, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai trailed about 50 meters behind Lin Chen. Fortunately, there were no sensory ability users among their ranks, so they went unnoticed. Yet, after advancing a few kilometers, Lin Chen suddenly called for a halt. His gaze was fixed ahead, where the magnetic field was notably weak. But his keen perception allowed him to detect the anomaly immediately. The hidden army ability users beside him halted in confusion, casting dubious glances at Lin Chen. Sun Yuan, equally perplexed, inquired, "Brother Lin, is there something amiss?" Lin Chen skillfully donned a bronze mask and pointed towards a particularly bulky tree ahead, stating, "Look there." As soon as he spoke, he manipulated the magnetic field from a distance, lightly touching the tree trunk. To their astonishment, the surface of the trunk began to undergo a remarkable transformation, altering colors at a visible pace. Suddenly, a section of the trunk split open, revealing a pair of luminous emerald eyes. Witnessing this, Sun Yuan's previously puzzled expression turned grave. He swiftly retrieved his reconnaissance goggles to scan the area. E-level infected entity, Phantom Plague Beast. Warning. Encountering a mutated infected entity. If there are fewer than 3 E-level ability users, please retreat immediately. Both Sun Yuan and Amp, Oppos, S goggles and Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, S bronze mask emitted simultaneous warnings. Such an occurrence had never happened before. What is happening? A Phantom Plague Beast? I've never heard of this type of infected entity. The hidden army ability users murmured anxiously. We must retreat if we lack 3 or more E-level ability users. Is this infected entity that formidable? Only Sun Yuan remained solemn, murmuring. Mutated infected entities are a classification for extremely dangerous entities that humanity has battled against for nearly a century. I have never heard of the Phantom Plague Beast, but its inclusion in the mutated category surely signifies great peril. We should retreat. One of the group fell silent at these words. They had come in full force to eradicate the ninja camp, and now they were to withdraw due to a single mutated infected entity? It seemed a waste of momentum. Why retreat? I can handle it. You all can leave first. As the atmosphere grew tense with uncertainty about whether to fight or flee, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin, do you have confidence in this? Sun Yuan frowned. He knew Lin Chen possessed a means to control infected entities. But a phantom plague beast was a mutated entity, far from easily subdued. Rest assured, I have my ways, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. No. How can we let Brother Lin face this mutated entity alone? We are comrades. We cannot abandon one another. Exactly. If we fight together. If we retreat together. It's not that complicated. The hidden army ability users boldly asserted. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, noticed Sun Yuan and Appo's perplexed expression. What was happening? This was the first time these individuals met him, yet they were so supportive. It was well known that some ability users in the hidden army who gained their powers through the infection ability were particularly averse to normal ability users. Compared to them, Lin Chen seemed to belong to a special category. Sun Yuan himself, having been recruited from the Human Alliance, had initially faced considerable disdain. Yet, Lin Chen, instead of being rejected, was welcomed by these men with open arms. This left Sun Yuan utterly bewildered. Haha, Brother Lin, we are all comrades, do not worry. We will not leave you behind. A burly man stepped forward, casually placing a hand on Lin Chen's shoulder. This gesture elicited envious glances from the other ability users present. Brother Lin, my ability is supportive. Why don't we stay behind together while the others deal with the ninjas? Supportive? With your abilities. You might as well not let Brother Lin get hurt. I should stay. I have simple strength. The hidden army ability users clamored, each insisting on remaining with Lin Chen. Although Sun Yuan was baffled, Lin Chen began to sense the reason behind their insistence. He instinctively recoiled, deftly escaping the grip of the burly man. This might not be necessary, right? No wonder Lin Chen had felt peculiar about how the hidden army ability users regarded him throughout their journey. It was all due to his charisma. Qin Wano had noticed him for the same reason. Though these individuals were not infected entities, they certainly harbored some virus within them. Being around these robust men, Lin Chen would have to sleep with one eye open. This was unacceptable. He had no interest in men. Ah, Brother Lin. Why so formal? We are all comrades. Besides, it's just a special infected entity. We cannot let you face it alone. Sun Yuan observed the unfolding scene in Lin Chen's resistant expression and immediately commanded, let us proceed as Brother Lin suggested. The Phantom Plague Beast will be dealt with by Brother Lin, while the rest of us will go after the ninja camp. Upon hearing this, the other hidden army ability users showed varying degrees of reluctance. Sensing this, Lin Chen quickly devised a plan. Brothers, what I desire are the provisions within the ninja camp. Whatever they have, I want it all. If we waste time here, those little devils will be consuming my supplies. These provisions were crucial to him. He pleaded with them for assistance. Sun Yuan sighed, recognizing that the hidden army ability users did not often heed his commands. So what could he do about Lin Chen's request? However, to his astonishment, upon Lin Chen's utterance, the hidden army ability users instantly rallied with fervor. All right. Since Brother Lin has spoken, we shall charge straight into the Eastern Ninja Camp, eliminate everyone, and seize all the goods. Rest assured, Brother Lin. We will ensure you won't go hungry. Damn it. Those Eastern devils dare to pilfer Brother Lin's food. I will make sure they choke on their own filth. Sun Yuan stood to the side, utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? Is this truly the answer? Who exactly is in command? How is it that Lin Chen's words carry more weight than his? Chapter 91. The Upgrade of Abilities. After much persuasion, the hidden military superhumans finally departed with Sun Yuan. Lin Chen suddenly cast his gaze towards the location of the Phantom Plague Beast and exclaimed, Oh, although your magnetic field is not very pronounced, I have nonetheless discovered you. It is impossible for you to eliminate me silently. The peculiar, faint magnetic field that had indicated the beast and Appo's presence had now vanished. Its body seemed capable of camouflaging with the surrounding environment, steadily advancing towards Lin Chen, who was still less than 10 meters away. Suddenly, two figures darted from the thicket behind him. It was Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Once they noticed the hidden military personnel had left, they naturally emerged. Both were D-level infected beings, and either of them could easily end the Phantom Plague Beast's life. However, Lin Chen intervened to stop Xiaoqing from launching an attack. Wait a moment. This creature is classified as a special variant. I am curious to see what other abilities it possesses beyond its formidable camouflage. As he spoke, the phantom plague beast in the distance abruptly opened its gaping maw. Like a predator snatching flies, a purplish-red tongue shot forth, as thick as a human arm. And with astonishing speed, Lin Chen reacted swiftly, raising a force field barrier in front of him. Crack! To his astonishment, the sudden force of the tongue shattered his force field barrier with ease. It was merely an E-level infected being. This was the first time Lin Chen had witnessed an attack capable of breaching his barrier at the same level. No wonder it was dubbed a special variant. Its ability to stealthily approach prey under the guise of camouflage was remarkable. Without his magnetic field observation capability, Lin Chen would have struggled to detect it. Furthermore, with such a powerful tongue, even E-level superhumans could easily be mistaken for prey and devoured in one bite. Recovering from his shock, Lin Chen hastily conjured several more force field barriers ahead. If one barrier was insufficient, then multiple would suffice. Bang! As anticipated, after breaching one barrier, the subsequent ones had already lost much of their force, making it difficult to break through further. Lin Chen clenched his right hand, causing the magnetic field surrounding the tongue to contract inward. Grasp it firmly. Well, if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would have thought I was holding on to a steel column. Lin Chen marveled. The hardness of this tongue meant that ordinary firearms could not harm it. While controlling the phantom plague beast, Lin Chen removed his mask, revealing his handsome visage, and bestowed a friendly smile upon the creature. In the distance, upon seeing Lin Chen smile, the phantom plague beast felt as though its heart had been struck. The colors on its surface began to shift dramatically, originally camouflaged as foliage. It ultimately transformed into a riot of colors. This must have been its true form, resembling a vibrant chameleon. Simultaneously, the tongue, as hard as reinforced steel, suddenly went limp and retracted. The magnetic force that had suppressed it was also withdrawn by Lin Chen. His expression turned slightly peculiar. Is it just me? Or does that tongue look a bit suggestive? Oh, I can't be blamed. After all, they all retract. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the E-level special infected being, Phantom Plague Beast. Reward, Mental Power 200. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked for subduing E-level infected beings 1010. Next achievement point, 1020. Reward, Ability Upgrade or 1 random draw. The system's mechanical voice filled Lin Chen with uncontainable joy. He could upgrade his abilities. Although his mental power had not yet reached 2000, and thus he had not attained the D-level superhuman standard, the release of abilities merely consumed mental power. With 2000 mental power, he could sustain the normal consumption of D-level abilities. This did not mean he could not possess D-level abilities. Lin Chen decisively chose, I wish to evolve my abilities. Please select Ability Evolution, E-level Ability Magnetic Force Field, E-level Passive Ability Source of Life. Magnetic Force Field. Lin Chen replied without hesitation. Compared to defensive capabilities, he was more eager to enhance his offensive prowess. Host has selected Magnetic Force Field for ability upgrade. Upgrade duration, 24 hours. Ding. Host and Oppos. S abilities can undergo multiple evolutions, and corpse types can be consumed to expedite the ability upgrade process. This time requires 3 F-level corpse types. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Ability evolution could be accelerated? Previously, while wandering around City E, he had amassed, as they could not self-evolve by consuming lower-level corpse types due to the vast difference in levels. Let us evolve now. Accelerate the evolution. Lin Chen resolutely made his choice. After evolving his abilities, he planned to hasten his journey to the Renjiang camp. Although the hidden military personnel were sufficient, it was only right for him to contribute, given that it was for his own sustenance. Soon, before Lin Chen, beams of blue light converged, forming a black hole. This was somewhat akin to the infected beings absorbing the powers of corpses for evolution. Lin Chen immediately tossed 3 F-level corpse types into it. Meanwhile, he instructed Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, please keep watch for a moment. It will be over soon. With that, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. The Phantom Plague Beast, already captivated by Lin Chen and Oppos' appearance, noticed Xiaoqing and Xiaobai guarding him and became alert. Its vibrant colors dulled slightly, sending a signal of danger to its surroundings. Similar to the previous ability evolutions, upon closing his eyes, Lin Chen felt a wave of relaxation sweep over his body, losing track of time. When he awoke again, his abilities had completed their evolution. Host, Lin Chen. Charm level, 100,000, maximum, strength, 70, agility, 65 endurance, 60 mental power, 1530 ordinary infected beings, 1920 abilities, D-level ability magnetic force field, E-level passive ability source of life. Gazing at the latest status card, Lin Chen felt a surge of confidence, although his mental power had yet to meet the standard. He now possessed the strength of a D-level superhuman. Moreover, with the magnetic force field, Lin Chen could easily overpower over 90% of D-level superhumans. With the evolution of his abilities, Lin Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. The first thought that flashed through his mind was Qin and Appo's, her spatial abilities. Lin Chen began to manipulate the magnetic field with greater precision, following the method Qin and Appo's, had once used to control the magnetic field around her. He placed his backpack on the ground, then raised both hands, concentrating entirely on manipulating the nearby magnetic field. Gradually, the magnetic field surrounding the backpack began to become chaotic, the space visibly distorting before his eyes. However, as his mental power had not yet reached the average level, Lin Chen found it quite taxing. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to control the warped space. Finally, with a sudden pop, the backpack that had just been placed on the ground was suddenly engulfed by the distorted space surrounding it. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. Had he succeeded? Chapter 92. Nin? Let's test that the backpack was indeed absorbed into the spatial realm and vanished without a trace. However, while manipulating the distorted space, Lin Chen no longer possessed the energy to establish another spatial exit. Qin's extraordinary ability, to put it simply, allowed her to create two interconnected spaces within a certain radius, thereby achieving spatial mobility. Yet, Lin Chen could only manage to open the space without being able to connect the other end. Was it due to insufficient mental strength? After several attempts, he ultimately conceded defeat. With his current mental capacity, the energy expenditure for utilizing the magnetic force field had significantly increased. Although he had acquired a D-grade ability, it paled in comparison to a typical D-grade user due to the limitation of usage time. It seemed evident that enhancing mental strength could not be neglected. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen clenched his fists. Despite possessing a D-grade ability, the lack of mental fortitude rendered the time of use a vulnerability. If another opportunity to enhance his powers arose, and the magnetic force field were to ascend to C-grade, would he not be drained dry with casual usage? This realization struck him. For an ability user, the paramount concern is the enhancement of one's mental strength. Without adequate mental prowess, what does it matter how formidable an ability is? If mental capacity cannot support it, it is akin to replacing a tank's tracks with wooden wheels. Lin Chen pondered that his future focus should be on enhancing mental strength, followed by elevating his ability level. Once the level of his ability meets the standards, he could then opt to acquire new powers. Although the magnetic force field was already immensely powerful, it was not without its flaws, particularly in specific scenarios. Thus, Lin Chen required more abilities. While ordinary individuals might reach their limit with 2 abilities, Lin Chen and Appo's potential seemed boundless, for now. With a sigh, Lin Chen slightly raised his right hand, preparing to retrieve the backpack from within the space. However, midway through the motion, his expression suddenly froze. Wait a moment. I have stored this item in the adjacent space without opening a connecting passage. Does this imply that I have a place to stow items at will? Quickly, Lin Chen began to validate this. He dashed 10 meters away and twisted the space once more. This time, Lin Chen commanded the space to release its contents, and his backpack shot out with a whoosh. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen was filled with elation. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Lin Chen could independently open a space. It could serve as both an exit and an entrance, but his mental strength could not sustain the opening on both ends. Yet, from this perspective, it appeared that not all was in vain. Lin Chen could now store unnecessary items in his personal space. There was no longer any concern regarding transport capacity. Previously, he had been troubled about how to carry a large quantity of food resources. Surely, he could not fashion a massive bundle and transport it using the force field. Could he? Now, with this portable space, everything became much more convenient. I can also achieve a form of spatial mobility, albeit limited. Lin Chen reassured himself. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and meticulously reviewed the system data card. Following the breakthrough of his ability, his system data had undergone slight modifications, revealing a new achievement card. Achievement page, activated achievements, subdue C-grade infected, 1-5 subdue D-grade infected, 2-5 subdue E-grade infected, 10-20 subdue F-grade infected, 1720 ordinary infected fans, 1925,000. Current completion of achievements will yield random rewards. In addition to these activated achievements, There were numerous obscured blank achievements below, yet to be activated. It seemed that activation would occur serendipitously. Oh, these achievements can only be completed within the infection zone. It appears I shall have to remain in the infection zone for a prolonged period. Lin Chen lamented. With the troubles of this location resolved, Lin Chen decided to set off, following the previously recorded direction towards the ninja camp. Given the recent configuration of the hidden forces, if an encounter with the ninjas occurred, the battle might become protracted. Immediate support was necessary. You three, stay close behind me and avoid being detected. Lin Chen instructed as he turned. Typically, after subduing an ordinary E-grade infected, Lin Chen would likely take the corpse type. However, some special cases could remain, such as Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who were unique types. The Phantom Plague Beast belonged to a category with special abilities. Its stealth capabilities largely stemmed from mimicry and disguise. Without relying on the magnetic field, it would be challenging to detect its presence. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai nodded in agreement, while the Phantom Plague Beast gazed at Lin Chen with glowing eyes, filled with admiration. Your ambitions are lofty, but if you disguise yourself well, I shall permit you to approach. However, you must not reveal yourself in the presence of others, Lin Chen warned. The Phantom Plague Beast nodded vigorously, its eyes alight with flattery, devoid of the demeanor it had just displayed as a special infected. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Yuan and his group had arrived at the ninja camp without waiting for Lin Chen to catch up. They charged directly into the enemy camp. The hidden force ability users appeared invigorated, only to unexpectedly encounter formidable resistance. Damn it, why are there CH Nin here? Was it reported that the CH Nin in this camp had perished in Yi City? Cursed, these devils are hiding deep. Be cautious. Don't let those devils catch you off guard. The hidden force ability users formed a protective circle, surrounded by layers of white mist. The visibility for everyone was limited to no more than 5 meters. In the recent skirmish, they had already lost an F-grade ability user, who had been struck down by a dagger emerging from the shadows. Sun Yuan kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, reminding everyone, stay alert. If the enemy appears, notify your comrades immediately. Watch out for their hidden weapons. Before his words could settle, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From within the white mist, flashes of cold light suddenly shot forth. Thankfully, due to Sun Yuan's prior warning, everyone hastily grasped their weapons. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks, though skillfully aimed, were met with the hidden force users' mutual support, allowing them to barely fend off the ambush. Boss Sun, what is the meaning of these foes surrounding us without attacking? An anxious ability user besides Sun Yuan inquired. If they have no ulterior motives, should we not charge out? No ulterior motives? How could that be? Sun Yuan frowned, his tone laced with urgency. These devils want us to call for reinforcements. They aim to ensnare us all at once. What? Those treacherous eastern devils. This is bad. Brother Lin is on his way to us. This spells danger. We have no means to contact Brother Lin. We are uncertain if he has safely evaded the Phantom Plague Beast. Sun Yuan gritted his teeth, remaining on high alert as he scanned the surroundings. If it comes to that, we'll have to fight these devils head-on. Losing a few as scapegoats is still worthwhile. As for Brother Lin, at the mention of Lin Chen, a bitter smile crossed Sun Yuan's face. He hoped that after resolving the Phantom Plague Beast, he would return directly to the subbase without pursuing further. Otherwise, even he, when confronted with the CH Nin of the land of the rising sun. Sun Yuan and Apos' words had yet to conclude when a familiar voice resonated from beyond the misty thicket. CH Nin of the land of the rising sun? Quite impressive, is it? Why not test that theory against me? Chapter 93. Do you really think you and Apos read something special? The voice drew closer, emanating from the smoke-laden thicket. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Sun Yuan and Apos' expression shifted from surprise to deep concern. It was Lin Chen, but what could he accomplish? This was a ninja from the east, and unless Master Qin personally intervened, no one could contend with him. Moreover, Master Qin, without the power of the purple source crystal, was incapable of fully exerting his abilities. A gust of wind, akin to a hurricane, surged from the distance. The surrounding white mist dispersed swiftly, as if blown away by an ethereal being, revealing a clearer view. Lin Chen appeared before everyone, walking leisurely. Brother Lin, the hidden military and Apos' superhumans, upon spotting Lin Chen, displayed expressions of joy, but were quick to caution, be careful. Those devils are hiding in the bushes, lurking treacherously. Watch out for ambushes. Before they could finish their warning, a silver glint shot from the thicket, aiming straight for Lin Chen and Apos' forehead. The spectators felt their hearts race. Yet Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. "Come out, you petty thieves." His thunderous command rippled through the air, and the silver light collided with an invisible barrier, bursting into a harmless spray. Lin Chen cast a knowing glance toward the brush. In an instant, a figure darted forth at lightning speed. Just as Sun Yuan prepared to warn Lin Chen, a blood-curdling scream echoed around them. Before the ninja could reach his target, a mysterious force crushed him midair, turning him into a bloody pulp. The stench of blood wafted into the air, snapping the onlookers back to reality. What? What just happened? Is this Lin Chen and Appo's power? Truly formidable. No wonder he is confident in facing the Phantom Plague Beast alone. He possesses such abilities. As they witnessed Lin Chen effortlessly eliminate a ninja, relief washed over the other hidden military superhumans. However, their focus was quickly diverted. Swish, swish, swish. Almost simultaneously, several agile figures clad in black emerged from the surrounding thickets, each moving with purpose. The recent death of their comrade barely stirred the resolve of these trained ninjas. It merely signaled the opportune moment for them to strike. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Appo's smirk deepened as he murmured, "With my abilities elevated to D rank, my control now extends 30 meters. You little devils hiding in the bushes are as good as exposed." As his words fell, the ninjas poised to ambush the hidden military superhumans suddenly froze, suspended in midair. Their faces etched with disbelief. Lin Chen raised one arm, his fingers curling slowly. The next moment, the air was filled with their agonized cries. "Baka, what is happening? Why can't we move? What sorcery is this?" Before they could utter another word, their bodies exploded due to the collapsing magnetic field around them. The hidden military superhumans stood agape, astonished. The slain ninjas had been the lower-tier ranks, comparable to their own E and F rank superhumans. How could such formidable adversaries be dispatched with such ease by Lin Chen, without even a confrontation? Sun Yuan swallowed hard, his unease palpable. Although he had anticipated Lin Chen's prowess, witnessing it firsthand left him trembling. The thought of facing Lin Chen in combat was utterly daunting. The other hidden military superhumans were equally startled, their expressions blank with disbelief. Fortunately, Sun Yuan quickly regained his composure. "Brother Lin, there's still a Nin. He killed one of our brothers and is hiding somewhere," he shouted. Lin Chen, undisturbed, replied coolly, "Relax. I know where he is." He slightly turned, his gaze not towards the thicket, but downward. His eyes resembled a high-precision magnetic field detector, capable of penetrating any hiding place, be it among the bushes or underground. Lin Chen had been aware of the Nin from the beginning. This ninja had used some means to conceal himself underground. Suddenly, a blade shot up from the ground. The black-clad figure burst forth, aiming a weapon at the back of Lin Chen and Appo's neck. Just as he seemed poised for victory, Lin Chen chuckled, raising his hand. A force field lifted him, allowing him to evade the attack gracefully. In midair, Lin Chen noticed the 3 white stripes on the ninja and Appo's shoulder, the mark of a Nin. "Ah, so you possess such earth-based techniques. Do you ninjas also wield fire and water abilities?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Before he could finish his thought, a fireball hurtled towards him. The Nin, having regained his stance, formed a hand seal and unleashed a fiery projectile. Lin Chen effortlessly grasped the surrounding magnetic field, dissipating the fire into mere sparks. However, his face radiated delight. "Well, would you look at that? You really do possess fire techniques. Come, show me a clone." Lin Chen was captivated by the Nin's abilities, but this flippant attitude incensed the ninja. "Baka, do you think I am insignificant? Humph. Though my techniques may be peculiar, you, Chinese, shall only meet me in a draw. Watch as I slay you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Why did this East Asian fool fail to grasp the seriousness of the situation? Given that death was inevitable, he might as well entertain himself and gain some insight. Since the ninja sought his own demise, Lin Chen was more than willing to oblige. "Hey, little devil," Lin Chen called, gesturing toward the Nin. "What was that you said about a draw?" Lin Chen reached out toward him. Before he could finish, the Nin felt an invisible force seize control of his arms, compelling him to point his short sword at himself. Like a puppet on strings, he found himself ensnared. The short sword pierced the heart with precision, blood gushing forth. Although this Nin was utterly drained of strength, the blade continued to delve deeper. "Damn it, those Huaxia people." His voice was hoarse, laden with profound despair and agony. This bizarre scene, of course, was orchestrated by Lin Chen, manipulating the magnetic field to achieve this effect. "Little devil, I merely wish to witness your tricks, allowing you to linger for a few more seconds. Did you truly take it to heart? Do you really consider yourself worthy? Chapter 94. The special magnet in the blink of an eye. The ninjas within the camp were all annihilated by Lin Chen, who wielded his sword with unparalleled ferocity. Remarkably, the only body remaining was that of a Nin, who had taken his own life under Lin Chen and Apos as control. That should be sufficient, Lin Chen mused, casting a glance at Sun Yuan. In his perception, within a 30-meter radius, there were no other living beings aside from the hidden military superhumans present. According to the intelligence gathered, aside from the situation with the Nin, the rest were accounted for normally. Sun Yuan surveyed the surroundings, but could only see pools of blood and flesh, devoid of any intact corpses. Lin Chen and Apos' swift and decisive actions had left no room for survival for the enemy. That is good, Lin Chen nodded, then looked around. Is this how they set up camp? They have no defensive measures at all. Apart from a few unusually large tents, there was nothing else in sight. The ninjas from the east seemed to be camping out in the open. Yet, despite this, Lin Chen could not bear the sight. This was the land of Huaxia. Not even a single leaf should be sullied by these invaders. With a sigh, Sun Yuan approached. Brother Lin, although these ninjas have not established any defenses, there are still patrols nearby at all times. Furthermore, they have set numerous traps in the jungle. We unwittingly walked into their ambush. As the commander of this operation, Sun Yuan felt a deep sense of responsibility. Had he detected the anomaly earlier, he would have led his men to retreat, thereby avoiding any casualties. Oh, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Sun Yuan continued, since our arrival, the ninjas have quietly retreated, leaving behind an empty camp. A strange mist has also appeared around us, which I fear may be poisonous, so I refrained from letting the brothers charge in recklessly. Sun Yuan and Apos' knowledge of the East and Apos' ninjas was limited to their treacherous hidden weapons and their poisonous techniques. These invaders were indeed masters of toxins. The more powerful the ninja, the more potent the poison they could wield, sufficient to threaten superhumans. The white mist could both obscure vision and trap them within. However, unbeknownst to the ninjas, Lin Chen utilized his force field to disperse the mist entirely. The ninjas, who once held the advantage, were now laid bare before him. The enemy and Apos' underhanded tactics, despite their flawed intelligence, have produced commendable results, Lin Chen reassured. And that was a Nin. I have personally experienced the wrath of a frenzied Nin in City E. Had it not been for Lu Feng from the Special Forces arriving in time, Xinhuan and Apos' might have met a dire fate. Yet, these invaders likely intended to use their comrades as bait to lure more superhumans from Huaxia, aiming to capture them all at once. What they did not expect was that Lin Chen, single-handedly, would vanquish their entire group. Sun Yuan shook his head, feeling a sense of shame. Just then, a report came from those responsible for counting the enemy supplies. Brother Lin, we found it. Their usual food consists of canned goods. They can last for 3 to 5 years without issue. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The death of the Nin had not stirred much within him, but the mention of canned goods ignited his enthusiasm. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Sun Yuan smiled knowingly. Brother Lin, you just saved all our lives. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Our goal is merely to eliminate the enemy. We are not lacking in supplies. Sun Yuan and Apos' generous words, however, drew some discontent from the hidden military superhumans nearby. Brother Sun, what do you mean? Even if Brother Lin had and Apos' saved us, everything here still belongs to him. Exactly. If it weren't for that Nin, we would have taken this camp without breaking a sweat. There would have been no need for Brother Lin to exert himself. Brother Lin, these items look heavy. I and Apos' help carry them back. Hearing this, Sun Yuan could only look at Lin Chen with a helpless expression. He quietly remarked, Brother Lin, it seems you are quite popular among our brothers. Lin Chen and Apos' lips twitched involuntarily. Popular? Such popularity was not something he desired. Who knew what these burly men were truly thinking? Lin Chen had already made plans. Once they secured these supplies, he would leave immediately. He had no intention of lingering in such an atmosphere. He could only mask his embarrassment with a smile. Hey, what is this? Why are these items here? Suddenly, a noise emerged from one of the tents. Lin Chen and Sun Yuan followed the sound and entered the tent. Lin Chen suddenly felt a sensation and turned to a specific spot, where he saw a hidden military superhuman just lifting a glass cover. Beneath it lay a thumb-sized black-purple magnet on a cork surface. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. Is this the item? He recalled how Musashi had shattered a magnet in City E, creating a magnetic field that, although small in area, had profound effects. The strength of a sea-level entity had been suppressed to D-level. That magnet seemed to possess a unique suppressive effect on infected beings. I believe I recall Lord Chen mentioning that these East ninjas can remain unscathed within infection zones due to a special magnet that disrupts and weakens the powers of infected beings. The Ch-Nin from City E had also employed a similar power, it seems. It is indeed this, Sun Yuan remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As for the hidden military superhuman who had removed the glass cover, he now wore a look of distaste. This object seems rather sinister. Just being close to it makes me feel a bit nauseous. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen pondered. The hidden military superhumans undoubtedly harbored some infection virus within them, and their powers were intricately linked to these viruses. Perhaps the magnet affected the activity of the infection virus within them, thus influencing both the superhumans and the infected beings. If this magnet proves useless, we can take it back for research, Lin Chen suggested suddenly. While the magnet could target infected beings and was indeed a valuable item, keeping it close felt somewhat inappropriate. It would be better to give it to Sun Yuan, whether handed over to the hidden military or the human alliance. It could yield valuable insights. With a rustle, someone unearthed a wooden box from the corner, releasing a wave of a metallic, sanguine odor. He stared in astonishment at the contents. Boss Sun, there are so many corpse types in here, left behind by those invaders. At this revelation, Lin Chen's ears perked up, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. The earlier magnet may have been useless, but this was indeed of great value. Chapter 95. Come. Follow me inside. Boss Sun, there are a total of 7 E-level corpses and 12 F-level corpses here. It seems that during all this time, this group of invaders has not been entirely free from the assaults of infected entities. The individual just counted. The number of these corpses stored is indeed quite excessive, even surpassing the quantity of infected entities Lin Chen had encountered in recent days. It appears that besides the human alliance establishing outposts for regular cleansing of infected entities, these ninjas also take action. But what are they collecting these corpses for? Brother Lin, these corpses. Sun Yuan looked at Lin Chen with eager eyes. Both the hidden army and the human alliance are in dire need of corpses for research, and of course, Sun Yuan desires them. Or rather, they are intended for the hidden army behind him. Lin Chen nodded and replied, that and Oppos. That's fine, just keep them for me. This magnet is useless. You may take it. As he spoke, Lin Chen extended his right hand towards the pile of corpses, fingers splayed, accompanied by the distortion of the magnetic field in space. Sun Yuan was astonished to discover that the space around the corpses seemed to warp, drawing those corpses into it. Such a technique resembles that of Qin Wano's spatial abilities. Sun Yuan momentarily forgot about the corpses and turned to ask, Brother Lin, was that just now? Lin Chen, well aware of what Sun Yuan was about to inquire, smiled and replied, You mean that move? I learned it from our Lord Chen. Haha. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuan was instantly bewildered, his eyes wide open, rooted to the spot. Can one actually learn such powers? This is absurd. In fact, many special abilities rely on variations in the magnetic field to manifest. For instance, Qin Wano's spatial abilities. However, their control over the magnetic field is limited to their own capabilities. It's akin to a machine that can only produce corresponding parts. But Lin Chen is different. His ability is the magnetic force field, a force that can create machinery. Therefore, as long as it pertains to the magnetic field, if Lin Chen's mastery of it improves, he can naturally imitate and even surpass others. Gulp Sun Yuan nervously swallowed, staring at Lin Chen as though gazing at a monster. No wonder Lord Chen repeatedly cautioned against provoking Lin Chen. Who would dare to antagonize such a formidable being with boundless powers? The corpses were collected, and the magnet was placed inside a glass case by the individual from earlier, along with the base. Indeed, once the isolation glass cover was placed over it, the special magnetic field it emitted diminished significantly. Within the tent, no further gains were found, prompting Lin Chen to step outside. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed a peculiar antenna-like device at the center of the ninja camp. It resembled a signal device but lacked any screen. What could this be? Lin Chen approached it curiously for a closer inspection. Soon after, Sun Yuan also exited the tent and approached Lin Chen. Noticing Lin Chen examining the peculiar device, he explained, Brother Lin, this is a simple satellite communication tool. It cannot convey detailed information, only emit signals. The ninjas send signals to the other end of the satellite at intervals. Different signals convey different messages, albeit the simplest of messages. Upon hearing Sun Yuan's explanation, Lin Chen suddenly understood. This serves as a means for the ninjas to report peace back to the East Japan. Once the ninja base is destroyed, it won't end Oppos. TB long before East Japan fails to receive signals, indicating that this location has indeed been obliterated. Lin Chen frowned and inquired. Sun Yuan shrugged with a wry smile, extending his hands. There's nothing we can do. We do not comprehend the invaders' signal frequencies. However, East Japan is separated from us by an ocean of infected zones. Even if they are aware, they can only fret, can't they? Sun Yuan did not dwell on the matter. He planned to leave a couple of brothers behind to burn their camp and put an end to it. The signal device could simply be destroyed. Today and Appo's operation yielded abundant results. Besides the mountain of edible supplies, Lin Chen's greatest acquisition was the heap of corpses. With these corpses, he could enable the Phantom Plague beast to break through to D-level. His E-level ability is already astonishing, and should it reach D-level, its overall strength might surpass that of Shaoqing and Xiaobai. It would undoubtedly become a significant asset for him. As night fell, after organizing the supplies, Sun Yuan invited Lin Chen to visit the subbase. If he wished to leave, they would set off the following day. Lin Chen, unable to refuse the warm invitation, accompanied him back to the subbase. Upon learning of the successful operation, everyone at the Hidden Army subbase was enveloped in laughter and joy. They even held a banquet to celebrate. The slaughter of pigs and sheep, an event typically witnessed in peaceful rural villages, astonishingly unfolded before Lin Chen. He felt a profound sense of disorientation. In his previous life, his days in the village had been similarly joyous. However, some things were distinctly different from his former village life. Brother Lin, thanks to you today, we could survive. Come, I'll toast to you. An intoxicated Hidden Army ability user approached Lin Chen, a cup of white liquor in hand. Lacking sufficient resources, they resorted to the most primitive method, brewing liquor from grain. Since the grain was also needed for daily sustenance, the quantity of white liquor was indeed scarce, making such celebratory banquets exceedingly rare. Although Lin Chen possessed high mental fortitude and a strong resistance to alcohol, even the mightiest individual could not withstand the onslaught of numerous men eager to toast. Lin Chen suddenly felt a tinge of regret. He had overlooked this aspect. Almost every Hidden Army ability user sought to raise a toast to him. Even those with normal ability pulses approached to express their gratitude for Lin Chen's life-saving assistance. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen had already begun to feel somewhat dazed. No more. No more. My alcohol tolerance only goes this far. I can't drink much more. Just as these ability users were about to pour him another round of liquor, Lin Chen swiftly intervened, preventing further intoxication. However, those ability users seemed even more interested in the inebriated Lin Chen. Brother Lin, no worries. If you're drunk, I'll help you to rest. My room is spacious. Huh. With that stench of sweat in your room, who would want to sleep in there? Brother Lin, come to my place. I have a cat that can do backflips. What is so special about a cat doing backflips? I can do that too. Come sleep in my room. The initially dazed Lin Chen became instantly alert upon hearing these remarks. He inwardly cursed, damn it. Am I going to need to lock my pants tonight? Just as Lin Chen contemplated this, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. She then seized Lin Chen and Appo's arm and pulled him away from the crowd. Uncles, Brother Chen has had too much to drink. I'll take him to rest. You all continue. The voice sounded like Qin Shuang. Lin Chen finally felt at ease. Being led by Qin Shuang, he made his way across the subbase until they arrived at a beautifully adorned little courtyard. This was indeed Qin Shuang's residence. Come, follow me inside. Chapter 96. Why are you like this? Before Lin Chen could react, Qin Shuang had already taken his arm, half pulling and half guiding him into her room. Although the Hidden Army faced a scarcity of various living resources, the room was still brightly lit, far from the candlelit existence Lin Chen had envisioned. Upon seeing the tidy and elegant bedroom of the young girl, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, halting his steps. This might not be entirely appropriate, right? After all, she is the sister of Qin Wan. Is she, of age? Inappropriate? What could be inappropriate? Qin Shuang and Appo's large, shimmering eyes resembled a tranquil spring, devoid of any impurity, which made Lin Chen feel a tinge of embarrassment. Was he overthinking this? You drank too much. I'm helping you get some rest. What could possibly be inappropriate? Come on, take off your clothes, Qin Shuang said as she guided him to the edge of the bed. What on earth? The moment those words left her lips, Lin Chen, still partially inebriated, felt a surge of nervousness as he gazed at Qin Shuang. Although he had considerable experience in his previous life, most of it was merely learned from observing others. In terms of personal experience, he had none. Little Shuang, if I may ask, are you of age? Lin Chen inquired, scratching his head in embarrassment. Qin Shuang tilted her head, looking puzzled as she replied. I turned of age last month. Why do you ask? Lin Chen sighed in relief. Well, then it's nothing to worry about. I noticed you reeked of alcohol. Hurry and take off your clothes, and I'll help you clean up. Oh, and please don't vomit on my bed. Qin Shuang pouted slowly. At this, Lin Chen suddenly understood, though his emotion shifted. He couldn't quite tell if he felt disappointed or relieved. Haha. All right. Lin Chen chuckled in agreement. Given how exhausted you are, I want to make you bathe. Quickly, hand over your clothes, and tomorrow morning you can wear something new. With that, Lin Chen cast aside all other reservations and obediently stripped off his clothes. Qin Shuang then handed him a pink nightgown of hers, which he donned. Looking at the nightgown adorned with pink bows, Lin Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He certainly couldn't let anyone else see him like this. Otherwise, those burly men would undoubtedly be thrilled. The more time he spent among these supernatural beings of the hidden army, the more perilous he felt. The women were manageable. But the men? Lin Chen shook his head, unable to suppress a shiver. He made a firm decision to stop contemplating such matters. For he would be leaving this place the following day. Lying in the softness of Qin Shuang and Appo's bedding, Lin Chen began to strategize his next move. Foremost on his agenda was advancing towards the ocean infection zone. Once he arrived, it would be akin to a fish entering the sea, gradually subduing the entire marine infection. Upon emerging victorious, he would be unstoppable. First, he would deal with those troublesome Japanese. In his previous life, witnessing the plight of revolutionary martyrs had left Lin Chen seething with indignation. Moreover, he had heard from Qin Shuang that these Japanese sought to abduct Chinese civilians for some viral experiments. This brought to mind the ghastly bacterial experiments conducted by the Japanese in his past life. Truly inhumane. Regardless of where they went, their lives remained unchanged. Given this, Lin Chen harbored no qualms about eradicating such a heartless race. As he wallowed in his fantasies, Qin Shuang returned, pushing the door open. Brother Chen, are you asleep? After drinking so much, have some water. Lin Chen looked up to see Qin Shuang entering with a teapot. Confusion washed over him. What is going on? Isn't my charm ineffective on ordinary people? Could she have somehow acquired an infected supernatural pulse? That shouldn't be possible. Her bodily magnetic field seemed utterly ordinary. Now thoroughly baffled, Lin Chen shot up, glancing at Qin Shuang, who was pouring hot tea into a cup and offering it to him. Little Shuang, may I ask you something? What do you think of me? Very good. You're so impressive that even my sister said she would pay special attention to you. Is that all? Lin Chen. Now he was certain that Qin Shuang was not merely captivated by his looks. There was definitely something amiss. Accepting the steaming tea, Lin Chen solemnly asked, Little Shuang, is there something on your mind? If you have any difficulties, feel free to share. At this, Qin Shuang and Appo's face flushed crimson. As if caught in a moment of vulnerability, biting her lip, she averted her gaze. The young girl and Appo's shyness was vividly apparent. Lin Chen was taken aback. Could it be that he had not misjudged? Was romance on the horizon? Brother Chen, when you leave tomorrow, could you take me with you? Lin Chen and Appo's eyes widened, his pupils narrowing. What did she mean? Was she suggesting they run away together? Is this how the youth of today behaved? Take you? That might not be feasible. Lin Chen maintained a semblance of decorum, his tone laced with reluctance. Yet, he was not entirely reserved, with Shaoqing and the others accompanying him. Bringing Qin Shuang along would indeed pose complications. Qin Shuang fiddled with the hem of her garment, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. Lin Chen braced himself, his heart filled with anticipation. I want to assist you in combating the infected beings and those Japanese. I wish to help my sister, Qin Shuang declared with determination. Huh? Oh. The glimmer of hope in Lin Chen and Appo's eyes vanished. The eager gaze he had just directed towards her now turned into one of utter resignation. So that was it. What Qin Shuang desired was to awaken her supernatural powers. Only then could she assist Qin Wan. But Lin Chen was of little help in that regard. Typically, the path to awakening supernatural powers involved repeated battles to bolster one's mental strength. Once mental strength surpassed 100, one could undergo supernatural awakening at the power tower. However, given that the hidden army possessed considerable technological prowess, they likely had methods of awakening supernatural powers as well. Another option was for ordinary supernatural beings of the hidden army to opt for implanting infected supernatural pulses, although this carried the risk of viral infection. Stronger implanted pulses granted even greater abilities. Qin Wan was a prime example of this, regardless of which method was chosen. Lin Chen felt he was unable to provide any real assistance. I'm afraid that won't work. Lin Chen decisively rejected the notion. If that was her intention, Having Qin Shuang by his side would simply be a burden. He had no time to spare. Feeling heartbroken by the rejection, Qin Shuang's mind felt foggy. In an instant, a sense of grievance welled up, causing her eyes to redden. "Brother Chen, why are you like this?" And with that, Qin Shuang burst into tears. In the stillness of the night, her sobs echoed loudly, accompanied by her earlier words. Lin Chen felt a surge of panic. "Damn it, little ancestor. While food can be carelessly consumed, words should not be frivolously spoken. In the dead of night, what have I done to you?" Chapter 97. Is nothing happening? With a swift motion, Lin Chen raised his hand, causing the magnetic force field around them to converge and seal Qin Shuang and Apos' mouth. Though this approach was somewhat forceful, it was preferable to attracting the attention of others in the base. However, Qin Shuang, taken aback by this inexplicable power, exhibited signs of panic and urgency. Lin Chen spoke. "Dear little ancestor, I'll release you, but please refrain from making a commotion." Qin Shuang obediently nodded in response. Relieved, Lin Chen waved his hand, dissipating the force field that restrained her mouth. As the binding vanished, Qin Shuang's expression grew increasingly aggrieved. She wished to cry out but feared Lin Chen's mysterious abilities. With a sense of injustice, she retreated a couple of steps, standing in the corner of the room, stifling her sobs. This pitiable sight tugged at Lin Chen's heartstrings. He hesitated for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. "Then please clarify why you wish to accompany me." To have such a defenseless young girl by his side would, to put it bluntly, be a burden. I don't want to see my sister so exhausted. I wish to help her share the load," Qin Shuang declared, her teeth clenched and her tone resolute. "Qin Wan and Apos." Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shuang gradually calmed her racing heart, forcing herself to speak quietly. "Since I can remember, I have lived in City E, and all matters concerning my identity have been resolved by my sister. As for the so-called crisis of the infected outside, I have never personally experienced it. My sister has protected me well. However, recently, my identity became problematic, and I could no longer stay in City E. So my sister sent me to the hidden military base. It was only after that I learned of the harsh realities outside and understood how hard my sister has worked all these years." Listening to Qin Shuang's narrative, Lin Chen fell into silence. In this apocalyptic world, it was already a challenge for ordinary people to survive. To ascend to greatness, one had to join the human alliance and serve its interests. Only by awakening latent abilities through repeated battles could one hope to gain status in this world. To ordinary individuals, they were merely disposable pawns in the eyes of those with power. Yet, Qin Wan and Apos managed to conceal her identity within the hidden military and gradually achieved a status comparable to figures like Lu Muyu. Only she knew the hardships she endured along the way. It was only natural for Qin Shuang to harbor such thoughts. Lin Chen opened his mouth, hesitated, and realized that speaking the unvarnished truth might shatter this Na'vi girl's spirit. Instead, he approached her with a comforting demeanor and gently touched her forehead. "It's all right. I understand everything you've said. However, becoming stronger and gaining power is not what you urgently need at this moment. You have no comprehension of the battles outside." He spoke sincerely. Seeing that Lin Chen did not seem inclined to acquiesce to her request, Qin Shuang lowered her head in disappointment. But Lin Chen shifted the conversation, revealing a benevolent smile. "In light of your thoughtful gesture of fetching me water, I can assist you with this matter." "Really?" Qin Shuang and Apos' eyes widened, a flicker of hope igniting within her. She gazed at Lin Chen with anticipation. "Of course. When have I ever deceived anyone?" Lin Chen chuckled, his smile broadening. "While I cannot take you with me, I promise to return after a while and bring you some treasures." Should Lin Chen encounter exceptional ability users on his journey, he could extract their ability veins and present them to Qin Shuang. To be honest, upon learning that the hidden military possessed the technology to extract and transplant ability veins, Lin Chen felt a stir of excitement. If he were merely an ordinary person, this method could grant him the formidable powers of an ability user. Though limited by mental capacity, such abilities could be cultivated over time. Moreover, with the transplantation of an ability vein, the powers of the individual could also be acquired. It was no wonder they had once been so ravenous for the ability veins. Treasure? What kind of treasure? Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled. What girl does not delight in surprises? Yet, Lin Chen intentionally kept her in suspense. The kind of treasure that can make you stronger. It's quite a significant treasure. A night swiftly passed. Lin Chen, of course, did not invade Qin Shuang and Apos' space, but instead spent the night on the adjacent table. As the sun rose brightly, he awoke, revitalized by the enhancement of his mental capacity. The previous night's gathering had also alleviated some of the tension he had been feeling. Observing that Qin Shuang was still in a deep slumber, Lin Chen quietly approached the window and noticed the clothes hanging outside. Although not completely dry, they were wearable, manipulating the magnetic force field. He drew the clothing inside, a remarkable application of his abilities. Dressed swiftly, he glanced back at Qin Shuang, who remained peacefully asleep, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Cautiously, as if committing a clandestine act, he opened the door and stepped outside. "Brother Lin." A sudden voice startled Lin Chen, nearly causing him to jump out of his skin. He turned to see Sun Yuan, who sat in the corner of Qin Shuang's yard, having noticed Lin Chen exiting. Fortunately, Lin Chen quickly composed himself, closing the door behind him and adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Cough cough, good morning." Sun Yuan, however, scrutinized Lin Chen with a peculiar gaze, then glanced toward Qin Shuang and Appo's room. "Brother Lin, this." Sun Yuan raised an eyebrow, pointing toward the room. "No, you've misunderstood. Didn't he do anything?" Lin Chen hastily began to explain, realizing the gravity of a misunderstanding. "I merely took a nap. Nothing happened," he insisted, waving his hands fervently. If this reached Qin Yuan and Appo's, even if nothing had occurred, she might still leap to conclusions. What if, in a fit of anger, she revealed his secret to the human alliance? What then? "Oh." Sun Yuan rolled his eyes, then nodded, seemingly convinced by Lin Chen's words. After all, he had followed Lin Chen shortly after Qin Shuang had taken him away the previous night and had not heard any unusual sounds thereafter. Phew. Observing Sun Yuan and Appo's reaction, Lin Chen felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, this explanation, though flimsy, was not a lie. As long as Sun Yuan did not embellish the story and relay it to Qin Yuan and Appo's, there would be no significant issue. At that moment, the door behind him quietly creaked open. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shuang had awakened. Lin Chen felt a wave of reassurance, with Qin Shuang there to clarify. Sun Yuan was unlikely to misinterpret the situation. Yet, when he turned around, he was taken aback, perhaps due to her earlier tears. Qin Shuang's eyes were red and puffy, presenting a woefully innocent appearance. Sun Yuan's eyes widened, instinctively stepping back from Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, is this what you call nothing happening?" Chapter 98. A chat at the city gate. Lin Chen was engulfed in a sense of utter bewilderment as he glanced between Qin Shuang and Sun Yuan. What on earth was happening? Was he being coerced into confessing? He raised his hands in resignation and exclaimed, "By heaven and Appo's conscience, I have done nothing." At this moment, Sun Yuan's trust in Lin Chen began to wane. With a wary expression, he turned to Qin Shuang and inquired, "Little Shuang, tell me, what transpired between the two of you last night? Were you harmed in any way? If so, I will stand up for you." Despite his earnest intentions, the words felt somewhat forced. Even if Lin Chen had indeed wronged her, what could Sun Yuan do? In terms of strength, he wouldn't last a moment against Lin Chen. Seeing someone backing her, Qin Shuang haughtily placed her hands on her hips, clearly relishing the moment. Lin Chen and Appo's face fell, his mind racing with a singular thought. "Please, dear one, do not speak carelessly." In the beginning, Chen Gu had bullied her. However, fortunately, he had promptly apologized and promised her something, which led her to forgive him. Sun Yuan felt as if his mind had crashed. He swallowed nervously and pressed on. "Bullied you? How did he bully you?" His gaze was filled with urgency as he looked at Qin Shuang. Yet, upon hearing this question, Qin Shuang recalled her predicament. If she revealed the truth to Sun Yuan, he would undoubtedly inform his sister, and if she learned of it, she would surely reprimand her. At her young age, she should be enjoying life under her sister and Appo's protection, rather than getting entangled in such muddled affairs. "This, I cannot tell you." Qin Shuang pouted defiantly. "All I can say is that he bullied me, and it was quite severe. Had it not been for Chen Gu promising me something later, I would never have forgiven him." Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The more he listened, the more he sensed something was amiss. Although this girl was speaking the truth, her tone and demeanor suggested otherwise. Was she being deliberately mischievous? Sun Yuan felt as though the sky was falling. If Qin Yuan discovered that he had failed to protect Qin Shuang, she would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Thus, he suppressed his emotions, nearly on the verge of tears, and asked, "Little Shuang, please tell me slowly what happened. You don't need to explain how he bullied you. Just share how he sweet-talked you." Lin Chen clung to a glimmer of hope, gazing at Qin Shuang with teary eyes. His reputation was at stake. It could not be tarnished by a mere child. Qin Shuang tapped her chin, feigning deep thought, before finally saying, "Well, he really sweet-talk me. Chen Gu merely said he would come to see me again and would bring me a surprise. Something like a treasure." Lin Chen felt a surge of heat rise within him, nearly choking on his own breath. Sister, is that how you describe it? I am a respectable person. Utterly respectable. With such words, how can I salvage my reputation for the rest of my life? Sun Yuan, hearing Qin Shuang and Appo's words, glared at Lin Chen with gritted teeth, his face turning pale. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen was such a lecherous scoundrel. Sister, you are my dear sister. Just tell him plainly whether you feel sad or not. Lin Chen was now in a state of complete panic, repeatedly insisting. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Qin Shuang, oblivious to his distress, pondered for a moment before replying, not sad at all. After a whole night has passed, I feel quite happy. The burden weighing on my heart has finally been lifted, and I feel quite at ease. At this point, Lin Chen was rendered speechless. He cast an odd glance at Sun Yuan, nearly bursting into tears. Sun Yuan offered him a profound look, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. After several deep breaths, he finally approached Lin Chen and spoke with a sorrowful tone. Brother Lin, I will keep this matter confidential. If Lord Qin finds out, she will undoubtedly seek revenge on you, and I fear I will not escape unscathed. Lin Chen was taken aback by these words. What secret was there to keep? There was nothing that required his protection. Alas, what was once a non-issue had been turned into a scandal by Qin Shuang's recounting. Now, even the most innocent of actions could be misconstrued. Revenge? For what? Why would my sister seek revenge on him? Qin Shuang asked, her face painted with confusion. Lin Chen looked at her, then at Sun Yuan, and let out a heartfelt sigh. Alas, I implore you, whatever it takes, let this matter rest. This is still in front of Sun Yuan. If it were in front of Qin Yuan and Appo's, or Qin Shuang and Appo's, as vague remarks would surely provoke her wrath. Ah, little Shuang, since you were also involved, please do not let your sister know. Sun Yuan spoke earnestly. Qin Shuang misinterpreted his words, thinking he was referring to her desire to leave with Lin Chen the previous night. She nodded vigorously. Of course. How could I tell my sister? I want to give her a surprise. Surprise. Sun Yuan was utterly speechless. A surprise? This was more akin to a shock. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. It was nothing. Qin Shuang was merely young and impulsive, which was understandable. Furthermore, Lin Chen appeared to be of a similar age, so their impulsiveness was entirely relatable. Moreover, Qin Yuan and Appo's had issued orders to win Lin Chen over as much as possible. Who would have thought that the one making the most effort was Qin Shuang? Her method of winning Lin Chen and Appo's favor was to bravely offer herself in service. This fearless spirit left Sun Yuan deeply moved. Both Qin Yuan and Qin Shuang had made outstanding contributions to the development of the hidden army. Lin Chen had long since fallen silent, for silence was the only thing that could encapsulate his current feelings. He merely hoped this matter would be buried and that Qin Shuang would not speak thoughtlessly in front of Qin Yuan and Appo's. Little Shuang, it's all right now. You should rest. Brother Lin will be leaving soon, and I will see him off. Sun Yuan found an excuse to send Qin Shuang back to rest. In the courtyard, only he and Lin Chen remained. They exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity, each lost in their own thoughts, and their thoughts diverging greatly. Ahem. Sun Yuan cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Brother Lin, you will be setting out shortly, correct? Yes. Lin Chen averted his gaze, unable to meet Sun Yuan's eyes. Then there and Appo's, as no need to wake the others. I will escort you alone. With that, Sun Yuan indicated the direction, and the two of them walked out of the hidden army and Appo's base together. Following this path would lead them to the coastal beach, though it was quite a distance away. Take care on your journey, Brother Lin. Thank you. Brother Lin, last night. Can we refrain from mentioning this matter? Chapter 99. Special infectious entities without notifying anyone else. Lin Chen departed from the hidden military base, accompanied by Sun Yuan. After parting ways with Sun Yuan, the long-hidden Xiao Qing and others emerged from the shadows. For an entire day, they had silently followed Lin Chen. Upon seeing them, Lin Chen eagerly produced 5 E-grade corpse types, intending to assist the phantom epidemic beast in its evolution. With this, he would have 3 D-grade infectious entities by his side. It goes without saying that their safety would be ensured in his presence, as long as they refrained from provoking more powerful ability users. They would reign as the overlords in a region teeming with infections. Having explored the infection zones near City E, Lin Chen noted that the number of infectious entities was not as abundant as he had anticipated. He smacked his lips and manipulated the force field to levitate the 5 E-grade corpse types in midair. Once you reach D-grade, even in my absence, no infectious entity will pose a threat to you, he declared, preparing to initiate the evolution of the phantom epidemic beast. However, when his gaze fell upon it, he was momentarily taken aback. Loyal Fan, E-Grade Special Infectious Entity Phantom Epidemic Beast, Current Affinity, 180-200, Current Status, Excited. Materials required for evolution to D-Grade, 5 E-Grade Corpse Types, 10 F-Grade Corpse Types. Next Affinity Unlock, Telepathy, how many? Lin Chen and Oppos, eyes widened. Typically, evolving an E-Grade infectious entity to D-Grade required 5 Corpse Types, yet this one, with the designation of Special, demanded an additional 10 F-Grade Corpse Types. Did they truly regard Corpse Types as common as cabbages? Lin Chen took a deep breath to steady his excitement. All right. After all, it is a particularly unique class of infectious entity. A few extra requirements are to be expected. Lin Chen twisted space once more and retrieved 10 F-Grade Corpse Types. Evolve, he commanded. Instantly, blue threads appeared around the Phantom Epidemic Beast, converging into a black hole before him. Lin Chen controlled the Corpse Types and cast them into the void. Cough, cough. Lin Chen cleared his throat, and then said earnestly, "This will hurt quite a bit, so brace yourself. If these Corpse Types go to waste, I won't let you off easily." Despite Lin Chen's harsh demeanor, the Phantom Epidemic Beast interpreted it as a sign of concern, its enthusiasm soaring. It even attempted to lick Lin Chen affectionately, but he deftly dodged. Soon, the power of the Corpse Types was dismantled, transforming into sparkling blue luminescence that surrounded the Phantom Epidemic Beast. Suddenly, the blue glow merged into its body. The anticipated scene of agony did not unfold. The Phantom Epidemic Beast merely trembled for a moment, and then the blue luminescence vanished as if absorbed by its skin. Before long, the data card above the Phantom Epidemic Beast transformed. Loyal Fan, D-Grade Special Infectious Entity Phantom Epidemic Beast, Current Affinity, 180-200, Current Status, Excited. Materials required for evolution to C-Grade, 15 D-Grade Corpse Types, 1 Secondary Hemolytic Crystal. Next Affinity Unlock, Telepathy. So fast? Lin Chen's eyes widened. The evolution of the Phantom Epidemic Beast was entirely different from that of Xiaoqing and the others. Where was the promised excruciating pain? It felt as if it merely yawned and the process was complete. Was this truly evolution? At the same time, Lin Chen was captivated by the materials required for the next evolution, 15 D-Grade Corpse Types and 1 Secondary Hemolytic Crystal. Good heavens! For both Xiaoqing and Xiaobai to evolve to C-Grade, they would need only 10 D-Grade Corpse Types and 1 Secondary Hemolytic Crystal. Although he was uncertain about what a hemolytic crystal entailed, why did the Phantom Epidemic Beast require 5 more D-Grade Corpse Types? Was this the premium value of a special infectious entity? Lin Chen felt a headache coming on, seeing the fervent gazes of the Phantom Epidemic Beast and its companions. He was struck by the thought that he might not be able to sustain them. Just 3 infectious entities were proving to be quite a burden. Alas. In the future, if he encountered any lesser ones, he might as well take their corpse types directly. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Chen realized that the infectious entities in this area were likely dwindling. While some might be deeply concealed, he no longer had the energy to unearth them. The ocean was his true sanctuary. After all, the seawater harbored infectious viruses, and every creature beneath the waves had likely succumbed to infection. Lin Chen even felt a sense of relief that this infectious virus could not be transmitted through the air. Otherwise, the human alliance on land would have ceased to exist. With everything settled, Lin Chen led Xiaoqing and the others toward the ocean. 3 days passed. Lin Chen traveled at full speed and finally beheld the horizon of the sea. Under normal circumstances, reaching this point in such a short time would have been impossible. Thankfully, after breaking through to D-Grade, Lin Chen and Oppos' control over the magnetic force field had intensified, allowing him to traverse through the air at an accelerated pace, albeit with greater consumption of mental energy. Nevertheless, this also served as a means to hone his mental fortitude. The ability users of the hidden military often cultivated their mental strength through extreme use of their powers, although there was a risk of being countered by the infectious virus. With time, one could learn to manage it. After 3 days of exertion, Lin Chen and Oppos' mental energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a period of rest to recuperate. This journey had also led to slight enhancements in his overall capabilities. Moreover, although Lin Chen did not specifically seek out infectious entities along the way, he instinctively subdued any he sensed within his magnetic field, successfully unlocking a new achievement, subduing F-grade infectious entities 2020. The system rewarded him, and Lin Chen chose to upgrade his abilities, elevating the E-grade passive ability, Lifespring, to D-grade. Over the span of 3 days, his physical attributes had undergone tremendous transformation. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100,000, maximum, strength, 85 agility, 80 stamina, 80 mental energy, 2150 ordinary infectious entity fans, 2940 abilities, D-grade magnetic force field. D-grade passive ability life spring. At this moment, apart from those foundational values, Lin Chen had fully entered the ranks of D-grade ability users. With the magnetic force field, he had surpassed over 90% of his peers within the same realm. Yet this was not the end. Upon spotting the ocean and Oppo's surface, Lin Chen grinned widely. With a surge of determination, he exerted full control over the force field, moving in such a way that it appeared as if several shadows darted across the sky from the perspective of the infectious entities below. Finally, he had arrived. As he gazed upon the boundless ocean, a great weight lifted from Lin Chen and Oppo's heart. Once he ventured into the ocean and Oppo's infection zone, his mental prowess would soar. After spending several months submerged in the sea, he could only imagine the strength he would possess upon resurfacing. Chapter 100. Come, behold the sea. A stark contrast to the memories held within one's mind. The ocean, now tainted by a virulent infection, presented a dreary green hue, clashing dramatically with the azure sky above. As far as the eye could see, the surface of the water lay in a ghostly stillness, imbued with an eerie atmosphere. Yet, standing at the shore, Lin Chen sensed powerful magnetic fluctuations emanating from beneath the waves produced by the infected entities. Just as I anticipated. Lin Chen's gaze grew increasingly animated. This desolate ocean, in his eyes, resembled a treasure trove awaiting his discovery. This place was unmonitored. The human alliance would not send anyone here. The entire infected area of the ocean was his dominion alone. Lin Chen even began to fantasize. Surely, within this sea, numerous islands had succumbed to the infection, untouched by the human alliance. Wouldn't he that render them his territory? While he did not currently entertain thoughts of world domination, what he sought was merely an absolute sense of security, an existence where no threat loomed over him. What his thoughts might evolve into thereafter was uncertain. Perhaps on the first day, he would strive for global peace, only to abandon beef the next. Of course, this was all contingent upon his possessing sufficient power. Find me a place to rest, with modest requirements, just shielded from the wind and rain, Lin Chen instructed his companions, Xiaoqing and the others. Truth be told, having these infected entities at his side made tasks remarkably convenient. Subsequently, Lin Chen manipulated space to retrieve a water filtration device. To venture into the ocean in search of infected entities, one must first prepare adequately. He filled the device with seawater, patiently waiting as it purified the water drop by drop. Afterward, he plopped down onto the beach and began consuming canned food he had brought from the camp. For the foreseeable future, these provisions would suffice. Fortunately, Lin Chen had no complaints. He merely needed to ensure he remained untainted by the infectious virus. Once the fresh water was collected and Lin Chen had satisfied his hunger, Xiaoqing and her companions returned. Master, we have excavated a cave for you to rest in. Xiaoqing exclaimed with delight. Resting can wait for later, Lin Chen replied, nodding slightly, as he gestured with his hand to store away the miscellaneous items into his spatial realm. You wait for me here, and keep an eye on the surroundings. If any infected entities approach, subdue them until I return, he continued to instruct. Yes, master. Lin Chen lifted his right hand and touched his forehead. In the next moment, a thin magnetic barrier coalesced around his body, emanating from his brow. This was a protective technique he had developed following the enhancement of his mental power, a magnetic field cloak. While its defensive capabilities were inferior to a force field, this magnetic cloak would safeguard him from being infected by splashes of seawater while traversing the ocean. Though the likelihood of infection from the seawater was nearly non-existent, Lin Chen still made sure to be thoroughly prepared. After all, his life was of utmost importance. With a leap, Lin Chen ascended, buoyed by the force field, as he advanced toward the ocean's depths. Just as he took flight, the surface of the water below erupted with a disturbance. Splashing sounds echoed as small marine fish leapt from the water, although their height was unimpressive. The resulting spray landed upon Lin Chen's magnetic cloak. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen felt grateful for having donned the magnetic cloak in advance. These fish bore a marked difference from those he had seen in his past life. Some were grotesquely bloated, their bodies swollen beyond recognition, with jaws expanded to an astonishing degree, lined with razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously, as if they could devour anything in their path. Others were covered in hardened spines, having undergone some inexplicable mutation. Surrounded by such grotesque creatures, Lin Chen felt a wave of nausea. However, the data on his status card surged rapidly. Ordinary infected entities, 3078. Ordinary infected entities, 3542. Ordinary infected entities, 4035. As Lin Chen navigated the ocean using his force field, the number of ordinary infected entities skyrocketed. Before long, the count reached ordinary infected entities, 5089. Ding. The system and AMP, Oppos, S notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Ordinary infected entities count, 5089 5000. Reward, all basic attributes 30. In the next moment, a beam of white light surged into Lin Chen and AMP, Oppos, S body, causing him to momentarily freeze mid-motion. Almost instantly, he felt an unparalleled surge of strength flood through him. His limbs grew increasingly robust, dispelling the fatigue that had settled in from previously expending mental energy. He immediately checked his status card. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100,000, maximum, strength, 115 agility, 110 stamina, 110 mental power, 2150 ordinary infected entities, 5219 ability, D-class ability, magnetic force field, D-class passive ability, source of life. According to the Human Alliance S standards, an average D-class ability user S attributes hover around 100. Now, I have surpassed that average. Lin Chen's eye sparkled with newfound brilliance. He then realized that the ordinary fish in the ocean, once infected, also qualified as ordinary infected entities. Capturing them would grant him additional slots. Had he known this earlier, why linger in City E? He could have been out here recruiting followers. Just as Lin Chen pondered this, the magnetic field beneath him suddenly became chaotic. Instinctively, he manipulated the force field to evade to one side. Bang! A dark purple shadow burst forth from the water with tremendous speed, sending up a colossal splash. Fortunately, Lin Chen's magnetic field sensed the danger first, sparing him from the attack. As he retreated, he caught sight of the shadow, a rotting infected swordfish, its body in a state of decay. With its elongated bill resembling a spear, Lin Chen had heard tales of swordfish injuring sailors at sea in his past life, and now, witnessing it firsthand. The stories proved true. Even without the virus, a swordfish's bill could likely pierce through steel. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would have certainly been impaled. Perhaps due to the distance, the creature had not noticed Lin Chen's presence. As it leaped from the water, Lin Chen instinctively clenched his right hand. The force field constricted sharply, ensnaring the creature with its grip. Come, behold your father. Chapter 101. The Flag of the Beautiful Nation? Notification. Congratulations, host. Successfully captured an F-level infected entity, the venomous stingray, and received a reward, 50 mental strength. The fish residing in the depths of the ocean possess rather limited vision. It is understandable that they could not immediately assess their own appearance. With a swift motion, the force field easily penetrated the abdomen of the venomous stingray, extracting the corpse that harbored a potent magnetic field within. Despite the differing species, Lin Chen could instantly discern where the corpse had originated. If one were to articulate the distinctions between terrestrial and marine infected entities, it would be that the marine corpses emit an even more pungent fishy odor. The infected fish of the ocean and Oppos' surface are predominantly ordinary infected entities, and this particular venomous stingray likely inhabits much deeper waters. Gazing at the murky green expanse beneath his feet, Lin Chen murmured to himself. It must be said, this presents quite a predicament. To locate more formidable marine infected entities, he would need to dive deeper, and the pressure from the seawater would only increase as he manipulated the magnetic field. It seems prudent to first subdue all the surface infected entities before contemplating a descent. Lin Chen mused. With the extent of his abilities, he could delve into the ocean up to 30 meters. Thus, during his journey, if he encountered any F-level infected fish swimming about, he would effortlessly capture them. However, due to the ocean and Oppos' inherently dark hue, coupled with the depth, the fish and Oppos' vision was rather poor. Only when Lin Chen faced them directly could he successfully capture them. Moreover, as Lin Chen utilized his abilities to extract them, he would also encounter resistance, which greatly drained his mental strength. After merely 3 or 4 hours, standing at the water and Oppos' surface, Lin Chen found himself somewhat breathless. Looking back, he realized he had ventured approximately 10 kilometers from the shore. While this distance is not insignificant, it is merely a small fraction of the vast ocean. Nonetheless, Lin Chen had reaped considerable rewards. Upon examining his status card, host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100,000, maximum. Strength, 115 agility, 110 stamina, 110 mental strength, 2850 ordinary infected entity followers, 7285 abilities. D-level ability magnetic force field. D-level passive ability life source. The enhancement of his mental strength undoubtedly provided Lin Chen with immense assistance. The standard mental strength for a C-level ability user is 5,000. At this rate, it would be but a few days before he could attain sea-level abilities. Lin Chen exclaimed with excitement. The disparity between mental strength and ability level had made Lin Chen acutely aware that enhancing his mental strength was paramount. Otherwise, despite possessing formidable abilities, a lack of sufficient mental strength would render him ineffectual and even a burden. With the remaining mental strength inadequate to continue his exploration, he decided to retrace his steps back to the beach. Xiaoqing and her companions had hidden amidst the trees by the shore, and upon seeing Lin Chen and Appos' approaching figure, they excitedly dashed out. Bang! Lin Chen and Appos' body descended from the sky, stumbling and nearly landing on the sand. Phew! As Lin Chen relaxed, he gasped for breath. My limit should be around 10 kilometers. Next time I shall venture in a different direction, returning after 10 kilometers. The phantom plague beast eagerly became Lin Chen and Appos' steed, while Xiaoqing and Xiaobai worked tirelessly to massage and ease his muscles, helping him to unwind. There are no quick methods to restore mental strength. The simplest solution is rest. Once transported back to the well-prepared campsite by the phantom plague beast, Lin Chen closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. He entrusted the watch to Xiaoqing and her companions, knowing that 3D-level infected entities were on guard, allowing him to rest easy. Perhaps due to his mental strength being nearly depleted, Lin Chen slept soundly until the following morning. After replenishing food and water, Lin Chen planned to continue his journey into the ocean to subdue more infected entities. Standing on the beach, Lin Chen spread his arms wide, feeling the magnetic fields at work around him. Joy surged within him. Indeed, after the enhancement of my mental strength, my control over the magnetic field has greatly improved. The D-level magnetic force field can now easily distort space. With that thought, Lin Chen decisively waved his hand, reaching across the air to grasp a rock upon the beach. The surroundings, akin to crumpled paper, instantly contracted, enveloping the rock within. Simultaneously, with a mere glance, he initiated another spatial distortion, launching the previously absorbed rock from the other side. Success! Lin Chen clenched his fists, his face alight with joy. By mastering the magnetic field, he had replicated even Qin and Appos' spatial abilities. However, Lin Chen recognized that he did not possess the same abilities as Qin and Appos'. Mimicking through the magnetic field significantly drained his mental strength. To establish a connection between the two sides of space for object transfer would require considerable effort. While transferring inanimate objects was manageable, doing so with living beings would likely prove challenging. Lin Chen murmured. The primary distinction between living and inanimate objects lies in the magnetic fields they possess. Humans have a human magnetic field, while infected entities each carry their unique external magnetic fields. To transfer a living being into space necessitates a more robust spatial structure, which poses a considerable challenge for Lin Chen and Appos' manipulation of the magnetic field. Nevertheless, simply being able to observe Qin and Appos', or utilizing her abilities and successfully mimicking a semblance through the magnetic field left Lin Chen immensely satisfied. Under normal circumstances, however, this spatial ability holds little utility for him. He preferred the spatial realm that could be created, as it relieved him of the burden of carrying mountains of food. Closing his eyes, Lin Chen began to examine the achievement system. Currently, the system had bestowed upon him the majority of rewards, aside from the ordinary capture of infected entities. Through this achievement system, the only achievement he had activated was the number of captured infected entities. Fortunately, on the ocean, these tasks were among the easiest to accomplish. The number of infected entities lurking beneath the ocean was countless. Achievement page, activated achievements. Capture sea-level infected entity. 1-5 capture D-level infected entity. 3-5 capture E-level infected entity. 13-20 capture F-level infected entity. 2650 ordinary infected entity followers. 7,285 5,000 current. Completion of achievements will yield random rewards. If fortune smiles upon him today, perhaps he could activate 2 additional achievements. Lin Chen calculated. The achievements for capturing E-level and ordinary infected entity followers were nearing completion. Completing them in the infected waters was merely a matter of time. He was curious about the random rewards the system would bestow upon him for fulfilling these 2 achievements. Without further ado, Lin Chen opened his eyes and gazed out at the ocean and Appos' surface, preparing to set forth. Yet, just as he stepped into the air, he suddenly froze. His gaze shifted to a certain direction, where, amidst the endless infected ocean, a colossal ship was approaching. It was less than a few dozen kilometers from the shore. What could this mean? Are they from the Human Alliance? Lin Chen and Appos' expression shifted unpredictably as he squinted into the distance. attempting to discern the flag flying from the cruise ship. It was a flag adorned with intricate stripes, composed of 13 equal horizontal bands of alternating red and white. Although the stripes were spaced apart, Lin Chen recognized it at a glance, his tone wavering slightly. Could this be the national flag of the United States? Chapter 102. Icon and Amp. Oppos. T. Understand. What is happening? The ocean has been infected, yet the beautiful country dares to send ships upon it? Are they not afraid of a surprise attack from the infected beneath? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, but soon he realized a more pressing issue. Why was a cruise ship from the beautiful country appearing here? With the experience from his previous life, Lin Chen recognized that the vessel sailing in the distance was merely an ordinary cruise ship, not a military warship. Why would such a ship be navigating through waters teeming with infections? Without further contemplation, he glanced at Xiaoqing and the others and immediately commanded, "Follow me and stay hidden." Lin Chen held no favorable impressions of the beautiful country. After all, in his previous life, Huagua endured oppression and bullying from the beautiful country amidst various international situations due to its lack of national strength. There was even a dark chapter when a warship from the beautiful country docked within Huagua and Oppos' waters, leaving Huagua with no choice but to watch helplessly. Although the apocalypse loomed now, the ocean before Lin Chen, according to territorial divisions, was the East China Sea of Huagua. How could he allow these foreign devils to tread upon it? Lin Chen was prudent. He led Xiaoqing and the others to a concealed spot along the shore. Yet, he remained uneasy and spoke, "If anyone approaches, do not make a sound until we are discovered." He was eager to uncover the intentions of these foreign intruders. The beautiful country differed from Dong'an. Lin Chen had studied the world map. Dong'an was close enough to Huagua to cross the ocean and sneak into its territory. However, the beautiful country was situated across a vast ocean. How could there be a cruise ship from such a distant land? Wasn't Oppos that peculiar? Lin Chen pondered silently. Although those foreign devils had a cruise ship, if he commanded the ocean and Oppos infected, he could surely orchestrate a disaster for them. Yet, he was reluctant to act so hastily. He was not only curious about their purpose, but also intrigued by the cruise ship itself. If he could remain at sea for an extended period, he would no longer need to worry about his dwindling mental energy. This was a fortuitous treasure. Ordinary small boats would likely capsize in unusual weather at sea. They were hardly practical. However, the cruise ship had traversed the ocean from the beautiful country to Huagua, ensuring its maneuverability and safety. If it could be put to his use, the entire ocean would become his kingdom. As Lin Chen contemplated this, the phantom plague beast, lurking nearby, quietly opened its mouth and extended its tongue. Just as Lin Chen felt perplexed, the tip of its tongue began to shimmer with vibrant colors. Seeing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. What was happening? If discovered. But before he could finish his thought, Lin Chen froze. He realized that the area illuminated by the light had inexplicably become transparent. Rather than transparent, it seemed to blend seamlessly with the background. It appeared as though it had achieved a transparent effect. What the? Lin Chen stared in astonishment at the phantom plague beast, which had retracted its tongue. Their bodies became transparent, yet they could still see each other. However, from Lin Chen and Oppos' perspective, it seemed that Xiaoqing and the others were cloaked in a layer of resplendent light. Was this the phantom plague beast and Oppos' ability? It could not only conceal itself, but also bestow this extraordinary power upon others. Wonderful! With this, they could approach and observe. Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly. As soon as he spoke, he raised his right hand, and an invisible force field instantly lifted their bodies. Although this state resembled invisibility, their physical forms still existed. If they stood on the beach, they would be easily spotted. Thus, Lin Chen utilized the force field to elevate them above the ground. In this manner, even when facing others, it would be difficult for them to notice. Lin Chen and Oppos' eyes locked onto the cruise ship, and upon its arrival at the shore, he decisively manipulated the force field to draw closer. This was a small cruise ship, seemingly capable of carrying no more than 300 passengers. On the deck, he glimpsed 2 rows of soldiers clad in black armor. They were all heavily armed, equipped to the teeth. The firearms they wielded differed significantly from those Lin Chen was accustomed to seeing. No wonder the beautiful country was a nation with advanced technology in this world. However, what was the purpose of making such a grand entrance into Huagua's waters, even docking? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He could not hear the soldiers' conversations from the shore. Reluctantly, he had to manipulate the force field to draw even closer. Now he could eavesdrop on their exchanges. Yet, upon hearing just a snippet of their dialogue, Lin Chen and Oppos' expression darkened. He was far from calm, because he did not understand English. What the hell? Lin Chen slapped his forehead. a look of despair crossing his face. Damn it, I forgot that not everyone speaks Huagua language. These foreign devils are speaking English. What good does it do me to hear them? I can't comprehend a word. If only I had paid more attention to my English teacher in my previous life. Lin Chen found himself both amused and frustrated. He never expected to face such a predicament. At the same time, he lamented his alluring ancestor. Why couldn't and Apos? They have exerted more effort to unify the world. If that had happened, he wouldn't and Apos need to learn English. Now here he was, the closest Huagua person to these foreign invaders, and he couldn't and Apos understand their language. He had no idea what schemes they were plotting. Unlike the Dongyan devils, who at least tried to learn some Huagua language, these people didn't bother at all. With no other option, Lin Chen could only sulk, lying on his force field, casting them a resentful glance. The foreign devils chattered incessantly, and aside from a few universally understood expletives, he couldn't make sense of anything. He was utterly baffled by their intentions. Just as Lin Chen was enveloped in deep self-doubt, the cruise ship dropped anchor. Simultaneously, a gap opened in the ship and Apos' hull, revealing a long iron ladder extending outward. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. This vessel did not seem like an ordinary cruise ship. It appeared modified. While it lacked visible weaponry, it must have been concealed. Thinking this way, Lin Chen remained skeptical. If that were the case, why didn't the beautiful country simply send a warship? Why resort to this discreet cruise ship? The personnel from the beautiful country did not allow Lin Chen any time to ponder. The individuals aboard began to disembark in succession. First, a squad of soldiers in black armor cleared the way, followed by several middle-aged men clad in white, with soldiers providing protection behind them. It seemed these individuals in white coats were the primary targets of protection on this cruise ship from the beautiful country. TSK. A group of audacious foreign devils, so brazenly invading Huagua territory? Lin Chen's gaze gradually filled with intensity. If they had gone unnoticed, it would have been one thing. But since he had discovered them, could he simply let it slide? Chapter 103, The Technology of the Beautiful Nation Lurking in the Shadows. Lin Chen remained silent, quietly observing the movements of these foreigners. They had left a small contingent of troops aboard the cruise ship, while the remainder was dedicated to escorting the white-coated individuals, who were the focal point of their operations. Their ease of movement in Huaxia suggested this was not their first endeavor. What, precisely, were these foreigners up to? Lin Chen refrained from acting impulsively and chose instead to watch carefully. This beautiful nation was renowned for its technological prowess. Although the armored individuals appeared to be mere mortals, Lin Chen could perceive the unusual aura emanating from their armor. Should he engage, annihilating them entirely would be a formidable challenge. Lin Chen resolved to shadow the first group of foreigners who disembarked, eager to discern their intentions. It must be noted that the camouflage techniques employed by the phantom infection beasts were indeed sophisticated. No matter where Lin Chen manipulated the force field to transport them, they seamlessly blended into their surroundings. Even the armed forces of this beautiful nation struggled to detect their presence, as long as Lin Chen remained silent. With a controlled breath, Lin Chen manipulated the force field, gliding noiselessly from the cruise ship towards the shore, unnoticed by anyone. However, he observed that the foreigners who had landed did not immediately venture inland. A cluster of them gathered around a peculiar device, fidgeting with it. As an elongated antenna extended, Lin Chen suddenly discerned a rippling magnetic field emanating from the device, expanding outward like the concentric circles formed when a stone is cast into a still lake. Lin Chen quickly realized that this was a magnetic field detection apparatus, utilized to assess enemy activity through magnetic resonance. Acting decisively, he lifted his right hand, enveloping himself and his companions in a thin magnetic field membrane, the primary function of which was to obscure their own magnetic signatures. By thoroughly masking his magnetic field, he effectively melded into the environment, rendering the foreigner's detection device obsolete. Yet, the sight of such technology filled Lin Chen with trepidation. What state of advancement had the beautiful nation achieved? The ability to locate adversaries via magnetic resonance was a formidable capability, were it not for his unique powers. Even with such camouflage, it was likely he would have been detected. This nation's detection apparatus countered many entities and individuals with concealment abilities, as ordinary stealth merely obscured one's physical form from the naked eye. However, the human magnetic field perpetually radiated outward. The principle behind the beautiful nation's detection device was precisely this. They could not have anticipated the existence of an individual capable of manipulating magnetic fields. Holding his breath and remaining vigilant, Lin Chen utilized the disguised magnetic field to evade detection while closely monitoring the group. They undoubtedly possessed a wealth of unfamiliar technology. and he was grateful he had refrained from acting rashly. Even if he had swiftly eliminated those on shore, it would have alerted the remaining forces aboard the cruise ship, who lay beyond Lin Chen's current capabilities. Following a preliminary scan, 2 soldiers were assigned to guard the detection device, which featured an octagonal base designed to navigate complex environmental conditions. Meanwhile, a figure resembling a squad leader began muttering something, prompting 2 individuals to dash towards a nearby thicket. The 2 ordinary soldiers, clad in black armor, prepared for confrontation, one wielding a firearm while the other clutched a peculiar silver grenade. The grenade was hurled first into the depths of the thicket as the soldier simultaneously raised his weapon, both bracing for combat with their dark barrels aimed at the underbrush. Suddenly, an intense roar erupted from within the thicket. Yet, Lin Chen was witness to an even more captivating scene. Upon the silver grenade's deployment, no explosion ensued. However, the surrounding magnetic field became disordered. A dormant infected entity stirred, awakened by the disturbed magnetic environment. With a swift motion, a gray-green figure burst forth from the thicket, its posture hunched and eyes aflame with madness. Lin Chen donned his bronze mask and conducted a distant scan of the entity. F-class infected entity, green poison corpse. Upon the emergence of the green poison corpse, the 2 vigilant soldiers swiftly pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed. Although an F-class infected entity posed little threat to him, these were merely 2 ordinary soldiers. It was worth noting that their earlier exploratory outpost had housed considerable combat potential. Yet they had struggled against a single F-class infected entity. How could these 2 soldiers hope to confront one with mere conventional weaponry? As Lin Chen anticipated the soldiers and Oppo's impending demise, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Their specialized rifles emitted beams of orange-red light, not bullets, but segments of plasma beams. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen could no longer suppress his astonishment. His expression mirrored sheer disbelief. The beautiful nation had indeed achieved remarkable advancements. Plasma technology employed within rifles was extraordinary. This was not the typical plasma rifle. The scientists of the beautiful nation had integrated elements to counter infected entities. An F-class infected entity found itself subdued by the combined firepower of 2 ordinary soldiers, succumbing in less than a minute. Its body, ravaged by the plasma beams, was left in a state of utter disarray, fragments scattered before Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeply as he murmured, "What a waste." Faced with such soldiers from the beautiful nation, the only viable strategy was to engage in stealthy close-quarter combat. Otherwise, ordinary infected entities would struggle to inflict any harm. This small squad understood this logic well, which was precisely why they utilized the specialized magnetic detection machine. The latter had a detection range of 50 meters. After neutralizing the F-class infected entity, the 2 soldiers returned to their unit, which now advanced boldly inland. Lin Chen's thoughts crystallized. He promptly followed, maintaining a respectful distance of approximately 20 meters. His gaze fixated on their equipment, a slight smile gracing his lips. While he remained uncertain of the tricks they had up their sleeves, he was confident that should he dismantle their equipment in an instant, this group would find themselves firmly within his grasp. Chapter 104. The EX-8 Battle Mech. They relied solely on technological equipment. If exposed in this standoff, Lin Chen was uncertain about what means these individuals might possess, thus he harbored some apprehension. However, if these devices were to be neutralized at the earliest opportunity, he would be unencumbered. Yet, Lin Chen had yet to ascertain the intentions of this group of foreigners, so he quietly trailed behind. The group ventured inland, traversing approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, ultimately halting before a small hillside. Lin Chen concealed himself at the rear of the crowd and noticed a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat emerging, standing at the base of the mound. He gently pressed a stone, which functioned like a button. With a click, a thunderous rumble ensued. To Lin Chen's astonishment, a portal opened at the base of the hill. The metallic surface of the door was adorned with various disguises, rendering it nearly indistinguishable to outsiders under normal circumstances. Inside lay an abyss of darkness. Yet the middle-aged man boldly stepped inside. Behind him, a cadre of soldiers guarded other important figures clad in white. And only after they all entered did they silently follow suit. Upon witnessing everyone enter, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. That door must lead to a base of the United States, he mused. He never imagined that, aside from the ninjas from Japan, these foreigners had also infiltrated China. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen murmured, "If I can spot 1 or 2 pests, it merely indicates that many more are lurking in the shadows." This so-called infection zone appeared to be a desolate wasteland in the eyes of the Japanese and American forces. Regardless of the faction, They possessed specialized weaponry to combat the infected. Hence, their audacity. This situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared to Lin Chen. Lin Chen withdrew his force field, touched down on the ground, and took a moment to recuperate before approaching the portal. Moments ago, they had activated a concealed button to open the door. Lin Chen intended to utilize his magnetic field to gauge the conditions beneath the portal. However, as he closed his eyes to sense carefully, he was momentarily taken aback. What is this? It can actually block my magnetic field. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Astonishment etched on his face. His magnetic field scan revealed only the thick walls underground, as if an extraordinarily sturdy magnetic barrier obstructed any probing. Lin Chen and Appos' demeanor shifted. He realized he could not ascertain the situation below due to the powerful magnetic environment. Regrettably, he thought, had he resolved to act the moment the door opened, he could have annihilated these individuals. Instead, he had to meticulously search now, but with the magnetic barrier isolating him, he could only forcefully breach the door. Damn it. Otherwise, I could just dive in and eliminate them all. Lin Chen and Appos' interest waned. He could neither comprehend their language nor mimic their actions. At this juncture, even the pursuit of leads had come to a standstill. It would be far more efficient to plunge directly into the fray. With that resolve, Lin Chen decisively pressed the concealed button once more. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The door remained firmly shut. Huh? Lin Chen exclaimed in confusion. He had clearly activated the button, yet it did not open. Just as he stood bewildered, a visible blue electrical current swiftly enveloped the button. Although Lin Chen sensed the danger in time, his reaction was a fraction too slow compared to the speed of the current. Crack! The blue current instantly surged across Lin Chen's arm, corroding the magnetic field membrane that enveloped his body. Fortunately, seizing the moment, Lin Chen retreated. If he could open the door, why could he not? Was this contraption also equipped with fingerprint recognition? Lin Chen cursed vehemently, then hastily withdrew. The attack had caused the illusionary camouflage bestowed by the phantom plague beast to vanish. Lin Chen raised his right arm, his brow furrowed. Though he had managed to block the current, he sensed it had left some residue on him, subtly affecting his magnetic field. However, before he could examine it further, a thunderous roar erupted. The portal abruptly swung open, and a massive silver-gray figure sprang forth. Thud. The figure crashed to the ground, creating a crater around it. As Lin Chen beheld the silhouette, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? A robot? The towering figure, nearly 5 meters high, bore no resemblance to a human. Yet, it possessed a humanoid shape, standing like a steel behemoth. Its body was clad in chilling alloy armor that reflected a forbidding glint, exuding an air of inviolable authority. The streamlined design harmonized power and speed, with each mechanical arm poised for action, its tips glinting with a dangerous luminescence. This imposing battle mech bore the designation X8. Lin Chen had never encountered such a thing before. Even in his previous life, he had only glimpsed such battle mechs in American sci-fi films. However, upon merely catching a glimpse, an instinctual thought struck him. This contraption is formidable. The noise had already alerted the foreign forces below, and they intended to deploy this machine to eliminate me. TCH, Lin Chen scoffed, swiftly turning away. I'm done fighting. I can simply escape. With that, Lin Chen employed his force field and took flight. Perhaps owing to the immense thrust of the force field, he felt a powerful push propelling him forward, reaching peak velocity. Simultaneously, he called out to Xiao Qing and the others. Run. Don't let this thing catch you. Heeding Lin Chen and Appos' command, they immediately followed his lead. Yet, the battle mech seemed to possess an uncanny ability to track him. Despite Lin Chen weaving through the underbrush in his escape, it relentlessly locked onto him. Whoosh. The battle mech gathered momentum, lunging forward with a collision force. No matter the obstacles ahead, they crumbled like paper before the blade of the mech and Appos' left arm. Lin Chen, while fleeing, detected something amiss behind him. It was as if the mech knew precisely which direction he was fleeing. It must be those elements that had infiltrated my magnetic field. Lin Chen quickly realized that his reckless actions had allowed the battle mech to hone in on him. Nevertheless, he remained composed. Capturing the mech from the foreign base was also part of Lin Chen's strategy. If he were to confront it, he needed to distance himself from its controllers. After fleeing for approximately 2 to 3 kilometers, Lin Chen utilized the force field, flipping in midair. And with a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a magnetic force towards the pursuing battle mech. Like to chase? Take this. Bang. The force struck the battle mech head-on. Contrary to Lin Chen's expectations of witnessing it crumple, the impact only left a few superficial marks on its surface. Observing this, Lin Chen's pupils constricted, swiftly assessing the mech before him. Its defensive capabilities surpassed D-Class. Chapter 105, Weakness according to Huagua's classification system for supernatural beings. There exist numerous standards of evaluation. Whether in terms of strength or defense, the same criteria can be applied. A recent force field attack has allowed Lin Chen to preliminarily assess that this EX-8 combat mech has reached a C level in terms of defensive capabilities. A combat mech whose defense rivals that of a C-level supernatural being? Is this the true essence of a technological superpower? Lin Chen slapped his forehead, feeling a slight headache emerge. In this apocalypse, every nation possesses its unique special combat powers. Huagua boasts ancient martial practitioners and the newly emerged supernatural beings, while Dongyan is home to ninjas and onmyoji, among others. Lin Chen had contemplated what the core combat forces of other nations might be. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the beautiful nation relied on these armored constructs. The recent force field attack did not hinder the mech's advance. Instead, it closed the distance between them. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. Very well. Let me see what this tin can is capable of. The combat mech bristled with weaponry, nearly armed to the teeth. The most striking feature was its right arm, equipped with a row of serrated rollers, resembling a massive blade that had just cleaved through obstacles on the road. As the mech approached within 10 meters, it suddenly activated its blade, the chain spinning rapidly, generating sparks from the friction with the air and hurtling towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen, undeterred, clasped his hands together, forming a magnetic force field barrier before him. With his current control over the magnetic field, each layer of the barrier could withstand a force equivalent to 1,000 pounds. However, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering magnetic fields, the mech's blade cut through Lin Chen's two barriers with ease. Yet, Lin Chen did not retreat. Ding. Gritting his teeth, he maintained the force field barrier. Finally, the third magnetic barrier succeeded in halting the mech and Oppo's assault. The surrounding force field exerting immense pressure as if it aimed to snap that mechanical arm in two. Though he had managed to gain control, Lin Chen and Oppo's expression betrayed no hint of ease. The mech's strength, while not quite at the C level, was alarmingly close. If it were an ordinary D-level infected being, my technique could have easily shattered it. Lin Chen withdrew slightly, raising his right hand. The invisible magnetic field immediately coalesced around the mech, forming a 360-degree impenetrable force field to ensnare the enemy, a technique he had developed known as the magnetic barrier. Under normal circumstances, this magnetic barrier would be impenetrable to those of equal strength unless they possessed significant power. Yet, the combat mech before him could not be perceived through conventional means. Such a colossal machine, requiring precise and swift movements, undoubtedly housed an energy source. That was its Achilles and Oppo's heel. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chen discerned how to dismantle this combat mech. He merely needed to locate its energy storage and deliver a decisive blow. This tedious battle could come to a swift conclusion. Lin Chen sought to use the magnetic field to probe for anomalies within the mech's structure. Alas, the mech was composed of a special metal that, much like the concealed underground facilities he had encountered, enveloped its core with a powerful magnetic barrier, rendering it impossible for him to detect its center. After a brief mental exercise, Lin Chen realized that such formidable magnetic protection was likely designed specifically to counter Huagua's supernatural beings. The myriad supernatural abilities exhibited by these beings are indeed complex, and those involving magnetic fields can be particularly troublesome. Had the beautiful nation constructed this specialized combat mech to target Huagua? This contraption was indeed engineered by the beautiful nation to counter Huagua. To defeat it, one could only employ greater force and the most primal methods. Its attacks were the most rudimentary as well. With defenses at the C level and power at the D level, such a combat mech could likely contend with multiple D-level supernatural beings. The beautiful nation has truly surprised me. Lin Chen mused, yet his body exhibited no sign of retreat. Together, use the simplest attacks to dismantle its defense. Lin Chen immediately instructed Xiaoqing and the others. The combat mech appeared formidable, yet Lin Chen perceived the solution as rather straightforward, simply employing brute force to obliterate it. The earlier skirmish had demonstrated that his force fields could indeed impede its movements but required greater mental fortitude. His strength alone was insufficient. Yet with the combined might of Xiaoqing and her companions, could they not shatter a C-level defense? Receiving Lin Chen and Oppo's command, Xiaoqing and the others sprang into action. Xiaoqing and Oppo's hands morphed and greenish scales erupted, extending into a spiked weapon affixed to her arm. Meanwhile, Xiaobai scratched her head, meticulously observing the combat mech, searching for a vulnerability. The phantom plague beast let out a roar, its once multicolored skin suddenly shifting to a shimmering silver. It dashed through the magnetic barrier, charging headlong at the combat mech. Be careful. This thing packs a punch. Don't. Lin Chen attempted to warn them, but the phantom plague beast's powerful body collided with the mech. Clang. Remarkably, the phantom plague beast withstood the mech and amp, Oppo's, S-blade with its bulky form, producing a series of metallic clashing sounds. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at the phantom plague beast's skin, now silver, appearing as though it were encased in a thick layer of metal. To withstand the combat mech's blade with mere flesh was beyond Lin Chen's expectations. No wonder it was dubbed a special infected entity. It indeed possessed unique qualities. The silver coloration indicated that the phantom plague beast had mimicked its body as metal. To Lin Chen and amp, Oppo's, surprise, this mimicry was not merely an optical illusion. It bore genuine substance. It was precisely due to its metallic skin that the phantom plague beast could withstand the combat mech's onslaught. Lin Chen's astonishment was fleeting as he quickly refocused, preparing to unleash his full power. Converge. He gathered all his mental strength, forming massive magnetic force fields on either side of the mech. At Lin Chen's command, the two force fields rapidly constricted. Ordinary barriers would be shattered. However, this finely tuned force field was beyond its capacity to breach. Although this required considerable mental energy, Lin Chen, bolstered by his recent enhancements, remained unfazed. Finally, the pressure from the two magnetic force fields caused the mech's energy supply to surge. Lin Chen also sensed an unusual magnetic field within this isolated, strong magnetic environment. Xiaoqing. Attack 3 inches down from the back of its head. Strike with all your might. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he issued the command. The peculiar magnetic resonance he detected stemmed from a structural anomaly in that section of the armor, suggesting that it had been designed to safeguard something, thereby diminishing the strong magnetic effects. Simultaneously, the material differed from its surroundings. Crack. Xiaoqing, wielding her weapon, effortlessly pierced that specific area of the combat mech as instructed. Just moments ago, the energy was continuously surging through the battle mechs, but at this instant, they suddenly trembled. Chapter 106. This fish is quite impressive. Boom. A sharp, piercing explosion resonated from the rear of the combat mech, where it had been punctured by the lethal weapon wielded by Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, retreat. Lin Chen commanded without hesitation, sensing a terrifying magnetic field rapidly coalescing. Xiaoqing swiftly withdrew, leaving behind the shard of scales embedded in the mech and amp, Oppo's, body. Suddenly, an incandescent blaze erupted from within the breach, causing the mech to sway precariously in place. The phantom plague beast took this opportunity to retreat as well. The targeted area was undoubtedly the energy core of the combat mech. With its power source compromised, the mech was rendered as lifeless as a mere metal carcass. However, the timing of the energy disruption was notably critical. Though Lin Chen was unsure of the technology employed, he understood that remaining any longer would surely lead to dire consequences. As anticipated, after Lin Chen and the others had retreated 30 to 40 meters, a formidable magnetic field erupted from the mech and amp, Oppo's, epicenter, expanding outward. Boom. Flames surged like an enraged dragon, consuming the verdant surroundings. Within a radius of several meters from the explosion's core, all life, both organic and inorganic, was obliterated, leaving behind only charred remnants and desolation. Trees twisted and splintered, their leaves reduced to ash that danced upon the wind, while the acrid scent of charred earth mingled with lingering smoke filled the air. Although Lin Chen and the others had narrowly escaped the blast zone, the shockwave forced them to stumble backward. Gazing at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, Lin Chen swallowed hard, relieved that he had led Xiaoqing and the others away in time. Had they remained within that explosive radius, even he would have been unable to escape unscathed. As the dust gradually settled, Lin Chen cautiously approached the explosion and amp, Oppo's, epicenter, surveying the land now resembling a scorched wasteland. He pondered the sheer destruction wrought by the final explosion of a single combat mech. Such weapons of devastation, given the proclivities of the United States, were likely in abundance. Perhaps only high-level psychics could maintain their footing against the onslaught of modern human technology, instructing Xiaoqing and the others to remain at a distance. Lin Chen ventured alone into the heart of the destruction. The site where the mech had once stood had formed a pit approximately 3 to 4 meters deep, littered with armor fragments, yet not a single intact component remained. Truly, nothing is left behind, Lin Chen mused. recognizing this as likely intentional design by the Americans to prevent technology leaks. Regrettably, this encounter had merely offered Lin Chen a glimpse into the true nature of modern technology, without yielding any valuable intelligence. As for the secret base the foreigners had occupied, he lacked the desire to investigate further. What if they possessed unknown technological means? To walk into such a trap would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, he could not simply remain passive. Should he return to inform Qin and Appos? Although she was a member of the Hidden Army, she was also part of the Chinese collective, and in the face of foreign invasion, their stance should align. The might of the Chinese psychic tower might not suffice to eradicate that secret base, but if the special abilities team were to intervene. Lin Chen vividly recalled Lu Feng and Appos' astonishing prowess from atop the city tower, 1,000 meters away. The special abilities team comprised numerous practitioners of ancient martial arts, their foundation evidently more profound than that of mere psychics. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to notify them to send assistance. I am but a humble figure. Powerless in these matters, Lin Chen reflected. Just then, his relaxed demeanor faltered as he turned his gaze towards the distance. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled with low, resonant roars, reminiscent of ancient beasts, shaking every inch of the space. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Chen's focus sharpened on a single direction. 3 combat mechs, resembling colossal iron beasts, tore through the sky with thunderous force, racing towards him. Their metallic bodies gleamed with a chilling sheen, starkly contrasting with the equipment of the recently destroyed EX-8 mech. As they advanced, the once robust rocks and dense foliage appeared feeble and vulnerable before these 3 mechs. Wherever they traversed, boulders shattered and dust billowed. Trees snapped and fell, leaving a path of devastation. 3? Just moments ago, Lin Chen had barely managed to destroy 1 mech alongside Xiaoqing. Now, 3 more had arrived. Their armaments, while differing from the EX-8, bore the unmistakable markings of the EX series. The combat capabilities of these mechs were likely on par with the one he had just vanquished. Fools would engage you. Lin Chen scoffed softly, immediately using telepathic communication to instruct Xiaoqing and the others at a distance. Run. Run as far as you can. Do not worry about me. They cannot catch up to me for now. He could evade pursuit with his speed, but if Xiaoqing and the others were targeted by the mechs, their fate would be sealed. Though Xiaoqing was deeply concerned for Lin Chen and Appos' safety, such situations had occurred before, and she trusted him implicitly. Without hesitation, she led the phantom plague beasts away, and upon sensing their increasing distance, Lin Chen exhaled in relief. As long as they were safe, he could rely on his force field to escape. As the 3 combat mechs drew closer, the air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder. A red light zeroed in on Lin Chen. One of the mechs seemed to have locked onto his position. Suddenly, its shoulder armor opened, and a small missile shot forth like an enraged serpent, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtling towards Lin Chen. The missile, wreathed in blue flames and trailing a long plume, soared with astonishing speed, as if it could tear through the very air itself. Lin Chen and Appos' pupils constricted. He could feel the approaching force, distorting the surrounding air as it rushed toward him. Damn! He executed an extreme evasive maneuver while simultaneously enveloping the missile with his force field. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion slammed into him, effortlessly shredding the magnetic field. Lin Chen and Appos' composure shattered. This is cheating. How can they possess ranged capabilities too? Realizing the urgency, he decided this was no place to linger. Damn it! Once I break through to C grade, I shall return to deal with this industrial waste. As Lin Chen turned to flee, a sudden inferno surged into his perceptual magnetic field like a meteor. The heat emanating from the flames instilled a profound sense of fear within him. Crack! The blaze did not target Lin Chen. Instead, it was aimed directly at the 3 combat mechs. Turning back in astonishment, Lin Chen beheld the mech that had just launched the missile now pierced through by a crimson spear. The EX series mechs of the United States? TSK. It seems this catch is rather impressive. Chapter 107, the 5th Special Forces Team, Ghost Gun. Brother. The recent explosion must have been the result of the self-destruction of the EX mech, right? Well done. To obliterate such a mech with a D-level ability is quite an achievement. I doubt I could have managed it back then. A carefree voice resonated, prompting Lin Chen to gaze toward its source. He beheld a shadow clad in black, soaring through the sky, approaching his direction with increasing speed. Initially, Lin Chen presumed the individual had employed some extraordinary means to fly. However, as the figure drew near, he discerned the truth. The newcomer stood upon a floating platform that resembled a skateboard. The figure appeared youthful, dressed in a black combat suit, with two long rifles slung across his back. One black and one blue, exuding an air of effortless elegance with every movement. Upon entering Lin Chen and Appo's magnetic field, one thought consumed him. Powerful. Such a formidable magnetic field. This sensation was reminiscent of the time Lu Feng had breached his magnetic realm. Moreover, the person's magnetic field was remarkably calm and stable, devoid of any peculiar energy fluctuations. There was only one possibility, a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Chen, and he slapped his forehead. Oh no, the mech had been damaged. And if it were to explode like before? The image of the mech and Appo's core detonating still haunted him. If the mech that had been pierced by the long gun were to explode, the other two mechs would inevitably be affected. The devastation caused by the simultaneous explosion of three mechs was unimaginable. Fear not, I have my ways of dealing with these mechs. The young man in black seemed to sense Lin Chen's concerns and spoke with a smile. If these metal turtles were to blow up, I'd have a headache as well. As he spoke, the young man stepped onto the platform and leaped into the air, simultaneously drawing the blue long gun from his back, targeting the battle mech that had been pierced by the red long gun. Crack! The mech and Appo's formidable exterior was effortlessly pried open by the young man. Witnessing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. What was happening? He and Xiao Qing had barely managed to breach a single mech's defenses together. Yet this man shattered its armor with mere cold weaponry? This indicated that the black-clad youth possessed strength at least at the sea level or beyond. The towering mech, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, was disassembling at a visible pace, but it was not under Lin Chen and Appo's command, rather. The black-clad youth was methodically dismantling it with his blue long gun. However, in this interval, the remaining two battle mechs swiftly redirected their attacks toward the young man. Be careful. The other two are coming for you, Lin Chen urgently called out. The black-clad youth, still focused on disassembling the mech before him, flashed a grin. Haha. Thanks for the reminder, but it seems I won and Appo's needed. As his words fell, the youth exerted force with his right arm, extracting the red long gun from the mech he was disassembling. He then aimed at the two mechs charging toward him. Behave yourselves, he shouted, thrusting the red and blue long guns toward them. Just as the long guns left his hands, he gave a sudden flick. Boom. Sizzle. The red long gun ignited with scorching flames, while the blue long gun was instantly enveloped in a layer of frost. Lin Chen was increasingly astonished. Could it be that the young man was not an ability user, but was able to achieve such feats solely through ancient martial arts? This was utterly remarkable. Or perhaps the materials of the two long guns were distinctly different. The two long guns were launched nearly simultaneously, their speed uncanny, akin to phantoms. Crack! The sounds of metal piercing echoed simultaneously. The two mechs that had rushed toward the black-clad youth were penetrated by the long guns. One mech was engulfed in flames, while the other was instantly frozen by the spreading frost. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at such prowess. Despite his best efforts, he could barely destroy one mech. Yet, this black-clad youth had effortlessly dispatched two in an instant. I prefer this. The youth grinned, withdrawing the black long gun from his back. In comparison to the previous two, it seemed unremarkable, with a black body and a white tip, appearing entirely ordinary. Whoosh! The youth wielded the long gun. The sound of slicing air echoed around him. He then began to dismantle the remaining mech with this seemingly inconspicuous weapon. Crack! Crack! The mech's fragments fell like snowflakes, revealing the youth's intimate familiarity with the machine. The black long gun moved with the grace of a second hand, displaying remarkable agility. In no time, the mech was reduced to a shimmering, golden energy core. The core resembled a battery. In the prior mech and Appo's self-detonation might have resulted from Xiao Qing inadvertently damaging this core. Now, to deal with this, as long as we extract the core, it won't explode. This is a valuable item. I shall take it back once the task is completed, the black-clad youth remarked with a smile, swiftly moving toward the next mech to continue his dismantling efforts. Lin Chen stood awkwardly to the side, about to speak when the youth directly inquired, "Who are you? Since you are attacking the mechs of the beautiful nation, you must be from China, correct? The Human Alliance? Or perhaps, the Hidden Army?" Uncertain if it was intentional or not, the youth paused momentarily as he spoke the latter part of his query. "I hail from Survivor City E," Lin Chen declared, producing the identity card that Qin Wan and Appo's had previously crafted for him. "Oh, City E?" The black-clad youth continued his work with unimpeded speed, expressing surprise. "City E is quite a distance from here, several dozen kilometers away, and you dare venture into the infected zone? You certainly possess a bold spirit. However, judging by your strength, even if you ventured into the infected zone, you could likely escape unscathed unless you were unfortunate enough to encounter a B-level infected ruler nearby. As he spoke, his actions concluded, and the second mech was successfully dismantled. He then approached the third mech. Hiki, it's nothing. I've always been bold since childhood, Lin Chen replied with a smile. However, the black-clad youth and Appos' words resonated in his mind. There was indeed a B-level infected ruler in the vicinity. If he could subdue it, what would those mechs that had just threatened Lin Chen amount to? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My codename is Ghost Gun. From the 5th Special Forces Team of China. This mission involves eliminating a research base of the beautiful nation along the Chinese border. If you possess any intelligence, could you assist us? Chapter 108. Oh, shit. The 5th Special Forces Team? Lin Chen momentarily disregarded his original purpose for being there, nodding thoughtfully as he realized they were members of the Special Forces team. No wonder they were so formidable. Perhaps having witnessed Lu Feng and Appos' prowess had tinted Lin Chen and Appos' perception of the Special Forces. Now, with the Ghost Gun showcasing his skills before him, Lin Chen and Appos' fascination with the Huaxia Special Forces deepened even further. Before long, the last mech was swiftly dismantled by the Ghost Gun. 3 energy cores lay side by side. But the Ghost Gun fell into contemplation regarding their disposal. Bringing these back offers little research value. They could even self-destruct if mishandled. Yet, discarding them seems a waste. As he spoke, the Ghost Gun opened his operational manual. If I recall correctly, the defenses at that research base of the beautiful nation are quite troublesome. Perhaps these could breach them? At this juncture, Lin Chen interjected. Are you planning to infiltrate those foreign devils and Appos' secret base? I know where it is. I can lead you there. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Gun and Appos' eyes lit up. Really? Lin Chen nodded decisively, pointing in a direction. Just follow this road straight ahead, and you and Appos' find their secret base. I was pursued by these mechs because they discovered me. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Gun let out a hearty laugh. Haha, so that and Appos' how it is. No wonder I was curious why those beautiful nation mechs exposed themselves. It all makes sense now. This simplifies matters greatly. He gestured toward the 3 energy cores on the ground, a cunning smile creeping onto his lips. These are what they intended to use against you. We shall turn the tables and use them against them. Lin Chen vaguely grasped the Ghost Gun's plan. The explosive power unleashed by detonating the 3 energy cores could likely level the hillside. No matter how fortified that secret base was, it surely could not withstand such a force. Haha, what a splendid idea, Lin Chen exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. This sensation was akin to using firecrackers to blast out the rats hiding in their burrows. Min and Appos' interests may be few, but this was certainly one of them. Suddenly, the Ghost Gun recalled something and began rummaging through his pocket. After a while, he produced a black mask, though referred to as a mask. Its surface gleamed with a metallic sheen. Take this, he tossed it over. Catching it in his hands, Lin Chen felt its substantial weight. It was indeed metallic, though its shape resembled that of a mask. What is this? Lin Chen examined it closely but discerned no particular significance. This is a multilingual translator, specifically for foreign affairs. The Ghost Gun explained slowly. Under normal circumstances, only our special forces issue these. If we encounter any survivors, you can use it to communicate with them. Lin Chen gazed at the Ghost Gun in astonishment before putting the device on his face. This thing can translate my language? What if I can and Appos' understand them? The Ghost Gun chuckled, pointing to the mask. Don't worry, it translates foreign languages through bone conduction. At the very least, it can translate the mainstream languages in the world today. It and Appos' for foreign affairs, so please don't break it. After hearing the Ghost Gun and Appos' explanation, Lin Chen was immediately captivated by the translator. Such a remarkable device. With this, he could effortlessly communicate in both Japanese and the beautiful nation and Appos' English. However, Lin Chen soon had a question. Wait a minute. You and Appos' given this to me. What will you do later? The Ghost Gun and Appos' smile grew more enigmatic as he chuckled softly, feigning seriousness as he sighed. There and Appos' a regulation that states law enforcement must be justified, so this device has a recording function. If I were to use it, I and Appos' need to activate this feature. When those fellows beg for mercy, their words would be translated. And how could I proceed with my task then? Sometimes, not understanding their speech is a blessing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly understood. So the Ghost Gun intended to use him as a shield. Was there such a maneuver? by handing the translator to Lin Chen. The ghost gun would have an excuse to eliminate those individuals. Though he was merely a shield, Lin Chen felt that this role was worth playing. All right. Since you know the location, let us hasten our pace. The higher-ups mentioned that these beautiful nation rascals are often engaged in perilous research. What exactly they are researching is of no interest to them. A fire to obliterate it all will suffice. The ghost gun stated decisively. Lin Chen nodded, extending his hand to grasp the 3 energy cores with his force field. Witnessing this, the ghost gun was somewhat astonished. Oh, this ability is intriguing. I think I now understand why you could single-handedly destroy a mech. Lin Chen modestly smiled. Just a little trick, nothing to boast about. Follow me. Lin Chen led the ghost gun to the concealed entrance of the base he had just discovered. He pointed at the scarcely noticeable slope below and said, "The entrance is right here. Their base is just beneath it." The ghost gun tested the ground with his foot, noting the soil was exceptionally firm and distinct from the usual soft earth. Indeed, something seemed to be concealed below. With that, the ghost gun swiftly drew his black long gun, striking the ground with astonishing speed. Thud, thud, thud. The ghost gun and Oppos' attacks created 3 substantial holes in the ground, perfectly sized to accommodate the 3 energy cores. Lin Chen deftly controlled the cores, placing them inside. After completing this task, the ghost gun examined the soles of his shoes and produced 3 metal-like objects. Hiki. I never anticipated that the concealed demolition devices sent to us would indeed come in handy. I and Oppos, LL set a 30-second timer. The simultaneous detonation of these 3 energy cores will yield an unknown magnitude of power. Remember to keep your distance, the ghost gun instructed. Absolutely, Lin Chen affirmed. Not foolish enough to stand nearby after experiencing the explosive power of a single energy core. All right, I shall commence. The ghost gun's smile widened further. The thought of using their own tactics against them exhilarated him. It was time for these foreign devils to experience the consequences of their own methods. The ghost gun's movements were deliberately slow, as if he intended for others to observe. Lin Chen was perplexed. Yet the depth of the ghost gun and Oppos' smile hinted at a greater plan. Their actions had undoubtedly been monitored by the foreign devils lurking underground. The ghost gun surmised this, which was why he slowed his movements, to let those hiding below know what was soon to unfold. Meanwhile, every action of the 2 outside was precisely as the ghost gun had predicted, being clearly viewed by the group of foreign scientists in white coats on their screens. When the detonator was thrown down, one researcher could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Oh shit. I and Oppos. Am sorry, but I can and Oppos to assist with that." Chapter 109, Class B Infected Organism. Boom, boom, boom. Before the incessant explosions commenced, Ghost Gun and Lin Chen had already taken refuge 100 meters away. Although they had previously witnessed the explosive radius of the energy core, which was approximately several meters, this was an unprecedented event. 3 energy cores detonating simultaneously. The sheer magnitude of destruction that could arise from such a convergence of energy left even Ghost Gun uncertain. Thus, they positioned themselves at a considerable distance. At the epicenter of the explosion, the 3 energy cores erupted like enraged primordial beasts, unleashing a deafening roar. Dust and debris swirled around like a tempest. Although the explosive radius only spanned 20 to 30 meters, the shockwave was palpable, pressing heavily upon Lin Chen. Had he been at the center of the blast, even with his extraordinary abilities, escape would have been impossible. The spatial vibrations from the explosion disrupted the surrounding magnetic fields, rendering Lin Chen unable to maintain control, making his survival uncertain. The smoke and debris from the explosion ascended several hundred meters into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud in the distance. Haha. This ought to keep those vermin hiding in the shadows occupied. Witnessing the magnificent spectacle, Ghost Gun burst into laughter, then clapped Lin Chen on the shoulder. Come. Let us see how resilient this foreign devil truly is. As the aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, the once concealed underground base lay exposed. The walls, shaken by the tremendous impact, appeared precarious. The exposed remnants of steel and concrete testified to the ferocity of the recent explosion. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and the weight of dust. Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Chen and Ghost Gun were taken aback. Despite the scattered debris, the underground base remained largely intact. Only a few lifeless bodies were visible, victims of the collapsed structure. Among them were ordinary soldiers clad in armor and several researchers in lab coats. Yet, the majority of individuals appeared to have survived, albeit shaken, their figures flickering in the shadows. Some struggled to their feet, their faces etched with the astonishment of having escaped death. However, this fleeting sense of relief was short-lived. Two figures loomed above, surveying the survivors below. Should I commend the sturdiness of their base? Or conclude that the explosive power of those three energy cores was insufficient? How could there still be survivors? Ghost Gun frowned, expressing his displeasure. He had assumed that these individuals would have perished in the blast, thus sparing him the effort and bloodshed. I suppose they were simply fortunate. Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Ghost Gun slowly drew forth his black long gun, his expression momentarily stiffening before he spoke. I heard you mention your name is Lin. Lin Chen, correct? You must keep today's events confidential. Just say these individuals perished in the explosion. They have nothing to do with me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ghost Gun's left foot propelled him forward with remarkable speed, thrusting the ordinary black long gun. He pierced the chest of a soldier clad in black armor before anyone could react. Oh, FCK. You are Ghost Gun of the Special Forces Team 5. That merciless demon. One of the researchers recognized Ghost Gun's identity. His words transmitted through the translator, reaching Lin Chen's ears. What did he say? Is he begging for mercy? Ghost Gun flipped the soldier aside and inquired of Lin Chen. No, Lin Chen replied, fully understanding. He said, if you have the ability, kill them all. Ghost Gun was momentarily taken aback, his smile widening. So audacious? I like it. With a swish, he vanished again, reappearing as he pierced another soldier's chest with his long gun. Ghost Gun charged into the ranks of soldiers as if they posed no obstacle. Each thrust of his weapon claimed a life. Despite the soldiers' high-tech armor and preparedness, they were utterly defenseless against Ghost Gun's prowess. His movements were so swift that they could scarcely perceive his form. What now? We dispatched 4 mechs earlier. This is all the strength our base can muster. One soldier exclaimed in panic. Stay calm. Our mechs are formidable, but if they are special forces, we can only employ higher-grade mechs. Another argued. But the EX series is the strongest we have. We would need to transport more from the homeland. Damn it. If he won't let us live, neither shall we allow him respite. Activate the bloodthirsty tyrant. What? The bloodthirsty tyrant? Are you insane? If we summon it, we will all perish. The frantic discussions of the researchers caught Lin Chen's attention, causing him to furrow his brow. These individuals appeared to possess an even greater trump card than the EX series mechs. However, with Ghost Gun in charge, no matter their hidden strengths, they seemed unlikely to stir up significant trouble. More pressing to Lin Chen was the extraordinary strength of Ghost Gun. Although categorized as C-level, Lin Chen felt that Ghost Gun transcended this classification and warranted a C designation. Among practitioners of ancient martial arts, few focused on mental prowess, instead honing other attributes. The force that Ghost Gun unleashed with each gesture sent tremors through Lin Chen's spirit. His strength was likely several times greater than Lin Chen's own. The emergence of supernatural abilities had only materialized in the past century as a response to the apocalypse. While ancient martial artists initially stood as humanity's bulwark against the impending doom, in confrontations with other ancient martial artists of the same rank. If their strength surpassed Lin Chen's, they could potentially shatter his magnetic field. It was only when facing supernatural beings that Lin Chen's magnetic field was at its most formidable. In simpler terms, those adept in brute strength among ancient martial artists, though seemingly unremarkable, could become Lin Chen's nemesis. As Lin Chen pondered this, a resounding roar echoed from the far distance, reminiscent of the sound of a mech crashing to the ground. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance. Among the vast forest, a colossal figure emerged, towering even above the adjacent trees. The thick trunks appeared as mere twigs before it, scattering as it charged forth. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed to be an infected organism. He swiftly donned the bronze mask. However, as Lin Chen scanned the massive figure, the mask unexpectedly cracked. What? Lin Chen gasped in shock. The detection exceeded the mask's threshold. Upon acquiring the bronze mask, Lin Chen had learned of its maximum detection range, which was limited to C-infected organisms. Now, it had fractured under the strain of this scan, indicating it was a B-level infected organism. Chapter 110, Subjugation. Amidst the shock, Lin Chen's predominant emotion was elation. Rarely had he encountered high-level infected entities, whether on land or at sea. To his astonishment, there existed a B-level infected entity in this very area. It was akin to striking gold. Lin Chen pondered how to divert the attention of the Ghost Gun and the others, so he could subdue this infected creature. After all, the greatest secret of his body could not be divulged so easily. As Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the Ghost Gun, the latter simultaneously struck, eliminating the last research personnel. Yet, Lin Chen noticed that, in his final moments, the scientist's right hand remained poised over a button. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he observed closely. He then discerned a faint electromagnetic signal emanating from beneath the button, leading outward from the research base, precisely towards the direction from which the B-level infected entity was approaching. Though weak, this electromagnetic signal was remarkably resilient, seemingly corresponding with a device on the other side. Before long, the ghost gun also became aware of the commotion nearby. He stomped firmly on the ground, his agile form swiftly ascending to Lin Chen's elevated position. The scene before him was laid bare. It was the B-level infected entity, the bloodthirsty tyrant. Upon recognizing the visage of the approaching creature, the ghost gun's expression morphed into one of astonishment, soon followed by an unmistakably grim demeanor. I thought as much. How could a research facility in a beautiful nation possibly possess only 4 ordinary EX-mechs? Such an easy task wouldn't fall upon me. Electronic gene technology. Humph. The ghost gun's countenance darkened further, while Lin Chen feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What? A B-level infected entity? Neither of us can contend with this creature. I'll distract it. You must flee." This declaration left the ghost gun momentarily speechless, his face a mask of confusion as he looked at Lin Chen. "What? You intend to be the bait?" To alleviate the ghost gun's concerns, Lin Chen patted his chest reassuringly. "Fear not. I am adept at handling such behemoths. Trust in my speed." Lin Chen smiled cheerfully. "Absolutely not." The ghost gun's refusal was immediate and resolute. His expression turned serious as he spoke earnestly. "Lin Chen, you must understand the responsibilities of our special operations team. Every member must prioritize the safety of our nation and its citizens. I don't care what habits you've developed in each city, among us. There is no concept of allowing the weak to march willingly to their demise." The ghost gun's words left Lin Chen utterly astounded. "What? Does the special operations team have such stipulations? It seems quite different from the ethos of their ability Tower I didn't oppose, mean it that way, actually." Lin Chen sought to defend himself, but the ghost gun raised his right hand firmly, gesturing for silence. "No further explanations are necessary. As a member of the special operations team, my duty is to protect the citizens of Huaxia. In my presence, you are both a comrade and someone I must defend. You must leave now. I will engage it and ensure my escape later." Despite being a C-level fighter, the ghost gun knew he could not defeat the bloodthirsty tyrant. However, he was confident that his extensive combat experience would allow him to evade capture. Yet, Lin Chen's concern lay elsewhere. He yearned to subdue this B-level infected entity. "Your spirit is commendable, but can we forego the heroics this time? Allow me to claim this creature." Lin Chen longed to voice this, but the ghost gun was unyielding. Unable to sway him, Lin Chen had no choice but to depart. Before leaving, Lin Chen removed the translator from his face. "Here, take this back." The ghost gun smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. "No need. We have as many of these devices as we desire in the special operations team. They simply cannot be mass-produced. Consider this a gift from me. You might contemplate joining our special operations team." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen recalled the bronze medal Lu Feng had previously entrusted to him. It seemed that the medal too had been an invitation to join the special operations team. It appeared they could discern formidable abilities with their naked eyes and seek to recruit. Lin Chen feigned hesitation as the ghost gun removed his 2 blue-red long guns. His gaze fixated on the bloodthirsty tyrant. He declared, "If you have such an inclination, you can report it through E-City. I can offer you a chance to join the special operations team." As the words left his lips, the ghost gun's form vanished, charging directly towards the bloodthirsty tyrant. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Although he knew the ghost gun could not match the tyrant's strength, he feared that a reckless attack might damage his precious B-level infected entity. Fortunately, as Lin Chen watched the ghost gun's retreating figure, he realized it had locked eyes with the bloodthirsty tyrant. The latter halted abruptly, its expression shifting intriguingly, revealing a hint of bashfulness amidst its bloodthirsty facade. It was a feeling of attraction. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing the B-level infected entity, bloodthirsty tyrant. Reward, Spirit 2000. Congratulations, host, on activating the achievement, subjugation of B-level infected entity. 1-1. Next achievement progress. 1-5. Achievement reward. 1 random lottery draw. Detected that the host's body has matured. The corpse species assimilation device can be developed. Inquire whether to develop." As the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, Lin Chen pondered. "Let me wait a moment. I shall decide after I exit this place. Now that he had successfully subdued the bloodthirsty tyrant, he could take it with him. Though their intimacy had yet to unlock telepathy, Lin Chen was confident that once he made his move, it would follow. If the ghost gun noticed the tyrant pursuing Lin Chen relentlessly, he would surely abandon his efforts, or so Lin Chen believed. Damn it. This fool is going to battle my gun for 300 rounds. I'll make sure to pierce him with 1,000 transparent holes. As the ghost gun prepared to engage the bloodthirsty tyrant fiercely, hoping to buy Lin Chen some time to retreat, he was taken aback when the tyrant bypassed him entirely. Charging straight for Lin Chen, it seemed the tyrant understood who the easier target was. Whoosh! The ghost gun, quick on his feet, hurled a red long spear just as the bloodthirsty tyrant rushed past him. The spear, engulfed in crimson flames, soared forth. Yet, the tyrant appeared oblivious, absorbing the ghost gun's attack without flinching. As the spear pierced the tyrant and Appos' skin, the flames were extinguished by its gray-green blood. Yet it continued its relentless pursuit of Lin Chen, its eyes brimming with fervor, seemingly impervious to pain. Hey, now this is getting interesting. Witnessing this, the ghost gun could no longer hold back. With a swift motion, he retrieved 2 golden needles from his collar. The leadership has decreed that all actions must prioritize the safety of our citizens. I cannot simply stand by while you turn your wrath upon our own. Chapter 111, Class A Infectious Entity. With a sudden thrust, the ghost gunner plunged 2 golden needles, nestled between his fingers, into his heart and Appos' core. Thump, thump. At that moment, he could even hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. This was not some mystical technique, but rather a method of using the golden needles to stimulate acupuncture points and unleash latent potential. Coincidentally, Lin Chen, who had just sprinted a few dozen meters away, turned to check if the bloodthirsty tyrant was in pursuit, only to witness this scene. His expression shifted dramatically. Buddy, how many coins do you earn in a month? Are you insane? By observing the human magnetic field of the ghost gunner, Lin Chen surmised his intentions. The intensity of that magnetic field was visibly surging, reminiscent of the Japanese adversary who had previously unleashed the 5 treasures technique. It was likely a technique to awaken inner strength. Such techniques invariably placed immense strain on the practitioner and Appos' body. Lin Chen never anticipated that the ghost gunner would be willing to sacrifice himself to ensure a safe escape. This was far from his initial impression. Dude, don't overexert yourself. I've just managed to subdue this Class B infectious entity. Lin Chen lamented silently. After wandering the infected zone for so long, the most formidable entity he had encountered was none other than this bloodthirsty tyrant. The reckless display of power by the ghost gunner might even injure him, especially since the bloodthirsty tyrant was entirely unprepared. With a snap, the ghost gunner casually tossed another blue spear into the ground, grasping the most ordinary black spear. Lin, don't worry about me. Just escape. I intend to teach this fellow a lesson, he bellowed. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of frustration. I don't need your help. If you damage the bloodthirsty tyrant, I don't know how many corpses I would need to restore it. Couldn't he just mind his own business? Are all members of the special forces this thick-headed? At that instant, the ghost gunner took a deep breath, positioning his weapon at his chest. With a whoosh, his body vanished like a streak of black light, charging towards the bloodthirsty tyrant. The speed was so remarkable that it left behind afterimages. In the blink of an eye, the ghost gunner had positioned himself behind the bloodthirsty tyrant, aiming for its thick hide and thrusting forward. Thud. A crescent-shaped wound appeared on the back of the bloodthirsty tyrant, gray-green blood gushing forth. Yet, before the blood could splatter onto the ghost gunner, he had already leapt onto the creature's back, pivoting to unleash another attack in a different direction. Now, the bloodthirsty tyrant, previously indifferent to the ghost gunner, felt an excruciating pain. Roar. The bloodthirsty tyrant raised its arm and unleashed a terrifying roar that sent chills down Lin Chen's spine, even from a distance, causing his ears to ring. He turned back in disbelief. Was this the power of a Class B infectious entity? Simultaneously, Lin Chen was astounded to see that despite the ghost gunner enduring such a roar at close range, he appeared unfazed, continuing his relentless assault on the bloodthirsty tyrant. Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly helpless, his mind echoing a single thought. You two should just stop fighting. In fact, he was genuinely worried. What if the ghost gunner unleashed his full strength and killed his own bloodthirsty tyrant? Fortunately, Lin Chen's worries proved unnecessary. Although the ghost gunner's explosive power and speed were top tier, he could not sustain this state for long. Thud. When the ghost gunner's black spear pierced the shoulder of the bloodthirsty tyrant, the gray-green blood immediately coiled around it, like a sturdy rope binding the ghost gunner's legs. As a result, he could no longer evade. Subsequently, the bloodthirsty tyrant aimed a slap at the ghost gunner. The latter quickly withdrew his spear, positioning it defensively, summoning all his strength to withstand the blow. Yet, the outcome was not as he had anticipated. Bang! The bloodthirsty tyrant's heavy palm struck the ghost gunner, sending him and his spear flying. The disparity in levels could not be compensated by mere techniques to awaken potential. Thankfully, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, the ghost gunner possessed extraordinary physical resilience. Had he been an ordinary ability user, such a slap would have likely rendered him unconscious. Instead, he was merely sent flying several dozen meters, ultimately crashing into a large tree. Cough, cough. Leaning against the tree stump he had just broken, the ghost gunner spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, this creature is indeed tough. Unless the captain arrives, none of us in Squad 5 can handle him. Watching the bloodthirsty tyrant relentlessly pursue Lin Chen, the ghost gunner cursed under his breath while silently apologizing to Lin Chen. He truly lacked the ability to stop this behemoth. If Lin Chen were fortunate enough, he should be able to survive. However, in his current state, he could no longer give chase. With a swift motion, the ghost gunner extended his right hand, spreading his index and middle fingers, quickly pressing on 2 acupuncture points on his chest. Gradually, the heavy, fiery sensation began to dissipate. The ghost gunner took a deep breath, then completely relaxed. Phew, I should refrain from such reckless tactics in the future. Once I return, I must inquire why a Class B infectious entity would appear on a mission of this level. With the overall combat capability of Squad 5, they typically only engaged opponents below Class B. Should a Class B target be present, it would be under the Captain and Appos' leadership. The fact that he encountered a Class B infectious entity this time, nearly losing his life in the process, warranted a thorough debriefing upon his return. Hey, this is the ghost gunner calling the captain. I'm sending you the satellite coordinates. Please send someone to extract me. Caution, Class B infectious entities may be nearby, so be extremely careful. The ghost gunner produced a disc-shaped communication device and spoke into it. Once the light above signaled green, he breathed a sigh of relief. The message had been sent. All he had to do now was wait in this location. The Special Forces valued every member and would never abandon anyone. It wouldn't be long before help arrived. Simultaneously, the ghost gunner removed his belt. This was a survival device issued to every member of the Special Forces, containing numerous microbombs. No wonder the captain equipped us with these. It seems I truly have a use for them today. As he toyed with the capsule-sized microbombs, the ghost gunner self-deprecatingly remarked. However, just as he finished speaking, a chilling giggle echoed from the nearby thicket. What luck! I went out and discovered 2 recoverable strong bones. The master will surely commend me. Upon hearing the sound, the ghost gunner reacted swiftly, pinching a microbomb between his fingers and hurling it in that direction. Yet, a white figure darted past, halting before him, its pristine teeth clamping onto the microbomb. Suddenly, an unexpected intruder appeared before me, promptly swallowing the miniature bomb. The unilateral detection lens on the ghostly gunman's face swiftly commenced its scanning. Upon reaching the final conclusion, the ghost gunman's pupils constricted sharply. How could this be? Before he could finish his thought, that white figure lunged forward with razor-sharp claws, piercing through the ghost gunman and Appos' heart. Class A infection entity? Chapter 112, The Hidden Ability Pulse. Alas. After fleeing so far, he should have ceased his pursuit, right? Lin Chen, accompanied by the bloodthirsty tyrant, hastened towards the coastline, which lay tantalizingly close. Only then did he come to a halt. Glancing back, he found no trace of the ghost gun. Instead, the massive form of the bloodthirsty tyrant had carved a conspicuous ravine through the jungle. Stop. Lin Chen extended his palm forward. Instantly, the colossal body of the bloodthirsty tyrant halted abruptly, refusing to advance another step. With a surge of kinetic energy, Lin Chen leapt into the air. Perching atop the creature and Appos' head, he lightly chastised it with a couple of taps, exhaling a resigned sigh. That blow you delivered just now was rather forceful. I wonder how the ghost gun is faring. And what about your wounds? As he uttered this, Lin Chen leaned down to inspect the scars on the bloodthirsty tyrant and Appos' back. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment. Is it healed already? So soon? He observed that the wound inflicted by the ghost gun along the tyrant and Appos' spine had formed a scab, displaying an eerie blackish-green hue, reminiscent of a typical human and Appos' recovery process, albeit with an unsettling coloration. The bloodthirsty tyrant emitted a series of low, excited growls, seemingly expressing its inner joy. Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, but wait. Logically speaking, after Xiaoqing and the others broke through to D rank, They initially grasped rudimentary human language. Higher-ranking infected beings can also acquire linguistic skills. Why can't you speak? The bloodthirsty tyrant gave Lin Chen the impression of a rather intelligent savage, devoid of any capacity for verbal communication. Could it be that its prolonged existence in the wild had hindered its learning of this ability? Lin Chen scratched his head, pondering for quite some time. Yet he could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Never mind, it and oppos, s of little consequence. Once you develop telepathy, verbal communication will become unnecessary, he affirmed. After surveying the surroundings, he instructed, stay here. I shall return shortly. Until my arrival, you are forbidden from wandering or indiscriminately killing, unless provoked. The bloodthirsty tyrant nodded awkwardly, then plopped down onto the ground, clearly intending to remain rooted in this spot. Lin Chen, satisfied, nodded in approval before manipulating the kinetic field and darting back in the direction he had come. He needed to ascertain the fate of the ghost gun. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to discover what had transpired with the ghost gun after enduring the bloodthirsty tyrant's strike. Should it have perished due to that encounter, his guilt would be immense. As for the ability users within the ability tower, Lin Chen felt no sorrow for their demise. However, from his perspective, both the ghost gun and Lu Feng were noble individuals. Following the path marked by the bloodthirsty tyrant, Lin Chen swiftly returned to the research base. He lowered his altitude, fully activating the magnetic field detection range to conceal himself among the foliage while probing the surroundings. After circling the research base 2 or 3 times, he found no sign of the ghost gun, not even a corpse. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, he must have escaped. Now I can rest easy. With the weight lifted from his heart, Lin Chen turned his gaze toward the research base, his expression tinged with curiosity. He murmured, when I passed by earlier, I sensed a peculiar magnetic disturbance. Could it be that someone failed to clean up properly? Initially, this sensation had been vague. But after circling the area twice, it became increasingly pronounced. He was now certain. Yet, the ghost gun had clearly acted to eliminate anyone inside. Who else could remain? Determined to investigate and eliminate any potential threats, Lin Chen made a swift decision. Soon, he arrived at the ruins of the research base. A sweeping glance revealed nothing but a multitude of corpses. Everyone appeared to be dead. What, then, was the source of the intense magnetic field? Scratching his head, Lin Chen began a meticulous examination. Holding his breath to maintain silence, he focused on the subtle fluctuations of the magnetic field nearby. In this state of profound stillness, he finally detected a faintly perceptible magnetic pulse. There it was. Lin Chen quickly shifted his gaze to the corner of the ruins, only to be momentarily stunned. Behind the collapsed wall, there lay a door. Had it not been cleverly obscured by the debris, he might not have noticed it at all. He immediately manipulated the magnetic field to approach. With a flick of his fingers, the powerful kinetic force arced outward, dislodging the obstruction in front of the door and clearing the area. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Chen scrutinized the door closely, placing a hand upon its surface. Strong magnetic interference? It shares the same properties as the other walls, yet the materials composing it seem distinct. Otherwise, how could this door withstand such an explosion? It was clear that it was sturdier. Outside the door was a circular latch with a lock beside it. Though not entirely unscathed, the door appeared robust. Yet from certain corners, magnetic energy leaked out. In the context of a strong magnetic environment, this leakage was difficult to detect. Lin Chen murmured to himself. It seems that behind this door lies something extraordinary within the research base. Otherwise, why go to such lengths to secure it? Finding a key the size of a fingertip amidst the ruins would be no easy feat, even for Lin Chen. However, he had alternative means to open the door. Extending his right hand, he placed it over the lock cylinder. The kinetic field gradually exerted pressure inward. Such a lock was trivial. All it required was for him to simulate the sensation of a key using the kinetic field. In simpler terms, aside from those requiring brute force to break, almost no lock that needed a key posed a challenge for Lin Chen. With a click, the lock mechanism stirred, and Lin Chen lifted his finger, twisting the circular latch on the other side. As he turned it to its limit, the magnetic fluctuations intensified. Lin Chen stepped aside and pulled from a distance. The kinetic field surged forward, slowly drawing open the massive iron door. Only then did Lin Chen behold the interior. The room resembled a bomb shelter, amidst the decaying exterior. The interior remained pristine, its walls composed of metal. At the center of the room stood a cylindrical glass container atop a pedestal, filled with an oily liquid. Its contents unknown. Within floated various body tissues resembling muscular nodules, each distinct in shape, sending shivers down his spine at a mere glance. Yet, upon seeing these tissues, Lin Chen instinctively touched the nape of his neck. This magnetic sensation. Could it be the ability pulse? Chapter 113. The corpse assimilator within the subterranean research facility of the beautiful nation. The abundance of extraordinary power veins is astonishing. Whether these originate from unique infectious entities or from extraordinary individuals of Huaxia, it is evident that these beings have deeply infiltrated the land of Huaxia. Without hesitation, Lin Chen lunged forward, capturing the essence in a single swift motion. Beneath the container, the very fabric of space twisted, swallowing it whole. Aside from these extraordinary power veins, other corners of the room were cluttered with supplies amassed by the researchers, basic necessities for living. Lin Chen, not one to overlook an opportunity, gathered all of these into his possession. After meticulously inspecting the research facility to ensure nothing was left behind, he reluctantly prepared to depart. Before leaving, he spat contemptuously at the facility, exclaiming, "Bah! Even the research base of the beautiful nation lacks the resources of the little devil's encampment." Fortunately, while the quantity of living supplies was sparse, their variety was ample, sufficient for Lin Chen to sustain himself for an extended period. First, he utilized spatial positioning to locate his companions, Shaoqing and the others, and then they proceeded to the location of the bloodthirsty tyrant. In a short while, we shall reclaim the warship of the beautiful nation. Your large stature may attract unwanted attention, so remain here. Lin Chen cast a glance at the bloodthirsty tyrant. Shaoqing and the others were visibly excited. Additionally, Lin Chen recalled the system's prior notification and settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes. Within the system's notification panel, the options for selection still awaited. Random lottery draw, 1 time. Would you like to activate the corpse assimilator? Faced with these two options, Lin Chen resolved to address them sequentially. First, let me draw the lottery. The lottery interface materialized before him, presenting a dazzling wheel of rewards. As soon as Lin Chen voiced his command, the wheel began to spin rapidly, the pointer whirling with great speed. Stop. With Lin Chen and Appos as command, the pointer gradually came to a halt. He focused his gaze to ascertain the reward he had drawn. Active ability, Mind Control. Mind Control can control sentient beings within a range of 50 meters through thought. As the level increases, the ability to control higher-tier sentient beings will be unlocked. A psychic ability. Upon reading the description of Mind Control, Lin Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Among awakened extraordinary individuals, psychic abilities are exceedingly rare. Out of 100 such individuals, perhaps only 1 or 2 would awaken a psychic ability. And Lin Chen had now awakened the highest tier of psychic abilities, Mind Control. He eagerly examined his personal profile card. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100. 000, maximum. Strength, 135 agility, 130 stamina, 125 mental power, 4850 ordinary infectious entities, 285 abilities. D-tier ability magnetic field, D-tier passive ability life source, F-tier ability mind control. After subduing the bloodthirsty tyrant, Lin Chen and Appos' mental powers surged dramatically. For a C-tier extraordinary individual, the standard mental power index is 5,000 points. And with Lin Chen and Appos' current state, he could comfortably handle the consumption of C-tier abilities. Upon reviewing his status once more, he noticed several unaddressed items remaining. Lin Chen pursed his lips and inquired, "What is the corpse assimilator?" Corpse assimilator. Once activated, the host can absorb corpse essence to evolve their abilities. Upon hearing the system and Appos' voice, Lin Chen and Appos' eyes widened in surprise. "I can evolve my abilities by absorbing corpse essence? How splendid!" Relying solely on rewards from the system for ability evolution would impose limitations. However, by absorbing corpse essence, he could facilitate his abilities evolution. Thus, Lin Chen and Appos' subsequent efforts gained newfound direction. Activate. Ding. The host has activated the corpse assimilator. Abilities can now evolve through the absorption of corpse essence. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt an unfamiliar sensation within him, as if something had been forcefully inserted. Yet, this was not discomfort. He experienced no sense of rejection. Closing his eyes, a new selectable option appeared in the system and Appos' details page. The icon that materialized resembled a black hole. This was the corpse assimilator. Lin Chen promptly issued the command, "Open the corpse assimilator." As his words fell, a flurry of blue ethereal lights erupted, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance, encircling him at the center. Simultaneously, the blue lights coalesced before Lin Chen's chest, forming an entrance shaped like a black hole. This scene was reminiscent of the prior evolution of infectious entities. Lin Chen immediately manipulated the space to retrieve an F-tier corpse essence. As the corpse assimilator had yet to be tested, he decided to start with an F-tier essence. Even if unexpected occurrences arose, they would remain within controllable limits. Lin Chen had witnessed the intense suffering Xiaoqing and the others endured during their evolution. With this thought, Lin Chen nervously commenced the operation, carefully introducing the corpse essence into the black hole. As the internal space churned, a crisp, resounding crack echoed. Buzz! The black hole before him seemed to tremble slightly. The essence of the corpse fully integrated, transforming into countless golden specks of starlight that hovered before Lin Chen. Simultaneously, a selection graphic appeared before him. Please select the ability you wish to evolve. D-tier ability magnetic field, D-tier passive ability life source, F-tier ability mind control. Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose the D-tier ability magnetic field. The reasoning was straightforward. Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's, mental power was nearing 5,000. And while it might not fully meet the standards of a C-tier extraordinary individual, it was certainly close. He was fully capable of wielding C-tier abilities. The golden light points floating beside him surged towards his body. Subsequently, a detailed introduction of the ability appeared before him. D-tier ability magnetic field evolution rate, 27.1. D-tier passive ability life source evolution rate, 22. F-tier ability mind control evolution rate, 0. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen's expression soured. An F-tier corpse essence only increased the evolution rate by a mere percentage? It seemed that the evolution of abilities through corpse essence not only depended on the essence's tier but also on the strength of the ability. The more powerful the ability, the more challenging its upgrade would be. Lin Chen reflected on the corpse essence in his possession, calculating mentally, and then sighed in resignation. Alas, given the corpse essences I currently possess, elevating the magnetic field to C tier would be a remarkable achievement. It appeared that either the quantity or the quality was necessary. And at this point, quality held greater significance. As he mused, Lin Chen's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the bloodthirsty tyrant. If only it were a B-tier corpse essence. Chapter 114. Seizing the ship, a mere glance from Lin Chen caused the bloodthirsty tyrant to lose all semblance of calm, its expression tightening as it fixed a pitiful gaze upon him. Lin Chen chuckled heartily, reassuring, "Fear not. I have no intention of ending your life just yet." At that, the bloodthirsty tyrant breathed a sigh of relief. However, it soon raised its head again, pondering the future. Would there ever come a time when its life would be in jeopardy? As the tyrant trembled with trepidation, Lin Chen began to introduce more corpses into the fray. Through recent evolution, he discerned that while his ability to evolve and that of the infected bodies appeared similar, the essence of the experience was starkly different. He felt no pain. Rather, it was as if a warm current surged within him, invigorating his limbs. With only this sensation, Lin Chen grew bolder, continuously feeding the black hole with corpses, while his evolving ability remained the magnetic force field. Before long, the evolution level of his D-grade magnetic power surged higher with each fusion. As anticipated, after depositing all the corpses he had gathered over the past period, an overwhelming energy flooded into Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's, body. This sensation of fullness was exceptionally pleasant. The D-grade magnetic force field reached a pivotal breakthrough, C-grade magnetic force field. At last, Lin Chen joined the ranks of C-grade supernatural beings. Although the other two abilities remained at D-grade and F-grade, respectively, this did not detract from Lin Chen's combat prowess. The elevation of the magnetic force field had significantly enhanced his sensitivity to magnetic fields. His original manipulation range expanded by an additional 20 meters. Furthermore, it seemed that he could perceive the subtle fluctuations of the magnetic field in everything within his sight. This upgrade not only broadened his range, but also bestowed upon him a heightened awareness of magnetic fields. Regrettably, his supply of corpses was insufficient. Otherwise, he would ensure the evolution of his other abilities as well. Lin Chen pressed his right hand down slightly, and the magnetic force field immediately coalesced, lifting his body with ease. "So light," he exclaimed in astonishment. After the breakthrough to C grade, the operation of the force field became ever more effortless in Lin Chen's hands. Within the domain of the magnetic force field, he felt invincible. Unless faced with a force capable of utterly overpowering him, he was the undisputed sovereign of this realm. Suspended in midair, Lin Chen cast his gaze towards the sea. Approximately 5 kilometers away, a cruise ship from the United States remained anchored. There was no time to waste. Observing the distant vessel, Lin Chen stroked his chin. Regardless of their intentions, their research base had been obliterated. If they caught wind of this, they would surely retreat. Capturing the ship would become a far more daunting task then. With this thought, Lin Chen reached out, using the force field to lift the phantom plague beast. "Just the two of us will suffice. Let us make this swift and decisive." We must conceal our movements. He commanded. The phantom plague beast immediately unleashed its ability, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors that enveloped Lin Chen and Apos' body, rendering him transparent. Accelerated by the force field, within a minute, Lin Chen, accompanied by the phantom plague beast, reached the top of the cruise ship. Next, Lin Chen donned the translator left for him by the ghost gunner. Now, he would comprehend the utterances of those foreign entities. Just as Lin Chen had positioned himself, a soldier clad in black armor burst forth from the main cabin of the ship, shouting, "We've been compromised. The system has detected that our research base has gone offline. After several minutes of calls, we have received no response. Should we evacuate?" Lin Chen's attention instantly shifted to a middle-aged man on the deck clad in a white captain's uniform. Blasted. Upon hearing the report, the captain flung his hat to the ground, his expression fraught with uncertainty. He had just heard a series of explosions from the mainland. It turned out that the transport had been discovered by those Chinese. As the captain raged, the others remained silent. Not due to a lack of opinions, but out of fear. Given the vast resources deployed by the higher-ups, they could not afford to fail. "John, continue calling the base. I refuse to believe those Chinese have the audacity to destroy our base," the captain bellowed. Yet, as soon as he spoke, no one replied, leaving him in a state of abandonment. The captain and Apos' fury escalated, and he turned to John. "What are you doing?" Mid-sentence, he was abruptly startled, his pupils constricting in horror. He had laid eyes upon the corpse of the soldier, more precisely, a headless corpse. The incision at its neck was impeccably clean, as if a sharp blade had sliced through it like a watermelon. What on earth? An intruder? Man the defenses. Quick, raise the alarm. The terrifying scene sent shivers down the seasoned captain's spine, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Yet when he turned back, he was met with the sight of all the individuals on the deck laid low, their heads rolling like ping-pong balls across the floor, blood gushing forth and soaking the entire deck. Thud. This bizarre and surreal tableau sent his mind reeling. His legs, paralyzed by fear, could not muster strength. Raise the alarm? Apologies, but it seems there is no one left to do so. A figure gradually materialized on the deck. It was Lin Chen. His previous actions had been simple. He enveloped the entire cruise ship in a magnetic field, then compressed the force field to its utmost limit, instantly severing the heads of those present. That was all it took. Against these ordinary individuals, Lin Chen required no elaborate techniques. Merely removing their heads sufficed. Who are you?" In the midst of this harrowing atmosphere, the captain stammered, his hands pressed to the ground as he retreated in fear. "Why inquire when you would not comprehend the answer?" Lin Chen retorted with a smirk. To the captain, Lin Chen appeared as an enigmatic assassin, clad in a mask. As his crew fell lifeless in an instant, surely the work of this very individual. What unfathomable method could enable such swift slaughter? Was he a harbinger of death? "I spare your life to compel you to navigate the ship. You know what to do, do you not?" Lin Chen inquired, his expression turning icy in that moment. Thud. The captain felt his heart constrict violently, a wave of mortal dread washing over him. Instantly, he was reduced to tears, losing control of himself. "Oh God. You are now the captain of this vessel. Whatever you command, I shall obey." Chapter 115, Becoming the Sovereign of the Seas. With his current abilities, Lin Chen resembled a deity descending to the mortal realm. In an instant, he silently extinguished the lives aboard a cruise ship. This was not a feat of technology, but rather a manifestation of personal power. The captain could scarcely fathom the nature of such an ability. Lin Chen merely cast a glance at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a glimmer emanated from Lin Chen and Apos' eyes, traveling with such swiftness that it rendered the captain unable to react. The luminous beam struck the captain and Apos' brow, causing his body to convulse violently as he knelt before Lin Chen in reverence, his consciousness gradually fading into obscurity. "Ah. So that is it," Lin Chen mused, stroking his head. A redundant consciousness had taken root within his mind. Undoubtedly, it belonged to the captain. The act of siphoning off excess mental energy for control illustrated the demands of mind control upon the host. It still pertained to mental prowess. A wave of discomfort washed over Lin Chen as he pondered this. Mind control could indeed manipulate others. This ordinary man posed no challenge. However, what if the target was more formidable? For instance, an ability user. To exert control over them would necessitate a simultaneous superiority in mental strength and ability level. In simpler terms, Lin Chen's mind control currently resided at an F grade. Thus, he could only influence F grade ability users and certain ordinary individuals. Although Lin Chen and Apos' S mental strength could easily dominate all beneath the C-grade threshold. Without an elevation in ability level, he could not transcend this limitation. The constraints were numerous. Furthermore, the extent of his mind control was intimately linked to his own mental strength. If he were to employ other abilities concurrently, the energy expenditure would be immense. Presently, enhancing his mental strength remained Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's most critical pursuit. Fortunately, controlling an ordinary individual did not demand substantial mental energy. He directed the captain to return to the cabin and navigate deeper into the ocean while he stood upon the deck, tirelessly augmenting his mental prowess. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen summoned the Phantom Plague beast back to the shore using a force field. "You all remain here and await my return," he commanded. The cruise ship and Amp, Oppo's dimensions were limited, and the bloodthirsty tyrant and Amp, Oppo's massive form could not be accommodated. Regardless, he would soon return. They could guard the coastline in his absence. Upon receiving Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's order, the Phantom Plague beast scampered eagerly towards the bloodthirsty tyrant and its companions. The bloodthirsty tyrant was likely a dominant force in this infected zone. With its presence, Lin Chen felt assured of his companion's safety. As the ship emitted a series of thunderous roars, Lin Chen raised his hand to retrieve the anchor using a force field. He casually tossed all the corpses into the sea, feeding the fish, and stood on the deck, reveling in the ocean breeze against his face, his heart swelling with excitement. With such a vessel, enduring 10 days, or even half a month upon the sea was no challenge. He merely needed to monitor fuel consumption. Once he had subdued all the infected entities in these waters, this ocean would be his domain. At that time, he could afford to be even more unscrupulous. Since he would command the seas, other nations would be advised not to covet this territory. Should he encounter vessels from other nations, he could launch an assault to plunder their resources. Though such behavior may seem piratical, in the vast ocean, it would simply be termed piracy. He was the pirate king. As the cruise ship glided smoothly through the waters, Lin Chen sat at the forefront of the deck, where the sea was bustling with activity. The infected fish, upon spotting Lin Chen, leaped joyfully from the water, thrashing about in delight. In the ocean, such gatherings of infected fish often attracted the attention of deeper-sea predators. Thus, within minutes, more formidable infected entities emerged from the depths to prey upon the exuberant ordinary infected fish. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen utilized his force field to grasp those higher-grade infected fish, drawing them closer. Once they recognized his visage, he would extract their genetic material. Reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, inviting willing participants to the hook. During this time, the number of Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's ordinary fans exhibited fluctuations, increasing and decreasing. Despite some attrition, the overall trend remained upward. The cruise ship continued on its course, and with the captain and Amp, Oppo's satellite map as a reference, Lin Chen was unperturbed by the prospect of losing direction. Upon his return, he need only proceed in the opposite direction. A day swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Lin Chen engaged in normal activities such as eating and sleeping to restore his mental strength, dedicating the remainder of his time to standing on the deck. Although this method lacked efficiency, it provided stability. Finally, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. Ordinary infected fans have surpassed 10,000, earning the title and Amp, Oppo's Wanderer of Corpses, and Amp, Oppo's Achievement Unlocked. Ordinary infected fans 10,034 10,000 current count. Next achievement, Ordinary infected fans 10,034 20,000 current count. Reward, base attributes doubled. A wave of refreshing energy coursed through Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's mind, imbuing his muscles and bones with an indescribable strength, making even his breathing feel more effortless. With clarity of thought, Lin Chen grasped the railing of the cruise ship. Applying slight pressure, the metal emitted a sound of distortion, prompting him to instinctively release his grip. Yet, the solid steel railing bore the imprint of his hand, its shape subtly altered. This was not a distortion of the force field but a testament to Lin Chen's physical might. Eagerly, he opened his personal profile. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100. 000, maximum. Strength, 250 agility, 240 stamina, 230 mental power, 5740 ordinary infected fans, 10,034 abilities, C-grade ability magnetic force field, D-grade passive ability life source, F-grade ability mind control. With the doubling of his base attributes, every attribute had surpassed the 200 threshold. Base attributes had always been Lin Chen's weak point. Due to previous neglect in training and the presence of his magnetic force field ability, he had scarcely benefited from the enhancements provided by base attributes. Yet, as the saying goes, one may not need it, but one cannot do without it. The standard for C-grade ability users' mental power is 5000, but base attributes do not adhere to a specific standard. This variance arises from the differences in ability attributes. Some ability users possess such formidable powers that they need not rely on base attributes, leading to a disregard for their training. Conversely, those C-grade ability users whose abilities are less powerful depend heavily on their base attributes, which set a standard at 500. Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, S current statistics fell short of this benchmark. Fortunately, Lin Chen and Oppos' primary need was the enhancement of his mental power. Both his magnetic force field and mind control abilities demanded significant mental energy. Just as Lin Chen relaxed and prepared to continue capturing infected entities, a powerful and unusual magnetic field emanated from the front of the deck. Though distant, its overwhelming force instilled a sense of impending threat within Lin Chen. He abruptly lifted his head and beheld in the distance, shrouded by mist, the vast expanse of the sea, where several enormous black silhouettes loomed indistinctly. By observing their shapes in the fluttering banners amidst the fog, Lin Chen deduced a possibility. It appeared to be warships. Chapter 116. Unable to strike in this hazy expanse of ocean, perhaps due to the passage of time. The horizon melded seamlessly with the sea, resembling an indistinct tableau. Lin Chen stood upon the deck of the cruise ship, his gaze piercing through the layers of mist, confronting the colossal silhouettes looming in the distance. As moments ticked away, the shadows of 4 massive warships gradually emerged from the dense fog. Among them, a principal vessel stood out, adorned with the flag of the beautiful nation, flanked on its front, left, and right by 3 escort ships, each bearing the flag of the Eastern nation. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his focus honing in on the flagship of the beautiful nation. Its immense hull cast a shadow over the surroundings, the gun muzzles glinting ominously, while the low rumble of its engines resonated, exuding an oppressive aura. The 3 Eastern escort vessels, though smaller, exuded a fierce tenacity, as if they were poised to pounce upon Lin Chen at a moment and Oppos' notice. The beautiful nation and the Eastern nation? Humph. They truly are birds of a feather. Realizing the presence of the enemy, Lin Chen understood that the coordinates of his cruise ship had likely been compromised. But why had the captain, who was clearly under his mental control, allowed the coordinates to be exposed? With a swift glance towards the captain and Oppos' cabin behind him, Lin Chen reached out. He exerted his force field from a distance, tearing open a fissure in the cabin, revealing the captain, who appeared dazed and was following Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos' commands. Stretching out his hand, the force field enveloped the captain and Amp, Oppos' body, drawing him closer in an instant. Lin Chen first released the captain from his mental control. Once the captain regained his senses, Lin Chen manipulated his body, directing him away from the deck and levitating him above the ocean and Amp, Oppos' surface. Peering down, the captain was met with the sight of the exuberant, infected fish swarming beside the cruise ship, which sent a jolt of fear through him. God, what are you doing? I don't want to die. Lin Chen, wearing a translator, furrowed his brow and snapped, enough with the chatter. What is the situation with those warships? They were clearly sailing normally. Why did the cruise ship attract the attention of the beautiful nation and the Eastern nation and Amp, Oppos' fleets? We have only been at sea for a day. Upon hearing Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos' words, the captain finally took notice of the gathering warships in the distance, his expression turning to one of shock. After a moment of contemplation, he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I remember now. Our course and timing were dictated by instructions from above. Given the vast number of infected entities in this ocean, any anomaly could be detected. If there was an issue with our course, the officers above could pinpoint our location via satellite. It must have been during our voyage that the officer attempted to communicate with us but received no response. That is what attracted the warships. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, was engulfed in fury, demanding, then why didn't you mention this earlier? After a single day of peace, we are discovered by these warships. At this rate, I fear I cannot protect this cruise ship. However, the captain, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, You didn't ask. After I pledged my unconditional obedience to you, I lost consciousness and have no idea what transpired afterward. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had not considered the implications thoroughly, which led to this oversight. Oh, so you blame me? Then perhaps you ought to perish. Lin Chen retorted impatiently, abruptly withdrawing his force field. The captain's body lost its support and plummeted into the ocean, where only infected fish awaited him, a certain death. Amidst the captain's heart-wrenching screams, Lin Chen and Appo's gaze refocused on the distant warships. At this juncture, the only course of action was to confront them head-on if he wished to escape this predicament unscathed. Recognizing them as enemies, Lin Chen adhered to a principle: strike first. With a determined step, Lin Chen harnessed the force field, propelling himself skyward. Soaring to a height of 100 meters, the 4 warships were merely 5 or 6 kilometers away. If he could draw them within his range, victory would be within his grasp. However, as Lin Chen leaped, his expression shifted abruptly. In that very instant, the 4 warships were already poised for battle. Whether it was the 3 escort vessels or the flagship of the beautiful nation, their cannons were trained on him. Boom, boom, boom. The distant sound of concentrated cannon fire echoed, and Lin Chen and Appo's expression changed instantly. They were opening fire right from the start. Without hesitation, Lin Chen activated his magnetic field defense. The magnetic barrier enveloped him in a 360-degree shield, absorbing the incoming artillery fire. Despite the attack and Appo's range extending beyond 5 kilometers, the combined firepower of the 4 warships overwhelmed Lin Chen. The might of modern weaponry left Lin Chen with a stark realization. What the hell? I and Appo's am still so far away. Why the extreme measures? While hastily erecting his defensive shield, he could not help but curse. He had never anticipated that they would open fire upon noticing him. The concentrated fire from the 4 warships exerted immense pressure on Lin Chen. Even with his C-grade magnetic field, he employed the principle of magnetic defense to create an all-encompassing circular barrier around himself, layered for additional protection. Each time a layer was breached, he had to swiftly adjust his power to compensate. In simple terms, this resistance was draining Lin Chen and Appo's mental energy. Damn it. I can end Appo's hold out much longer, Lin Chen thought, realizing that he was unable to retaliate effectively. The ferocity of the modern weaponry was beyond what he could withstand at this moment. If they were close, Lin Chen had the confidence to annihilate all 4 ships. Yet now, locked in their sights, he had no chance to approach. Just as this realization struck him, a thunderous boom erupted from one of the escort vessels, billowing white smoke into the air. Lin Chen then witnessed a massive shell, exceeding a meter in length, hurtling out from the cannon and Appo's mouth. It soared toward him at an incredible speed, surpassing the speed of sound. Missiles too. Lin Chen could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his hands before him, summoning a defensive force field at the limits of his magnetic power. He could not allow that projectile to detonate before him, otherwise he feared he would not survive the encounter. Why such animosity? Why unleash missiles upon me? Chapter 117. Here it comes again. With a resounding crash, the missile hurtling towards Lin Chen collided violently against the force field he had conjured at the limits of his abilities. The warhead at the missile's tip was impacted and detonated with a thunderous explosion. The epicenter of the blast radiated dazzling light, akin to the arrival of daylight, tearing through the surrounding clouds and unleashing a devastating shockwave. The thunderous roar reverberated through every inch of space, lingering in the air as if the very heavens were trembling. Almost instantaneously, the aftershocks of the explosion surged toward Lin Chen, leaving him with no avenue for escape. He could only muster all his strength to maintain the stability of his force field, bracing himself against this terrifying onslaught. This is the power of modern technology? With such weaponry, what need is there to fear the infected? As he resisted, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and cursed. This marked the first occasion he had confronted the might of contemporary technology with nothing but his own strength. The ravages of the apocalyptic virus had persisted for over a century. During this time, humanity had remained on the defensive, placing immense emphasis on technological advancement. This was particularly true for the United States, a technological superpower. Unlike other nations, the United States, having no extensive historical legacy, had fortuitously ascended to global dominance following a world-class conflict. Once they seized control of the world's economic lifelines, they prioritized technological development, positioning themselves at the forefront of innovation. In the initial outbreak of the apocalypse virus, while other nations relied on their technological capabilities to combat the zombie tide, their primary strength lay in the ancient martial practitioners within their borders. The United States, however, was distinct. Its lack of a rich history meant that the number of ancient martial practitioners was limited. Yet, in the struggle against the apocalyptic horde, it was the United States that ultimately sustained the fewest casualties and emerged with the most stable situation. In this confrontation, the weaponry displayed by the United States nearly redefined the understanding of military might among other nations. Despite the rampant spread of the apocalypse virus, the United States had not lost significant territory, instead erecting a formidable defensive wall around its homeland, bolstered by its formidable military strength. Thus, the world came to realize that true power lay in technological prowess. The attacking force against Lin Chen was merely a coastal combat ship affiliated with the United States and did not represent the pinnacle of their naval capabilities. The surrounding escort ships hailed from Japan and did not reflect the current technological zenith of the United States. Yet, it was this level of technology, equipped with formidable weaponry, that rendered Lin Chen utterly helpless. As he struggled to maintain his defensive posture, Lin Chen attempted to maneuver downwards. Forget being the pirate king. This is beyond human capability. One missile had shattered his dreams of becoming the king of the seas. The pressure from the explosive aftershocks forced Lin Chen back onto the cruise ship. Perhaps unaware of the cruise ship and Oppo's circumstances or the presence of personnel on board, the warship ceased their bombardment. With a heavy thud, Lin Chen and Oppo's body crashed onto the deck. Realizing that the distant American warships had halted their fire, he finally exhaled in relief, gasping for breath. I can end Oppo's fight them. And Oppo's utterly impossible. An ordinary ability user would likely crumble under such artillery pressure, let alone withstand the subsequent missiles. As a C-rank ability user, relying solely on his magnetic force field, he had been forcibly repelled by the explosive aftershocks. It was likely that only a B-rank or higher ability user could face such naval fleets without fear. Of course, this was under conditions of long-range engagement. Should it come to close quarters, Lin Chen could undoubtedly obliterate those warships with his powers. However, the naval vessels excelled in long-range combat, which was his weakness. With his hands braced against the ground, Lin Chen forced himself to rise. Phew. The best strategy is to retreat. If he couldn't and Oppo's defeat them, could he not outrun them? Although he had no means to contend with the warships and Oppo's long-range capabilities, he was confident in his ability to escape. The cruising speed of these vessels on the ocean could not possibly match his force field movement. However, before fleeing, Lin Chen needed to ascertain one crucial detail. That was, where to escape to. If he were to flee in the direction he had arrived, his force field would take him to the mainland, but that could take an eternity. He had boarded the cruise ship over a day ago. And even if the ship and Oppo's speed were slow, it had still traveled a considerable distance. The distance to the land he had departed from was likely over 100 miles. The last time Lin Chen traversed the ocean, his limit was 10 kilometers. Adding the return trip, that amounted to 20 kilometers. Now, with his enhanced mental strength, but having expended some during the recent defense, he could not confidently predict how far he could move across the sea. I remember, there should be a satellite map in the captain and Oppo's cabin. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen and Oppo's eyes lit up. When he had previously controlled the captain and Oppo's mind, he had noticed the control panel in the captain's cabin. There was a satellite map of the nearby waters. If the nearest land was not far, he still had a chance. With that thought, Lin Chen hurried to the captain and Oppo's cabin. The control console was currently in an automatic navigation state, and he was uncertain about the operational options. Yet, through the map displayed on the screen, he discerned the nearest land. The land was 30 kilometers away? Given my current condition, can I still manage to move 30 kilometers across the sea? If I were to fall into the ocean? Lin Chen and Oppo's expression grew increasingly grave. The closest land was only 30 kilometers to the east. Yet, Lin Chen lacked absolute confidence in his ability to endure and reach that distance. Moreover, the situation on that land remained beyond his control. Everything was unknown. Should I take the risk? Just as Lin Chen wrestled with his indecision, the distant American flagship and Japanese escort vessels unleashed a series of artillery fires. Almost simultaneously, the shells came crashing down with tremendous force, striking the sturdy hull with a resounding impact. The shrill screech of twisted metal mingled with the thunderous noise of splintering wood, plunging the entire cruise ship into a precarious predicament. They are forcing me to make a decision. Lin Chen's face turned ashen. Since leaving City E, he had yet to endure such a significant loss. Yet, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not brought Xiaoqing and the others along. Otherwise, under such circumstances, Lin Chen would have had no confidence in ensuring their safe escape. With the bloodthirsty tyrant's massive size, it would have been a sitting duck on this desolate sea. As Lin Chen contemplated this, a familiar and potent magnetic field surged toward him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of earlier. Looking up, he saw that the American flagship had launched a second missile. This time, its target was the entire cruise ship. Here it comes again. Chapter 118, Grateful for Nature's Bounty this time. Lin Chen did not recklessly confront the situation head-on, choosing instead to flee. His body surged like a bolt of lightning, shattering the captain's cabin glass as he darted eastward. He could only proceed in this direction. 30 kilometers away lay the land. Upon escaping the cruise ship, Lin Chen's mind immediately recalled the world map he had previously studied. Exiting the East China Sea, his trajectory led him directly toward the land of the rising sun. The destination of his escape was indeed the shores of Japan. At this critical juncture, Lin Chen could no longer afford to ponder the specifics of the nation he was heading to. Any land would suffice to offer him a glimmer of hope. Remaining in the infected ocean would only lead to certain death. Just as Lin Chen fled the cruise ship, the second missile struck the damaged vessel with deadly precision. In an instant, flames erupted into the sky, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. The cruise ship disintegrated in the colossal blast, its debris engulfed by flames and smoke, slowly sinking into the abyss, becoming a desolate ruin. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had activated a force field behind him. The devastating shockwave slammed against his protective barrier. This time, he did not resist. Rather, he harnessed the power of the explosion. With a whoosh, he was propelled forward as if by an invisible hand, utilizing the explosive force to propel himself at an almost impossible speed toward the distance. The impact of the shockwave aided Lin Chen in covering a distance of over a kilometer, proving to be immensely beneficial. In the distance, aboard the flagship of the United States Navy, a mid-ranking officer observed the reports on the screen, nodding silently. Excellent. Eliminating this extraordinary individual from China and sinking the cruise ship would ensure that no one would learn of this incident, thereby averting international strife. Beside him stood several officers clad in Japanese military uniforms, their faces adorned with sycophantic expressions. Naturally, they would not allow China to seize any incriminating evidence. This Chinese anomaly was practically courting death by sailing into Japanese waters. The Japanese officers lavished praise upon the American officer, who wore a smug smile in response. Humph. China? No cause for concern. Set course for home. To those fleet officers, Lin Chen was presumed dead amidst the missile explosion. Even if he survived, plunging into this infected ocean would surely lead to his demise at the hands of the infected creatures. Little did they know, Lin Chen had already traversed over 10 kilometers through the sky, aided by his force field. The coastline of Japan was gradually coming into view. Yet, as he soared through the air, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly pained. He felt as if his brain had been siphoned of all energy, his thoughts clouded and dimming, with signs of impending unconsciousness creeping in. Fatigue enveloped him. The excessive drain on his mental energy had caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth, driven by the primal instinct to survive. He was unaware of how much mental energy he had left, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. The circumstances bore a striking resemblance to his previous escape from City E, where he had received assistance from Shaoqing. This time, however, he was utterly alone. If his mental energy were to be completely expended, he would plummet from the sky, losing consciousness and descending into the infected ocean. All of you are against me. Once I regain my strength, I will make my way to your homeland. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, seething with indignation. Despite the infected fish leaping from the ocean below, he had neither the strength nor the will to subjugate them. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: returning to land. Throughout this ordeal, although the sea breeze caressed his face, invigorating him momentarily, his body was drenched in sweat. Finally, after enduring for what felt like an eternity, the land came into view. The tension that had gripped his mind dissipated instantly. He estimated the distance to be less than 10 kilometers. Perhaps hope was within reach. Lin Chen summoned every ounce of strength he had left. Even if he were to collapse upon reaching the ground, it would still be a victory. At the edge of the beach, danger seemed unlikely. Lin Chen accelerated, his consciousness blurring as he approached the shore. The land drew ever closer, and he nearly forgot the fatigue weighing down his body. Soon, the land loomed large before him, but before he could land, Lin Chen's mind faded into oblivion. Using inertia, his body plummeted like a cannonball toward the sandy beach. In the moments before losing consciousness, he pondered the repercussions of such a fall. The impact could be disastrous. Fortunately, the life source was a passive ability, one that could activate without depleting mental energy. As long as he survived the fall, his body would gradually mend under the influence of this passive ability. He could only pray that he would not perish from such a height. His body descended like a kite severed from its string, hurtling toward the ground. The air whistled past his ears, time seemingly froze. At last, with a resounding thud, Lin Chen crashed onto the soft sand, sending plumes of dust into the air. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Starkly clear and solitary, Lin Chen lay motionless, devoid of consciousness, yet the sounds resonated in all directions. Before long, rustling emerged from the nearby thicket. A long stick poked through the foliage, followed by a creature resembling a wild man, gripping the stick. His skin was dark, his garments tattered, to the untrained eye. He could easily be mistaken for a beggar. Upon emerging, he spotted Lin Chen sprawled on the beach, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He let out a howl, frantically gesturing toward the thicket behind him, leaping in urgency. Soon, several similarly clad wild men emerged, both male and female, brandishing primitive hunting tools. They rushed toward the unconscious Lin Chen, encircling him. Yet, even in their excitement, they maintained a cautious distance of 2 to 3 meters. Once they confirmed Lin Chen and Apos' state of unconsciousness, the bravest among them stepped forward, emboldened, gazing at Lin Chen and Apos' body with drool trickling from his lips. He began to mutter something, and though Lin Chen could not hear, the translator on his face accurately rendered his words. Thank you, nature, for your bounty. Chapter 119. The Altar? The Sun God? Thump, thump. The faint sound of a heartbeat echoed. Lin Chen's hazy consciousness gradually became clearer after an unknown passage of time. His eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, and waves of pain coursed through his body, reminiscent of injuries yet to heal from a great fall. Despite the muddled sensation, Lin Chen's awareness had awakened. What transpired? Why does it feel as though I have been thoroughly beaten? I remember. I seemingly plummeted from the heavens. I cannot fathom how many bones I may have fractured. Is this the sensation of severe injury? Why does my body feel so cold? Is someone beside me? Lin Chen and Apos' awakening thoughts incessantly pondered, striving to reclaim control over his body. At last, his eyelids fluttered slightly. Gradually, strength returned. His senses slowly reconnected with his consciousness. Yet, the pain emanating from all around became increasingly intense. Perhaps it was the after effect of mental exhaustion. Time slipped by once more, summoning every ounce of strength. Lin Chen and Apos' eyelids trembled, and he finally opened his eyes. Before him lay an endless expanse of blue sky and white clouds. A wave of relief washed over him. He had narrowly escaped death once more. What fortune it was to survive, having relied solely on his dwindling mental energy to flee 30 kilometers above the ocean. He had fallen from such a height to the ground. A moment's carelessness could have cost him his life. Not to mention, he had no idea how long he had been unconscious, nor what dangers awaited him in this desolate place. Truly, luck was on his side. Just as Lin Chen reveled in his good fortune, a sudden coolness swept across his abdomen. It felt as if someone were gently wiping his body with a cloth. The unexpected sensation startled Lin Chen. Struggling to lift his head, he cast his gaze and was immediately taken aback. A slender young girl stood before him, holding a towel, tending to his body. Moreover, the areas she was wiping were rather inappropriate. No wonder he had felt a chill earlier. It turned out his clothes had been stripped away. Even the translator on his face was missing. What on earth is happening? Anxiety surged within Lin Chen. He yearned to speak, yet his frail body left him bereft of the strength to utter a word. He could only helplessly watch the girl as she continued to wipe him down. After a while, she finally finished cleaning him and turned to notice his open eyes. A gasp escaped her lips, and the towel fell to the ground. Without hesitation, she knelt before Lin Chen, muttering in a language he could not comprehend. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. Lacking the translator, he could not grasp her words. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Chen realized he lay atop a rocky platform that ascended in tiers, with some dirty fruit strewn nearby. Observing the peculiar constructions beneath him, a term sprang to mind: an altar. What is this place? How did I end up here? Stripped of my clothes? And who is that girl? Though the young girl's skin bore a yellowish hue and showed signs of sun and wind exposure, her features possessed a wild beauty. Coupled with her scant attire, she exuded a captivating charm. However, Lin Chen could not understand her words. After kneeling for a while without any response from him, the girl awaited a verdict like a child who had erred. Time ticked by. Lin Chen closed his eyes, striving to calm his racing heart. He sensed the passive ability of the life source was gradually aiding his recovery. Though slow, this rejuvenation persisted quietly, indicated by the diminishing pain. At long last, after several hours of self-restoration, Lin Chen felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Clearing his throat, he inhaled deeply. With a sigh that expelled lingering fatigue, Lin Chen pressed his hands down, the force field gently lifting him as if he were a machine. And his body slowly rose to a standing position. This spectacle startled the kneeling girl, yet she seemed to recognize her impropriety, quickly bowing her head, trembling in respect. With the aid of the force field, Lin Chen managed to maintain his stance. His mental energy had partially returned, yet the pain in his body remained. Glancing down at his unclothed form, he chuckled wryly. Fortunately, he noticed his garments resting nearby, along with the translator. Despite the pain, Lin Chen utilized the force field to assist him in dressing. He walked without relying on his body, entirely supported by the force field, which bestowed upon him an almost ethereal presence. It would likely take 1 or 2 days for him to fully recuperate, Lin Chen mused. The slow recovery stemmed primarily from the low level of his passive ability, Life Source. If it could reach sea level or higher, his recuperative powers would undoubtedly amplify significantly. Nevertheless, Lin Chen felt no inclination to grumble. After all, without this ability, he would have perished long ago from such a high fall. There would have been no opportunity for gradual recovery. His body required time to mend, yet Lin Chen and Appo's immediate concern was to comprehend his circumstances. He levitated forward, fixing his gaze on the wild girl who had knelt beside him for hours upon realizing he was awake. Setting aside other considerations, her physical prowess was commendable. With the translator in hand, Lin Chen could inquire about his situation, and his words would be rendered into the girl's language. Who are you? Where's this? Why am I here? In his memory, he had fallen from the sky onto the beach and lost consciousness. How had he been brought here, stripped of his clothing? Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, the girl's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, her tone quivering slightly. Esteemed sun god, I am Haruna, your most loyal servant. This is the altar you once bestowed upon us, when you descended from the sun and slumbered upon the shore. We uncovered your divine form and realized you were the incomparable sun god. Please forgive our impudence. Lin Chen was taken aback by the translation. What sun god? What descent from the sun? He had merely fallen from the sky. How had he become a sun god? As for the altar, Lin Chen turned his gaze to the stone carving at the center of the platform. A faded, indistinct visage was etched there, too obscured to discern. Beneath it, a line of small script was carved. Using the translator, Lin Chen deciphered its meaning. Image of the sun god, descended from the heavens, possessing unparalleled beauty. The indistinct figure must represent the deity she revered. The inscription below offered a description. Lin Chen's expression reflected confusion as he pursed his lips, gazing at Haruna, preparing to explain. However, his expression suddenly froze as he became aware of the girl's bodily magnetic field. That chaotic and disordered magnetic field Lin Chen had only witnessed in one form of life, the infected entity. Chapter 120. The mutants. How could she possess that peculiar magnetic field characteristic of the infected? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, pondering this question internally. Having mastered the nuances of magnetic fields, Lin Chen had developed a profound understanding of each type of organism. The infected constituted one category, the superhumans another, and the ancient martial practitioners yet another. Among these, the chaotic and jumbled individual magnetic fields of the infected were indeed the most distinctive. Lin Chen could certainly recognize them at a glance. However, the girl before him appeared to be an ordinary human. Moreover, her individual magnetic field strength suggested that she lacked even the power of an F-level infected. What could this mean? Just as Lin Chen was lost in confusion, the girl suddenly spoke. Respected sun god, the tribe's people await your awakening, hoping to behold your visage. May I convey the good news of your revival to the others? Chun Nizi knelt before him, her demeanor reverent. Lin Chen cast her a glance and nodded silently. Gradually, he began to glean the reasons for his presence here. It was likely that the tribe's people she referred to, like her, possessed the unique, chaotic magnetic field of the infected. Yet their situation differed from the superhumans he had encountered before. Those superhumans had undergone the transplantation of infected abilities, which endowed them with the traits of the infected. What, then, was the nature of these individuals? The girl's face brightened with joy, and she sprinted down the altar. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Chen's brow furrowed further. This translator could obscure my face. I could understand if they removed the device, but why disrobe? Was this a common inclination among them? Lin Chen and Appo's expression grew increasingly peculiar. If they were akin to those superhuman soldiers, having stripped him bare, could it be? Lin Chen dared not continue that thought. The only justification he could muster to ease his mind was that he felt no discomfort in his body, save for the injuries sustained from his fall. In a short while, Chun Nizi returned with a throng of ragged tribespeople. Some donned modern clothing, albeit unwashed for an extended period, giving them the appearance of savages. They were led by a towering figure, who, upon reaching the altar, knelt down in unison. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully subdued an F-level mutant source. Gaining the reward, mental strength 50. Surprised by the system and Appo's announcement, Lin Chen pondered, mutants? The system indicates that what I have subdued is not an infected being, but rather a so-called mutant. Furthermore, I have noticed that the number of my ordinary fans has gradually increased alongside their appearance. Do these mutants exhibit traits of the infected, yet retain their consciousness unscathed by the infection virus? Such a race exists on the land of the East. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, System, what precisely are mutants? After a brief pause, the System and Oppos, mechanical voice resonated in his ears. Mutants, individuals who have transformed after consuming the infected. A wave of nausea washed over Lin Chen upon hearing the System's explanation. Consuming the infected? Was it not akin to directly ingesting the infection virus? One must remember, this apocalyptic virus ravaging the world cannot be eradicated by mere heat. It seemed that in times of desperation, some in the East had resorted to consuming the corpses of the infected. Consequently, through genetic mutation, mutants emerged. The infected they had consumed likely included not only beasts but perhaps even humans turned infected, who could have also been their culinary delights. With this realization, Lin Chen's mind cleared. Wait a moment. Those individuals stripped me bare. Did they intend to consume me? Yet they removed the translator, drawn to my visage, believing me to be the sun god incarnate, and placed me upon the altar. This line of reasoning made perfect sense. A stroke of luck amid misfortune. It was indeed this face that saved my life. Lin Chen was uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. Observing the adoring mutants below, Lin Chen hovered in the air, gradually speaking. I, the deity, have descended, expending most of my divine power and requiring rest. Do you have a place where I may recuperate? Lin Chen and Oppos' condition was far from optimal. His immediate priority was to restore his body. Within 3 days, he expected to fully recover to his peak through the life essence and Oppos' restorative effects. Only then could he begin to explore this land at a leisurely pace. Soon, the mutants engaged in hushed discussions. In a short time, the leader among them, known as Yuan, approached with a respectful demeanor. Respected sun god, please follow me. The mutants parted to create a path, prostrating themselves in earnest prayer. Yuan led the way ahead. Seeing this display, Lin Chen finally lowered his guard, manipulating the magnetic field to follow Yuan. Before long, he arrived at the mutants and Oppos' nearby settlement. They resembled primitive tribes living in the jungle, yet modern artifacts were scattered throughout. Most of their dwellings were thatched huts, with only a scant few constructed of wood. In some corners, the remnants of infected beings lay piled up. Considering the earlier introduction to the mutants, Lin Chen reluctantly accepted this reality. Ultimately, Yuan guided Lin Chen to a wooden house, which, though crudely crafted, was the largest in the entire settlement. From the external layout, it appeared to contain 2 rooms. This was likely their best accommodation. Lin Chen sighed with relief. At the very least, they had not placed him face down. Respected sun god, you may rest here. I shall bring you garments shortly, Yuan spoke softly. Kneeling at the door, Lin Chen nodded and, with a mere glance, used the magnetic field to force open the door. Upon witnessing the door open on its own, Yuan and Oppos' eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an expression of reverence. Is this the power of a deity? He truly descended from the heavens to save us, the sun god. The room and Oppos' furnishings were exceedingly simple, featuring only a low stone bed. The light was dim, permeated by a musty odor. Despite the harsh conditions, reflecting on the plight of these individuals, Lin Chen could empathize. For them, this place must have felt like a palace. Once Lin Chen had closed the door with his magnetic field, he sat upon the stone bed. Exhausted, he could barely lift his arm. As other parts of his body had yet to recover, time was needed for a gradual recuperation. Sighing in resignation, Lin Chen prepared to lie down and close his eyes for a brief respite. Suddenly, the door swung open, and 4 or 5 scantily clad, graceful young women entered stealthily. The leading figure was none other than Chun Nizi, who had just assisted Lin Chen in cleansing his body upon the altar. Great sun god, we have been sent to serve you. You are our master. Chun Nizi and the other young women knelt before Lin Chen. He gazed at this scene, utterly bewildered. What the heck? Was it not merely a theatrical performance in those films from the island nation? They are genuinely engaging in this. Chapter 121. The situation in the East. Do you still desire more? I possess an abundance here. Simply express your wishes aloud. Speak up. Let me know what you require. Do not be so hasty. Even when it is overflowing, you still wish to add more? In the modest wooden cabin, Lin Chen gazed at the ravenous young women before him, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. He had not anticipated that merely producing a few cans of food would cause them to cherish it as if it were a treasure, though it felt somewhat inappropriate. Lin Chen could not help but internally scoff at the sight. They appeared as if they had never tasted a meal before. Among the scantily clad girls, only Haranako maintained a semblance of decorum. Watching her companions devour the food with unrestrained fervor, she too could not suppress the urge to swallow. Noticing this, Lin Chen focused his thoughts, and the space before him shimmered as several cans of fresh fish materialized, placed before them. Haranako and Appo's eyes instantly brimmed with tears of gratitude. Lin Chen chuckled softly, urging, "Do not hesitate, partake freely." While he remained uncertain of the precise distribution of safe zones in the East, Lin Chen deduced that these mutated individuals likely spent their days in the wilderness, enduring the elements. The scarcity of resources had rendered them akin to savages, a stark contrast to the hidden forces of Huaxia. Despite both groups living in the wild, the hidden forces enjoyed a quality of life that was far superior. Unlike these individuals who faced the grim reality of subsisting on the corpses of infected beings. As they devoured the food, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to pose his inquiries. Extracting a wealth of valuable information from Haranako, it indeed became clear that the land he inhabited was the East. Here, the concept of safe zones was non-existent. Towns still thrived, guarded by the ninjas under the command of the Divine Emperor. Thus, any infected beings that approached the towns would be swiftly detected and eliminated by the ninjas. Conversely, those of lower status lived in the wilderness, coexisting with infected beings for extended periods, resulting in their mutation. It was said that the reason some could consume the flesh and blood of infected beings without mutating was due to a secret elixir distributed by the Divine Emperor throughout the waterways of the East. Consequently, those who consumed this elixir would not be infected by the virus, but rather influenced, becoming mutated individuals. Some of the more powerful mutants, if fortunate, might even have the opportunity to serve as guards for the nobility, while the weaker ones languished in the infected zones, much like the girls before him. Upon hearing Haranako and Appo's account, Lin Chen developed a preliminary understanding of the East, yet he could not suppress a sneer at the so-called Divine Emperor. How laughable to call oneself a Divine Emperor over such a meager domain. A couple of well-aimed shots could bring him to heel. Urgently, Lin Chen sought a location teeming with infected beings to cultivate his strength. This land of the East harbored numerous adversaries beyond his current capabilities. However, with the existence of mutated individuals, Lin Chen could charm them into becoming his allies. Beyond these forsaken mutants, there were also those with formidable powers. Their status as potential guards for the East and Appo's nobility confirmed their strength. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Lin Chen raised his gaze and inquired, "Where is the nearest town? Are there any formidable individuals there?" Haranako pondered before responding, "Master, I can guide you to the nearest town. However, it is the territory of the Upper Ninja." "Sanjia, Upper Ninja?" Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. What of the Upper Ninja? Back in City, a mere middle ninja had disrupted Lin Chen and Appo's magnetic field. Yet, times had changed. Having surpassed the sea-level threshold of his magnetic field, what could an Upper Ninja do against him now? While the Upper Ninja might contend with ordinary sea-level ability users, they were woefully inadequate in the face of Lin Chen. To depart from here, a small boat could not traverse the vast sea, and he had little confidence in reaching the opposite shore. Was he to seize a warship from the East? After a brief deliberation, Lin Chen resolved firmly. He would commandeer a warship. How many mutants could there be within this modest expanse of land? Even if he were to subjugate them all, it would amount to little in the grand scheme. The ocean harbored an endless supply of infected beings. In just a few days, Lin Chen had ascended to a sea-level ability user through the ocean. What heights might he reach given more time? The ocean, after all, was Lin Chen and Appo's true sanctuary, provided he evaded the missiles that had once targeted him. To seize a warship would necessitate contact with the military of the East. Here, such contact was unattainable. Thus, once Lin Chen and Appo's injuries healed, he resolved to venture to the nearest town to gather intelligence. For now, he would focus on recuperation, allowing the source of life to gradually restore him. 3 days later, the wooden cabin housed only Lin Chen. He sat cross-legged upon a stone bed, remnants of golden light lingering on his skin from the decomposition of corpses. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chen gradually rose to his feet, his bones emitting a series of cracking sounds. He had maintained that position for 3 days. During this time, he not only utilized his passive ability, Source of Life, to restore his body, but also took the opportunity to decompose other corpses to enhance his abilities. The corpses he had collected from the ocean had been employed for fortification. However, to elevate his passive ability, Source of Life, To sea level required an excessive number of corpses. So Lin Chen opted to enhance the lowest level ability, mind control. Using all available corpses, he barely managed to elevate mind control to D level. Simultaneously, although his mental energy had suffered from overexertion, the recovery process had fortuitously resulted in an increase in his mental capacity. Closing his eyes, his personal status card materialized before him. Host, Lin Chen. Charm, 100,000, maximum. Strength, 280 agility, 260 stamina, 240 mental energy, 5940 common infected followers, 10139 abilities, C-level magnetic field, D-level passive ability source of life. D-level ability mind control. Not only had his mental energy increased, but all fundamental attributes had also seen an enhancement. The most significant improvement was in mind control, now elevated to D level, enabling him to influence D level ability users. Not merely restricted to ability users, even the ninjas of the East would not evade his mind control. With the aid of those corpses, Lin Chen could indeed elevate source of life to C level, yet he refrained from doing so. Under normal circumstances, he would not encounter life-threatening dangers. The previous incident was merely a stroke of bad luck. In strengthening his abilities, Lin Chen would follow his own order of preference. First would be the magnetic field, the ability he was most familiar with, followed by mind control, with source of life, as a passive ability, relegated to last. With his body fully restored, Lin Chen stretched languidly, a smile gradually gracing his lips. His charm could influence the mutated individuals. Yet his true targets could not be the pitiful creatures struggling to survive in the wilderness. Those worthy of residing in the towns were the true individuals he sought. Chapter 122. The aristocrats of the Onmyoji. After recovering his strength, Lin Chen instructed Chun Naiko to guide him to the nearest town. Although it was several dozen kilometers away, Lin Chen, with his mastery of the force field, could soar through the air effortlessly. Chun Naiko, however, was taken aback by Lin Chen and Appo's inexplicable ability to fly. This was indeed a divine being. The capacity to ascend into the heavens and even endow her with the ability to fly. Was this not the essence of divinity? Simultaneously, Lin Chen procured some garments from his personal space for Chun Naiko to cover herself. Although they were not female attire, they would suffice under the circumstances. Given their current situation, it was rather imprudent to be choosy. Nonetheless, what appeared to Lin Chen as merely ordinary clothing was a treasure to Chun Naiko. In the wilderness, such essential supplies were a rare find. After a few minutes of progress toward the town, Chun Naiko, crouched upon the force field, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Master! Over there! We are almost there!" Following her gaze, Lin Chen spotted a cluster of low-rise buildings. Although they extended over a considerable area, none reached great heights. Resembling a typical town in size, Lin Chen and Appo's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Was this it? It hardly resembled a town. From a distance, he might have mistaken it for a village. No, his own village was far more developed than this. Chun Naiko, unaware of Lin Chen's thoughts, viewed this town as an unattainable dream. Rather than descending directly into the town, Lin Chen landed a couple of kilometers outside to avoid potential complications. Surrounding the town was a wooden fence resembling a wall, with ninjas clad in black stationed at intervals, each marked by a single stripe, a clear indication of their status as novice ninjas. While Lin Chen had no fear of such nuisances, it was prudent to remain low-key upon his arrival. "Master, over there is the entrance to the town." Chun Naiko pointed ahead, her tone tinged with hesitation. With a mere glance, Lin Chen grasped her meaning. At the town and Appo's entrance stood several ninjas in dark attire, diligently inspecting incoming and outgoing individuals. Each person was required to present identification akin to an identity card. Only those in possession of such identification could enter, and beings like them, considered anomalies, were strictly prohibited. If discovered, they would be treated as outcasts and eliminated. Nervously clutching her clothing, Chun Naiko spoke with trepidation, yet Lin Chen appeared unfazed, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "No worries, just follow my lead." With that, he strode confidently forward, perhaps due to the remoteness of the area. The number of people entering and exiting was limited, resulting in a more rigorous scrutiny by the ninjas. As Lin Chen boldly approached, Chun Naiko felt a surge of anxiety but dared not lag behind, tiptoeing cautiously in his wake, her footsteps betraying her unease. In contrast, Lin Chen walked with unrelenting confidence, unperturbed by the scrutiny. "Halt! You two stop!" A ninja with 2 white stripes on his shoulders bellowed before even reaching them. "Do you not realize this is Lord Sanjia's territory?" Why have you not presented your identification beforehand? As he approached Lin Chen and Chun Naiko and Amp, Apos' heart raced, instinctively tugging at Lin Chen and Amp, Apos' sleeve, her pulse quickening as if it might leap from her chest. Meanwhile, Lin Chen merely smiled at the questioning ninja, casting a benevolent glance in his direction. Is there an issue? No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant light flashed from his eyes, surging forth and striking the ninja squarely between the brows. The brilliance penetrated his mind, instantly seizing his consciousness. The once arrogant ninja now bore a perplexed expression. Turning to the two novice ninjas guarding the town gate. Open the gate. Allow this esteemed individual to enter. If you delay this noble personage's affairs, you will bear the consequences. Wearing a veil-like translator, Lin Chen's face remained concealed from the two novice ninjas, although they could not discern his identity. The respect shown by a lower-ranking ninja indicated that this newcomer was of considerable standing. They dared not obstruct him and promptly opened the town gate for Lin Chen and Chun Naiko. Upon witnessing this, Chun Naiko's eyes widened in disbelief. We just walked right in? Truly, the Lord of the Sun is remarkable. I suspect that wherever this esteemed individual goes, there are no barriers to passage. Shortly after Lin Chen led Chun Naiko inside, the previously arrogant ninja blinked as if awakening from a deep slumber, shaking himself as the events that just transpired faded from his memory. Such was the power of Lin Chen and Amp, Apos' mental control. Master, this is my first time entering a town. I have only heard tales before. It is indeed splendid. Chun Naiko and Amp, Apos' expression was filled with longing. If given a choice, she would never choose to live in the wilderness. This place felt like paradise to her. Splendid? Lin Chen questioned her observation, gazing at the muddy ground beneath his feet with a look of disdain. Even in the poorest districts of Survivor City, the conditions were far superior to this. Not even the hidden military base could compare. Could this truly be deemed a town in the East? Alas, seeking the Eastern military here was a folly. No matter how dilapidated the East may be, they would never establish a military base in such a location. It was hard to believe this was even the domain of A.J. Nin. One must remember that A.J. Nin and Apos' power in Huaxia could rival that of a C-level ability user, while the strongest in the vast Survivor City were merely 2 D-level ability users. Was this truly the territory of A.J. Nin? Lin Chen, who had initially held high hopes for this place, now felt those expectations slipping away, like water through a bamboo basket. However, despite the remoteness, the streets were bustling with activity. Vendors and passers-by created a vibrant marketplace atmosphere, with many appearing to be ordinary citizens. Lin Chen could also spot several mutants. But they were not mingling freely. Rather, they were being led on leashes by elegantly dressed East Asian individuals, paraded like pets in the streets. These mutants, fully capable of overpowering the ordinary citizens, willingly accepted their status as slaves. As Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings, a sudden commotion ensued. The pedestrians, as if responding to an unseen signal, panicked and knelt on the ground. Even those leading the mutants followed suit, gathering along the roadside as if welcoming someone of great significance. Standing at the center of the street, Lin Chen was momentarily bewildered, observing the scene unfolding around him. These East Asians seem to be living rather well. Just as the rumor suggested, they are indeed quite courteous. Although Lin Chen was unaware of the reason for this display. Chun Naiko and Amp, Apos' gaze was fixed at the end of the road, where a slender figure clad in a white robe, embroidered with the yin-yang symbol on the chest, approached. In her eyes, terror instantly filled her gaze. Master, it seems we too must kneel. That is, the emblem of the Onmyoji nobility. Chapter 123, Kappa. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression remaining unchanged as his gaze drifted into the distance. At the end of the road, a gaunt man clad in white, wearing a look of disdain, strode confidently down the center of the path. The people on either side of the road knelt, seemingly compelled by his presence. Lin Chen scanned the area, noticing that not only commoners were bowing, but even several ninjas clad in dark attire were no exception. As the aristocratic Onmyoji continued forward, Haruna's legs trembled uncontrollably, her voice quivering as she spoke, a pained expression etched across her face, as if resigned to her fate. Master, we have committed a grave sin. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards her. Haruna and Apos' face was pale, her features filled with terror at the prospect of death, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Observing this, Lin Chen shifted his focus. Grave sin? I fail to see it as such. To kneel before those Eastern devils? Absolutely not. Is there a reason for our ancestors to bow before their descendants? The two individuals on the road were strikingly conspicuous. Some well-meaning commoners who had not noticed that the two of them remained standing and immediately called out, "You two are courting death. Hurry and kneel before the esteemed Onmyoji. You are blocking his path, and you will both perish." Despite the kind warning, Lin Chen remained unfazed, glancing towards the speaker with a nonchalant smile. "Is that so? I am quite curious to know how he intends to make me die." Before his words could fully resonate, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Sensing an anomaly in the magnetic field, Lin Chen swiftly turned around to see a kunai hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, barely 3 meters away. His eyes flickered. Bang! The kunai collided with an invisible barrier and was instantly deflected. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the distance, where a dark figure stood. Identifiable by the white markings on his shoulder as a genin. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. When did genin dare to launch a sneak attack on me? He reached out, and the kunai that had just been deflected was effortlessly drawn into his grasp by the force field. Subsequently, he tossed it lightly, though the motion was subtle. The kunai shot forth like a shadow, propelled by an unseen force. Whoosh! The speed was so extraordinary that the genin failed to react in time. Though he attempted to dodge, the kunai pierced his arm. Blood gushed forth as he clutched his injured limb, his gaze filled with terror, fixated on Lin Chen. The mere act of throwing the kunai was beyond his capabilities. Lin Chen only utilized the force field to manipulate the kunai. Although he lacked technique, he possessed unparalleled strength. "Lowly commoner, how dare you harm my man?" A furious voice erupted from the opposite side of the street. The speaker was none other than the aristocratic Onmyoji revered by the other commoners. His face contorted with rage, he glared at Lin Chen, pointing at the yin-yang symbol adorning his chest, proclaiming, "Do you not recognize this insignia? I am a member of the esteemed Ishikawa family of the capital. Ishikawa Fumi, you wish to make an enemy of the Ishikawa clan by harming my kin? I command you, kneel before me and commit seppuku at once." Ishikawa Fumi's ire instilled genuine fear in the hearts of the crowd. The Ishikawa family was one of the 4 great Onmyoji families in the capital, holding a prestigious position. It was customary for even ordinary nobles to bow before members of the Ishikawa clan. Haruna, now paralyzed with fear, was rendered speechless, her expression rife with despair. Yet Lin Chen merely smiled, his gaze unwavering. "Is that so? In my eagerness to deal with him, I forgot to address you. An Eastern devil dares to demand I kneel? What utter nonsense!" Before his words concluded, Lin Chen strode forward with swift steps. As he approached Ishikawa Fumi, he raised his right hand. Slap! A resounding strike landed on Ishikawa Fumi's face before the latter could react, sending his frail body tumbling backward. Watching Fumi's figure soar through the air, Lin Chen glanced at his own hand. Indeed, it feels far more satisfying to strike directly, though the force field is convenient. Nothing compares to the pleasure of a direct hit. Lin Chen chuckled. As Ishikawa Fumi was sent flying, the kneeling commoners gazed on in shock. What is happening? Someone actually dares to humiliate a member of the Ishikawa family in public. This is simply outrageous. In their eyes, Lin Chen had transformed into a figure of defiance. You. Ishikawa Fumi, momentarily stunned, then covered his face with one hand, gazing at Lin Chen in disbelief. "Lowly commoner, you seek death. Kill him." With Ishikawa Fumi's command, several shadowy figures sprang forth from among the kneeling crowd, ninjas, their eyes filled with a frenzied determination. This was an order from Ishikawa Fumi. Should they succeed in slaying Lin Chen, their futures would be paved with glory. Lin Chen surveyed the ninjas that had stepped forward. The strongest among them were merely genin. Such feeble combatants merely incited his disdain, and his expression darkened. "You think a handful of genin can stand up for him? How amusing. Very well. Let us entertain this notion." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The distant genin hurled shurikens at Lin Chen. Yet, they were all within the grasp of his abilities. Even with his back turned, he could perceive the trajectory of the shurikens. With a slight sidestep and a swift motion, he gathered the incoming shurikens into a force field, making it appear as though they willingly flew into his hands. "Here, take them back." The moment he seized the shurikens, Lin Chen exerted a subtle force, sending them flying outward with pinpoint accuracy, no need for him to even glance back. Thud, thud. The shurikens pierced the chests of several genin behind him, each one letting out a cry before collapsing to the ground. Just then, an inexplicable wave of magnetic energy surged within Lin Chen's consciousness. Instinctively, he turned around. Before Ishikawa Fumi stood a squat, grotesque figure. Lin Chen's pupils contracted in horror. What in the world is that? So horrendously ugly. The squat figure resembled a human but bore a bird-like beak, frog-like limbs, and a body as frail as a monkey's, topped with a massive turtle shell on its back. It appeared to be an amalgamation of various creatures. Lowly commoner, be silent. Ishikawa Fumi stood behind it, clutching a talisman inscribed with runes, revealing a sinister smile. This is my contract, Shikigami, Lord Kappa. You would do well to surrender now, for you are face to face with my Shikigami. Before Ishikawa Fumi could finish his sentence, Lin Chen's palm shot forth, unleashing a tremendous force that swept through the air. Kappa, you startled me. Watch me obliterate it. Chapter 124, preoccupied with him. I forgot to kill you. A terrifying force field descended with the might of 1,000 thunders. If one were able to perceive this invisible force, they would undoubtedly liken it to the weight of Mount Tai crashing down. In this strike, Lin Chen summoned nearly all of his power. The reason was simple. He had been genuinely startled by the Kappa. The creature and Appo's appearance evoked a profound psychological discomfort. Boom. A circular force field surged forth, overwhelming the Kappa. The low, emaciated figure of the Kappa, upon sensing the impending invisible assault, was already too late to react. Die. In the eyes of onlookers, the Kappa's already diminutive body visibly shriveled as if time itself accelerated. Splurt. Grayish-green blood gushed forth, and in an instant, the Kappa was mercilessly crushed into a pulp by the unseen attack. Witnessing this, Ishikawa Fu's pupils dilated, his expression frozen in disbelief. Was his contracted Shikigami truly gone? That had been a creature he had painstakingly subdued. Having obliterated the Kappa with the force field, Lin Chen felt a sense of uncleanliness wash over him, his face contorting in distaste. He had long heard that the tastes of this region were rather intense, but this was beyond the pale. Such aesthetics? Quite inhumane. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. Baka. Ishikawa Fu, enraged at the death of his Shikigami, glared at Lin Chen with crimson eyes, his fury palpable. You lowly wretch. You shall pay for this with your life. Once I summon my clan, they will dispatch their formidable Shikigami to easily take yours. How dare you offend me? I will not only kill you, but also your entire family. Despite the death of his Shikigami, Ishikawa Fu felt no fear. Instead, he threatened Lin Chen, emboldened by his clan status. Oh, I was so preoccupied with him that I almost forgot to kill you too. My apologies, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. With a single step forward, he transformed his hand into a blade, enveloping it in a razor-sharp force field, resembling a lethal weapon. Thud. His hand, propelled by the force field, effortlessly pierced through Ishikawa Fu's chest. As Lin Chen withdrew his right hand, not a single drop of blood stained his arm. The closer the manipulation of the force field is to my body, the lesser the consumption of mental energy, Lin Chen mused quietly, contemplating the mechanics of his abilities. At that same moment, Ishikawa Fu collapsed to the ground with a thud, despair etched across his features. In this remote town, he had relied on the prestige of the Ishikawa clan. He could have become a figure of reverence, but instead encountered someone as ruthless as Lin Chen. His heart brimmed with resentment. Seeing Ishikawa Fu breathe his last, Haranako, standing a short distance away, was rendered motionless, her legs giving way beneath her. Despair radiated from her countenance. Lin Chen had just slain a practitioner of On-Myoji in broad daylight. Such an act would undoubtedly summon the town and Appo's strongest warrior, Jounin Sauka. For him, the death of an On-Myoji within his territory was a significant dilemma. Should he fail to apprehend Lin Chen, he too would inevitably face dire consequences. Simultaneously, as Ishikawa Fu met his end, the civilians kneeling at the scene began to panic, scrambling to escape. We're doomed. An On-Myoji from the Ishikawa clan has died here. This town will soon be bathed in blood. Flee for your lives. Perhaps we can save ourselves. They cursed the madman who dared to assault an On-Myoji from the Ishikawa clan. Within moments, the street was devoid of any lingering souls. Haranako, her expression frantic, rushed over and grasped Lin Chen's sleeve, her voice trembling. Master, we must flee. With the death of an On-Myoji noble from the Ishikawa clan, this town will soon face a bloodbath. Before she could finish, Lin Chen suddenly seized her shoulder with a powerful grip, pulling her swiftly backward. His gaze flicked to their previous position. Swish! A gleaming long blade erupted from the ground, radiating a chilling glimmer. Bang! Accompanying the blade was a lithe black figure emerging from the earth, tightly gripping the weapon. The figure and Appo's eyes were wide with astonishment. How could Lin Chen have evaded such a stealthy ambush? Impossible! The ninja and Appo's forte lay in assassination, and as a Jounin, mastering the art of breath concealment was essential. While burrowed underground, even their breathing would cease, allowing them to approach silently. How could Lin Chen have detected him? Noticing the 4 white lines on the opponent's shoulder, Lin Chen chuckled lightly, turning to Haranako with a teasing grin. Well, look who has decided to join us? Haranako, petrified by the sight, turned pale. That was a Jounin. Who are you to dare kill a member of the Ishikawa clan? This will bring disaster to all. Do you not realize this? Jounin Sauka, wielding his katana, demanded furiously. Am I to stand idly by and await my own demise? Merely because Udon and Appos, do you wish for me to kill him? Lin Chen shrugged, exuding indifference. What? Do you have an issue with that? Given the circumstances. The only option left is to sever your limbs and wait for the Ishikawa clan to deal with you. With a black veil obscuring his face, Jounin Sauka revealed only his menacing eyes. I couldn't and Appos, care less, Lin Chen replied, his demeanor unfazed. If you possess the capability, by all means, give it a try. Sauka understood that to save his territory, he must capture Lin Chen and present him before the Ishikawa clan to quell their wrath. Should he delay until the Ishikawa clan dispatched someone, even his own involvement would not earn him any favors, though he held the title of Jounin. Before the colossal presence of the Ishikawa clan, he was but an insignificant insect. With a whoosh, Jounin Sauka's form seemed to vanish in an instant. His speed, akin to that of a specter, left Lin Chen somewhat taken aback. So, you wish to kill me? While Sauka's momentary velocity nearly reached its zenith. Within Lin Chen and Appos' force field, he was utterly exposed. It appeared that Sauka was also wary of Lin Chen and Appos' peculiar abilities, shifting his body to approach from the side. The blade glinting ominously as it drew near. I've got you. Sauka slashed downward, aiming to sever Lin Chen's arm. However, Lin Chen smirked, raising his right hand slowly. As Sauka's blade descended, the fabric of space subtly tore apart, swallowing the katana in an instant. Behind Sauka, the space distorted, and the blade's edge flickered ominously. Splurt. Sauka and Appos' pupils constricted sharply. Lin Chen could not suppress a chuckle. This ability to distort space is truly quite handy. Chapter 125, Engaging in Transactions with the Chinese Authorities? The formidable ninja, Song Jie, wielded his katana, piercing through the fabric of space to accurately strike his throat. How could he have imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of his own weapon? This technique was a mimicry of Qin Wan's spatial abilities. However, Lin Chen possessed a heightened sensitivity to magnetic fields, possessing the acumen to direct his assault precisely where it would be fatal. He would not afford his opponent any chance. With a swift motion, Lin Chen executed a whip kick, his right leg enveloped in a magnetic force field. The impact was devastating. The esteemed ninja from the east was dispatched with a single blow. The katana was dislodged by the force, leaving only a headless corpse on the ground, while Lin Chen remained unblemished, devoid of any bloodstains. It was a pity that this accomplished ninja had perished so quickly. He likely had further abilities yet to be revealed. Observing the decapitated body, Lin Chen lamented. His excursion today had indeed broadened his horizons. Firstly, he had encountered the so-called Onmyoji, the entities they summoned, known as Shikigami, were a form of conjured beings. It was astonishing to discover such intriguing ancient martial practices in the East. The kappa summoned by Ishikawa might have merely been a low-tier summon. Given that Onmyoji were revered as nobility in the East, they must possess formidable power. It was not that Onmyoji were weak. Rather, Ishikawa had proven to be inadequate. The East lacked a mindset of safety zones, instead delineating territories akin to warlords carving out fiefdoms. With Song Jie's demise at his hands, Lin Chen mused whether anyone would dare to seek retribution. As if in response to his thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed beside him. Startled, Lin Chen instinctively retreated, his gaze darting around, yet he found no one. But where had the voice originated? Friend, this is not a place for conversation. Beyond the town's gates, 3 kilometers ahead, I shall await your arrival. The voice reverberated, seemingly materializing from thin air. Although Lin Chen's position varied, the volume of the voice remained unchanged, akin to someone whispering directly into his ear. What was happening? Who are you? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and inquired. If you want me to come, do you expect me to walk into a trap? Why should I trust you? Lin Chen maintained his requisite caution in this precarious situation. Haha, a trap? Certainly not. However, as a fellow Chinese, I find you quite intriguing. Would you care to engage in a conversation? The voice continued. Upon hearing the mention of Chinese, Lin Chen's earlier apprehension dissipated. The speaker was also from China. You have slain the ninja of this town. The affiliated forces from the East will soon dispatch investigators. Trust me. The power in the East is far from as feeble as it appears. Departing from here is your best option. The voice persisted. With this, Lin Chen's defenses eased slightly. He glanced at the still anxious Haruko, extending his hand to envelop her within the magnetic force field. Without concern for revealing his identity, since he had already committed murder, he manipulated the magnetic field, propelling them toward the outskirts of the town. Such an ostentatious exit would undoubtedly attract the attention of nearby ninjas, yet Lin Chen's speed was unparalleled. They could merely witness his departing silhouette. In no time, they arrived at the designated location where the voice had originated. Lin Chen sensed the nearby magnetic fields and soon discovered a unique human magnetic field. A figure stood beneath a tree, seemingly unguarded in their intentions. There. Lin Chen frowned slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. From his previous position, it was at least 3 to 4 kilometers away. How had they transmitted their voice? Observing the individual's magnetic field, Lin Chen recognized it as remarkably familiar. Akin to the 2 members he had encountered from the Special Abilities team. This person was likely another practitioner of ancient martial arts from China. Lin Chen manipulated the magnetic field, bringing Haruko to a position several meters away. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. With that, he turned to approach the mysterious figure. Before he could reach them, the individual's astonished voice rang out. I have executed tasks in China for quite some time and have never encountered a power such as yours. Given more time, you might even join our Special Abilities team. Special Abilities team? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that this person claimed to be from such a team. Why then, were they in the East? I am indeed intrigued by the Special Abilities team, but is now the time to return? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, advancing toward the figure. From a distance, the individual appeared to be of similar height to Lin Chen, just over 6 feet tall, yet their physique was notably lean. However, to Lin Chen, their body radiated a potent magnetic field. The contrast between their physique and their magnetic presence was striking. My code name is Lone Wolf. I am a member of the Special Abilities team, Squad 3. Greetings. As Lin Chen approached, the individual introduced themselves. Squad 3? Lin Chen was taken aback. The members he had previously encountered, Ghost Gun and Lu Feng, were from Squad 5. It was said that the higher the Squad's rank, the stronger the overall abilities of its members. This individual's magnetic field indeed surpassed that of Ghost Gun and Lu Feng. Even Lin Chen felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from them. It was unexpected to encounter another practitioner of supernatural abilities from China on this foreign soil. Lone Wolf squinted, regarding Lin Chen with an approving gaze. With a mere gesture, you can eliminate a ninja of the East. You truly possess hidden depths. However, I am curious, how did you manage to arrive in the East? The nearby waters are heavily patrolled, unless a route is pre-established by our Special Abilities team. It would be exceedingly difficult to infiltrate the East. Lin Chen's experience in reaching the East was so extraordinary that it would likely be met with skepticism, given its sheer improbability. Alas, my luck has been unfortunate. I stumbled into the East. I am currently pondering my return, he sighed, expressing his resignation. At the same time, he found himself intrigued by Lone Wolf. It seemed that, aside from himself, the Special Abilities team from China had already infiltrated the East. Since you operate covertly as spies, why invite me for a meeting? Wouldn't he that expose your identity? Lone Wolf chuckled lightly, gesturing toward the translator device on Lin Chen's face. Understanding dawned upon Lin Chen. This language translator was exclusive equipment for the Special Abilities team, facilitating international communication. While I cannot be entirely certain of your identity, seeing your translator indicates that you are indeed one of us, coupled with the abilities you have demonstrated. I see the potential for a successful mission. So, I ask you, are you interested in engaging in a transaction with the Chinese authorities? Chapter 126, Impossible to Negotiate? Lin Chen was taken aback by the request from the members of the Huaxia Special Forces. At a time of national crisis, China found itself besieged on all fronts, grappling with both internal troubles and external threats. Despite not knowing from which part of China he hailed, he recognized that having inadvertently arrived in the land of the rising sun, he could become a force for his homeland. The Lone Wolf and Imp, Appos, tone shifted to one of gravity as he regarded Lin Chen with utmost seriousness. I have been dispatched on orders from my superiors to eliminate a traitorous family from Huaxia, the Wang family. However, the current circumstances are intricate, and we cannot act recklessly. Any hasty move would only serve to alert our enemies. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the situation. You trust me so readily? You divulged the mission details without a second thought? Are you not concerned that I too might be a mole? He chuckled teasingly. Of course, I trust you. The Lone Wolf replied, his gaze unwavering. To brazenly slay a yin-yang master in broad daylight indicates you are undoubtedly not from the East. This alone assures me of your loyalty. Is that so? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. It appeared that killing a yin-yang master in the East carried significant repercussions. The individual he had dispatched was clearly of considerable standing, as evidenced by the worshipful gestures of passers-by towards the yin-yang masters, not just significant repercussions. The lone wolf's tone rose slightly. In the East, aside from the Divine Emperor's royal family, the yin-yang masters hold the highest status. While ninjas may possess formidable individual strength, they primarily serve as bodyguards, protecting the Divine Emperor and yin-yang masters. The person you dispatched was a member of one of the 4 prominent yin-yang master clans in the sacred capital. In this minor coastal region, even in the sacred capital, aside from the royal family, few would dare to challenge them, let alone kill one. Listening to this, Lin Chen gained a clearer understanding of the social hierarchy in the East. At the pinnacle lay the Divine Emperor's royal family, followed closely by the yin-yang masters. The powerful ninjas served merely as protectors for the former two, while commoners and aberrants occupied the lowest rungs of society. Having killed a member of the Ishikawa clan, one of the 4 great yin-yang master families, in a public setting, and possessing a translator unique to the Huaxia Special Forces, the lone wolf was naturally able to ascertain that Lin Chen was trustworthy. Lin Chen's identity, on the other hand, was of little consequence. It sufficed to know he was a Chinese national who bore animosity towards the East. Who would have thought that the person I casually eliminated would possess such high status? Lin Chen scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. Do not feel pressured. The lone wolf chuckled lightly. The identity of a yin-yang master is merely a means of intimidation in the East. You have encountered one, their prowess. Ha. As he concluded, the lone wolf and Appo's smile bore a hint of disdain. It was not surprising he looked down on the yin-yang masters, as Ishikawa Fumi and Appo's summoned spirit. The kappa had only inflicted psychological harm through its appearance and exhibited no other combat capabilities, easily dealt with by Lin Chen. Aside from summoning spirits, Ishikawa Fumi displayed no other noteworthy skills. Although the individual was not particularly formidable, the method of summoning spirits from thin air was indeed peculiar. Lin Chen suddenly remarked, Ishikawa Fumi must have summoned the spirit while I was preoccupied with others. He found this technique intriguing. Peculiar? It is merely a branch of our Huaxia and Appo's divine summoning practices. The lone wolf replied with a smirk of disdain. The historical development of the East traces back to a population migration from Huaxia. Following this migration, certain ancient martial practices from Huaxia found their way here, with the northeastern Ma Xian or divine summoning technique evolving into the yin-yang arts. The so-called yin-yang masters are merely another title for the Ma Xian and Appo's. Listening to the lone wolf and Appo's explanation, Lin Chen was taken aback. Ma Xian and Appo's from northeastern Huaxia? They're a group of divine beings. Even in my past life, I had gained some insight into the Ma Xian and Appo's through special channels. Their most powerful technique involves summoning the divine to possess them. North of the Shan Haguan, some evolved spirits claim to be divine beings, while the Ma Xian and Appo's serve these entities. Through specific rituals and incantations, they can summon the divine, obtaining a portion of their powers. This bears a resemblance to the yin-yang masters of the East, albeit with a crucial difference. The yin-yang masters summon spirits rather than inviting them to possess them. Are you suggesting that the spirits summoned by the yin-yang masters are the indigenous divine beings of this land? Lin Chen inquired, astonished. The lone wolf, however, shook his head, his expression growing increasingly contemptuous. Divine beings? Those creatures? They are nothing but the corrupted souls of the deceased, at best, mere aberrations. If we were to summon a true divine being from Huaxia, every one of these aberrations would have to bow in submission. Lin Chen nodded in contemplation, realizing the yin-yang masters of the East had a history that was not as superficial as it seemed. However, he did not perceive the yin-yang masters as entirely lacking merit. The lone wolf shifted his tone. Nevertheless, those labeled as aberrations can possess formidable strength. Having survived in this land for so long, to my knowledge, each of the 4 great yin-yang master families in the sacred capital possesses a unique and powerful contracted spirit. It is these spirits that have elevated the status of yin-yang masters in the East. Lin Chen chuckled softly. With such a grand reputation. Yet they hardly pose a threat to me, do they? Surely. The yin-yang master from the Ishikawa clan would not venture to this desolate place over a mere clan member's death. Lin Chen was unfazed by the yin-yang master's reputed strength. Haha, precisely. The lone wolf reciprocated with a hearty laugh. In this apocalyptic era, the overall situation in the East is precarious, with internal discord and external pressures from us in Huaxia. Unless one of the 4 great yin-yang master families faces total annihilation, the loss of a few lives is inconsequential. With that, the lone wolf's tone turned formal. Having spoken so long, we are yet to exchange names. Lin Chen. My brother Lin, our next objective is to confront the Wang family, who have betrayed Huaxia. They possess crucial intelligence that we cannot allow to fall into the hands of the East. However, we are far across the ocean and lack sufficient strength. Can you assist us? Confronted with the lone wolf's sincere invitation, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. After a few seconds, as if reaching a conclusion, he looked earnestly at the lone wolf and nodded. I have made my decision. It is impossible. Chapter 127. Run, Ba. Eliminate the Tang monk and his disciples. The air around them felt thick and heavy. The lone wolf gazed at Lin Chen, astonished, his words caught in his throat. Unable to escape his lips, he stood there, stifling his thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Chen maintained a stoic expression, his calm eyes fixed on the lone wolf. After several seconds, the lone wolf finally managed to utter a sentence. Comrade, eliminating the traitors of our Huaxia would surely bring glory to your lineage. If this matter were reported back, it would be no trouble to add a page to the family tree. Have you not considered this? Seeing Lin Chen deep in thought, the lone wolf believed he was in agreement, but was soon met with a heavy sigh. Consider? Consider what? Lin Chen scratched his head, appearing utterly indifferent. ISN and AMP. Oppos. This your mission? What does it have to do with me? Indeed, as a citizen of Huaxia, eradicating traitors was a responsibility one could not shirk. But the tasks assigned by the Special Operations Team were overseas. Shun and AMP. AMP. Oppos. They be equipped with the necessary combat strength for such missions? What could I possibly contribute? Upon hearing this, the lone wolf was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, Lin Chen continued, given your strength, this task must be exceedingly perilous, perhaps one from which you may not return. If I partake in this mission and it ends in failure, the blame could very well fall upon me. Why should I wade into these murky waters? The lessons from his past life had imparted a vital truth to Lin Chen: never engage lightly with officials. Otherwise, one might find themselves sold out without realizing it. Your concerns do hold some merit, the lone wolf mused, furrowing his brow before shaking his head. Alas, if it is truly inconvenient, then so be it. Just pretend you have not seen me, and do not hinder our regular. Before he could finish, Lin Chen's tone suddenly escalated. I would agree, but at a price. The lone wolf was taken aback by Lin Chen's swift change of demeanor. Was he merely trying to negotiate a higher price after all that talk? The lone wolf couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. All right then, tell me. How much more would it take for you to assist? Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated this and extended a single finger. A carrier ship. The lone wolf nearly choked on his breath, coughing violently. What do you need a carrier ship for? Initially believing Lin Chen's request to be modest, he was astounded. A carrier ship? Did he realize how few ships of that caliber Huaxia possessed? Although the Special Operations Team held a significant status within Huaxia, their individual prowess being highly valued, they lacked the capacity to mobilize such high-tier resources. Absolutely not. The lone wolf firmly declined Lin Chen's request, his expression turning serious. Brother Lin, although Huaxia has developed over the past century, the number of carrier battle groups is indeed limited. It is impossible to allocate additional resources for this mission. Your demands are simply too great. The lone wolf sighed internally. Lin Chen and AMP. Oppos. S request indicated he had no intention of assisting them. If that were the case, they would not expect Lin Chen and AMP. Oppos. S support. They could still complete the mission relying on their own covert strengths, albeit suffering some losses. Very well, if a carrier ship is out of the question, then just give me a destroyer or something of the sort. I and AMP. Oppos. Am not picky. Lin Chen continued. This statement left the lone wolf momentarily speechless. What was happening? The drop in demand was astonishing. Just moments ago, he had requested a carrier ship, and now he was willing to settle for a destroyer? While destroyers were indeed valuable, Huaxia had a considerable reserve of such vessels. Providing one would not be an issue. However, the lone wolf sensed that there might still be room for negotiation. Brother Lin. About the destroyer. But as soon as he began to speak, Lin Chen interrupted. Any further reduction would be excessive. Lin Chen's expression conveyed his dissatisfaction. I shall not be greedy for a carrier ship. What? And AMP? AMP? Oppos. S wrong with a destroyer? It would be impolite to haggle further. Observing Lin Chen and AMP. AMP? Oppos. S demeanor, the lone wolf offered a sheepish smile, finally nodding in agreement. All right, a destroyer it is. At my level, I can indeed facilitate this decision. However, this is contingent upon the successful completion of the task. Lin Chen nodded, spreading his hands. This is not a problem. Now, what do you require me to do? His status as a sea-level ability user should have been apparent to the lone wolf, so he would likely assign tasks within Lin Chen and Oppos as capabilities. Should the difficulty exceed Lin Chen's limits, he would undoubtedly refuse outright. Seeing Lin Chen's agreement, the lone wolf felt a weight lift from his shoulders, relieved. With your assistance, the pressure on our front will be significantly reduced. Let me first introduce you to the Wang family and their overall strength. As he spoke, the lone wolf and Apos' expression turned grave. The Wang family was originally a clan in our Huaxia and Apos' magic city. However, recently, news emerged that the family head, Wang Qishan, had betrayed Huaxia and secretly made contact with strongmen from the east. Therefore, our Special Operations Team 3 received orders to investigate. Ultimately, we successfully uncovered evidence of the Wang family's collusion with the east, but during the evidence-gathering process, we inadvertently exposed our whereabouts, alerting them and allowing the Wang family to escape. They are now concealed in the east. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, taken aback. He had not anticipated that even clans within Magic City could be insidiously corrupted by the east. It seemed Huaxia's border defenses were still inadequate. Whether it was the east or the beautiful country, they could brazenly traverse Huaxia's territorial waters. The coastal borders were indeed areas where Huaxia had been lax in its vigilance. What is the strength of this Wang family? Do I stand a chance of taking them down? Lin Chen inquired. The lone wolf nodded. But his gaze suddenly fixed on Lin Chen, his brow furrowing, then shaking his head. When the Wang family initially defected, their strongest ability user was at the A level. As for whether their strength has increased since then, I cannot say for certain. Listening to the lone wolf and Apos' words, Lin Chen and Apos' expression turned somewhat complex, and he murmured, "A level? That indeed poses a challenge. If it were just Lin Chen, he would certainly not dare to confront an A-level ability user. The power they could unleash might very well shatter his force field. However, it mattered little if the intelligence was accurate. Two of our teammates from Team 3 could annihilate the entire Wang family. The real concern was the strongman from the Wind Demon clan sent by the Divine Emperor to protect the Wang family. It was said that one of them, a heavenly ninja, was stationed there. If we were to compare battle strength, it would equate to our S-level ability users." Hearing this, Lin Chen inhaled sharply. An S-level ability user. The lone wolf nodded gravely, fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. "This is why I sought your assistance." "Ah, me? Are you certain?" Lin Chen's voice rose several octaves in surprise. At the same time, he recalled a phrase, "Bend over, go and eliminate the Tang monk and his disciples." Chapter 128. Coordinated action. I can't do it. I can't do it at all, Lin Chen exclaimed, shaking his head vehemently. That was a Tianren, equivalent to an S-class superpower. In the presence of such an entity, was he not utterly helpless, faced with such an opponent? Lin Chen suddenly felt that even a destroyer was no longer of paramount importance. His life took precedence. Haha, you misunderstand. Lone Wolf chuckled, offering clarification. Rest assured. We are not asking you to seek your own demise. We merely intend to employ certain tactics to divert this fellow's attention. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then suddenly cast a sharp glance. Divert attention? ISNT that akin to inviting death? My friend, how do you expect me to escape if a Tianren is pursuing me? Absolutely not. Lone Wolf wore a somewhat helpless expression, then patiently began to explain. Brother Lin, you need not worry. Our Huaxia special forces have never sacrificed compatriots to accomplish missions. Even for an ordinary person, we would never gamble with their lives. Lone Wolf and Apos' words filled with righteous fervor. Eased Lin Chen and Apos' apprehension slightly. So, what do you mean by letting me draw away that Tianren? Lin Chen inquired tentatively. Lone Wolf continued. This Tianren is the most formidable member of the Wind Demon clan. If he remains at the Wang family estate, we will have no opportunity. Recently, a shrine of the Divine Emperor has caused quite a stir within the territory of the Wind Demon clan, and everyone is eager to seize the treasures rumored to be there. Your task is to join those seeking fortune and create a disturbance in the Wind Demon clan's territory. This way, when the Tianren hears of the chaos in his domain, he will be unable to protect the Wang family. This stratagem is known as an Apos, luring the tiger away from its mountain. And Apos. Lin Chen nodded in contemplation, realizing the plan and Apos' essence. Brother Lin, you need not fret too much about the Wind Demon clan. Allow me to provide you with some background, Lone Wolf said with a calm smile. The Wind Demon clan is one of the 4 great ninja families, along with the Iga, Koga, and Musashi clans, known as the 4 guardian clans of the Eastern Isles. Despite its illustrious reputation, the Wind Demon clan has dwindled significantly due to battles from years past. Currently, it can only muster 1 Tianren. Thus, It is on the verge of being excluded from the ranks of the four guardian clans. As he spoke, Lone Wolf crouched down and picked up a twig, drawing on the ground. The Eastern Isles have four major ninja families and four major Onmyoji families. The weakest among them is undoubtedly the Wind Demon clan. Over the years, their territory has been continuously diminished due to internal strife. The location you need to go to is here. Lone Wolf sketched a simple map on the ground, marking the town where Lin Chen had been and indicating the direction to the Shrine of the Divine Emperor within the Wind Demon clan's territory, which lay nearly 50 kilometers away. You only need to instigate a disturbance here, and when the Tianren departs the Wang family to respond, we can make our move. At this, Lone Wolf drove the twig forcefully into the ground, his tone resolute. Understood, Lin Chen said, bending down to examine the map. But I have a question. Since you are confident in dealing with the Wang family, why not use this method to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Why place this task on me? Is there another danger involved? Lone Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Quite simply, because only two of us from our team are responsible for this mission. Together, we can annihilate the entire Wang family, but if others interfere, our success is uncertain. Lin Chen's pupils contracted in surprise. Just the two of you can eliminate the Wang family? That is quite a confidence, he thought. Considering that the Wang family possessed A-class superpowers, even if they were of the same realm, it would not be a guaranteed victory. Oh, I should clarify further. He will monitor the Wang family estate, ensuring no one escapes, while I will be responsible for purging this traitorous clan, Lone Wolf stated earnestly. This revelation deepened Lin Chen and Appo's astonishment. So, their collaborative effort meant one was merely blocking the door. He alone could eradicate the entire Wang family? Such audacity. Noticing Lin Chen's astonishment, Lone Wolf humbly smiled and waved his hand. He then circled the location of the Divine Emperor's shrine on the map and continued. You only need to create enough of a disturbance to draw the Tianren back. Moreover, you will not be alone in this. Intelligence from the Eastern Isles indicates that a gathering of ninjas from various regions is assembling about 20 to 30 kilometers from the shrine, likely summoned secretly by the IGA and Koga clans, intending to strike at the shrine. However, we do not have further details. You can blend in with this group of ninjas and act accordingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. Blend in with the ninja group? Me? But I hardly know anything about the Eastern Isles ninjas. The power dynamics here are convoluted. If my identity is exposed, I would surely be besieged by all the ninjas present. You need not worry about your identity, Lone Wolf replied slowly. Our Huaxia has some influence in the Eastern Isles and can assist you in fabricating an identity. Furthermore, as you have seen, ninjas wear dark clothing and masks during operations to prevent identity exposure. We can arrange a set of such attire for you, which should suffice to deceive them. However, as he spoke, Lone Wolf's brow furrowed. The identity issue is manageable, but to masquerade as a ninja, you must possess their skills. If you wish to learn quickly, before Lone Wolf could finish, Lin Chen interjected. Teach me? Teach me what? If the identity problem can be resolved, that is sufficient. Ninja skills? Isn't it merely throwing shurikens? With that, Lin Chen picked up a small stone, no larger than his thumb. Whoosh! Lin Chen utilized his force field and suddenly hurled the stone away. A stone was forcefully embedded into the side of the tree trunk, akin to a bullet, firmly lodged within its bark. The Lone Wolf's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You possess such a skill? Chapter 129. Fishing in troubled waters. The shuriken wielded by the Eastern Devils, when simplified, is merely a matter of throwing with greater force and precision. It is nothing extraordinary. Lin Chen mused while toying with a small stone, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, the Lone Wolf re-evaluated Lin Chen before him. The techniques of ninjas are manifold. Although shuriken throwing is considered a fundamental skill, it remains a hallmark of their craft. Possessing such a skill would facilitate Lin Chen and Appo's infiltration into the ranks of ninjas. Take this, Lone Wolf said, retrieving a token from his chest and handing it to Lin Chen. The token bore intricate engravings, seemingly a distinctive emblem. This is the identity badge of the Inagawakai. With it, you can operate under the guise of a ninja affiliated with the Inagawakai, and you will not be scrutinized. The Inagawakai has long served as a hidden state planted by China in the East, operating discreetly, thus few are aware of their existence. Just be cautious with your supernatural abilities. Avoid revealing them or drawing attention to any anomalies, and your identity will remain secure, Lone Wolf advised earnestly. Indeed. When dealing with these Eastern Devils, the only threat to my identity is my powers, Lin Chen replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. However, aside from his magnetic field ability, he also possessed a D-class mind control power. The magnetic field was prone to detection, but he could primarily rely on mind control, which was subtle and would not be perceived by others. The timing of your actions is at your discretion, Lone Wolf continued. The ninjas attempting to invade the territory of the Wind Demon clan are gathering soon. Try to blend in with them and act alongside them. As soon as I detect the heavenly ninja of the Wind Demon clan leaving the Wong family estate, I will take immediate action. This identity badge contains a two-way communication device. While it cannot facilitate verbal exchanges, it is sufficient for conveying signals. If the heavenly ninja departs, I will send you a signal, allowing you to leave without any risk to your life. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a measure of relief. His concerns about causing chaos in the territory of the Wind Demon clan dissipated. If the heavenly ninja were to return, would he be spared? Now, that fear was alleviated. Stowing the badge away, Lin Chen glanced towards the direction where Haruno was located and inquired, "If I determine the timing, shall we proceed tomorrow? Is there anything else?" Lone Wolf, catching Lin Chen's attention, offered a wry smile. "There is nothing more, but I must kindly remind you, Lin. It is best to keep your distance from these mutated beings. Fundamentally, they have transcended the definition of humanity." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at Lone Wolf and Appo's words, realizing he had misunderstood. "Ah, I am well aware of that. Mutants are simply a form of infected individuals. However, their possession of a conscious mind indicates they still hold a modicum of utilitarian value." Although Lone Wolf was curious about Lin Chen's confidence, he refrained from probing further, opting instead to impart a few final pieces of advice before shifting topics. Ultimately, Lone Wolf bestowed upon Lin Chen a set of exclusive ninja attire of the upper ninja grade. This ensemble would spare Lin Chen considerable trouble during his endeavors. After bidding farewell to Lone Wolf, Lin Chen escorted Haruno back to the dilapidated village. Subsequently, he ventured forth alone into the wilderness in search of other mutants. In this land of the East, the visible infected beings were few and far between, primarily consisting of mutants who had consumed infected corpses. Fortunately, they posed no significant threat to Lin Chen. Mutants possessed intelligence, perhaps even more utility than the infected. Within a single day, Lin Chen traversed the coastal region of the East, subjugating tribe after tribe of mutants. Host, Lin Chen. Charm level, 100,000, maximum, strength, 260 agility, 250 stamina, 240 mental power, 6032 common infected followers, 10947 abilities. C-Class Magnetic Field, D-Class Passive Ability Life Source. D-Class Mind Control. Gazing at his newly updated profile card, Lin Chen contemplated. In this land, the infected were nearly invisible, all mutants being the result of consuming infected corpses. These beings had been banished from towns, struggling to survive, with their corpses often unidentifiable. "I must hasten my departure from this cursed place," Lin Chen declared, his brow furrowed. He needed to assist Lone Wolf swiftly in completing the Special Operations Team's mission to leave the East together. Otherwise, he could not fathom any other means of escape. The next day, Lin Chen donned the upper ninja attire prepared by Lone Wolf, his face obscured by a veil, effectively concealing the translator. He would not attract undue attention. The underworld gathering he mentioned should be in this direction. The East was indeed a compact region. Within mere kilometers, he could approach the central area. Lin Chen retrieved the previous map, discovering the territory of the East in a corner. With limited resources, he could hardly study it without a magnifying glass. The East's land resembled a caterpillar, with Lin Chen's entry point located at the rear. Despite the intricate power dynamics and territories, even the renowned Wind Demon clan possessed merely a range of several dozen kilometers, akin to a city within China, comparable to the Yi City, which is merely a border defense city in the eastern region of China. Clad in the attire of an upper ninja, Lin Chen refrained from using his magnetic field for flight during his movements, opting instead to mimic the ninjas as he traversed the trees. His movement style diverged from that of typical ninjas. While they leaped a mere dozen meters at a time, Lin Chen, propelled by his magnetic field, could soar up to 50 or 60 meters in a single bound. Have you ever witnessed a ninja gliding through the air? Before long, with such velocity, Lin Chen reached the vicinity of the underworld gathering in half a day. They congregated at a place called Jiujiang Pavilion. Unfamiliar with the locale, Lin Chen slowed his pace as he neared, scrutinizing the foliage beneath him while deploying his magnetic field to search for the gathering's location. At that moment, a swift whistling sound pierced the air. A kunai intruded upon Lin Chen's magnetic field. Without hesitation, he drew his short sword from his waist. With a clash, Lin Chen effortlessly deflected the kunai with his simple short sword, sending sparks flying. His body abruptly halted mid-air, standing atop a large tree. It seems I have arrived. Chapter 130. Prove your strength. Lin Chen's gaze shifted towards the direction from which the kunai had just been thrown. Although it lay beyond the reach of his magnetic field abilities, a careful observation of the magnetic waves revealed some clues. Various magnetic fields of differing intensities lay concealed among the trees. There was no trace of mutated beings. It must be the underworld ninjas gathered here. Another Jonin? This is getting interesting. Hiki. Such prominent figures rarely appear in my daily life. Today, it truly is a feast for the eyes. Has the Wind Demon clan violated the rules of heaven? So many influential individuals are targeting him. Perched atop a tree, Lin Chen, disguised in his night attire, revealed only a pair of keen eyes. He surveyed the distant thickets. Just then, several shadows emerged, converging upon Lin Chen in a surrounding formation. Oh? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised. Is this the hospitality of the Eastern Land's little devils? Through observation, he discerned 6 individuals approaching, each adorned with 3 white stripes on their shoulders. They were all Chunin. The physiques of these Chunin varied, evidently suited for different combat styles. Several lean figures dashed forward with remarkable speed, landing atop the trees behind Lin Chen. The 6 Chunin encircled him, yet they refrained from attacking immediately, merely surrounding him. Seeing this, Lin Chen offered a faint smile. What does this mean? The 6 individuals beside him remained silent, while 2 more figures leaped from the distant foliage. These 2 shadows, one tall and one short, approached swiftly, standing on a nearby tree top before Lin Chen. Their night attire mirrored his own. They were 2 Jonin. Are you from the IGA clan, Jonin IGA Chiya? Have you come to join us in our treasure hunt? The tall ninja spoke first, his vigilant gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, countering with a question. Otherwise, why would I have traveled such a distance? Am I here for a holiday? Upon hearing this, the short ninja snorted derisively. Humph, that may not be the case. We have been plotting here for days, and IGA clan ninjas have come to scout. But they were all eliminated by us. Who are you? To bear the title of Jonin, you must prove your identity. At this, Lin Chen reached for his chest and produced a badge. Inakawa Association. Upon seeing the unique emblem of the Inakawa Association, the 2 ninjas exchanged surprised glances. Inakawa Association? That commercial organization? Although they had heard of the association and Oppo's internally trained ninjas, it was known to have minimal activity. This person looks unfamiliar, one murmured. I too. IGA Chiya and Oppo's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he coldly remarked, the ranking of ninjas throughout the Eastern Land is conducted under the auspices of the 4 great clans. Since you claim to be a Jonin, why do I have no recollection of you? In the Eastern Land, the specific ranking of ninjas is determined through competitions hosted by the 4 great clans. As one of these clans, how could IGA Chiya not have any impression of Lin Chen? However, upon hearing this, Lin Chen silently grumbled, Damn, I'm so well disguised. How could you possibly recognize me? Nevertheless, the most pressing matter was to infiltrate the group. Lin Chen would not voice his thoughts aloud. Hiki, it has been some time since I was rated as a Jonin. Is it not normal that you have not seen me? With so many ninjas in the Eastern Land, how could you recognize every single one? A casual excuse slipped from Lin Chen and Oppo's lips. Humph. IGA Chiya sneered. Jonin attire can be found everywhere. If you wish to join us in reaping the spoils, you must first prove your strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. So, it was his identity as a Jonin that raised their suspicion. Had he known, he would have had the lone wolf provide him with Chunin or Jinin attire. These individuals doubted his strength as a Jonin. Fine, how shall I prove it? Lin Chen patiently inquired, how simple is it to prove? Very straightforward. If you can withstand the assault of all 6 of them without being defeated, I shall accept your identity. IGA Chiya indicated to the side. These 6 are all comrades in this operation, each of their strengths having been tested. Thus, this is not a personal vendetta against you. If you seek to gain benefits, you must demonstrate your worth. Lin Chen waved his hand, feigning reluctance. All right, I understand. I shall fight them. But let me make it clear, if they are injured or killed, it has nothing to do with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the short Jonin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you truly are brazen. Even if you possess the strength of a Jonin, facing 6 Chunin simultaneously will be quite the challenge. We too have become the highest commanders of this operation through our own strength. If you wish to become a commander, show us your prowess. No sooner had he spoken than the 6 Chunin surrounding Lin Chen surged forward. A relatively slender figure rushed ahead, kunai in hand, launching a close combat assault against Lin Chen. In response, Lin Chen exerted force through his legs, leaping into the air, engaging in a fierce struggle with the assailant. Though not adept at close-quarters weapon combat, His agility ensured he possessed sufficient reflexes to deflect each attack, simultaneously utilizing the magnetic field to enhance his short sword. Every strike Lin Chen delivered was executed with precision and force. Clang, clang, clang. After several exchanges, the two descended from the air. The Chunin found himself at a disadvantage. His hand gripping the kunai trembled slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Clearly, Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's strength exceeded his expectations. Lin Chen flipped his grip, transitioning the short sword from a forehand to a backhand, leaping forward to slash. The Chunin could only grasp the kunai with both hands, straining to defend himself. Crack! A sharp metallic sound echoed as Lin Chen and Oppo's strike severed the kunai. Fortunately, Lin Chen did not pursue for the kill, the short sword poised at the ninja and Oppo's brow. One down, Lin Chen remarked. Immediately, he turned to face a robust ninja charging at him, unarmed and wielding no weapon. Yet the bulging muscles indicated he was a strength-based fighter. Jonin, while I may not excel in other areas, my body is tougher than that of an average Jonin. Come and test me. He spread his arms wide, attempting to embrace Lin Chen in a bear hug. Little did he expect, Lin Chen's right hand lightly pushed against the air, actually forming a magnetic field that propelled him downwards, planting his left shoulder on the ground. He wrapped his right leg with the magnetic field, delivering a swift kick to the ninja and Oppo's groin. Ah! A scream echoed, reverberating around them. Tough? I see little hardness here. It merely has a slight sting. Chapter 131. His kunai can curve. The robust Chunin, his body adorned with bulging muscles, clearly excels in strength. However, no matter how adept he is in this regard, he possesses the most fatal vulnerability inherent to men. Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's kick, though not powered by excessive force, proved to be lethal. With a single strike, he rendered his opponent incapable of resistance. With a powerful thrust of his waist, Lin Chen propelled himself upward, delivering a decisive kick to the Chunin and Oppo's chest. Another foe dispatched. In just 2 exchanges, he had neutralized 2 Chunin. Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's prowess elicited gasps of astonishment from the observing ninjas. The efficiency with which he dealt with his opponents served as a testament to his formidable strength. Yet, the remaining 4 Chunin were undeterred. What do you think, Jinya-kun? Remarked 2 Jonin standing at a vantage point nearby, engaging in hushed discourse. His actions are swift. Though lacking in finesse, yet his strength is considerable, mused Iga Jinya, scrutinizing Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's form. He does not appear to be a mere facade of a Jonin. Upon hearing this, the shorter Jonin furrowed his brow, responding, but should we truly allow him to join us? The Inagawa Association, a mere commercial organization, seeks to wade through these murky waters? If this endeavor succeeds, both our families could lose face, allowing him to reap the benefits. I find this unacceptable. In response, Iga Jinya inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Let us see if he possesses the requisite strength. Meanwhile, the battle raged on in the distance. The remaining 4 Chunin, recognizing Lin Chen as a formidable opponent, abandoned close combat in favor of ranged attacks. They maintained a distance exceeding 20 meters from him, cautious not to stray too far, lest the accuracy of their projectiles falter. If not for the need to conceal my identity, defeating you would be far less troublesome, Lin Chen thought, frowning at the Chunin, keeping their distance. Although they were out of reach, they remained within the bounds of his magnetic field. If Lin Chen unleashed his full power, they would perish in an instant. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air. A shuriken breached Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's magnetic proximity, and he instinctively predicted its trajectory. With a slight pivot, he evaded the surprise attack. However, the onslaught of shurikens was far from over. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 Chunin, concealed among the foliage, were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, within Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's magnetic sphere, they were utterly exposed. Not only their positions but their attacks were laid bare to Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's keen perception. The incoming assaults arrived with lightning speed, but Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's movements were fluid and ghostly, allowing him to evade even those that emerged from his blind spots. Witnessing this, the 2 Jonin in the distance were utterly astonished. What is happening? His agility is astonishing, one exclaimed. Agility? I beg to differ. He clearly anticipates where those projectiles will come from. What remarkable calculation! Iga Jinya marveled. Are you suggesting he is aware of the locations of the others? The shorter Jonin asked, incredulous. Indeed, Iga Jinya affirmed, his gaze growing serious. At this juncture, the battle need not continue. This individual's strength may well surpass both of ours. The shorter Jonin furrowed his brow, murmuring, the Inagawa Association. A mere commercial entity, how could it possess such martial prowess? Shun and Amp, Oppos, be aware of any Chunin with such capabilities under our control within the 4 great clans of the East? Humph, Iga Chinya scoffed. What of hidden strength? In these chaotic times, must one reveal their trump cards to outsiders? This individual demonstrates promise. We should allow him to partake in our endeavors. He had already acknowledged Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, as capabilities in his heart. However, the shorter Jonin remained unconvinced. Is it truly that simple to allow him to join us? Everyone present hails from prestigious backgrounds. If this wild card from the Inagawa Association gains benefits but proves untrustworthy in the future, what then? In response, Iga Chinya chuckled softly. Fear not. The Inagawa Association is but a small commercial entity, incapable of sustaining such strength. A little persuasion will suffice to bring him to our side, should he seek to distance himself after obtaining benefits. We shall eliminate him. The shorter Jonin nodded in agreement, grinning broadly. That is precisely my intention. However, the only formidable forces present here are you and I. Should he emerge from this conflict with arrogance, he may not bow to us. I shall take the lead and temper his pride. The operation against the Fuma clan was spearheaded by them, and the gathered strongmen were all Chunin. With the addition of a Jonin from the Inagawa Association, they naturally harbored reservations, concerned that Lin Chen and Oppos' presence might jeopardize their standing. Then I shall leave it to you, Iga Chinya said, his gaze unwavering as he observed Lin Chen. Your Koga clan is renowned for its swordsmanship. Let me witness it today. The shorter Jonin smiled nonchalantly, casting his gaze aside. If the opportunity arises, I would relish the chance to spar with you. At that moment, Lin Chen was evading amidst the trees. His method of dodging was peculiar, a series of swift, unpredictable movements that left onlookers baffled. In truth, while evading, he was retrieving the kunai embedded in the rocks and trees. Although clad in Jonin attire, he lacked the necessary tools, as the lone wolf had not equipped him. Having gathered enough kunai, Lin Chen decided that further evasion would be futile. It was time to counterattack. He charged toward the nearest Chunin, and when within 20 meters, he flicked his wrist, sending the kunai hurtling forward. Whoosh! The kunai flew at incredible speed, aimed directly at the Chunin, though concealed among the trees. The attack was unerringly precise. Realizing his position had been compromised, the Chunin attempted to escape, clutching the tree trunk and attempting to conceal himself behind it for protection. Yet, upon witnessing this, Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos' lips curled into a slight smirk. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the force field enveloping the kunai shifted direction, ingeniously altering its course. It grazed the tree, heading straight for the Chunin hiding behind it, completely unbeknownst to him. Thud! The expressions of Iga Chinya and his companion shifted dramatically, their composure unraveling. What is happening? His kunai can curve. Chapter 132. The three ghosts of Xian/Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos' kunai missed the towering tree, veering off course to strike the middle-ranked ninja instead. Such a maneuver is truly remarkable, even for these two elite ninjas. The middle-ranked ninja plummeted from the tree, the kunai still lodged in his lower back. A few inches lower, and he would surely lose his manhood. With a swift motion, Lin Chen flipped his right hand, retrieving a shuriken from his spatial pouch and idly toying with it. Shall I unleash another attack? It matters little to me, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Having dispatched one opponent, 3 middle-ranked ninjas remained. Against them, Lin Chen required little more than the manipulation of force fields to direct his projectiles. What could they possibly use to contend with him? Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 dark figures flickered into the vicinity beside Lin Chen. No need for that. The voice belonged to Iga Chinya, whose gaze now bore no trace of previous disdain, replaced instead by earnest seriousness. Even I could not replicate your throwing technique. You are indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly and discarded the shuriken. Well, that was just a casual attempt. At this remark, the hidden observing ninjas could no longer contain themselves. Is that what you call a casual attempt? While the use of projectiles is foundational for ninjas, the skill involved varies greatly. Few could grasp the subtlety of Lin Chen and Oppos' technique, capable of throwing shuriken with precision and manipulation. If this was merely a casual attempt, what did that make them? Heh, you truly are modest, remarked a shorter elite ninja with a grunt. Lin Chen paid little heed to his tone, calmly responding. So what now? I have demonstrated my capabilities. Am I permitted to join your endeavor? Of course, Igha nodded. You possess the strength of an elite ninja, and moreover, you have proven yourself not to be of the Kazama clan. We welcome your participation. However, at this point, Igha and Appo's tone faltered slightly. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him, unsure of the ulterior motives of this Eastern rogue. You may join us, but you must adhere to our directives throughout this operation. Whatever we command, you must comply, without defiance. Otherwise, it could lead to complications for us. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Appo's brow furrowed. To band together and cause trouble, yet be subjected to their orders? Did they overrate their own significance? What kind of reasoning is that? Lin Chen retorted. As far as I know, you are merely seeking to plunder the territory of the Kazama clan, assembling such might for personal gain. If a conflict arises, it shall be a matter of individual strength. Why must I heed your commands? You certainly need not comply. The shorter elite ninja stepped forward. Defeat us, and this operation shall be under your command. We can follow your lead, but only if you ensure we also gain our share. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then raised his gaze to meet his. He nodded. Very well. After all this time, I am not accustomed to following others' orders. Though Lin Chen's tone was calm, there was a palpable intensity to his words. Upon hearing this, the two elite ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes now glinting with a shared sense of combativeness. All right. Then allow me to lead. The shorter elite ninja stepped forward. I am Koga Matsubara, an elite of the Koga clan, skilled in swordsmanship. With that, Koga Matsubara drew his katana, gripping the hilt with both hands, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen. A swordsman, I see. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Glancing at his own short sword, its blade hardly longer than his forearm, a stark contrast to Koga Matsubara and Appo's katana. Noticing this, Koga Matsubara frowned slightly. I apologize, but I possess no blade shorter than this. Lin Chen shrugged, displaying his short sword with a hint of resignation. Friend, I advise you not to underestimate him. The Koga clan and Appo's swordsmanship ranks among the pinnacle of the four great ninja families, Igha cautioned. Each of the four great ninja families excels in different arts, and the Koga clan is renowned for its sword skills. There and Appo's no need for that. Let and Appo's simply engage in combat, Lin Chen said with a slight smile, holding his short sword. This dismissive attitude ignited Koga Matsubara's fury. He felt belittled, just because he was an elite ninja from the Inagawa clan. He thought he could act with impunity after learning a few projectile techniques? Such disdain demanded a lesson. Humph. Be cautious. Koga Matsubara huffed, charging forward. True to his elite status, with a single step, he unleashed his katana, creating an afterimage. Though it appeared as one strike, Lin Chen sensed three identical slashes approaching him through the magnetic field. Lin Chen smiled faintly, raising his sword to block. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Chen and Appo's short sword deftly parried the three strikes, successfully neutralizing Koga Matsubara and Appo's assaults. What? This is the Koga clan and Appo's three ghosts of Xian Slash. How did you perceive it? Koga Matsubara recoiled, incredulity etched on his face. The three ghosts of Xian Slash involves executing three rapid strikes with a single katana in the blink of an eye. A technique the Koga clan hones from a young age. It is a secret art, difficult to anticipate without prior experience against them. Koga Matsubara intended to make Lin Chen suffer, yet was taken aback to find his attack thwarted. Igha, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. The Koga clan and Appo's three ghosts of Xian Slash is elusive and deceptive. A moment and Appo's hesitation could spell doom. He had once fallen prey to this technique during a spar with a Koga ninja. Yet, Lin Chen had successfully defended against it. Moreover, he had done so wielding a mere short sword. You should have been a tad quicker. I fear I wouldn't have been able to defend myself otherwise. Lin Chen remarked with a humble smile. However, his tone only fueled Koga Matsubara's anger further. Once more, he charged ahead. Flash. Realizing Lin Chen's reaction speed was exceptional, Koga Matsubara resolved to employ unscrupulous tactics, aiming to sever Lin Chen and Appo's short sword with his katana. If the sword were broken, the swordsman would face defeat. Yet, Lin Chen had anticipated Koga Matsubara's intentions, preemptively reinforcing his short sword with a force field for protection. Even a cannon's fire would struggle to damage this blade. Clang. The two swords clashed, sparking upon impact. Lin Chen, with a deft flick of his wrist, exerted pressure. Under his control, the surrounding force field enveloped Koga Matsubara and Appo's katana. then suddenly constricted. Snap. Chapter 133. Ninjutsu? I have some skills too. The blade shattered, splintering like glass pierced by a bullet, fragments flying in every direction. Koga Matsubara withdrew, relinquishing the hilt of his sword as it broke apart. It was not a matter of choice, but rather a consequence of Lin Chen's overwhelming force. The shockwave resonating through his arms, leaving them numb. As he struggled to create distance, Matsubara and Appo's gaze was filled with astonishment. In a clash of strength, his katana was no match for Lin Chen and Appo's, a short sword? How could this be possible? What kind of divine weapon is that sword in your hand? Matsubara glared at Lin Chen and Appo's, a short sword, his voice laced with fury. He could not fathom that an ordinary short sword could shatter his katana. Really? Lin Chen raised his sword nonchalantly. It's just an ordinary short sword, quite commonplace. Impossible. Before he could finish, Matsubara gritted his teeth and retorted. My katana is forged from high-quality steel and has remained unscathed for years. How could it be shattered by an ordinary short sword? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sighed in exasperation. Excuses after losing were indeed typical of the Easterners. All right, let us disregard that last round and start anew. I can manage without it. Can and Appo's, Ti? Lin Chen shrugged, his tone laced with indifference. Matsubara fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, then shifted his eyes to the side. Bring me a sword. Soon, a shadow emerged from the thickets, delivering 2 katana to him. Without hesitation, Matsubara took one. He then shot Lin Chen a look. Let us both use ordinary katana and settle this once and for all. Observing the katana presented before him, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I'm not accustomed to such things. He bent down and picked up a stick from the ground, roughly the length of his forearm and slightly thicker than an adult's thumb. Seeing this, Matsubara, who had just regained his composure, was once again flustered. Wait, what does this mean? Are you trying to humiliate me? Matsubara and Appo's eyes flashed with a hint of menace, his expression darkening. No, Donna and Appo's, misunderstand, Lin Chen said slowly, as he removed the errant branches from the stick. Using this will highlight my swordsmanship. If I were to use the same weapon as you, Wooden and Appo's, that be unfair? This statement shifted the mood not only for Matsubara but also for Iga, who stood behind him, his expression one of shock. He was indeed provoking the Koga clan and Appo's swordsmanship. Matsubara and Appo's face darkened, turmoil brewing within him. If his inner state were likened to the sea, it would be tumultuous waves crashing fiercely. Fine, you're asking for it. If you get hurt or worse, don't blame me. Matsubara roared, launching his attack. The situation mirrored the earlier confrontation, with Lin Chen attempting to parry the strike with his makeshift weapon. Sensing Lin Chen's intent, Matsubara scoffed. Humph, fool. Do you think you can block my strike with a mere stick? That and Appo's a foolish dream. With both hands on the hilt, Matsubara struck down with all his might. Secret technique, 1 slash. The katana in his hands glimmered, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Yet, Lin Chen made the same move as before, countering with a reverse block. The stick collided with the katana. Clang. The impact echoed, and the katana and Appo's force field extended like tendrils reaching upward. Lin Chen concentrated, and with a crack, the hard surface of the katana was etched with lines, splintering into shards in an instant. Matsubara, gripping the hilt, was left dazed. Once again, Lin Chen had shattered his katana with a mere stick. This was utterly inconceivable. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Matsubara and Appo's eyes were fixated on Lin Chen in disbelief. Matsubara, stop clinging to false hope. If I am not mistaken, the sword technique you just witnessed is the blade shock technique. As a member of the Koga clan, have you not heard of its true power, which lies not in the weapon, but in the wielder's mastery? Iga interjected thoughtfully. The blade shock technique is a common maneuver in swordsmanship, primarily used to shatter an opponent's weapon. Its effectiveness is independent of the weapon's material. Rather, it hinges on the practitioner's control over their strength. It is said that a swordsman skilled in this technique can easily shatter an opponent's weapon, regardless of its composition. Although it is a fundamental technique, very few can execute it to perfection. Of course, I know. Matsubara gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. But as a member of the Koga clan, I cannot accept being outperformed in swordsmanship by someone else. I refuse to accept that. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. So, this was the source of Matsubara's turmoil. Unexpectedly, this young man possessed quite a bit of confidence. Matsubara, this is the truth. And you must accept it. IGA Chia said helplessly. He then stepped forward, addressing Matsubara directly. This friend's skills are indeed remarkable. However, when compared to the ninjutsu of my IGA clan, they still fall short. As he said this, IGA Chia turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Friend, I acknowledge your prowess surpasses Matsubara's in swordplay. You are permitted to disregard my orders during this mission, provided you act within reason. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen was observing him closely. After a moment, he turned slightly and said, let us not jump to conclusions just yet. Ninjutsu. I have some expertise in that as well. At those words, IGA Chia's expression shifted slightly. Hidden weapons, sword techniques, ninjutsu, these are the three main disciplines of a ninja. Typically, a ninja proficient in any one discipline could stand firm, while those skilled in two are deemed geniuses. Lin Chen had already demonstrated his proficiency in hidden weapons and sword techniques. Now he claimed to possess knowledge of ninjutsu as well. How could this be possible? Oh, are you suggesting you wish to compete with me in ninjutsu? IGA Chia and Appo's gaze turned icy. The origins of Eastern ninjutsu lie within my esteemed IGA clan. Are you certain of this? Lin Chen, unfazed by his threatening demeanor, inquired. If I win, these ninjas present will have to heed my commands, correct? IGA Chia nodded, his expression profound. Indeed. Very well then, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. His condescending tone ignited a sense of indignation within IGA Chia. Humph. If that's the case, then prepare to face my skills. IGA Chia declared coldly. With tension palpable, Matsubara retreated repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He never expected Lin Chen to have the audacity to challenge IGA Chia's ninjutsu. Having experienced his might firsthand, Matsubara was certain that IGA Chia would reclaim his honor. Even if, by some chance, IGA Chia were to lose, it would merely serve as a testament to Lin Chen's strength, surpassing both of them. His loss is not shameful. Chapter 134. The Art of the Great Waterfall. Beware, my friend. Should you perish due to my ninjutsu, I shall not provide any explanation to the Inagawa clan. IGA Chia glared intensely at Lin Chen, issuing a menacing threat. All right then, Lin Chen replied, placing one hand on his hip while the other formed an and amp. Appo's. Okay, and amp. Appo's. Gesture. Exuding an air of nonchalance. IGA Chia inhaled deeply, a fierce hostility radiating from his countenance. Since Lin Chen had chosen this path, he would grant him his wish. Fire release. Meteor fire. As IGA Chia altered his hand seals, it appeared as though he was truly conjuring something formidable. Lin Chen, intrigued, began to observe him through the magnetic field. He discerned that as IGA Chia manipulated the hand seals, a surge of energy also coursed through his own body, becoming increasingly tumultuous. Once the power had amassed, IGA Chia pressed his right hand to his mouth and inhaled sharply. Who? A series of blazing crimson fireballs erupted as if summoned from thin air, hurtling towards Lin Chen with a fierce velocity. The fiery orbs radiated an intense heat, causing the surrounding air to dry out dramatically. Yet, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, firmly planting one foot on the ground. Arise. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath him shattered, and a massive earthen wall surged upwards, standing resolutely before Lin Chen. The onlooking Koga Matsubara, who had anticipated witnessing Lin Chen and Appo's disarray, was suddenly taken aback. His expression frozen in disbelief. Lin Chen can also utilize the 5 elemental ninjutsu? And without hand seals, he can perform ninjutsu. How is this possible? Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs struck the surface of the earthen wall with tremendous force, yet, bolstered by the force field, the wall remained unscathed. Heh. Lin Chen and Appo's lips curled into a smile. He was certainly no master of ninjutsu. The towering earthen wall was merely a result of the force field distorting the ground. A testament to sheer strength. IGA Chia, thwarted in his assault, narrowed his eyes, a wave of irritation washing over him. Lin Chen possessed an array of techniques. If he did not resolve this swiftly, what would become of his reputation? You two can wield ninjutsu, very well. However, as an elite jonin of the IGA clan, I excel in all 5 elemental techniques. You are no match for me. As he spoke, IGA Chia surged forward, while executing his hand seals. Lin Chen observed as the trees along his path seemed to awaken, growing wildly. Oh? Lin Chen was momentarily startled. This Eastern ninja and Appo's ninjutsu could even influence the surrounding environment? Fascinating. Lin Chen remained rooted, eager to experience his techniques firsthand. Would release, all things grow. As IGA Chia approached within 10 meters, vines erupted from the ground, spiraling upwards. The verdant tendrils grew at a pace surpassing even IgA Chia and Apos' advance, encircling Lin Chen in a constricting embrace. Simultaneously, the trees around him came alive, their leaves darting downwards like stinging bees, creating an attack that was flawless and without escape. Lin Chen smirked, drawing his short sword to defend himself. While the leaves acted as projectiles, numerous as they were, they could not evade Lin Chen and Apos' magnetic field detection, even from behind. He could effortlessly parry the incoming assault without turning around. Swish, swish, swish. The leaves that sought to ambush Lin Chen were effortlessly severed by his blade. Meanwhile, the surrounding vines surged towards him with ferocity. Lin Chen empowered his sword with the force field, continuing to fend off the onslaught. Though the vines appeared resilient, they remained fragile under the force field's influence. Lin Chen carved a path through them with his sword, simultaneously retreating. He scanned his surroundings, contemplating the elements necessary to simulate various ninjutsu. In his line of sight, apart from the surrounding trees, there was only a waterfall. Among the 5 elements, Lin Chen could replicate ninjutsu of wood, water, and earth. As this realization dawned upon him, a cracking sound echoed. The branches of the nearby trees twisted ominously. Lin Chen glanced up to discover that the forest had seemingly deemed him an enemy. The branches twisted towards him. Whoosh, 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 like javelins. The branches descended upon him with greater force than the previous leaf barrage. Well, you can do that? I can wield would release too, Lin Chen thought, focusing his energy. The ancient tree nearest to him trembled. A powerful magnetic field enveloped the trunk, as if a divine hand were plucking a blade of grass. Crash. The ancient tree was uprooted, toppling towards Lin Chen. However, it did not crash down upon him. Rather, it fell horizontally, shielding him from the incoming branches. What? In the distance, IgA Chia and Apos' jaw dropped in astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Would release? This is also would release. Fortunately, IgA Chia understood the principle of the 5 elements mutual restraint. Fire release inherently countered would release. Swiftly, IgA Chia initiated his next ninjutsu. As his hand seals transformed, the power within him surged ever stronger. The fluctuations in the magnetic field compelled Lin Chen's attention. Bang! With a thought, the ancient tree that had shielded him collapsed to the ground, and Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the preparing IgA Chia. A force greater than before? This young ninja was about to unleash a powerful technique. Lin Chen pondered, casting his eyes towards the distant waterfall, which lay beyond his reach. Since he could not affect it, he would move closer. With this resolve, Lin Chen leaped into action, soaring to the treetops, charging towards the waterfall. Run? You cannot escape. Seeing Lin Chen retreat, IgA Chia assumed he was afraid and let out a derisive laugh. Changing his hand seals, IgA Chia propelled himself upwards, leaping into the treetops in pursuit of Lin Chen. The two engaged in a thrilling chase, the distance between them remaining unchanged. What technique was IgA Chia preparing? Why were his hand seals so intricate? You do not grasp it. The more complex the technique, the more powerful it becomes. It is said that Lord Chia excels in fire-release ninjutsu. Could it be that today I will witness the IgA clan and Apos' mastery of fire release? The observing ninjas, though keeping their distance, were riveted to the scene, fearful of missing any detail of this extraordinary battle between elite jonin. At last, as the waterfall entered Lin Chen and Apos' range of influence, he came to a sudden halt atop the treetops. Behind him, IgA Chia and Apos' ultimate technique was ready. Not planning to escape? Perfect. Let me demonstrate the IgA clan and Apos' fire release mastery. Fire release, blazing flamestorm. With IgA Chia and Apos' final hand seal, the gentle breeze shifted, transforming into a scorching gale. Centered around IgA Chia, a fiery serpent surged skyward, spiraling and consolidating in the air. The terrifying heat wave even sent shivers down the spines of the distant onlooking ninjas. From afar, it resembled a tornado forged of flames. Not to mention the elite ninjas, even those who surpassed them would scarcely be able to withstand such a formidable ninjutsu. In contrast, Lin Chen arched an eyebrow upon witnessing the fiery vortex and then broke into a grin. Is it fire release? How fortuitous. With that, Lin Chen clapped his hands, causing the space before him to warp rapidly. Simultaneously, beneath the distant waterfall, a colossal distorted space began to take shape. The cascading waters were entirely drawn into this space. Allow me to demonstrate my water release, which should be aptly named the Great Waterfall Technique. Chapter 135, The Ancestor of Muni with a resounding clap. As Lin Chen pressed his palms together, a waterfall surged forth from a distant space, cascading down in torrents like a furious spring. Simultaneously, Lin Chen expanded the surrounding space to its fullest extent. The clash between water and flame produced a sizzling sound. In the distance, Iga Chia observed this spectacle, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. Such an extensive water release. This rivals the secret techniques of my Iga clan. How can this be possible? Ninjutsu is categorized by levels, ordinary and profound. In the realm of ninjas, only ordinary ninjutsu is widely disseminated, while profound techniques are mastered by but a select few. The Iga clan possesses the most profound ninjutsu among all ninja families in the Eastern Isles, and thus maintains stringent control over it. Even if such techniques were to circulate outside, they would not be overly potent. Yet, Lin Chen's maneuver shattered Iga Chia's understanding. Unbeknownst to him, among the profound techniques circulating, there existed one called the Great Waterfall Technique, which indeed summoned a waterfall. The endless flow of water naturally countered Iga Chia's blazing storm. The surging heat rapidly subsided under the torrents. Once Iga Chia's technique was entirely neutralized, Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite the enhancement of his mental energy, allowing him to create interconnected spaces, the magnitude of the recent spatial shift had proven taxing. Coupled with his earlier skirmishes with the Chunin, Lin Chen, and Appos, mental expenditure was considerable. However, Iga Chia remained oblivious to these struggles, perched upon a tree crown. A look of dejection filled his eyes. The fire release technique just employed was his forte, yet he found himself vanquished by Lin Chen in his own realm of expertise. This was intolerable for Iga Chia. Nevertheless, despite his fierce pride, he understood the value of humility. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I concede. Upon hearing this, the surrounding ninjas gasped in disbelief. Iga Chia, renowned for his mastery of ninjutsu, had voluntarily admitted defeat to an outsider? Such an occurrence was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Koga Matsubara, relieved, felt a sense of vindication. Thankfully, Iga Chia had also lost, sparing him from embarrassment. You have triumphed. We shall follow your command in this endeavor. Iga Chia clenched his teeth, indignantly adding, of course, it must be reasonable guidance. Should you lead us to our demise, we shall certainly refuse. In response, Lin Chen offered a faint smile and nodded, naturally. How could I allow you to perish? These individuals were the key to restraining the Fuma clan. It would be folly to let them sacrifice themselves. Esteemed friend, Koga Matsubara leaped closer, now standing beside Iga Chia. His earlier frustration at having lost to Lin Chen replaced by excitement. I am yet unaware of your clan. I have heard that the Inakawa clan often recruits ninjas from other families. You must possess formidable strength to have caught their attention. Lin Chen paused, suddenly struck by the realization, his name. He had prepared extensively, yet had overlooked this crucial detail. Fortunately, an idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly devised a name for himself. I am called Muni, not of a ninja lineage, but merely a student of certain techniques under the tutelage of a master. His humble declaration elicited a shared glance of confusion between Iga Chia and Koga Matsubara. Muni? That surname seems rather rare, Koga Matsubara remarked, furrowing his brow. Iga Chia nodded, contemplating. Indeed, it is uncommon, likely from a distant lineage, one I have yet to hear of. Suddenly, Iga Chia turned to Lin Chen and inquired. You mentioned not hailing from a ninja family. Are all these skills self-taught? Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Iga Chia gasped in disbelief. To possess such a vast array of techniques without a ninja heritage, and to surpass even Koga Matsubara of the Koga clan, was utterly unfathomable. Pray tell, who is your master? Iga Chia asked cautiously, aware that a mentor capable of nurturing such talent must be renowned in the ninja world. Perhaps even connected to the Iga clan. Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. His master? How bold of him to inquire. Since the question had been posed, he decided to be forthright. Clearing his throat, he continued, I shall refrain from revealing my master's full name, yet he is my guiding light into the world of ninjas. Others call him Naruto. Upon hearing this name, both Iga Chia and Koga Matsubara exchanged puzzled glances. Naruto? An unfamiliar name. Is there such a hidden master in the ninja world? To have produced a student like Lin Chen, this Naruto must indeed be formidable. Perhaps he has lived incognito, his strength concealed among the masses. Muni-kun, your master must surely be a great ninja. Koga Matsubara complimented. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, indeed. He is a remarkable ninja. With a twinkle in his eye, Lin Chen continued, but let us set that aside for now. I require comprehensive intelligence regarding our objectives for this operation. Previously, Lin Chen had only gathered vague information from the lone wolf and sought to understand the specifics. Since these individuals were preparing to act against the Fuma clan, they must have thoroughly prepared their intelligence. Koga Matsubara nodded assuredly, of course, having been conquered by your strength. The intelligence we have gathered is yours to share. He gestured behind him. Come forth. Meet the chief commander of our operation. Throughout this endeavor, we shall heed Munikuin's counsel. As Koga Matsubara issued his command, a flurry of agile black figures emerged from the dense foliage. Lin Chen, upon recognizing the insignia on their shoulders, felt a twinge of surprise. Aside from Iga Chiya and Koga Matsubara, who were Jonin, the rest were all Chunin. Come. This is Munikuin. Everyone greet the ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Chapter 136. The beginning of action. After a brief exchange, Lin Chen gained a preliminary understanding of the strength of these ninjas. Firstly, there was their number. Aside from the two Jonin, Iga Chiya and Koga Matsubara, the number of Chunin was astonishingly high at 13. This count did not include the few who had been injured by Lin Chen, as their confrontation with him had inevitably affected them, both physically and spiritually. Thus, Lin Chen consciously excluded them from the ranks. Their objective was the ruins of the Divine Emperor Temple within the territory of the Fuma clan. It was said that on a certain night not long ago, a radiant light had erupted from the temple ruins, suggesting that some treasure had emerged. Despite being one of the four great ninja clans, the Fuma clan's influence had significantly waned. Hence, other ninja families dared to inquire about the matter. The Fuma clan members, however, remained tight-lipped, even claiming that it was mere fabrication by outsiders. Yet, the radiant light from the temple ruins had not dimmed. Some insiders from the Fuma clan had hinted that it was a treasure left by the Divine Emperor himself. If it could be retrieved, it would surely alter the Fuma clan and Appos' declining fortunes, allowing them to once again stand proudly among the four great families. However, the Divine Emperor himself showed no interest in the matter. Since the Divine Emperor did not intend to intervene, other ninja families felt emboldened to take action, leading to a conspiracy against the Fuma clan spearheaded by the Iga and Koga clans, gathering members from various smaller ninja families. With 2 Jonin and over 10 Chunin, they were prepared to investigate. When Lin Chen arrived, due to the strength of the Jonin and his identity as a member of the Inagawara Association, he became the target of attention. Nevertheless, after defeating 2 Jonin in succession, he showcased his formidable prowess, earning the respect of those around him. Regardless of the corner of the world, the principle of respect for strength remains unchanging. Ancestor, we have been here for several days. Those brave enough to wade into this murky water have already arrived. There is no need to wait any longer. When shall we act? Koga Matsubara inquired. Looking at Lin Chen. Tonight, Lin Chen replied decisively. You are gathering such a formidable force. I doubt the Fuma clan is unprepared. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Therefore, I intend to act tonight. Hearing his resolute tone, Iga Chiya hesitated. Tonight? Is that not too soon? I feel, before he could finish, Koga Matsubara interjected, I believe Ancestor is right. Although we have conveyed our messages through underground channels, the Fuma clan is not foolish and must be aware of our intentions. They will undoubtedly set up heavy ambushes at the Divine Emperor Temple ruins. The more time we take, the better prepared they will be, and our opportunities will dwindle. I think we should proceed tonight. Upon hearing this, Iga Chiya gave him a peculiar glance. He understood Koga Matsubara and Appos' temperament well. He had always been defiant against heaven and earth. Now, his keen interest could only mean one thing. Koga Matsubara had been impressed. The Koga clan was renowned for its swordsmanship, with a clear hierarchy of strength and respect. His attitude was indeed normal under these circumstances. Very well. We shall act tonight as you say. Iga Chiya reluctantly acquiesced, though he did not show much of his inner conflict. Wonderful. After lying in wait for several days, we are finally going into action. Do not underestimate them. They are the Fuma clan after all. The Fuma clan? Humph. I have heard that their heavenly ninja and other skilled ninjas have been dispatched elsewhere, serving as guards for some Huaxia individuals. They must have little fighting force left. Serving as guards for Huaxia people? How disgraceful. Do they still deserve to be counted among the 4 great ninja clans? Hiki. Perhaps after tonight's operation, my Aboi clan will replace the Fuma clan and ascend to the ranks of the 4 great ninja families. Upon overhearing this conversation, Lin Chen turned his gaze toward the last speaker and inquired, Aoi clan? What is your name? Straightening his back at Lin Chen and Appos' question, the ninja replied, Ancestor. I'm Aoi 10. 10? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself. 10. As in the sky? Aoi Ten looked puzzled. Sensing Lin Chen and Amp, Appo's interest in his surname. Do you have a sister or a younger sibling? Lin Chen asked, his expression curious. At this, Aoi Ten and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, How did you know? My father named us both with the meaning of the sky. I am Aoi Ten. And my younger sister is called. Stop. I understand, Lin Chen interjected, waving his hand. It's best not to say more. Aoi Ten wore a confused expression, bewildered by the abrupt change in the conversation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, having garnered the trust of the ninja group, Koga Matsubara took the lead, guiding the party toward the territory of the Fuma clan. Ancestor. The ruins of the Divine Emperor Temple are located in a valley, with steep terrain on both sides, so we can only charge in from the front. However, the Fuma clan has faced numerous troubles recently, so they likely do not have many forces stationed here, Koga Matsubara explained casually. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. A valley? That means if we charge in from the front, we can only retreat through the same path if we need to escape. That would waste time. It seems that once we create a disturbance over there, we must withdraw immediately. Otherwise, if the Fuma clan and Amp, Appo's heavenly ninja returns, even if I wish to flee, I will be trapped. Soon, after following Koga Matsubara for several kilometers, the surroundings began to change slightly, revealing a terrain resembling a ravine. Ancestor, that is the entrance. Koga Matsubara pointed ahead, indicating the mountain pass. The group descended from the treetops, gazing at the narrow mountain pass not far away, their eyes filled with excitement. Within the valley, a faint golden light rose toward the heavens. Such terrain allowed them to glimpse the radiance within. What kind of treasure could be hidden here? It was unimaginable. Within Lin Chen's perception, apart from their group, he sensed no other unusual magnetic fields. It appeared that there was nothing amiss in the vicinity. However, once they entered the valley, uncertainty prevailed. Let us proceed, Lin Chen commanded, leading the way. The two Jonin exchanged glances, hesitant to take the lead. They followed closely behind Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the Chunin preferred to stay sheltered behind these powerful figures, waiting for the right moment to make their move in the Divine Emperor Temple. As Lin Chen and the group reached the mountain pass, his steps suddenly halted. He frowned. As although difficult to discern with the naked eye, Lin Chen's magnetic field promptly alerted him to an anomaly ahead. The entrance was less than 10 meters wide, and the area had been rigged with numerous nearly invisible transparent wires. Lin Chen's instinct warned him that should they disturb these wires, their presence would be exposed. Wait, there is an ambush here. Chapter 137, Truly a Grand Ancestor. An ambush? As Lin Chen's voice fell, the surrounding ninjas erupted in astonishment. The area was expansive. How could there be an ambush here? Indeed, while the Wind Demon clan excelled in hidden weapons and traps, this open terrain was clearly not suitable for such schemes. Grand Ancestor, are you perhaps overthinking this? The surrounding ninjas displayed expressions of confusion. As ninjas, they were all well-versed in the principles of hidden weapons and traps. The first lesson was to understand the environment suitable for setting traps. This vast expanse, with sparse trees, made concealment nearly impossible. Moreover, the Wind Demon clan, renowned for their traps, surely understood this principle. Don and Appo's, do you believe it? Go see for yourself. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, gesturing ahead. A skeptical Nin stepped forward. Tall and proud. Grand Ancestor, it's not that I distrust you, but this place is undoubtedly unsuitable for traps. The only area where a trap might be set is atop the cliff. This high cliff towers over 100 meters. Even if there were a trap, we would easily detect it. His words brimmed with arrogance, clearly dismissing the Wind Demon clan, as he strode ahead without a care. However, the two Jonin exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly serious as they looked at Lin Chen. While others might be uncertain, Lin Chen's words held significant weight. Reluctant to provoke trouble, they chose to heed his warning. As for the Nin, he continued, though the pathway is narrow, the cliffs on both sides are rocky, making trap installation impossible. You can rest assured. Before he could finish, his body collided with the hidden wire at the mountain and Amp, Appo's entrance. Crack, crack, crack. The faint sound of the wire snapping immediately caught his attention. Hidden wire? Humph. A mere trinket used to trigger traps. I shall see how your Wind Demon clan sets traps in such terrain. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, surveying the cliffs on either side of the mountain entrance. The moment the hidden wire was triggered, Lin Chen sensed a disturbance in the magnetic field of the cliff's surface, as if something had been activated. If one were to lie in wait atop the cliff, they might hear the faint sounds of mechanisms at work. However, the howling wind at the mountain entrance drowned out those subtle sounds. making it nearly impossible for the Nin to notice. But then, whoosh, 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 from the cliffs on either side, several gleaming projectiles seemingly appeared out of thin air, hurtling toward the Nin with formidable force. Strictly speaking, they were not aimed solely at him, but rather launched as a widespread assault toward everyone standing at the mountain entrance, descending like a torrential rain of blades. Watch out. Hidden weapons. Could it be that there truly was a trap? A technique of the Wind Demon clan. There were too many. Quickly, take cover. The Nin, though he swiftly drew his katana in an attempt to defend against the barrage of hidden weapons, found himself overwhelmed by their sheer number and his own sluggish reflexes. Only when the hidden weapons pierced his body did he realize that they were slender needles, each the length of a finger. Moreover, as the needles grazed his skin, he could feel a tingling sensation. Be careful. He had nowhere to escape, and could only turn around desperately, shouting, "It's poisoned." The hidden weapons themselves were not particularly powerful. In battle, they served primarily as a feint. However, if laced with poison, the situation would be entirely different. Hidden weapons thrived on stealth, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to strike fatally at the slightest misstep. Upon hearing the warning, the others hastily retreated, including the two Nin. Yet, Lin Chen remained unmoved. Through his perception of the magnetic field, the tiny hidden weapons appeared magnified before his eyes. He merely sidestepped slightly, gliding forward like a serpent, evading the dense onslaught without even drawing his short sword. To the eyes of the others, Lin Chen advanced through the relentless barrage of hidden weapons, yet not a single projectile struck him. This elusive and extraordinary agility was nothing short of astonishing. The two Nin, who had just found refuge, were taken aback to see Lin Chen actively confronting the hidden weapons, yet emerging unscathed. What kind of technique is this? How could he evade such a torrential downpour of hidden weapons? It was utterly incomprehensible. They exchanged incredulous glances, both harboring a shared thought. Has Lin Chen truly awakened? However, Lin Chen was not as at ease as he appeared. With such a dense flurry of attacks, complete evasion was impossible. Yet, he could envelop his body in a magnetic field. As the attack struck him, they would deflect harmlessly away due to the force field and Oppo's manipulation. Speed was on his side, alleviating any concern of exposure. In a nutshell, he merely needed to play the part. To an outsider, Lin Chen and Oppo's method of evasion seemed highly unnatural. Was this the type of agility a Nin should possess? While deftly navigating the onslaught, Lin Chen continued to observe through the magnetic field. The closer he got, the more he sensed the astonishing hidden weapon mechanisms within the cliff. It turned out that both sides of the cliff at the mountain entrance had been transformed into concealed weapon launchers. On the surface, they appeared as solid rock, but within, numerous launch holes lay concealed. Such secrecy rendered the launch of hidden weapons nearly silent. Without Lin Chen's capabilities, it would be challenging to uncover the mechanisms at play. Now that the trap had been triggered, the Wind Demon clan would likely be alerted. It was best to notify them first. Lin Chen and Oppo's right hand gently rested on his abdomen, where he concealed a communication token from the Inagawa clan. With a click, Lin Chen activated the message transmission device, ensuring that the lone wolf would receive his signal. The message sent indicated that Lin Chen had commenced his actions. Meanwhile, the lone wolf would keep watch over the Wang clan's residence. If the Wind Demon clan and Oppo's Nin departed, they could strike to eliminate the entire Wang clan simultaneously. Should the Wind Demon clan and Oppo's Nin leave, the lone wolf would send a message to Lin Chen, allowing him ample time to retreat and ensure his safety. With the message dispatched, Lin Chen felt unburdened. His gaze sharpened as he focused intently on a specific point on the left cliff. The mechanisms had been triggered by the tremors in this area, launching the hidden weapons. If he could destroy this joint mechanism, he could dismantle the internal structure. Before his words faded, Lin Chen leapt toward the left cliff, aiming his sword at the concealed mechanism hidden behind the rock. Swish! With the enhancement of the force field, Lin Chen and Oppo's short sword pierced through the rock, penetrating deep within. Not only that, but the sword's length was insufficient to reach the mechanism inside, prompting Lin Chen to allow the force field to expand internally. The strong vibration spread, and the force field instantly enveloped the mechanism and Oppo's core, rapidly contracting inward. Crack! The mechanism was effortlessly destroyed, halting the activation of the hidden weapons on this cliff face. Witnessing this scene, the ninjas hiding outside the mountain entrance were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment. This, with just a single stroke, has dismantled the mechanism? Truly deserving of the venerable ancestors. Chapter 138. Can you not show off? The other ninjas were left in awe by Lin Chen and Oppo's swordsmanship. Kakashi Matsubara and Oppo's eyes widened, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Before everyone, Lin Chen employed the same technique to dismantle the mechanisms on the opposite side, executing the task with remarkable efficiency and decisiveness. It was only when all the hidden weapons ceased their assault that Kakashi Matsubara regained his senses, still feeling a dizzying sensation in his mind. He turned to IGA Chiya, his voice trembling as he asked, "Chiya-kun, did you see that clearly?" IGA Chiya and Amp, Appo's expression was grave. Had he been tasked with disabling the mechanisms, he would have resorted to broad Earth-style ninjutsu to dismantle the internal contraptions. However, he could never achieve the ease with which Lin Chen had done so. Shaking his head, IGA Chiya replied somberly, "I can only surmise that he struck the critical core of the mechanism. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to dismantle the concealed traps beneath." Meanwhile, Kakashi Matsubara and Appo's gaze became fervent as he interjected, "Not only that. Did you witness his sword technique? He pierced the rock. This is the advanced essence of swordsmanship." Kakashi Matsubara could no longer contain his expressions. What captivated him was not merely Lin Chen and Appo's dismantling of the hidden mechanisms, but the astounding fact that Lin Chen and Appo's sword effortlessly penetrated solid rock. What did this signify? The short sword in Lin Chen and Appo's hand was undoubtedly of ordinary craftsmanship, something any blacksmith could forge. Yet Lin Chen wielded it with such prowess that it could pierce through the hardest stone. His mastery in swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. Were Lin Chen to belong to the Kakashi clan, his recent swordplay would be regarded as one of the advanced secrets, iron-cutting technique. Only those with formidable swordsmanship could sever all, be it tough steel or stone, with a single stroke. Such sword techniques were skills that only ninjas above the rank of human ninja or celestial ninja could master within the Kakashi clan. Even Kakashi Matsubara himself could not achieve such feats with a mere tool of common make. Lin Chen and Appo's swordsmanship was not only superior to his own but vastly beyond it. While he could not fully comprehend the nuances, IGA Chiya solemnly remarked, "Indeed, that strike of our ancestor is exceptional. A genius. If he were a member of the Kakashi clan, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a prodigy." Kakashi Matsubara exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, IGA Chiya frowned, questioning, "What do you mean by that? Do you intend to recruit him into the Kakashi clan?" At this, IGA Chiya scoffed, advising, "You should not entertain such fanciful thoughts. Although the Inagawa Association is not particularly renowned, with a powerful shinobi like our ancestor, how could they possibly let him go? Unless you can present him with irresistible terms." In response, Kakashi Matsubara offered a faint smile, his gaze laced with disdain. The Inagawa Association? Just a small merchant guild. When it comes to financial prowess, the Kakashi clan is not necessarily inferior. If sufficient incentives are provided, our ancestor will undoubtedly choose to join us. It seemed he was confident of success. That may not be the case. The terms you offer may not surpass those of our IGA clan. IGA Chiya interjected suddenly. Kakashi Matsubara paused, his expression one of confusion and hostility. "You? Chiya-kun, are you also interested in him? His displayed abilities in swordsmanship, if he were to join the Kakashi clan, he could certainly become a pillar of strength. Why not?" IGA Chiya replied with a sly smile. "Our ancestor and Appo's ninjutsu bears no resemblance to that of the IGA clan, even foregoing the cumbersome hand seals during release. If he were to join our IGA clan, I could offer family ninjutsu in exchange, learning his method of releasing ninjutsu. Moreover, he would not need to assist our clan in any manner. It would merely be a matter of mutual benefit. Such terms are far more generous than what the Kakashi clan can offer. After all, the Kakashi clan seeks Lin Chen and Appo's strength, while the IGA clan merely wishes to engage in a transaction with him. The superiority of our conditions is crystal clear." "Humph, your words are sweet. But do you think I am unaware of the IGA clan and Appo's true nature?" Kakashi Matsubara challenged. "Oh, how does your Kakashi clan stack up against us?" IGA Chiya retorted with a smile. The two engaged in a verbal duel, neither yielding ground, occasionally sparking disputes over which clan had ancestral ties to Lin Chen. However, as the mechanisms at the mountain and Appo's entrance were dismantled, Lin Chen called out, "All right, we can proceed." The other middle-ranking ninjas emerged from their hiding spots. Observing this, Kakashi Matsubara huffed defiantly, stating, "Which clan he chooses to join is yet to be seen." With that, he stormed toward the mountain entrance in a fit of anger. In contrast, IGA Chiya remained composed, smiling lightly. How trivial. The first middle-ranking ninja who had ventured into the mountain mouth lay motionless on the ground. his body riddled with steel needles, resembling a hedgehog. His demise was attributed to the potent poison contained within the needles. His corpse had taken on a green hue, with skin rotting, leaving not a single intact patch. The gruesome sight instilled fear in the hearts of the other middle-ranking ninjas. They resolved to heed Lin Chen and Apos' advice. Had they not, they might not have reached the ruins of the Divine Emperor Temple at the Valley and Apos' end, succumbing to peril along the way. With this lesson in mind, the others approached with greater caution, as the valley narrowed to less than 10 meters wide, becoming increasingly constricted. Should they fall into an ambush here? The myriad traps and hidden weapons would surely spell disaster. Thus, even two upper-ranking ninjas obediently followed in Lin Chen's wake. Suddenly, Lin Chen fixed his gaze on a particular cliffside ahead, cautioning, "There are still traps. Tread carefully." Yet, despite his words, Lin Chen and Apos' pace did not falter as he continued forward. This perplexed Kakashi Matsubara. "Ancestor, aren't and Apos, see their traps ahead? Why do you continue to advance?" Lin Chen glanced back at him, a relaxed smile gracing his face. "Indeed, there are traps, but they are one-time use, no need to dismantle them. Besides, those traps cannot reach me, so there is no reason to halt." Upon hearing this, the ninjas trailing Lin Chen wore expressions of astonishment. Almost every one of them thought of a single word: arrogance. Such ostentation. Can he not survive without it? Just as Kakashi Matsubara prepared to caution Lin Chen against recklessness, Lin Chen had already stepped forward, snapping an invisible line. "Oh, right, I accidentally triggered the traps. Be careful." Kakashi Matsubara? Chapter 139. No one can escape. In the narrow mountain valley path, various hidden weapons were instantly triggered, cascading like a relentless fine rain. Not only in speed but also in sheer numbers. These hidden weapons were designed for a single activation, lacking any subsequent replenishment, unlike the traps at the mountain pass. Thus, Lin Chen was disinclined to expend effort dealing with them. After all, those weapons posed no threat to him. Amidst this relentless assault of concealed projectiles, Lin Chen showcased an extraordinary display of agility, evading the onslaught with a serpentine grace. Although the weapons were aimed directly at him, Lin Chen adeptly sidestepped their trajectories, eluding the surprise attacks with impeccable timing. This unpredictable and seemingly chaotic movement allowed him to evade all projectiles. However, the others were far less fortunate. Lacking Lin Chen and Apos' nimbleness, they resorted to their defensive measures. Some wielded their katana to block the incoming threats, striving to deflect the onslaught. Yet, given the overwhelming number of weapons, even the most skilled among them struggled to fend off all attacks. Furthermore, as some deflected the projectiles, they inadvertently redirected them towards their comrades, resulting in inevitable injuries. Before they even reached the shrine of the Divine Emperor, casualties began to mount. Iga Chia gritted her teeth, murmuring under her breath, "Once we arrive, you must create a significant commotion. Otherwise, this scroll will be a wasted effort." As she spoke, Iga Chia produced a brown scroll from her robe, firmly grasping one end. And with a sudden burst of energy, she flung the scroll forward. With a rustling sound, the scroll unfurled, revealing intricate inscriptions within. Simultaneously, she slapped the scroll onto the ground and chanted, "Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall." As the scroll activated, an extraordinary force radiated outward. Lin Chen, who was advancing, turned in astonishment. The scroll Iga Chia unveiled contained powerful magnetic fluctuations. However, its purpose appeared to be sealing. Upon activation, the formidable magnetic field began to dissipate, and the surrounding rock structures underwent subtle changes. Even the ground beneath Lin Chen and Apos' feet seemed to transform, rippling like flowing water and beginning to shift. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen was taken aback. This was the Earth Release ninjutsu? It was in stark contrast to the brute force he had previously employed to mimic ninjutsu. The soil and rocks beneath him flowed as if in a stream, expanding outward to wash away the hidden traps nestled within the cliffs. Although these traps were cleverly concealed within the rocks, their greatest flaw lay in their internal structure. Once compromised, even the most sophisticated traps would be rendered useless. Indeed, the shifting earth and stones nearly reset the cliffs on either side, annihilating all traps. As the surrounding rocks settled back into tranquility, Lin Chen and Apos' gaze fixated on the scroll in Iga Chia and Apos' hands. The unusual magnetic field above it had completely vanished, indicating that the power had been thoroughly expended. One single scroll had dismantled the painstakingly set traps of the Wind Demon clan, a worthy endeavor. Iga Chia rose slowly, discarding the now ineffective scroll with a smile, declaring, "There are no more traps on this path. You may proceed with confidence." Upon hearing this, Koga Matsubara lowered his katana, his eyes narrowing as he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that scroll contained a secret ninjutsu." Iga Chiya nodded with a grin. Indeed. When venturing out, one must always carry a safeguard. The members of the Iga clan value their lives dearly. Koga Matsubara offered a faint smile, then glanced at her, continuing, "In that case, aside from this secret scroll, how many more do you possess?" Iga Chiya did not respond directly, instead allowing a nonchalant expression to cross her face as she replied softly, "Sufficient." Koga Matsubara's expression sharpened, and he refrained from further inquiries, his demeanor growing more serious. With the remaining traps neutralized by that single Earth-released ninjutsu, the group followed Lin Chen and Appos' lead deeper into the valley. As the path grew increasingly narrow, the end revealed only a slender gap, through which golden rays of light shimmered, casting an enchanting aura. This peculiar sight captivated the attention of the Chunin present. There it is, the ruins of the Divine Emperor and Appos' temple. Treasures must lie within. One of the Wind Demon clan members lamented. How dare they covet the treasures left by the Divine Emperor? They must surrender them. Be cautious. The closer we get to the Divine Emperor and Appos' temple, the more perilous it becomes. The Wind Demon clan will surely deploy forces to guard this place. As they navigated through the preceding traps, vigilance heightened among the group. The path continued to narrow until it was less than a meter wide. No wonder, from a distance, it appeared as merely a fissure. Lin Chen led the charge, stepping through the gap. Upon entering, the surroundings opened up to reveal a vast clearing within the valley. At the center stood a dilapidated temple. Despite the darkness, beams of golden light emanated from the crumbling walls and window frames, hinting at concealed treasures within. Upon sighting the temple, Lin Chen and Appos' eyes widened in astonishment. Although obscured from view, he could sense the powerful magnetic fluctuations emanating from within the temple. Whatever lay hidden inside was undoubtedly remarkable. Indeed, there are treasures here, Lin Chen exclaimed. Initially believing that the Divine Emperor's temple was merely a pretext for other ninja clans to target the Wind Demon clan. To his surprise, it appeared that genuine treasures resided within. He could no longer pretend not to see. To pass up such an opportunity would be foolish. Soon, as Lin Chen emerged first, Iga Chiya and the other ninjas followed suit, stepping out of the fissure. Each person and Appos' eyes sparkled with excitement at the wondrous sight of the Divine Emperor and Appos' temple ruins. Indeed, treasures exist. Our journey was not in vain. Is this the place where the Divine Emperor once tread? I and Appos' heard that this temple was established over 1,000 years ago. A location once graced by the Divine Emperor is indeed filled with majesty. Regrettably, such a magnificent structure lay within the territory of the Wind Demon clan, a true waste. Desire brimmed in the gazes of the group. The golden artifacts radiating from the temple beckoned them with profound allure. Everyone, as previously agreed, we will divide the treasures equally. Should anyone succumb to greed, they shall face immediate consequences, Iga Chiya stated coldly. Simultaneously, Koga Matsubara drew his katana, its blade glinting in the moonlight, casting a radiant glow that quelled any flickering ambitions among the group. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when an icy voice echoed ominously, "Humph. How brazen to trespass into the forbidden territory of the Wind Demon clan. You have some audacity. None of you shall leave today." Chapter 140, The Wind Demon. The sound reverberated throughout the surroundings. Due to the narrow passage behind him, the echoes were profound, making it impossible to discern the location of the others solely by sound. However, Lin Chen was different. He simply closed his eyes and relied on the magnetic field to sense his environment. Unfortunately, the open space before him exceeded the limits of Lin Chen and Appos' magnetic field abilities, rendering him unable to fully grasp the magnetic dynamics of the area. Ah, there are indeed people here, and quite a few of them. Lin Chen observed his surroundings with surprise. The moonlight was dim, with only the remnants of the Divine Emperor temple ruins standing out slightly. Some individuals were concealed underground, while others lurked in the shadows, seemingly awaiting the arrival of Lin Chen and his companions. Before he could finish his thought, whoosh, 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 the hidden ninjas, like wraiths, sprang from every corner and positioned themselves before the ruins of the Divine Emperor temple, exuding a strong sense of determination to protect it at all costs. Seeing this, Iga Chiya shuddered, stepping forward. Esteemed members of the Wind Demon clan, how fortunate to see you again. He appeared unconcerned about revealing his identity. As he removed the veil from his face, under the dim moonlight, Iga Chiya and Appos' features were visible. His face was sharp and resolute, and he regarded the ninjas before him with a disdainful gaze. Iga Chiya, How dare you bring your people to the forbidden grounds of the Wind Demon clan? Are you declaring war against us? A ninja from the Wind Demon clan stepped forward, his expression seething with anger. The patterns on his shoulders indicated that he too was a high-ranking ninja. Declare war? Do not misunderstand. How could I represent the IGA clan in such a manner? I am merely a high-ranking ninja of the IGA, incapable of such outrageous behavior. Upon hearing this, the Wind Demon ninja and Appos' fury intensified. Outrageous? Is your current behavior not considered so? The Wind Demon clan has always remained peaceable, never provoking you. On what grounds do you invade our sacred grounds? Are you not afraid that we will report this to the Divine Emperor and hold you accountable for your actions? His words dripped with a palpable threat. Upon hearing this, Koga Matsubara stepped forward. If the Divine Emperor valued you, why has he neglected you until now? As he spoke, Koga Matsubara also removed his veil, revealing a round face adorned with shrewd little eyes. Koga Matsubara? Even your clan wishes to muddy these waters? The Wind Demon ninja was taken aback, clenching his teeth. The situation seemed to spiral beyond control, as two of the four great ninja clans had already made their presence known. Where were the members of the Musashi clan? From behind the Wind Demon ninja, a grave and somber voice emerged. The moonlight illuminated a face that appeared somewhat aged, perhaps in his 40s. Yet his demeanor suggested a greater weariness. 5 white stripes adorned his shoulders, indicating his rank as a human ninja. Realizing his level, Lin Chen frowned slightly. In terms of abilities, he would equate to a B-class esper. However, he perceived a fundamental difference between ninjas and espers. To Lin Chen, the ninja and Appos' methods were singular, and the so-called elevation in rank merely represented an enhancement of those limited techniques. Lin Chen held no desire to engage in battle with a B-class esper, but he felt a surge of eagerness to test his mettle against a human ninja. He was curious to see what the Wind Demon clan and Appos' human ninja could truly offer. Wind Demon Talia? Upon the sudden appearance of the human ninja, Koga Matsubara pronounced his name directly. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he continued. Isn't it true that the elite ninjas of your clan have gone to protect that family from Huaxia? I never expected anyone to remain here. No. What surprises me is you, Wind Demon Talia, that you are still alive. As he spoke, the ninjas behind began to murmur among themselves. Wind Demon Talia? The prodigious youth of the Wind Demon clan from decades ago? He ascended from a novice ninja to a human ninja in just 5 years. However, it is said that after a certain incident, his strength stagnated, and his body underwent some changes. He looked so aged, even accounting for time, it shouldn't and Appos' be like this. The prodigy of the Wind Demon clan is still alive. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Chen gained a preliminary understanding of Wind Demon Talia. It seemed he was a once promising talent who had fallen from grace due to unforeseen circumstances. I once extended an invitation to our friends from the Musashi clan, but they are too principled and do not appreciate our underhanded tactics, hence they did not come. IGA Chiya spoke with a smile, his demeanor remaining unruffled even in the presence of a human ninja. In response, Wind Demon Talia scoffed. The friends of the Musashi clan possess discernment. While you choose to act recklessly, it appears that I must teach you a lesson on decorum with these old bones of mine. IGA Chiya cast a glance at him, then raised his hand to produce several scrolls, chuckling as he said, Since you acknowledge your frailty, yet still stand before us young ones, you truly are brazen. The scrolls in his hand represented various elemental ninja techniques, all prepared for this very operation. An ordinary high-ranking ninja would struggle against even one of them. Even with the presence of the human ninja Wind Demon Talia, what could it change? IGA Chiya had come fully prepared to confront a human ninja. With the scrolls in hand, as long as the opponent lacked a heavenly ninja-level presence, he was virtually invincible. The previous defeat against Lin Chen was purely because IGA Chiya did not wish to expend these vital scrolls. Now, seeing Wind Demon Talia, he unveiled his true trump card. Truly, the IGA clan is still so fearful of death, Wind Demon Talia remarked with a faint smile, seemingly unimpressed by the scrolls. As the two sides faced off, Lin Chen observed the surroundings. The only noteworthy combatants from the Wind Demon clan were these two, a high-ranking ninja and a human ninja. Beyond them, the other ninjas appeared to be mere fillers. The middle-ranking ninjas were not even worth mentioning, as there were even a few low-ranking and novice ninjas among them. It seemed the Wind Demon clan had indeed grown weak. If IGA Chiya could engage Wind Demon Talia, Lin Chen had no desire to intervene. While they battled, he could stealthily slip in and search for treasures, compared to the allure of a mysterious artifact radiating a powerful magnetic field. Engaging in combat with a human ninja held little temptation for Lin Chen. He awaited the moment the battle commenced, for that would be his opportunity to reap the rewards. Chapter 141. the first emperor's secret technique. A sharp hiss reverberated as the body of Feng Taya remained still, yet beams of brilliance emanated swiftly from his vicinity, moving at such speed that onlookers could scarcely discern the motion of his strike. Aside from Lin Chen, only 2 elite ninjas managed to react in time. Clang, clang, clang. Kakashi Matsubara wielded his katana with remarkable swiftness, deflecting all the lethal rays. As the transparent threads scattered before him, he realized that the recent technique had been the hidden wires launched by Kakashi Matsubara. The Fengma clan excelled in the use of concealed weapons, and many of their techniques were honed to near perfection by them, including these almost invisible threads. However, a concealed weapon is only effective when employed in the shadows. In a direct confrontation, a ninja skilled in such techniques often finds themselves at a disadvantage, especially in an open field devoid of cover. Ancestral Lord, I leave the remaining one to you. I shall join forces with Lord Qianya and eliminate him first. Kakashi Matsubara's expression was serious, facing a human ninja. He had to be utterly focused. Oh, Lin Chen replied, his gaze shifting to the elite ninja of the Fengma clan. Lord Taya, I shall swiftly eliminate this adversary and come to your aid, the Fengma elite ninja exclaimed. Simultaneously, IGA Qianya turned to Lin Chen, offering a cautionary note. Be wary. That fellow is named Fengma Jun, and he is exceptionally skilled with hidden wires. Pay attention to his concealed weapons. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Leave it to me. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chen drew his short sword and surged towards Fengma Jun. With his advance, chaos erupted, and the battle was imminent. IGA Qianya and Kakashi Matsubara immediately engaged Fengma Taya, utilizing advanced ninjutsu scrolls and the sword techniques of the Kakashi clan to withstand his assault. The remaining middle-ranking ninjas quickly found their own opponents after a brief exchange. Though Lin Chen stepped forward, Fengma Jun swiftly retreated, moving with remarkable speed. As Lin Chen charged ahead, Fengma Jun suddenly flicked his wrist. Several invisible threads shot forth from his fingers, while difficult to detect. Lin Chen could easily perceive them through his magnetic field. With his short sword in hand, Lin Chen casually slashed, severing all the hidden wires. At the same time, he continued his pursuit towards the ruins of the Divine Emperor's temple. Only by swiftly defeating him could he be the first to enter the temple. Lin Chen quickly assessed the situation. However, he also allocated some of his mental focus to observe Fengma Jun. As Fengma Jun retreated, several hidden wires were laid across the ground he traversed, all leading back to his hands. Suddenly, a sharp hiss pierced the air. Fengma Jun halted mid-retreat, his eyes now filled with a ruthless glint. It is over. With a swift motion, the hidden wires, now controlled by Fengma Jun, surged towards Lin Chen like invisible blades. Simultaneously, throwing stars, kunai, and steel needles rained down upon Lin Chen like a tempest. They seemed inexhaustible. In response, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. What a pity. If you had used this technique to ensnare others, they would likely have fallen for it. But against me, it still lacks a certain finesse. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Chen activated his force field, gripping his short sword as his body soared into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hidden wires set by Fengma Jun were effortlessly sliced apart by Lin Chen. Furthermore, as the projectiles bore down upon him, Lin Chen, without even needing to look, blocked them with his sword. In the darkness, the sounds of clashing metal echoed. Lin Chen parried the projectiles, creating showers of sparks. Despite the multitude of concealed weapons, Lin Chen, with one hand wielding his sword, was able to defend against them all. This level of defensive capability could only be described as absolute defense. With no blind spots in his defense, Lin Chen's extraordinary agility and swordsmanship left Fengma Jun utterly astonished. Who are you? Why do you oppose the Fengma clan? Fengma Jun and Appo's expression turned grave as he questioned angrily. Yet Lin Chen remained silent, pressing forward. Seizing the opportunity, he closed the distance between himself and Fengma Jun. In close combat, the effectiveness of concealed weapons was nullified. Fengma Jun was compelled to engage Lin Chen in a contest of sword techniques. With a swift motion, Fengma Jun drew his katana and charged forward. Humph. Regardless of your origins, those who trespass upon the Fengma clan's territory will find only death. As he spoke, Fengma Jun raised his sword and swung it down. Lin Chen, however, merely smiled faintly, reinforcing his sword with his force field and adopting a defensive stance. Their blades clashed, producing sparks. Lin Chen subtly manipulated the magnetic field to climb up Fengma Jun's katana. In their next encounter, Lin Chen focused his intent. Crack. In a simple collision, Fengma Jun and Appo's katana shattered as if it had been pierced by a bullet, splintering into fragments. The force of Lin Chen and Appo's strike did not dissipate. With a swift motion, He slashed across Fengma Jun and Appo's neck, blood gushing forth as his pupils dilated in disbelief. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen sheathed his sword and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! As if one strike were insufficient, Lin Chen's kick, reinforced by the force field, violently impacted Fengma Jun's abdomen, shattering his internal organs in an instant. The elite ninja of the Fengma clan fell to Lin Chen in less than 3 exchanges, the outcome determined so swiftly that the others scarcely had time to react. After dispatching Fengma Jun, Lin Chen wasted no time. He leaped forth, his body soaring like a swan towards the ruins of the Divine Emperor and Appo's temple. What? Fengma Taya. Entangled in combat with Iga Qianye, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Despite being prepared for a confrontation against skilled ninjas, he had expected Fengma Jun to hold his ground. Among the younger generation of the Fengma clan, Fengma Jun was undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, he had not lasted long against Lin Chen. Who was that person? Where did you find him? Fengma Taya demanded. Meanwhile, Iga Qianye and his ally, though shocked, exchanged triumphant smiles. Ha ha ha, is this truly your elite ninja of the Fengma clan? Hardly impressive. Once we deal with you, the treasures within the Divine Emperor's temple shall be ours. As they found themselves at a disadvantage, a frenzied glint flickered in Fengma Taya's eyes. Very well. You have forced my hand. Simultaneously, Lin Chen had already entered the Divine Emperor and Appo's temple. The floor was alarmingly fragile. With a single step, he shattered it beneath him. Almost losing his balance, he steadied himself and gazed ahead, his expression suddenly one of shock. Before him was a circular golden barrier emanating radiant light. Within this barrier, an ancient-looking parchment lay upon a table. Inscribed on the top page were several ancient Chinese characters, the first emperor's secret technique. Chapter 142, Shadow Assassination Technique. This is a tome of ancient martial arts. Lin Chen's gaze intensified, his eyes burning with fervor as they fixated upon the volume before him, though the exterior of the book radiated a golden light. The true source of the formidable magnetic field was not the golden barrier, but the inner parchment manuscript. If one were to liken the surrounding magnetic field to a tranquil water surface, then the magnetic field emanating from the parchment within the golden barrier resembled a black hole, swallowing and expanding, creating ripples in the surrounding magnetic field. This extraordinary magnetic field was a sight Lin Chen had never encountered before. By merely recognizing the name of the text, the Emperor's Art, he could surmise that it was indeed an ancient martial skill. Moreover, the name conjured an image of a grand and towering figure in his mind. Could it be that the Emperor's Art was related to that captivating ancestor of old? The audacity to invoke the name of the first emperor indicated that this martial technique must be among the elite. For who would dare to bear the title of a legendary sovereign without merit? Most importantly, this certainly belonged to the ancient martial arts of Huaxia. In a place like this, the presence of Huaxia's ancient martial arts suggested it had been seized and cast away to the east, and he was determined to retrieve it. Lin Chen immediately extended his hand, enveloping it with a force field to grasp the tome. To his astonishment, the force field encountered the golden barrier and failed to penetrate. Instead, it felt as if he were grasping a solid iron block, immovable and unyielding. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and intensified the force, yet the golden barrier remained impervious. Not even a crack to be seen. Such resilience. Through mere force field compression, he could not shatter this golden barrier? It felt less like a material object and more like a form of strength. Using all his might, Lin Chen thought that even if it were truly a solid iron block, he could crush it effortlessly. How could this object withstand his efforts? He regarded it with incredulity. No matter how he manipulated the force field, he could not breach the golden barrier. It seemed to be the absolute defense of the tome. The treasure lay right before him, yet remained out of reach. If he could not break through from the outside, perhaps he could from within. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he began to explore other possibilities. He resolved to manipulate the magnetic field to distort the space within the golden barrier, allowing him to extract the parchment directly, thereby circumventing the external obstacle. However, to his surprise, as he attempted to control the internal magnetic field, he found that the golden barrier acted like a sealed boundary, rendering him completely incapable of manipulating the magnetic field within. It felt as though his abilities were slipping beyond his control. What the hell? Witnessing this, Lin Chen could no longer contain his frustration. The treasure was so close. Yet he had exhausted all his efforts to no avail. In such a situation, anyone would feel despair, right? No, I must try again. Clenching his teeth, Lin Chen prepared for another attempt. Surely, every defense must have a weakness. How could there be an impenetrable defense in this world? Thus, Lin Chen began to unleash a torrent of magnetic field attacks against the golden barrier, launching over 20 strikes in the span of a mere second. Yet, no matter how he directed the force field, the golden barrier remained unchanged, unmarked by any signs of damage. Exhausted and panting, Lin Chen found that the golden barrier had not yielded in the slightest. It resembled a golden sphere, less than half a meter in diameter, with the Emperor's art resting upon a pedestal within. Realizing that no attack would work, Lin Chen decided to approach directly. With a surge of strength, he lifted the barrier from below, causing the tome to hover in the air. However, he could only observe helplessly as his hands made contact with the golden barrier, which felt akin to holding glass, albeit glass that radiated a gentle warmth. Well, it may be in my grasp, but it cannot be extracted. Balancing the golden barrier in one hand, Lin Chen tossed it up and down. It felt like a glowing basketball in his possession. Never mind. If I cannot take it out, then I shall carry it away and study it at my leisure. There is no way I will allow this treasure to remain with the Eastern invaders. Lin Chen steeled his resolve. Since the Emperor's art could not be carried away, he would take the golden barrier that protected it instead. With all his might, Lin Chen exerted pressure on the golden barrier, causing the space around it to warp and collide, and with a powerful pull, the golden barrier was instantly drawn in. Simultaneously, the surrounding golden light faded, and the ruins of the Divine Emperor Temple, along with the surrounding area, were engulfed in darkness. Even the moonlight seemed dim in this gloom. Lin Chen lightly leapt to the beam above the temple, and as he landed, his figure drew the attention of others. Iga Chiya and Koga Matsuhara, who were engaged in battle with Kazumari Momiji, abruptly halted their actions. The prize is ours? Ha ha ha. Splendid. Let us withdraw. You truly are remarkable. I knew it. Both Iga Chiya and Koga Matsuhara were elated, having thought they would need to subdue Kazumari Momiji before claiming the treasure from the Divine Emperor Temple. They never anticipated that Lin Chen would decisively conclude the fight and seize the prize. How audacious. Do you think I'm insignificant? Kazumari Momiji bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. Koga Matsuhara swung his blade, sneering, your existence is inconsequential. Prepare to die. Before his words could fully escape, Kazumari Momiji, who had only moments ago been entangled with them, vanished into the darkness. As Koga Matsuhara struck at empty air, confusion washed over him, and a shadow, indistinct in form, appeared behind him. Beware. Iga Chiya sensed something amiss but could only utter a warning after the shadow had already materialized. Yet, it was too late. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, wielding a gleaming, ordinary dagger. Recognizing the peril, Koga Matsuhara exclaimed in terror, I am of the Koga clan. You cannot kill me. You must end Amp, Oppos, T. Before he could finish, the dagger pierced through his back, penetrating his heart. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless, while the shadow vanished once more into the darkness. Having witnessed this scene, Iga Chiya and Oppos' expression turned grave as he murmured, this is the Wind Demon Clan and Oppos' ultimate technique, the shadow assassination technique. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Iga Chiya hastily cast a scroll while glancing towards Lin Chen. Ancestor, I cannot face him alone. Please come to my aid. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, Iga Chiya froze in place. At that moment, Lin Chen had already darted towards the cliffside near the clearing, seemingly intent on fleeing. 8. Lin Chen thought to himself. 8 for what? The prize is already in my possession. I shall take my leave. Chapter 143. The misstep of the magnetic force field. Lin Chen made a swift decision. In such circumstances, remaining any longer would be tantamount to courting death. Although he held a deep-seated disdain for the combat prowess of the Eastern ninja, this judgment was rooted in a battle of equals. Just as he had swiftly dispatched Kazuma of the Wind Demon Clan, the presence of Tomoya, a ninja of the same caliber, posed an equally formidable challenge for Lin Chen. Instead of entangling himself in a protracted struggle, it would be far wiser to seize the opportunity and escape. Engaging in a futile fight was not in Lin Chen's nature. Thus, disregarding whether his abilities would be revealed, Lin Chen pressed his feet against the rocky walls on either side and ascended rapidly. To an onlooker, it appeared as if he were walking along a vertical cliff. Though seemingly absurd, it was said that some exceptionally skilled ninjas excelled in such techniques. As Tomoya observed Lin Chen and Oppos' retreating figure, his pupils narrowed and a flicker of malice crossed his features. You dare steal the treasures of the Wind Demon Clan and think you can simply escape? How audacious. Yet to pursue Lin Chen, he first needed to deal with Iga Chiya, or else the presence of a Nin like him could pose a significant threat to the other members of the Wind Demon Clan. Realizing this, Tomoya cast a cold glance at Iga Chiya. In that instant, his form dissipated like smoke carried away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this unfold, IGA Chia and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted. This is bad. With no time to settle scores with Lin Chen, he turned to flee. Yet, the look into Moya and Oppo's eyes had already revealed his intent. The Wind Demon Clan and Oppo's shadow assassination technique was a secret art capable of cloaking all presence, merging with the shadows. In such a dark environment, it was nearly unsolvable. Thus, facing Tomoya in this state, IGA Chia understood he had no chance of victory. However, this shadow assassination technique, as a secret art, placed a tremendous burden on the user's body. Given Tomoya's current stamina, he likely could not maintain it for long. If he could just escape this cursed place, he might salvage his life. Yet, just as IGA Chia turned to exert himself and escape, he found another figure before him. What? IGA Chia's expression changed drastically. The one who appeared behind him was none other than Tomoya. How can he move so fast? IGA Chia exclaimed in disbelief. It is but the burning of my waning vitality, Tomoya replied coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion as he plunged a poisoned dagger into IGA Chia and Amp, Oppo's chest. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 breaths. The adept in elemental ninjutsu, IGA Chia, was instantaneously slain by Tomoya. Leave no one behind, Tomoya commanded. Kicking aside the fallen IGA Chia before leaping into the air, his sights set on Lin Chen, who was attempting to escape along the cliff's edge. Damn! Amidst his escape, Lin Chen still took a moment to glance back. When he saw Tomoya's figure vanish and then reappear in front of IGA Chia, he was taken aback. The vanishing Tomoya had completely eluded detection within Lin Chen's magnetic field. This was utterly astonishing. A person could perfectly conceal their magnetic presence? It was entirely undetectable. Consequently, Lin Chen dared not linger and was resolute in avoiding any entanglements with Tomoya, hastening his escape. The valley rose about 100 meters high, and Lin Chen looked up to see he was merely a few meters from the valley and Oppo's mouth. Heh, you all take your time with your fight. I shall take my leave. Lin Chen gathered his strength, preparing to manipulate the force field and burst forth. But at that moment, a piercing sound cut through the air. Swift beyond the eye and Oppo's ability to react. Several sharp, hidden lines seemed to appear from nowhere, striking the cliff above his head. These lines intertwined, forming a vast net that obstructed Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's path to freedom. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted swiftly, forming a force field in front of the hidden lines and pressing down with one hand, halting his advance. From below, Tomoya perceived Lin Chen as having grasped his hidden lines, unharmed. Tomoya furrowed his brow, his expression growing more serious. My hidden lines cannot sever your hand? Could it be you are wearing some form of protective gear? Lin Chen had little interest in responding. He swung his short sword at the hidden lines above. However, the sword, enveloped in the force field, struck the lines but failed to sever them, instead bouncing back as if hitting a rubber net. These hidden lines were unlike anything he had encountered before. Lin Chen frowned, realizing that Tomoya's technique was distinctly different from that of the other members of the Wind Demon Clan. The material of these hidden lines was unique, possessing extraordinary elasticity. To cut through them would require concentrated effort and maximum strength. Yet, the hidden lines were not meant to kill Lin Chen. They merely served to temporarily impede his escape. Below, Tomoya's figure had already concealed itself within the shadows. This is not good. Sensing Tomoya's magnetic presence dissipate, Lin Chen heightened his vigilance, scanning his surroundings. Indeed, it was a flawless concealment technique. Within the range of his magnetic perception, he could sense nothing. There was no choice. He could no longer hide his abilities. Otherwise, Lin Chen thought quickly, establishing a dense protective force field around himself. Yet, before he could complete his thoughts, a distortion sound pierced the air, and instinctively, he turned around to see his newly formed magnetic field shattering. The culprit was none other than Tomoya. That was close. Lin Chen's heart raced. Ignoring whether his abilities would be exposed, he stepped into the void, leaping toward the opposite cliff of the valley. From their brief encounter, Tomoya sensed something amiss. This is definitely not a ninja and Amp, Oppo's technique. Grasping a vine growing from the cliff with one hand, he used a stone as leverage, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. Who are you? There is no one in the East who possesses such abilities. Realizing his identity was compromised, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and decided to abandon pretense. Wanna know? You'll have to kill me first. Lin Chen grasped with his right hand, swiftly distorting the space around Tomoya, attempting to crush him to death. However, as the force field made contact with Tomoya's body, he dissipated like smoke in the wind. The force field felt utterly devoid of contact, as if he had evaporated from existence. What a troublesome technique. Lin Chen frowned. This marked the first time his magnetic force field had failed, confronted with an opponent who could completely conceal themselves in darkness. Humph. No matter who you are, daring to intrude upon my land of the East, you shall meet a grim fate. Chapter 144. A life for a life in the darkness. An invisible and silent threat approached rapidly. With a swift thrust, the wind demon peach arrow pierced the magnetic field surrounding Lin Chen. Fortunately, this protective barrier was crafted from a significant portion of Lin Chen and Appo's mental energy. Otherwise, it would have surely pierced through him. The moment the wind demon peach arrow manifested, its presence registered within Lin Chen's perception. He resolutely turned around, manipulating the surrounding force field to contract inward, attempting to strangle the wind demon peach arrow directly. However, upon contact with the force field, the arrow and Appo's form dissipated instantly, melding back into the shadows. Even Lin Chen found himself helpless against such a tactic. This technique was rather underhanded. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings vigilantly, his expression darkening. Through the force field and Appo's sensing ability, he discerned that whenever he attempted to crush the wind demon peach arrow's form with his energy, it dispersed like a wisp of smoke, evading his attacks. Nonetheless, this method of phasing out could not be sustained indefinitely. Otherwise, it would be an invincible assassination technique. Creating a protective force field capable of withstanding human attacks required immense mental energy. If this entanglement continued, he would soon be on the brink of death as his energy depleted. Lin Chen's mind raced in thought. To break the deadlock, the immediate priority was to comprehend the abilities of the wind demon peach arrow. Let me verify this. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen and Appo's expression grew increasingly serious. He concentrated, expanding a vast force field in a 360-degree sweep around himself. This force field, easily shattered, was not meant for offense but served as a means of detecting tangible entities. If the wind demon peach arrow could completely dissolve its body and hide in the darkness, then the battle would come down to a test of endurance. Who would exhaust their energy first? This delicate force field would dissipate upon touching the walls, and due to its faintness, it would leave no sensation upon contact. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze shifted toward a specific direction in the dark. There, his force field was breached. This indicated that the wind demon peach arrow still possessed a physical form in the shadows. That made things easier. Lin Chen swiftly concentrated the magnetic field towards the location of the wind demon peach arrow, simultaneously twisting and compressing it. However, to Lin Chen's astonishment, when his force field made contact with the concealed form of the wind demon peach arrow, it once again dissipated like smoke, evading his lethal strike. How could this be possible? Lin Chen gasped, his mind racing. Aside from employing the shadow assassination technique, it seemed that the wind demon peach arrow could also phase out its body during the technique and Appo's duration. Was this the secret art of the wind demon clan? In that moment, his underestimation of the ninja and Appo's prowess evaporated. They were not weak. It was merely that the ninjas he had encountered were lacking. The wind demon peach arrow's shadow assassination technique would render over 90% of C-rank ability users unable to survive against him. Indeed, most B-rank ability users would not stand a chance against the wind demon peach arrow. Cough. In the distance, the silhouette of the wind demon peach arrow slowly materialized. Balancing precariously on one leg, his complexion was grim as he suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes glinting with a feral crimson. He had not anticipated such a troublesome ability. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with a fierce tone. However, you should not be able to maintain this for long, should you? Humph. We and Appo's LLC whether you tire first or if this old body runs out of steam. As his voice faded, the wind demon peach arrow vanished into the shadows. The real battle for survival was about to begin. Lin Chen, uncertain of how much stamina this old adversary possessed, realized he could not hold out much longer himself. He began to think rapidly. To defeat this foe, he needed to conserve enough mental energy to escape. He could not afford to engage in a mutually destructive fight. He submerged into the darkness, his presence entirely concealed, dissipating his own aura. If this plan succeeded, he wondered if it would be feasible. Lin Chen conceived a countermeasure, disregarding the rationality of his thoughts, treating it as a desperate gamble. With a flicker of intention, he swiftly weakened the magnetic field surrounding him for protection, though he did not fully retract it, allowing himself ample time to react. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down, heightening his concentration to its peak. At that moment, a sudden crash. The protective magnetic field on Lin Chen's left side shattered as a dagger pierced through, revealing the wind demon peach arrow hidden in the shadows. Humph. Your defenses have weakened. It seems you cannot hold out for long. Prepare to die. The dagger, gleaming with lethal intent, surged toward Lin Chen's forehead. But as the majority of its force was expended in breaching his defenses, Lin Chen had the opportunity to react. He withdrew, one hand reaching out in a desperate attempt to block the Wind Demon Peach arrow strike. The dagger pierced through Lin Chen's left hand, blood gushing forth. Clenching his teeth, he stifled a cry of pain. Meanwhile, the Wind Demon Peach arrow, having failed to deliver a fatal blow, withdrew the dagger and faded back into the shadows. Hee. You foolish young one, your next strike will be your last. The voice echoed throughout the valley, tinged with a hint of madness. However, instead of anger, Lin Chen smiled, casting a scornful glance in a certain direction. Is that so? With a swift motion, he compressed the force field, attempting to crush the Wind Demon Peach arrow concealed in the darkness. Yet, the latter swiftly employed the same phasing technique to evade. As his form resolidified, he appeared in another location. Lin Chen immediately shifted his gaze, trying once more to ensnare the shadowy figure with his force field. Back and forth they went. And the Wind Demon Peach arrow found himself startled. What is happening? How can you see through my movements? A hint of relief graced Lin Chen and Apos' expression as he replied. Ah, old man, your shadow assassination technique is indeed profound, capable of cloaking even my force field detection. However, the shadows you hide in must be limited in their ability to obscure everything. It cannot conceal all things simultaneously. Upon hearing this, the Wind Demon Peach arrow quickly realized. Scrutinizing himself, to his astonishment, he found Lin Chen's blood staining his form, though he was hidden in the shadows, capable of evading magnetic field detection. The blood recently spilled exposed his position. So it was blood. You. The Wind Demon Peach arrow gasped in shock, realizing that his recent successful ambush was likely a trap set by Lin Chen. Lin Chen, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, manipulated the force field, persistently seeking out the Wind Demon Peach arrow in the darkness. The latter and Apos' ability to phase out was beginning to slow down. As Lin Chen had surmised, the energy required to maintain such a technique was substantial. After capturing the Wind Demon Peach arrow and Apos' position multiple times, a sudden burst of blood mist erupted from a direction before him, accompanied by a piercing scream of agony echoing throughout the valley. Hey! Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. Old fool, I and Apos' finally caught you. Chapter 145. The Return of the Celestial Ninja. The air was thick with the remnants of blood, a haunting testament to the demise of the Wind Demon Peach arrow. Under the distortion of the force field, he had left behind no intact remains. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings. This old fellow was indeed a formidable ninja, proving quite the challenge. Yet, it was ultimately my victory. Lin Chen felt a surge of pride. His triumph over the Wind Demon Peach arrow was undoubtedly tinged with luck. However, in such a life-and-death struggle, luck mattered little. What truly mattered was that he had survived until the end. As he gazed towards the upper end of the valley, only the hidden line sealed by the Wind Demon remained. Lin Chen took a deep breath, gripping his dagger and channeling the force field into it. Whoosh! His body shot forward like an arrow, reaching unparalleled speed as he struck the center of the hidden line, exerting continuous force. Although the line was remarkably pliable, it yielded slightly under the pressure, stretching backward. Yet, Lin Chen's force field remained unyielding. Soon, the force reached its peak, and with a series of resounding cracks, bang, 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 the hidden line snapped, allowing Lin Chen to escape through the breach. He landed firmly on the ground. Once back on solid ground, Lin Chen's legs felt weak, and he sank down onto the earth. As he gazed upon the valley, which resembled a scar upon the land, the weight that had burdened his heart lifted. Finally, it was over. He raised his left hand to inspect the wound he had sustained. The blood on the injury shimmered with an eerie purplish-green hue, gradually transitioning to a more normal coloration. That old man and Apos' dagger was indeed poisoned. Lin Chen frowned. No wonder his life source and Apos' self-recovery had been so sluggish. Nevertheless, bolstered by his passive ability, he was not overly concerned about most toxins. They were suppressed by his powers, preventing them from spreading within him, and would eventually be purified by his life source until they completely vanished. However, due to the dagger having pierced through his left hand, the injury was severe, causing the toxin's dissolution to be delayed. He would need to wait until his life source fully addressed the wound before the toxins could be purified. All Lin Chen required was time. Just as he prepared to bide his time for recovery, a sudden buzzing emanated from the Inagawa Association's waste token. Upon inspecting it, He saw the warning light illuminated. His brow furrowed in concern. This was the celestial ninja and Apos' return from the Wind Demon clan. Clearly, this location was no longer safe. He needed to find a secluded spot to recuperate. The moment Lin Chen relaxed, tension gripped him again. Even at his peak condition, he would not stand a chance against the celestial ninja. If an aged human ninja proved so difficult to contend with, what could he expect from a celestial ninja? He needed to flee quickly. Lin Chen scanned his surroundings and spotted a towering mountain range to the northwest. That would serve as a concealed refuge. In the darkness of night, Lin Chen manipulated the magnetic force field to propel himself at full speed. Within moments, he covered the distance of several kilometers. He found a discrete section of the mountain, and with a thought, unleashed the force field. Boom. Drawing upon what little mental energy remained, Lin Chen forcibly carved out a cave within the mountain. He burrowed inside and dragged a few branches to obscure the entrance, ensuring it was well concealed. Such a disguise would be difficult to detect. Having completed this task, Lin Chen was drenched in sweat. Now, he felt confident that few would be able to discover him here. Exhausted, he leaned against the cave wall and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, he muttered, "I've done my part. Don't let me down." This sleep lasted an indeterminate time. When Lin Chen finally opened his eyes again, he found that his left hand had returned to its original state, restored by the life source. His mental energy was also fully replenished. However, even during his slumber, the life source continued its relentless work within him, leading to a significant drain on his physical strength. He had not awakened naturally, but rather due to hunger. Without hesitation, Lin Chen twisted the space around him, summoning forth the food he had collected. Canned goods from the Eastern Ninja camp and high-calorie items like butter from American warships were tossed into his mouth. The act of eating consumed a full half-hour. With a satisfied burp, Lin Chen leaned back against the cool cave wall, lost in thought. With the enhancement of his abilities, his consumption of material energy had increased as well. The remaining provisions would likely not last long. Under normal circumstances, the food he had scavenged would suffice for several months. Yet, with the rise in his powers, the exertion during manipulation consumed not only mental energy but also his physical stamina, especially the life source. While it healed his injuries, it also relentlessly siphoned energy from within him. Compared to before his slumber, Lin Chen had shed several pounds. Even his loose ninja attire felt a bit baggy. Thus, he resolved to seek out a city in the east to replenish his food supplies, ensuring a greater variety. A monotonous diet would soon lead to nausea. Once his energy was restored, Lin Chen twisted space again to retrieve the Emperor's edict, stolen from the ruins of the Divine Emperor Temple. However, the golden barrier surrounding it remained intact. Even after enduring the pressures of space, this shield retained its formidable protective qualities, showing no signs of damage. It resembled a luminous glass orb, radiating golden light. Upon its emergence, the cave seemed to illuminate, suffused with blinding golden luminescence. Lin Chen cradled it in his hands, feeling its warmth, an experience akin to holding an immense glowing light bulb. What on earth is this? No matter how fiercely I exert my force field, I cannot inflict a scratch upon it. Am I doomed to merely gaze upon this ancient martial art? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. A technique bearing the name of the first emperor must be extraordinary. Yet, despite his efforts in the Divine Emperor Temple, he had found no way to breach that golden barrier, which stood as an impenetrable defense, devoid of any vulnerabilities. At that moment, Lin Chen felt akin to a fly unable to find a crack in an egg, consumed by anxiety. Even the spatial distortion he controlled could not affect the interior. He could not retrieve the Emperor and Apos' edict through spatial transfer methods. The brilliance of the golden barrier, while captivating, only fueled Lin Chen and Apos' frustration. When he discovered that neither biting nor forcefully slamming it against the ground would yield any results, his patience waned. Damn it, he cursed, exasperated. With both hands clasping the golden barrier, he hurled it to the ground with all his might. To his astonishment, the barrier rebounded like a basketball, full of elasticity. Upon making contact with the ground, it sprang back up, hurtling towards Lin Chen's forehead. With little time to react, given his flustered state, he was caught off guard. Bang! The impact was severe, nearly knocking out his front teeth, as blood gushed from his nose, drenching the golden barrier. I can and Apos, open it, can I? Do you believe that I will bury you in a ravine, ensuring you never see the light of day again? Lin Chen and Apos' eyes sparkled with stars as his body swayed incessantly. Yet, he failed to notice that as his blood dripped onto the golden barrier, the radiance emanating from it became even more resplendent. Chapter 146, Ancient Divine Weapon, the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. After a prolonged interval, Lin Chen's consciousness gradually returned to clarity. When he gazed at the golden barrier once more, his eyes appeared somewhat dazed. Why do I feel that this golden sphere is growing increasingly resplendent? Is there something amiss with my vision? Upon closer inspection of the golden barrier, he noticed that the radiating golden light had intensified remarkably. Leaning down, Lin Chen could perceive the temperature of the barrier's surface. Has the temperature risen as well? What could be the cause of this? With one hand, he placed it upon the barrier. If just moments ago, the temperature of the barrier was akin to that of the human body, now it felt 5 to 6 degrees warmer. Could it be due to my blood? Lin Chen wiped his nose, noting traces of blood on his palm. Subsequently, he slapped his hand down onto the barrier. Upon contact with his blood, the surface of the golden barrier emitted a sizzling sound. The once rigid barrier seemed to soften slightly. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. If blood can soften the barrier, then this presents a viable solution. He conceived a clever idea, though it would impose a burden on his own body. It was the only method he could envision to breach it. Lin Chen bit the tip of his right finger, squeezing out blood, then jabbed it against the surface of the golden barrier. If it can soften by absorbing blood, could it not become increasingly feeble with more blood? Go ahead and absorb as much as you desire. Once you've had your fill, I shall shatter you to pieces. Lin Chen chuckled mischievously, just as he anticipated. Upon piercing the barrier with the wounded fingertip, the surface began to draw in his blood. However, it did not merely absorb the blood that flowed from his fingertip. As the blood was consumed, the barrier's attraction intensified. Gradually, after absorbing a significant amount of blood, it abruptly ceased. Any remaining blood that dripped onto it simply slid off, unabsorbed. Observing this, Lin Chen withdrew his right hand, feeling slightly anemic after the brief absorption. Is that enough? He scratched his head, deliberating whether to attempt to shatter it with a force field. However, as the force field began to coalesce, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Before him, the hue of the golden shield deepened, and the internal temperature escalated. Boom! An ancient and imposing aura emanated from the surface of the golden shield. Streams of golden flames erupted forth, exhibiting a fierce might that compelled Lin Chen to manipulate the force field for defense. These flames were not merely flames. They carried an inexplicable rhythm and power. They coalesced in the air, transforming into 9 vividly animated golden fire dragons, each radiating a chilling heat and pressure. What on earth is happening? Lin Chen, taken aback by the spectacle, stared in astonishment. The 9 fire dragons spiraled within the cavern, their tails entwined, forming a captivating formation. They enveloped the originally circular light shield, which began to morph into the shape of an ancient, ornate vase. Intricate patterns adorned the vase, each stroke lending an air of enigma. Around the vase's opening, the 9 golden fire dragons continued to swirl. The cavern's temperature seemed to rise even further. Lin Chen, bewildered, found himself unprepared for this sudden turn of events. He had thought he had discovered a method to easily unravel the golden shield, only to trigger such a remarkable transformation. He could sense the power contained within the fire dragons and the vase, far beyond his current comprehension. Oh no, my cultivation technique. Lin Chen was suddenly alarmed. If the technique were to be scorched by the flames, it would be a tremendous loss. Lin Chen peered through the gaps in the flames, attempting to glimpse inside the vase. To his relief, he saw that the ancient scroll of the first emperor and Apos' technique remained unharmed amidst the roaring flames, seemingly engaged in a mysterious exchange with the external fire. As the light shield transformed into a vase, the latter acquired an opening, allowing Lin Chen's magnetic field to penetrate within. Without delay, Lin Chen twisted the space and stored the first emperor's technique into his personal space. He then concentrated to condense another side of the space. Bang! The first emperor and Apos' technique finally fell into Lin Chen's grasp. With a sigh of relief, he realized that the technique was safe from the flames. The scroll, made of sheepskin, felt soft to the touch, exuding a faint aura of antiquity. However, Lin Chen had no intention of examining the first emperor and Apos' technique just yet. The vase, surrounded by the 9 golden fire dragons, continued to burn intensely. The heat was overwhelming, and Lin Chen could only manipulate the force field to keep a distance. As the flames blazed, a line of small characters began to slowly materialize upon the vase's surface. Lin Chen, with his keen eyes, discerned the ancient traditional characters. Fortunately, his education was sufficient to read the 5 words, Nine Dragon Divine Fire Shield. Such a powerful name. Lin Chen marveled. Simultaneously, he noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Although the vase was encircled by 9 fiery golden dragons, the ground beneath remained unscathed by the flames. Logically, how could such fierce flames leave no trace on the surface? Lin Chen and Appo's mind sparked with a hypothesis. Could it be that these flames are merely illusions, not real? Upon this realization, Lin Chen promptly commenced his experimentation. First, he dispelled the force field that insulated him from the heat. As the force field dissipated, a wave of warmth enveloped him, the temperature exceedingly high. Lin Chen's expression turned peculiar. Is this thing truly an illusion? How does it feel so real? The absence of burn marks on the ground further affirmed his suspicion. Summoning his courage, he took 2 steps forward and reached out. As Lin Chen approached the 9 Dragon Divine Fire Shield, he felt no change in temperature. It remained consistently warm. It was not until his hand made contact with the writhing fire dragons that an exhilarating sensation surged within him, as if a consciousness had entered his being. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the ancient divine weapon, the fierce deity Neza, 9 Dragon Divine Fire Shield. All attributes 2000. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Chen and Appo's ears. His heart skipped a beat. All attributes increased by 2000. Neza and Appo's ancient divine weapon? This is astonishing. Chapter 147. A late bloomer in ancient martial arts training. Host. Lin Chen. Charm level. 100, 000. Maximum. Strength. 1, 300 agility. 1, 240 endurance. 1, 300 mental power. 6, 850 ordinary infection fans. 10, 034 abilities. C-class superpower, magnetic field. D-class passive ability, source of life. D-class superpower, mind control bound divine weapon. Fierce god Neza, 9 Dragon Divine Fire Shield. Upon reviewing his status card, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The enhancement of his base attributes brought about the most significant changes to his sensations. His entire body, every limb, was brimming with strength. Although he appeared slender, the power seemed to be interwoven with his flesh and bones. With such an improvement, Lin Chen felt more assured about embarking on the path of ancient martial arts. The primary distinction between practitioners of ancient martial arts and superpowered individuals lies in their ordinary attributes. Ancient martial artists focus on honing their physical bodies, elevating their inherent potential to its zenith, while superpowered individuals tend to prioritize enhancing their mental faculties due to the existence of superpower veins. Consequently, their other fundamental attributes often languish, revealing a significant drawback. However, this is not an absolute rule. There are exceptional ancient martial artists whose techniques require mental energy, thus necessitating rigorous training. Compared to this, the process of training in ancient martial arts is far more arduous, yet the potential for advancement is considerably greater. With Lin Chen's current base attributes, if compared to those of ancient martial artists, his strength has already reached B class, even though his superpower remains at C class. Lin Chen was confident that if he faced Feng Mo Tao Shi again, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. Once my mental power reaches 10,000 points, I shall elevate my superpower to B class, and with the enhancement of my base attributes, I would have no rivals among B class. Lin Chen proclaimed with conviction. Through his life-and-death battle with Feng Mo Tao Shi, Lin Chen gained profound insights in several areas. Firstly, regarding the ninjas of the Eastern Isles. Previously, Lin Chen had regarded them with a certain disdain, believing their techniques to be rather simplistic, merely hidden weapons and ninjutsu. However, this encounter with Feng Mo Tao Shi's enigmatic shadow assassination skills proved to be a significant challenge. Had it not been for his last-minute cleverness, the outcome could have been very different. Secondly, concerning the 4 major ninja clans of the Eastern Isles. The Feng Mo clan was weak and possessed an extremely peculiar shadow assassination technique. What are the other 3 clans? Their strengths must be far more concealed. Thus, it is evident that there are formidable experts among the Eastern Isle ninjas, and in future encounters, Lin Chen would undoubtedly remain vigilant. After binding with the 9 Dragon Divine Fire Shield, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable connection to it. He did not hasten to stow it away, Its presence illuminated the cave. However, Lin Chen's focus was not on the nine-dragon divine fire shield, but rather on the Emperor's technique. Undoubtedly, this was an ancient martial arts manual from Huaxia. Yet, Lin Chen did not possess a thorough understanding of the ancient martial arts system and had previously assessed the strengths of martial artists using the power levels of superpowered individuals. Cautiously, he opened the tome. The first page, crafted from sheepskin, bore two powerful characters. Yingzheng. The mere sight of these characters radiated an imposing aura that resonated within him, rendering him speechless. It was as if these characters possessed immense power, compelling one to submit. Fortunately, Lin Chen averted his gaze in time, breaking free from their hold. Upon regaining his composure, Lin Chen suddenly realized he was drenched in sweat. Could this truly be the legacy of my alluring ancestor? He swallowed hard, pondering how just two characters could exude such authority. Throughout the annals of Huaxia's history, only that legendary emperor could wield such influence. Not daring to gaze upon the name any longer, Lin Chen decisively turned to the second page. This page contains several illustrations depicting movements that seem to form a continuous cycle, accompanied by a line of small text. The beginning of martial arts lies in the mastery of qi. I have created my own method of qi manipulation. Diligent practice will yield results. Those with talent may attain qi in 7 days, while the mediocre may take a month, the longer the time. The more elusive the path of martial arts becomes. Upon reading this, Lin Chen grasped the essence of his ancestors' message. To embark on the journey of ancient martial arts, one must first attain qi. The aforementioned movements were the emperor's own creation for cultivating qi. Through practicing these movements, the gifted could achieve qi in 7 days, while those of lesser talent would require longer, potentially up to a month. For those who took even longer, the path to martial arts would become increasingly difficult. This presented Lin Chen with an entirely new avenue. With no one to guide him, Lin Chen could only navigate this path through trial and error. He adjusted the magnetic field, carving a niche in the cave wall to tuck away the Emperor's technique. Following the prescribed movements, he began his practice. Initially, each movement felt foreign and awkward to Lin Chen. It seemed as though these movements were designed to facilitate the flow of certain pathways within his body. Thankfully, with the assistance of the magnetic field, he could exert force even in the most challenging positions. The sequence of movements felt akin to gymnastics. Each motion appeared disjointed. Yet through Lin Chen's persistent efforts, he gradually discovered the rhythm. Thus, he practiced for an entire morning, barely managing to master the movements, aided by the magnetic field to complete the sequence. However, relying on external force rendered the practice somewhat unnatural. Moreover, as Lin Chen executed these movements, he was astonished to realize that despite their simplicity, they seemed to consume considerable energy, leading to rapid fatigue. After just a few hours of practice, he found himself in desperate need of nourishment. The entire day passed with Lin Chen still trapped in the imitation stage. On the following day, he withdrew the magnetic field, attempting to perform the movements unaided. Though somewhat clumsy, he demonstrated signs of improvement. Ancient martial arts require perseverance. Some practitioners even begin their training from childhood, making it particularly challenging for someone like Lin Chen, who was a latecomer. Fortunately, Lin Chen's foundational attributes had undergone a qualitative enhancement, alleviating the need for years of rigorous conditioning. What he lacked now was merely a stepping stone. By the third day, Lin Chen was able to execute the entire series of movements without relying on the magnetic field. Furthermore, during his practice that day, he faintly sensed a lively energy stirring within him. Although the sensation was subtle, Lin Chen discerned that the rapid depletion of his stamina was undoubtedly linked to this energy. Finally, on the fourth day, after an unknown number of repetitions of the movements, Lin Chen abruptly halted. A vibrant blue aura flickered in his eyes. He had succeeded. Chapter 148. The Royal Seed. After 4 days of familiarizing himself with the practice, Lin Chen inadvertently sensed a lively flow within his body while rehearsing the movements. As this perception intensified, he attempted to manipulate that sensation as if controlling a magnetic field. The blue energy within his body responded to his will, akin to a magnetic force. This vivid blue represented the qi inherent in ancient martial arts cultivation. At this moment, Lin Chen had already begun to sense and mobilize the qi within him. Although he could not yet exercise complete control, achieving such a level in merely 4 days was indeed remarkable. In Lin Chen's awareness, this vibrant blue energy permeated every corner of his being, seemingly originating from his very bones and flesh, endlessly flowing and intertwining. However, He noticed that manipulating this qi also consumed his physical stamina. Even if he stood still, as long as he activated the qi, it felt as if his body were engaged in continuous exertion. Thus, Lin Chen mused. Having merely practiced those movements passively channeled the qi, leading to his rapid energy depletion. No wonder the ancients often spoke of endopos, scholarly poverty, and martial wealth endopos. The primary condition for martial training is to maintain a full stomach. At this pace, the provisions he had scavenged would only sustain him for a few days. Fortunately, the expenditure of such energy allowed Lin Chen to successfully master the flowing qi within, enabling him to continue his practice of the first emperor's art. What he had practiced thus far was merely a stepping stone to the first emperor and Apos' art. The prerequisite for mastering this technique was the ability to control the qi throughout one's body. Having crossed this initial threshold, the subsequent stages became considerably easier. The latter portions of the first emperor and Apos' art focused on how to mobilize the qi within. Through careful study, Lin Chen comprehended the essence of this technique. Indeed, the first emperor and Apos' art was eternally reserved for those of royal lineage. This technique belonged to a foundational practice of qi cultivation, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers, simply allowing practitioners to refine their qi. Unlike other practices that necessitate various physical exercises, the cultivation of royal qi in the first emperor's art relies on the faith of sentient beings. The cultivation of royal qi is divided into 9 levels, with the first 6 being relatively straightforward, while the final 3 levels prove to be the most complex and challenging. It involves condensing the royal seed within through one's own qi and absorbing the faith of sentient beings, gradually nurturing its growth, which will also influence one's own qi. It is said that those who can cultivate royal qi to its pinnacle, the 9th level, are born rulers, sovereigns of this realm. For this reason, the first emperor and Apos' art has historically been designated for such exceptional individuals. It remains a great loss for Huaxiao that such a treasure has fallen into the hands of the East. However, this technique carries a significant drawback. The collection of faith is exceedingly arduous. Only a born ruler, capable of commanding an entire nation, can fully master this art. Without such capability, the first emperor's art holds no value for him. Seated in a meditative posture, Lin Chen followed the methods recorded in the first emperor's art to circulate the qi within his body. By adhering to this flow, he could incite changes in his internal qi and condense the royal seed. As moments ticked by, Lin Chen remained motionless, his eyes tightly shut. The qi circulation methods inscribed in the first emperor's art had become second nature to him. However, as a novice in manipulating his internal qi, he required time to adapt. While Lin Chen endeavored to condense the royal seed, a faint golden light flickered in his dantian. As Lin Chen immersed himself in concentration, the surrounding environment seemed to dissolve into an intangible void, leaving only the subtle yet resilient flow of qi within him. Following the trajectory outlined in the first emperor and Apos' art, he gradually activated the qi. As time progressed, Lin Chen's breaths deepened and elongated. After a specific sequence of circulation, the qi within him appeared to purify further. This pure energy began to coalesce in his dantian, forming an indistinct halo that subtly radiated golden brilliance. This process continued for several hours. Throughout the condensation, Lin Chen held his breath and focused intently, brows slightly furrowed, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. Fortunately, his enhanced mental fortitude endowed him with remarkable willpower. For him, the process of nurturing the royal seed was not overly daunting. At last, within his dantian, the golden halo grew increasingly solid, slowly taking on the form of a golden seed. This seed was exceptionally pure, seemingly crystalline, and was a manifestation of Lin Chen and Apos' qi. After completing this, Lin Chen felt an immediate release of tension, leaning against the cave wall as he gasped for air. Indeed, ancient martial cultivation was far more demanding than he had anticipated. This minuscule royal seed nearly drained his mental energy. Upon introspecting his dantian, the faintly golden royal seed hovered within. Yet, it was still in its nascent stage, having yet to sprout, thus unable to enhance Lin Chen's qi. He was not even at the first level of royal qi. Just as Lin Chen began to exhale in relief, a low hum resonated in his ears. This sound seemed to emanate from all directions, startling Lin Chen from his desire to rest. What was that noise? Had someone discovered him? Instinctively, Lin Chen glanced toward the cave entrance. noticing that the trees he had used for concealment remained undisturbed. At that moment, a streak of golden light pierced through the cave, hurtling directly toward Lin Chen. The hue of this light bore an uncanny resemblance to the royal seed in his dantian. The latter moved with astonishing speed, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Fortunately, Lin Chen felt no threat emanating from the golden light. It fused with his body, racing toward his dantian, seemingly targeting the royal seed. What was happening? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. Upon introspecting, he observed the royal seed he had just condensed quivering slightly under the nourishment of the golden light, as if it were on the verge of sprouting. The golden light was swiftly absorbed by the royal seed, which, perhaps due to its limited power, underwent minimal change. Yet, the surrounding hum did not cease. Instead, it intensified. With a series of swishing sounds, streams of golden light surged from all directions, and Lin Chen and Apos' body became akin to a voracious black hole, consuming all the golden light. As the royal seed absorbed the golden energy, cracks began to form on its surface, indicating the potential for sprouting. Only the power of faith could trigger the royal seed's emergence. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Chen, and he slapped his thigh in realization. The power of faith? Simply put, it is the multitude of believers, my numerous infected followers. Could they also provide me with the power of faith? Chapter 149. The 5 Layers of the Emperor and Apos' Secret. Lin Chen and Apos' deductions proved to be correct. At this very moment, within Lin Chen and Apos' dantian, as the royal seed coalesced, far across the ocean, in the infection zone of eastern Huaxia, beams of golden light surged upwards, racing towards the land of the rising sun. These golden rays emanated from the multitude of infected beings wandering the ground. The faith power, resembling golden starlight, could only be glimpsed by those who practiced the Emperor's secret. In addition to the infection zone within Huaxia, the ocean and Apos' infection zone also witnessed golden light soaring into the sky. However, as these drifting faith energies passed over a small island in the ocean, they came to a sudden halt, with a swift and powerful attraction akin to the arrival of a black hole. Several beams of golden light were irresistibly intercepted and drawn towards the island. At the center of the island lay a vast lake, teeming with thick, crimson liquid, an overwhelming aura of blood. The liquid in the lake was nothing but blood, and even the surrounding ground had taken on a faint red hue. Floating atop this blood-filled lake was a colossal blood lotus, its petals unfurling to reveal a terrifying figure with long white hair, lying sideways. His eyes calm and devoid of emotion. His mouth, wide open like a bloodied maw, effortlessly absorbed the faith power that had been seized. A peculiar expression flickered across his pale and eerie face. His sinister gaze turned towards the heavens as he rasped, "Is this direction the land of the rising sun? Humph, once again, that old dog Sufu. Once I have absorbed this faith power, a glimmer of surprise will pass through my ordinarily tranquil eyes. Oh, what trickery has that old dog Sufu devised this time to possess such pure faith? Heh. It matters not. Once I fully recover, I shall set foot upon the soil of the rising sun and personally sever that old dog's head." Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of the interception of his faith power, feeling only the immense force merging within him, aiding the evolution of the royal seed. In a mere few minutes, this royal seed had transformed from an initial seed into a budding form, with luminous tendrils extending and attaching themselves to Lin Chen and Apos' dantian. Concurrently, Lin Chen's own state was rapidly ascending, not in strength, but in the commanding aura he exuded, which now bore an air of formidable dominance. The entire evolutionary process lasted approximately 5 minutes. When the final vestige of faith power surged into his body, Lin Chen's aura solidified and stabilized. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes wide, his pupils narrowing as a faint yet palpable aura radiated from him, expanding outward. As this aura spread, several large trees used to conceal the cave and Apos' entrance were uprooted. Simultaneously, the cave beneath Lin Chen trembled slightly under the influence of this force, with small stones cracking and clattering to the ground. Just as Lin Chen was about to marvel at the royal seed within him, his attention was drawn to the unfolding scene. "Is the cave collapsing?" Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment, not daring to hesitate. He swiftly retracted the Emperor and Apos' secret and the 9-dragon divine fire shield, darting out of the cave like a wisp of smoke. As he exited, The hastily created cave was immediately engulfed by debris and dust. Observing this, Lin Chen murmured to himself, could this be the end amp? Amp. Oppos, Imperial Aura and amp. Amp. Oppos, spoken of in the Emperor and amp. Amp. Oppos. As secret? I have indeed broken through to the 5th layer. According to the Emperor's secret, practitioners could enhance their aura. The first 5 layers constituted the foundation stage, and only upon breaking through to the 5th layer could one and amp, Oppos, S aura attain a tangible form. Just as he had witnessed moments ago, the aura could tremble with such might that it could even cause a cave to collapse. Upon reaching the 6th layer, the aura would become manipulable, capable of being infused into attacks. Energized by this thought, Lin Chen eagerly began to experiment. He approached a large tree, clenched his right fist, and, refraining from utilizing the magnetic field, delivered a simple punch. Bang! His fist struck the surface of the tree, leaving merely an imprint without causing any damage. Lin Chen frowned slightly, realizing that without employing the force field and having withheld much of his strength, he had merely intended to test whether he could infuse his aura into the attack. Alas, he had failed. It seems my Imperial Aura has indeed surpassed the 5th layer after absorbing the recent faith power, yet I still fall short of the 6th layer. Lin Chen mused. If he could break through to the 6th layer, he would be able to infuse his aura into his attacks, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. Even in moments devoid of magnetic force, he could vanquish foes through the sheer might of his aura. At present, the capabilities of the 5th layer only allowed him to intimidate. Weaker adversaries, or those with fragile mental fortitude, might very well be rendered unconscious by his overwhelming presence during combat. This indeed was a commendable ability, facilitating the elimination of lesser foes with ease. Far from discouraged, Lin Chen found solace in his thoughts. Although he had only reached the 5th layer, he could swiftly gather more infected beings to amass faith power. Unlike those born into royal lineage in ancient times, Lin Chen's claim to kingship was derived from his striking appearance. Gurgle. Just as Lin Chen was filled with aspirations for the future, a sudden pang of hunger yanked him back to reality. He instinctively clutched his stomach and chuckled wryly. It appears the remaining food is indeed quite scarce. I should seek out a nearby settlement for something to eat. Lin Chen was uncertain of his exact location in the land of the rising sun, nor did he possess a map detailing the towns and cities therein. However, he was confident that, akin to the previous towns he had encountered, there must exist larger urban centers in this land. It was improbable for such a small expanse of territory to elevate itself to the status of a global power. The internal development of the land of the rising sun was undoubtedly formidable. Unable to pinpoint the location of a city, Lin Chen resolved to adopt the simplest approach, to walk along a road until he discovered one. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the path ahead would ultimately lead to the vast oceans flanking the land. With ample patience, he was certain he would uncover a city. Thus, Lin Chen arbitrarily chose a direction and stood upon the force field, advancing swiftly. During his journey, he also activated his magnetic field to detect his surroundings. The area he occupied was part of the infection zone in the land of the rising sun, and he occasionally encountered wandering infected beings. Strangely, the number of infected here seemed to pale in comparison to Huaxia. Nonetheless, Lin Chen was able to gather a portion of faith power. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. At last, after several hours of proceeding in one direction, Lin Chen caught sight of towering modern structures. The buildings gleamed with lights, illuminating the twilight. Even in the evening, they remained aglow. Seeing this, Lin Chen exhaled in relief. Phew, I was beginning to fear I'd have to sleep outdoors tonight. I've finally arrived. Chapter 150. The modern metropolis. Upon arriving at the threshold of this modern metropolis, Lin Chen had already dispelled his force field and descended from the heavens. This precaution was necessary, for after all, there existed formidable beings such as the Jonin in the previous small town. In such a bustling city, how could there not be powerful guardians? If it were merely human ninjas, it would be manageable. However, should a celestial ninja be stationed here, any disturbance caused by Lin Chen would likely compel him to flee in haste. His sole purpose for this journey was to procure provisions, to avoid unnecessary complications. He shed his night raid attire and donned more conventional garments, though he retained his veil to obscure his visage. This vast and modern city presented itself as two disparate worlds. What struck Lin Chen as peculiar was the absence of external defenses. It resembled the eastern border of Huaxia, akin to Survivor City E, where a plasma barrier served as protection. Yet, this city appeared devoid of any such measures. One could simply traverse the roads leading in from the outside. Perhaps due to the perilous nature of the outside world, few ventured from the city. The entry and exit routes lay desolate and unoccupied. As Lin Chen strolled along the thoroughfare leading into the city, he surveyed his surroundings. Not only was his sight keen, but his perceptive magnetic field reached its zenith. Thus, should any unforeseen event transpire, it would not elude his scrutiny. Suddenly, Lin Chen paused, casting his gaze upwards. Within a dilapidated factory nearby, a concealed marksman aimed a sniper rifle directly at Lin Chen's head. Fortunately, he had activated his force field perception. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to a surprise attack. With a cold snort, Lin Chen prepared to manipulate the magnetic field from a distance and snapped the assailant and Oppo's neck. However, the gunman abruptly shifted his aim to another direction. This unexpected turn of events astonished Lin Chen. It seemed the marksman was not intent on ambushing him, but rather confirming his identity through the scope. Upon realizing Lin Chen was not an infected entity, the marksman promptly retracted his weapon. As Lin Chen advanced, he discerned more hidden marksmen. Some concealed themselves within the factory, while others lurked atop towering edifices, utilizing the sprawling terrain to remain undetected. Even with such armament, Lin Chen mused, should a horde of infected surge into the city, this meager strength would scarcely hold out. Moreover, he noted that the marksmen's angles of aim were not uniform, with some even vigilant against threats within the city. What were they guarding against? Lin Chen scratched his head, perplexed by the significance of the marksman's deployment. Nevertheless, these matters bore no relevance to him. His intent was solely to plunder the city's food supplies, not to commit any grave offense. Even if detected by those marksmen, it posed little concern. With his capabilities, as long as he did not encounter a ninja of celestial rank or higher, Lin Chen was confident in his ability to escape. In fact, emboldened by his previous experiences, should he be pursued by a human ninja, he might even contemplate turning the tables on them. Upon traversing a lengthy road and turning a corner, Lin Chen passed several towering buildings, and his surroundings opened up before him. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Was this truly a place that could exist in the apocalypse? Before him loomed skyscrapers like giants, aglow with brilliant lights, while neon signs wove a vibrant tapestry of color, transforming the night sky into a city that never slumbers. The kaleidoscope of colors danced unpredictably. Vehicles flowed ceaselessly along the streets, their headlights forming luminous trails that snaked across the asphalt. Pedestrians hurried past, some engaged in lively conversation, while others were lost in contemplation. Deeper within the commercial district, the bustling clamor persisted, with an array of shops ablaze with light. The air was thick with the enticing aroma of delectable food. What distinguished this city from any ordinary modern metropolis? As Lin Chen navigated through, it felt as though he had stepped into another realm. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was in a dream. If he had not arrived from the outside, who would suspect that the world beyond still bore the threats of an apocalyptic crisis? The infected had not breached the city. Perhaps it was a stratagem employed by the city's administrators. However, a more significant factor was likely the scarcity of infected entities in the East, which had not experienced the widespread zombie horde seen in Huaxia. Coupled with covert protection, the city and Oppo's inhabitants could maintain a semblance of normalcy. Observing the tranquil bustle, Lin Chen felt an unexpected sense of relaxation wash over him. Casually, he extended his hand toward a young boy nearby, and in an instant, space warped, snatching the three-layered ice cream cone from his grasp. In the next moment, it landed in Lin Chen's hand. Not forgetting to deliver a swift kick through space to the boys behind, Lin Chen savored the ice cream, moaning with delight. Ah, how refreshing. Since arriving here, he had not experienced such relaxation. He soon found himself blending into the lively atmosphere, seated on a nearby bench. Utilizing spatial manipulation, he pilfered fresh fries from a nearby eatery while nonchalantly watching the young boy roll around in distress. In this apocalyptic world, what could be more blissful than such simple pleasures? Yet, the food in hand was insufficient to satiate Lin Chen and Oppo's appetite. With his foray into ancient martial cultivation, his physical exertion had escalated, necessitating a substantial intake of food to replenish his energy reserves. Although he had some canned goods and butter, he craved fresh meat skewers and other delicacies, his eyes gleaming with desire. Finishing the morsels in his possession, Lin Chen promptly rose and headed toward the snack street. With every few steps, he conjured an array of treats, as if performing magic. While the variety of snacks in the East was limited for Lin Chen, who had long been deprived of fresh food, they were indeed rare delights. After traversing the snack street, his mouth glistening with grease, Lin Chen still felt an insatiable hunger. Reluctantly, he resolved to take another round. Thanks to spatial displacement, the vendors were almost oblivious to the thefts taking place. Lin Chen was mindful, only extracting 1 or 2 skewers from prepackaged servings. The customers would merely curse the unscrupulous vendors upon returning home, blissfully unaware of the theft. As he emerged from the snack street, burdened with an abundance of treats, his gaze was drawn to a colossal screen at a nearby shopping center, where the latest news was being broadcast. With a translator at hand, Lin Chen had no concerns about comprehension. He settled in a spot with a good view, clutching his bounty of snacks, and began to watch the report. The latest announcement detailed that one of 2 Huaxiao invaders had been shot dead in the streets today, while the other remained at large. Residents were urged to exercise extreme caution and to promptly notify the Divine Emperor and Amp Oppos S-Guard should they witness anything suspicious. Following this, images of the remaining Huaxiao invader were displayed. Male, estimated age 35, codename Lone Wolf. Chapter 151, Rescuing Bang. Upon hearing that familiar name, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, fixating on the screen before him. As the wanted members were announced, detailed information about them appeared, including their appearance. That recognizable face left a deep impression. It was indeed the Lone Wolf. However, unlike their last encounter, the image of the Lone Wolf displayed on the screen was drenched in blood, his eyes a vivid crimson. Clearly, he was gravely injured. What had transpired? Lin Chen's appetite vanished as he concentrated intently on the Lone Wolf's face. Hadn't he claimed that with the assistance of 2 teammates from Team 3, he could annihilate the Wang family? How was it that he was now on the wanted list, and one of his companions had perished? This time, for the sake of completing the mission, Huaxia had dispatched 2 elite members from Team 3. In terms of combat prowess, they were more than sufficient. Yet, unforeseen circumstances could not be ruled out, as was evident now. One of the 2 members from Team 3 had tragically fallen during the pursuit. Lin Chen surmised that this mission had failed, and the 2 had fled, now facing a citywide manhunt. It was no wonder. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen extended his magnetic field to sense the nearby atmosphere. Aside from the usual pedestrians, he detected hidden snipers lurking in the shadows. Their sniper rifles coordinated seamlessly within his line of sight, leaving almost no visual blind spots. Everyone was under their watchful gaze. Now, Lin Chen understood why he had attracted the attention of those concealed sharpshooters upon entering the city. Such marksmen must be stationed in every corner, perpetually vigilant. If he were to sustain injuries in this environment, even with his A-class strength achieved through ancient martial arts, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Truly, they were a source of considerable trouble. With swift efficiency, Lin Chen finished his meal, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into a nearby street. Within the line of sight of those snipers, the only places that would go unnoticed were the passages between buildings. As the night deepened, the number of pedestrians dwindled. If the Lone Wolf wished to escape, it had to be now. However, nighttime would undoubtedly bring heightened security across the city. Thus, if he was to rescue anyone, it had to be under the cover of darkness. In truth, Lin Chen had little personal stake in this matter. In fact, he felt somewhat wronged. The Wind Demon Clan S-Guard over the Divine Emperor Temple ruins possessed considerable strength. Had it not been for Lin Chen's abilities coupled with a stroke of luck, he might have met his demise there. He had yet to settle that score. Were it not for his departure from the east, needing the support of the Lone Wolf and the power behind Huaxia, he would have never considered rescuing him. To locate and save the Lone Wolf in such perilous circumstances, Lin Chen devised a rather rudimentary plan. He would utilize his magnetic field, expanding it to its maximum extent. Using his position as a starting point, he would conduct a comprehensive search throughout the city. Fortunately, Lin Chen had a strong recollection of the Lone Wolf, making him familiar with his magnetic field. Even with buildings in between, as long as there were no structures capable of blocking the magnetic field, Lin Chen could locate him. It merely required a bit of time. Given the urgency of the situation, Lin Chen could not afford to ponder a better solution. Furthermore, while searching within the city, he needed to avoid attracting the attention of the concealed snipers. If he were to provoke them, it would spell trouble for him. Consequently, after entering an alley, Lin Chen exerted all his strength to expand his sensory magnetic field. His formidable mental strength allowed his magnetic field to extend up to 100 meters. This greatly alleviated many of Lin Chen's concerns. As he deliberated, Lin Chen set his feet in motion, hastening forward. Although a wall loomed before him, a mere thought was all it took for the space around the wall to warp under the influence of his magnetic field. Whoosh! In an instant, his body was consumed by the distorted space. When he reappeared, he found himself 30 to 40 meters away in another alley. This method of traversing through space enabled Lin Chen to navigate the entire city without a sound. Each time he emerged from the spatial shift, Lin Chen would ensure that he had a suitable landing spot ahead. The objectives were straightforward. First, locate the lone wolf. Second, evade the hidden snipers within the city. Should conflict arise, Lin Chen could easily crush the necks of those snipers, provided they fell within his capabilities. Moreover, the bullets fired from a distance could not penetrate his protective magnetic field. He could charge through with impunity. Nevertheless, Lin Chen refrained from such recklessness. The reasoning was simple. Within this bustling metropolis, there undoubtedly existed entities far more formidable than mere human ninjas. If these beings were to be disturbed, not only would it thwart his attempt to rescue the lone wolf, but it might also endanger his own escape. Though Lin Chen's approach seemed somewhat clumsy, it was the most effective strategy under the circumstances. If he scoured every corner of the city without detecting the lone wolf's magnetic field, he could reasonably conclude that either he had already departed or he had met his demise here. Lin Chen fervently hoped for the former, for only with the lone wolf's survival would there be a substantial chance of leaving the East. With this in mind, Lin Chen quickened his pace. Yet, the drawbacks of such extensive magnetic field expansion and spatial distortion were evident. It was nighttime, and Lin Chen occasionally glimpsed two overlapping magnetic fields. One was a portion of a human magnetic field encroaching upon another. Though he could not discern the specifics of what transpired, the fluctuations in the magnetic fields allowed him to vaguely envision a rhythmically dynamic movement. Indeed, the island nation was full of surprises. While searching, Lin Chen couldn't help but make a sardonic remark. Additionally, the extensive expansion of his magnetic field and the spatial distortions exerted a significant toll on his mental faculties. After exploring roughly a third of the city, Lin Chen felt lightheaded, overwhelmed by exhaustion. Reluctantly, Lin Chen ceased his spatial jumps and paused. Taking a deep breath, he settled onto a crumpled cardboard box in the alley. His stomach growled audibly, prompting him to retrieve several cans, preparing to replenish his energy. Once he regained some mental strength, he would continue the search. If he managed to rescue the lone wolf in the end, even if this mission was deemed unsuccessful, he would demand to be taken back. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. As Lin Chen caught his breath and voiced his grievances, just as he was about to open a can for sustenance, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air. An unknown attack surged from the depths of the alley, hurtling toward him. Thankfully, Lin Chen had merely reduced his sensory magnetic field to 10 meters rather than completely retracting it, affording him precious time to react. Another ambush? Lin Chen swiftly rose, and with the aid of his force field, he deftly evaded the oncoming strike. Under the dim light, he discerned the source of the attack, a tentacle. More accurately, it resembled a bloodied, hairless tail, grotesquely sharp at the end. Within this tentacle, Lin Chen recognized a familiar magnetic field. This magnetic field belonged to a mutant? Chapter 152, the winged species. Before Lin Chen could react, two more sounds echoed from the depths of the alley. Hiss, hiss. These two attacks were nearly identical to the previous two tentacles. Their surfaces were gruesomely mangled, exhibiting a bizarre black-purple hue, drenched in blood yet brimming with destructive force. Although Lin Chen had evaded the earlier tentacle assault, the stack of cardboard boxes he had been sitting on was completely pierced through, leaving deep marks on the cement floor. Another attack? Lin Chen furrowed his brows and unsheathed the short sword from his waist. Clang! The sword's force field effortlessly deflected one of the tentacle strikes. However, as Lin Chen attempted to amplify the force field to cleave the tentacle in two, he suddenly discovered that the surface of the tentacle was remarkably resilient. His sword, infused with the force field, could not penetrate even a fraction of it. Is it aware of my depleting mental energy, thus seeking me out? Lin Chen muttered with a hint of frustration, his brows knitted tightly. It seemed imperative to eliminate this creature before his mental energy waned completely. Yet, since this being is a mutant, does that mean my charm could? Just as Lin Chen pondered this, the remaining tentacle lunged at him. This time, he refrained from attempting to sever it, instead skillfully redirecting the tentacle away. Bang! The tentacle crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater in the pavement. Witnessing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. What extraordinary abilities does this mutant possess? Did it summon this? Scratching his head, Lin Chen contemplated. From the shadows ahead, a figure emerged, clad in a black tracksuit and possessing striking blue hair. The attire was fortified at crucial weak points with armor. A mask obscured his face, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes visible. Noticing this, Lin Chen narrowed his gaze. The mutants he had encountered outside did not resemble this one, nor did they possess such peculiar abilities. However, given the diversity among mutants, it was evident that those living in the wild were generally unable to assimilate into human society and faced discrimination from normal individuals. The mutant before him, capable of existing in an urban environment, clearly had adapted to it. Yet, why did he choose to reveal himself and attack me? As the figure fully emerged into Lin Chen's line of sight, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the being's back. The 3 tentacles had sprouted from his spine. A large, irregularly shaped cyst, gory and grotesque, was visibly pulsating on his back. Those thick tentacles had grown from that very cyst. The ability to manipulate these appendages was his significant power. However, as a mutant, he was bound to meet a singular fate. With this thought, Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Pray tell, what is your name?" he inquired. Perched atop a low street light in the alley, intrigue evident in his tone. The figure, however, remained silent, glaring at Lin Chen with fierce intensity. Swish! The 3 tentacles simultaneously surrounded Lin Chen, seemingly intent on blocking all escape routes. Nevertheless, Lin Chen merely waved his right hand, conjuring a substantial force field before him. The tentacles enveloped it, but even that formidable force field could not be breached. Seeing this, the blue-haired figure was momentarily taken aback, his eyes beneath the mask flashing with incredulity. Before he could launch another assault, Lin Chen had already advanced rapidly, stepping onto the force field. The masked figure, possessing considerable combat experience, recognized the need to retreat immediately. However, Lin Chen anticipated his intent. As the blue-haired figure took half a step back, he found himself confronted by an invisible wall. Turning around, he was met with emptiness. It was Lin Chen who had sealed off his escape route with the force field. There was no chance of fleeing. By the time he turned back in disbelief, Lin Chen had already closed the distance between them. In one swift motion, Lin Chen removed his mask and translator. As his face was exposed to the air, the blue-haired figure's pupils dilated in shock. The fierce demeanor from moments ago transformed into one of softness. The blood-red tentacles that had extended from his back dissipated like mist. "Now, can you share your name with me?" Lin Chen asked with a smile, reapplying the translator and mask. Upon hearing this, the blue-haired figure nodded vigorously, promptly removing his own mask. Lin Chen was taken aback. Before him stood a girl, her short blue hair framing a delicate face that radiated a formidable spirit. Her skin was as pale as snow, her lips a soft hue, yet the only blemish was the irregular cyst on her back. "I am called Lan Xiang," the girl introduced shyly, her gaze averted from Lin Chen's eyes as she spoke. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully subdued a C-class mutant. Earning a reward, mental energy 500. C-class." Lin Chen was astonished upon learning Lan Xiang and Appos' strength. She possesses such power. At that moment, the cyst on her back began to wriggle as if alive, ultimately merging back into her body, vanishing beneath her clothing, leaving no trace of its prior existence. Lin Chen regarded her thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "No wonder I failed to perceive you as a girl earlier. Without seeing your face, it would indeed be difficult to discern. In simpler terms, Lan Xiang would appear the same whether lying down or standing." Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, Lin Chen continued to inquire, "What was that on your back? Why did it vanish?" Having been captivated by Lin Chen's fleeting beauty, Lan Xiang, now willing to share, replied earnestly, "That is my Appos, winged species Appos. Winged species?" Lin Chen frowned slightly, perplexed. "What is that?" "It's something that grew on me after my mutation. The elders say these are the marks of being chosen by the divine," Lan Xiang declared proudly, her chest puffed out. "If the winged species were to blossom, I could utilize the mutated wings. Those 3 tentacles earlier were my wings, which I can control at will." Lin Chen was taken aback, pondering inwardly. Could this be the combat technique of those mutants? The mutants I encountered previously never displayed such abilities. It appears that the winged species and the wings are indeed among the mutants' arsenal. No wonder certain Onmyoji nobles favor keeping mutants. They are not without merit. Without utilizing the winged species, they appear indistinguishable from ordinary people, their crimson eyes reverting to normalcy. Then, Why did you ambush me? Lin Chen pressed, his brow furrowing. Upon being questioned, Lan Xiang's expression shifted dramatically, her face taking on a pitiful countenance as she whispered, "This is all for the elders. They recently captured a spy from Huaxia, a practitioner no less. Tender and delectable, they plan to summon other mutant companions in the city to partake. However, there are many mutants, and that one individual is simply insufficient. The boss has now commanded me to capture a few ordinary individuals to satiate our appetites." Chapter 153. Be mutant in a remote factory area. A chilling wind swept through this unusually desolate part of the bustling city, a place almost devoid of visitors. Even the hidden gunmen had not deployed here. Amidst this eerie silence, a middle-aged man wearing a bronze mask, seated at the head of a gathering, voiced his impatience. "What is taking that Lan Xiang so long? If she returns only after this Chinese man is dead, she shall face my wrath." Before him, 2 rows of seats were meticulously arranged, filled with 16 individuals, all adorned with various masks, most of which bore animalistic designs. A sultry female voice interjected, "Indeed, such a delicacy must be savored while he still breathes. Once dead, much of its flavor would be lost." She sat at the right of the bronze-masked man, her rabbit mask framing a striking head of red hair. All eyes were fixed on the center, where a man bound to a wooden stake was none other than the Chinese Special Forces member, the Lone Wolf, previously wanted by the East Japan. With a spatter of blood, the Lone Wolf spat onto the ground, his body weak and battered, his voice a mere rasp. "Damn it. To face these scoundrels at death's door. Better to have my skull shattered by those gunmen than to die such a dishonorable death." His entire form was a tapestry of injuries, bloodied and shackled, his head drooping in exhaustion. Even if he managed to escape, the excessive blood loss would surely lead to his demise. "Boss, I can't hold back any longer," exclaimed a portly man donning a wild boar mask, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth despite the mask. The bronze-masked man pondered for a moment before casting his gaze upon the Lone Wolf. "It seems Lan Xiang has grown lazy. Breaking her limbs upon her return will suffice. Though this dish may not be enough for all of us. True culinary delight is not merely about filling one's belly." With that, the bronze-masked man rose, extending his hands. As he stood, the others eagerly followed suit, their masked eyes glowing a sinister crimson, veins pulsing with excitement. Witnessing this, the Lone Wolf cursed, "Damn it. Not dying on the battlefield only to become fodder for these eastern beasts. How utterly disgraceful." His comrades had perished honorably in battle, while he was left to face such a pitiful end. The bronze-masked man stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to be the first to taste this noble flesh from China." As he spoke, he removed his mask, revealing a grotesque visage twisted into a malevolent grin, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. His eyes gleaming with avarice as he lunged toward the Lone Wolf's vulnerable neck. Yet, just as his teeth were about to pierce the tender flesh, an unseen force struck him. With a resounding thud, he was hurled backward as though slapped by an invisible hand, crashing against the wall a considerable distance away. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. "What just happened?" they exclaimed. "Boss, we are under attack." Then, with a thunderous roar, the factory roof was breached by an overwhelming force, moonlight spilling through, accompanied by 2 descending figures. The Lone Wolf, who had resigned to his fate, was astonished to see the assailant repelled by an unseen attack. As he beheld the figures descending from above, he gasped, "It's you." The one who had intervened was none other than Lin Chen, accompanied by Lan Xiang. However, Lan Xiang's expression was fraught with conflict as she faced the formidable leaders before her. Yet, the moment Lin Chen's visage crossed her mind, her apprehensions dissipated. For Lin Chen, she would risk everything, even her life. "I have arrived late," Lin Chen remarked coolly. "Though, perhaps not too late. Had I delayed a moment longer, you might have been reduced to mere bones." Lin Chen's levity contrasted sharply with the gravity of the situation. "After all, I had no obligation to rescue you. I provided ample opportunity for your team to eradicate the Wang family, yet you still find yourselves in this predicament. Do the special forces always invite trouble?" His words echoed the frustration he felt during his prior encounters, reminiscent of when he had the chance to evade a bloody tyrant but instead chose confrontation, resulting in injury. Though Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of reproach for the Lone Wolf, it felt like a mixture of sharp words and a tender heart. Lin Chen could have easily turned a blind eye, yet he chose to intervene. The Lone Wolf was left bewildered by Lin Chen's ability to locate this place. "Enough of that. You owe me a favor now. Though your mission remains unfulfilled, You must honor my request for saving your life, Lin Chen stated, disregarding the mutants around them and bargaining with the lone wolf. The lone wolf's mouth twitched. Was this truly the right moment for such negotiations? Yet, recognizing Lin Chen's willingness to risk himself, he reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, but should we fail to escape, the nation will not honor a promise made by a dead man. Such pledges are meaningless. I'm fully aware, Lin Chen replied, relieved and smiling. Your agreement is all that matters. The lone wolf, troubled, could not fathom the source of Lin Chen and Apos' confidence. He was not facing mere trifles. Baka, shouted the man who had been flung aside, rising from the ground amid a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, he was transforming. Flesh and blood writhed upon his back, sprouting wings akin to those of Lin Chen. The lone wolf and Apos' eyes narrowed. Be careful. This beast is not to be underestimated. By my estimation, he possesses B strength. Chapter 154, The National Treasure O? B. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, surprised to discover that the mutant he had sent flying with his force field possessed such formidable strength. No wonder you were captured by them, he murmured thoughtfully. However, this remark ignited the fury of the lone wolf. What do you mean by that? Damn it. If it weren't Apos' for my severe injuries, I could easily take on 3 of them at once. Then why are you so heavily wounded? Lin Chen inquired inopportunely. The lone wolf fell silent for a moment before sighing, stating, there were unforeseen circumstances during the mission. We should discuss the specifics once we leave this place. Did you not notice the way that guy looked at you? He clearly intends to make a meal out of you. Following the lone wolf's gaze, Lin Chen observed the man from before, whose wings on his back writhed and then violently erupted, growing a tail covered in sharp scales. This tail was an impressive 3 to 4 meters long, its scales razor-sharp and exuding a fierce aura. Master, this is my boss, known as Bloodcopper, renowned for his bronze mask and immense power, especially his wings, which are classified as heavy armor tail wings, exceedingly formidable. Lin Chen cautiously warned. Indeed, he does appear rather formidable, Lin Chen nodded slowly. His gaze swept around the area. Aside from Bloodcopper, there were several other mutants exuding similar auras, albeit slightly weaker. They likely possessed B-level strength. The others, although their magnetic fields varied in intensity, were all relatively comparable, significantly inferior to the 3. They should all belong to the sea level, akin to Lin Chen. This group has certainly netted a big catch. Even if I had Apos' come to rescue the lone wolf, this trip would still be worthwhile. A smirk tugged at Lin Chen and Apos' lips. Nevertheless, he refrained from removing his facial mask and instead observed Bloodcopper with keen interest. After his abilities had enhanced, he had yet to encounter a suitable opponent. This individual seems promising. His foundational attributes were already within the normal B-level range. He simply lacked the opportunity to elevate his powers. Although utilizing corpse types could enhance abilities, the quantity was far too scarce. Now, armed with the Emperor's technique and relying on the Imperial energy within, Lin Chen felt he might be able to engage this foe in combat. Thus, he took a deep breath and stepped forward to attack. Against such an opponent, a sea-level force field was unlikely to suffice. He would need to retract his defenses entirely. The force field compressed, enveloping his body surface. Although Lin Chen could not establish any additional force fields, the defensive effect was maximized. When facing an adversary with overwhelming power, one must be prepared to absorb the consequences. Die. Bloodcopper bellowed, his strength being his forte. Did Lin Chen dare to confront him head-on? Then let them collide. With a swift motion, Bloodcopper and Apos' clothing ripped apart, leaving only a pair of trousers as his muscles bulged powerfully. Every movement exuded raw strength as he charged towards Lin Chen. Bang! The 2 bodies collided heavily. Yet a visible gap remained between them, filled with the compressed force fields. Despite his utmost effort, it was still challenging to completely withstand such immense force. Fortunately, Lin Chen and Apos' foundational strength was not insignificant either. In this clash, his basic power, combined with the force field, surprisingly placed him at a slight advantage. Get lost. Lin Chen exerted his strength, and simultaneously, the Imperial energy in his Dantian surged forth. Although his Emperor's technique only had 5 levels, and he could not yet apply the Imperial energy in close combat, the sheer power of the Imperial energy allowed him to unleash an aura. An invisible pressure emanated from Lin Chen, radiating outward. This was not merely the weight of his strength, it felt more like a primal force, an innate intimidation stemming from his bloodline and soul. Even the lone wolf felt the unparalleled Imperial energy within Lin Chen. His eyes widened in shock. This What technique is this? As for the other mutants surrounding them, aside from Bloodcopper, they found it impossible to resist such overwhelming intimidation. Collapsing to their knees as if paying homage to an ancient emperor, Lin Chen stood at the epicenter, exuding an imposing presence and grand aura. Perhaps due to his formidable strength and exceptional temperament, Bloodcopper did not kneel but instead revealed a more exhilarated smile. Haha. This momentum, splendid. You must be even more delectable. I shall devour you whole, leaving no bones behind. As his words fell, Bloodcopper's heavy armor-tail wings suddenly whipped through the air, striking towards Lin Chen with lightning speed. Faced with this assault, Lin Chen's expression sharpened, adopting a serious demeanor. The power of those wings undoubtedly surpassed that of his own body. However, how many times stronger, Lin Chen could not ascertain. Let me find out. Lin Chen took the initiative once more, meeting the blood-soaked wings, which were twice his length. As they clashed, Lin Chen immediately felt a tremendous force, one that was leagues beyond Bloodcopper and Appo's original strength. Lin Chen exerted every ounce of energy, yet he still could not match it. Such power. In the moment of collision, Lin Chen was taken aback. This force likely exceeded the B-level threshold. Judging solely by strength, Bloodcopper's wings had surpassed B-level, possessing A-level power. Lin Chen was sent flying by the bloodied wings, his body flipping through the air. Witnessing this, the lone wolf's heart sank. This beast possesses such power. Yet Lin Chen, though propelled away, bore no visible injuries. In midair, he deftly adjusted the direction of his force field, ensuring better control. Is this what the heavy armor wings are capable of? Truly remarkable. Lin Chen soared over 10 meters through the air, yet did not collide with the wall. As if guided by an unseen force, he came to a halt, standing suspended in the air. Bloodcopper was momentarily astonished. What kind of trick is this? However, he quickly regained composure. Humph. Whatever trickery it may be, it matters not. In this clash of strength, I am superior. With a fierce shout, Bloodcopper pushed off the ground with his wings, launching himself skyward towards Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen merely smiled gently, raising his right hand. The space above him warped, revealing a translucent red jade bottle, entwined by 9 dragons engulfed in crimson flames. The first to notice was the lone wolf. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to elation. This shape, could it be the lost national treasure of Huaxia, the 9-dragon divine fire shield? Chapter 155, Blood Sacrifice as the Master, born from a thought as a member of the Special Abilities team. The lone wolf was acutely aware of the formidable artifacts that had been lost by China during a previous world-class war. Once the most prosperous nation of ancient times, China boasted numerous divine instruments, albeit of varying ranks. However, during a certain foreign conflict, a significant portion of these artifacts was lost. When the Special Abilities team conducted ideological training on these lost treasures beyond China and Appo's borders, they brought to light the multitude of ancient artifacts that various nations had come to possess. The artifact that Lin Chen had just revealed bore a striking resemblance to the national treasure known as the 9-dragon divine fire shield that the lone wolf had previously encountered. The reason for his certainty lay in the shared characteristic of these national artifacts. They were primarily governed by blood sacrifice, their essence brought forth by a singular thought. In simpler terms, only through the offering of blood could one wield these national treasures. Furthermore, each artifact possessed a degree of sentience. The blood of ordinary individuals was insufficient to command their allegiance. It was perplexing, however, why the 9-dragon divine fire shield would find itself in Lin Chen's possession. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chen established a unique connection with the 9-dragon divine fire shield and comprehended its singular function, suppression. In its operation, the shield would absorb the host's energy, and Lin Chen's energy had already been enhanced to imperial potency through the emperor's art. Upon absorbing this royal essence, the 9 dragons adorning the shield ignited with a faint golden flame, transforming the originally crimson fire into a spectacle where golden light shimmered at the tips. As the 9-dragon divine fire shield was released, it rapidly expanded, the mouth of the jade vessel inverted, targeting the Bloodcopper. Witnessing this, Bloodcopper and Appo's previously confident demeanor faltered, his expression shifting to one of grave concern as he beheld the luminous barrier encircled by the 9 fiery dragons. An extraordinary sense of oppression enveloped him, as if he were about to be subdued by this formidable artifact. Despite his immense confidence in his own powers, Bloodcopper instinctively recoiled, curling his wings and seeking to escape using the ground as leverage. Yet, Lin Chen and Appo's lips curled into a smirk, taunting, "Try to escape again. I dare you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 5 of the 9 fire dragons surged forth, racing toward Bloodcopper's fleeing form. Seeing the dragons obstruct his path, Bloodcopper roared, "Get lost." He swung his mighty wings down, preparing to crush the fire dragons beneath their weight. However, one dragon entwined itself around his wing. The moment the sharp, scaled appendage made contact with the dragon, it emitted a piercing hiss. The overwhelming pain coursed through Bloodcopper and Appos' nerves, compelling him to cry out in agony. Two additional fire dragons then charged toward the wings on Bloodcopper's back. One dragon opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of golden flames that surged toward the winged appendage. Boom! In an instant, a blazing inferno enveloped Bloodcopper's body, centered around his wings. The intensity of the flames seemed capable of incinerating all impurities in existence. Bloodcopper writhed in torment, yet his assault did not relent. The jade vessel descended from above, enveloping him within its confines. As the last sliver of space was sealed off, the 9 fire dragons surrounding the 9-dragon divine fire shield blazed with fervor. Although the flames on Bloodcopper's exterior had extinguished, the searing heat radiating from the shield remained unbearable. Amidst the echoes of Bloodcopper's cries, his wings retracted back into his body. With a convulsive motion, he withdrew his wings entirely. Indeed, it was the 9-dragon divine fire shield. The lone wolf exclaimed. Overwhelmed with emotion, he was filled with gratitude, for the national treasure of China had been rediscovered by Lin Chen. This shield, having been lost to the ages, must be reclaimed for the sake of China and Appos' honor. Yet, this reclamation did not necessitate state intervention, as long as it remained in the hands of the Chinese people. It was effectively under their dominion. Their treasured artifacts could not be allowed to languish in obscurity. That should suffice. Lin Chen observed Bloodcopper, now subdued by the 9-dragon divine fire shield, and murmured to himself. Should the heat persist, it was likely that Bloodcopper would succumb. With that thought, Lin Chen willed the flames atop the shield to extinguish immediately, dissipating into nothingness. The surrounding barrier slowly ascended, returning to Lin Chen's grasp in its original form. He held it firmly, distorting space as the 9-dragon divine fire shield was stored within his personal space. Looking back at Bloodcopper, he found him lying motionless on the ground, seemingly exhausted. Although in a weakened state, Lin Chen discerned the faint pulsation of his life force, indicating he had not perished but was gravely injured. While Lin Chen held no fondness for him, the fact remained that he was a B-level mutant and could still prove useful. Simultaneously, Lin Chen reflected on the recent confrontation and the might of the 9-dragon divine fire shield. If a B-level mutant could not withstand its power, it stood to reason that only those of A or S class would be capable of resisting it. Lin Chen mused to himself. He then raised his gaze to the surroundings, speaking slowly. I never imagined that the mutants of the East would resort to consuming ordinary humans. Truly perverse. With that, Lin Chen slowly removed the veil concealing his face, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. Instantly, the gazes of all present mutants fixated upon him, their expressions frozen in awe. Buzz. Every mutant's mind momentarily short-circuited, a cacophony of buzzing filling the air. Lu Xiang's anxious expression gradually softened, her eyes reflecting a newfound tenderness. Meanwhile, the other mutants, after a brief stupor, found their fear replaced by profound infatuation. Struggling to lift his head, Bloodcopper caught sight of Lin Chen and Appos' face, his pupils widening in shock. The anger he had felt moments before evaporated, replaced by a flicker of joy, only to be swiftly overshadowed by concern for his previous insolence. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully subdued a B-level mutant. Reward, 1000 mental power. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully subdued a B-level mutant. Reward, 1000 mental power. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully subdued. Soon, Lin Chen had successfully subdued all the mutants present, significantly enhancing his mental power. He turned and approached the lone wolf, raising his hand gently. As the force field contracted, the chains binding the lone wolf shattered with a series of cracks. Be cautious. There may be other mutants. The lone wolf warned weakly. Fear not, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile, casting a sweeping glance at the other mutants. At his mere glance, they all bowed their heads in unison, exclaiming, Master. Chapter 156, The A-Class Magnetic Force Field. Without exception, the mutated beings surrounding Lin Chen knelt before him in a posture of reverence. Perhaps it was due to the cultivation of the Emperor's art. The mutated beings, who had previously been captivated by Lin Chen and Appos' charm, displayed a subtle shift in their demeanor. In their eyes, he was not merely an object of admiration but also a figure commanding a desire for submission. Witnessing this scene, the lone wolf stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless for a considerable time. How could those once arrogant and overbearing mutated beings now bow before Lin Chen? What had he done? The lone wolf longed to inquire further, yet the burden on his body, compounded by recent stimuli, had nearly rendered him unconscious. Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Assist him with the bandaging. Yes, master, Lin Chen promptly acknowledged. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat. Subduing 5 C-class infected beings, granting 1 ability upgrade. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat. Subduing 10 C-class infected beings, granting 1 ability upgrade, now at 1420. The achievement activated. This time, the system reward amounted to 2 ability evolutions. With a mere thought, Lin Chen summoned his personal profile card. Host, Lin Chen. Charm level, 100,000, maximum, strength, 1400 agility, 1340 stamina, 1370 mental power, 17053 ordinary infected followers, 10,034, abilities. C-class ability magnetic force field, D-class passive ability life source. D-class ability mind control. Upon observing the significant increase in mental power, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Among the mutated beings before him, 3 possessed B-class strength, while no fewer than 13 were at C-class. The mental power he could harness exceeded even his original capacity. Upon surpassing 10,000 points of mental power, Lin Chen could elevate his ability level to A. With 10,000 mental power, equivalent to a B-class ability user, his magnetic force field could ascend directly to A-class. The standard for A-class ability users is 50,000 mental power, which sacrifices duration of use for enhanced potency. Lin Chen mused. Though the passive ability life source and mind control were undoubtedly significant, his primary focus in combat remained the magnetic force field. Thus, he resolutely upgraded the magnetic force field from C-class to A-class. At the moment of this ability upgrade, a flash of light caught Lin Chen's attention. Each mutated being radiated tiny droplets of golden starlight, swirling from their bodies and ultimately coalescing in midair into a substantial golden beam. The essence of this beam was the power of faith? Lin Chen quickly grasped the implication. The beam, swirling in the air, eventually surged into Lin Chen's body. As this power flowed in, the royal seed within his dantian was immediately enveloped. The already sprouting royal seed began to voraciously absorb this power of faith. Not only that, its growth rate experienced a qualitative enhancement. Gradually, Lin Chen observed that the branches sprouting from the royal seed seemed to grow according to a specific pattern, rapidly expanding within his dantian. The final structure it formed appeared to bolster the dantian support. According to the teachings of the Emperor's art, the initial formation of the outline corresponds to the 6th level. When the branches of the royal seed spread and bloom into buds, it would reach the 7th level. When the buds blossom, it would attain the 8th level. Ultimately, when the fruit is formed, it signifies the 9th level. By this reckoning, I must have reached the 6th level, corresponding to A-class in ancient martial arts. Lin Chen and Appo's lips curled into a smile. The 6th level of royal energy could augment normal attacks. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had utilized his expanding force field to compel the nearby mutated beings to kneel. Yet, such an imposing presence would prove ineffective against those stronger than himself. If he could infuse this power into his attacks, the impact would be entirely different. Such overwhelming strength could even be directly injected into an opponent and Appo's body through an assault. Consequently, during battles, his aura would perpetually influence his adversaries. However, as the disparity in strength between himself and his opponent widened, this influence would diminish. Lin Chen cast his gaze towards the chair where Bloodcopper had recently been seated. With a swift motion, he summoned the chair to himself. Lin Chen seated himself with a flourish, crossing one leg over the other, and spoke, "You may all rise." At this declaration, the other mutated beings exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. They cautiously stood, their gazes infused with fervor. "What is this place? Can anyone explain it to me?" Lin Chen inquired, realizing he had arrived in this relatively prosperous city without knowledge of its circumstances. The gathered beings were evidently well aware of the situation here. Master, a red-haired woman donning a rabbit mask mustered the courage to respond. "This is Yokohama South City, an area not controlled by the Eastern military." Yokohama South City? Lin Chen scrutinized her. "So there is a North City as well?" The red-haired woman nodded and continued, "Yes, Master. Yokohama is divided into South and North cities, with us mutants primarily inhabiting the South. The majority of the Eastern military's forces are stationed in the North. How many forces are present in Yokohama?" Lin Chen pressed on. The red-haired woman pondered briefly before hastily replying, "Master, the strongest among us mutants are here in the city, while some without dignity have been captured by the Onmyoji to serve as bodyguards. As for the ninjas, it is said that 1 heavenly ninja and 3 earthly ninjas are stationed here, boasting tremendous strength. Furthermore, there exists a powerful Onmyoji clan within Yokohama, known as the Koizumi clan, and it is rumored that their strongest Onmyoji surpasses even the heavenly ninjas. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Surpassing the heavenly ninja? That would imply the existence of demonic ninjas. In terms of rank, that would be SS. The presence of an SS-level powerhouse in Yokohama suggested that the city was indeed flourishing within the Eastern realm. Lin Chen reflected, having never encountered a being stronger than S-class. To discover one with SS-level prowess in this city was unexpected. Currently, his strength stood at A-class. He felt confident against S-class adversaries, yet SS-class. As one and Oppos, S strength increased, the variety of an opponent and Oppos, S abilities also expanded. Much like the Wind Demon clan and Oppos, S Wind Demon Momiji, who had nearly bested him. Oh, by the way. The red-haired woman seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke up. Besides ninjas and Onmyoji, the Eastern military also possesses formidable power. The military? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. While he was aware of the might of ninjas and Onmyoji, organizations like the military mostly comprised ordinary individuals. Could it be weaponry? Indeed. It is rumored that the military has a category of special weapons akin to mechas. There is even a type of ultimate armor that rivals the heavenly ninjas. It seems there is no text provided for editing and translation. Please share the content you would like me to refine and translate. Chapter 157, Military Raid, Ultimate Armor. Upon hearing this term, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Could it be those formidable mechs he had previously encountered at the American base? At that time, those few mechs, comparable in strength to Class C, had caused him considerable trouble. To his astonishment, there existed mechs in this land of the rising sun that rivaled Class S warriors. It appeared that in Yokohama City, every action must be taken with utmost caution. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings and continued his inquiry. What status do you hold in Yokohama City? The moment the question escaped his lips, the demeanor of every mutant present seemed to shift. The red-haired woman who had first engaged with Lin Chen displayed a hint of sorrow in her gaze. We, mutants, are in no position to be compared with those individuals. In fact, if discovered by them, we could be killed on the spot, she lamented. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chen began to piece together the reasons behind their plight. Essentially, these mutants fell into the category of infected beings. Moreover, they even resorted to feeding on the living. For the ordinary people, these mutants were no different from infected entities. Were it not for some possessing adequate strength to serve as bodyguards, one would hardly spot mutants in the bustling Yokohama City. Those normal individuals consider us as outcasts. Even though we coexist in the same space, we are denied peace, the red-haired woman declared fiercely. As she spoke, a glint of bloodlust flickered in her eyes. I see. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. He held no comprehension nor desire to understand their situation. The mutants found themselves in a deeply awkward position. Though they belonged to the infected category, the peculiar substances added to the river waters of this land had preserved their intellect, rendering them beings that were neither entirely human nor entirely ghostly. They possessed extraordinary combat prowess, yet despite their potential to integrate into ordinary life, the discrimination rooted in their bloodlines continually thwarted them. Through years of brewing discontent, the mutants in these prosperous cities had begun to adopt retaliatory measures against the ordinary citizens who scorned them. Their method of revenge was straightforward: to consume them. This occurrence transpired in the land of the rising sun, and Lin Chen had no inclination to interfere. If they chose to self-destruct, he would allow them to do so. What occupied Lin Chen's thoughts now was how to swiftly depart from this cursed place. As Lin Chen sought to comprehend the specifics of Yokohama City, blue fragrance had already tended to the wounds of Lone Wolf. His body was wrapped in white bandages, giving him a feeble appearance. Their mutant stronghold possessed some external injury medication, and after application, his condition appeared significantly improved. Brother Lin, Lone Wolf, now swathed in bandages, lay on the ground and spoke weakly. This mission has failed. We can return to the temporary base and notify the Huaxia side. The difficulty of this mission will be elevated, and perhaps the second or even first team will be dispatched to handle it. The task that the third team could not complete will undoubtedly have its difficulty level increased. As for a task that could cost the lives of third team members, it might be escalated to first team standards. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes brightened. So, upon returning to the temporary base, they could indeed contact the Huaxia authorities? So we can leave? He inquired eagerly. Lone Wolf nodded. Exactly. We have our own channels to return to Huaxia. Lin Chen exhaled in relief. It seemed that even in failure, these Huaxia special forces had a means of escape. His previous worries had been unfounded. Well then, I shall take you away. Lin Chen expressed his eagerness. Being an outsider in this land, he felt a profound lack of safety. Despite the numerous infected zones in Huaxia, they were, after all, among compatriots. All right. I remember the direction to the temporary base. I will guide you. Lone Wolf nodded firmly. He then turned his gaze towards the other mutants nearby. What about them? Are we just leaving them behind? The Lone Wolf remained perplexed by Lin Chen and Apos' methods of subjugation. He recognized that these individuals, having submitted to Lin Chen, could potentially become valuable allies. They shall remain here, continuing as they are. Should there arise a need for their assistance, they may be summoned at will, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. At present, he no longer required the aid of such mutants or infected beings, for their strength was even inferior to his own. As Lin Chen's power grew, he had quietly observed that high-level infected entities were quite rare. Perhaps he had yet to traverse all infected territories. During his time in the infected zones at the eastern borders of Huaxia, he had only encountered the strongest infected beings at Class B. In his days wandering this land of the rising sun, the most formidable mutant he had encountered was merely B. This indicated that higher-level infected entities were scarce. Unless he faced an entity of superior caliber, he would have no need for their strength. Otherwise, these mutants were akin to expendable pawns. Are you not planning to take them with you? Lone Wolf asked, somewhat astonished. The other mutants displayed expressions of concern, seemingly fearful of being forsaken by Lin Chen. While these mutants possessed utility, bringing them along would be cumbersome. It is simpler to leave them in the land of the rising sun. Should I return to this land in the future, they might prove useful, Lin Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf pondered and nodded in understanding. I see. Lin Chen concentrated, and a force field spread forth, lifting Lone Wolf's body effortlessly. Time waits for no one. We must depart. Even now. Lone Wolf remained astounded by Lin Chen and Apos' unique abilities, yet being a worldly individual, he refrained from speaking excessively. Every time. I am left in awe of your control over such powers. Once we return, you might consider joining the Huaxia Special Forces, Lone Wolf jested. Indeed. Lin Chen replied with a light smile. In his palm, space distorted, revealing a bronze medal. Upon seeing this object, Lone Wolf gasped in surprise. Oh, an invitation medal from the Special Forces? Being a member of the Special Forces himself, he understood the significance of this medal. When members were dispatched for missions, they carried their identity badges, and should they encounter promising recruits, they could present these badges as an invitation to join the Special Forces. I was worried for nothing. With Brother Lin's capabilities, joining the Special Forces. Before his sentence could conclude, a figure crashed through the iron wall of the factory, similarly masked. And evidently a mutant. His body landed heavily on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, flowing from beneath his mask. With a gaze filled with despair, he looked towards the other mutants and trembled as he spoke. Hurry. Run. It is. Personnel from the military. Chapter 158, The City Massacre Bus. Lin Chen's perception magnetic field instantly expanded, encompassing a radius of 200 meters. This marked a qualitative shift following the breakthrough of his magnetic field to A level. Now, within this 200-meter range, Lin Chen could sense all objects capable of generating a magnetic field. A strong magnetic barrier? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Within the magnetic field, aside from the human magnetic field surrounding the factory, he detected numerous robust magnetic structures akin to walls. They resembled the formidable magnetic walls encountered previously in the secret base of the beautiful nation. Such strong magnetic constructs obstructed his magnetic field, preventing him from penetrating further. Only the beautiful nation could wield such technology. How intriguing. The military of the Eastern nation has evidently forged ties with the technology of the beautiful nation. Lin Chen scoffed coldly. It seems that the current international relations are less than optimistic for Huaxia. The Eastern nation's military? This poses a significant problem. The expression of the Lone Wolf shifted slightly, and he turned to Lin Chen, attempting to speak earnestly. Brother Lin, while the Eastern nation's military appears to be an independent force, it is, in reality, under the control of the beautiful nation. They possess various types of battle mechas specifically designed to counter Huaxia's superhumans. We cannot confront them head-on. If he were in peak condition, dealing with those mechas would be a mere trifle. However, in his current state, he felt like a burden. Fear not, I have my own measures. Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile, taking a deliberate step forward. As his foot touched the ground, a surge of imperial energy erupted within him. His state underwent a tremendous transformation. With the eruption of imperial energy, Lin Chen's eyes blazed like torches, as if they could pierce through all worldly illusions. A torrent of immense energy surged through him, causing the entire space to tremble, filling the air with an indescribable sense of oppression. Boom. Lin Chen and Apos' aura surged dramatically. akin to a colossal dragon awakening, shattering the surrounding silence. The dilapidated walls of the factory crumbled under the force of this energy, debris flying everywhere. Crack, crack. Even the sturdy steel beams twisted and deformed under this tremendous impact. With a deafening roar, the sound echoed through every corner of the factory. Dust swirled, fragments scattered, and the vast factory collapsed with a thunderous crash. It was as if a bomb had detonated, centered around Lin Chen. Instantly, the surroundings opened up to reveal a clear view. He stood amidst the ruins, his garments billowing in the wind. His eyes, like lightning, scanned everything around him. As for the mutated beings, they were left in awe by Lin Chen's miraculous display of power. The lone wolf's eyes widened, unable to believe the spectacle before him. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he understood precisely what Lin Chen had just accomplished. It was merely a simple release of his aura. The ancient martial arts of Huaxiao primarily focus on cultivating the internal energy. The stronger the energy, the greater the individual's power. Sometimes, when facing weaker opponents, merely expanding one's aura can swiftly resolve the confrontation. However, this aura was still just an aura. Lin Chen had managed to inflict tangible damage. He couldn't be mistaken. The lone wolf's gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, recognizing him as a practitioner of the same technique, the first emperor's art. Aside from him, it was unlikely that anyone else in the special operations team could claim the same qualification to practice this technique. Who exactly is he? Lin Chen, oblivious to the lone wolf's thoughts, continued to scan the battlefield, his smile unwavering. He observed that every street surrounding the factory was blocked by several identical silver armored vehicles. In front of the armored vehicles, boundary lines had been established, and a group of soldiers clad in black armor, wielding advanced weaponry, had nearly encircled the area completely. Moreover, a buzzing sound echoed from above. Looking up, he saw several mechas soaring through the sky, flames of fuel igniting beneath them. There were 4 of these mechas, each with a distinct form, outfitted with various weaponry. These mechas appeared different from those he had seen previously. Lin Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His gaze fell upon the red-haired woman. Do you know the origin of these mechas? Master. The red-haired woman's eyes were tinged with fear. Even a single one of these mechas could capture us all. Why? Why are there 4? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen surveyed the scene. The military only had 1 S-level mecha. It seemed that these 4 mechas were all at A-level strength. Damn those mutated beings. Hand over that Huaxia spy immediately. While Lin Chen contemplated, a voice blared from a distance. A middle-aged man in military uniform, looking impeccably dressed, held a megaphone and shouted towards Lin Chen. Master. That is Colonel Yi Tian. He is one of the top military commanders in Yokohama. Blue Fragrance's expression changed dramatically upon seeing him. There's no need for concern. Lin Chen cast a brief glance at the man and smiled lightly. Brother Lin, do you have any plans? Even the lone wolf's expression shifted at the sight of the situation. He knew well that the Eastern nation's military had long been colluding with the beautiful nation. Thus, during operations, they had made every effort to avoid contact with the Eastern nation's military. Given the current predicament, I surely have no means to escape, he mused. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen spoke with resolute clarity. Those ordinary people wielding thermal weapons are not a concern. They pose no threat. However, I am unlikely to handle these 4 A-level mechas. Lin Chen shrugged, his expression one of resignation. What? This? The lone wolf stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Does this mean they have us cornered? Yet, why did Lin Chen appear so unfazed? Ah, do not fret. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. While I may not be able to contend with them, that does not mean I cannot facilitate your escape. As he spoke, Lin Chen scanned the surroundings. The mutated beings, witnessing the unfolding scene, were struck with fear and uncertainty. Clearly, they recognized the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. How many of you can escape if I command you to scatter? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. The other mutated beings hesitated briefly. Master, if we simply flee without a plan, our numbers will overwhelm them. Those 4 mechas cannot possibly stop us. Even if some perish along the way, surely half of us can escape. The red-haired woman expressed a flicker of hope. That is good. Lin Chen exhaled in relief, then smiled warmly at her. If that is the case, then scatter and break through to escape from here. On your path to flee, aside from the military personnel, eliminate anyone else you encounter. Upon hearing this, the red-haired woman paused for a moment. Do you mean? Lin Chen maintained his smile, continuing to elucidate. Do your utmost to bring about a massacre in the city. Eliminate those military personnel until they no longer target us. Chapter 159. To die for you is our honor. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to pause momentarily. The lone wolf, buoyed by the force field, hesitated after hearing these words. And with uncertainty in his voice, he spoke. Brother Lin, are you sending them to their deaths? Undoubtedly. If these mutants recklessly attacked ordinary people, they would become the prime targets for the Eastern military's eradication efforts. They would have a chance to escape from this place. But in doing so, those mutants would perish here. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded, then bestowed a relaxed smile upon the lone wolf. I intend to send them to their deaths, brazenly. As he spoke, Lin Chen's gaze swept over the red-haired woman beside him. Do you have any objections? It is our honor to die for you. The red-haired woman responded with remarkable calmness. Her previous fear of the A-class mech evaporated. In its place was an absolute serenity in the face of life and death. Hearing her words, the lone wolf's brow furrowed, his expression one of astonishment. What has Lin Chen done to them? That's good. Lin Chen grinned, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. The red-haired woman, upon seeing his smile, felt that everything in the world was worthwhile. Even death could not instill fear in her. Scum, are you even listening to me? In the distance, Colonel Haida, holding a megaphone, trembled with rage as those people ignored him completely. He had brought the highest-level forces from the Yokohama military base. Except for one top-level mech that remained unmobilized, all other high-grade mechs were dispatched. This was to capture the lone wolf of the Huaxia Special Forces alive. Yet, to his surprise, despite his grand efforts to encircle them, those individuals acted as if he were invisible, as though they saw nothing. Such disrespect for the Yokohama military. Enough of your nonsense. Lin Chen shot him a cold glance, and an invisible force field immediately spread outward. It was as if two walls had appeared from thin air, compressing inward. By the time Colonel Haida sensed the unusual circumstance, it was too late. He was crushed by the force from both sides, letting out a scream before becoming nothing more than a puddle of blood and shattered bones. Within the bounds of Lin Chen's capabilities, such ruthlessness was inevitable. Had it not been for the strong magnetic isolation on those mechs, he might have considered dismantling them. Before the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, Colonel Haida was twisted into a mass of flesh by an invisible force. Such an absurd scene left them dumbfounded, unsure of what had transpired. At the same time, Lin Chen furrowed his brow in suspicion. His gaze lifted to one of the mechs. Within it, a magnetic field was silently scanning over him. This sensation felt akin to being stripped bare, exposed for all to see. Is it scanning me? Lin Chen murmured. However, there was no time for contemplation. The urgent matter was to vacate this perilous place. I've dealt with the troublesome fellow for you. The rest is up to you. Lin Chen directed his words to the red-haired woman. The individual with command capabilities should be Colonel Haida. He understood the essence of this operation, the life of the lone wolf. If he were to perish, Lin Chen and the lone wolf would find it considerably easier to escape. Thank you, master. The red-haired woman spoke slowly. As her words fell, the fabric of her back suddenly tore apart, flesh writhing to form a massive wing. Lin Chen observed closely. The positioning of the wings varied according to their type. The red-haired woman's wings resembled a pair of dark red flames, and as they fully manifested, her pupils transformed to a blood-red hue. Not only her, but the surrounding mutants also released their distinct wing types, each more varied than the last. Master, you should retreat first. I will carve a path for you. The red-haired woman declared earnestly. Witnessing her wings grow rapidly, the once soft wings transformed instantaneously into a tangible form, radiating an alluring purplish-red hue. The surface of the wings crystallized into numerous ruby-like spines. With a hiss, those spines shot forth like a cascade of purplish-red light, targeting the armored soldiers in the distance. Seeing their commander fall, the soldiers lost any semblance of tactical command. Uncertain who shouted first, they cried, "Fire!" The armored soldiers quickly repositioned, with those responsible for fire suppression stepping in. In an instant, the area where Lin Chen stood became a battlefield engulfed in cannon fire. The other mutants sprang into action, their speed and strength vastly enhanced by their wings, charging towards the armored soldiers. As they advanced amidst the onslaught, their wings served as shields. Even when bullets struck them, the grazed wounds would heal in a short time. Meanwhile, Lin Chen appeared unfazed, using the force field to carry the lone wolf, leisurely making his way outward. As he walked, he inquired, "Where is the stronghold? Do remember to point me in the right direction." Fortunately, the lone wolf was seasoned in such matters. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. "This way, we'll discuss it further once we exit the city." Despite the mutants' resistance, the four mechs in the sky joined the fray. Yet, Lin Chen's initial command was not to engage in a protracted battle but to escape and wreak havoc within Yokohama. As long as they caused enough destruction, the military's focus would shift away from Lin Chen and his companions. The red-haired woman, teaming up with another B-class mutant, cleared a path for Lin Chen. With a surge of the force field, the two flew forth. Due to the lone wolf's presence, their identities had already been exposed. Hiding their abilities would be futile. Brother Lin, I cannot express my gratitude enough. If we truly return to Huaxia, I will repay this kindness, the lone wolf exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld Lin Chen's extraordinary abilities. When faced with the prospect of failure, he had already contemplated his grim fate. Only death awaited him. Especially if captured by those mutants, he would meet a cruel end, perhaps without a whole body. Hey, rest assured about repayment, even if you don't mention it. I will actively seek it out. Do not burden yourself with concerns. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf paused, then burst into laughter. Haha. Brother Lin, dealing with someone like you is truly convenient. I like your character. When we return to Huaxia, I'll treat you to drinks. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze flicking to the rear. Drinks are certainly in order, but let us wait until we escape. An A-class mech is pursuing us, it seems. Your allure to the Eastern military is rather potent. Chapter 160, The Origin of the Apocalypse. Of course, I am popular. The lone wolf smirked coldly, a hint of disdain flickering at the corner of his eye. If they could capture me alive, these Eastern devils would exchange my life for the captives we once seized. Therefore, even if I were to perish, I would never allow myself to fall into their hands. With this thought, the lone wolf's emotions stabilized as he murmured, Brother Lin, if we cannot escape, please end my life. I cannot bring trouble to our country. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Do not worry, it will not come to that. Although it may take some time, after all, it is merely an A-class mech. To avoid unnecessary complications, let us wait until we lure it outside the city before destroying it. This vast Yokohama city is, after all, under the control of the Eastern authorities. Engaging in a fierce battle with that A-class mech may lead to an unstable situation. Do you have confidence, Brother Lin? The lone wolf asked hesitantly. As a member of the Special Operations Team, he certainly had considerable experience dealing with American battle mechs. He understood their strength all too well. Although he possessed A-class abilities himself, he felt more at ease against an equally powerful opponent. However, facing an A-class battle mech required heightened focus and caution. The last time he met Lin Chen, the latter had only possessed C-class strength. Yet, in just a few days, Lin Chen's abilities had astonishingly escalated to A-class. How had this transformation occurred? The lone wolf was genuinely curious about the experiences Lin Chen had undergone during this brief period. Confidence? One could hardly say so. Lin Chen replied while fleeing. I have had previous encounters with this type, so I should manage without too much difficulty. Besides, if we truly cannot prevail, we can always flee. As he spoke, Lin Chen cast a keen glance at the mech behind them, murmuring, American mechs can now brazenly appear on Eastern soil. It seems these two nations share a profound connection. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf's gaze turned icy as he retorted, Humph. A bunch of clowns. The Easterners and the Americans have long formed a covert alliance, attempting to consume our China piece by piece. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. It sounded rather similar to the geopolitical dynamics of the world he had previously inhabited, despite the ongoing apocalyptic viral crisis afflicting the human alliance. These nations were plotting to engulf one another. In retrospect, the Eastern ninjas and American mechs he encountered in China were not mere coincidences. What? The lone wolf seemed somewhat taken aback. You have encountered ninjas and American battle mechs on Chinese soil? Lin Chen nodded. Indeed. I have seen them, and nearly fell into their hands. Fortunately, members of the Special Operations Team arrived in time to assist me, allowing me to escape unscathed. Hearing this, the lone wolf fell silent for a moment before slowly replying. The Special Operations Team 5 and Team 4 typically handle simpler domestic tasks. Teams 1, 2, and 3 undertake high-difficulty domestic and international missions. You were fortunate to encounter members of Team 5. It seems that the current attempts at annexation among nations are becoming increasingly overt. Is there any need for subtlety? Lin Chen countered. With those infected zones in place, every nation is sealed off. No information can escape. If a smaller country were to be completely engulfed by an infected zone, would anyone even know? However, the lone wolf merely smiled faintly. Brother Lin, your point is indeed valid. But the true plight afflicting nations worldwide is not the current apocalyptic crisis. It is the covert mutual annexation among states. The lone wolf's words left Lin Chen bewildered. He scratched his head. Mutual annexation? What does that mean? The meaning is quite simple. The lone wolf replied with a calm demeanor, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Currently, this apocalyptic crisis, which could affect the entire world, serves merely as a facade. Under this pretense, the powers of various nations can quietly and stealthily consume one another without attracting attention. The apocalyptic crisis is merely a facade? Lin Chen was astounded, as if hearing something utterly unbelievable. In stark contrast, the lone wolf remained remarkably composed. What does this mean? Lin Chen immediately inquired. The revelation struck him with tremendous force. This was classified information within the Special Operations Team, not to be disclosed lightly. However, for certain special individuals, we can share the truth. This matter must begin with the human alliance from a century ago. Through the Lone Wolf's narration, Lin Chen finally grasped the true essence of this seemingly world-altering apocalyptic crisis. A century ago, the human alliance was formed by the amalgamation of all nations worldwide. However, as time progressed, resources and land rapidly dwindled. During this period, members of the human alliance discovered a floating coffin on the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. No one knew whence it had come, as if it had risen from the depths of the sea. Due to its peculiar material, the coffin was immediately taken by the human alliance for investigation upon its recovery. The personnel involved even detected signs of life within the coffin. What kind of concept was this? The exterior of the coffin bore the marks of erosion from seawater, suggesting that it had been submerged for perhaps thousands of years. Yet life persisted within? This was utterly unfathomable. At that time, the various national powers within the human alliance engaged in heated debates regarding whether to open the coffin and investigate the life within. However, such a proposal encountered vehement opposition from the Chinese faction. The reasoning was simple, while other nations could not discern its significance. An ancient martial practitioner from China recognized its implications. The coffin bore numerous ancient Chinese mystical inscriptions, although the effects of their arrangement remained uncertain. Even a few of these inscriptions suggested that the coffin served as a seal to contain something. The entity enclosed within was surely no benign being. Once the coffin was opened, the research facility's members were slaughtered overnight, leaving only a sea of white bones behind. From that moment onward, a peculiar virus emerged into the realm of human awareness. Chapter 161, A Glorious 5,000 Years briefly summarized. A century of humiliation divided into 2 volumes. Are you suggesting that the origin of this apocalyptic virus is entirely due to the creature sealed within that coffin? Upon hearing the words of the Lone Wolf, Lin Chen could scarcely believe his own ears. Such a thing exists. This global crisis, which has spread its dark shadow across the world, can indeed be traced back to a specific origin. It is not merely a case of chemical leakage. Its roots can be traced back to such ancient times. According to our research records from the past, this is indeed the case. The Lone Wolf responded earnestly. After that creature departed from the research facility, it wasn't long before regions around the world began to exhibit phenomena of human infection and mutation. These infected entities can be categorized into 2 types. One type possesses a contagious virus, and those attacked by such entities become infected themselves. The other type is characterized by an evolutionary aspect of the infecting virus. Entities born from this category of virus even possess the ability to self-evolve. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. He was somewhat familiar with these 2 categories of infected entities, akin to the distinction between ordinary zombies and special infected beings. However, what he found hard to believe was that this widespread infection crisis was merely a consequence of that one creature. Could it be that the human alliance has never considered a definitive resolution to this dilemma? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, questioning in confusion. End it? The Lone Wolf scoffed, retorting, why should we seek to end it? Currently, countries around the world are encircled by infection zones. If they wish to take action against other nations, they can do so under the cover of these zones. It is not only the other countries that may target Huaxia. We have endured humiliation for so long. And does it not serve us well? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen began to understand. Such a situation represents both danger and opportunity for Huaxia. Then, what of that creature from the research facility? Lin Chen inquired incisively. If we could control that creature, would it not mean controlling the entire infection zone of the world? The Lone Wolf shook his head. That creature has now vanished without a trace. It is unknown whether it is dead or alive. A being that had been sealed in a coffin for 1,000 years could not simply perish upon being released, could it? Lin Chen frowned, murmuring. Therefore, we believe that this creature is not dead but rather hiding away in some corner. The Lone Wolf continued. However, its existence has become a relic of the past for the human alliance, as it has not appeared for over a century. What troubles us now is how to leverage the infection zones to achieve the revival of the Huaxia nation. The tone of the Lone Wolf was remarkably calm, as if this were a perfectly ordinary matter. Revival, Lin Chen murmured, then broke into a chuckle. So, this apocalyptic crisis is something that Huaxia does not wish to resolve swiftly either, although we also risk being engulfed in reality. Can we not also absorb other nations? Upon hearing this, the Lone Wolf regarded Lin Chen with a peculiar expression, then cleared his throat. Ahem, Comrade Shaolin. Allow me to correct a misconception. This is not merely the ambition of Huaxia. In this realm, there exists only one Huaxia. Only one. There can only be one. Lin Chen contemplated briefly before grasping the implication. If all other nations cease to exist, would there not be only Huaxia left in the world? I understand. I understand, Lin Chen said with a smile, his lips curling upward. In the current world situation, this so-called apocalypse crisis is hardly significant. The lone wolf stated expressionlessly. After all, when the infection virus first erupted, many powerful infected entities perished in that initial battle. Moreover, the evolution of infected entities is exceedingly challenging, making high-level infected entities a rare sight. Lin Chen scrutinized the lone wolf, regaining focus. So, does that mean the nations of the world currently possess sufficient strength to conclude this apocalypse? Indeed. The lone wolf nodded affirmatively. This rare opportunity has arisen. There are frictions among the various nations, making it the perfect time to resolve these tensions. Furthermore, Huaxia's illustrious history spans 5,000 years, which can be summarized in a single sentence. Yet, the humiliations of modern history are substantial enough to fill 2 volumes. Since other nations harbor ambitions of annexation, how could we possibly stand idly by? Through their exchange, Lin Chen began to form a preliminary understanding of this world. The so-called apocalyptic crisis is merely a deception believed by ordinary citizens and soldiers alike. The true threat emanates from other nations, utilizing the advantages of the infection zones. Countries can covertly vie against one another. To put it simply, is this not a silent world war? With that realization, a feeling of impending threat emerged. As if a powerful magnetic field were coalescing, Lin Chen slightly turned his face, noting the A-class mech pursuing him, which was now aiming a weapon resembling a laser cannon. The barrel shimmered as particles of light continuously condensed and contracted. Observing this, Lin Chen glanced at his surroundings and sneered. Heh. Dare you use long-range weapons against me outside of Yokohama City? Earlier, as the two fled, that A-class mech had merely pursued them. However, despite Lin Chen accelerating his propulsion field to maximum, the mech, even at full fuel rate, could not catch up. Yet, the individual commanding that A-class mech seemed unwilling to let the two escape. It relentlessly pursued them from behind. This was to be expected, as one side is human and the other is machine. Humans will tire, but machines require only fuel. After years of research and development, these mechs face no concerns regarding fuel replenishment. With patience, they could certainly catch up to Lin Chen and his companion, especially if they could capture Lin Chen. It would be a significant achievement, a member of a Huaxia Special Operations team, an unknown adversary, perhaps. They could also be a person of considerable status within Huaxia. Capturing them both would surely hold immense value. While Lin Chen focused on fleeing, his peripheral vision remained attuned to the situation behind him. The magnetic field at the mech's cannon was intensifying significantly. When it reached a certain threshold and the magnetic field ceased to strengthen, Lin Chen realized that the weapon's energy storage seemed to be complete. Just then, the flowing light at the cannon's mouth began to shine with a dangerously bright purplish-red hue. The radiant stream continued to gather, and as it seemed poised to be unleashed upon Lin Chen, he smiled faintly. Heh, retracted. With that, he raised a hand to condense the magnetic field, instantaneously enveloping the cannon's end. An overwhelming force erupted but did not breach the field. Instead, it was propelled back into the cannon. Boom. Chapter 162, Mecha? Still suppressing. A tremendous explosion captured the attention of the lone wolf. When he turned his head, he beheld an A-class mecha enveloped in dark mist, a clear indication of the recent blast. Upon witnessing this, the lone wolf was taken aback. What have you done? Lin Chen spoke slowly. Nothing much. Just helped it blow its chamber. That should count as a solution, right? The lone wolf turned back to observe the mecha shrouded in thick smoke, his brow furrowing. No, it can't be that simple. The mechas of the beautiful nation are the culmination of their advanced technology, and the classification of combat levels is exceptionally stringent. He spoke earnestly. The reason this mecha is rated as A-class is not merely due to its production, but rather because it has genuinely slain A-class formidable opponents in actual combat. Only after such a process can a level be assigned. Therefore, the hierarchy of mechas is strictly enforced. Furthermore, after these combat mechas complete their designated missions, the combat system automatically preserves the experiences garnered during the battle. Based on various data from the fight, the mechas undergo repairs and modifications. Thus, each high-level mecha is a survivor from numerous actual engagements. Through continuous repairs and upgrades, these combat mechas increase their levels and capabilities. Simultaneously, the combat experiences accumulated can also be applied to the modification and creation of new mechas. The technological prowess of the beautiful nation is progressively enhanced through such battles. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound emanated from the mecha, which had just suffered a plasma cannon explosion. A cannon barrel detached itself from the mecha, descending from the sky. Simultaneously, several gusts of wind could be heard from within the mecha, seemingly from its self-ventilation system. The surrounding dark mist dissipated immediately, revealing the mecha's exterior, pristine as ever. Noticing this, the lone wolf discerned some insights and slowly remarked, "I have heard that the weapon systems of the beautiful nation's combat mechas operate independently of the mecha systems. Therefore, if a handheld weapon is damaged, the system can directly control the weapon to detach it. Lin Chen's earlier attack merely delayed its movements, nothing more. Quite troublesome." Lin Chen silently muttered to himself, realizing that the mecha's structure was imbued with strong magnetic defenses. This meant he could not simply dismantle it through magnetic manipulation. He could only employ conventional combat methods to wear it down. The last time he faced a C-class combat mecha, he had fortuitously discovered its weakness, located where its energy source lay. However, the structure of the current mecha was entirely different from the one he had previously encountered. Its surface magnetic construction bore no vulnerabilities. Considering Lin Chen's abilities, apart from the magnetic field, the only means he had to inflict damage were the Emperor's Technique and the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. The Emperor's Technique, a cultivation method driven by the practitioner's chi, excels in instilling a sense of intimidation through royal energy within the body. However, such a technique held no sway over a lifeless entity like a mecha. It only had an effect on living adversaries. Ultimately, it seemed he would have to deploy the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield to contend with the A-class mecha before him. Having distanced himself from Yokohama City, Lin Chen ceased his retreat. He cautiously retracted the force field, placing the lone wolf back on the ground, and then stood up. By the way, he recalled before ascending, does our China possess such technology? If so, we should destroy it for research. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf chuckled wryly and shook his head. Don't even think about it. That mecha embodies the ultimate technology of the beautiful nation, a culmination of years of research, with its highest achievement being self-destruct secrecy technology. Not to mention a scrapped armor. Even if we were given a complete mecha, we might not be able to replicate its technology. Hearing this, Lin Chen sighed in resignation. Is that so? Then I shall just destroy it directly. It's a bit of a pity. With that, Lin Chen turned back, his right hand twisting in space, producing the palm-sized 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. The lone wolf was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Are you going to use such a national treasure? Hiki. The advanced technology of the beautiful nation is indeed impressive, but compared to our national treasures, it pales in comparison. In the sky, the A-class mecha activated its various weapons, all aimed at Lin Chen. His countermeasure was straightforward. He simply used the force field to completely isolate the mecha. All its firepower would strike the force field barrier, causing no damage whatsoever. However, Lin Chen realized he could not maintain such a state for long. Was this mecha akin to a porcupine? How could it strike from every angle? The comprehensive defense of the force field placed a tremendous strain on Lin Chen's mental energy. Some weapons might sustain damage due to the explosion, but the next second, the mecha system would automatically disengage that portion of the weapon system. Thus, it could not harm the mecha before him, merely lightening its load. Consequently, Lin Chen wasted no time and directly hurled the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield into the fray. Go! With a series of dragon roars, the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield began to expand in midair. The extent of its enlargement depended on the amount of royal energy Lin Chen infused. Therefore, with sufficient royal energy, Lin Chen could potentially expand this shield indefinitely. The A-class mecha before him was significantly larger than the previous blood copper one. Hence, the consumption of royal energy within Lin Chen was substantial. Fortunately, after breaking through the 6th level of the Emperor's Technique, the intensity of his royal energy had increased, although it still could not inflict damage on the mecha. The enhancement of his royal energy would amplify the power of the 9 fire dragons used for suppression. Observe as the 9 fire dragons, enveloped in radiant golden light, emerged, raising the temperature in a radius of several hundred meters. The lone wolf, lying on the ground, was astonished by this display. Has he already reached this level with the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield? Remarkable! Not only has he cultivated the Emperor's Technique, but he has also mastered a national treasure. Lin Chen's existence was becoming increasingly unfathomable to him. In the sky, the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield swiftly approached, and the mecha, attempting to flee, was ensnared by the 9 fire dragons, blocking its escape. Although its surface armor was resistant to flames, that was only true for ordinary fire. The temperature of these 9 fire dragons was undoubtedly higher than that of a smelting furnace. Sizzle! Sizzle! One by one, the fire dragons spiraled upward, using sheer force to bind the mecha. Subsequently, the 9-dragon divine fire shield descended upon it. Boom. A heavy sound echoed as the mecha was forcefully suppressed to the ground by the 9-dragon divine fire shield. Simultaneously, at a military base in Yokohama City, a high-ranking official in a beautiful nation military uniform glared at the screen, now filled with static, and bellowed furiously, "Investigate. I want all the information on this person." Chapter 163, Eager Invitation. Outside Yokohama City, after escaping pursuit, Lin Chen rested in the forest with the lone wolf for several days. Once the lone wolf had fully recovered, they planned to proceed to the base established by China in the land of the rising sun. During this time, Lin Chen learned the reasons behind the lone wolf's failure in this mission. Within the Wang family estate in Yokohama, not only was there the protection of the Fuma clan's Tianren, but there was also an S-rank Onmyoji stationed there. Initially, it was thought that once the Tianren departed, the lone wolf, along with his fellow teammates from Team 3, could encircle the entire Wang family. However, they were caught off guard by that formidable S-rank Onmyoji, forcing them to flee in a panic. This reckless action, however, had already alerted the enemy. They were subsequently targeted by a manhunt issued by the Japanese military, leading to widespread pursuit in Yokohama. During this pursuit, another individual sacrificed himself to protect the lone wolf, perishing under a barrage of bullets. While the lone wolf managed to escape by a stroke of luck, he was severely wounded, finding it exceedingly difficult even to walk, let alone escape from the heavily guarded Yokohama City. Without Lin Chen's abilities, it was likely that they would have been trapped within the city by the military's relentless chase. After resting for a few days, the lone wolf expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen for his care. He removed the bandages from his body, moving his somewhat stiff limbs with ease. It was astonishing how the lone wolf had recovered from a state of near death to his current condition in just a few days. Lin Chen was quite taken aback, recognizing that the lone wolf's self-healing abilities were strikingly similar to his own D-rank passive ability, Life Source. It's a trivial matter, and it also facilitates our subsequent actions, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Next, we shall head to the secret base you mentioned earlier, shall we? The lone wolf nodded in agreement. Indeed, the situation is special. For this mission, we only brought a single valuable satellite communication device for contact, which we did not carry with us. I must return to report to my superiors about this mission and some discrepancies during the operation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "Once you report back, will China send someone to retrieve us?" "Yes," the lone wolf affirmed. "Given the mission's complexity, my superiors will naturally dispatch either Team 2 or Team 1 to carry out the task. What follows will no longer concern me." A hint of melancholy tinged the lone wolf's words. He felt sorrowful for not completing the mission and for losing a team member. Yet, he understood that this was unavoidable, as the presence of an S-rank Onmyoji rendered him incapable of overcoming such an adversary, even with all his might. It was better to retreat than to perish in vain. "In that case, I shall accompany you back," Lin Chen nodded. However, he still harbored concerns regarding whether to join the Special Abilities team. His unique power to attract zombies might pose risks to himself. Nevertheless, understanding the current global landscape, he realized that the true threats were not the infected zombies but rather the mutual annexations among nations under the guise of the infection zones. Thus, his apprehensions about joining the Special Abilities team began to dissipate. His abilities were merely peculiar, and their greatest enemies remained other nations, not the infected beings. Rest assured, Brother Lin, the compensation I promised will not be lacking. I believe we can discuss your potential inclusion in the Special Abilities team. The lone wolf's intense gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Given Lin Chen's current strength, if he were to join the Special Abilities team, he would surely be on par with Team 3 members, aligning with his level. Through this mission, the lone wolf had come to fully appreciate Lin Chen's formidable prowess. If Lin Chen could become his ally, he would be a powerful support. Well then, Lin Chen scratched his chin, surveying the surroundings. Joining the Special Abilities team does indeed offer numerous benefits. However, let me contemplate it for a while. Although Lin Chen had developed trust in the character of the lone wolf and other Special Abilities team members, he was reluctant to reveal all of his capabilities without sufficient strength. Thus, he prioritized enhancing his own abilities for the time being. Of course, the lone wolf chuckled, not pressing the matter further. Let's head to the base and report these matters to the headquarters in China. I am certain officials will soon send someone over, especially since this situation involves another national treasure, the Fuxi chain. Initially, Lin Chen had little interest in what the lone wolf had said. However, upon hearing about the Fuxi chain, his eyes lit up. The Fuxi chain? A national treasure? What does that entail? Noticing Lin Chen's puzzled expression, The lone wolf paused for a moment before gradually explaining, "Yes, I forgot to mention this to you. At the Wang family estate in Yokohama, we not only encountered that S-rank on Myoji, but also inadvertently discovered a national treasure of China, the Fushi-chin. This instrument had been lost to China, and we did not know who had it in their possession. We previously did not pay much attention, as long as it was in Chinese hands and not misused. However, we have now discovered that the Fushi-chin has always been in the possession of the Wang family, and they have even taken it out of China. We cannot simply stand by and allow a national treasure to be lost to outsiders." As the lone wolf spoke, his tone grew increasingly serious. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, one's own treasure should remain with one's own people. Outsiders should not covet it." Meanwhile, Lin Chen pondered silently. This Fushi-chin might be akin to his Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, both belonging to ancient Chinese artifacts. If a single Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield had significantly enhanced his fundamental attributes, then the Fushi-chin. With this thought, Lin Chen abruptly raised his head, his right hand lifting as the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield materialized before him. He continued to inquire, "This Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield is also a national treasure of China, correct? How will the Chinese authorities view this matter?" Currently, the fact that he possessed the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield was no longer a secret to the lone wolf, which essentially meant it was exposed to the Chinese authorities as well. Given their stringent oversight over national treasures, would his possession of it lead to complications for him? "That's simple," the lone wolf replied with a light-hearted smile. "The Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield in Brother Lin's possession is a national treasure that China lost long ago. Now that it has been found in the land of the rising sun, it is indeed a significant achievement. However, given its importance, Brother Lin should return to China to register it, allowing the authorities to place a tracking mechanism on the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. That would suffice." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. "But how can that be? If a tracking mechanism is placed, it would ostensibly track the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, but in reality, they would have complete knowledge of my every move." Lin Chen did not distrust them. He merely wished to exercise greater caution in these chaotic times. "There is another solution," the lone wolf suggested, sensing Lin Chen's dissatisfaction. "If you join the Special Abilities team, you will have no such concerns. After all, members of the Special Abilities team not only have the qualification to carry national treasures but can even select suitable national treasures from the Chinese treasury." Chapter 164. Separate Actions. With a sudden exclamation, the lone wolf's words ignited a spark in Lin Chen's eyes. The opportunity to enter the Huaxia treasury and select national treasures? This implied that numerous ancient artifacts, akin to the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Cover, awaited within the vault, and the members of the Special Forces could choose freely? This revelation piqued Lin Chen's profound interest in the Special Forces. After all, merely possessing the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Cover had significantly enhanced his foundational attributes post-refinement. If he could refine several such artifacts, the improvement in strength would be far more rapid than the arduous pursuit of infected beings, who would toil endlessly to seek out these entities. After a century of resistance from the human alliance, high-level infected beings had nearly vanished from existence. Even if Lin Chen were to stumble upon a few, the increase in mental power would be negligible. The presence of these infected beings merely served as a means to fulfill his achievements and subsequently participate in the system's lotteries. Thus, joining the Special Forces appeared to be a commendable choice. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips as he murmured to himself, observing Lin Chen's burgeoning interest. The lone wolf's eyes widened in delight. "Brother Lin, with your current strength, you would likely be assigned directly to our third team upon joining the Special Forces. We could become teammates." The lone wolf flashed a warm smile. However, Lin Chen's expression remained tinged with hesitation, as if he held reservations. "If I join the Special Forces, I fear I may lose my freedom. Every action would be subject to the commands of superiors. Should he join the Special Forces, his daily activities would likely mirror those of the lone wolf, engaging in covert competition with other nations for the benefit of Huaxia. His adversaries would naturally be the forces of other countries. In the face of such opponents, the unique allure of infected beings would diminish entirely." Sensing Lin Chen's concerns, the lone wolf promptly clarified, "Brother Lin, do not misunderstand. Joining the Huaxia Special Forces does not equate to the complete loss of freedom. While tasks will be assigned by superiors, the decision to accept them ultimately rests with you. Only certain special missions require direct assignment, and those may take up your time. In fact, one can choose to merely hold a nominal position in the Special Forces. Special circumstances warrant special treatment." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. "It can be like that?" he pondered. If his leisure time would not be compromised, joining the Special Forces indeed seemed an appealing option. The prospect of entering the Huaxia treasury and selecting national treasures was immensely enticing. Well, based on what you've said, joining the special forces doesn't seem to present any drawbacks for me. Lin Chen nodded, murmuring thoughtfully. Of course, exclaimed the lone wolf, grinning broadly. Our Huaxia Special Forces is a team that serves the government, and we pride ourselves on two words: democracy. However, there is one thing the lone wolf chose not to voice. Over the years, not a single member of the Special Forces has ever actively rejected a mission that pertains to the welfare of the Huaxia populace. With that in mind, Lin Chen concluded after a moment and Apos' reflection, then I shall join the Special Forces. The lone wolf and Apos' face lit up with joy. Brother Lin, you have made a wise choice. With my recommendation and your strength, it will suffice to follow the proper procedures. Come with me to the base and relay the news back to Huaxia. With Lin Chen as a powerful ally, the lone wolf clearly felt a surge of confidence. However, Lin Chen stood still, lost in contemplation. After a few seconds, he slowly raised his head and inquired, there is no rush on this matter. Since you previously took action against the Wang family estate in Yokohama, you must be quite familiar with the internal intelligence, correct? The lone wolf paused, slightly taken aback, then nodded. Indeed. Then, could you share that intelligence with me? The lone wolf froze, realizing Lin Chen's inquiry about the Wang family bore a singular implication. He intended to take action against them. Brother Lin, why do you ask this? You wouldn't be considering a direct confrontation with the Wang family, would you? Lin Chen did not shy away, responding candidly, yes. I am indeed planning to confront the Wang family. However, it's not for any other reason but for the Fuxi chain. A sly smile crept across Lin Chen's face as he added, if I manage to acquire the Fuxi chain, wouldn't it mean I could use it myself? The lone wolf gasped in shock. Lin Chen truly intended to confront the Wang family. Moreover, it was because he coveted the Fuxi chain. The lone wolf hesitated. Brother Lin, whether the Fuxi chain can be wielded by you depends on your ability to refine it. Only those who can successfully refine these national treasures can control them. Lin Chen nodded, contemplating. So, as long as I can obtain the Fuxi chain and successfully refine it with blood, it will belong to me, correct? The lone wolf, although hesitant, affirmed. That is indeed the case. Then it's settled. Lin Chen declared confidently. I shall go to the Wang family and retrieve that treasure. If the opportunity arises, I will annihilate the Wang family completely, ensuring they cannot leak any intelligence. Upon hearing Lin Chen's resolute declaration, the lone wolf was left speechless. Where did he find such audacity? Even with two A-rank strong members from their team, they had failed to eliminate the Wang family, suffering a casualty in the process. Presently, the Wang family's defenses were undoubtedly impenetrable. Not even a fly could infiltrate. At this moment, Lin Chen's proactive approach seemed tantamount to courting death. Brother Lin, exercise some patience. The lone wolf urged earnestly. Our previous action has already alerted them. Their defenses will undoubtedly be exceptionally tight. Moreover, the Tianren from the Wind Demon clan will surely return to defend. Not to mention, within the Wang family estate, there are at least two S-rank strong members. Even the comrades from Team 2 might struggle to overcome such a lineup. Only Team 1 could reliably accomplish the task. Right now, we must relay this information to our superiors. How we proceed will depend on their arrangements. We cannot act independently or make arbitrary decisions. The lone wolf implored, fearing not only for the mission's integrity but also for Lin Chen's well-being. He was genuinely concerned that the reckless pursuit of glory might lead to catastrophic consequences. Even death within the Wang family estate. Having encountered such a promising newcomer, the lone wolf was determined not to witness Lin Chen's self-destructive folly. However, despite the lone wolf's warnings, Lin Chen merely smiled lightly. I haven't officially joined the special forces yet. The superiors cannot dictate my actions now. Let us proceed separately. You inform the superiors while I remain undercover in Yokohama, working in tandem with you. Chapter 165. Trouble with a change of assassin. Lin Chen had resolutely decided to remain in Yokohama City. Naturally, Lone Wolf found himself at a loss. As Lin Chen had stated, he had yet to join the special forces, rendering the orders from above ineffective. At the same time, Lone Wolf was acutely aware of Lin Chen's motives for staying in Yokohama. Undoubtedly, it was for the Wang family's Fuxi chain. Lin Chen already possessed the national treasure, the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, and it was evident that he harbored a keen interest in this item. He had even suggested the possibility of joining the special forces because they had access to the treasures of China, allowing them to select national artifacts. However, Lone Wolf had already cautioned him. Currently, the situation in Yokohama was unfavorable for them, demanding utmost caution in every action. if Lin Chen was determined to proceed. There was little Lone Wolf could do but offer a word of advice. Brother Lin, if you choose to act alone, please exercise caution. Maintain a low profile in Yokohama and await our news. Lin Chen waved his hand, his expression nonchalant. Rest assured, I will be fine. However, he added, when you arrive, how will you contact me? Lone Wolf pondered for a moment, seemingly making a decision, before placing his right hand on his left wrist. In the next instant, Lin Chen was astonished to observe that the skin on Lone Wolf's left wrist was subtly changing color. Rather than a mere alteration, it appeared to reveal an underlying object. A black wristband gradually took form. This was specialized equipment tailored by the Special Forces for different missions, possessing the capability of mimetic camouflage, ensuring that it would go unnoticed when worn. While explaining, Lone Wolf extended the wristband towards Lin Chen. I can use this to contact you. During this time, remain in Yokohama and prioritize your safety. Curiously, Lin Chen accepted the wristband and first scanned it with a magnetic field, detecting no anomalies before donning it on his left wrist. The moment the wristband made contact with Lin Chen's skin, it conformed perfectly, leaving no gaps. Simultaneously, its surface color began to shift, through mimetic camouflage, transforming to match Lin Chen's skin tone. If not for the sensation of wearing it, one might scarcely notice it. This wristband is solely for communication, so you need not worry, Lone Wolf said slowly. He then proceeded to inform Lin Chen of the specific circumstances within Yokohama before heading to the secret communication base. Lin Chen, in turn, donned a ninja outfit. After all, many of his distinctive traits had already been recorded by the military in Yokohama. Without some form of disguise, he would likely be discovered by lurking snipers upon his return. Once prepared, Lin Chen made his way back to Yokohama City. As he approached, he ceased using the magnetic field to maintain flight and opted to traverse the ground instead. However, during this approach, Lin Chen sensed no hidden snipers in the vicinity. Oh? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, then expanded his perception of the magnetic field to its maximum. All previously concealed snipers had now retreated. It appears those snipers were prepared for Lone Wolf and his team. Lin Chen murmured. The withdrawal of the snipers was advantageous for Lin Chen, as it facilitated his movements. The location of the Wang family was situated in the eastern part of the northern city of Yokohama, quite distant from the military base and the Onmyoji Koizumi family. The latter being located in the western part of the northern city, effectively spanning its entirety. If I intend to act, I must sever their communication devices in advance, otherwise, I must conclude all actions within 15 minutes. Lin Chen fell into contemplation. Although the Wang family was somewhat isolated from the other two factions, should they choose to assist, they would require some time. Nevertheless, Yokohama was not large. If they were timely in their support, they could swiftly reach the Wang family. Alas, it seems the Fushi Qin is not easily obtained. Lin Chen sighed deeply, contemplating alternative strategies. Simultaneously, he realized that excessive use of energy would significantly deplete his reserves. He required ample sustenance to replenish his energy. In such a bustling metropolis, the best places to find food were undoubtedly large shopping centers. However, during the day, these establishments were teeming with patrons, making it difficult for Lin Chen to act. He resolved to wait until nightfall, utilizing the magnetic field to disable the surveillance equipment within the shopping centers before making his move. After all, with his spatial capabilities, he could clear out an entire mall and depart unscathed. First, he sought out an unoccupied hotel. Lin Chen casually sensed the surroundings and discovered dozens of pinhole cameras within the hotel. With a mere thought, he disabled them all. Truly, the Japanese were living comfortably, reveling in luxury. Lying on the soft mattress, Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. It was the first time he had rested in a bed in quite a while. Yet, as he prepared to sleep, Lin Chen enveloped the room with a layer of magnetic field perception. Thus, if anyone were to enter, he would be alerted immediately. The so-called unoccupied hotel merely meant that this room had not been booked. Lin Chen could enter through spatial movement. He even selected a VIP suite. After taking a shower, he fell into a deep slumber until nightfall. As darkness descended, Lin Chen opened the hotel windows, and through the distortion of space, he found himself atop the building. His stomach growled. The rigorous demands of ancient martial arts training required constant energy replenishment. The streets at night were relatively deserted, and many large shopping centers had already closed their doors. Lin Chen's lips curved into a smile. Finally, I can stock up. To avoid detection by surveillance, Lin Chen opted to move directly between buildings, utilizing spatial shifts to locate nearby shopping centers. However, as Lin Chen appeared atop one building, preparing to use spatial transfer to reach another rooftop, a familiar magnetic field caught his attention. Lin Chen instinctively glanced elsewhere. spotting two slender figures engaged in fierce combat on a nearby rooftop. They actually survived? Impressive. Just what I need to guide me. Without further ado, Lin Chen headed towards the two individuals. He felt like a headless fly, aimlessly searching for something valuable. To locate a large shopping center, it was far more efficient to consult a local. In the distance, the two combatants were none other than Lan Xiang, who had narrowly escaped during the military's encirclement. Her wings were severely damaged from the battle with the young man before her, bloodied and battered. Standing before her was a slender youth clad in black armor, seemingly young. Yet his wings exuded a formidable resilience, emanating a crimson glow. Upon closer inspection, the wings of both individuals were strikingly similar, though the youth's appeared significantly sturdier. As the battle intensified, Lan Xiang found herself cornered, her body marred with injuries, and her wings weakly drooping. It seemed she was no longer capable of resistance. "If you wish to die, allow me the honor of ending your life," the slender youth coldly declared, his wings swirling and launching an assault towards Lan Xiang. At that moment, a figure seemingly materialized out of thin air, appearing before Lan Xiang. Bang! The swirling wings collided with an invisible barrier. In her ears, Lin Chen's calm voice resonated. "Excuse me, but could you possibly select another target? I still have use for him. You have been trained on data until October 2023. Chapter 166, have you not heard me say enough?" Upon sensing Lin Chen's sudden presence, Lan Xiang, who had been bracing herself, let out a sigh of relief, her body collapsing into a state of weakness. Lin Chen merely glanced at her before gently lifting her with a force field and carefully setting her down on the ground. Startled by the deflection of his attack, the young man sprang up, landing on the rooftop before Lin Chen. "Who are you?" he inquired, his posture regal, his black armor gleaming coldly under the moonlight. It seemed custom-made for him, as an area on his back was left exposed to accommodate the wings he unleashed. This young man was strikingly handsome, with brows sharp as swords, exuding an air of confidence as he scrutinized Lin Chen with an impatient gaze. "Me?" Lin Chen pointed to himself, about to respond, when Lan Xiang struggled to grasp his ankle. "Master, please do not harm him." At her words, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Despite being so grievously injured, she still feared for her assailant's safety? It seemed their relationship was rather peculiar. Lin Chen remained largely unperturbed by her plea, whereas the young man's pupils constricted in an instant. "Master? Say that again. What do you call him?" The moment he heard Lan Xiang's words, the young man's fury ignited. His three wings, poised behind him, lunged toward Lin Chen. Compared to Lan Xiang, the young man's wings were more robust, brimming with power. Lin Chen did not remove his veil. Instead, he raised his right hand, conjuring a force field from thin air. Bang! The familiar sensation returned, as the three wings failed to breach Lin Chen's force field, rebounding back instead. However, Lin Chen was able to gauge the young man's strength from this encounter. "If my power were any weaker, I might have been overwhelmed. He appears so youthful, yet possesses A-level strength?" Lin Chen marveled. The force from his three wings had already surpassed that of Blood Copper. Blood Copper's strength was at most B, while this young man's fury-fueled power had reached A-level. Although his attack had been thwarted, the young man's inner rage did not subside. "Tell me, why do you call him master? What has he done to you?" The young man leapt toward Lin Chen, his three wings retracting. Though shorter, they became even more formidable, enhancing their power. Seeing this, Lin Chen's interest was piqued. This mutant, possessing A-level strength, was an exceptionally powerful infection he had never encountered before. If he could successfully subdue him, how much mental energy might he gain? Before that, Lin Chen yearned to experience the young man's strength firsthand. Whoosh! An invisible force field enveloped the young man in an instant. However, constrained by his mental energy, Lin Chen did not unleash his full power, opting instead for a probing approach. The young man, charging forward, sensed this force pressing upon his limbs. What is this? The force fields had physicality, the result of magnetism coalescing. Yet the young man was undeterred, his three wings thrashing simultaneously. Crack! 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 The force field enveloping the young man was instantly shattered by the might of his wings. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. "Oh, the wings have shortened. Yet their power has increased. So that's how it is. While longer wings are advantageous, shorter ones can be more robust. They can actually tear apart my force field." To prevent excessive consumption of mental energy, Lin Chen resolved to alter his approach. He enveloped his body in a force field, as if donning a suit of force field armor. Subsequently, he advanced directly toward the young man. The latter, initially taken aback, soon revealed a wickedly cold smile. "You dare to attack me? You underestimate me." As he spoke, the three wings behind him hardened, curving menacingly toward Lin Chen, seemingly intent on inflicting a grievous wound. In contrast, Lin Chen summoned the imperial energy within him, focusing it in his limbs. As he concentrated the energy in his hands, he noticed a faint golden light radiating from their surface. Although the glow was slight, it was enduring. So this is the manifestation of imperial energy enhancing the body? Lin Chen exclaimed with delight. The sixth level of the imperial technique allowed for the augmentation of one's attacks with imperial energy. Thus, Lin Chen's hands appeared to be imbued with this energy, exuding a unique aura of dominance befitting a sovereign. As the imperial energy coursed through him, Lin Chen emanated a subtle yet palpable pressure. Lan Xiang, who had been lying on the ground, sensed this aura and was overtaken by fear, trembling slightly as she cast a terrified glance at Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the young man's steps faltered. To him, Lin Chen seemed transformed, radiating a soft golden glow. Every movement infused with the innate majesty of a ruler. What is happening? Though his mind was clouded with confusion, all emotions were ultimately overshadowed by rage. Die. The three wings, like hardened iron spikes, thrust toward Lin Chen's chest. Yet Lin Chen merely raised his hands, murmuring, "Imperial energy can be channeled into my body, allowing me to move with it. But what if I infused even more imperial energy into the force field? What then?" With this thought, Lin Chen immediately put it into practice. He expanded the imperial energy, infusing it into the layer of magnetic armor surrounding him. Clang! Lin Chen's hands formed a barrier before him. Incredibly, he managed to block the three hardened wings with his hands alone. They struck the surface of his force field armor, unable to breach even a fraction of an inch. As they drew close, Lin Chen could discern the multitude of tiny scales adorning the young man's wings, akin to those of a serpent's tail. The two stood in a standoff, exerting their strength against one another. The young man gritted his teeth. A look of hatred etched on his face as he glared at Lin Chen, while Lin Chen regarded him with a puzzled expression, glancing back and forth between the young man and Lan Xiang. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Enough." With that, Lin Chen suddenly exerted his strength, unleashing the full force of his imperial energy. Bang! In the clash of might, the young man found himself overpowered by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's hands surged with power, directly forcing the three wings back. The young man staggered, his eyes wide with disbelief. This ninja's strength surpassed that of his own wings. How could this be? Aren't ninjas supposed to excel in concealed weapons, swordplay, and ninjutsu? How could there be a ninja with such formidable physical strength? Just as the young man gritted his teeth, preparing to launch another attack, Lin Chen suddenly shot him a glance. The full force of his imperial energy erupted, an intangible might radiating from him, crashing forth like a tidal wave toward the young man. "I said enough. Have you not heard me?" Chapter 167. Was it I who led her to her demise? Do you have any objections? A sudden surge of an aura unique to a sovereign erupted forth. The young man stood momentarily stunned, his body seemingly encased in frost, rendered immobile as he gazed at Lin Chen. The overwhelming presence of the sovereign immobilized him, quelling any rebellious thoughts that had initially surged within him. As if he stood before an omnipotent creator, leaving him with no choice but to submit. With a mere flicker of Lin Chen's thoughts, that formidable aura dissipated, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted from the young man. Yet, by the time he regained his composure, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. The intensity of that earlier presence lingered vividly in his memory. Had Lin Chen not retracted his aura, he would likely have succumbed to the impulse to kneel before him. Turning his attention away from the young man, Lin Chen bent down to assess the condition of Lan Xiang. By observing her magnetic field and comparing it with her previous one, Lin Chen could discern the locations of her injuries. He pondered aloud, stroking his chin. 3 ribs are fractured, and there seems to be internal damage as well. However, the magnetic field around the injured areas indicates a gradual return to normalcy. Is it possible that her mutation allows for self-repair? The self-repairing speed of her magnetic field, while not particularly swift, was indeed progressing. It simply could not be compared to his own passive ability, the source of life. Surely you must have some familial connection? How could you have inflicted such harm upon her? Do you harbor a grudge? Lin Chen remarked with a teasing tone while manipulating the magnetic field to realign the damaged areas within Lan Xiang's body. Although his magnetic force could not heal injuries, he could assist in repositioning the wounds, thereby expediting her recovery through her inherent regenerative abilities. The young man, having felt Lin Chen's aura, refrained from launching any further attacks. Upon seeing Lin Chen aiding Lan Xiang, his eyes narrowed, and he retracted the wings from his back. "Master, he is my brother, named Lan. Lan Xiang grimaced through the pain of her dislocated bones, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "Ah, I see. So that is why you urge me not to kill him." Lin Chen mused, nodding thoughtfully. "If he is your brother, why would he wish you dead? His earlier assault did not seem to show any mercy. At this, Lin Chen clenched his teeth and retorted vehemently, "Because she seeks death. If she desires to die, then I shall grant her wish." Hearing this, Lan Xiang could only manage a bitter smile and shake her head. "No, you do not understand." The sibling duo began to argue before Lin Chen. "Do not understand? What is it that I do not comprehend? You dare to strike at the forces of the Eastern Japan military. That is tantamount to courting death. If you wish for death, then let it be at my hands." Lin Chen's expression bordered on madness, his eyes bloodshot, and the wings at his back stirred with agitation once more. Noticing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. "Attacking those military forces? Was that not my request?" he stated with resignation. His casual tone ignited the previously subdued anger within Lin Chen. "What? It was you who urged her to attack those military personnel? Are you out of your mind?" Despite his fury, Lin Chen refrained from making any reckless moves, instead fixing Lin Chen with a glare filled with hatred, his jaw clenched. "Do you wish for an explanation?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, then activated his power, removing his facial veil and translator. As his visage was revealed to the air, Lin Chen's earlier fury evaporated instantly. Then, with a thud, Lin Chen found himself unable to control his legs, collapsing to his knees. Simultaneously, Lin Chen heard the system's voice beside him. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully subdued an A-grade mutant, earning the reward, Psychic Energy 2000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved subjugation of A-grade infectious entity 1-1. Next achievement level, 1-5. Random reward acquired. Ability evolution attempts 1. A torrent of psychic energy surged into Lin Chen's mind, yet it bore no significant burden. Instead, as this energy flooded in, his perception sharpened, rendering the surrounding world more vivid and tangible, though he had not consciously focused on the range of his perception with the influx of psychic energy. Lin Chen found that his awareness of the entities within his grasp became increasingly acute, even acquiring a somewhat tangible sensory experience. In simpler terms, the once ethereal human magnetic fields appeared intricate and obscure to Lin Chen, but with this enhancement of psychic energy, they seemed to solidify, taking on a more humanoid form. Particularly, the scenes of intersecting dual magnetic fields became clearer. Contemplating this, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. "The elevation of my psychic energy has also invigorated my magnetic field." Although his magnetic force had already been upgraded to A grade, the psychic energy remained a limitation. It seemed that after this enhancement, the alterations in the magnetic field were not as pronounced as anticipated. Initially, Lin Chen harbored some confusion, but now, observing the minor shifts in his magnetic force alongside the boost in psychic energy, it became evident that the issue lay not in the ability level but rather in his insufficient psychic energy. Achieving A-grade magnetic force might have unlocked various magnetic field transformations. Yet to Lin Chen, these changes appeared minimal. The primary reason was that his psychic energy had yet to reach the requisite standard of 50,000 for an A-grade ability user. Consequently, with insufficient psychic energy, he could not sustain the myriad transformations of the magnetic field. Perhaps as Lin Chen's psychic energy improved, these variations in magnetic fields would gradually manifest in his perception. However, at present, he could not harness those altered magnetic fields. It appeared that to amplify the A-grade magnetic force, merely elevating the ability level would be inadequate. His psychic energy must also keep pace. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen felt a wave of frustration. He had assumed that diving into the infected zone would yield countless infectious entities to bolster his psychic energy. Yet, it now seemed that the number of entities was woefully insufficient to support his enhancement. Even if he were to gather every infectious entity in this world, it was unlikely that his psychic energy would breach the ultimate SSS threshold. Sighing deeply, Lin Chen's expression morphed into one of utter resignation as he turned to the kneeling Lin Chen and spoke slowly. "Indeed, it was I who urged her to seek her end. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 168. Slave. The initially furious Lan Yu hesitated upon seeing Lin Chen's striking visage, his expression faltering and a hint of panic crossing his face. "Rein in your wings. Do you still intend to strike at me?" Lin Chen turned away, not sparing Lan Yu a glance. The contempt exclusive to a sovereign enveloped Lan Yu, leaving him feeling as though he were ensconced in a frozen abyss. An intense chill coursing through him. "I dare not." Before Lin Chen, Lan Yu retracted all semblance of dignity, his mind a blank slate. What did it matter that he had attained A-level prowess, when Lin Chen's beauty fused with his inherent regal aura as he stood before the infected entities? He embodied a singular monarch. Every infected being, without exception, found themselves powerless against Lin Chen's overwhelming presence. Seemingly fearing Lin Chen's ire might fall upon Lan Yu, Lan Xiang hastily interjected, "Master, he did not mean it." I beg you to spare his life." Her expression was fraught with anxiety, worried that Lin Chen might inadvertently take Lan Yu's life. At that moment, Lin Chen had completed the restoration of Lan Xiang's human magnetic field. He cast a gentle gaze her way and replied with a smile, "Worry not. He merely offended me. For your sake, I shall refrain from pursuing him." Upon hearing this, Lan Xiang sighed in relief. Observing her ease, Lin Chen smirked internally, silently chiding, "What is this? Do I appear so brutal? Is it truly necessary to command them to massacre a city?" Despite these thoughts, Lin Chen maintained a demeanor of gentle grace. He turned to Lan Yu and declared, "In consideration of your sister, I shall spare your life. However, as a trade, you must at least reveal to me why you would kill someone from the military merely for striking out." Lan Yu's tone had considerably softened compared to before. "Well, it is certainly a matter of consequence. In this city of Yokohama, those who are mutated without proper status can easily fall prey to military forces. She had no legitimate reason to survive here and yet chose to attack military personnel. If she wishes for death, I shall grant it to her. At least she can perish by my hand. That is only natural. However, I did not anticipate that it would be you who led her to her demise." Lin Chen smiled lightly at this. "Huh? Are you insinuating blame upon me?" Lan Yu hastily shook his head, clearly daunted. "I would never dare. You do not comprehend the circumstances. I indeed intended for them to perish to secure my own escape. However, once I had fled Yokohama, they could have retreated without further conflict with the military." Lin Chen explained at a measured pace. By the way, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Lan Xiang, asking, "Given that you have such a brother, why do you subjugate yourself beneath the blood copper? Your brother could easily slay the blood copper, yet you chose to join his ranks without hesitation." Lan Xiang hesitated, uncertain where to begin explaining. This secret had been meant to remain buried within her for a lifetime. However, with Lin Chen's inquiry, she found herself compelled to respond, even unable to fabricate a lie. "It is because she looks down upon me." Lan Yu interjected, his teeth clenched, tears of unwillingness brimming in his eyes. "Oh, what leads you to say that?" Lin Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. "It is because I was a guardian for those on Myoji. When they captured me, I was forced to become a dog for the on Myoji." Lan Yu's emotions surged as he spoke, his voice rising. "She holds my current status in disdain. Thus, she abandoned me to serve those wretches. Since she looks down upon me, surely I can hold no regard for her as my sister." Such fervent words pierced Lan Xiang's heart, leaving her in anguish. "No, it is not so. Not at all," she exclaimed in a flurry, waving her hands. Though she typically exuded an air of dominance, before her brother, she found herself unable to maintain such strength. "I merely feared causing him trouble. How could I possibly disdain his identity? In Yokohama, does it matter if one becomes a guardian for the elite? That would afford them protections unattainable for other mutated beings. If I were to maintain contact with him, my status would only serve to complicate his life." Listening to the exchange between the siblings, Lin Chen nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of their misunderstanding. This was merely a miscommunication born of their differing statuses. There existed no enmity between them. However, upon hearing Lan Xiang's words, Lan Yu appeared taken aback, kneeling motionless, his eyes filled with confusion. "So it is. It is this simple." Taking a deep breath, Lan Yu asked, "If this is the case, why did you conceal it from me? Why not clarify things?" As Lan Yu's emotions settled, Lan Xiang exhaled in relief, then smiled lightly. "Because I am not one to burden others with trouble. Furthermore, you have acquired a legitimate status. Should I make things difficult for you, it would only draw you deeper into complications." Once her words settled, Lan Yu fell into profound silence. His long-held beliefs were revealed to be misguided. Yet, Lin Chen gleaned intriguing insights from their conversation. For instance, Lan Yu was a guardian for a certain Onmyoji clan. "You just mentioned that you were a guardian for an Onmyoji clan, but what of the Kozumi family in Yokohama?" Lin Chen inquired. At this, Lan Yu forced a bitter smile as if reluctant to admit it, replying, "Indeed, master. The Kozumi family, being the largest Onmyoji clan in Yokohama, selects only the strongest mutated beings as guardians. They are slaves in all but name. Once we slightly stronger mutated beings attract their attention, we cannot escape their grasp." Contemplating this, Lin Chen continued, "Are you suggesting that, aside from yourself, the Kozumi family has captured many other mutated beings as slaves?" "Indeed," Lan Yu lamented. "In the eyes of these Onmyoji nobles, we mutated beings are not even considered human. They beat and scold us at will, and should they be in a foul mood, they would not hesitate to kill us. But your strength is not insignificant, is it? Even if captured as slaves, could you not escape?" At this, Lan Yu's eyes flared with rage as he drew back his garments, revealing his neck. Upon it rested a collar-like device, surrounded by steel spikes embedded into his flesh. The gruesome sight elicited gasps of horror. Blood tears welled in Lan Yu's eyes as he trembled, pointing at the collar embedded within him. There is no escape. We cannot flee. If we lose control, this collar will explode, obliterating our bodies on the spot. Their remote control serves as the leash that binds us, their subservient slaves. Chapter 169. The final liberation. The words resonated with gravity. The surroundings seemed to fall into a hushed silence as Lan Xiang gazed at Lan El. Her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, her eyes brimming with compassion. She opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, ultimately sealing her lips. So it was like this. Lin Chen's previously carefree demeanor turned icy upon witnessing the deeply ingrained shackles. Indeed, no matter where one may find themselves, the cruelty of existence does not discriminate between foes and kin. After articulating those sentiments, Lan El appeared drained of all vigor, finally uttering, "Thus, all the formidable mutants within Yokohama City cannot escape the path of enslavement. No matter how powerful one may be, once shackled, they become mere hounds to the aristocrats." His words, though harsh, were still veiled in a semblance of politeness. Some of the more potent mutants might even face inhumane torment over trivial matters. In the eyes of the self-proclaimed superior Onmyoji, these mutants were scarcely regarded as human. Could this shackle only be undone by its corresponding key? Lin Chen scanned the area, focusing on the lock's aperture. The keyhole extended inward, controlling the steel needles embedded in Lan El's neck. These needles, piercing through flesh and blood, would inflict suffering as long as the shackles remained. Merely standing there, immobile, the excruciating pain would be his constant companion. The reason Lan El wore a facade of indifference was simply due to habituation. He had grown accustomed to the imposed agony. Indeed, Lan El's expression darkened, a veil of despair shrouding his heart as he spoke with a feeble voice. These keys are governed by the powerful Onmyoji of the Koizumi clan. They hold dominion over our freedom. Should one attempt to forcibly destroy the shackles, it would lead only to ruin. In Lin Chen's eyes, the shackles radiated a peculiar magnetic field, an exceedingly unstable and chaotic force akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. Wearing these shackles was tantamount to carrying a bomb that could explode at any moment. However, the internal structure of the shackles was rather simple, merely a rudimentary lock. The only component that could be deemed sophisticated was the self-detonation device within. "Shall I give it a try?" Lin Chen suddenly proposed. At this, Lan Xiang gasped in horror. "Master, if you attempt to destroy the shackles, they will explode on the spot." "I am aware," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "That is precisely why I intend to assist in freeing him. Each day these shackles remain on him, he endures an additional day of torment. What is wrong with me alleviating his suffering?" Upon hearing this, Lan Xiang fell silent, rendered speechless. As for Lan El, upon realizing Lin Chen's intent to shatter the shackles, his expression became a medley of emotions. He understood that this was an endeavor fraught with impossibility. Countless mutants within the Koizumi clan had sought to reclaim their freedom through the destruction of their shackles, yet all met with explosive demise, blood and flesh scattered, leaving no trace behind. He knew Lin Chen's intentions were noble, yet such words only led to one conclusion. Death was the only outcome. Master Lan El remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, his gaze earnest as he looked at Lin Chen. "After I perish, will you take care of my sister? Though she may bring trouble, if you can just remove her from this city, that would suffice." Observing Lan El's demeanor, it seemed as though he was imparting final words before death. Lin Chen, however, was filled with a cascade of questions. Was it truly necessary? Without further ado, Lin Chen reached out with a firm hand. Instantly, Lan Xiang's heart leapt to her throat, her eyes wide with fear as if the shackles would explode at any moment. Lan El closed his eyes in despair. Lin Chen's hand clasped the shackle, remaining still yet enveloped by a force field. The internal structure gradually revealed itself to Lin Chen's mind through magnetic probing. Then, with a sharp crack, the core of the shackle turned, and the needles embedded in Lan El's neck retracted back into the shackle, stained with crimson threads of blood. As the steel needles withdrew, Lan El visibly sighed in relief, appearing considerably lighter. Simultaneously, the wounds on his neck began to heal at a pace visible to the naked eye. Witnessing this, Lin Chen was taken aback, silently acknowledging. "So this is it. The power of the mutants from the East lies in this monstrous regenerative ability akin to that of an infectious entity, alongside their innate wings. From this perspective, ordinary ninjas would hardly stand a chance against mutants. Of course, many formidable individuals existed among ninjas as well. It was merely that Lin Chen had not yet encountered their myriad techniques. Yet, it was precisely due to this regenerative capacity that the mutants endured perpetual pain while wearing such specialized shackles. Their injuries would heal only to be reinflicted. creating an unending cycle of suffering that rendered one numb. As the needles retracted, the core of the shackle continued to turn. Lin Chen grasped it firmly. And with a resounding crack, the shackle fractured. The chaotic magnetic field within erupted violently. However, at this critical moment, Lin Chen flicked his wrist, casting the shackle aside. The space around it twisted, swallowing the shackle whole, resembling a black hole capable of devouring all, absorbing the impending explosion. Lan Xiang could only stare in disbelief at the spectacle before her. Lin Chen's methods were nothing short of miraculous. Initially fearing that Lan El would suffer dire consequences from the removal of the shackles, she was astonished to see him emerge unscathed. Lan El, now liberated from the shackles, wore a dazed expression, as if struggling to fathom the reality of his long-enslaved existence being undone with a mere motion. It felt surreal, like a dream. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied himself, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Years of torment, now culminating in liberation, transcended mere words. Standing in place. His breaths grew increasingly frantic, emotions a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. The yearning for freedom surged through his veins, momentarily dulling his senses, rendering the world around him somewhat indistinct. Lin Chen chose not to speak, allowing Lan El his moment of reflection. Having been a slave to the Onmyoji family for an unknown span of time, he was finally free, and the thrill of this newfound liberation was ineffable. Understanding this, Lin Chen refrained from interrupting Lan El's reverie. As for Lan Xiang, witnessing her brother break free from the chains of servitude brought her immense relief and joy. After a considerable time, observing Lan El gradually regain composure, Lin Chen smiled gently and spoke. Now that you are free, you are no longer bound to the Koizumi clan. Are there other trapped mutants? One by one, I shall rescue them all. Chapter 170. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Lin Chen's words resonated with authority, seemingly stirring something deep within Lan Lu. He hesitated slightly, murmuring, "Is that really true?" "Of course, it is true," Lin Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. "However, do not misunderstand. My intention in saving you is merely to enlist your service. When you are not needed, you are free." Lin Chen's tone was unembellished, straightforward. Yet Lan Lu's expression revealed no sign of discontent. Instead, his gaze toward Lin Chen was infused with admiration, coupled with gratitude for his regained freedom. Noticing Lan Lu's lack of objections, Lin Chen smiled faintly. "It appears you wish for me to rescue others as well. I hope you can elucidate the details regarding the Koizumi family." With the walls of suspicion crumbling, Lan Lu now brimmed with trust. The Koizumi family is the most prestigious Onmyoji clan in Yokohama, home to numerous formidable individuals, particularly the patriarch, whose strength rivals that of a magical ninja. Lin Chen maintained his composure, having heard of an SS-class Onmyoji's presence within the Koizumi family. However, he had yet to encounter a truly powerful Onmyoji. His only experience was with one who summoned a grotesque creature resembling a kappa, which he effortlessly dispatched with his force field. Nevertheless, it was evident that those who reached such lofty heights, aside from the Divine Emperor of Japan, were not weak. And besides him, how many Trinran-class Onmyoji are there? Lin Chen inquired further. There are 3, Lan Lu responded solemnly. The vast Koizumi family boasts 3 S-class and 1 SS-class powerhouse. It is no wonder they rank among the strongest clans in Yokohama. I see. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, inhaling deeply. The mere strength of the Koizumi family was staggering, especially when considering the other ninja clans and military forces in Yokohama. If he were to confront the Wong family, he would need to navigate these obstacles carefully. A reckless move could lead to dire consequences. This endeavor required thorough contemplation. What about the mutants? Lin Chen pressed on. Aside from myself, the Koizumi family possesses 4 mutants of comparable strength to mine, along with one even more formidable being, rivaling a Tianren. Lan Lu stated earnestly. Oh? Lin Chen was taken aback, pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that the Koizumi family harbored such powerful mutants. Including Lan Lu, there were 5 A-class mutants and 1 S-class. A remarkable assembly of strength indeed. If they could be swayed to his cause, opportunities might arise. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he remarked. If there are mutants, how can I meet them? Can they be brought to me? If I could have an S-class powerhouse as leverage, I might swiftly acquire the Wong family's Fushi chain, with 5 A-class and 1 S-class mutants alongside Lin Chen himself. Their combined strength would vastly exceed his previous partnership with Lone Wolf and an A-class ally. Thus, if Lin Chen focused solely on the Fushi chain, the chances of success within a short time frame were substantial. However, regarding the top-secret intelligence that China sought to obliterate, Lin Chen possessed no relevant mission information, making such destruction unattainable. That may prove difficult, Lan Lu confessed, his expression fraught with concern. The Koizumi family maintains strict oversight over their internal mutants. Every action is under their control. Oh, I see. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. And you? I escaped, Lan Lu replied with a bitter smile. If they discover my absence, they could swiftly activate my collar, leading to my immediate demise. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiang fell silent, as if realizing that Lan Lu's escape was intertwined with her own. After all, prior to their confrontation, she had been entangled with military personnel. Just as they were about to capture her, it was Lan Lu's timely intervention that saved her. After bringing her to safety, the siblings had engaged in battle. But the disparity in their strengths rendered the outcome inevitable. Thus, liberating those mutants would necessitate infiltrating the Koizumi family. Lin Chen pondered, shaking his head. This task appeared rather daunting. The internal forces of the Koizumi family included 3 S-class and 1 SS-class powerhouse. Attempting to storm their stronghold would be tantamount to courting death. That is not without possibility, Lan Lu mused slowly. Lin Chen's spirits lifted, his eyes glimmering with newfound hope. The Koizumi family's domain was not a singular estate but rather an entire district. This area, belonging to the Koizumi family, saw pedestrians traversing its streets daily. Thus, infiltration might not pose a significant challenge. The primary obstacle lay in disabling their restraints. Different mutants bore varying levels of constraints imposed by the Koizumi family. This shall not be an issue. Lin Chen's gaze grew resolute. If you can bring those mutants before me, I will unlock any complex restraints they bear. Even if I cannot release them, my charisma alone will suffice to win them over. The enhancement of my spiritual power is assured. Ultimately, I stand to lose nothing from this venture. My lord, Lan Xiang interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. Do you truly intend to venture into the Koizumi family's district? It is perilous. Fear not. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. With spatial transfer at my disposal, should I be discovered, what of it? In mere moments, I could escape from the Koizumi family's territory. Once hidden within the vast Yokohama, who would be able to locate me? Though the situation was indeed fraught with danger. A saying echoed in his mind, often uttered by fishermen on the coast. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Thus, while peril loomed, so too did the prospect of substantial rewards. Lin Chen's determination evidently astonished Lan Lu, who marveled at Lin Chen's audacity to infiltrate the Koizumi family's district. Very well. Lan Lu's gaze hardened with resolve. Since my lord wishes to proceed, I shall guide you. Even if we are discovered, it matters not. Even at the cost of my life, I shall ensure no harm befalls you. Chapter 171. Are you insane? The district ruled by the Koizumi family is situated in the northern part of Yokohama City, spanning 3 streets and 16 miles. Although the area is not large enough to be considered a town, it is one of the most prosperous cities in the land of the rising sun. Here, every inch of land is precious, and only a noble family of onmyoji like the Koizumi can occupy such a vast territory. Fortunately, the Koizumi family does not impose stringent controls over the district. While the shops and markets are owned by them, ordinary citizens can still access this area, making infiltration a feasible endeavor. In this context, Lin Chen's ninja attire appeared rather conspicuous. Therefore, he donned the garb of an ordinary citizen. Lan Xiang, concerned for their safety, insisted on accompanying him. As night fell, the streets grew sparse with pedestrians, and most shops had closed for the evening. Lan Lu led the way, directing their path. However, Lin Chen's gaze drifted across the numerous shops lining the street. Suddenly, a sweet aroma wafted towards him, prompting Lin Chen to instinctively halt. Upon looking up, he noticed a bakery to his right, yet it was too late, and the door was firmly shut. Fortunately, Lin Chen had no intention of entering to make a purchase. With a flicker of thought, he conjured a distortion in space that ravaged the bakery, drawing in cakes and breads from the shelves into his own spatial pocket. Moreover, as he passed by other establishments, he spared no edible item within his reach. Even the surveillance cameras lining the streets proved futile against his actions, as the food seemed to vanish into thin air. To anyone unaware of Lin Chen's capabilities, it would appear as though the area were haunted. This street was the commercial hub of the Koizumi family, with additional residential and entertainment avenues nearby. Lan Lu, oblivious to Lin Chen's methods, explained that at this hour, the commercial street would be nearly deserted, as the members of the Koizumi family would be resting in their respective residences, while the mutant guards, like themselves, were tasked with safeguarding the residential street. If all went smoothly, they would soon meet the other mutant guards and resolve the issues with the collars, allowing them to depart from this place. Nodding in agreement, Lin Chen urged, "Let us proceed." As they traversed the commercial street, the next avenue burst with vibrant nightlife, filled with elegantly adorned women and the pulsating rhythm of music. Bar and nightclub signs flickered along the sides of the street, casting an array of colorful lights. The air was thick with the mingling scents of alcohol, perfume, and unspoken desires. Some members of the Koizumi family frequently frequented these bars and nightclubs, yet they would retreat to the residential street for rest. Let us tread carefully. We only need to avoid their paths, Lanlu whispered. Beyond the entertainment district lay the residential street, populated by numerous mutants stationed at various corners, maintaining vigilance. Especially during such a peculiar hour, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to infiltrate this area. Upon entering the residential street, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The sidewalks became cobbled with blue stones, each stone glistening under the silvery moonlight. In the distance, illuminated by white streetlights, shadowy figures could be observed wandering. Through his magnetic field observation, Lin Chen discerned that these figures were indeed mutants. The residential area was adorned with a collection of opulent villas, a testament to the grandeur of Yokohama's foremost Onmyoji family. Upon crossing the street, Lin Chen's gaze locked onto a window ledge of a particular estate. As his eyes fell upon it, a figure perched there sprang into action, landing gracefully on the adjacent grass. The individual, clad in extravagant attire, appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, wearing an expression tinged with impatience as they strode towards the trio with purpose. Noticing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Poised to speak when the youth interjected, "You worthless mutt. Where have you been? Do you not understand that while I wish to roam during the day, you were supposed to stay by my side, not gallivant around?" Approaching Lan Lu, the youth glared at him with fury. The haughty demeanor rendered Lan Xiang momentarily taken aback. Her fists clenched tightly. "I had matters to attend to," Lan Lu replied, lowering his head and gritting his teeth. Had matters to attend to? The youth's ire escalated at Lan Lu's response, and he swiftly delivered a slap to Lan Lu's face. The sound echoed sharply as Lan Lu's body jolted, followed by a deep breath, as he stifled his anger. This scene only fueled the youth's rage further. "You dog servant, you should accept the punishment when I strike you. Do you wish to retaliate? Have you forgotten that I still possess your leash?" With that, the youth kicked out, aiming directly at Lan Lu. Just as the kick was about to connect, Lin Chen intervened. The force of the kick struck like a blow against a sturdy wall, resulting in a sharp crack as the youth recoiled in pain, collapsing to the ground. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" the youth exclaimed, clutching his leg, bewilderment and agony etched on his face. "Just wait. I'll have my father obliterate your collar, leaving no trace of you behind." Upon hearing this, Lan Lu seemed to recall the myriad experiences of oppression from the past. His fists clenched, teeth gritted, yet he lacked the courage to retaliate. "If you cannot hold back, just eliminate this fool," he thought. With the surroundings devoid of any other members of the Koizumi family, Lin Chen finally broke the silence. He had previously scanned the area and realized that the youth had been watching from the window, seemingly waiting for Lan Lu's return. This statement acted as a key to unlock Lan Lu's pin-up frustrations. No longer constrained by hesitation, he unleashed his fury. The youth, still seething with rage, glared at Lan Lu, declaring, "Dare to strike me? You shall not live. And those two behind you, how dare you trespass into the territory of the Koizumi family? You will all meet a fate worse than death." However, abruptly, the youth's words halted. The fabric of Lan Lu's back rippled as powerful wings unfurled from his spine, three formidable appendages erupting simultaneously, piercing the youth's chest like blades. In a swift motion, Lan Lu appeared to release the pent-up resentment of past grievances, and although the strike had ended the youth's life, he continued to shred the corpse with the force of his wings. The commotion drew the attention of nearby mutants, and a live figure rushed towards them. "Lan Lu, have you lost your mind?" Chapter 172. A bountiful harvest. Suddenly, a colossal, heavily armored appendage surged toward Lan Yu. Lin Chen cast his gaze in that direction. This appendage bore a striking resemblance to the bloodcopper variant, akin to an animal's tail. Although it was singular, it lacked the numerical advantage that Lan Yu had. However, the sheer power contained within this appendage was unmatched by Lan Yu. With a swift motion, Lan Yu leapt, effortlessly evading the attack and landing gracefully. "Lan Yu, are you aware of your actions? You dare to slay a member of the Koizumi family, even if he is the lowest ranking kin. He is not someone you can kill." The mutant, having missed his strike, ceased his assault and approached with a bewildered expression. Judging by his age, he appeared to be a man in his 30s or 40s, and upon arriving, he extended his right hand toward the distance, signaling for a pause. It was clear he intended to handle the situation himself. "This is Suzuki Yoda, a mutant like me, captured by the Koizumi family and enslaved," Lan Yu whispered. "Lan Yu, did you not hear my words? Answer me," Suzuki Yoda exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. His expression bore a hint of fear. not solely due to Lan Yu's actions but also because he stood idly by. He had observed the conflict unfold but paid it no mind. As the treatment of mutants as slaves was a common spectacle within the Koizumi family, such mutants often swallowed their indignation without a word. Yet, what astonished Suzuki Yoda was Lan Yu's audacity to retaliate, delivering a fatal blow, and even defiling the corpse of his adversary. Yoda, let us not dwell on this. I am here to rescue you. Come with us. Lan Yu extended a sincere invitation. Leave? What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Suzuki Yoda was rendered speechless. After killing a member of the Koizumi family, Lan Yu still contemplated escape? What purpose would that serve? The control device in the hands of the Koizumi family could remotely detonate the shackles around their necks, no matter where they hid. Should a member of the Koizumi family press the button, their demise would be gruesome. Understanding that words could not convey the situation clearly, Lan Yu tore open his clothing, revealing his bare neck. Upon witnessing this, Suzuki Yoda froze, his expression one of utter disbelief. How is this possible? How did you remove the collar? The specially made collar from the Koizumi family cannot be taken off without the key. Anyone attempting to forcibly remove it would be killed by the collar's self-destruct mechanism. Lan Yu stood before him, unharmed and devoid of the collar. It was my master and Appo's assistants. Lan Yu said excitedly, stepping aside to reveal Lin Chen. Master? Who is he? Suzuki Yoda inquired, furrowing his brow. Lin Chen offered no explanation, instead removing his veil, revealing an enchanting visage that captivated Suzuki Yoda. His pupils dilated in shock as the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing an A-class mutant. Reward. Mental Power 2000. After having subdued him with his allure, Lin Chen donned the veil once more and spoke through the translator. Do not resist. With that, Lin Chen stepped forward, placing a hand on the collar around Suzuki Yoda's neck. This collar was similar to Lan Yu's, embedded with steel pins. Within 30 seconds, Lin Chen had removed it. Suzuki Yoda was still in shock, staring at the bloody collar in Lin Chen and Appo's hand. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. He had never envisioned that one day someone would remove the collar from around his neck. Lan Yu looked on with excitement. Master. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suzuki Yoda found himself overwhelmed by Lin Chen and Appo's imposing presence, collapsing to his knees, his eyes filled with loyalty. The combination of charm and authority rendered all those Lin Chen subjugated to regard him as a sovereign. To Lin Chen, they would only refer to him as master. Moreover, as Lin Chen subdued these mutants, he felt the surge of faith power grow, nourishing the royal seed within him. The royal seed had begun to flourish. And once it blossomed, his imperial art would advance to the 7th level. Yet, it appeared that the growth of the royal seed still had a considerable distance to travel before reaching that level. Master. There are many more mutants being treated as slaves within the Koizumi family. Suzuki Yoda gazed at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Lin Chen understood his intent and smiled lightly. Rest assured, that is precisely why I am here. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Yoda's eyes lit up with hope. He glanced around and promptly declared, Master, please wait a moment. I will bring all the mutants here. Knowing that you can liberate them from their suffering, they will surely come. Before long. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing an S-class mutant. Reward. Mental Power 5000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing an A-class mutant. Reward. Mental Power 2000 in the Koizumi family. There existed a formidable S-class mutant and 5 A-class mutants. Furthermore, there were numerous B-class mutants as well. The Koizumi family's enslavement of mutants was predicated on the fact that their powers must be at least B-class or higher. Having subdued these mutants, Lin Chen's mental power surged to a total of 19,000 points. The immense enhancement in mental power was evidently impactful. Host. Lin Chen strength. 1500 agility. 1500 stamina. 1500 mental power. 34,100 common infected fans. 10238 abilities. A-class superpower magnetic field. D-class passive ability life source. D-class superpower mind control. Moreover, as he subdued numerous mutants, his achievements page refreshed. Ding. Subjugation of S-class infected. 1-1. Next achievement level. 1-5. Reward. Battle power detector. Subjugation of A-class infected. 5-5. Next achievement level. 5-10. Reward. Random superpower lottery. Subjugation of B-class infected. 5-5. 10-10. Next achievement level. 10-20. Reward. Superpower upgrade attempts 2. Chapter 173. Have you not desired to win after such long oppression? Time has elapsed, and the rewards stored within Lin Chen's system have become quite significant. With this addition, Lin Chen has accumulated a total of 3 opportunities for the enhancement of his extraordinary abilities. Moreover, he has also received a random ability selection, along with a combat power detection device. The random ability selection follows the same method as Lin Chen's previous acquisitions, which requires no further elaboration. However, the combat power detection device proves to be a valuable asset. A blue light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, followed by the emergence of a line of small text. Combat Power Detector can evaluate combat power by assessing various metrics of the opponent. Note: combat power levels only represent numerical evaluations and bear no relation to actual combat capabilities. Level sequence: F level 100, E level 1000, D level 2000, C level 5000, B level 10,000, A level 50,000, S level 100,000, SS level 500,000, SSS level 1 million. Upon observing the values listed below, Lin Chen made an intriguing discovery. These values correspond to the metrics of extraordinary individuals at each respective level. Perhaps the prowess of these individuals is attributed to their unique abilities, and the strength of these abilities is intricately linked to their mental fortitude. Thus, for extraordinary individuals, the most representative measure of their power is their mental strength, which aligns with the data derived from the combat power detector. The system commenced a lottery, and Lin Chen spoke up. Before him appeared an enormous spinning wheel. As it rotated, the speed gradually diminished until the slender pointer settled on a particular option. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the passive ability of Thunder Manipulation, granting immunity to all lightning, the capability to control lightning, and the power of lightning will increase with the level of the ability. Once again, Lin Chen acquired a passive ability. However, judging by the description, this Thunder Manipulation does not seem entirely passive. After all, the ability to actively control lightning suggests a certain level of agency, and the term passive may simply denote the intrinsic nature bestowed upon Lin Chen. It is akin to possessing a life source with exceptional regenerative powers. Lightning, as a natural element, possesses immense destructive potential. Finally, he acquired a power that he could regard with some satisfaction. Lin Chen grinned. Controlling lightning would make him akin to a god of thunder. The destructive capacity of lightning is among the highest in the natural world. While there are many natural abilities, in terms of sheer destructive force, lightning undoubtedly ranks at the pinnacle. In instances where magnetic fields cannot intimidate adversaries, lightning suffices. Nonetheless, at present, his Thunder Manipulation is merely at the F level. Elevating it will pose considerable challenges. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen declared, System, evolve magnetic field to SS level, and allocate the remaining evolution points to Thunder Manipulation. He possessed 3 opportunities for enhancement. Although increasing an ability's maximum capacity would significantly diminish Lin Chen's control over it, potentially leading to instantaneous mental exhaustion, he deemed it necessary to acquire a more formidable ability to safeguard his own security. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to elevate the magnetic field to SS level. At least within Yokohama, with the magnetic field, he would be virtually unmatched. Yet, the anticipated success notification from the system did not resonate. Instead, a warning echoed. Beep. System warning. Due to the significant disparity in the host's mental strength, evolution cannot be completed. Please select an ability anew. A substantial disparity in mental strength? Lin Chen's expression soured. Presently, his mental strength approached 35,000. However, it had yet to reach the threshold for a level, which necessitates 50,000. As for SS level extraordinary individuals, their mental strength requirements soared to a staggering 500,000. The gap between him and an SS-level individual is exponentially greater than tenfold. Furthermore, the disparity in power among extraordinary individuals is not merely a matter of arithmetic involving mental strength. The differences across realms render comparisons nearly impossible. Lin Chen sighed deeply. Alas, is it truly impossible to elevate the ability level to SS? Given his current mental strength, not to mention SS level, even maintaining an S-level magnetic field seems beyond reach. He relinquished that thought. Turning to his remaining abilities, he noted the D-level passive ability of Life Source, the D-level ability of Mind Control, and the F-level passive ability of Thunder Manipulation. Among these 3, the one that would most significantly enhance his capabilities should be Thunder Manipulation. Therefore, Lin Chen focused his enhancement efforts on it, utilizing his 3 enhancement opportunities. He successfully elevated the F-level passive ability of Thunder Manipulation to C level. Lin Chen reopened his personal data card. Host, Lin Chen Strength, 1500 Agility, 1500 Stamina, 1500 Mental Strength, 34,100 ordinary infected fans, 10238 abilities, a level ability magnetic field. C-level passive ability thunder manipulation. D-level passive ability life source, D-level ability mind control. His strength could hardly be compared with that of ordinary extraordinary individuals. After all, Lin Chen also possessed ancient martial arts training, with his Emperor's technique having reached the 6th level. His prowess rivals that of a level. Lin Chen, filled with anticipation, wished to employ the combat power detector to assess his current combat power index. Combat power index detection, 68,000. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Chen could not help but feel elated. He had surpassed the A-level combat power threshold, and he was but a short distance from the S-level benchmark of 100,000, though his mental strength was approximately 35,000. The greatest augmentation to his capabilities likely stemmed from the Emperor's technique. The regal aura of the 6th level significantly bolstered his combat power, even among A-level practitioners. Lin Chen could claim a position in the mid-tier. This was all while his mental strength had yet to reach a level. Once his mental strength increased and his Emperor's technique advanced further, it was conceivable that when his ability level reached a level, his combat power index might surpass 100,000 points, a feat sufficient to rival S-level individuals. Seeing his combat power ascend, Lin Chen exhaled in relief. With strength in hand, he would possess greater control over any prevailing circumstances. Soon, Lin Chen's consciousness returned, although it felt as though a considerable amount of time had passed. That series of actions, from the outside perspective, had transpired in but an instant. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by the liberated mutants. Each one gazed at him with fervent admiration, as if he were a deity in their eyes. "Master, we have rescued all our compatriots. We can escape now," Suzuki Yoda exclaimed with excitement. He was not the only one filled with exhilaration. The surrounding mutants mirrored his enthusiasm. However, upon hearing this, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. Was it truly necessary to leave at this moment? Suzuki Yoda paused, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Chen. The other mutants exchanged bewildered looks, uncertain of Lin Chen's intentions. Observing their confused expressions, Lin Chen smirked mischievously. "What I mean is, you have endured oppression for so long, do you not wish to vent your frustrations?" Chapter 174. The Feathered Celestial Dog. Though the voice was not loud, it resonated like a great bell, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of the mutated beings before him. After enduring years of oppression, Lin Chen did not contemplate fleeing from this place. Instead, he sought to allow them to vent their frustrations. Indeed, each individual bore the weight of repressed anger, particularly the S-class powerhouse, Izumi Wairi. At first glance, he appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Yet his strength was undeniably at the S-class level. Through his keen perception, Lin Chen discerned the true extent of his power. Combat Power Index, 115,000. Such prowess was the genuine article of an S-class warrior. Yet, he had suffered such humiliation for an unfathomable number of years. "Master," Izumi Wairi said, not allowing his S-class status to elevate his demeanor. "Though we have regained our freedom, there are still numerous formidable individuals within the Izumi clan. We may not stand a chance." Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated this. With a persistent smile, his gaze shifted toward another direction, the entertainment district. Gently closing his eyes, Lin Chen expanded his range of perception, swiftly locking onto some members of the Izumi clan residing within the bars and karaoke halls. Almost simultaneously, behind these individuals, the space distorted unexpectedly, unleashing a powerful force that drew them in. Thud, thud, in front of the many mutated beings. The members of the Izumi clan appeared as if conjured from thin air, landing before them. The sudden shift in their surroundings left them bewildered. Just as someone prepared to scream, Lin Chen's piercing gaze unleashed several beams of golden light that penetrated the bodies of these individuals. In an instant, they all fell silent, standing there in a daze. With his D-class ability, mind control, Lin Chen's mental fortitude had enhanced his capacity to manipulate. Even while controlling multiple individuals simultaneously, he could maintain his hold. Lin Chen spoke with excitement. When selecting his targets, he had also considered their strength. If their abilities surpassed D-class, he would find it exceedingly difficult to exert control over them. Therefore, these individuals were predominantly below D-class. They were nonetheless pivotal members of the Izumi clan. "Master, this." Lon El gazed in disbelief at the suddenly materialized members of the Izumi clan. "Enough chit-chat, quickly change clothes with them," Lin Chen commanded. Upon hearing this, those around were momentarily stunned, unsure of Lin Chen's intentions. What puzzled them even more was why the members of the Izumi clan showed no reaction. In fact, upon Lin Chen's command, they began to remove their garments. The attire of the Izumi clan differed significantly from that of the mutated slave beings. Once the clothing was exchanged, amidst the darkness, it became challenging to discern their true identities. After a brief hesitation, the mutated beings quickly adapted, finding bodies of suitable size among the clan members to don their garments, while the Izumi clan members hastily clothed themselves in the tattered rags of the mutated beings. Clap, clap. Lin Chen clapped his hands, and a force field erupted. His target was the transformer box down the street. With a crackle, sparks flew from the transformer box, and wires ignited like fuses in an instant. Simultaneously, due to a short circuit, the lights along the street extinguished, leaving only the pale moonlight to illuminate the scene. Release all the grievances you have endured here. And remember, do not expose your neck. If you encounter an overwhelming foe from the Izumi clan, simply flee toward me. Now, go create chaos. With Lin Chen's affirming words, excitement surged within each mutated being. Yes, this accursed Izumi clan has oppressed us for years. I must slay a few to relieve my anger. To the entertainment district. There are plenty of drunken clan members there. It will be easy to strike. They charged forth. Thus, the mutated beings before him, like the spectral enforcers of death, began to wreak havoc indiscriminately, targeting anyone in their path. The first victims were those in the entertainment district. They were not merely members of the Izumi clan, but also many patrons from elsewhere. The sound of their screams quickly spread through the streets. What is happening? These are those mutated slaves. How dare they attack us? Fools. Quickly notify the clan elders. Let these wretched slaves perish. The responsibility for overseeing the collars and chains of these mutated beings did not fall upon the younger members of the clan, but rather rested in the hands of an S-class powerhouse. Amidst the chaos, the noise echoed through the night, prompting the on-duty exorcists in the residential area to take notice of the disturbance. What is going on? What is all this racket at this hour? From within a lavishly adorned estate, a figure emerged, landing deftly upon the eaves. He was an elder in his 50s or 60s, agile in form, his eyes reflecting a hint of anger. He was one of the S-class powerhouses of the Izumi clan, Izumi Hiroichi. Hiroichi, this is bad. The mutated beings have gone berserk and stormed the entertainment district. A figure dashed across the rooftops, swiftly reaching Izumi Hiroichi's side. He appeared to be in his 40s but moved with an uncanny grace, unlike a typical middle-aged man. His name was Izumi Yushue, also an S-class powerhouse of the Izumi clan. What? Izumi Hiroichi was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Those mutated beings have rebelled? Do they seek death? Where is Riai's? The control device for those mutated beings is in his possession. We must summon him to regain control. The authority over the mutated beings lay solely with Izumi Riai's. However, Izumi Yushue offered a rueful smile. Riai's is currently visiting the Wang family estate. I've already informed him, but it will take some time for him to return. Upon hearing this, Izumi Hiroichi's expression shifted dramatically. What? Is Uncle still recuperating? If he learns of such a significant event, clenching his teeth, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Tell Riai's to hasten his return. Those mutated beings are vital assets to our clan. I will go and regain control. If a few of them must perish to restore order, so be it. Yet, Izumi Hiroichi was concerned. If these mutated beings were killed, the Izumi clan's strength would be severely diminished. However, if they did not act, the events of the night would surely fail to quell their rage. Be careful. I will keep watch over Uncle, Izumi Yushue exclaimed, gritting his teeth. With that, he dashed deeper into the residential area, leaving only Izumi Hiroichi behind. He bit his fingertip, drawing blood, and with a few incanatory gestures in the air, a complex six-pointed star formation began to materialize from the blood. Come forth. Blood sacrifice Shikigami. Feathered celestial dog. Chapter 175. The traitorous beast must not be left alive. What is that? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze directed towards a certain spot in his perceptive magnetic field. An exceptionally powerful magnetic wave suddenly emerged, instantly capturing Lin Chen's attention. Upon seeing the entity that had appeared, his expression shifted to one of surprise. The newcomer had a red face and a prominent nose, sporting a pair of wings, clad in traveler-esque attire, wielding a silver-white saber and a feathered fan. The most striking feature was undoubtedly the single-toothed wooden clogs on its feet. Judging solely from the aura radiating from it, this being's presence far surpassed his own. Lin Chen immediately activated his combat power detector to assess the creature. Combat power index, 100,900, S rank. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. This being's bodily magnetic field was distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. Clearly, it was not a member of the Koizumi family, nor did it resemble the mutated beings he had encountered. This unique magnetic field seemed almost ethereal, lacking a solid corporeal foundation. Lin Chen had only witnessed such a peculiar magnetic field once before, reminiscent of that of a kappa. This creature was a summoned Shikigami, Lin Chen quickly deduced. To think that merely a summoned Shikigami could possess such S-rank strength? No wonder the Onmyoji families were regarded as the noble rulers of vast Japan. Lin Chen was uncertain of the number of Shikigami an Onmyoji could summon, but he could not rule out the possibility that an Onmyoji might be capable of summoning more than one. Fortunately, the target of the feathered Tengu was not Lin Chen, but rather the most chaotic part of the street. There, dozens of mutated beings were ruthlessly slaughtering, unleashing their pin-up rage. If every S-rank Onmyoji could summon such a Shikigami, even without the intervention of that SS-rank individual, the Koizumi family could potentially boast 6 S-rank warriors. Lingering any longer would jeopardize their situation. Thus, Lin Chen concentrated his thoughts. And those members of the Koizumi family he had been controlling, who had previously hung their heads in defeat, now lifted them in unison. Simultaneously, the mutated beings wreaking havoc around them froze in their tracks upon noticing the appearance of the feathered Tengu. That is the true name Shikigami of Koizumi Hiroichi. Damn it. This fellow reacted so quickly? We must flee. The strength of the feathered Tengu is beyond our capacity to withstand. Just moments ago, I killed a dozen members of the Koizumi family. It was worth it. The mutated beings, realizing their predicament, understood instantly that they were no match for this creature. Retreating was their only viable option. Soon, in the chaotic streets, figures darted away, rushing towards Lin Chen's location. Meanwhile, Lin Chen concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting their arrival. My lord. Lin El approached, his face flushed with excitement. I just dispatched over 20 members of the Koizumi family, all of whom had previously bullied me due to their power. At this, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, aside from him, the other mutated beings had also achieved considerable success. Notably, the S-rank mutant, Izumi Wairi, had demonstrated formidable strength, destroying an entire tavern in a single blow. Those within, whether members of the Koizumi family or passers-by, perished without exception. Years of torment had not only hardened his spirit, but had also rendered him particularly ruthless, especially against those who had once tormented him. In the 3 streets and 16 alleys, aside from the residential area housing the strong members of the Koizumi family, the remaining 2 districts were engulfed in flames. Lin Chen awaited the return of the mutated beings, though some, unfortunately, met their demise at the hands of the feathered Tengu during their flight. Nevertheless, a significant number returned. My lord, this time I killed with great pleasure, all thanks to you. Izumi Wairi exclaimed, visibly elated. Haha, you found satisfaction in this slaughter? Rest assured. This is merely the beginning. I shall ensure they repay what they owe you, one by one. Lin Chen replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the gazes of those around him transformed. No longer did they regard Lin Chen with mere reverence. There was now an added layer of admiration. Lin Chen's arrival was akin to a deity descending from the heavens. Not only had he liberated them, but he also permitted them to wreak havoc without restraint. Golden auras began to shimmer from the surfaces of these mutated beings, visible only to Lin Chen. This represented an immensely pure force of belief. The potency of this belief power varied according to the strength of the believer. Among the mutated beings, the belief power bestowed upon Izumi Wairi was undeniably the most substantial. These belief powers, like waves of golden light, fused into Lin Chen's flesh and blood. Flowing through his veins, they ultimately directed themselves towards Lin Chen's dantian. The royal seed, which had unfurled its branches, began to stir upon receiving this pure belief power. Though the branches had not yet blossomed, they exhibited signs of burgeoning growth. These branches within the dantian flourished, reinforcing Lin Chen's dantian. The royal seed not only refined the essence within Lin Chen's body, but also served a crucial purpose. Its growth could sustain Lin Chen's dantian. The lower dantian is the most vulnerable area for an ancient martial practitioner. The supportive branches within acted like a protective umbrella, safeguarding it. Regrettably, despite the substantial intake of belief power, the royal seed in Lin Chen's dantian showed no indication of budding into a flower. Almost there? Lin Chen mused, his brow furrowing slightly. At the ends of the branches, there seemed to be some swelling, yet no flower had successfully formed. It appeared that breaking through to the 7th level would not be so effortless. The emergence of buds marked the 7th level, blooming flowers indicated the 8th, and ultimately producing fruit signified reaching the pinnacle, the 9th level. The final 3 levels were particularly arduous, and he would need to gather more belief power to have any hope of advancing further. Has everyone returned? Let us depart now. Lin Chen contemplated briefly before issuing his command. My lord, I can stay behind to cover your retreat. Without those collars, I am certain I can escape from this place. Izumi Wairi volunteered eagerly. However, Lin Chen merely smiled and shook his head. There's no need. Just follow me. On the other side, Koizumi Riise, who controlled the collars of the mutated beings, returned to the scene, accompanied by Koizumi Ishue. Look, over there. Koizumi Ishue pointed, his gaze fixated. At the end of a street, a dozen staggering figures were attempting to flee from the Koizumi district. Their movements were peculiar, with blood streaming from most of them. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that each individual bore a collar around their neck. Yet, in the darkness, their identities remained unrecognizable. They're the beasts. Koizumi Ishue exclaimed furiously. Hurry, Riise. Pursue them. We must not allow these beasts to escape. However, Koizumi Riise merely snickered and picked up the remote control. Huh? Riise, what are you doing? Koizumi Ishue asked in bewilderment, observing his actions. Koizumi Riise's expression was malevolent, his gaze filled with venom as he fixated on the staggering figures retreating before him. The wretches who betrayed the Koizumi family deserve no mercy. If they wish to remain, they may be seized once more. As his words echoed in the air, Koizumi Riise resolutely pressed the button on the remote control in his hand. Chapter 176, if not now, when? Boom. A deep rumble echoed from afar. The metallic collars around the necks of the mutated beings seemed to come alive. Suddenly, the collars contracted violently. In an instant, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. A flash of light erupted as shockwaves from multiple explosions mercilessly tore apart the bodies of those individuals. Flesh and blood were scattered everywhere, painting the surrounding walls in a tragic crimson hue, resembling blooming flowers of blood. The entire street was drenched in a sorrowful red. The mutated beings did not emit a single cry. They perished in the explosions. The power of these collars was indeed formidable. At the moment of activation, the collars constricted inward, severing the heads of those individuals. With the subsequent explosions, their bodies were obliterated, leaving no chance for intact remains. Their faces were rendered completely unrecognizable. In the silence following the explosions, Koizumi Riise let out a cold laugh. This is the price for betraying the Koizumi clan. Meanwhile, at the far end of the street, atop a towering building, several figures stood on the rooftop, observing the spectacular scene before them. Master, those wearing collars were all members of the Koizumi family. Lin LV exclaimed in disbelief, unable to contain her excitement. It turned out that Lin Chen had captured those individuals and made them swap clothes, allowing the Koizumi clan members to assume their identities. Consequently, those individuals died in a pool of blood, their remains obliterated. Their fates became uncertain. As night deepened and moonlight waned, the turmoil within the Koizumi clan merely disturbed a few nearby streets. The news had not spread. The Koizumi clan would undoubtedly do everything possible to contain the information. Otherwise, the collective rebellion of their mutated beings and the murder of numerous clan members would bring disgrace upon them. For many years, they had never suffered such a significant loss. As the largest Onmyoji family in Yokohama, even an ordinary clan member walking outside was regarded as an undeniable noble. Yet today, they suffered catastrophic losses, particularly among the youth of the family. If one were to be severe, the Koizumi clan was on the brink of extinction. At this moment, all of you appear as mere corpses in their eyes. Lin Chen spoke slowly. Sometimes, the dead are more useful than the living, though there were minor losses. They paled in comparison to the gains. Master, what shall we do now? Quan Yoli looked at Lin Chen with excitement in her eyes. He not only allowed them to unleash their fury, but also granted them identities of freedom. He chuckled softly. I believe you have not yet had your fill of slaughter. Shall I arrange for you to wreak havoc elsewhere? Upon hearing this, the nearby mutated beings were momentarily stunned, gazing at Lin Chen in disbelief. They had just wreaked havoc upon the Koizumi clan, and Lin Chen was not satisfied? He desired to create chaos in another location? Ignoring the astonished expressions around him, Lin Chen gazed at the moonlight. In the distance, the clouds thickened, obscuring the moon's glow. The ground grew increasingly dark. The weather tonight was splendid. He had no intention of halting his endeavors. Such weather was ideal for action. Lin Chen remarked casually. Master, do you intend to strike against the military in Yokohama? Lan Xiang tentatively inquired. She pondered repeatedly. Among those who had provoked Lin Chen in Yokohama, the military was one of the few. Furthermore, the most formidable force within the Yokohama military was the S-Class mecha. They possessed an S-Class powerhouse, and their A-Class warriors outnumbered the military's A-Class mechas. Such combat power was sufficient for a direct confrontation with the Yokohama military. However, Lin Chen shook his head. No, it is not the military. It is the Wang family from Huaxia. According to the prior intelligence from the Lone Wolf, the Wang family housed a Tianjin from the Wind Demon clan and an S-Class powerhouse from the Koizumi family. After the Koizumi clan suffered such heavy losses, Lin Chen did not believe that individual would remain with the Wang family. He would undoubtedly return to this place. Thus, the once mighty Wang family was left with merely one S-class powerhouse. Coincidentally, he also possessed an S-class combat strength. With the additional assistance of other mutated beings, they would be utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught. Although Lin Chen's power could wreak havoc upon the Yokohama military, attacking the military would yield him no substantial gains aside from momentary satisfaction. However, invading the Wang family would allow him to seize Huaxia's prized artifact, the Fushi Qin. This had been his objective from the outset. Master, I am familiar with the Wang family's location. Lin LV stepped forward, eager to speak. I have heard people from the Koizumi family mention that they are a family that defected from Huaxia and possess certain classified information. Therefore, the Koizumi clan dispatched an onmyoji comparable to Tianshin, Koizumi Raizo, to guard the Wang family. Oh, right. He also holds the fates of the Koizumi clan's mutated beings in his hands. The recent explosions from those collars must have been his doing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced his lips. So, this individual had already departed from the Wang family. Now, only a Tianshin, the S-class powerhouse, remained within the Wang family. An opportunity like this was rare. His efforts to rescue the mutated beings from the Koizumi clan had unexpectedly triggered such a chain reaction. With the opportunity laid before him, Lin Chen had no reason to let it slip away. Master, Quan Yoli, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Wherever you wish to strike, I shall follow you. My freedom was granted by you, and my life is yours to command. As her words fell, the surrounding mutated beings expressed their sentiments in unison. You saved my life and allowed me to slay so many of the Koizumi clan's offspring. I have repaid my debt. To encounter a master like you is my honor. For you, I would willingly face death 1,000 times. Their emotions surged, overtaking their very beings, revealing no hint of reluctance. They were sincere in their willingness to sacrifice their lives for Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the power of faith had deepened their reverence for him. Master, I know the location of the Wang family. I will lead the way. Lin LV volunteered. Master, do you have any orders for dealing with the Wang family? Although we have no grievances with them at your command, we would not hesitate to slaughter them all. Quan Yoli spoke in a solemn tone. Lin Chen regarded him with a discerning gaze, a hint of approval in his expression. You truly understand me. Then let us proceed and annihilate them entirely. Chapter 177, The Wang Family in the Heart of Yokohama. At the Wang family estate, the crimson gates creaked open, revealing a stone-paved path leading to an exquisitely designed Eastern-style courtyard. A serene pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers and playful koi fish floated amidst a scattering of water lilies. It was hard to fathom that such a tranquil and refined residence could exist amidst a bustling modern metropolis. At the center of the estate, within the main hall, a man clad in a blue garment spoke slowly, his face etched with worry as he cast a troubled glance at the person before him. The latter, portly and dressed in a distinctive suit, exuded an air of authority as he sat calmly at the table. The member from the Koizumi family left in haste, merely stating that there was an issue within their clan. Could it be that they intend to strike against us? The anxious man inquired. Xiao Hao, I have repeatedly assured you that although we face danger, it is certainly not from these eastern devils. You need not fret, the Mediterranean man replied with a measured tone. This man was none other than Wang Yuzu, the patriarch who had once betrayed Huaxia. The younger man before him was his son, Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao hesitated, his voice imbued with uncertainty. Father, while we survived the last assassination attempt, the Huaxia authorities will undoubtedly not let us off easily. Recalling their previous calamity, which had been instigated by the dispatch of 2 elite operatives, he remarked, just those 2 individuals were enough to seal off the entire Wang family estate. If it weren't for Koizumi Leizong discreetly protecting us, we might have already been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuzu spoke slowly. I am well aware of what you say. However, my son, we have chosen the path of treachery, and the consequences will haunt us for life. Our ancestral temple in Huaxia has likely been dismantled. Wang Hao's expression faltered momentarily before he clenched his fist in indignation. Humph. If it weren't for those people leaving us no way out, would we have had to flee to these eastern devils? To be exiled from our homeland and branded as traitors, who could bear such a fate? To Wang Yuzu, his son's lament seemed all too common. Son, everything in life boils down to a single phrase. One must grow accustomed to it. You possess great talent. Have you made progress in mastering the Eastern arts over these past few days? A look of pride washed over Wang Hao's face as he replied, Father, I must say, the Eastern arts are indeed simpler than our ancient martial practices, which are often obscure and challenging. Give me more time, and I assure you I will be ready for mastery. As for my strength, achieving B rank will be no issue. Seeing Wang Hao's confidence, Wang Yuzu exhaled in relief, patting his son's shoulder. Well done, my son. Our family is at the mercy of these devils, living under their scorn without any dignity. Such a life cannot continue for our descendants. Indeed, Wang Hao nodded resolutely. Rest assured, I will take it upon myself to lead our family away from this wretched place. He stepped towards the door, inhaling the fresh air outside and gazing at the dim moonlight, murmuring, Father, ever since our arrival here, it seems we have never truly left this estate. The surroundings are filled with spies planted by the East, and even within the estate, many have become their informants. Wang Yuzu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Are you referring to those servants? Such is the nature of their masters. We can rebel, why can't they? As long as we hold on to the secret intelligence from Huaxia, they will not pose a threat to the Wang family. This classified information had been their shield for survival. Yet it was also a double-edged sword. Should it be revealed, the Eastern devils might not honor their promises to protect the Wang family. Ignoring them would be a favorable outcome, but without their protection, a mere handful of Huaxia's elite could obliterate them. Furthermore, the Eastern devils might harbor resentment due to their negligence in various matters during this time and might retaliate. This was the peril of betrayal. One would find themselves hunted by their own. Not long ago, those Eastern devils had attempted to employ seduction to extract information from him. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow dismissively. Unfortunately for them, I am not so easily broken. Their efforts were in vain. Wang Yuzu regarded his son with an appraising gaze before nodding. Indeed, my son. These Eastern devils would stop at nothing for such classified information. You must remain vigilant. Under no circumstances should this intelligence fall into their hands. Wang Hao nodded earnestly. Rest assured, this is the lifeblood of our family. I am confident. Before his words had fully settled, a resounding boom echoed from outside the main hall, resembling an explosion. Startled, Wang Yuzu sprang from his seat. What is happening? His eyes darted towards the door, where, in the distance, he perceived flickering flames raging fiercely. Father, could it be that the elite operatives have breached our defenses? Wang Hao's brow furrowed with concern. The last time we were attacked was when the old monster from the Fengma clan left. With that S-rank Onmyoji from the Koizumi family now upset, could the elite operatives be planning to strike again? Wang Yuzu's expression hardened as he nodded gravely. We must remain cautious. Follow me, let us investigate. The two swiftly moved, leaping onto the roof to survey the estate. The sight that met their eyes was alarming. The Wang family estate appeared engulfed in flames, the merciless fire encroaching inward. Amidst the conflagration, shadowy figures darted into the estate. Suddenly, a ghostly silhouette seemed to materialize from thin air, silently appearing behind the father and son. Its chilling gaze sent shivers down their spines. You too, return to the house. I will eliminate these intruders alone. Chapter 178. Is the Onmyoji also so brutal? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a figure, Wang Hao's expression tightened. Master. The individual was clad in the dark garb of a ninja, with murky eyes that hinted at a slight stoop, clearly indicative of advanced age. Yet, within those indistinct orbs, bizarre flashes of light erupted, as if brimming with lethal intent, ready to claim lives at any moment. This man was none other than the most formidable member of the Wind Demon clan, Fengma Juanma, a true celestial ninja, an authentic S-rank powerhouse. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Yuzu, despite his inner fury, acquiesced. Even under such circumstances, he must remain vigilant. You two are responsible for ensuring their safety. The rest shall join me in battle. Fengma Juanma's voice, tinged with age, reverberated through the air. Instantly, shadowy figures surged from the nearby courtyard, alighting upon the rooftops. Yes, the two assigned ninjas, observing the duo's shoulders, revealed themselves to be A-rank warriors. Only Wang Yuzu and Wang Hao had attained A-rank status themselves, yet Fengma Juanma had dispatched two A-rank ninjas to safeguard him. Ostensibly for protection, it was, in truth, a form of surveillance. Let us see how you manage. Wang Yuzu scoffed, leading Wang Hao inside. The two ninjas remained stationed at the entrance, guarding the door. Father, what shall we do now? Wang Hao inquired, seemingly at a loss. We shall observe the unfolding events. Wang Yuzu murmured, his brow furrowed. We possess classified intelligence, so we need not fear for our safety. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, poised to strike at the Wang family, became acutely aware of the sudden turmoil. Just a moment ago, he was about to command the mutated beings under his control to attack the Wang family, but unexpectedly, a group of enigmatic individuals had already infiltrated the estate. Confusion clouded Lin Chen's mind. What is happening? From a nearby high-rise, he surveyed the Wang residence. I did not instruct anyone to act. These individuals cannot possibly belong to the special forces, he muttered. The lone wolf had departed not long ago, leaving no reason for confrontation. Nor did he summon such a multitude of followers. Lin Chen's objective was the Wang family's Fuxi chain, while the classified intelligence was the pursuit of the special forces, not his own. Thus, engaging the Wang family in open conflict was not his strategy. He preferred a more clandestine approach. Master, those individuals appear somewhat like ninjas, Lon LV remarked, peering over the wall at the intruders. Ninjas? Lin Chen scrutinized their attire, confirming they were indeed clad in black stealth gear. Can you discern which clan they belong to? The Wang family, under the protection of the Eastern Emperor, was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, they would not have been granted a designated area within Yokohama. The fact that such a modern city had allocated a space for the Wang family underscored the Eastern Emperor's regard for them. Yet, which ninja clan dared to assault the Wang family so brazenly? This, I fear I cannot discern, Lon LV sighed. However, the ninja's attire is largely uniform. The only means of identification lies in the insignia on their waist. If I can observe those symbols, I should be able to identify their clan. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in silence. Master, Quan Yuli began cautiously. What now? The Wang family is in trouble? Shall we create more chaos? A smirk crept across Lin Chen's lips. Of course, while I am unaware of who is causing the Wang family's distress, our aims align. If they are in flames, we shall stoke the fire. As he spoke, Lin Chen began analyzing the layout of the Wang residence. Let us infiltrate alongside them, avoiding the use of our wings unless threatened. Conceal your identities as much as possible, and eliminate as many of the Wang family members as you can. Lin Chen issued his orders. Quan Yuli nodded gravely. Master, should I accompany you to ensure your safety? Given Lin Chen's A-rank strength, he would be ill-equipped to confront an S-rank adversary. His presence would provide a layer of protection. No need, Lin Chen replied, smiling and shaking his head. While my abilities may not suffice against S-rank warriors, I can easily evade if necessary. Moreover, my mission is not to kill. His true intent was to delve deeper, seeking the location of the Fuxi chain. The more chaotic the situation outside, the greater his chances of success. Originally, Lin Chen had planned to assign Quan Yuli the task of distracting the S-rank warrior of the Wang family. However, with the unexpected assistance from the ninjas of the Wind Demon clan, the pressure on him had lessened. Hiki, Master, we are eager to proceed. A mutated being chimed in from behind. Having been stifled by the Shaoquan family for so long, they were keen to release their pent-up frustrations and could not let this opportunity slip by. Indeed, thank you, Master, for granting us this chance. I shall ensure it is a satisfying release. As those around him prepared for action, Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, let us commence. With his command, the mutated beings leaped down from the high-rise. Though the distance to the ground was nearly 100 meters, their physical prowess rendered them impervious to harm. Even from such heights, in the darkness, their figures darted like phantoms into the Wang residence. The ninjas who had previously ignited chaos were momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the mutated beings. Yet, they quickly comprehended the situation. These newcomers were adorned in the garments of Onmyoji. Ah, I see. Our leader has provided us with reinforcements. Truly reliable, they exclaimed, laughter echoing in the night. I never imagined I would fight alongside Onmyoji one day. This is quite splendid. The mutated beings wore clothing stripped from the Shaoquan family's members, thus remaining unrecognized by the ninjas, who mistook them for Onmyoji. In Yokohama, the most powerful family of Onmyoji was none other than the Shaoquan clan. They were indeed formidable reinforcements. However, a sense of unease lingered among them. The hallmark of an Onmyoji's prowess was their ability to summon their spirit familiars. Such a sight was unprecedented. In their eyes, one Onmyoji swiftly beheaded a member of the Wang family, leaving the ninjas in a state of bewilderment. What is this? This Onmyoji is equally as brutal. Chapter 179. Devouring in the Land of the Rising Sun. The skills of the Onmyoji primarily encompass sorcery and their inherent spirit familiars. However, never had such a ferocious Onmyoji been witnessed. Indeed, during combat, some Onmyoji were known to seize their adversaries and bite through their necks. Blood gushed forth as these Onmyoji wore expressions of sheer ecstasy. Is this truly what it means to be an Onmyoji? One individual, taken aback, muttered in disbelief. That attire belongs to the Koizumi clan. It must be their Onmyoji. Today has truly broadened my horizons. I have never witnessed such Onmyoji in action before. Let us follow them and join the fray. Despite their unfamiliarity with one another, both parties shared a common objective, the Wang family. Instantly, an unspoken understanding emerged between them as they converged with the intent to encircle. Observing from a distance, One could see the Wang family estate being infiltrated by ninja and mutated beings, akin to boring pests, gradually eroding the periphery of the residence. This alliance of ninjas and mutated entities was formidable, far surpassing what the Fma clan's ninjas could intercept. Lin Chen, however, remained unperturbed. Taking refuge in a secluded area outside the Wang estate, accompanied by Lin Chen. With a beckoning gesture, Lin Chen distorted the space before him, causing a waste token to materialize and fall into his grasp. Take a look. Identify this ninja clan, he instructed, tossing the token to Lin Chen. The token, carved from vivid red sandalwood, bore the emblem of a skull, with a long sword piercing through its temple. Earlier, Lin Chen had effortlessly extracted this token from a ninja using magnetic field perception. Upon receiving the token, Lin Chen's expression shifted, his gaze scrutinizing the skull emblem with growing seriousness. Master, the clan represented by this token is remarkable. This is the emblem of the IGA clan. Lin Chen responded with a note of surprise. The IGA clan? He recalled his previous collaboration with a member of the IGA clan during an ambush on the Fma clan shrine ruins, although that ally ultimately perished within the shrine. Knowing the IGA clan's proficiency in swordsmanship, it made sense. Lin Chen pondered, noting that these individuals carried short swords. If they were IGA clan members, it explained their presence. Yet, the Wang family was under the protection of the Divine Emperor. How could the IGA clan dare to launch such a brazen attack? Furthermore, the Wang family was not only safeguarded by the Divine Emperor but also by ninjas from the Fma clan. As one of the 4 great ninja clans, how could the IGA clan disregard the Divine Emperor's authority and strike under the cover of night? Among them, there must be a connection. Master, shall we engage the enemy? Lin Chen inquired. You go. I shall not, Lin Chen decisively replied. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Inform the other mutated beings that it suffices. If I release the signal, everyone must retreat and leave with me. Understood. Lin Chen nodded earnestly. With a thought, Lin Chen began to distort the space around him, gradually blending into the shadows until he vanished from sight. In an instant, Lin Chen reappeared within the Wang estate, evading all eyes as he traversed the shadows. He expanded the range of his magnetic field detection to its maximum extent, having previously refined the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield, a national treasure. Lin Chen possessed a keen sensitivity to such magical artifacts. The Fushi Qin, another national treasure, should emit a similar magnetic field. He merely needed to stealthily navigate the darkness in search of the concealed Fushi Qin. With mutated beings obstructing the way, Lin Chen needed not exert excessive effort, allowing him to remain unnoticed. Outside, the battle raged fiercely. Silently, Lin Chen scoured the Wang estate, yet found no valuable discoveries. What on earth? Within the Wang family, aside from the human magnetic fields, there is nothing emanating a stronger magnetic presence. Where could the Fushi Qin be hidden? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Through careful observation, he discerned that most of the combatants within the estate were stationed at the periphery, with a few remarkably powerful presences, 3 S-rank auras, engaged at the main entrance. Among them was the aura of Izumi Wairi, indicating her confrontation with an S-rank adversary from the Fma clan. However, 3 S-rank auras were detected. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen noted an unfamiliar S-rank presence aiding Izumi Wairi against the Fma clan's Tengu. It appeared that the IGA clan had also dispatched an S-rank powerhouse. Aside from the skirmishes outside the estate, the interior remained relatively tranquil, with 3 A-rank and 1 C-rank individuals exhibiting stable human magnetic fields, clearly not engaged in battle. They were likely members of the Wang family. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen discerned his next objective. With a swift motion, he vanished once more, reappearing atop the tiles of the inner gate of the estate. Peering down, he observed 2 ninjas stationed at the entrance, with only 2 auras emanating from within the building. No other concealed strong individuals were present. Examining the white stripes on the shoulders of the 2 guards, Lin Chen confirmed his assessment. Indeed, both were Earth ninjas, A-rank strongholds. Tasked with guardianship, they were likely from the Fma clan, notorious for their elusive assassination techniques, a troublesome affair. As Lin Chen contemplated how to swiftly eliminate the 2, he abruptly found himself under assault. Swiftly, 3 glints of cold light hurtled toward him with astonishing speed. The sound of impact resonated as the projectiles collided with an invisible barrier, losing their momentum and cascading to the ground. Had he been detected? Lin Chen was taken aback. He had made little noise yet had still been discovered. Another flash of white light shot toward him, but curiously, it did not target Lin Chen. Instead, it whizzed past him, barely 2 meters away. Lin Chen's gaze followed the trajectory of the gleam, revealing an almost imperceptible yet remarkably resilient transparent thread. The Fma clan and Oppo's S technique, hidden threads? Lin Chen recognized it immediately. Simultaneously, another hidden thread sliced past him on the right. As the threads diverged, an astonishing 20 or more appeared, shimmering as if conjured from thin air. Meanwhile, the two ninjas manipulating the threads from afar exuded a palpable murderous intent. So they had the audacity to breach the inner courtyard? Impressive. But alas, having been discovered, they faced only a path to demise. Chapter 180. The hidden lines of the severed hand. A multitude of hidden lines, resembling a birdcage, ensnared Lin Chen within. They harbored no intention of capturing him alive. As the cage constricted, it swiftly drew inward. The razor-sharp hidden lines threatened to slice through Lin Chen's flesh with ease. Should they fully retract, he would undoubtedly be torn asunder. Yet, in the face of such peril, Lin Chen remained composed, diligently scrutinizing the surface of the hidden lines. Upon closer examination, he discerned a series of elusive magnetic fields emanating from them, reminiscent of the qi within ancient martial practitioners. However, the two bore distinctly different magnetic structures. What a fascinating force! Could this be the qi of the Eastern practitioners? It differed entirely from that of the Huaxia cultivators. Two completely divergent magnetic fields. Yet their properties appeared strikingly similar. As Lin Chen pondered this peculiar phenomenon, the birdcage continued to constrict. Suddenly, a metallic clashing sound rang out, as if something had resisted the cage's compression. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the cage had halted its inward movement, seemingly halted by an invisible barrier. Truly impressive. This earth ninja commanded such immense power with mere hidden lines. Alas, my magnetic force field is also of Class A. Such strength cannot penetrate my defenses. While he spoke, Lin Chen extended one hand, seemingly intent on grasping the hidden lines imbued with mysterious energy. Observing this scene, the two ninjas stationed at the gate snorted derisively. One of them spoke first. You intend to catch my hidden lines with your bare hands? Let me see how your hand is shredded. Even steel would falter. The hidden lines released by the earth ninja could no longer be perceived with ordinary vision. First and foremost, they were enveloped in a peculiar power, akin to the internal energy cultivated by both Eastern ninjas and Anmaiji, reminiscent of the qi practiced by ancient Huaxia martial artists. This energy, known as chakra, when affixed to the surface of the hidden lines, granted them the ability to cut. They became razor-sharp. Even the finest blades would be severed by them. Nevertheless, Lin Chen showed no signs of retreat. He grasped the lines with one hand, a layer of force field enveloping his palm. Simultaneously, the qi within Lin Chen infused the force field. The power of the class A magnetic field, combined with the evolved imperial aura from the sixfold secret of the first emperor, formed Lin Chen's mightiest strength. With a resounding impact, Lin Chen effortlessly severed 3 of the hidden lines. The earth ninja, who had just issued a taunt, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? He tore apart my hidden lines with his bare hands? How is that possible? Even the sharpest blades could not withstand these hidden lines. Yet Lin Chen has done the unthinkable. The strength of the force field indeed enhanced the sharpness. Lin Chen savored the sensations from the recent encounter. However, a glaring weakness became apparent: the power above. Once my imperial aura disperses it, those hidden lines revert to mere ordinary threads, easily torn apart. Such a pity. While he contemplated, Lin Chen's hands did not falter. He swung his arms in a circular motion, effortlessly slicing through the hidden lines that formed the birdcage. This seemingly dire predicament was resolved with ease. What technique is this? Why can't I comprehend it? One earth ninja inquired, his expression grave. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who can breach the master's defenses and enter the inner courtyard is no ordinary foe. Let us join forces and eliminate him. The initial clash had led the two earth ninjas to a consensus. Lin Chen, if faced alone, would be an insurmountable challenge unless they combined their efforts. You feign an attack while I seek an opportunity. The two ninjas swiftly devised a strategy, with one advancing forward. Bang, bang, bang. Next to this earth ninja, several wisps of white smoke appeared as if conjured from thin air. Once the smoke dissipated, multiple identical figures emerged. Lin Chen's interest peaked. Shadow clone technique? Incredible. I can actually see it. However, it likely wasn't an advanced clone technique. There should only be one true body amidst them. Such a maneuver might dazzle others. But to Lin Chen, it was far from perplexing. Among the multitude of figures, only the earth ninja at the center possessed a complete human magnetic field. The others, while appearing to stand there, lacked any semblance of a human magnetic field. In simple terms, they were mere illusions crafted to deceive. If they were mere distractions, then those clones should be impervious to harm. Otherwise, their ruse would be exposed. It was straightforward. With that thought, Lin Chen stepped forward, unleashing a thin force field that expanded outward. Originally devised to detect opponents hidden from sight, it proved equally effective against these invulnerable foes. As the force field spread rapidly, the myriad clones collided with the expanding magnetic field. Each clone disintegrated into wisps of smoke upon contact, leaving only the solitary Earth Ninja. He felt a faint resistance, as if something hindered his advance. Yet, with a gentle exertion, he shattered that barrier and charged forward. This technique, that individual is extraordinary. Meanwhile, outside the fray, Wang Yuzu and Wang Hao heard the commotion and hurried to the door, observing the battle unfold. After merely a few exchanges, Wang Yuzu regarded the unexpectedly formidable Lin Chen with utmost admiration. "Father, are you suggesting that young man can defeat these two Earth Ninjas?" "Surely not," Wang Hao exclaimed, astonished. "If we were to judge the Earth Ninja's strength by our Huaxia standards, they would be classified as Class A. That young man appears to be in his early 20s. How could he possibly possess such talent?" Wang Yuzu's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, as though sensing something extraordinary. "Not necessarily," he replied, casting a glance at Wang Hao. "Who says the young lack exceptional talent? Such individuals are hardly uncommon in Huaxia." Wang Hao found himself momentarily speechless, his eyes drifting toward Lin Chen as he murmured, "Indeed, I have witnessed many prodigies, but to single-handedly confront two Class A experts at such a young age? I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Have you?" In response, Wang Yuzu offered a faint smile. "Of course, I have. In the Special Forces Team 1 of Huaxia, there exists an individual who, at the age of 20, single-handedly battled 9 Class S experts. Compared to him, this young man pales in comparison." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao instinctively gasped. 20 years old, and he faced 9 Class S experts. Could he be the guardian of Huaxia? Chapter 181. The Treasure Hunt? What is happening? Why has my clone vanished? As I watched my clones disappear one by one, the Earth Ninja beside me halted, his gaze filled with astonishment. To unravel the clone technique, one must strike at those clones. Although any attack, regardless of its magnitude, could cause the clones to vanish, the fundamental requirement is to actually hit them. How could Lin Chen, standing motionless, strike those clones from afar? Moreover, during my advance, I sensed a subtle resistance. Though not formidable, it was undeniably real. As an Earth Ninja, such minute changes could hardly escape my perception. However, the battle left no room for contemplation. Lin Chen surged forward, his body propelling ahead. Simultaneously, an indescribable aura of terror emanated from him, radiating outward like a wave. It was the dreadful pressure befitting a sovereign. This sensation was akin to their reaction upon encountering the Divine Emperor of the East. A feeling of helplessness and trepidation enveloped them. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked past the Earth Ninja. It was a comrade, unable to withstand the situation, who decided to engage Lin Chen. Armed with a short sword, he charged toward Lin Chen, entangling him in combat. Lin Chen possessed a mundane short sword as well. But after being imbued with a force field and the aura of a monarch, it transcended the ordinary. Crack! Lin Chen thought silently, intensifying the force field around his sword. Their blades clashed with a resounding impact. To Lin Chen's surprise, his strike failed to shatter the Earth Ninja's sword. Previously, during his sparring with the Koga clan, one blow was sufficient to obliterate his opponent's weapon. This sword's durability was unprecedented. Yet, narrowing his eyes, Lin Chen discerned the anomaly. The sword wielded by the Earth Ninja was also enveloped in a faint magnetic field, a force akin to that which had been applied to the hidden blade moments ago. It was this very force that augmented the sword's hardness, rendering Lin Chen's strike ineffective. The little Eastern devils proved to be quite formidable, Lin Chen mused, his eyebrows raised in astonishment. In light of the sword's unyielding nature, the clash between him and his opponent appeared evenly matched. Indeed, in terms of swordsmanship, Lin Chen found himself at a disadvantage. He was not adept at swordplay. His combat relied solely on his agility and reflexes. Meanwhile, another Earth Ninja swiftly regained his composure and charged forward, intent on encircling Lin Chen to deliver a fatal blow. Observing this, Lin Chen clicked his tongue and sighed, acknowledging that his mental prowess had yet to reach the A-grade level. Defeating a genuine A-grade powerhouse with mere ability seemed unrealistic. He resolved to employ alternative tactics. With his resolve set, Lin Chen focused his thoughts. Buzz! Buzz! The space around him warped rapidly, and a crimson light erupted from the distorted air. The 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield. Lin Chen grasped with his right hand, allowing the shield to hover above him, its surface adorned with 9 flaming dragons emitting a deep, resonant roar. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's aura intensified alongside the emergence of the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield. Even Wang Yu and his son, standing within the room, were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. "Father, what is that?" Wang Hao inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. uncertainty etched across his features. Undoubtedly, that is a national treasure of our Huaxia, the artifact of the ancient demonic deity Neza, the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield. Wang Yao exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Upon glimpsing the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield, Wang Hao felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it in ancient texts. However, Wang Yao recognized it instantly. The Nine Dragons' divine fire shield, like the Fuxi Qin, was a national treasure. Hearing Wang Yao's elucidation, Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with understanding. Their family had fled Huaxia with one national treasure, the Fuxi Qin. He never anticipated witnessing the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield on eastern soil. Years prior, it was rumored that the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield had been lost during the previous Huaxia Defense War, though its precise location remained unknown. Yet here it was. In the east, Wang Yao's eyes glimmered with avarice as he spoke excitedly. Father, since this treasure has presented itself, we cannot let it slip away, Wang Hao urged fervently. Indeed, Wang Yao's lips curled into a smile, his gaze fixated on the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield. The Fuxi Qin and the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield represented the hope for their family's resurgence. They planned to seize an opportunity to strike if Lin Chen faltered in his battle. Both Wang Yu and Wang Hao understood the value Lin Chen's Nine Dragons' divine fire shield held. However, the two Earth ninjas remained oblivious. Believing Lin Chen had merely produced a weapon, the only aspect that instilled fear in them was the flaming dragon shadows above. Go, Lin Chen commanded softly. In the next instant, the 9 fire dragons upon the shield surged forward as if responding to his summons. Simultaneously, their size, initially no thicker than a thumb, expanded visibly with the infusion of Lin Chen's royal aura. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 golden dragons unleashed a furious roar. The sound waves radiated a terrifying pressure. Wang Hao, possessing only C-grade strength, felt his legs weaken. Had Wang Yu not steadied him, he would have collapsed. To be able to summon the 9 dragons' divine fire shield? There was no doubt that this individual wielded the techniques of our Huaxia. Wang Yao's brow furrowed as he spoke gravely. Huaxia's techniques, Wang Hao exclaimed, taken aback. The Eastern Devil's Chakra cultivation was a different concept from their qi. How could they practice Huaxia's techniques? Humph. Wang Yu scoffed, casting a glance at Wang Hao. This indicates that he is not from the East. He hails from our homeland. Upon hearing Wang Yao's analysis, Wang Hao instinctively responded, the special forces of Huaxia. That possibility cannot be dismissed, Wang Yao replied thoughtfully. Recently, did not members of the Special Forces 3rd Team come here on a mission? Now that their task has failed, Huaxia would not easily concede. Do you think their leadership is so foolish as to send merely one A-grade powerhouse to accomplish the mission? Wang Hao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. True. So, what shall we do? Wang Yao's gaze shifted to Lin Chen. We shall proceed as before, waiting for an opportunity to seize his 9 dragons' divine fire shield. As for these 2 Wind Demon Clan ninjas, before the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, they will find no escape. Chapter 182. The Demon Thunder Talisman, as Wang Yuzu had articulated, upon the emergence of 9 fire dragons. It seemed as though each possessed its own intelligence. They circled around, encasing the 2 earth ninjas at the center. Should anyone attempt to flee, the fire dragons would roar forward, opening their massive jaws to unleash scorching flames, forcing them back. Thus, they found themselves trapped within this fiery confinement. Simultaneously, the luminous shield in Lin Chen and Apos' hand gently ascended. Whoosh! The originally palm-sized crimson shield suddenly expanded, its interior now ample enough to envelop both adversaries. Bang! As the shield descended onto the ground, the 2 earth ninjas were ensnared within. Despite their desperate efforts to assault this barrier, they found no indication of breaching it. Observing this, Lin Chen nodded subtly, murmuring, with my current cultivation, the 9-dragon divine fire shield is formidable, not to mention 2 A-class warriors. Even an S-class would find it arduous to escape. Previously, when he used the 9-dragon divine fire shield against Shuetong, it was out of his reluctance to take a life that he retracted it. Yet, with these 2 adversaries being ninjas from the East, Lin Chen had no intention of holding back. Within the shield, the 2 East Asian Earth ninjas, regardless of their attempts to wield ninjutsu or strike with their swords, failed to leave any mark upon the 9-dragon divine fire shield. Simultaneously, the temperature around them continued to rise with the flames of the 9 dragons. Their condition gradually deteriorated. The 2 earth ninjas simultaneously emitted anguished cries, though the flames did not directly contact their bodies. The terrifying increase in temperature rendered them as if trapped in a fiery inferno. Even their flesh seemed on the verge of being seared to a crisp. The 9-dragon divine fire shield was originally a treasure used for the refinement of enemies. Without the scorching of the 9 dragons, It would merely serve as an ordinary prison artifact. However, with the dragons ablaze, the internal temperature surged rapidly, a level of heat that most could scarcely endure. At the moment Lin Chen had just subdued the two Earth ninjas, an inexplicable and formidable magnetic field seemed to coalesce out of thin air. This anomaly naturally drew Lin Chen's attention. He turned his gaze to see Wang Yuzu, who had originally been within the room, now stepping outside, holding several pieces of yellow talisman paper. Lin Chen and Appo's expression remained calm as he inquired, "Are you a member of the Wang family? I've heard the head of the Wang family is named Wang Yuzu. Is that you?" Through the combat power detector, Lin Chen discerned the man's strength. Combat power index, 65,000, categorizing him as A-class. Besides the ninjas, the Wang family had an A-class warrior. "That is correct," Wang Yuzu replied, a smile gracing his features, while his hands continued their movements. With his left hand crafting the talisman, a faint blue radiance emanated from the fingers of his right hand. Lin Chen could sense that it was the energy from his dantian circulating to the surface of his fingertips. "That is acceptable," Lin Chen nodded, turning to face Wang Yaozu directly. "I have no ulterior motives for being here. Simply surrender the Fushi Qin of your Wang family to me, and I shall take my leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu appeared somewhat taken aback and asked, "You came solely for the Fushi Qin? Are you not part of the Huaxia Special Forces? Do you not intend to eliminate me?" Lin Chen shook his head. "Perhaps in the future, but not at present. Their mission concerns the classified intelligence in your possession, yet I have no interest in that. Only a curiosity for the Fushi Qin. If you can hand it over, I will depart." The news of the Wang family being attacked would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Koizumi family. Should the originally stationed S-class on Myoji return, Lin Chen would not stand a chance. It was prudent to swiftly achieve his objective and escape. "Humph," Wang Yaozu sneered, his expression enigmatic. "The Wang family has barely escaped from Huaxia. How could we so readily relinquish the Fushi Qin, which we painstakingly brought out? However, I must say, your Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield is quite impressive. It would be a shame for it to remain in your possession." As he spoke, Wang Yaozu completed the crafting of the talisman in his hand. He suddenly hurled the talisman, which wavered and hovered in front of him. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals. Chanting incantations, "Heavenly Fire, Thunder God, summon forth the thunder from the 5 directions. Earth Fire, Thunder God, expel demons and spirits. Evil spirits, depart swiftly, in accordance with my imperial command. Urgently, as commanded." With a command, a beam of thunder, fierce as a lightning bolt, surged towards Lin Chen with tremendous speed. So swift that Lin Chen barely had time to react. However, through his acute perception, he quickly conjured a force field in front of him, attempting to shield against the thunderous onslaught. Alas, Lin Chen underestimated the power of the thunder. The force field held for less than 2 breaths before being shattered by the overwhelming force. Subsequently, the dense thunder enveloped Lin Chen's form, rendering him invisible in a storm of lightning. "Haha, we've succeeded," Wang Hao exclaimed gleefully as he emerged, positioning himself behind Wang Yaozu. While the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield restrains those 2 Earth ninjas, it is incapable of defending against our ancestral Demon Thunder Talisman, which can reduce him to mere ashes. Wang Yaozu nodded, equally triumphant. "Indeed, our Wang family's Demon Thunder Talisman commands respect, even from those prestigious sects. Several centuries ago, our ancestors exchanged insights with the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain and the founders of the Qingqing sect. The Wang family, too, was an ancient martial arts clan of Huaxia, specializing in talismans. Though the lone wolf had relayed some intelligence regarding the Wang family to Lin Chen, he never anticipated Lin Chen would leverage it. Thus, he had neglected to mention it. The Demon Thunder Talisman was a high-level talisman of the Wang family. If one were to consider destructive capability, it was at the pinnacle of power. Its might was immense, with the only drawback being the lengthy preparation time. However, just as Wang Yaozu stepped forward to converse with Lin Chen made no effort to obstruct him. He even engaged in dialogue. This interval provided ample time for Wang Yaozu to prepare a Demon Thunder Talisman. And now, Lin Chen was reaping the consequences of his actions. Wang Yaozu suddenly expressed doubt, casting his gaze towards the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. "What is it, father?" Wang Hao asked, puzzled. Typically, if the owner of such a magical artifact perishes, it would automatically lose its efficacy. Why does the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield continue to burn? Wang Yaozu furrowed his brows. Indeed, could it be that the lad is not dead? That is improbable. Wang Hao glanced at the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, then at the area where Lin Chen had been, now shrouded in swirling smoke and dust, obscuring any sight of him. To withstand a demon thunder talisman, how could Lin Chen possibly still be alive? Suddenly, a soft voice emerged from within the enveloping smoke and dust. The demon thunder talisman? It has indeed broadened my horizons. However, regrettably, it holds no power over me. Chapter 183. The escape talisman. A formless energy field erupted, surging violently outward from Lin Chen's center. The swirling dust was instantly dispersed, revealing Lin Chen's figure, though not entirely unscathed. His clothing lay in tatters, ravaged by the tempestuous lightning. To an onlooker, he might resemble a beggar. Despite his ragged attire, Lin Chen and Amp Apos' skin emanated a faint silver glow. Consumed by the lightning, he appeared unaffected. Is this the end Amp Apos' thunder control body and Amp Apos? Truly marvelous. Lin Chen couldn't and Apos' help but exclaim. His passive ability, the thunder control body, though merely classified as sea level, possessed the remarkable attribute of immunity to all forms of lightning, whether it be the demon lightning talisman or any other type of lightning symbol. They all fell under the umbrella of lightning. Rules governing abilities are often insurmountable. However, while Lin Chen's body was immune to lightning, his clothing was not similarly protected. After enduring such an assault, he would inevitably need to change into a new outfit. Impossible. In the distance, Wang Yaozu gasped in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief. You clearly fell victim to my demon lightning talisman. How can you remain unscathed? Judging by Lin Chen's attire, it was evident he had indeed been struck by his attack. Yet, as the dust settled, Lin Chen stood unscathed. This is inconceivable. Even an A-level powerhouse would be severely injured, if not killed, by a direct hit from my demon lightning talisman. This is one of the supreme talismans of our Wang family. Why did it have no effect on Lin Chen? Father, could it be that you missed? Wang Hao inquired, his expression one of incredulity. Impossible. Wang Yaozu roared, his previously calm demeanor erupting in fury. Just moments ago, he had been utterly defenseless against my demon lightning talisman. This cannot be. The father and son stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Nearby, the cries of the two earth ninjas trapped within the 9-dragon divine fire shield were growing ever fainter. Lin Chen stretched his limbs and smiled. What is impossible about this? Is it so hard to understand that these lightning strikes have no effect on me? Wang Yuzu and Amp Apos' face was a mask of disbelief as he pondered profoundly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. You are an ability user. Only an ability user can possess such enigmatic and unpredictable methods. No, wait. Wang Yaozu recalled something, murmuring to himself. The manipulation of the 9-dragon divine fire shield undoubtedly required the essence cultivated through the martial arts of Huaxia. Yet, aside from a few in the special abilities team, I have never seen anyone who dual cultivates abilities and ancient martial arts. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. Father, do you mean to say he practices both ancient martial arts and possesses abilities? Ancient martial artists and ability users belong to entirely different schools of thought. The most apparent distinction lies in their paths of cultivation. An ability user showcases various mysterious powers derived from innate or later awakened personal ability meridians. Such abilities are limited by mental strength. Thus, ability users primarily hone their mental faculties. More mental strength equates to greater power. Conversely, ancient martial artists excel in refining their fundamental attributes, such as strength, agility, and speed. These attributes can be gradually enhanced through personal physical training. Even without the fortune of becoming an ability user, one can achieve improvements through diligent self-cultivation. While the two can practice concurrently, the effort and dedication required are evident. Throughout Wang Yuzu's extensive experiences, aside from a few dual cultivators he had encountered within the Huaxia Special Abilities team, he had never seen anyone else. Lin Chen and Apos' emergence fundamentally altered his worldview. It must be true, yet I cannot grasp the essence of his abilities at this moment. What I can ascertain is that his dual cultivation of abilities in ancient martial arts endows him with strength that, even amongst A-level powerhouses, stands at the upper tier. Wang Yuzu's expression turned grave as he murmured, Father, then we. Upon realizing Lin Chen's formidable strength, Wang Hao's fighting spirit evaporated. Such a powerful adversary is beyond our capability to confront. We must leave, Wang Yuzu decisively declared, swiftly retrieving a talisman from his sleeve. Adorned with intricate and arcane symbols of unknown origin. Leave? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you think you can depart without revealing the whereabouts of the Fushichin? With that, Lin Chen reached out. An invisible magnetic field twisted around them, resembling a colossal hand intent on ensnaring the pair. Lin Chen's focus was on Wang Hao. While Wang Yaozu possessed A-level strength and might escape his grasp, Wang Hao, at sea level, stood no chance against Lin Chen's magnetic field. Lin Chen was determined to keep at least one of them. Yet, just as Lin Chen's magnetic field was about to ensnare the two, Wang Yaozu abruptly tore the talisman in his hand. A flash of blue light erupted from the talisman, enveloping Wang Yaozu and his son in an instant. A faint blue aura surrounded them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Their bodies darting away like fleeting shadows, disappearing at an astonishing pace. What incredible speed! What kind of talisman is that? Lin Chen marveled. The world is vast and full of wonders. While Lin Chen was not entirely shocked, the speed they had just displayed surpassed that of A-level powerhouses. Even an S-level might struggle to impede their escape. Fortunately, Lin Chen's reflexes were equally swift. His perceptive magnetic field extended 100 meters, allowing him to sense the two moving away. If they were to escape, locating them again would prove challenging. Thus, Lin Chen traversed space, pursuing them relentlessly. Though they were fast, Lin Chen's ability to cross space matched their speed, nearly 100 meters with each step. He could not allow them to slip beyond his reach. Otherwise, in such a vast expanse, how would he ever find them again? After chasing for approximately a kilometer, the two figures began to slow down, their blue aura showing signs of dissipating. Ultimately, they halted, hiding behind a wall. This fellow's abilities are too bizarre, but fortunately, we possess the Wang family's escape talisman. Not even he, nor an S-level powerhouse, could hope to catch us. With the chase eluded, Wang Yaozu exhaled, filled with confidence. However, not far behind them, Lin Chen and Appo's playful laughter echoed. Oh, is that so? Chapter 184. The Divine Dragon Arc. A wavering sound drifted through the air. Wang Yaozu was suddenly alarmed. His gaze fixed on the distance where Lin Chen was gradually approaching, suspended in the air, holding the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. It was evident that the 2 earth ninjas recently ensnared by the shield had perished. However, what astonished Wang Yaozu was not this fact, but rather Lin Chen's astonishing speed. The Wang family's escape talisman could quickly enhance their speed for a brief period, not by traversing spatial dimensions, but merely by increasing velocity. Yet Lin Chen's pursuit appeared to transcend spatial boundaries. Though limited by distance, the escape talisman's range was merely 1,000 meters, making it effortless for Lin Chen to catch up. How is it that this brat cannot be shaken off? Wang Yaozu exclaimed in disbelief. Having activated the escape talisman, Lin Chen still managed to pursue him relentlessly. What could possibly be the nature of his extraordinary abilities? Wang Yaozu was perplexed, yet reality demanded immediate action. Just as he prepared to employ the second escape talisman, his movements faltered slightly. A sudden awareness dawned upon him as he glanced sideways. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures sprang forth from behind the wall, seemingly materializing out of thin air, and landed at a distance from Wang Yaozu and his son. Upon seeing these individuals, Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Father, they are ninjas from the Wind Demon clan. They can save us, he exclaimed, eager to approach them. However, Wang Yaozu swiftly extended his hand to stop him. Wait. His eyes were filled with caution as he scrutinized the ninjas before him, inquiring, Are you ninjas from the Wind Demon clan? It was crucial to note that the Wang family had just been invaded by some unknown ninjas, all clad in identical dark attire. The only way to discern their identities was through their respective waist tags. But how could one distinguish if they were indeed from the Wind Demon clan just by looking? Through the patterns on their shoulders, Wang Yaozu discerned that among the ninjas, there were 3 Earth ninjas and 4 human ninjas, 3 A-grade warriors and 4 B-grade warriors. To his knowledge, the guarding ninjas from the Wind Demon clan stationed here possessed a similar level of strength. Hadn't they been tasked with confronting the main enemy? How could they possibly appear here? Moreover, despite the inability to ascertain their identities solely through their dark attire, certain unique adornments allowed for some deductions. Firstly, these ninjas all bore katana at their sides. This was not a hallmark of the Wind Demon clan ninjas. Humph. Attack. The suddenly appearing ninjas did not respond to Wang Yaozu's queries. Without further ado, they launched an assault. Swish. 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 The 4 human ninjas hurled concealed weapons, shuriken, kunai, and other poisoned implements, toward the 2 men. Witnessing this, Wang Yaozu stepped forward, bellowing in anger. Fool! Wang Yaozu's internal energy erupted. bursting forth from his body and tearing his clothing. Golden patterns adorned his chest, gradually radiating a golden aura as the energy infused within them. A golden barrier emerged around him. Clang, clang, clang. The projectile struck the barrier, failing to breach it. Damn it! Observing this scene, Wang Hao dashed forward, drawing his katana and unleashing a strike. Stop! Wang Yuzu exclaimed, panic-stricken, reaching out to pull Wang Hao back. Yet, the latter was swifter. Just as he charged forward, an earth ninja struck his wrist with the back of a blade. Crack! Wang Hao's left wrist dislocated, causing his katana to clatter to the ground. Idiot! We are no match for them. We could escape using the talisman. Why engage in battle? Wang Yaozu exclaimed, exasperated. His son's rash actions were hardly commendable. Several blades swiftly approached Wang Hao's throat. Oh! Lin Chen observed with surprise, refraining from intervening, instead hiding behind the wall. He had no obligation to save the lives of these two. However, if they could divulge the whereabouts of the Fushi Qin, that would be a different matter altogether. Lin Chen was more curious as to why these ninjas had chosen to attack this father and son duo. Could it be that the Wang family had severed ties with the Eastern Divine Emperor? That seemed unlikely. If the Wang family had indeed broken relations, the Wind Demon clan would no longer be obliged to provide protection. There must be another reason. Father, save me. With a blade poised at his throat, Wang Hao was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down his face. I don't want to die. Silence! Wang Yuzu scolded angrily. Have you no dignity? Is it merely a blade against your neck? You and I have betrayed Huaxia, living each day in such peril. You simply hadn't seen it until now. Now that the blade is visible, why do you tremble? Wang Hao's legs shook uncontrollably, the chill emanating from the katana rendering his mind blank. Utter terror. Reveal the classified information you possess, and I shall spare his life, one of the earth ninjas declared. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. Ah, so you could not resist any longer. I had stated that if the conditions we agreed upon were fulfilled, the information would naturally be provided. You have not yet upheld your end of the bargain. Why should I relinquish my information first? Wang Yaozu questioned, furious. Because your son is in our custody. Another earth ninja replied. If you refuse to speak, you may as well prepare to collect his remains. Furthermore, the lives of the hundreds in the Wang family will be extinguished. Listening to their threats, Wang Yaozu was engulfed in rage. Yet thoughts of his son and the safety of the Wang family compelled him to regain composure. How can you guarantee that after I provide the information, my son and the members of the Wang family will be safe? Wang Yaozu inquired coldly. We cannot guarantee that, the Earth Ninja replied bluntly. We will enhance your security, within reasonable limits, and will strive to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu lowered his head, lost in contemplation. But before he could ponder further, Wang Hao cried out, Father, just give them the information. For my sake, for the Wang family. I don't want to die. Wang Yuzu's heart was torn. Yet, the ninjas before him remained oblivious to his internal conflict. Perhaps it was Wang Hao's pleading that stirred his conscience. He let out a heavy sigh and said, very well. I shall provide you with the classified information. With that, Wang Yuzu slowly withdrew a folded piece of white paper from his sleeve, the contents unknown. It contained the design intelligence of Huaxia's highest technology. The Divine Dragon Arkansas, return my son to me. Chapter 185, The Son of a Traitor. Or a traitor himself. Upon hearing the words Divine Dragon Arc, Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued, and his gaze fixed upon the plain white paper held by Wang Yuzu. The sheets were layered in such a manner that the contents remained obscured. This must be the top secret intelligence spoken of by the lone wolf. The term Divine Dragon Arc evoked images of a colossal vessel akin to an aircraft carrier. Lin Chen murmured to himself. They were all operating within their respective abilities. With a mere thought, he could seize that intelligence. Humph. You have finally revealed it. Hand it over, the earlier ninja demanded sternly. Yet, Wang Yaozu remained rooted to the spot, immobile. Observing this scene, the ninja furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hao, not willing to comply. My blade is indiscriminate. Should it harm your son? Heh. Wang Yuzu's expression grew grave as he stared intently at those present. His voice low and resolute. Release him first. Then I shall surrender the information. If I hand it over and you renege, what then? At his words, the ninja initially appeared taken aback, but soon a disdainful smile crept across his face. Hand over the boy. Now that we know where the intelligence lies, the threat holds little weight. Should this old fool refuse to yield, let them both perish. With that declaration, the ninjas who had been holding Wang Hao at knife point withdrew their blades. One stepped forward and kicked Wang Hao, sending him stumbling before Wang Yuzu. The boy has been delivered. Now, relinquish the information. The ninja's patience had worn thin. Wang Yaozu's right hand, which clutched the intelligence, trembled slightly. Upon seeing Wang Hao beside him, his heart hardened. Do you want it? I shan't give it to you. Wang Yuzu exclaimed in anger. Simultaneously, the energy within him surged violently, igniting crimson flames that enveloped the papers in his hand. Hiss! The flames blazed, swiftly consuming the sheets of white paper. The ninjas before him widened their eyes in shock. Stop! But before they could act, a dagger seemingly materialized from nowhere, piercing Wang Yuzu and Apos' abdomen, blood gushing forth. The sharp pain surged through his mind, causing him to falter, and the burning intelligence slipped from his grasp. A gust of chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the flames consuming the papers. Although partially burned, more than half of the content remained intact. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who had been observing from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow in surprise. This fellow. Wang Yaozu stood frozen, dazedly staring at the wound on his abdomen. The assailant was not one of the ninjas, but rather his own son, Wang Hao, who had just stumbled to the ground. Son, what? Wang Yuzu could hardly believe his eyes, looking incredulously at Wang Hao, who had suddenly attacked him at the very moment he was about to destroy the intelligence. Wang Hao did not respond. Instead, he swiftly sprang into action, gathering the scattered intelligence. Seeing that only a portion had been burned, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, only a part was lost. Then, with a cold sneer, he cast a disdainful glance at his father. Dad, you can't blame me for this. After all, you didn't even trust me. I had no prior knowledge of the divine dragon arc intelligence. You keep insisting that only you and I and the Wang family know of such sensitive information for our mutual safety, yet the truth is, you never informed me. At this revelation, Wang Yaozu's pupils constricted, his breath quickening. You conspired with them. When did this happen? His face was a mask of disbelief. His own son had betrayed him. Even if Wang Yuzu racked his brain, he could not fathom how this had come to pass. When? Perhaps it was when you sent me to the Koga clan, intending for me to learn their techniques. Wang Hao replied coldly. Do you know that when I arrived at the Koga clan, I was subjected to torture? In the end, I revealed the information I possessed. Yet it held no value to them. That was when I truly understood. I meant nothing to you. As he spoke, Wang Hao's emotions intensified. With a grunt, Wang Yuzu pulled the dagger from his abdomen, gritting his teeth. That is because you have no understanding of the significance of the divine dragon arc. Should this intelligence leak, it would be enough to brand our Wang family with shame in Huaxia. I do not wish to descend into hell, only to be lectured by my ancestors. His body trembled as he leaned weakly against the wall. Hey. Upon hearing Wang Yuzu's words, Wang Hao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Afraid of descending into hell and facing your ancestors' admonishments? If you fear such things, why then do you lead us against Huaxia? Do you believe that once you are in hell, your ancestors will absolve you? I have long told you, if we are to rebel, let it be a complete rebellion. Only by plunging Huaxia into irreversible despair does our resistance hold any significance. His words rang with conviction, yet Wang Yuzu's expression darkened. Nonsense. Wang Yuzu propped himself up, glaring fiercely at Wang Hao. Rebelling against Huaxia is merely to secure a place for us. Do you comprehend the crisis that would befall Huaxia should this matter be leaked? Though Wang Yuzu lectured him, Wang Hao wore an expression of indifference. What does that have to do with me? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, a smug smile gracing his lips. I have already negotiated with them. As long as I deceive you into revealing the true intelligence, I can join the Koga clan. However, it seems you have no such intention, so it appears I must part ways with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuzu's eyes turned bloodshot, his fury reaching its zenith. You dare to betray me, you little brat. I shall disown you as my son. With that, Wang Yuzu prepared to draw a talisman. However, as he began to channel his energy, he suddenly discovered that the energy within him was eerily subdued, as if he had temporarily lost control. Humph. Wang Hao grinned, gesturing towards the dagger on the ground. Dad, I forgot to mention, this dagger is tainted with a certain substance from our Huaxia, known as 9 Xian dispersing chi powder. Within 2 hours, you will be unable to channel your energy. He was well aware of Wang Yuzu's temperament. After his betrayal, Wang Yuzu would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Thus, he had prepared some safeguards in advance. The 9 Xian dispersing chi powder could permeate the flesh, thereby obstructing the flow of energy within. Without the ability to channel energy, Wang Yaozu would be incapable of utilizing even a teleportation talisman. It is evident that you truly are your father's son. Lin Chen's voice suddenly resonated. The space before Wang Yuzu twisted unnaturally, and Lin Chen's figure gradually materialized. The son of a traitor is also a traitor. It seems this is an inherited trait. However, given the significance of that intelligence, I cannot merely stand by and watch. As he spoke, Lin Chen reached out with his hand. The space beside Wang Hao warped and collapsed instantaneously. A terrifying force drew the intelligence towards Lin Chen, and when it reappeared, it was firmly in his grasp. Chapter 186. In the Face of Death. One seeks to take others down with him, it's you again. Wang Hao was taken aback as the intelligence was snatched away. Just moments ago. This had no bearing on you, yet you dare to show yourself. Upon seeing Lin Chen's sudden appearance, although Wang Yuzu was astonished, a sigh of relief washed over him deep within. There was no other choice. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders, a playful smile gracing his face. After all, with the prospect of joining the special forces, it would be remiss not to present them with a token of goodwill. He turned and shot a glance at Wang Yuzu. Continuing, old man, your son's earlier statement holds merit. Since you've already turned your back, you ought to do so completely. Those who are neither loyal nor treacherous are the least favored. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuzu let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. I have no regrets. You are unaware of the trials our Wang family has endured. All my actions have been for our family's sake. Lin Chen turned back, chuckling lightly. Whether you regret it or not is known only to you, and frankly, I am indifferent. However, it seems these individuals are reluctant to let me leave unscathed. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the group of ninjas, eyes glinting with malice, who had formed a tight circle around them, intent on capturing the two alive. Boy, hand over the intelligence, and we may spare your life. The lead ninja's tone was dark and foreboding. His mood was akin to a roller coaster. The intelligence he had just acquired was now in Lin Chen's possession. How could he be pleased? Spare my life? Lin Chen grinned, lazily stretching. You speak as if you were certain of your ability to subdue me. Swish, swish, swish. As Lin Chen spoke, the surrounding ninjas revealed their blades, which gleamed coldly under the moonlight. If that is the case, then I shall first eliminate you before claiming the intelligence. While stuffing the intelligence into his pocket, Lin Chen remarked, I apologize. Although I too wish to eradicate you, the timing today is simply not opportune. Until next time. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Chen moved with lightning speed, grasping Wang Yuzu. The space around them warped and collapsed. Not good. They are attempting to escape. Wang Hao screamed. Although he was unaware of Lin Chen and Appo's abilities, he could discern his intentions. Rushing forward now would be futile. The surrounding ninjas responded swiftly, hurling various projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, the projectiles could not match the speed of the spatial distortion. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen and Wang Yuzu vanished into the void, leaving the projectiles to miss their mark entirely. Watching the empty space before him, Wang Hao clenched his fist, his rage intensifying. Damn it! You've ruined my plans. If I ever catch you, I will make you wish for death. On the other side, the distance Lin Chen could traverse through spatial movement was limited to 100 meters. Upon appearing in a dark corner, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Chen's forehead. Phew. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, wiping his brow. Damn. Transporting another person during spatial movement truly drains my mental energy. The spatial movement achieved through the distorted magnetic field required Lin Chen to consider the magnetic protection during the transition. Otherwise, even the strongest body would be torn apart by the collapsing space. Moreover, when carrying others during spatial movement, the greater their strength, the more taxing it was on Lin Chen's mental energy. Wang Yuzu's strength was already at A grade. With Lin Chen's remaining mental energy, he could manage a maximum of 2 spatial jumps while carrying him. Thud. At this moment, Wang Yuzu, having suffered severe injuries, lay weakly on the ground. His pallid face was marked by a hand clutching his wounded abdomen as he looked at Lin Chen. You need not save me. Even if I return to Huaxia, those in power will never forgive my actions. Wang Yuzu spoke solemnly. However, upon hearing this, Lin Chen revealed an incredulous expression. After a brief silence, he replied, it seems you have misunderstood. I am not taking you with me to save you. I have yet to locate the position of the Fushi chain, so I cannot allow you to die just yet. As his words lingered in the air, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. Haha. Despite his grave injuries, Wang Yuzu let out a laugh. In this light, it appears I have been overly sentimental. Lin Chen remained silent, using the magnetic field to assess Wang Yuzu and Appo's condition. A shadowy aura surrounded his magnetic field, likely related to the earlier incident with the Jiaoxin. In this state, Wang Yuzu had lost all capacity for resistance. If Lin Chen employed mental control, he might glean information about the Fushi chain from him. While contemplating whether to break a few of Wang Yuzu and Appo's bones should he possess any will to resist, Wang Yuzu spoke again, his expression turning serious. You need not plead. I will tell you the location of the Fuxi chain. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Plead? This old man truly holds himself in high regard. Wang Yuzu produced a piece of yellow talisman paper from his sleeve, its intricate script complex and obscure. I prepared a map of the Fuxi chain in advance, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. It is not within our Wang family nor in the east, but buried in a mountain somewhere in Huaxia. If you infuse your energy into this talisman, you will naturally discern its location. Saying this, Wang Yuzu voluntarily extended the talisman towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not take it with his hand, but instead manipulated the force field to place it a few meters away. Then, raising his right hand, he circulated his energy from his dantian into the talisman. Buzz! The talisman absorbed Lin Chen's energy, and its surface erupted in a dazzling golden light, radiating golden halos. The golden light coalesced behind the talisman, spreading out into the void like an expansive golden curtain. Additionally, blue lines began to weave and spiral across the golden expanse, ultimately revealing the route of the map. This was not an entire map of Huaxia, but rather a detailed map of a specific area. Fortunately, with a comparison to the Huaxia map, the location could soon be pinpointed. Hiki. Observing Lin Chen and Appo's actions, Wang Yuzu chuckled lightly, self-mockingly stating, Are you afraid I might tamper with this talisman? Lin Chen withdrew his energy, causing the golden curtain map to dissipate like a fleeting shadow. Reaching out, he grasped the talisman into his possession. Better to be safe than sorry. Indeed, I do not entirely trust you. Lin Chen smiled faintly, satisfied that the map was authentic. Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. Humph. Wang Yuzu and Appo's smile turned frigid, yet his gaze softened slightly. I never anticipated there would be someone like you in Huaxia. Should you join the special forces in a few years, you may very well make a name for yourself on the international stage. This matter seems to have little relevance to you, Lin Chen remarked, placing the talisman into his spatial pocket and casting a sidelong glance at him. Wang Yuzu was momentarily taken aback, and the smile on his face gradually soured. Indeed, this is of little concern to me. I am merely a trader within Huaxia. However, I find myself harboring greater disdain for the East than for my own people. At this point, Wang Yuzu and Appo's expression bore a hint of resignation. You should leave. The farther away from here, the better. Before I meet my end, I wish to take a few more of those Eastern devils down with me. Chapter 187. The Emperor's command use someone as a shield? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. It appears that you lack the qualifications to do so at this moment. The energy within you seems to have been thoroughly suppressed by that poison. And coupled with your injuries, your survival is still in question. However, Wang Yuzu remained unfazed and replied calmly, Young man, do not underestimate the martial arts of Huaxia. In truth, throughout the world, the ancient martial lineage of Huaxia stands alone. Even if the energy within is unable to flow, using someone as a shield would still be effortless. Wang Yuzu's expression was serious and dignified. Observing this, Lin Chen, though surprised, refrained from dousing his enthusiasm further and responded. Very well. It's commendable that you possess such ambition. It does justice to the name of Huaxia. In your next life, should you be reborn in Huaxia, I hope you will not act as a traitor again. With that, Lin Chen did not linger, and the space before him twisted and collapsed as he stepped into it. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. It was not that he was unwilling to stay, but rather that a familiar magnetic field had emerged within his range of perception. It was Lin Chen. Watching Lin Chen depart, Wang Yuzu couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the next life, if given the choice, who would choose to be a traitor? Accepting his fate, he resolved to take as many lives as he could before his end. With that thought, Wang Yuzu drew a red talisman from his robe. The intricate and obscure patterns on the talisman glowed faintly with a red hue, exuding an ominous aura. With a sharp bite, he drew blood from his tongue and smeared it onto the talisman. In the next moment, the red talisman began to tremble, as if imbued with intelligence, and adhered to Wang Yuzu's forehead. Suddenly, eerie red tendrils sprouted from the talisman, seemingly formed from coagulated blood, and violently pierced into his brow. A sharp pain surged through his mind, and gritting his teeth, he bore the agony. The red tendrils, resembling the maw of a beast, started to siphon the essence from Wang Yuzu's forehead. In no time, his complexion had turned pale, and his pupils were sunken. With his remaining strength, he murmured, Young one, I hope you can escape far away. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Chen had just dispatched a ninja intent on ambushing him. Just as he sighed in relief, Lin Chen's figure flickered into existence before him. Instinctively, Lin Chen prepared to attack, his wings poised to strike. However, upon sensing Lin Chen's aura, the wings immediately drooped. Master? Lin El felt fortunate that he had not acted rashly. Had he offended his master, he would likely regret it for a lifetime. Seeing Lin El, Lin Chen exhaled in relief, his body slumping against the wall. Phew, have I exhausted too much energy? The earlier spatial transfer with Wang Yuzu had drained most of Lin Chen's mental strength, though he could now traverse space at will. It was still a tremendous burden on his psyche. Noticing Lin Chen's weakened state, Lin El immediately expressed concern. Master, are you? I'm fine. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Speaking firmly, we need to notify all companions to leave this place as quickly as possible. Notify them to leave? Lin El was momentarily taken aback. They had only just begun their skirmish. Just as he was about to inquire about the reason, Lin Chen intensified his tone, commanding, go now, or it will be too late. Within Lin Chen's perceptual field, an odd magnetic field was brewing at an astonishing speed, chaotic and disordered. This unusual magnetic fluctuation was emanating from the vicinity of Wang Yuzu. It was anything but ordinary. The urgent task was to vacate this location swiftly. Understood. Given Lin Chen's seriousness, Lin El dared not delay. Should I escort you out first, then inform the others? Lin Chen shook his head, quickly formulating a plan. 30 miles south of the Wang residence, I will wait for you there. Hurry. Notify as many as you can. Execute a full retreat. In his perception, the bizarre magnetic field continued to condense and shift, akin to a nuclear fusion, instilling Lin Chen with a profound sense of impending danger. Even from 100 meters away, the strange aura emanating from that magnetic field filled him with unease. Yes, master. Lin El promptly followed Lin Chen's orders, relaying the message to the mutated beings who had infiltrated the area. Lin Chen then leapt into action, racing eastward at breakneck speed. Fortunately, as he was positioned at the outskirts of the Wang residence, his escape was relatively straightforward. Heading directly south, Lin Chen moved swiftly, a blur in motion. Meanwhile, Lin El rapidly disseminated Lin Chen's instructions to every mutated being present. They ceased their engagements and began to retreat as directed. Seeing the opponents clad in yin-yang master attire withdraw, the Wang family members and the ninjas of the Wind Demon clan breathed a sigh of relief. The yin-yang masters are retreating? How wonderful! Their power is indeed terrifying. I just witnessed one of them snap a person's neck. I never imagined the yin-yang masters would resort to such brutal tactics. As for the Koga clan ninjas causing the turmoil, they were bewildered as their yin-yang master comrades began to withdraw. What is happening? We Haven T received a retreat order. Why are the Koizumi family members retreating? There has been any communication from above. We cannot retreat. Frustrated, they lamented. Just because they are yin-yang masters, they can act independently? How unfair. Despite their dissatisfaction with these unprincipled allies, the status of the yin-yang masters in the East was undeniably elevated. Even if the yin-yang masters chose not to assist, they could not voice their grievances. With their departure, the battles within the Wang residence intensified. As the number of enemies dwindled, the Wind Demon clan and the Wang family united against the invading forces. Koga Ringo, what are you trying to achieve? Why do you oppose us? In the thick of the fiercest fighting at the Wang residence, Feng Mo Jun's voice thundered. Before him stood a sinister man wielding a golden-hilted katana, clad in samurai attire. Starkly different from the dark garb of the ninjas. He appeared unconcerned about revealing his identity. Oppose the Emperor? Jun, you should know that our actions this time are indeed by the Emperor's command. Chapter 188, The Blood Mist Domain. What did you say? Upon hearing this explosive news, Wind Demon Juanma was taken aback. The actions of the Koga clan were, astonishingly, decreed by the Divine Emperor? Why? How? Did you not hear clearly? Koga Lin Xing brandished the golden-handled broadsword in his hand, clashing fiercely against Wind Demon Juanma's short sword. Sparks flew, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal colliding. I shall reiterate. This operation was directly ordered by the Divine Emperor. Bypassing your Wind Demon clan. Do you comprehend the Divine Emperor's intent? He has tacitly approved our actions against your clan. This is impossible. Wind Demon Juanma roared, exerting his strength to push back Koga Lin Xing. My Wind Demon clan has nearly exhausted our kin for the sake of the Divine Emperor's mutation plan. How could he possibly turn a blind eye to us? You must have defied the Divine Emperor's orders. He bellowed vehemently. The Wind Demon clan had once been among the 4 prominent ninja families of the Eastern Isles, relying on their prowess rather than connections. However, following a clandestine collaboration with the Divine Emperor, the clan's overall strength began to decline. This collaboration was known as the Mutation Plan. Detailed documentation of the plan was known only to the royal family and those within the Wind Demon clan, leaving very few others aware of it. Haha. Koga Lin Chen scoffed, his eyes gleaming with mocking amusement. Do you not believe it? How pitiable. Your Wind Demon clan has devoted yourselves entirely to the Divine Emperor, yet regrettably, your efforts have been misplaced. Perhaps the Divine Emperor feels remorse for you, hence choosing to grant you a dignified conclusion. In the future, there shall be no Wind Demon clan upon the lands of the Eastern Isles. As soon as the words left his lips, Wind Demon Juanma's fury escalated, his eyes bloodshot. Just as he prepared to unleash the secret arts of the Wind Demon clan to eradicate this insolent fool, a violent explosion resounded from the center of the Wang family estate. Boom! A plume of blood mist surged skyward. In the night, that blood mist was strikingly conspicuous, eerily ethereal. Like a mesmerizing glow, it shot up into the heavens. This bizarre spectacle lasted only a few seconds before the blood mist began to slowly spread outward. From the heart of the Wang estate erupted several piercing screams. However, those screams subsided almost instantly, as if nothing had ever occurred. Observing this, Wind Demon Juanma's pupils constricted, his expression grave. This is the Wang family's secret technique. What has transpired within the estate? Having accepted Wang Hao as his disciple, Wind Demon Juanma had heard of certain unique secret arts from the Wang family. Among them, the one that instilled the most apprehension in him was a talisman known as the Blood Mist Domain. This technique utilized the practitioner's own blood as a conduit to unleash a blood mist. This peculiar blood mist could erode anyone it enveloped, with the cost being the practitioner's life. Initially, Wind Demon Juanma did not take it seriously, for only Wang Yuzu possessed this technique. He had even complimented it, noting its similarity to the bacteriological warfare employed by the Eastern Isles against Huaxia. Yet, he never anticipated that this very technique would be wielded against them. The bizarre blood mist continued to spread. Anyone caught within its embrace, regardless of their attire, would be fully enveloped by the insidious mist, only to be eroded away. The deceased's flesh and blood would dissolve and meld into the mist. According to Wang Hao, if the blood mist domain was not promptly halted, it would endlessly consume everything in its path. With sufficient vitality to sustain it, this phenomenon could potentially engulf the entire city of Yokohama. At that point, the entire city would descend into a realm of death. Enough. Cease your fighting. Come with me to halt the expansion of the blood mist domain. Within the Wang estate, the atmosphere became lively due to the secret art unleashed by Wang Yuzu. Of course, Lin Chen was unaware of these developments. After departing the Wang estate, the mutants followed the preordained direction that Lin Chen had instructed. Some of them, upon exiting the Wang residence, beheld the towering blood mist and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, our master summoned us back. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. 30 miles away, Lin Chen stood atop a tall building, panting heavily as he gazed towards the direction of the Wang family. Although the distance was great enough that the Wang estate was no longer visible, that streak of red remained conspicuous in the darkness. Phew, fortunate that I ordered their withdrawal in time. I wonder what means that old man employed to create such an uproar. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Tonight's gains were indeed substantial. Not only had he subdued the mutants of the Koizumi family, but he had also led them to invade the Wang estate, obtaining the highly coveted classified intelligence that Huaxia had long yearned for, as well as the map to the Fuxi chain, which stirred his heart immensely. Although the map detailed regions within Huaxia, as soon as Lin Chen departed for Huaxia, he could begin his search for the Fuxi chain. If he were to locate the Fuxi chain and capture enough infected beings along the way, Lin Chen's spiritual prowess would surely reach S rank. Even if his ability to manipulate the magnetic force field remained at A rank, Lin Chen would still command it effortlessly, without concern for insufficient spiritual energy. After resting for a moment, the mutants who had departed from the Wang family began to sense Lin Chen's presence as they rushed towards him. Remarkably, none of the newly acquired mutants had perished during this operation. At most, they had sustained some injuries. Master, are you all right? Seeing Lin Chen's somewhat weary demeanor, Lan Xiang hurried over. Noticing Lin Chen leaning against the side, Lan Xiang promptly sat down, allowing him to rest against her soft thighs. Upon looking up, she was met with her expression full of concern. I am fine, do not worry, Lin Chen replied with a smile. I am merely fatigued and in need of a moment's respite. Upon hearing this, the surrounding mutants exhaled in relief. Master, was the commotion within the Wang family caused by you? Quan Yuli suddenly inquired. When I glanced back as I was leaving, the mist was spreading, and even I felt a sense of crisis. In response, Lin Chen shook his head. It was not me. However, that thing certainly appears perilous. It is best to keep your distance. Pausing momentarily, Lin Chen continued. By the way, there is one more matter that requires your cooperation. Lan Lu immediately tensed, hastily advising. No, master. If there are further actions to take, you should rest while we handle it. Quan Yuli frowned in agreement. Yes, you should rest more. Let us take care of this. Lin Chen chuckled wryly, shaking his head. That will not do. This matter can only be addressed by me. As soon as he finished speaking, a grumbling sound erupted from Lin Chen's stomach. The expenditure of my mental energy is of secondary importance. It is the depletion of physical strength that is truly paramount. Are you suggesting that? You can also assist in the act of eating? Chapter 189. The Huaxia Society, under the guidance of Lan Xiang and other mutated individuals, Lin Chen plundered 3 large shopping malls. It was the dead of night, and those tasked with guarding the malls were silently dealt with. Lin Chen's only intention was to replenish his strength with food and to open his personal space to carry away all the provisions. The inventory of the 3 shopping malls included not only long-lasting items such as compressed biscuits and potato chips, but also high-calorie foods like butter. He accepted all that he could find. It was not that Yokohama City had only these 3 malls left. It was just that Lin Chen had nearly exhausted his mental energy managing his personal space. Thus, he lacked the strength to gather more food resources and could only recover by resting. Fortunately, the food he had collected could last him for several months, even with an increased appetite, and the variety would prevent him from growing weary of it. Lan Xiang, drawing from her experience in Yokohama City, led the group of mutated individuals to a factory area in South Yokohama. This area was close to abandonment, rarely visited by anyone, and mostly served as a stronghold for the mutated individuals. She found Lin Chen a clean place to rest, and he fell into a deep slumber. Lan Lu and Izumi Ri took it upon themselves to act as his guards. Even in this remote location, where danger was nearly non-existent, it was better to be cautious. The following day, Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, waking groggily. He had slept until the afternoon, his mental energy now nearing saturation. With a deep sigh of relief, he felt his nerves relax completely. With a thought, his personal status card appeared before him. Host, Lin Chen Strength, 1600 Agility, 1600 Endurance, 1600 Mental Energy, 34500 Ordinary Infected Fan Count, 10238 Abilities, A-Class Psychic Magnetic Field, C-Class Passive Ability Thunder Control, D-Class Passive Ability Life Source, D-Class Ability Mind Control. Upon seeing the remaining unupgraded abilities, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Without corpses, he could not evolve his abilities. In battles against humans, he still relied on the magnetic field. It seemed that he needed to gather a significant number of corpses to assist in the evolution of his powers. In this land of the Eastern Isles, the distribution of infected individuals was predominantly composed of mutated beings. They lacked normal corpses within them, so killing them would not help in elevating the levels of his abilities. The infected were also alarmingly scarce. To enhance his powers, aside from regular training, he could only rely on refining corpses and achieving accomplishments. For Lin Chen, refining corpses was evidently the easier path. Thus, it was clear that the Eastern Isles were no longer suitable for his continued stay. He needed to leave to facilitate his growth. With this thought, Lin Chen rose from his bed and opened the door. Outside, Lan Lu and Izumi Ri were still on guard. Upon seeing Lin Chen emerge, their faces lit up with joy. Master, you are awake, Lan Lu exclaimed excitedly. Thank you for your efforts, Lin Chen replied with a satisfied nod. Izumi Ri smiled faintly, her gaze toward Lin Chen imbued with a hint of admiration. There is no need for formality, Master. This is what we ought to do. For some reason, being addressed in such a manner by an S-class powerhouse felt peculiar to Lin Chen. By the way, what of your companions? Have they all gathered here? Lin Chen suddenly inquired about the other mutated individuals. Izumi Ri nodded. Rest assured, Master, all our companions have converged here. And we have discreetly spread the word that all mutated individuals in Yokohama City will converge upon this location. Previously, mutated individuals had virtually no standing in Yokohama City. Compelled to blend into the lives of ordinary people, fearful of revealing their true identities. Fortunately, with their increasing strength, the differences from ordinary people became less pronounced, making them harder to distinguish. Well then, announce that they come to see me. I have matters to declare, Lin Chen instructed. Soon, within the dilapidated factory area, whether rescued by Lin Chen or summoned, all the mutated individuals gathered. At the forefront stood Izumi Ri, her S-class strength setting her apart from the rest. Behind her stood 5 A-class powerhouses led by Lan Lu. Additionally, there were 8 B-class and 13 C-class powerhouses, representing all the formidable mutated individuals in Yokohama City. Among them were a few who had not yet submitted to Lin Chen. He simply removed his translator and successfully subdued them, resulting in a slight increase in his mental energy. Master, all the mutated individuals in Yokohama City are present. Izumi Ri spoke slowly. This substantial assembly of mutated individuals, apart from the Koizumi family, could wreak havoc upon any faction in Yokohama City. Even the Eastern military could be challenged by Lin Chen and his followers. Greetings, Master. The multitude of mutated individuals spoke in unison, their eyes filled with fervent admiration for Lin Chen. Indeed, quite impressive. Observing the loyal gathered individuals, Lin Chen felt a surge of confidence swell within him. They were his source of strength. In Yokohama City, as long as he did not provoke trouble with the Koizumi family, he was the undisputed ruler. Clearing his throat to suppress his excitement, Lin Chen spoke. I have gathered you here today for a specific purpose. That is, I will soon be departing from the Eastern Isles. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in commotion. What? Lan Lu exclaimed in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Master, you are leaving the Eastern Isles? Then I shall accompany you. Master, I would brave any peril to follow your side. Others cried out in unison. Lin Chen's words struck like a stone in a tranquil lake, stirring a considerable uproar. Each mutated individual was visibly agitated, all wishing to leave with Lin Chen. This is also what I wanted to tell you. Lin Chen shifted his tone and continued. If I leave, it is you that I am most reluctant to part with. I understand your unique circumstances. You face numerous difficulties here in the Eastern Isles, which is why I worry for you. This sudden display of concern brought tears to the eyes of the mutated individuals, who would have gladly offered their hearts to demonstrate their loyalty to Lin Chen. Thus, after I depart, I hope you will support one another and continue to survive in this place. Lin Chen said solemnly. I trust in your strength. The rest are merely everyday matters. Now that you have escaped the sea of suffering, you must conduct yourselves with greater discretion. Furthermore, to enhance your cohesion, I have decided to establish a new organization comprised solely of mutated individuals. The name has already been decided, the Huaxia Society. Chapter 190. I shall make you stand up. Upon the utterance of this name, the mutants present exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. After several minutes of silence, it was Lan El who first broke the stillness, exclaiming with fervent excitement, Yes, absolutely. His countenance radiated with zealous belief as he continued, For years, we mutants have been forced to endure the status of slaves under those Yin-Yang master aristocrats. Is it because our lives hold no value? No. It is because we have failed to unite. With Lan El's impassioned words, the flames of resolve ignited within the hearts of the other mutants, their spirits soaring with ambition. Indeed, if we stand together, those Yin-Yang masters would not dare to treat us as slaves, let alone capture us, should they dare to lay a hand upon us. We shall unite and resist. Life is inherently equal. Why should we be looked down upon? The mutants in attendance were all stirred, their emotions heightened as if their inner flames had been thoroughly stirred by his words. Observing this scene, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that this organization, named after Huaxia, would evoke disdain among the mutants. Yet, it seemed they were utterly unconcerned with such matters. My lord, should the Huaxia Society be established, united, we shall not fear the threats of those aristocrats. Quan Yoli exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Lan Xiang shared her joy, realizing that the establishment of such an organization would free them from the constant fear of being hunted by the Yin-Yang masters. Lin Chen's arrival was indeed a salvation. With a faint smile, Lin Chen nodded. In the future, in the land of the rising sun, none shall hold a higher status than you. As you have rightly stated, life is equal. Why should you kneel beneath the Yin-Yang masters? Is it merely because they are so-called aristocrats? These nobles use their inherited authority and hollow titles to compel you to submit. I shall make you stand tall. I shall enable you to be reborn in glory, for all the world to witness. His impassioned speech stirred the mutants into rapturous cheers, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. After a time of fervor, Lin Chen suddenly spoke again. As for the Huaxia Society, you shall serve as its president. The unexpected appointment left Lan El astounded. He instinctively glanced at Quan Yoli. Why him? In terms of strength, only Quan Yoli among the mutants present deserved such a title. My lord, I am not fit for this role. The president should be the strongest among us. Lan El stammered, but he was interrupted mid-sentence. Proceed as I have commanded, Lin Chen asserted firmly. Do any of you have objections? He surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those present. Lan El followed suit and noticed that none bore any signs of dissent. Rather, their eyes glimmered with fervent admiration for Lin Chen. There are no objections. Young Master Lan El possesses the strength and qualifications to lead as president. Came the voices of support from the crowd. Even Quan Yoli nodded in agreement, stating, of course, I will offer my unwavering support. At this, Lin Chen displayed a satisfied smile and turned his gaze back to Lan El. Do you have any further objections? Lan El stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback that everyone else supported this notion. However, He had already discerned the underlying reason. It was not that the others recognized his merit. Rather, it was because it was Lin Chen and Appos, as command. The fervor with which the other mutants regarded Lin Chen allowed them to unconditionally obey his every directive. Not only Lin L. But even if Lin Chen were to choose an ordinary person from the street to assume the role of president of the Huaxia Society, the others would likely not raise a word of protest, merely acquiescing to Lin Chen and Appos' decision. And no, I have none. Lin L smiled, newfound determination gleaming in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. My lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Good, then, Lin Chen replied, redirecting his focus. The purpose of establishing the Huaxia Society is not only to provide you with a sanctuary but also for another reason. When I return to the land of the rising sun, you shall all become my strength. I hope you will remember this. Lin Chen and Appos' departure from Japan did not signify a permanent farewell. He would return one day. It was imperative that he not be caught unprepared upon his return. His words sent ripples through the hearts of the mutants, stirring a profound response. My lord, we shall undoubtedly pursue you to the ends of the earth. Though our current strength is lacking, we shall grow stronger and become a formidable support to you. We shall live up to your expectations. As the atmosphere surged with enthusiasm, Lin Chen's smile grew ever more relaxed. This was the charm of his charisma. It was a pity that he lacked the time to explore other cities in Japan. There were surely many powerful mutants scattered across this vast land. Ah, there is one more thing, Lin Chen suddenly recalled, addressing the assembly. The mutants fell silent. Their ears perked up, eager to hear his words. If possible, in the future, refrain from feeding on living beings. Strive to integrate into the lives of ordinary people. The mutants had not resorted to consuming the living out of choice. It was a desperate act born from extreme circumstances. In truth, normal food could sustain their essential life functions. Of course, Lin Chen's intent was not born from Navi altruism. Rather, he wished to ensure that these mutants did not attract the attention of the Yin-Yang masters or military forces once he departed. In the face of such formidable entities, the Huaxia Society remained insignificant. Its only advantage was its secrecy. It served as Lin Chen's dagger embedded within Japan. When the time was ripe, this dagger would unsheath itself, revealing its true brilliance to the world. My lord, we reside in the city and shall abide by the constraints of ordinary life without overstepping our bounds. I will ensure they adhere to this. Until you awaken us once more, we shall not expose our capabilities before outsiders. Lin L declared earnestly. Lin Chen's request was not unreasonable. It was merely a means to ensure their continued survival. That is well, Lin Chen replied, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the space. A hurried, shadowy figure dashed into the workshop. It was a mutant stationed outside. What is it? Has the military discovered our location? Lin L inquired, his expression tense. The newcomer halted, their face a mix of odd expressions as they shook their head. No, it's not that. The notifications from the vicinity of the factory reported on last night's events. It was a communique from the military. They stated, last night, the Wang family of Huaxia conspired to rebel and were suppressed by the combined forces of the IGA clan, the Fuma clan, and the Onmyoji from the Koizumi family. Furthermore, the area surrounding the Wang residence has been cordoned off by the military and designated as a forbidden zone. Chapter 191. Acting Alone, the Wang family rebellion? Huh. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chen chuckled coldly. The response from the military of the Eastern Isles was indeed swift. Not a single scandal had been leaked. Even the insurrection of the mutated individuals from the Koizumi family was merely brushed aside. It seems they too wished to keep this matter from spreading. Consequently, the establishment of the Huaxia Association and the escape of these mutated individuals appear to be ostensibly secure. As for whether the Koizumi family is secretly plotting regarding this issue, it will depend on their capacity for tolerance. So what does this imply? Quan Yuri began slowly, her emotions suddenly igniting. Master, the Koizumi family has denied the fact that we escaped. Lin LV nodded, letting out a soft huff. It's merely a facade to conceal their meager pride. As the largest Onmyoji family in Yokohama, the Koizumi family would certainly not willingly disclose such a scandal, particularly with a collective rebellion of mutated individuals that resulted in the deaths of many kin. They had undoubtedly sealed this information overnight. Unless someone digs deeper, they will not acknowledge that these mutated individuals have defected from the Koizumi family. Is this a blessing or a curse? Lan Xiang furrowed her brow, inquiring with confusion. It should not be considered a blessing, Lin LV murmured thoughtfully. The Koizumi family's unwillingness to admit this matter indicates that they still wish to capture us back. To them, this is a disgrace, and they will undoubtedly seek ways to mend this gap. The simplest method would be to recapture us. Upon hearing this, the surrounding mutated individuals exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a newfound wariness. The Koizumi family's overall strength was indeed formidable. If they sought to recapture the mutated individuals, they had the capability to do so. What is there to fear? Quan Yuri's face twisted into a snarl. If the Koizumi family dares to lay a hand on us, let them suffer the consequences. Master established the Huaxiao Association for the purpose of dealing with these individuals. If we unite, unless the most powerful ancestor of the Koizumi family intervenes, we shall forever remain safe. At this, Lin Chen perked up. The most powerful ancestor? Surely, that must refer to the hidden SS-level powerhouse. Indeed, if it were merely a simple S-level powerhouse, unless the Koizumi family mobilized their entire force, it would be challenging to recapture the united mutated individuals. Only if that SS-level powerhouse intervened would the situation become troublesome. Then, it would be wise for you to leave Yokohama and seek refuge in other cities. Lin Chen contemplated before speaking slowly. Master, such a course of action is entirely unnecessary. Quan Yuri appeared quite confident, smiling as she replied. What you may not realize, Master, is that within the Koizumi family, I am tasked with guarding that ancestor. It is said that he has recently encountered some health issues, teetering on the brink of life and death, and will not involve himself in family affairs. Upon hearing this, Lon LV pondered for a moment before speaking. I believe I have also heard whispers of this. However, the Koizumi family has concealed the matter of this ancestor quite thoroughly, making it difficult for me to discern the truth. Quan Yuri seemed well informed, explaining. This is to avoid unnecessary troubles. The ancestor's condition is exceedingly precarious. It appears to be a matter of cultivation. Succeed and he advances further, fail and he perishes. Is that so? Lin Chen's interest peaked, a smirk gracing his lips. Master, when we escaped from the Koizumi family yesterday, they opted to detonate the collars rather than recapture us. One significant reason for this was to protect that ancestor and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Quan Yuri elucidated. So, that ancient being must be in a critical state of cultivation, one that cannot be disturbed by outsiders. Lin Chen's smile grew wicked, tinged with excitement. Initially, Lon LV and the others did not comprehend Lin Chen's words, but upon seeing his expression, they exchanged glances, their eyes widening in alarm. Master, you wouldn't be interested in that ancient being, would you? Lon LV stammered. That is an SS-level powerhouse. Even in poor condition, he could likely eradicate everyone present. Moreover, that SS-level powerhouse was flanked by 3 S-level guardians. Such a formidable arrangement would render any attempt futile, even if Quan Yuri intervened. Master, you must reconsider, Quan Yuri urged, her face etched with concern. Although your abilities are unparalleled, following such an incident, the 3 elite Onmyoji will undoubtedly remain within the family. Quan Yuri nodded gravely. In the face of those 3, I wouldn't even have the confidence to flee. Despite their earnest pleas, Lin Chen seemed impervious to their warnings. Well then, I shall go take a look. Lin Chen's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. Please inform me of that ancient one's precise location. This statement was directed solely at Quan Yuri. Upon hearing this, a look of distress crossed Quan Yuri's face. That was an SS-level powerhouse. Was Lin Chen truly willing to take such a risk? This. Master, Quan Yuri hesitated before resolutely stating, if you truly intend to go, I will accompany you. While my strength may not match that ancient monster's, I can assist you against the other elite Onmyoji if they encircle us. For Lin Chen, even facing death would be a worthy sacrifice. All the mutated individuals present shared a similar sentiment. Indeed, Master, if you choose to go, allow us to accompany you. For your sake, we would gladly meet our demise. Let us divert their attention from you. Upon hearing their declarations, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals truly underestimated their own capabilities. With his magnetic field, he could escape the Koizumi family in the blink of an eye, even if discovered. But what about them? If they were discovered before the 3S-level powerhouses, they would face annihilation. No, I categorically refuse your proposals. This time, I will act alone. Chapter 192, 2 SS-level beings? Lin Chen's resolute demeanor left the surrounding mutants feeling helpless. In such a perilous situation, he insisted on acting alone, clearly concerned for their safety. To encounter such a master in this lifetime is a rare fortune. With no other choice, under Lin Chen's strong insistence, Quan Yoli had to concede and obediently provide him with the specific intelligence. Deep within the residence of the Shaoquan family lies the secluded retreat of their ancestor, Shaoquan Zishu. Surrounding this estate, in every corner, are the protective wards of the Shaoquan family's Onmyoji, along with advanced technological surveillance measures. not to mention entering the estate. Even approaching within dozens of meters would trigger detection. The Shaowan family has taken extensive precautions to safeguard Shaowan's issue. Even some family members are unable to draw near his estate. As Quan Yoli spoke, he produced a token from his garment. Master. This token allows one to approach the estate within a 10-meter range without triggering alarms. It is my identification badge. To avoid unnecessary complications. The Shaowan family has embedded a signal jamming device within it, yet due to my status, I am only permitted to approach within 10 meters. Only the 3 top on my OG can enter. As he spoke, Quan Yoli handed the token to Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled faintly. You have been a great help. I merely wish to take a glance, to satisfy my curiosity. If the opportunity does not present itself, I shall refrain from intervening. However, Lin Chen's thoughts were far from this. According to Quan Yoli, the SS-level powerhouse of the Shaowan family was attempting to break through his cultivation. If not, why such stringent protection? During a power breakthrough, one is at their most vulnerable. If, during this time, he could infiltrate and deliver a decisive blow, the future of Huaxia and Yokohama would be assured. Even the Shaowan family would pose no threat. Without an SS-level powerhouse, the Shaowan family's threat would diminish significantly. To ensure the enduring strength of the Huaxia association he had founded, Lin Chen was prepared to take risks and attempt this. Yet, if there were no opportunity, he would not push his luck. After all, preserving one's life is paramount. Night soon fell, the optimal time for action. Following Quan Yoli's instructions and memorizing the internal mechanisms of the Shaowan family, Lin Chen set off. Beneath the cloak of darkness, his figure flickered across the rooftops within a 100-meter radius. If the distance were greater, only fleeting shadows remained visible. In no time, Lin Chen arrived near the Shaowan family estate. Standing atop a 30 to 40-story building, he gazed downwards while extending his perceptive magnetic field. Oh, to learn from experience. It has only been a day, and yet there are so many more guards? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Within the Shaowan family S-domain, every several hundred meters concealed an Onmyoji guarding the shadows. In his perceptive range alone, there were 4 or 5 Onmyoji. However, their cultivation levels were not formidable. Their sole effectiveness was in their ability to respond promptly to any attacks. Unfortunately for them, should they leave even a slight opening, Lin Chen could slip through unnoticed. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly. As soon as his words faded, Lin Chen's figure vanished, slipping into the void. When he reappeared, he found himself in a secluded alleyway. Utilizing the visual blind spots of those Onmyoji, Lin Chen quietly infiltrated. His movements were almost imperceptible, lingering in one spot for no more than 3 seconds, thereby evading detection. Silently, he made his way forward. Shortly, Lin Chen arrived at the end of the residential street and halted upon encountering a unique magnetic field. This area. Gazing at the distinctive magnetic field, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. Recalling what Quan Yoli had informed him regarding the overall structure of the Shaowan family, realization struck him. Indeed, this direction, at the center of these magnetic fields, is the estate of the SS-level Onmyoji. From this perspective, these shifting magnetic fields are designed to detect anyone who appears here. Anyone who intrudes upon this magnetic field, disrupting its integrity, would be immediately discovered. Fortunately, Lin Chen possessed Quan Yoli's identification badge. It had been implanted with a chip capable of emitting magnetic waves identical to those of the current field. Entering with the token, his magnetic field would be masked by the chip's emissions, thus avoiding triggering alarms. With the badge secured against his chest, he strode forward with determination. Indeed, as Lin Chen anticipated, his magnetic field was effectively cloaked by the chip's emissions, rendering him nearly invisible. Nevertheless, the magnetic fields varied across different areas. His chip only allowed him to approach within 10 meters of the estate. Should he enter this range, an alarm would still be triggered. With a series of swift movements, Lin Chen continued to flicker through the darkness. Before long, he beheld the concealed estate. It must be within. Gazing at the estate before him, Lin Chen murmured. By extending his perceptive magnetic field, he discerned several powerful presences surrounding the estate, and within, 2 exceptionally potent magnetic fluctuations. Just how powerful were they? To put it plainly, these 2 magnetic fluctuations surpassed the capabilities of S-level beings. They belonged to 2 SS-level powerhouses. What could this mean? Wasn't there only one SS-level Onmyoji in the Shaowan family? Why were there 2 present? Lin Chen's heart stirred with intrigue. If there were indeed 2 SS-level powerhouses, he would need to weigh his options carefully. Calming his inner turmoil, Lin Chen gradually closed his eyes, beginning to sense the powerful entities around him. 2 SS level, 2 S level, and 7A level. The distribution of strong presences around the estate sent a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. Strictly speaking, his own strength barely qualified as A-level. Should he be discovered by these individuals, he would meet a dire fate. Truly, the Shaoquan family is the most formidable Onmyoji clan in Yokohama for good reason. Rubbing his head in resignation, Lin Chen sighed. It seems this venture will bear no fruit. Given the current individuals, it was likely not the full extent of the Shaoquan family's strength. If any trouble were to arise, the entire family's attention would converge here. Forget it. My life is more important, Lin Chen declared, shaking his head in resignation. Just as he turned to leave, two magnetic fields collided, instantly capturing Lin Chen's attention. He swiftly pivoted, his gaze locking onto the estate above. What was happening? Were the two SS-level beings inside? Fighting? Chapter 193. The fusion of man and deity. Although the sensation was faint, Lin Chen's magnetic field perception revealed that two SS-level magnetic fields were subtly colliding. It was as if they were in a continuous dance of ebb and flow, their friction producing waves that appeared strikingly similar. However, Lin Chen hesitated, retracting his foot. If these two SS-level powerhouses were indeed engaged in conflict, could I not lend them a hand? With my abilities, remaining undetected would be effortless. With this thought, Lin Chen slowly approached the edge of the magnetic field detection area. This region functioned like a radar, continuously sweeping through, eliminating anything within its magnetic field. The token given to him by Sun Yuli for evading this detection was based on a simple principle. It enveloped the body in a layer of magnetic field that did not belong to him. By seamlessly blending into the environment, one could evade scrutiny. Creating such a magnetic field was child's play for Lin Chen. His only concern lay with the two SS-level powerhouses inside. He was not worried about the few S-level Onmyoji stationed outside. He still held a glimmer of hope for escape in their presence. However, against the two SS-level powerhouses, the thought of survival felt almost futile. Only when his power increased did Lin Chen feel increasingly insignificant. A standard SS-level Esper possessed tenfold the mental strength as fellow SS-level beings. It was reasonable to assume that the Onmyoji also had unique and formidable abilities. He had to tread carefully. Currently, the states of the two SS-level powerhouses inside were unknown. They might even be testing each other's limits. Lin Chen felt emboldened by this thought. Rise. Lin Chen uttered softly, a finger tracing through the air as an illusory magnetic field rapidly coalesced around him. His gaze remained fixed on the probing magnetic field before him. Only by maintaining a magnetic field identical to that of the ground could he deceive the detection mechanism. To replicate an identical magnetic field that would shift with his movements consumed nearly 20% of Lin Chen's mental energy. Fortunately, within a mere moment, he had mastered the fluctuations of the magnetic field along his intended path. He then took a measured step forward, crossing into the magnetic field. The scanning field radiated outward in concentric circles from the inner sanctum, and as it passed above Lin Chen's head, no disruption occurred. He was perceived as part of the surrounding environment. Indeed, it worked. Lin Chen grinned, marveling at his own cleverness. This way, he could silently infiltrate the inner sanctum. Though it was night, the guardians stationed here remained on high alert, each brimming with tension, fearful of any sudden threats. This was, after all, a specific directive from the upper echelons of the Koizumi family. With the loss of all their mutant slaves, the responsibility of safeguarding fell solely upon the family members. Moreover, due to the recent upheaval, nearly 40% of the younger generation of the Koizumi family had perished. They were determined to protect the family's safety, even at the cost of greater fatigue. However, even among the Koizumi family's internal members, no one dared to breach the inner sanctum. Lin Chen, naturally, had no need to enter under their watchful gaze. Utilizing spatial transfer, he stepped inside in an instant. Within the inner sanctum, there were no ostentatious structures. Only a spacious room emanating two powerful magnetic field fluctuations. Standing in the courtyard, Lin Chen felt a surge of nervousness. Preparing himself to retreat into the space at a moment's notice should he be discovered by the two SS-level powerhouses. He could not afford any hesitation. He must flee at the earliest opportunity, or he might never escape this place. The door was ajar, not fully secured, and Lin Chen intended to hide by the entrance to steal a glance inside. However, just as he took a step forward, he heard a voice from beyond the wall. Sigh. It's been a month since the third master's fusion of man and deity began. I wonder how it is progressing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately halted, fearful of being detected. On the other side of the wall stood Koizumi Hiroichi and Koizumi Yushue, engaged in casual conversation. Our abilities cannot compare to those of the true elites in the divine capital, so the duration of the man-deity fusion is naturally prolonged. We must wait. If the third master succeeds, the four great Onmyoji families of the East will become 5. Koizumi Yushue remarked with a cold smile. Indeed. Koizumi Hiroichi replied with a faint smile. Our Koizumi family has invested all our hopes in the third master. He will undoubtedly succeed. Once that happens, we will secure our place in the divine capital. The term man-deity fusion piqued Lin Chen's interest. The translated words he heard were uncertain in their accuracy. However, according to his reasoning, it was evident that Koizumi Zishu was undergoing a critical breakthrough phase, and whether he succeeded would determine the fate of the entire Koizumi family. It seemed promising. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, contemplating silently. The individual inside was preparing to transcend to SSS level. The discussion between the two beyond the wall revolved around the Koizumi family's aspirations in the divine capital. This implied that possessing an SSS level Onmyoji was essential for securing a foothold there, regardless of the circumstances. This impending SSS level Onmyoji could potentially pose a threat to Lin Chen in the future. If it were possible, Lin Chen would not hesitate to eliminate him. I still hope the third master succeeds, Koizumi Hiroichi expressed with a hint of nostalgia. After all, his innate spirit was known as Yama, the harbinger of death. Koizumi Yushue nodded gravely. Simply calming her down has proven exceedingly difficult. If the fusion fails, the third master may. The latter part of his sentence remained unspoken. But Lin Chen could surmise its implications. Lin Chen inwardly chuckled, a smirk dancing on his lips. This meant that the so-called man-deity fusion within was not to be interrupted, lest the entity known as Yama unleash its wrath. From mere snippets of conversation, Lin Chen had extracted critical information. Enough talk. Let us pray that the third master ultimately succeeds. Koizumi Hiroichi stood tall, his expression serious. If failure were to occur, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Yes, we must not dwell on such ominous thoughts. Koizumi Yushue nodded, resuming his vigilance. However, while remaining alert, his gaze inadvertently swept behind him, murmuring softly, "Hiss. Is it just my imagination? I feel as though there are other presences nearby." Chapter 194. A chance do not overthink. This place is under our vigilant watch. Not even a fly can enter. Koizumi Hiroichi scoffed lightly and spoke in a calm tone. Furthermore, Raizo is lying in ambush nearby. Who would dare to invade the inner sanctum? Should anyone have the audacity to approach, they shall leave with nothing but defeat. Upon hearing this, Koizumi Yui's wariness dissipated instantly. Simultaneously, Lin Chen, who was on the other side of the wall, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. The two individuals, even if they racked their brains, could never fathom that he could traverse their guard circle through spatial movement and arrive directly at the inner sanctum. Lin Chen's actions grew increasingly cautious. He tiptoed forward, being extremely careful lest he make even the slightest sound. With each step taken, Lin Chen was particularly vigilant, deliberately avoiding positions that might produce noise. The guards outside were no fools. Even the faintest sound could alert them. When Lin Chen finally reached the half-closed door, he glanced back at the ground he had traversed and let out a long breath. However, in the next moment, his heart sank. Wasn't it possible to fly over using the magnetic field? Why must I creep along like a thief? Lin Chen cradled his head in one hand, contemplating. It appeared that the tense atmosphere had somewhat affected his thoughts. Shaking his head to cast aside unnecessary musings, Lin Chen's gaze proactively probed into the room. The dimly lit chamber exuded an eerie tranquility. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, the scene gradually became discernible. An elderly man dressed in the attire of the Koizumi family's Onmyoji sat cross-legged on the floor, facing a woman with a ghostly, alluring visage. This elder was presumably the progenitor of the Koizumi clan, Koizumi Zishu. The woman opposite him was likely the fabled Yama, the embodiment of the Onmyoji, Banwei. Koizumi Zishu sat there, his aura sharp as an icy blade, utterly motionless. In contrast, Banyue's figure appeared distorted and enigmatic under the flickering candlelight. Beneath her, a hexagram was laid out, emitting a faint, ghostly blue glow. The runes within the formation writhed as if alive, pulsating with a peculiar rhythm. Each flicker of light corresponded with the weakening of Banyue's magnetic field. Earlier, Lin Chen had sensed the collision of their magnetic fields, and now it made sense. The merging of human and deity implied a fusion between oneself and the inherent spirit. Observing this process, Lin Chen nodded inwardly, contemplating. No wonder he could perceive the presence of two SS-level powers. Koizumi Zishu possessed SS-level strength, and the Yama, summoned by him, equally exuded an SS-level aura. It was no wonder that Onmyoji could ascend to the ranks of nobility in the East. One SS-level master could rival the might of two SS-level entities. Such ancient martial cultivation was indeed a rarity in the world. Holding his breath, Lin Chen began to attune himself to the atmosphere within the room, which seemed to be drawn by the power of the hexagram. permeated with a tense and heavy aura. Unlike Kazumi Zishu, who kept his eyes tightly shut, Banwei stared intently, her gaze revealing a hint of reluctance and resolve. Lin Chen's eyes keenly caught this moment, and he was taken aback. Oh! A flicker of joy danced in Lin Chen's eyes. It appeared that Banwei harbored no intention of merging with him. Upon closer observation of the magnetic fields, it became evident that Banyue's magnetic field was being continuously suppressed by the hexagram formation. It was this magnetic field that allowed her to remain stable in this place. What if I were to disrupt this formation? Thump, thump. Lin Chen and Appo's heartbeat quickened, and his breathing became rapid. If his assumptions were correct, the moment he shattered the formation, Banwei would break free from her constraints, potentially rebounding against Koizumi Zishu. Should that old fool encounter such backlash, he would likely not survive. This implied that Lin Chen might have the opportunity to bring about the downfall of this SS-level Onmyoji from the Koizumi clan. The mere thought of his impending actions filled Lin Chen with exhilaration. How incredibly thrilling! As an A-level practitioner, he was accustomed to being outmatched by even an S-level opponent. Yet now, he had the chance to eliminate an SS-level master in the midst of a breakthrough. Although Koizumi Zishu posed no personal enmity to him, if he succeeded in his endeavors, they would undoubtedly become adversaries in the future. Thus, Lin Chen's actions could hardly be deemed an ambush. Rather, they were a preemptive strike against a future foe. With this realization, his psychological burden lifted. The smile on Lin Chen's face grew increasingly animated. At the same time, he became acutely aware of a crucial fact. The hexagram formation before him must be exceptionally robust. Otherwise, it would not be capable of confining an SS-level Yama like Banwei. If he were to assist her escape, he could not afford to hold back. He would need to unleash his full strength. If a single strike failed to shatter the hexagram, Lin Chen could not afford even a moment's hesitation. The moment he made his move, the commotion would alert the two S-level masters outside, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Thus, he must strike with all his might, shattering the ceiling hexagram in one blow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chen calmed his racing heart and took a deep breath. His eyes sharpened with determination. Since he intended to use his most potent attack, he would retract his force field and utilize the 9 Dragon Fire Shield, conserving mental energy for his escape. All remaining strength would be directed toward the attack. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen raised his right hand, accompanied by a distortion of space. A palm-sized 9 Dragon Fire Shield materialized in his grasp. The 9 soaring fire dragons caused the surrounding air temperature to spike dramatically. Gently closing his eyes, Lin Chen sensed the ethereal white lightning swirling around the 9 Dragon Fire Shield, alongside the billowing fire dragons. Buzz! Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Lightning erupted around him, crackling and dancing upon the 9 Dragon Fire Shield. Thunderous roars filled the darkened space, resounding with intensity. What sound is that? Koizumi Hiroichi was the first to react, turning around with a look of suspicion. Meanwhile, Koizumi Yui and Appo's expression darkened instantly. This is bad. We must hurry to third uncle. Though both had realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. The energy within Lin Chen surged explosively, surging into the 9 Dragon Fire Shield. Boom! The 9 fire dragons leaped into the air, emitting deep roars, their scorching flames coupled with the ferocity of the lightning. The meeting of thunder and fire manifested as 9 colossal dragon-like entities, racing toward the hexagram formation with unrestrained ferocity. Shatter it to pieces. Chapter 195, The Trap. Crack. Crack. The crisp and resonant sound of shattering echoed through the night, strikingly clear, reminiscent of glass breaking. The hexagram array, shimmering with a blue aura, began to fragment inch by inch. Simultaneously, the figure of the demoness, Prajna, trapped within, suddenly directed her gaze toward the source of the disturbance. Her eyes reflected a mix of emotions, surprise, joy, and most prominently, the exhilaration of rebirth. Lin Chen and Appo's attack had not entirely shattered the hexagram. It merely etched cracks upon its surface. The collapse was solely due to Prajna and Appo's awakening strength. As Lin Chen and Appo's assault approached, Prajna instantly regained consciousness, her aura swelling and rising in intensity. A marvelous synergy formed between her force and Lin Chen and Appo's, culminating in the ultimate destruction of the hexagram. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, the seated Koizumi Shizuku spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the liberated Prajna and gasped in shock. How? How did you escape? Quickly, suppress your aura. Do you wish to kill me? Before her words could fully escape, Prajna and Apos' form underwent a visible transformation. Her feminine visage became increasingly frigid, her eyes brimming with intense malice and rage. Her hands morphed into razor-sharp claws, exuding an aura so fierce that it sent shivers down Lin Chen and Apos' spine. Without allowing Koizumi Shizuku a moment to utter another word, Prajna and Apos' claws pierced through her chest, twisting and writhing within her flesh. A blood-curdling scream escaped Shizuku's lips, but Prajna and Apos' expression remained unyielding, cruel, and violent. Before Lin Chen, Shizuku and Apos' heart was extracted, its faint rhythm still discernible. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, nauseatingly intense. Lin Chen observed the scene with a morbid fascination. An SS level on Myoji was thus devoured by her own familiar. It was truly a spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Prajna, having slain Koizumi Shizuku, erupted into a chilling, sinister laugh. Her gaze playfully fixed upon the fallen figure. "Do not blame me. You sought to take my life. Our contract did not bind me to sacrifice myself for you." With a satisfied smile, she then turned her gaze toward Lin Chen. "Wait, what?" Lin Chen thought, feeling a tightening in his chest as he instinctively took a step back. Would this madwoman eliminate her savior as well? Yet, her attention merely flickered past him, focusing instead on the approaching figures behind him. "How fortunate I am." Realizing the commotion had drawn the attention of the onmyoji outside, Lin Chen noted the incredulous expressions of the Koizumi family members as they entered, their eyes wide in shock at the sight of the brutally slain Shizuku. In short, with Shizuku's demise, the Koizumi clan faced utter calamity. How did this lunatic escape? Who are you, and why are you here? This face. I believe I have seen it on the military's wanted list. It belongs to that Chinese individual who narrowly escaped during the military siege. The enraged members of the Koizumi family glared at Lin Chen, their eyes brimming with wrath, eager to rend him limb from limb. In response, Lin Chen scratched his head, a smirk crossing his lips. "Ah, you remember my identity? Quite impressive. But do focus on the real threat here. She is far more troublesome than I." His gaze shifted to Prajna. Although he was indeed a nuisance, the immediate concern for the Koizumi clan lay in subduing this deranged woman, not him. As Lin Chen retreated, the space behind him warped, and he was drawn into its depths. Only Prajna remained, surrounded by the stunned onlookers of the Koizumi clan. Koizumi Hiroichi's expression contorted with rage, his face ashen. "That scoundrel! Where has he fled? I will kill him." Koizumi Yusue, deep in thought, suddenly recalled, "Wait. The military's wanted notice mentioned he possesses some form of teleportation ability." Hiroichi clenched his fists in fury. "So, that means he infiltrated our inner sanctum using this power? How did we remain oblivious? Let us not dwell on that scoundrel for now. We must act swiftly to suppress this Prajna." Yusue's face was grave as he produced a yellow talisman from his sleeve. "This is the third elder's familiar. If she goes berserk, our clan could very well face annihilation." "I am well aware." Hiroichi roared, his voice laced with frustration. As he brandished the talisman, he bellowed, "If I encounter that bastard, I will personally see to his demise." Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having executed a series of spatial jumps, found himself a considerable distance from the Koizumi clan. Sensing no immediate danger, he paused, leaning against a wall as he caught his breath. "Phew, they should be engaged by now. What an exhilarating experience." Lin Chen exhaled, a grin spreading across his face. An SS-level powerhouse had been so easily dispatched by his own hand. This was far more thrilling than a straightforward kill. As he suspected, the attention of the Koizumi clan members was wholly fixated on the rampaging Prajna. No one cared about his escape. He merely wished to avoid further complications. Hence his rapid departure through multiple spatial leaps. The toll on his mental energy was significant, but with his flight successful, he felt no need for further concern. All that remained was to find a place to rest and gradually recuperate his energy. Just as Lin Chen prepared to depart, a soft buzzing emanated from the smart wristband on his left wrist. A familiar voice echoed from the device. "Lin, are you in Yokohama? I have reached 10 miles outside the eastern city gates. Please meet me there." The voice belonged to Lone Wolf, who had previously entrusted him with the wristband, explicitly stating its capability for long-distance communication. Already? Lin Chen marveled, surprised at how swiftly Lone Wolf had returned. Could it be that news of the events in Yokohama had reached him? Not dwelling on it further, Lin Chen recognized that Lone Wolf's arrival meant his own mission was effectively accomplished. He could now leave the land of the rising sun and return to his homeland. Despite the unpleasant memories it held, he found himself yearning for his native land after such a long absence. Chapter 196, A Sudden Turn of Events. An urgent retreat. Is this, the design blueprint, genuine? The intelligence is authentic as well. Brother Lin, did you truly infiltrate the Wang family alone, eliminate Wang Yaozu, and seize this design? Not far from Yokohama, the lone wolf gazed at the charred remnants of the blueprint, his expressions shifting. Although much of the content had been incinerated, the remaining fragments still bore evidence of its authenticity. Of course, I took the liberty of completing the task for you, Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile, casually returning the blueprint to the lone wolf without mentioning the matter of the Fushi Qin. It remains hidden in a certain region of Huaxia, still an unclaimed object until I locate it myself. The lone wolf, filled with excitement, eagerly perused the blueprint in his hands. After a deep breath, he exclaimed incredulously, I rushed here upon hearing the news, never imagining that this seemingly impossible task had indeed been accomplished by Brother Lin. Even now, the lone wolf struggled to believe that Lin Chen had successfully completed the mission. Upon receiving this news, doubt lingered in his mind. Could it be that they had disseminated false intelligence? However, at the Eastern Black Market, the lone wolf not only learned of the Wang family's treason, but also that the surrounding area had been cordoned off. He even caught wind of some rumors regarding the Koizumi family. It appeared that dozens of mutant slaves belonging to the Koizumi family had seemingly vanished overnight. Furthermore, whispers of an attack on the Koizumi family surfaced. Given the multitude of events, it was hard for the lone wolf to dismiss their connection to Lin Chen. Thus, after conveying the detailed intelligence to Huaxia, he returned to Yokohama. To his surprise, upon their reunion, Lin Chen presented him with a remarkable surprise: the intelligence regarding the Divine Dragon Ark's design. It's manageable. Just a minor inconvenience. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. His nonchalant demeanor only deepened the lone wolf's embarrassment. He had been accompanied by 2 team members, both A-rank powerhouses, who had failed the task, while Lin Chen accomplished it single-handedly. It was nothing short of a miracle. Yet, to Lin Chen, such miracles were merely commonplace, trivial matters. By the way, I accidentally eliminated that SS rank on my OG from the Koizumi family just now. While he wasn't the direct cause of your mission's failure, he was still an on my OG from the Koizumi family. Consider it my revenge for the fallen comrade, Lin Chen stated earnestly. Initially, the lone wolf did not grasp the weight of Lin Chen's words. However, after pondering for a moment and comprehending his meaning, he was struck with horror. You said what? The SS rank on my OG from the Koizumi family? Koizumi Zishu? The fact that the lone wolf could name Koizumi Zishu indicated that he had conducted intelligence operations on the Koizumi family as well. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, utterly unburdened. It won't be long before news of that fellow's failed breakthrough and subsequent demise spreads. However, whether the news will reach the public is uncertain. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. The various factions in the East tend to suppress sensitive information, yet some truths can still emerge through specialized channels. The lone wolf stood frozen, his heart tumultuous. If Lin Chen accomplishing that mission had already left him astounded, then the prospect of him having slain the Koizumi family SS rank on my OG was utterly unfathomable. Yet, gazing at Lin Chen's serious expression, he realized this was no jest. Brother Lin, this is no laughing matter. Do you understand what it means to kill an SS rank powerhouse? The lone wolf's expression grew grave. It means that an SS rank powerhouse has died. Lin Chen scratched his head, perplexed. No. The lone wolf's tone was serious as he replied, regardless of the nation, an SS rank combatant represents the very foundation of a country. An SS rank powerhouse can only perish in the event of a survival war between 2 nations. In this ostensibly peaceful era, the death of an SS rank powerhouse could incite the wrath of the Divine Emperor's royal family. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen feigned seriousness before quietly asking, so, even if they are furious, can they find me and kill me? They may possess the capability to eliminate you. However, the prerequisite for that is finding you first. The lone wolf's expression was tinged with urgency. If what Brother Lin has said is true, then we must depart immediately. No, right now? The lone wolf gritted his teeth. Resolute. Right now? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly necessary? That individual merely died due to my involvement. I did not kill him directly. Lin Chen defended himself. He was foolishly attempting to break through to SS rank. It cannot be that simple, can it? Yes, if I hadn't interfered, he might have succeeded. But at that rate, Who knows how long it would take him to achieve success? As Lin Chen continued to explain, the lone wolf felt increasingly anxious. Not only was it an SS rank powerhouse, but it was also during his attempt to break through to SS rank that interference led to his demise. Such an action would surely provoke the wrath of the Eastern royal family. Brother Lin, this matter should remain confidential for the time being. The lone wolf retrieved a map from his pocket and spread it out on the ground. The temporary evacuation point prepared for us by Huaxiao is located on a certain coastline to the south of the east. We shall forego rest tonight and head directly to this evacuation point to leave the east as swiftly as possible. Seeing the lone wolf's demeanor, Lin Chen began to realize that the situation was indeed more serious than he had initially imagined. The lone wolf was already preparing for a contingency plan. Is it truly that urgent, my friend? I still have some personal affairs to attend to. Could you allow me a moment? Before he could finish, the lone wolf interrupted him with a stern tone. If Brother Lin does not wish to keep his life, then he may remain here. Once the divine capital of the East receives the news, in less than 30 minutes, the true elite combatants of the East will arrive. Those are the real SS rank powerhouses. Even if only their presence is detected, we would face certain death. Lin Chen's pupils narrowed at this revelation. An SS rank powerhouse. The chaos he had caused could indeed attract an SS rank powerhouse. How is that even possible? Seeing Lin Chen still struggling to comprehend, the lone wolf patiently elaborated, Brother Lin, I assure you, I am not jesting. The death of an SS rank powerhouse is a monumental event in any nation. It will undoubtedly draw more formidable entities to address the situation, and those will indeed be SS rank powerhouses. I can disclose the location of this temporary evacuation point to Brother Lin, but I will only wait for 1 hour. If the time elapses, I must depart without delay. At this, Lin Chen felt momentarily dazed. Such an incident could attract SS rank powerhouses. These were the elite among humanity, at the pinnacle of power. Noticing Lin Chen's hesitation, the lone wolf gritted his teeth, preparing to mark the location of the temporary evacuation point for Lin Chen. Suddenly, he lifted his head and nodded repeatedly. I understood. I will follow you. Right now, let us depart swiftly. If I were indeed discovered by an SSS-class powerhouse, even with 8 legs, I would stand no chance of escape. Chapter 197. Investigating the isolation system without the opportunity to inform Lan Lu and the others. Lin Chen promptly decided to follow Lone Wolf to the evacuation point and return to Huaxia. Along the way, Lin Chen recounted the recent events to Lone Wolf, embellishing the tale with fervor. Although the narrative bore an element of the extraordinary, Lin Chen certainly did not fabricate any part of it. To Lone Wolf's ears, Lin Chen described how he had first incited numerous mutants from the Koizumi family to rebel against their own kin, subsequently leading these individuals to assault the Wang family. The intelligence was ultimately acquired. Yet, the saga did not end there. After a night of rest, Lin Chen learned that an SS-level powerhouse from the Koizumi family was in seclusion. Without hesitation, he ventured back to disturb the Koizumi family, causing the SS-level Koizumi Zishu to suffer an unfortunate mishap during her breakthrough, resulting in her demise at the hands of her own familiar spirit. The past few days had been more thrilling than any in his entire life. My brother Lin, without a doubt, your life is indeed tenacious to achieve such feats. Lone Wolf acknowledged, gazing at Lin Chen with admiration. Manipulating both the Koizumi and Wang families to his will was beyond Lone Wolf's capabilities. Indeed my life is tenacious. But isn't it also due to the SSS-level powerhouse sent by the Divine Emperor? Otherwise, would I be able to accompany you? Lin Chen replied with a smile. The mention of the SSS-level powerhouse rekindled Lin Chen's curiosity. By the way, there shouldn't be many SSS-level powerhouses in the land of the rising sun, right? According to the official strength distribution, SSS level is already the pinnacle of combat prowess. If they are deemed as such, they should be rare in any country. Oh, you're asking about that. Lone Wolf scratched his chin, contemplating. The number of SSS level powerhouses is classified in any nation, as they represent the military might of that country. However, after years of infiltration, I have gathered some intelligence regarding them. Firstly, the 4 major Onmyoji families and the 4 major ninja clans can be singled out because they each possess SSS-level strength within their ranks. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. How many? The 4 ninja clans, along with the 4 Onmyoji families, collectively house nearly 10 SSS-level powerhouses. Oh, and the Fma clan is likely weakened due to the fall of one such SSS-level powerhouse. If we tally them up, there should officially be 7 SSS-level powerhouses in the land of the rising sun, Lone Wolf affirmed with a nod. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp. Having personally witnessed the existence of SS-level beings, the overwhelming pressure they exuded had left him in awe. The SSS-level powerhouses must be even more formidable. He had not anticipated that there were at least 7 such beings in this small land. Noticing Lin Chen's grave expression, Lone Wolf chuckled lightly and said, "Do not let it trouble you too much. Though it is easy to speak from a place of comfort, they do not pose a significant threat to us in Huaxia. Moreover, there are a few SSS-level individuals within the Divine Emperor's royal family, so if we are to count accurately, there are over 10 SSS-level powerhouses on this land." Though Lone Wolf spoke with a calm demeanor, Lin Chen felt a storm brewing within his heart. The land of the rising sun concealed such formidable forces. It seemed he had underestimated this territory. And what about us? Lin Chen suddenly raised his head and inquired tentatively. Us? Lone Wolf arched an eyebrow, then gestured for silence. This is classified information. Once you join the Special Operations Team, there will be someone to enlighten you. For now, I can only say, it is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. If he deemed it sufficient, it must indeed be so. As for the quantity, since it was classified, those in the know would understand. The two fled under the cover of night. Fortunate that the small expanse of the land of the rising sun did not require much travel. Before long, they arrived at a rising mountain peak. Oh, looking at the gradually ascending terrain, Lin Chen expressed surprise. Is this where our temporary base is located? Lone Wolf nodded, pointing to a section of the mountain as he spoke slowly. Indeed, this is our evacuation port. Follow me. The two landed on the ground. The moonlight filtering through the dense canopy above, casting mottled shadows on the earth. They moved swiftly and silently through the underbrush. Lone Wolf donned a device resembling night vision goggles, allowing him to navigate accurately even in the dim moonlight. This does not appear to be a port at all. Lin Chen scratched his head and murmured, "Are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn?" Lone Wolf, peering through his goggles, searched for the correct path. The term port does not solely refer to a place for mooring vessels. It is our collective term for the evacuation point. He explained gradually. Soon, Lone Wolf's pace slowed, ultimately halting before a massive rock. You should be aware that the beautiful country once established a secret base on our Huaxia soil, correct? Lone Wolf suddenly inquired. Yes, Lin Chen nodded. I not only know of it, but I also personally demolished one. Lone Wolf placed a hand on the naturally weathered stone, smiling as he remarked, "Is that so? Then you have contributed to Huaxia. However, what I wish to convey is the concealed technology. The technology of the beautiful country was actually disseminated from our Huaxia." As he spoke, a soft mechanical hum resonated with a click as Lone Wolf's finger brushed against a crevice in the rock. The mountain seemed to yield to an unseen force, revealing a passage leading inward. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen gasped in astonishment. Is there a secret base of ours beneath this? Wait, why am I not perceiving anything? Lin Chen's tone was filled with disbelief. After all, when he had previously detected the beautiful country's secret base, although he could not penetrate the magnetic field to gather intelligence, he could still sense the presence of that strong magnetic structure. Yet, beneath his feet, the ground felt utterly ordinary, devoid of any anomalies. He could not even detect anything obstructing his magnetic field detection. In response, Lone Wolf smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lin, your abilities seem to pertain to some form of detection. However, our Huaxia secret bases are designed to effectively block over 90% of detection methods, including those from ability users." Lone Wolf paused, elaborating, "Our Huaxia possesses a multitude of ability users with various types, and the development of these isolation facilities involved the contributions of countless detection-type ability users. The structure we ultimately crafted can avoid detection from those ability users perfectly. The reason I say 90% is that there may still exist undocumented detection abilities that could potentially probe within. But until now, the secret bases of Huaxia scattered across the globe have never been discovered." Chapter 198. The requirements to join the Special Operations Team, one against many. Lin Chen instantly grasped the pivotal implication in the Lone Wolf's words, his expression turning peculiar. It dawned on the Lone Wolf that he might have misspoken. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, before forcing a dry smile and slowly continuing. "In any case, you intend to join the Special Operations Team. So whether you know this or not is inconsequential. However, I must clarify that our nation has never established bases in other countries, merely some research stations. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, not pursuing the topic further. Instead, he gazed at the corridor ahead and gradually inquired, "So, does this mean there is a means of transport within that can take us away?" That sufficed for him. The urgent matter at hand was to depart from the land of the East and return to his homeland. "Yes, follow me." The lone wolf turned and led Lin Chen into the passageway. As they entered the dim and lengthy corridor, a glimmer of light appeared not far ahead. And soon their vision cleared. The sight before them was breathtaking. High-tech equipment intermingled with screens, displaying a myriad of symbols and intricate algorithms. A massive crystal, embedded in the distant wall, emanated a soft and enigmatic glow. This crystal bore a resemblance to the purple source crystal from the previous survivors at City E. However, the energy contained within this object, as indicated by the distribution of its magnetic field, was vastly superior to that of the purple source crystal. The expansive base was devoid of any personnel. Apart from the energy fields generated by the equipment, Lin Chen sensed no human magnetic fields. Upon entering, Lin Chen utilized the magnetic field to clearly survey the intricacies of the base. The convoluted pathways astonished him. To execute such a grand project within the mountain was no trivial feat. How long had this mysterious base existed in the East without detection? The special bases of our nation are largely unguarded, equipped with a self-sufficient system of intelligent facilities. The lone wolf spoke slowly, guiding Lin Chen forward with practiced ease. Members of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams of the Special Operations are occasionally dispatched overseas for missions. These temporary bases serve as our waypoints. On our return, we can utilize the transport available at these bases to assist our journey. Before long, the lone wolf led Lin Chen upward, arriving at a steel door. As if responding to his presence, the door opened automatically upon his approach. Suddenly, a series of lights illuminated, revealing an array of items within. Numerous helicopters and submarines of various types were neatly arranged in 2 rows. Though the distance between the East and our homeland was not significant, a ferry would still take a day or 2. If we choose a faster option, we could depart now and arrive by tomorrow morning. The lone wolf remarked with a smile. He then strode towards a sleek helicopter, noticeably more slender and devoid of excess weaponry compared to the others, clearly designed for speed. "Do I need to learn how to fly if I join the Special Operations team?" Lin Chen inquired as he approached the helicopter. The lone wolf shook his head. "Not at all. These vehicles are pre-programmed. Once activated, they can take us anywhere specified in the program. No need for you to pilot them." With that, the lone wolf approached the side of the aircraft and lightly tapped the door with his wrist. With a click, the cabin door swung open, releasing a rush of fresh air. "Let's go." The lone wolf gestured, stepping inside first, followed closely by Lin Chen, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated that, aside from the United States, his homeland had developed technology to such an advanced degree. As they settled into their seats, the lone wolf pressed a button in the cabin. With a thud, the door sealed shut, and the control indicators on the dashboard illuminated, emitting a deep, rhythmic hum. The once smooth surface of the aircraft shimmered with faint patterns of light, radiating an exhilarating energy. With a low, powerful roar, the helicopter's rotor blades began to spin gradually. Simultaneously, an opening above them revealed an endless night sky. The platform beneath them began to ascend, and Lin Chen curiously leaned against the window to observe the outside. As the helicopter was lifted beyond the mountain, the rotor blades accelerated from a gentle breeze to a dizzying speed, generating a deafening roar that seemed to tear through the surrounding air. The aircraft's surface glimmered with brilliant red streaks, as if infused with energy. In an instant, this speed-oriented helicopter transformed into a streak of red lightning, casting a long shadow upon the ground. It then shot upwards, breaking through the sound barrier almost instantaneously, the sonic boom echoing as it sped away into the distance. Lin Chen, caught off guard, nearly stumbled but managed to steady himself. "This aircraft is quite remarkable," he remarked, gripping the railing and gazing out the window. "Huh, Lin, once you join the Special Operations team, these features will be standard. You will encounter even more." The lone wolf laughed, before sharing insights about the Special Operations team of his homeland. Within the vast territory of our nation, aside from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams, the remaining teams handled domestic tasks, primarily exploring infection zones, countering foreign infiltrations, or eliminating formidable infected entities. These tasks are generally not too challenging and rarely disturb the top 3 teams. As for overseas missions, they are evaluated based on difficulty and assigned to the 3 teams accordingly. To be accepted into these elite teams, one must not only possess a certain level of strength, but also embody a refined state of being. In simpler terms, the 3rd team requires an A-level powerhouse, whose capability must allow them to face multiple opponents simultaneously. Lin, with your current strength, you could join our 3rd team. However, there is a threshold. The lone wolf chuckled lightly. While Lin Chen had already demonstrated his prowess in missions, the formalities had to be observed. Oh, are there additional tests for joining? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. The lone wolf stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied in a profound tone, indeed. To join our 3rd team, there are numerous trials to ascertain your perseverance. Specifically, you must either endure a spar with one of our team members for 10 minutes without defeat or defeat that member. Accomplishing either task will secure your place in the 3rd team. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled into a grin. Is it really that simple? The members of the 3rd team should predominantly be A-level, not too dissimilar from you, Lone Wolf. Simple? Hee. The Lone Wolf grinned, adopting a cautionary tone. Lin, do not underestimate me. Our 3rd team members are the cream of the crop. Dozens of grade A warriors may yield one worthy candidate to join the 3rd team. Brother Lin should not underestimate this. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen pondered for a moment, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, and turned his gaze towards the lone wolf before him. He utilized the combat power detector to assess the strength of the lone wolf. Combat Power Index, 90. 000, Chapter 199. Codename Xian Sung. Upon observing the combat power index of the lone wolf, Lin Chen's pupils constricted in astonishment. 90,000. An A-grade power level, situated between 50,000 and 100,000. The stronger the combat power, the greater the prowess. This is an undeniable truth. In simple terms, at this moment, the lone wolf is a pinnacle existence among A-grade warriors. Reflecting on his earlier words regarding the challenge of facing multiple foes alone, it no longer seemed surprising. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen turned his introspection inward, utilizing the combat power detector for a scan. Combat Power Index, 72. 000. After a period of adaptation to his abilities and the subsequent evolution of his thunder body, Lin Chen's combat power index had seen a slight increase. However, the rate of progress could hardly be deemed rapid. With this thought, Lin Chen cast aside the view outside the window and settled into contemplation. His path to strength lay solely in 2 avenues: his supernatural abilities and ancient martial arts. In terms of ancient martial arts cultivation, the more infected entities he subdued, the greater the accumulation of faith power. Consequently, the royal seed in his dantian would flourish with this faith power, leading to a steady enhancement of his strength. On the other hand, the elevation of his supernatural abilities provided Lin Chen with the most direct combat power increase. Yet, to evolve these abilities, he required a greater number of corpse types for the process, a gradual accumulation indeed. Lin Chen supported his head with his hands, leaning against the side, feeling a sense of relief. What plagued him was not the bottlenecks or innate talents faced by others during their cultivation, but merely the passage of time. Once he returned to Huaxia, he hoped to embark on a military ship into the sea. The ocean's infected entities seemed endless, a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. His only concern lay with foreign naval fleets encroaching upon Huaxia's waters. The lessons from his previous encounters remained vivid in his mind. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chen released the tension in his nerves and gradually closed his eyes. Even in a state of restful awareness, his mental fortitude steadily restored itself. After a span of nearly 2 to 3 hours, the light outside grew increasingly bright. The horizon was tinged with the first light of dawn, the sky shrouded in mist, with visibility through the window reduced to less than 10 meters. Beep, beep, beep. The sound system within the cabin emitted a clear prompt, awakening Lin Chen from his reverie. Calling F1, calling F1. This is the Huaxia National Defense Department. Please verify personnel identity. At this, the lone wolf straightened up, positioning himself at the center of the cabin. A camera resembling a cannon emerged from the front, emitting a beam of red light that scanned the lone wolf from top to bottom. Personnel identity verification complete. Member of Huaxia's Special Operations Team, Lone Wolf. Welcome back to Huaxia. For reasons unknown, the voice on the other end rose in pitch. Lin Chen stretched lazily, glancing at the time, 8 in the morning. That was quick, he remarked in surprise, peering outside the window. Yet, the dense morning fog obscured his view, rendering it impossible to discern anything. This is Huaxia's self-developed helicopter. Renowned for its speed, among the best in the world, the lone wolf laughed heartily. The radar on the side of the cabin displayed the aircraft's current location. We are headed to the headquarters of the Eastern War Zone, which also serves as the base for my special operations team. Noticing Lin Chen's curious expression, the lone wolf elaborated, "Once we arrive, feel free to explore. I will relay the mission details to my superiors, and in the meantime, you can familiarize yourself with the surroundings." At this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping him. "You have such confidence in me to wander about freely?" The lone wolf smiled silently, nodding in affirmation. Observing his expression, Lin Chen's thoughts crystallized. He nearly forgot. This was indeed the base of the Special Operations Team. The members of Team 3 must possess strength comparable to the lone wolf, all capable of taking on multiple adversaries. Before long, Lin Chen sensed the aircraft descending steadily, ultimately landing with a resounding thud. Click! The side door of the cabin opened, extending a staircase downward. The lone wolf took the lead, leaping down and flashing a grin. "Lin, come on down. Let's see our Special Operations Team 3. As Lin Chen stepped out, he landed firmly on the ground. Glancing around, he noticed numerous towering structures crafted from an unknown alloy, their surfaces emanating faint energy waves, exuding a sense of technological advancement. It was not just the surrounding environment. The buzzing sounds caught Lin Chen's attention as he looked up. In the sky, drone formations darted about with remarkable speed, akin to phantoms traversing the entire base. What astonished Lin Chen the most was the powerful magnetic field radiating from all around. The air was infused with potent electronic pulses emitted by various energy facilities, surpassing the capabilities of the Ability Tower in Survivor City E by countless degrees. Lin Chen exclaimed in wonder, recalling Survivor City E. The most technologically impressive feature was undoubtedly the distinctive Ability Tower. Yet, if that tower were placed here, it would only be relegated to a lesser position. "Brother Lin, did you originate from Survivor City E?" The lone wolf inquired, surprised, stroking his chin contemplatively. "I recall that Survivor City E is also part of the Eastern War Zone, albeit on the border of the Eastern Domain. It is quite remarkable for someone like you to emerge from such a small city." The lone wolf expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Lin Chen offered a nonchalant smile. Although he hailed from Survivor City E, having undergone numerous trials, his identity remained somewhat fragmented. Prior to his departure, he had entrusted Qin Wanner to erase all traces of his identity in City E. Thus, in Huaxia, he had shed all identities, rendering himself akin to a specter. Wherever he roamed, he held no legitimate identity. This was precisely the reason for his presence here. Old 4. A robust male voice suddenly resonated from a distance. Turning towards the sound, Lin Chen spotted a bald man striding confidently towards them, his upper body bare. His face radiated joy, and as he approached, he exclaimed, "Haha. The moment I heard the news of the mission's completion, I knew it was you. Hey, where's little 7? The bald man glanced at Lin Chen beside the lone wolf, his gaze sweeping past him as if disregarding his presence entirely, focusing instead on the cabin behind them. The lone wolf's smile faltered, remaining silent. Observing this, the bald man seemed to grasp something, and his expression shifted abruptly. "I see." The lone wolf stepped forward, placing a hand on the bald man's shoulder, letting out a deep sigh. He then turned to Lin Chen, "Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you. This is codename Xian Sung, our deputy team leader, ranking second in the Special Operations Team. Once you join Team 3, you can address him as second brother." Listening to the introduction, Lin Chen fixed his gaze and initiated a combat power scan. Combat Power Index, 95,000. Chapter 200. Shadows in the Night. Having met the second brother, Lin Chen smiled faintly and greeted him politely, while his heart brimmed with astonishment. The combat prowess of this mysterious monk was astonishingly close to that of an S-rank powerhouse. Although his realm was classified as A-rank, Lin Chen was convinced that the monk possessed the capability to engage in battle with S-rank warriors. This was merely the third Special Operations Team. The prowess of the members in the first two teams was beyond Lin Chen's imagination. Indeed, China was a land of hidden talents. Joining the Special Operations Team? What does that mean, fourth brother? The monk gazed at Lin Chen with surprise, his expression puzzled. To be frank, the successful completion of this mission was largely due to Brother Lin's assistance, the lone wolf explained slowly. Coincidentally, Brother Lin had previously received an invitation from the fifth team, and I thought I would bring him along to take a look and recruit him. Upon hearing this, the monk's eyes widened in astonishment, displaying a mixture of doubt and intrigue. Oh, is that so? And the death of Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi fought valiantly alongside me, sacrificing himself to cover my escape. The lone wolf's tone became somber as he recalled the event. After that, I relayed the intelligence I had gathered to Brother Lin. Initially, I intended to notify headquarters for additional support, but to my surprise, Brother Lin single-handedly accomplished the mission. The lone wolf did not shy away from acknowledging Lin Chen's merit. Strictly speaking, the lone wolf's contribution to the mission's success was merely 2 or 3 parts. At most, he had provided intelligence. Is that so? The monk nodded, deep in thought. When he turned his gaze back to Lin Chen, his eyes softened slightly. Indeed, the Special Operations Team welcomes the arrival of strong individuals. You are qualified to undergo our trials. However, to join the Special Operations Team, we need our members present. With several out on missions, only the team leader, I, and 4th brother remain. If you're prepared, the 3 of us will conduct the evaluation. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned somewhat bitter. Were there only the 3 of them left? One possessed a combat power of 90,000 and another 95,000. As for the unseen captain of the 3rd team, he was undoubtedly stronger than the monk. Earlier on the plane, the lone wolf had already informed Lin Chen of the trials required to join the 3rd Special Operations Team. Either defeat the current members or endure their onslaught for 10 minutes. The latter option seemed far more feasible for Lin Chen. I suppose I am somewhat prepared. Lin Chen managed a reluctant smile, feeling somewhat cornered. Aha, that's good, the monk replied with a faint smile. Then you should head to the lounge and rest for a while. Once you have fully recovered, we will proceed with the subsequent evaluation. By the way, 4th brother needs to go upstairs to report on this mission. Since this mission was completed by you, would you like to accompany him? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen shook his head. I think I'll pass. Wait until you are free to conduct the evaluation. Letting Lin Chen report on the mission was naturally an opportunity for him to take credit. However, Lin Chen had little interest in such matters. Even if the accolades were solely his, what difference would it make? Moreover, Lin Chen trusted the lone wolf. Very well. Then Brother Lin should go rest. Once everything is settled, it will likely be evening. You can take the entrance evaluation tomorrow. The monk nodded earnestly. Then, he scanned the area and summoned a military officer clad in uniform. After giving a few brief instructions, the officer approached Lin Chen with a smile. Comrade, please. Following the officer, Lin Chen traversed the headquarters and arrived at the living quarters. True to its reputation as the headquarters of the Eastern Theater, accommodations consisted not of sprawling dormitories but rather individual villas. Lin Chen was assigned to a quaint 3-story house. Although it was not luxurious, it was well equipped with various amenities. If you need anything, you can use the intercom at the entrance. I will be at your service, the officer said respectfully before gradually exiting the room. In the spacious 3-story villa, Lin Chen found himself alone. The layout of the villa was sensible. The first floor featured a bright and spacious living room, with floor-to-ceiling windows allowing abundant light and views of the outdoors, creating a remarkably airy atmosphere. The furniture, including sofas, coffee tables, and bookshelves, prioritized comfort and utility, devoid of excessive ornamentation. A few elegant inkwash paintings adorned the walls, adding a touch of cultural depth. With no particular demands, Lin Chen made a beeline for the double-door refrigerator. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an array of the freshest fruits, vegetables, snacks, and beverages, leaving him utterly astonished. Was this the treatment at the headquarters of the Eastern Theater? Resources here were evidently abundant and favorably directed. Lin Chen settled down, indulging in a sumptuous feast. After consuming a satisfactory portion of the food, he felt approximately 3/4 full. The enhancement of his ancient martial arts cultivation brought Lin Chen a direct and noticeable increase in appetite. Additionally, the evolution of the imperial seed within his dantian further strengthened his physique. His absorption rate was nearly perfect. All food consumed was perfectly assimilated. The more he ate, the stronger he felt. After gorging on some provisions from his spatial storage, Lin Chen finally ceased his feasting. He then took a brief shower before retiring to a room, slipping into a deep slumber. It had been a long time since he had the chance to relax so thoroughly. Time passed swiftly. By the time he returned to the base, dawn had arrived. Now, dusk was upon them. Lin Chen remained immersed in his dreams, feeling incredibly relaxed from within. His nerves were soothed, and his mental acuity had returned to a state of fullness. At that moment, a slender, agile shadow suddenly appeared at the window of Lin Chen's room, illuminated by the moonlight. The figure moved with remarkable speed, upon discovering that the first floor window was locked. It swiftly scaled to the second floor, finding an open window to enter. The shadow navigated the premises with ease, arriving at Lin Chen's sleeping quarters. The shadow moved cautiously, making not a sound. Observing Lin Chen lying on the bed, unclothed, the figure frowned slightly and spoke in a voice tinged with coldness. Does this person sleep without clothes? Humph. Just right. Let's show you some color. As she spoke, she removed several coils of black chains from her waist, channeling energy into them, causing a faint golden aura to envelop the chains. Heh, take this. The shadow suddenly hurled the iron chains, which moved as if possessing intelligence, writhing like a black serpent, weaving beneath the bed and spiraling around. With a sudden exertion of force, the chains tightened, binding Lin Chen firmly to the bed. Just a moment ago, Lin Chen had been enjoying a peaceful slumber. Now, he opened his eyes wide. Who goes there? Chapter 201. Returning the favor in kind this time, Lin Chen was indeed in a deep slumber. His nerves were completely relaxed, rendering him almost oblivious to the intrusion of a unique human magnetic field into his surroundings. The black chains constricted around him, binding him firmly in place. The chilling sensation, coupled with an overwhelming force, compelled Lin Chen to awaken. With a rustle, Lin Chen exerted all his strength, attempting to break free from the iron chains. But to no avail. Lin Chen murmured in confusion, glancing at the several loops of chains encircling him. A faint golden glow emanated from the surface of the chains. He tried to channel his energy to snap them, but it proved futile. What sturdy chains? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Naturally, a shadowy figure replied with a light chuckle, exuding pride. These chains are forged from crystalline energy iron. Even alloys found in nature lack such exceptional hardness. Lin Chen was taken aback by the slightly arrogant female voice. A glance from her activated a force field switch, illuminating the room. Suddenly, the surroundings became clear, revealing Lin Chen, completely unclothed, bound to the bed. The girl in a light blue bodysuit immediately flushed crimson and turned away, bewildered. What is happening? Why did the lights turn on by themselves? And you? Why are you sleeping without clothes? Why should I wear clothes to sleep? Lin Chen replied innocently. Besides, I was just peacefully resting here. Who are you to sneak in and capture me? Lin Chen remained calm, fully aware of his location. This was the core stronghold of the Eastern Theater Command of Huaxia. If he could not ensure his safety while sleeping here, it would hardly be worthy of the title of a stronghold. Furthermore, upon assessing the girl as combat power index with a combat power detector, he noted it was merely 8,000 points, equivalent to a C-level capability. If she had come to confront him, at least a few A-level warriors would be necessary. Humph, you don't need to know who I am. Just hurry and put on some clothes, and let us have a fight. The girl's face was flushed to her ears as she said this in indignation. Dear lady, I am currently bound by you. If you wish for me to dress, you must at least release me first, Lin Chen replied with a resigned expression. Ah, right? The girl suddenly realized this, and was about to turn around when a memory of the earlier scene flashed in her mind. She immediately clenched her teeth. No way. I've heard you're quite clever. If I let you go, what if you escape? Lin Chen found this utterly amusing. Dear lady, you bind me and then expect me to dress? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Furthermore, you insist on fighting me despite our lack of enmity. Why would I wish to strike you, which would only be a thankless endeavor? His words left the girl speechless, stammering as she struggled to respond. Lin Chen lost interest and shifted his gaze to the chains binding him. Meanwhile, the surrounding force field coalesced, resembling two massive hands pressing down upon the chains. Then, with a sudden burst of power crack, the black chains emitted a crisp snapping sound, easily breaking free under the force field's pull. Realizing through her perception that her chains had been torn apart, the girl instinctively turned around and asked, How is this possible? How did you? Just as she turned, Lin Chen had already seized a pair of shorts nearby, hastily putting them on. The scene froze at that moment. Before she could react, Lin Chen swiftly donned his clothes, then fixed a perplexed gaze upon the girl. TSK. Pray tell, is your peculiar hobby sneaking into the homes of unsuspecting young men to watch them sleep? And with chains, no less. Your tastes are rather unique. Upon hearing Lin Chen's teasing remark, the girl felt a surge of anger, but now that Lin Chen was clothed, she could meet his gaze. Humph. Enough of the nonsense. If you don't want to be bound again, it's only fair. This unreasonable demand left Lin Chen both amused and exasperated. Were it not for the girl's decent appearance, he might have already lost his temper. Fine, I shall allow you to bind me, but it seems your chains have already been broken. How do you intend to restrain me now? Lin Chen's smile was filled with mischief as he asked. The girl pulled on the chains, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The severed chains rejoined seamlessly, with no trace of their previous breakage. Oh, is that possible? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. The material of those chains was indeed unlike any metal found in nature. You lecher, hurry up and let me bind you. The girl commanded with a hint of threat, holding the intact chains. Lin Chen's expression turned particularly strange. A lecher? Me? You're the one who barged into my resting place. You're the one who was naked in front of me. How are you not a lecher? The girl huffed, unwilling to relent. I must teach you a proper lesson for your shamelessness. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. All right, so this is how we are playing it. You intruded into my resting quarters, and now I am the one being blamed? I am not unreasonable. Since you bound me once, I shall return the favor. But as soon as his words fell, the girl suddenly hurled the chains in her grasp, infusing them with energy, unleashing them like lightning towards Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen merely sneered. A sea-level warrior was bold enough to act so brazenly in front of him. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she would remain ignorant of the consequences of her actions. With one hand raised, Lin Chen augmented his power, seizing the approaching black chains. Though the chains were imbued with tremendous force, Lin Chen's grip was precise, and the force field held it in place, preventing any advance. One end of the black chain was in the girl's hand while the other was in Lin Chen's. The girl exerted herself, attempting to reclaim control over the chains, only to realize that it was not Lin Chen interfering but rather her own lack of strength against his overwhelming power. What formidable strength this is! The girl was taken aback. In this vast stronghold, only a few from the third squad could possess such power. As she pondered this, Lin Chen tightened his grip on the chain, exerting a sudden force. The immense strength caused the girl, who was holding onto the chain, to lose her balance and stumble towards him. Lin Chen swiftly advanced, grasping the iron chain. Come, let me show you what it feels like to be bound. Chapter 202. The mute eats bitter herbs. Unable to speak of her suffering scoundrel. You lecher. Release me at once. Do you hear me? It hurts. In the room. After just a brief struggle, the young girl found her chain seized by Lin Chen, who proceeded to bind her securely beside him. The iron chains wound around her, entangling her thoroughly, and during the altercation, physical contact was inevitable. Silence. Lin Chen cast her an impatient glance before muttering under his breath. It's the middle of the night, and here you are, disturbing my slumber. You shall remain here while I catch up on my rest. And then I will decide your fate. With that, Lin Chen leaped onto the bed, this time not bothering to remove his garments. What? You expect me to wait here while you sleep? Do you know who I am? 3 seconds. Release me, or else before she could finish. Lin Chen merely glanced at her. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a towel from the side, folding it several times before stuffing it into the girl's mouth. All that escaped her lips were muffled whimpers, unable to dislodge the cloth. As Lin Chen drifted into deep slumber, the girl froze, a wave of grievance washing over her, tears pooling at the corners of her eyes as she glared at him with a gaze filled with deep resentment. Time passed swiftly. Despite the interruptions during the night, Lin Chen soon fell into a restful sleep, not awakening until dawn broke. As his senses returned, Lin Chen opened his eyes wide, yawning greatly before stretching and rising. Upon noticing the girl, tightly bound and slumped against the wall, he was taken aback. Oh no, I forgot about her. He had intended to keep her restrained for just an hour or two, but his sleep had been so rejuvenating. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped him as he slapped his forehead. The roughness of the previous night had largely stemmed from his irritation upon waking. Now, fully alert, he approached the girl cautiously, examining her closely. To be fair, while she had ambushed him under the cover of night and displayed poor character, her beauty was undeniable. Her features were delicately crafted, with gentle curves and skin as smooth and pale as mutton fat. The only discordant element was the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, suggesting she had wept for some time. She claims to be some sort of lady. Could she possibly have a notable background? This could be troublesome. As Lin Chen pondered how to deal with the girl, a sudden knock echoed from outside the villa. Knock, knock, knock. Startled, Lin Chen extended his senses and recognized the familiar magnetic field of a person approaching. He exhaled in relief. It was Lone Wolf. Perhaps I should consult him on what to do. After all, he could hardly be blamed for this situation with that in mind. Lin Chen hurried to the door. Upon seeing Lone Wolf, Lin Chen was about to inquire when the latter spoke first. Brother Lin, are you all right? Caught off guard by the unexpected question, Lin Chen blinked. Me? He pointed to himself, scratching his head. What could possibly be wrong with me? Lone Wolf sighed in relief, a weight lifting from his chest. That's good to hear. As long as you're fine. Lin Chen, sensing something amiss, cautiously asked, so, what happened? Lone Wolf, initially hesitant to disclose the details, finally relented. Well, Brother Lin, It's not a major issue. While I was reporting the mission details to the commander, his daughter overheard. She learned of your talents and expressed a desire to challenge you. I had to persuade her to refrain from doing so, but we've known her since childhood. We are well aware of her temperament. I merely feared she might come looking for you in the night, causing you undue trouble. Lone Wolf's explanation made Lin Chen increasingly uncomfortable. Brother Lin, as long as she didn't seek you out, it's fine. Today you have a test to attend. And I'm here to escort you. Let us go. Turning to lead the way, Lone Wolf noticed Lin Chen standing frozen. What's the matter, Brother Lin? Are you feeling unwell today? Oh, it's nothing. The initiation test can occur at any time. We can wait. Before he could finish, Lin Chen suddenly interjected, ahem. Perhaps you should come inside for a moment? Upon entering the bedroom, Lone Wolf was nearly startled into a jump at the sight of the tightly bound girl. He rushed forward, applying just enough force to snap the black chains restraining her. As the girl stirred awake, her bleary eyes met the anxious gaze of Lone Wolf. Uncle Wolf, she exclaimed, her expression instantly shifting to one of distress as she began to cry. This person, he is a bully. He mistreated me. She pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Chen, pouring out her grievances. What? Lin Chen exclaimed, rushing forward. You need to take responsibility for your words. You were the one who barged in here uninvited. Lone Wolf looked on with concern for the girl, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Chen. Both sides are in a difficult position. He should have anticipated this. This girl, driven by curiosity, likely sought to challenge Lin Chen, but with her sea-level abilities. Even a surprise attack would not suffice against him. The outcome was hardly surprising. Brother Lin, this. Lone Wolf hesitated, his voice cautious. Lin Chen quickly distanced himself from her. I can't vouch for anything else, but I assure you, I did not act inappropriately. She attacked me first. I merely restrained her. That is quite reasonable, isn't it? Reasonable. With Lone Wolf's backing, the girl found her courage. Uncle Wolf, he is a lecher. A scoundrel. He must be held accountable. Upon hearing how the girl referred to Lin Chen, Lone Wolf's expression turned to one of shock. Brother Lin, you two, nothing truly happened, did it? Lin Chen felt as though he were a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to voice his distress, his face clouded with worry. I swear, nothing happened. To his dismay, the girl glared at Lin Chen, exclaiming, Uncle Wolf, don't listen to his lies. He was bare before me, a true lecher. Chapter 203, The Examiner. Xin Sing. Brother Lin, I am already aware of the general situation. You are not to blame. It is merely the folly of that girl who has caused you trouble. Lin Chen, with his eloquence, managed to clarify the matter and restore his reputation. The Lone Wolf also rendered a fair judgment. The girl's midnight ambush on Lin Chen resulted in such consequences, which were indeed self-inflicted. It is not Lin Chen's fault. Moreover, since she intruded into his room uninvited, even if she witnessed something inappropriate, she must bear the repercussions of her actions. After being introduced by the Lone Wolf, Lin Chen learned that the girl who had barged into his room was none other than the daughter of the Eastern War Zone commander, Ning Jing. Although her name suggests tranquility, her demeanor tells a different story. Uncle Wolf, are we simply going to let this matter pass? Ning Jing clearly disagreed with the Lone Wolf's assessment, clenching her teeth and speaking in a tone of feigned grievance. Otherwise, the Lone Wolf raised an eyebrow in response. You, a young girl, intruded into another's room at midnight. The fact that Brother Lin did not harm you is a stroke of luck. This statement held some truth. After all, Lin Chen accomplished a task that the Lone Wolf could not, showcasing an overall caliber that even surpassed the Lone Wolf's. If he had been suddenly attacked, a battle-hardened individual would have instinctively reacted. Should Ning Jing have met her demise at Lin Chen's hands, she could not hold him accountable. Upon hearing this, Ning Jing pouted, her indignant expression lending her a certain charm. But I just can't accept it. Changing her tone, she no longer sounded defiant. Instead, she adopted a somewhat playful demeanor. Haha, Lin Chen smiled faintly. If you are dissatisfied, why not challenge me to another match? Then, the victor shall be indisputable. Upon hearing this, Ning Jing shot him a fierce glare before quickly averting her gaze. No, I can't possibly defeat you. You're aiming to join the third team, right? Let Uncle Wolf fight you. He'll surely help me exact revenge. She tugged at the Lone Wolf's arm, exuding a sense of triumph. Witnessing this, Lin Chen found himself both amused and bewildered. She was well aware that she could not best him. It seemed that a night of confinement had imparted some wisdom upon her. All right, Ning girl, do not be upset. The Lone Wolf regarded Ning Jing with mild annoyance. It was indeed peculiar for a man of stature to be coaxing a young girl. However, it will not be me conducting the assessment on Brother Lin. That duty falls to the second brother. Thus, these words should not be directed at me. The lone wolf's tone carried a hint of resignation. Lin Chen immediately cast a glance in his direction, nervously swallowing. So, his upcoming opponent was the one known as Xinseng, with a combat power index of 95,000. The disparity in their capabilities was vast. Although both were classified as A-level experts, the actual difference was clear to Lin Chen alone. He would be facing the formidable monk? Ning Jing gasped in surprise, pondering for a moment before revealing a smug smile. Oh dear, if that is the case, I need not remind you. At this juncture, she cast a mischievous glance at Lin Chen, deliberately stating, because someone is about to receive a thorough beating. The lone wolf shot Ning Jing an exasperated look before turning to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, I apologize. My injuries have not yet healed completely, and since I recommended you, I cannot be the one to assess you to avoid any semblance of bias. However, should you find it too challenging, you may stay at the base for a while until the other team members return, allowing them to conduct your assessment. He had intended to communicate this directly, but it was clear that this girl had disrupted his train of thought. Joining the third team primarily hinged upon strength. The differences among team members were minimal. Aside from the captain and vice-captain, the rest possessed nearly equivalent abilities, all on the same level. Thus, having other members conduct the assessment would yield similar results. Yet, Xinseng was the strongest among the third team, aside from the captain, and the most ferocious. Although he had taken refuge in Buddhism, he referred to himself as the fierce Buddha and was notorious for his mastery of lethal techniques. Entrusting Lin Chen's assessment to him seemed to be an exceedingly daunting task. No need, Lin Chen politely declined the lone wolf's suggestion, smiling amiably. Regardless of who it is, I am keen to test my current abilities, and naturally, I seek a formidable opponent. When can the assessment commence? Contrary to the lone wolf's expectations, Lin Chen exhibited no trepidation. Instead, he appeared eager for the challenge. Even Ning Jing, observing his response, looked taken aback. Are you certain you wish to fight the monk? In the third team, it is rare for anyone to emerge victorious from an assessment conducted by him. Lin Chen nodded, his smile unwavering. Of course, isn't every assessment a test? If I could join the third team merely by changing opponents, it would imply my strength does not meet the required standards. Upon hearing this, Ning Jing could not help but swallow hard. Looking at Lin Chen, it was as if a large character was inscribed above his head. Courage. He seemed oblivious to the stature of Xinseng among A-level experts. Even an S-level expert would think twice before engaging him in a direct confrontation. While Lin Chen also possessed A-level strength, there remained a notable gap between peers. All right. The lone wolf's eyes widened in surprise as he clapped Lin Chen on the shoulder with considerable force. Well done, aspiring spirit. Although the second brother's assessments are notoriously rigorous, I believe Brother Lin possesses a fair chance. He gestured for Lin Chen to follow him to the training ground. Since Lin Chen expressed no objections, the lone wolf felt relieved. Initially, he had been uncertain about how to broach the subject, yet to his astonishment, Lin Chen did not appear discouraged upon receiving the news. Rather, he seemed invigorated and eager to accept the challenge posed by Xinseng. It was nothing short of miraculous. The lone wolf held a certain hope for Lin Chen. With no further objections, Lin Chen followed the lone wolf out of the room, with Ning Jing trailing closely behind. Wait, I want to see too. Before long, the trio traversed the expansive military base and arrived at an open training ground. This arena was encircled by towering walls made of high-density alloy, its surface pulsating with faint energy waves. Upon entering, they found the interior remarkably simple, consisting solely of a vast flat area spanning over 1,000 square meters. The unique structure surrounding the training ground rendered it exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding battles below S-level. It had been constructed specifically for the third team's training. In the center of the expansive arena sat Xinseng, cross-legged in meditation. It was evident that he had been waiting for quite some time. Even before they approached, he sensed their arrival and slowly opened his eyes. You have arrived. Chapter 204, Thousand-Handed Buddha Palm. As the gaze of the monk fell upon Lin Chen, a hint of approval flickered in his eyes. Indeed, he had truly come. I had thought he might voluntarily withdraw upon learning of my assessment. The monk spoke calmly, a smile gracing his features. Ning Jing, hiding behind, stifled a giggle. As for Lin Chen, his expression remained placid, his demeanor unruffled, as if he were untouched by the proceedings. It was merely an assessment, not a life-and-death battle. The monk pressed one hand against the ground, channeling his strength through his fingers, and with a fluid motion, he rose to his feet. Satisfied, he regarded Lin Chen and nodded. In that case, allow me to elucidate my rules. Under normal circumstances, neither I nor the captain would assess new members, but given the unique nature of the situation, we shall treat it accordingly. Typically, the assessment lasts for 10 minutes. However, I shall have it for you. 5 minutes will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, noting the monk's self-assured demeanor. There are two means of succeeding in the assessment. One must either defeat 3 members of the team or engage them in combat for over 10 minutes. The monk had evidently disregarded the former possibility, as if Lin Chen were incapable of overcoming him. Hiki. Before Lin Chen could respond, he heard Ning Jing's muffled laughter. 5 minutes? Even if cut down to 3, it would be futile. The skill levels are not on the same plane. This is hardly fair. The monk's expression shifted to one of exasperation as he shot a glance at Ning Jing. Child, do not cause trouble. My assessments, while rigorous, are intended for the benefit of the entire team. He then turned his attention back to Lin Chen. Your name is Lin Chen, correct? You have aided the fourth immensely, so I shall address you as Brother Lin. I hope you will not disappoint me. The lone wolf led Ning Jing to the designated safe area of the training ground, leaving ample space for Lin Chen and the monk to engage. I shall do my utmost, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Who shall make the first move? The monk clasped his hands in a gesture of invitation, to which Lin Chen reciprocated. Then I shall not be polite. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward. In the face of such a formidable opponent, he could not afford to hold back. Drawing upon all his capabilities, he resolved to endure these 5 minutes. The royal energy within his dantian surged, forming a palpable barrier of energy that radiated outward from his center. By harnessing this royal energy, Lin Chen created a realm unique to himself, one that could suppress the energies of others. This, in essence, was a means to elevate his own presence. As this force field enveloped the monk, a look of surprise crossed his face. Lin Chen exuded an air of nobility, almost as if it were a trait inherited through blood. Instinctively, the monk glanced towards the lone wolf, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. And the lone wolf nodded with a smile. The monk grasped the implications. Intriguing. Lin Chen's abilities did not end there. In the presence of the monk, he dared not hold back. With a mere thought, the force fields to either side of the monk coalesced, resembling 2 tangible walls that pressed inward. The monk stood still. Yet through the currents of energy swirling around him, he sensed something amiss. Clang. The monk extended his arms and, to his astonishment, blocked the advancing force fields with ease. This technique. The monk felt a mixture of surprise and exhilaration. Lin Chen, seemingly immobile, could launch an attack upon him? It was his unique ability. Previously, the monk had viewed individuals with special abilities through a lens of skepticism, but experiencing Lin Chen's power firsthand ignited his interest. This technique of yours is rather peculiar. Even I find it difficult to decipher, the monk praised, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Chen's eyes mirrored astonishment. Despite both being of A class, the monk had managed to withstand his force field through sheer physical prowess. What terrifying strength! Lin Chen remained silent, his focus sharpening as the compression of the force fields intensified. The monk clearly felt the increase in pressure and regarded Lin Chen with keen interest. Not bad, not bad. This intangible ability is far superior to those flashy special powers. Though their initial clash was intense, Ning Jing, observing from a distance, remained perplexed. Uncle Wolf. What are those two doing? Has that guy employed some sort of ability? The lone wolf pondered for a moment before nodding. I still haven't fully grasped Brother Lin's capabilities. However, I am confident that although he is a special ability user, his mastery of ancient martial arts is on par with mine. Ning Jing recalled something and exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Wolf, are you suggesting that he practices both special abilities and ancient martial arts? The lone wolf nodded, his gaze never wavering from Lin Chen. Ning Jing became serious, realizing that Lin Chen was not merely skilled but a practitioner of both disciplines. In all of China, truly powerful dual practitioners were scarce, limited to only a few members of the Special Forces team. She was eager to witness what other abilities Lin Chen possessed. Suddenly, the monk let out a low shout, his aura surging as a gust of wind enveloped him. In a fleeting moment, a golden shield reminiscent of a great bell appeared around him, providing formidable protection. As he retracted his hands, Lin Chen found that his 2 force fields could no longer exert pressure. As if he were attempting to crush a perfectly round stone with his bare hands, no matter how much force he applied, it would not yield. Allow me to demonstrate. The monk said with a slight smile, his hands coming together in prayer. My family's technique, the golden bell shield. Having renounced the world at a young age, he had dedicated himself to the study of ancient martial arts, mastering techniques of the Buddhist tradition, with the golden bell shield being one among many. In the next instant, the monk stepped forward, his hands forming into a palm shape. This was no ordinary technique. As he swung his palm through the air, it trembled slightly. Instantly, one palm became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. The monk's expression turned serious as he murmured, "Behold my family's technique, the thousand-handed Buddha palm." In mere moments, 8 palms transformed into 16, then 32. With both hands unleashed, he created a barrage of 64 palms. The sheer volume of this attack was overwhelming, blurring the line between reality and illusion. A sense of threat surged through Lin Chen, who narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. The force of this assault might indeed be painful. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Lin Chen realized that even if he defended with his force fields, it would be futile. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for the monk. Since victory was elusive, he resolved to employ strategy, retreat. A flicker of blue lightning danced in Lin Chen's eyes as arcs of lightning slithered across his form. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Chen vanished from his position, his speed leaving behind mere afterimages in the air. Even the monk was taken aback. Chapter 205. If this is useless, then I am at a loss in the eyes of the monk. Lin Chen's figure appeared as ethereal as a specter, fleeting in an instant. Yet he could distinctly perceive Lin Chen's swiftness. The thousand-handed Dathagata palm thus struck emptiness, its sound reverberating through the air. Realizing that Lin Chen had entirely evaded his attack, the monk promptly withdrew, conserving his energy. "Good lad, you managed to dodge in the very moment I made my move. Your speed is impressive," the monk praised, a smile gracing his lips. On the other side, Lin Chen's form gradually materialized as he came to a halt, standing resolutely. It was merely a stroke of luck. In just a single exchange, Lin Chen discerned a crucial truth. Even with his imperial aura enveloping a vast domain, he had not sufficiently suppressed the monk's formidable cultivation. The chasm that separated their strengths remained as vast as ever. Thus, he concluded that a direct confrontation would be futile. Instead, employing his wits and strategies would be the wisest course of action. With this thought, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. It appeared that completely vanquishing the monk was an unattainable goal. He could only endeavor to last 5 minutes. Luck? Let us not be modest. In the true theater of war, luck holds no sway. The monk's tone grew increasingly serious as he felt the energy within his dantian circulate. Turning to face Lin Chen directly, simultaneously, the aura surrounding him shifted subtly. In the distance, the lone wolf and Ning Jing instinctively took a few steps back. Although they were in a safe zone, the monk's overwhelming presence still instilled fear within them. "Wolf uncle, the monk is already at the pinnacle of A-class. Why does it seem he approaches each assessment with a lethal intent? I don't recall him ever passing a candidate," Ning Jing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she observed the monk's fully unleashed might. Sigh. The lone wolf sighed deeply, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. "We cannot fault the second brother for his strictness. After all, our special forces undertake missions that could cost us our lives. If one lacks sufficient strength, how can they survive?" As the apex secret combat force of China, the special forces engaged in the most stringent and arduous tasks. A moment's negligence could lead to demise. Hence, the foremost criterion for selecting members was their strength. Different special forces possessed varying requirements regarding the strength of their members. However, a commonality existed. Only those at the pinnacle of their respective realms could join the special forces. One need not mention the third team, just glancing at other special forces. Who among them could not take on multiple foes of the same realm? Only such elite individuals could be inducted into the special forces. "I see," Ning Jing nodded, somewhat enlightened. The world indeed bore its perils, particularly in the current apocalyptic climate. Humanitarian morals can no longer constrain the actions of other nations. Might is the ultimate truth. However, do not worry about Brother Lin. I have witnessed his strength, and there remains a glimmer of hope, the lone wolf remarked, shifting to a more reassuring tone. Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Ning Jing's fair face, and she retorted through gritted teeth, Who is worried about him? I would rather see him thoroughly defeated. He deserves it for how he treated me." The lone wolf merely cast her a sidelong glance before returning his gaze, a smile lingering in his eyes. As the confrontation continued, the monk's energy surged forth, shattering the golden bell barrier that had enveloped him. In its place, a colossal golden Buddha phantom emerged, hovering majestically above the monk, radiating a divine luminescence that struck terror in the hearts of onlookers. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. Good heavens! Is this also a technique of the Buddhist sect? The ancient martial practitioners of our homeland truly challenge all preconceptions. With that, Lin Chen took to the air, utilizing his magnetic force to elevate himself above the ground, appearing as though he were flying. Should he engage in a direct confrontation on solid ground, he might indeed be at a disadvantage. However, in the sky, the monk lacked a solid foundation, and thus his power would not be fully realized. Do you think hiding in the sky will save you? Brother Lin, come here. Dragon-S water. The monk grinned widely, extending his right hand in a dragon claw formation, energy coalescing and radiating a brilliant golden light. In the next moment, Lin Chen, suspended in midair, felt an overwhelming gravitational force akin to standing before a black hole. The pull was terrifyingly immense, emanating from the monk's claw. Fortunately, Lin Chen swiftly manipulated his magnetic field, anchoring himself against the onslaught of this mysterious attraction. With a complete surge of power, he barely managed to resist the formidable force, resulting in a stalemate. Oh? Seeing Lin Chen remain steadfast, the monk expressed his astonishment. Good lad, you possess considerable strength. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. The monk retracted his dragon claw, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen, despite his youth, would wield such power. While much of it stemmed from his supernatural abilities, the potency of these powers also fluctuated with the wielder's mental fortitude. The fact that Lin Chen had cultivated his mental prowess to such heights was a testament to his innate talent. The monk's thoughts drifted to several members of Team 1. They too were adept in both supernatural abilities and ancient martial arts. The monk drew in his arms, exhaling forcefully. Brother Lin, allow me to demonstrate a fundamental technique of Shaolin, the Shaolin Luohan Fist. In the realm of Shaolin martial arts, the Luohan Fist was considered an introductory skill. Yet, if mastered to a profound level, even the simplest of strikes could become an unparalleled technique. Hence, the saying emerged, one strength breaks myriad techniques. Although Lin Chen hovered in the air, the monk's leaping ability was equally impressive. With a mere bound, he covered a distance of 20 to 30 meters. In an instant, the monk darted forward with incredible speed, arriving before Lin Chen in the blink of an eye. The Shaolin Luohan Fist was unleashed. A direct punch aimed squarely at Lin Chen's face. Unperturbed, Lin Chen fortified his arms with imperial aura from his dantian while merging it with his magnetic field, bracing himself. Bang! Lin Chen received the monk's punch head-on, staggering backward and unexpectedly being sent flying. As he tilted backward, a flicker of horror crossed Lin Chen's gaze. Something is amiss. This is far from right. Even with the reinforcement of imperial aura and the magnetic field, I am still at a disadvantage in strength. The monk's power is indeed formidable. As Lin Chen lost his balance in midair, the monk grinned, capitalizing on the moment. Brother Lin, my apologies. While you are quite strong, you have yet to meet our standards. While speaking, the monk transitioned from a fist to an open palm, intent on minimizing harm to Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen rapidly coalesced his magnetic field, counteracting the inertia of his backward flight. In a graceful leap, his body shimmered with arcs of lightning, narrowly evading the monk's hand. Not only that, as Lin Chen wielded, the dragon fire shield materialized in his grasp, resonating with the sounds of dragon roars. TSK. If this fails me, then I am truly at a loss. Chapter 206, Assessment Passed. With a deep breath, Lin Chen ignited the crimson flames, which soared high as he infused them with imperial energy. Above the blazing red fire, a faint golden halo shimmered, dazzling to behold. As 9 fire dragons surged forth, the temperature of the training ground seemed to rise several degrees. Witnessing this spectacle, Ning Jing widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, What is this? The lone wolf smirked, as if he had anticipated this moment. A national treasure, the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield. This formidable artifact, known for its reluctance to acknowledge a master, has not only been discovered by Brother Lin but has also recognized him as its sovereign. Now, even second brother must find himself in a troublesome predicament. Gazing at Lin Chen, surrounded by the 9 fire dragons, Xuanzang was equally taken aback. His gaze fixated on the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield in Lin Chen's hands. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the significance of the artifact. The words National Treasure and 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield echoed in his mind, spoken almost reverently. In the next instant, he instinctively glanced at the lone wolf, only to catch a subtle smile on his face. He had known all along. Oh, fourth brother, are you intentionally setting me up for a spectacle? Xuanzang's lips curled, his eyes now ablaze with fierce determination. Although Xuanzang, hailing from a Buddhist background, typically exuded a carefree disposition, the sight of Lin Chen wielding the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield ignited an inexplicable fighting spirit within him. Opponents capable of mastering such a national treasure were rare. Brother Lin, do not disappoint me, Xuanzang exclaimed with excitement. Lin Chen's expression remained calm as he replied with a gentle smile, Of course. With a mere thought, the 9 fire dragons surged forth with incredible speed, unleashing a torrent of heat that threatened to suffocate the air. Xuanzang raised his right hand, fingers slightly together, and executed the flower-picking finger technique. The pointed force surged like a battering ram, targeting one of the fire dragons with overwhelming might, piercing straight through it. However, the fire dragon was but an ephemeral illusion, a mere manifestation of flame. By consuming Lin Chen and Apos' imperial energy, it could be conjured anew. The only options were to either exhaust Lin Chen and Apos' energy or to defeat him outright. At this moment, the 9 fire dragons circled around Xuanzang, entangling him within their fiery embrace. Simultaneously, Lin Chen cast the shield from his hand, which rapidly expanded from a palm-sized object into a much larger form, aiming to envelop Xuanzang. Seeing this, the lone wolf chuckled, unable to resist the urge to caution, "Second brother, that should suffice. We Wooden and Apos, want brother Lin to inadvertently injure you." The moment those words escaped his lips, Xuanzang and Apos' expression turned solemn. "Humph." The golden bell shield. With a resonant hum, Xuanzang pressed his palms together, and the ethereal Buddhist light surrounding him dissipated, transforming into the form of a golden bell that enveloped him. He then settled into a lotus position, hands clasped in prayer. The golden bell shield expanded, effectively countering the encroaching heat of the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Even Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, for the existence of the golden bell shield had significantly mitigated the temperature of the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. For the time being, Xuanzang was unlikely to be threatened from within. Moreover, sustaining the 9 dragons' divine fire shield was draining Lin Chen and Apos' imperial energy. What began as a direct confrontation had now devolved into a battle of attrition. Observing Xuanzang within the shield, the lone wolf Kuden and Apos' helped but smirk. "Second brother, you're really in for it." He had always known Xuanzang and Apos' tenacity, yet this time he was facing the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. To withstand it head-on, the lone wolf understood the weight of a national treasure. Even he would not dare to act recklessly without adequate protective measures. Thus, victory would depend on their endurance. Who would succumb first? Ning Jing watched in disbelief as Lin Chen used the 9 dragons' divine fire shield to suppress Xuanzang. Although it was due to the artifact, it was nonetheless a testament to Lin Chen and Apos' capabilities. Over the years, she had witnessed countless challengers aiming to join the Special Forces Team 3, each tested by Xuanzang, who had invariably triumphed with overwhelming advantages, often within 10 rounds. Yet now Lin Chen was the one to impose dominance. It was simply surreal. As the seconds ticked away, the lone wolf calculated the time and declared, 5 minutes have passed. Brother Lin, you may cease." He was concerned that an accident might occur during their exhausting duel, prompting him to intervene. Upon hearing the lone wolf's words, Lin Chen gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and gradually retracted the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. With a long exhale, he released a breath of fatigue. The prolonged exertion of imperial energy had left him somewhat drained. Fortunately, the lone wolf had intervened in time. Otherwise, he would have been unable to endure much longer. Looking at Xuanzang, once the 9 dragons' divine fire shield was withdrawn, he too ceased channeling his energy. The golden bell, resembling a fleeting shadow, vanished, leaving Xuanzang seated on the ground, gasping heavily. His body was drenched in sweat, his face flushed red, clearly a result of the intense heat. Compared to Lin Chen, he appeared far more disheveled. Witnessing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of astonishment. He had exerted his full power with the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, yet Xuanzang had managed to withstand it. Initially, he believed that possessing the 9 dragons' divine fire shield would pose a threat even to S-rank beings, but now he realized that, at its current level, it could only threaten some weaker S-rank practitioners. "Impressive, indeed, to have pushed me to this extent," Xuanzang remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead, revealing no sign of irritation. Rather, he wore a look of delight. "Second brother." The lone wolf rushed forward, gazing at the bedraggled Xuanzang, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I was merely making a suggestion. Yet you truly withstood it." He added, "Had the assessment lasted 10 minutes, you might have been cooked alive." Xuanzang shot the lone wolf an exasperated glance before clearing his throat and saying, "Cough, cough after all, I am the vice captain of our Special Forces Team 3. Losing to a newcomer would only inflate his pride. However, to have been pushed to this degree, he is indeed worthy of pride. Let us consider this bout a draw." In truth, it was unlikely that either Lin Chen or Xuanzang could sustain their efforts for much longer. A moment's inattention could spell danger for either of them. Ning Jing approached Lin Chen, observing him as he rested on the ground, catching his breath. Admiration began to blossom in her eyes. "Brother Lin." Xuanzang turned his gaze toward them, breaking into a radiant smile. Congratulations on passing the assessment and joining our Special Forces Team 3. Ning, please assist him to a resting place, and once he has recovered, we shall explain the detailed regulations of the team.